A splitting headache assailed me, akin to a multitude of needles piercing my brain, fragments of chaotic memories, towering skyscrapers, smartphones, and aged volumes of Dragon Ball, frenziedly intertwined and melded with recollections of a wild child named Sun Wukong, frolicking through forested realms that I abruptly sat up, gazing into the water's reflection. Hair as unruly as a hedgehog, a tail restlessly swaying behind me, and a youthful yet powerful visage staring back. I, a corporate drone from the modern era, had astonishingly transformed into Sun Wukong. Yet, I was not entirely that naive boy, untouched by the world. I possessed all his innate physical prowess and combat instincts, while simultaneously harboring the soul of a contemporary individual, along with the entirety of the Dragon Ball script and novel existence. Since I am here, I clench my fist, feeling the surge of power coursing through me, a smile blossoming that only an adult could possess. This narrative shall unfold according to my design. The MY primary objective was crystal clear. Bulma, not merely a fleeting companion for adventure, but the future technological queen and soulmate destined to stride alongside me to the pinnacle of the universe. As for Chi-Chi, I silently express my apologies to the future daughter of the Ox King. Her true match may well be another proud Scion prince. As I envisioned the future, the distant roar of engines and a girl's exasperated shouts pierced the air. Destiny had arrived, as anticipated. I hefted the enormous fish, leaping from the woods, as in the original narrative, landing precisely on the dust-laden road, obstructing the path of a familiar blue vehicle. Hey! I flashed the most innocent and cheerful smile I could muster. The screech of tires was jarring. The window rolled down to reveal a head of azure short hair and a face that was a blend of shock and fury. What are you doing? You almost got yourself killed. Indeed, Miss Bulma's temper was as legendary as they said, that I shook the fish on my shoulder. Are you hungry? Allow me to treat you. The ensuing events mirrored the original plot closely. She invited me to search for the Dragon Balls, and I naively acquiesced, taking a seat in her vehicle. The sole deviation was my discreet adjustment of position, avoiding the embarrassing first kiss brought on by the perilous Dragon Ball beneath her seat. Some history required. Fine-tuning. That night, we discovered the cave where we would take refuge. As a dinosaur roared outside, Bulma, startled, drew her gun while I calmly ignited a fire. Hey, Wukong, aren't you scared? She inquired, curling up beside the flames, curiosity evident in her voice. Scared? I replied while turning the fish over, my tone composed. It is merely hungry, not malevolent. Besides, its weakness lies beneath its throat. I can handle it. Bulma was momentarily speechless. The glimmer in her large eyes reflected not mere curiosity about a wild boy, but astonishment. You know quite a lot. I smiled faintly, offering her the roasted fish. At that moment, I seemingly spoke without intention. You're searching for a Dragon Ball called 4-Star Ball, are you not? It resides in your home. How do you know? Bulma exclaimed, nearly leaping to her feet, dropping the fish from her hands. I refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, rising to gaze into the depths of the cave's profound darkness, I was aware that within resided a colossal pterosaur, marking the finale of our initial encounter. Bulma. I turned to her, adopting an unprecedented serious tone, starkly different from the Wukong she knew. Stay here. No matter what sounds you hear, do not venture out. WY. Because I stepped into the darkness, my tail swaying with excitement. There's a big creature inside. I shall have a heart-to-heart with it. Additionally, I paused, tilting my face slightly, the firelight dancing in my eyes, regarding the Dragon Ball you seek, your future, and even a place called Planet Vegeta. Upon my return, I may reveal to you some rather intriguing matters. As Bulma's gaze mingled with shock and confusion, my figure vanished entirely into the shadows of the cave, leaving behind a monumental suspense that would burgeon within her heart. And in the stillness of the night. Chapter 2. The Oracle in the Cave. The awakening of destiny. The darkness within the depths of the cave was thick, akin to congealed ink, devouring all light and sound. Only the flickering glow of the distant campfire at the cave's entrance faintly outlined the jagged contours of the rocks. Bulma huddled beside the fire, clutching the Dragon Ball that had nearly led to her social demise. Yet her heart raced for an entirely different reason. The wild boy, Sun Wukong, with his spiky hair and tail, had left behind a parting remark that detonated like a bomb in her mind. "Dragon Ball, my future, Planet Vegeta?" she murmured, her cerulean eyes brimming with disbelief and a thrill of being exposed. How could he know? Who on earth was he? In that moment, the romantic adventure of seeking Dragon Balls and the pride of the Capsule Corporation heiress shattered into fragments under the weight of an overwhelming sense of mystery. She suddenly realized that she may have encountered not merely a primitive savage, but an entity far beyond her comprehension. Deep within the cave, I, Sun Wukong, paused, my eyes squinting in the darkness. The golden aura around me flickered like breath, momentarily dispelling a small portion of the surrounding gloom. No torches were necessary. The Saiyan's exceptional night vision and sensitivity to ki served as the finest illumination. The air was thick with a pungent, fishy odor and the muffled sounds of a large creature breathing in slumber. Before me lay a colossal beast, coiled in the cave's widest expanse. Its leathery wings folded against its sides, and its massive jaws, lined with sharp teeth, slightly ajar. It was the gigantic pterosaur that served as a mode of transport in the original narrative, yet it exuded a far greater sense of menace than depicted in the comic. Its rough skin resembled ancient bark, muscles rippling beneath, harboring explosive power. Conservatively estimating, it would tower over 2 or 3 stories if it stood upright. Were it the original Wukong, he might have charged in headfirst, using his fists to persuade it to be his steed. However, controlling this body was I, a time traveler with the mind of an adult and a complete script. Direct confrontation? Unnecessary. I had a more efficient approach that aligned with my role as an oracle. I slowly released a sliver of ki, ceasing to suppress it. This aura was not wild but bore the unique, predatory pressure of the Saiyan bloodline, precisely enveloping the slumbering pterosaur. Almost simultaneously, the creature's lantern-sized eyes snapped open, its amber vertical pupils contracting sharply in the darkness, locking onto me. It sensed a threat, a soul-piercing menace emanating from this seemingly insignificant being. Roar. It emitted a deafening roar, the reverberations causing debris to tumble from the cave's ceiling. It thrust its head upward, its spiked tail thrashing against the ground with a dull thud, shaking the entire cavern. This was a warning, a primal instinctive reaction born of fear. From the cave entrance came Bulma's suppressed gasp. I stood my ground, utterly unmoving. Even my expression remained largely unchanged, calmly gazing at the enraged prehistoric beast. Silence. I spoke, my voice barely above a whisper, yet it strangely penetrated its furious roar, carrying an undeniable clarity. I am not here to fight, my friend. The pterosaur's roar abruptly ceased, clearly taken aback that this diminutive creature could speak. A flicker of human-like astonishment flashed in its amber eyes. I know you can understand me. I continued in a steady tone, extending a finger toward a less conspicuous, darker scar at the base of its wing, an old wound from a territorial battle long forgotten, now aching subtly. It must hurt when it rains here, doesn't it? You can't fly high, which affects your hunting. The pterosaur's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Its massive head instinctively recoiled, and it emitted a confused yet cautious rumble from its throat. This secret, even its fiercest adversaries were unaware of. Do not be alarmed. I lowered my hand, adopting a tone that suggested camaraderie. I am not your enemy. On the contrary, I can assist you. I summoned a faint pulse of ki within me, condensing it at my fingertips into a soft, white glow. This was not a healing technique. I lacked the skill for that. But this pure life energy inherently attracted creatures that survived by instinct. I gently pushed the glowing orb toward the old wound on its wing. The pterosaur watched the orb approach warily, muscles tensed, yet the warmth and comfort it radiated, alleviating the itch at its injury, ultimately stayed its retreat. The orb touched its skin and gradually seeped in. It comfortably squinted its eyes, emitting a low, contented growl from its throat. See, I did not deceive you. I smiled gently. This is merely a small gift. In return, I ask you to carry me and the girl outside this forest. I can not only alleviate your old wound, but also inform you that a herd of plump triceratops has recently migrated to the canyon 50 miles to the west. They are limping and cannot run fast, prime prey for you. A show of strength and insight, a sweet promise to ease its pain, followed by a tantalizing vision of food sources. This combination was sufficient to deal with a beast of considerable intelligence. The pterosaur lowered its head, its massive nostrils sniffing at me as if confirming something. Minutes passed before it emitted a compliant, non-hostile rumble and then gently lowered its body. exposing its broad back to me. Done. I patted its rough skin and turned toward the cave entrance. Behind me was the great creature, now willingly submitting as my steed. When Bulma witnessed me emerging from the profound darkness and scathe, accompanied by the enormous pterosaur that was as docile as a great dog, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. She stammered, pointing at the pterosaur, her finger trembling, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. It's resolved. I casually patted the pterosaur's neck. It even nuzzled my palm in response, affirming its willingness to carry us. Bulma gazed at this astonishing spectacle before her. Recalling my earlier shocking words, a thought struck her like lightning. This Sun Wukong was certainly no ordinary wild child. He possessed a mysterious power to see into the hearts of others and tame colossal beasts. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully suppressed the tumult within her, stepping before me, her cerulean eyes shimmering with unprecedented seriousness and curiosity. Sun Wukong, what did you mean by your earlier words? How do you know about the Dragon Balls and Planet Vegeta? Who are you truly? I looked at Bulma, this extraordinary woman destined to illuminate the universe with her wisdom, who, due to my intervention, was taking her first steps toward a broader world. Instead of answering directly, I leapt onto the pterosaur's broad back and extended my hand toward her. Come aboard, Bulma. Along the way, I shall reveal part of the truth. The true secret of the Dragon Balls, the science, and the vast, perilous cosmos we are about to face together. My voice drifted into the night wind, imbued with a sense of mystery and undeniable conviction. Bulma regarded my outstretched hand, then glanced at the incredible beast before her. Ultimately, her insatiable curiosity and yearning for the unknown overshadowed all else. She bit her lip and resolutely grasped my hand, using it for leverage to climb onto the pterosaur's back. The pterosaur let out a resounding cry, spreading its massive wings, and surged forth from the cave, carrying us into the star-studded night sky. The night wind howled, tousling our hair. Bulma clung tightly to my clothing, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Can we talk now? What exactly do you know? I gazed at the distant horizon that gradually illuminated, feeling the Saiyan blood within me simmering with emotion, and I slowly spoke. I am aware of much, Bulma. For instance, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls can indeed grant any wish. Yet, I also recognize that such wishes are shrouded in immense peril. I am aware that in the depths of the cosmos lies a demon named Frieza, who annihilated planet Vegeta, and a battle between us is inevitable. I turned my head to observe her pale face, shocked, and enunciated each word. I further comprehend that you, Bulma Brief, possess the wisdom that will be crucial in our future struggle against darkness, illuminating the starry skies. Our meeting today is not a coincidence, it is destiny. Chapter 3. The Sudden Change at Flame Mountain, the Dark Scheme of the Dragon Balls. The broad back of the pterosaur sliced through the clouds, and the mountains and rivers beneath us retreated like green ribbons at an astonishing pace. Bulma clung tightly to Goku's waist, the fierce wind rendering her unable to open her eyes. Yet, more overwhelming than the wind was the echo of those words in her ears. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza? The obliterated planet Vegeta? Being the key to illuminating the starry skies in the future? All of this was too shocking, akin to the wildest science fiction. However, the obedient pterosaur beneath her and the mysterious, powerful boy beside her starkly reminded her that this was not a dream. Hey, Goku. She could not resist leaning closer to shout in his ear. Is what you said true? Is that Frieza truly that terrifying? Goku did not turn around. Yet his voice pierced through the wind with clarity. With but a breath, he could cause this planet to vanish. Bulma shivered, a chill racing from her feet to the top of her head. Suddenly, her wish for the Dragon Balls, a perfect boyfriend, seemed so childish and trivial against such a terrifying backdrop. Can we win? Her voice trembled, unbeknownst to her. Not now. Goku's response was brutally straightforward, but in the future, we certainly will. Therefore, we must grow stronger, gather allies, and prepare early. He turned his head, and the glimmering light in his eyes, hidden beneath tousled hair, was not wild innocence but rather a profound cunning belonging to adulthood. For instance, we are approaching Flame Mountain ahead. Bulma followed his gaze, and indeed, the distant sky was faintly tinged with an abnormal crimson, and the air began to fill with an acrid scent. Flame Mountain, what are we going there for? To find a Dragon Ball, and by the way, Goku said with a knowing smile, to take care of some household matters. Flame Mountain lived up to its name. Before we even approached, the scorching heat wave struck us. The ground cracked, vegetation withered, and only a solitary peak at the center blazed with roaring flames, casting half the sky into a dark red hue. The pterosaur whinnied uneasily, unwilling to venture closer. Goku patted its neck, signaling it to land at the periphery. "Wait for us here," he instructed, then effortlessly leapt down from the dragon's back. Bulma stared at the terrifying sea of flames and swallowed hard. "How do we get in? We'll be roasted alive." Goku did not answer but closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. In the next moment, an invisible wave of energy surged forth from him, expanding with a thunderous roar. This was not an attack, but more akin to a precise probe. The energy wave swept over the sea of flames, causing the inferno to momentarily waver. "Found it." He opened his eyes, locking onto a specific direction within the flames. "Follow me, step in my footprints." Not a single misstep. He stepped forward, and wherever he passed, it seemed as though an invisible barrier surrounded him, forcibly pushing aside the blazing flames, creating a temporary safe passage just wide enough for one person to traverse. The searing heat was kept at bay, leaving only the high temperature that slightly distorted the air. Bulma watched in astonishment. This utterly defied the laws of physics. She dared not lag behind, closely following, feeling as if she were participating in a death ballet amidst the flames. At the end of the passage, where the flames were slightly subdued, the outline of a castle with distinct Eastern architectural style emerged. The castle door was tightly shut, and at the entrance, a little girl dressed in a traditional Chinese dress with her hair styled in a bun anxiously peered out, holding a massive metallic box. Upon seeing Goku and Bulma emerge from the inferno, the girl gasped in shock, especially terrified as she caught sight of Goku's tail, retreating a step in fear. "Who are you?" Goku flashed a smile as harmless as possible. "Do not be afraid. We are here to help you. You must be Chi-Chi, right? Your father, the Ox King, sent us." He directly named her, invoking the Ox King, establishing initial trust. Indeed, Chi-Chi's vigilance diminished slightly, yet she remained skeptical. "My father? He sent you to retrieve the Bancho fan?" "The Bancho fan is a temporary solution." Goku shook his head, glancing at the metallic box in her hands. Inside it is the Dragon Ball, isn't it? Relying on the wish from the Dragon Ball to extinguish the flames is not a long-term solution. Chi-Chi was utterly astonished. How did he know the secret of the Dragon Balls? How do you know so much?" "I know many things," Goku interrupted her, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. "For instance, the source of this fire is not a natural disaster. For instance, someone lurks in the shadows, waiting for you to expend the wish of the Dragon Ball, so they can reap the benefits." As soon as he finished speaking, a lewd and cunning voice emerged from behind a nearby rock. "I didn't expect you to discover me." A short, stout figure leapt out, clad in a ridiculous suit with a pig's nose. None other than Oolong, the commercial spy sent by the rival company of the Capsule Corporation. In the original story, this character disguised himself as the Ox King and tricked Chi-Chi into giving him her Dragon Ball. However, his ruse had been exposed prematurely this time. Oolong glared at Goku, his pig-like face contorted with rage. "You brat! How dare you ruin my plans? Watch as I turn you into a roasted pig." He puffed up his cheeks and violently exhaled a large plume of scorching flames toward Goku. The intensity of this fire far exceeded that of an ordinary forest fire. "Be careful!" Both Bulma and Chi-Chi exclaimed simultaneously. Yet Goku remained standing still, not moving an inch. He merely raised one hand nonchalantly, fingers splayed, directing it toward the oncoming inferno. "Disperse." He uttered a single word softly. There was no earth-shattering clash. The ferocious flames halted just half a meter from his palm, as though seized by an invisible force, abruptly stalling before vanishing into thin air. Not even a trace of smoke was left. It was as if he had simply turned off a gas stove instead of extinguishing a raging fire. Oolong's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his piggish mouth agape wide enough to fit a watermelon. "In no way. My flames." Bulma and Chi-Chi were equally dumbfounded. This exceeded their comprehension of power. Goku lowered his hand, observing the stunned Oolong, his tone flat. "Your flames are essentially a product of energy within your body mixed with specialized chemical substances, and their structure is unstable. Dispersing them is not much harder than blowing out a candle." He not only countered his opponent's move, but also casually elucidated the principle behind it, elevating his stature. Oolong, terrified to the core, fell to his knees. "Hero, spare me. I shall never do it again. It's all the boss's fault." Goku ignored his pleas for mercy and turned to Chi-Chi, extending his hand. Please entrust the Dragon Ball to me for safekeeping. Rest assured, I will extinguish the fire without needing the Bansho fan or any wishes. His tone carried a remarkable soothing power. Chi-Chi gazed into his clear and profound eyes, hesitating for a moment before eventually handing over the box containing the Dragon Ball. Goku accepted the box without a glance and tossed it back to Bulma behind him. Then, he turned to face the inferno that continued to rage, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Under the gaze of all, he slowly raised both hands, placing them before his chest, palms facing each other. A force far grander and purer than that which he had previously harnessed to tame the pterodactyl began to gather and compress between his palms. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, and even the surrounding light began to warp towards the center of his palms. This was not the chaotic energy of a ki blast, but rather a power that was more restrained, more akin to the manipulation of fundamental laws. He was tapping into the absolute mastery over energy inherent in his Saiyan bloodline, complemented by a glimmer of understanding of physical laws derived from his modern soul. To extinguish the fire, one does not necessarily require greater force to combat it. He murmured, as if explaining to those behind him. Sometimes it suffices to remove the very essence that fuels it. Condense. With a sudden thrust, he pushed his palms outward. No beam of light shot forth, nor was there an explosive roar. Instead, an invisible and vast wave, akin to mercury spilling across the ground, instantly enveloped the entire region of Flame Mountain. In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded for Bulma, Chi-Chi, and even the kneeling Oolong. The towering flames seemed to be forcibly subdued by an unseen cosmic hand. It was not extinguished, but rather, as if time were rewound in a film, the raging sea of fire rapidly shrank and diminished, leaving only scattered embers leaping among the rocks within a few breaths. Immediately following, the water vapor that had previously vanished under the heat waves began to gather at a visible speed. Dark clouds rolled in, and raindrops the size of beans plummeted down, completely dousing the last sparks. In mere minutes, what had once appeared as a hellish furnace was now reduced to a smoldering, charred mountain, shrouded in a refreshing downpour. Silence. An absolute silence. Only the sound of raindrops pattering against the scorched earth could be heard. Oolong was so frightened that he soiled himself, collapsing to the ground like a limp rag doll. Chi-Chi covered her mouth, her large eyes filled with awe, as if gazing upon a deity descending to the mortal realm. Bulma nearly dropped the Dragon Ball box from her hands. She watched as Sun Wukong retracted his hands and calmly turned away. A thought striking her like a thunderclap. He can summon wind and rain, commanding nature. This is not merely martial arts. This is divine power. Sun Wukong approached Bulma, retrieving the Dragon Ball box and extracting the 4-star ball, casually tucking it into his modest martial arts uniform. Then, he turned to Chi-Chi, still in shock. The fire has been extinguished. Tell your father that Flame Mountain will not ignite again. His tone was as unassuming as if he were simply offering a glass of water. Furthermore, he paused, his gaze seemingly drifting toward the depths of the castle. Please convey my regards to Nyo-Mo Wang. Inform him that there may be better choices for his daughter's future than remaining in the deep mountains. Having said that, he did not linger, pulling Bulma, who had yet to fully regain her senses, along with him as they headed toward the waiting pterodactyl. In the rain, his silhouette appeared towering and mysterious in Chi-Chi's eyes. Bulma, being tugged along, stumbled to keep up, her mind in disarray. The volume of information she had absorbed today far exceeded the sum of her 17 years of life. Upon reaching the pterodactyl's side, Sun Wukong halted, finally addressing Bulma's earlier question, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Do you understand now, Bulma? The enemy we must face is a monster capable of obliterating planets. And the path we must tread. He lifted his gaze toward the vibrant rainbow emerging after the rain. His eyes sharp as blades, is destined to transcend the limitations of this planet. This Dragon Ball is merely the beginning. Next, we shall seek a bald little monk. And the guardian of the Dragon Ball he possesses will serve as the first test of whether we are truly worthy to embark on this journey among the stars. With a wave of his hand, he transformed the storm, combining intelligence and bravery to resolve the crisis of Flame Mountain. The Dragon Ball in hand, prophecies reawaken. The destinies of Nyo-Mo Wang and his daughter subtly shift. The path ahead is clear. The next destination points toward Kame House. A stronger guardian, a more arduous trial. How will Sun Wukong subdue the pivotal piece that is Kame Sennin? Chapter 4. The Trials of Kame Island. The dawn of the starry sky, the azure sea shimmered like an unblemished gem, glistening with flecks of gold under the sunlight. The pterodactyl spread its enormous wings, gliding smoothly, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent that washed over them. Bulma sat upon the dragon's back, her mood far from the tranquility of the sea's surface. She toyed with the 4-star ball she had just acquired, replaying the miraculous scene at Flame Mountain in her mind. Summoning wind and rain, invoking the laws at will? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? This individual bearing Wukong's name is nothing short of a living myth. She stole a glance at Sun Wukong, who sat in front, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. Yet his straight posture and the barely perceptible aura surrounding him made her feel as though she were near a dormant volcano. Hey, she finally could not contain herself. Gently nudging him with her elbow, is there truly a martial arts deity residing at our next destination? Sun Wukong opened his eyes, clarity shining within them, devoid of any drowsiness. A martial arts deity? A hint of playful sarcasm curled at the corners of his mouth, perhaps. However, that old lecher is more renowned for his unsavory collection. Old lecher? Bulma's expression instantly fell, the fleeting image of an otherworldly master collapsing in an instant. Fear not. He is quite capable. Sun Wukong gazed toward a distant speck on the horizon, and we require more than just the Dragon Ball in his possession. What else do we need? One person. Sun Wukong's gaze grew distant. Someone who can stand beside us in the future, facing the formidable foes of the cosmos together. Bulma followed his gaze, the distant speck gradually coming into focus, revealing a small island with an oddly egg-shaped dwelling. Kame House, we have arrived. The pterodactyl touched down on the pristine white beach, kicking up a cloud of sand. As Sun Wukong leaped from the dragon's back, a small boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a shiny bald head, scurried out of the house, his face a mask of terror. A monster. He gazed at the enormous pterodactyl, his legs trembling, collapsing onto the sandy shore. It was Krillin, who had come to seek guidance. Following him was a frail old man dressed in a Hawaiian shirt, sporting sunglasses and leaning on a cane, sauntering out leisurely. Upon seeing the pterodactyl, he was startled, but his gaze quickly shifted to Bulma, his eyes behind the sunglasses lighting up with familiar excitement. Ah, this beautiful lady. May I ask? Came Sinin to strike his most dashing pose, just as he was about to initiate his classic pickup line. Teacher Wu Tian, Sun Wukong interjected, interrupting his preamble with a tone as casual as greeting a neighbor. Enough with the charade. We know who you are, and we are aware that the Dragon Ball is in your possession. Kame Sinin's flirtation was abruptly halted, his sunglasses slipping down halfway as he stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Who are you, kid? I am Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gestured toward Bulma beside him. This is Bulma. We have come to exchange a reasonable offer for the Dragon Ball you hold. Exchange? Kame Sinin adjusted his sunglasses, adopting a pose of inscrutable profundity. Kid, Dragon Balls cannot be taken by just anyone. If you want it, you must abide by my rules. I understand the rules. Sun Wukong nodded. Demonstrating strength or completing your trial, correct? Kame Sinin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that this young man was so well informed. Precisely, judging by your physique. You seem to be a martial artist as well. Here's the deal. If you can touch me once, consider it a win, and you can take the Dragon Ball. He was exceedingly confident in his agile abilities. Krillin, sitting on the beach, widened his eyes, convinced that this wild kid was destined to lose. Teacher Wu Tian is the martial arts deity. Bulma also felt anxious. Although she had witnessed Sun Wukong's miraculous feats, Kame Sinin's reputation was far too illustrious. Sun Wukong chuckled, a hint of resignation in his smile. Master Wu Tian, are you certain? Enough nonsense. Let us begin. Master Roshi assumed a stance, his aura instantly sharpening. With a sigh, Sun Wukong replied, I shall offend you then. Before the words left his lips, his figure vanished like a specter without a trace. This was not merely an illusion of rapid movement, but a complete, unheralded disappearance. Master Roshi's pupils constricted, his muscles tensed in an instant, and his senses heightened to the maximum. Krillin and Bulma were left in awe, hardly daring to blink. A soft sound echoed. Sun Wukong's figure reappeared at the very spot Master Roshi had just occupied, as if he had never left. Master Roshi felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, and when he turned, he discovered Sun Wukong standing behind him, casually holding the sunglasses he had just worn. Silence enveloped them, a dead stillness that made the cries of seagulls seem particularly jarring. Krillin's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg, while Bulma stifled a gasp with her hand. Master Roshi, rigid, turned to face Sun Wukong, his old face alternating between crimson and pale. He had not even perceived how the young man had moved. This speed transcended his understanding of martial arts. "You," Master Roshi stammered, pointing at Sun Wukong, his finger trembling, unsure whether from anger or shock. "You took advantage of me." Sun Wukong returned the sunglasses with a calm demeanor. "I know you Haven Tea, yet unleashed your true strength. How about we try a different approach?" His gaze swept over to Krillin, suggesting, "Let this young brother spar with me, and you shall be the judge. Regardless of the outcome, I have no interest in the Dragon Balls. I merely wish to ask you a question." Even Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. "No interest in the Dragon Balls? Just a question?" Krillin, frightened, repeatedly waved his hands. I can't defeat you." He had just witnessed that ghostly speed. Sun Wukong approached Krillin, crouching to meet his gaze, his expression devoid of disdain, instead radiating encouragement. "Do not fear. It is merely a spar. Moreover, I understand why you seek to learn from me." Krillin was startled. "You've been bullied at Duelency, and you wish to grow stronger here, so that you are no longer looked down upon, correct?" Sun Wukong's voice was soft, yet resonated like a key unlocking Krillin's tightly shut heart. Krillin looked up suddenly, astonished and touched by the understanding in Sun Wukong's eyes. This was a secret he had never shared with anyone. "Trust me," Sun Wukong said, patting Krillin's frail shoulder. "You possess potential even you have yet to discover. In a moment, close your eyes. Do not think of techniques. Simply strike with all your might." His words seemed infused with magic, calming Krillin's frantic heart, instilling a flicker of courage within him. Master Roshi observed this exchange, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky old eyes. This young man, Sun Wukong, was extraordinary. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but he also possessed a keen insight into the human spirit. "Very well," Master Roshi declared. "Krillin, engage with him. Let this old man also witness your skills." The spar began on the sandy beach. Following Sun Wukong's guidance, Krillin closed his eyes, recalling the humiliation he suffered at Duelency. A surge of indignant rage swelled within him, and with a shout, he unleashed all his strength, throwing a wild punch forward. The punch, lacking in technique, bore the ferocity of a desperate gamble. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong moved. He neither dodged nor blocked, but extended his index finger, a barely perceptible golden aura gathering at its tip, precisely tapping a pressure point on Krillin's arm. Krillin felt his arm tingle, a faint yet distinct heat coursing through him, as if a dam had burst, releasing a torrent from the depths of his being, surging uncontrollably along his fist. Boom! A muffled sound resonated. Krillin's seemingly feeble punch created a visible ripple in the air. Though faint, it was undeniably real. The beach was carved with a shallow trench by the force of the wave. Krillin opened his eyes, staring at his fist, and then at the marks on the sand. Utterly dumbfounded, Master Roshi sprang to his feet, his eyes bulging behind his sunglasses. The embryonic form of chi. How could this be? He had taught countless students. Yet to awaken even a hint of chi at this age, without systematic training, was a rare phenomenon. This Krillin was indeed a buried talent. Sun Wukong withdrew his finger, nodding in satisfaction. His earlier gesture had not been an impartation of power, but a deft triggering of the dormant potential within Krillin, a seed inherent to all Earthlings. "Do you now believe in his potential, Master Wutian?" Sun Wukong inquired, looking at Master Roshi. Master Roshi, gazing at the still-dazed Krillin and then at the inscrutable Sun Wukong, took a deep breath and slowly sat back down, his demeanor markedly transformed. "Young man, you have one. Speak, what do you wish to ask?" Sun Wukong stepped before Master Roshi, his expression turning serious for the first time, his voice lowered. "Master Wutian, my inquiry does not pertain to earthly martial arts." His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the Kame house, reaching into the boundless sky. "What I wish to discuss with you is the application of chi. How can one condense and unleash it in the vacuum of space? Or even survive in such an environment? Alternatively, do you know if there are ancient records of warriors who traverse the cosmos using their intrinsic strength?" The sea breeze appeared to still at that moment. The playful demeanor on Master Roshi's face vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and astonishment. He fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, as if attempting to re-evaluate this youth. Bulma covered her mouth, her heart racing. The vacuum of space? Crossing the cosmos? Such inquiries brushed against the boundaries of mythology. Krillin felt utterly bewildered, sensing the atmosphere had suddenly grown oppressively tense. Master Roshi remained silent for a long while, long enough for Bulma to think he would not respond. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and deep. "Young man, the matters you inquire about transcend the realm of martial arts. They delve into realms deliberately forgotten, belonging to gods and demons." He lifted his head, gazing at the sky, a flicker of fear and nostalgia crossing his eyes. "How do you know of these things? What exactly do you intend to achieve?" The spectral agility of Sun Wukong, igniting Krillin's potential. Questions piercing the cosmos, shocking Master Roshi. The forgotten realms of gods and demons? What ancient secrets does Sun Wukong's inquiry touch upon? What new world will Master Roshi's answers unveil for them? Chapter 5. Chi traversing the stars, shadows begin to emerge. The sea breeze, imbued with a salty tang, brushed over the silent group before came House. Master Roshi's mention of the realm of gods and demons struck like a boulder into the calm waters, stirring up turbulent waves in each heart. Krillin recoiled, feeling as though he were listening to a horror story. Bulma felt a chill creeping up her spine, suddenly realizing that the cosmic Emperor Frieza, whom Sun Wukong had previously mentioned, was likely far more than just a being of immense power, possibly even belonging to the demonic category described by Master Roshi. Facing Master Roshi's keen, scrutinizing gaze, Sun Wukong showed no signs of retreat, meeting those all-seeing eyes. He spoke with a calm yet unyielding conviction. "I know these things because fate has chosen me," revealing fragments of truth. "What I desire, Master Wutian, is quite simple." He raised his hand, pointing to the vast blue sky overhead, where seagulls were currently soaring. "I do not wish to wait for a day when a god or demon descends from there, treating our planet as mere playthings or trash, while we lack even the strength to resist or the right to step outside and confront them." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an unwavering strength that struck the hearts of all present. "I yearn to grow stronger, strong enough to protect this land beneath my feet, strong enough to one day step into the cosmos and confront any threats that may arise, rather than kneeling in prayer only when disaster approaches." The old Master Roshi fell silent. Having lived for 3 centuries, he had encountered countless ambitious souls and heard many grandiose declarations. Yet, the fervor burning in the eyes of this young man was not a thirst for power or blind arrogance, but rather a profound sense of duty and desire to protect. Such a gaze he had only witnessed in a select few true martial artists. After a long pause, Master Roshi exhaled a heavy breath, his solemn expression gradually softening, replaced by a complex mix of admiration and concern. "To traverse the cosmos and survive through one's own strength," he muttered, shaking his head, "is beyond my capabilities. To my knowledge, no one on Earth can achieve it either. The mastery of ki and control over one's energy has approached the realm of the divine." Bulma and Krillin's faces fell in disappointment. However, Master Roshi's tone shifted sharply, his gaze sharpening anew. "You are correct. We cannot remain idle. Since you possess this determination and potential, I shall impart to you the most fundamental and powerful essence of ki that I know." He sprang to his feet, radiating a presence as solid and imposing as a mountain despite his small stature. "Watch closely, young one. This is one of the strongest secrets, honed by countless generations of martial artists on Earth." Master Roshi stepped back, took his stance, and slowly brought his hands to his waist, palms facing each other. An indescribable surge of immense energy began to coalesce between his palms, emitting a low, thunderous hum. The surrounding air began to warp, tiny grains of sand spiraling around him, caught in an invisible force. Kamehameha. As he intoned this incantation, a dazzling blue-white energy sphere, imbued with destructive power, rapidly formed in his hands. The brilliance illuminated his solemn visage and reflected in the suddenly brightened eyes of Sun Wukong. "Huh." Master Roshi thrust his palms forward with great force. Boom. A colossal blue-white energy beam, akin to a roaring dragon, ripped through the air, hurtling towards the boundless sea with a devastating momentum. Where the beam passed, the ocean was forcibly split apart, creating an unfathomably deep vacuum chasm. Towering waves surged to heights of dozens of meters on either side. Ultimately, the beam detonated at the horizon, unleashing a colossal water spout that seemed to pierce the heavens, as if creating a hole in the ocean itself. Kamehameha. Even having anticipated this spectacle, witnessing the cataclysmic might firsthand left Sun Wukong exhilarated. This was the quintessence of martial arts on Earth. It was a technique to compress one's ki to the utmost efficiency and unleash it explosively. Krillin sat agape, drool spilling unnoticed from his mouth. Bulma turned pale, gripping Sun Wukong's arm tightly. She finally grasped the terrifying destructive power that Ki could wield. Master Roshi panted slightly, retracting his stance, and gazed at Sun Wukong, solemnly stating, "This is the Kamehameha. Its essence lies not in form, but in intent. It is about concentrating the entirety of one's breath, will, and even the power of the soul into a single point, and then releasing it. Do you understand?" This was merely a routine inquiry, not expecting anyone to grasp it at a glance. However, Sun Wukong closed his eyes. In his mind, the principles of modern physics, energy conservation, and fusion intertwined with the Saiyan bloodline's instinctual mastery of energy, along with every detail of Master Roshi's technique, began to collide and merge frantically. The ki within him, far more refined and abundant than that of his peers, began to operate along an arcane trajectory. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, electric gold flickering within them. Without uttering a word, he mimicked Master Roshi's posture, slowly drawing his hands to his waist. His movements were somewhat clumsy, lacking the fluidity of his master. Master Roshi frowned, about to offer guidance on the nuances of the technique. Yet, the next moment, his voice caught in his throat. Buzz, a far more violent and searing golden flame, imbued with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting souls, erupted from Sun Wukong's being. The sand beneath him collapsed, melting into a vast, glass-like pit. Unlike the pure blue-white energy of the Kamehameha, the energy coalescing between Sun Wukong's palms was a radiant, boiling golden force, shimmering like liquid gold. At its core, a hint of a dark red hue could be faintly discerned. There was no incantation, no prolonged build-up. Sun Wukong merely pushed his hands, ablaze with golden flames, towards the empty expanse of the sea. Whoosh! Boom! This was not a beam, but an exquisitely condensed dark golden energy torrent that seemed to consume surrounding light. It silently tore through space, evaporating the seawater in its path, leaving behind a straight, steaming vacuum channel that would not heal for ages. Ultimately, the energy torrent detonated at the far horizon, creating not a massive water spout, but a dark golden energy singularity that briefly transformed the water and clouds in that region into the most fundamental particles, as if a small black hole had momentarily formed in the sky. Silence. A stillness even more profound than when Master Roshi unleashed his attack. Even the seagulls had forgotten to call out. Krillin plopped down on the ground, unaware of the wetness spreading beneath him. Bulma stood with her mouth agape, her mind utterly blank. Master Roshi's staff snapped in his grip. He stared at the still turbulent steam channel and the distorted sky above, his face pale, lips trembling. Finally managing to utter, "And no, that was not the Kamehameha. What power is this?" Sun Wukong slowly retracted his hands, his aura subsiding. He examined the devastation he had wrought, furrowing his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with his control. Turning to Master Roshi, he honestly replied, "Based on your principles, I made a few adjustments to suit my own characteristics. I call it the Yuan Shin impact." Adjustments. Master Roshi nearly choked on his own disbelief. This could hardly be called an adjustment. The power and nature of this energy resembled transforming a family heirloom into an interstellar cannon. He gazed at Sun Wukong's expression, which seemed unfazed, and for the first time felt a deep sense of helplessness and a tinge of fear. This boy was truly a monster. He had learned and optimized the Kamehameha in the time it took to observe it just once. After a long while, Master Roshi let out a long, weary sigh, as if he had aged decades in an instant. He staggered towards Sun Wukong, placing an orange orb, the Dragon Ball, into his hands. "Take this, young man." His voice was raspy and heavy with gravity. "The strength you seek has surpassed what I am capable of guiding you through. Earth may indeed be too small." He lifted his gaze to meet Sun Wukong's, his expression a tumult of emotions. "Remember your words today, and protect this land well. Additionally, be cautious." His voice dropped low, carrying an almost imperceptible warning. "The power you have displayed is too unique, too radiant. Beneath this starry sky, we are not the only ones who gaze upwards. Some ancient eyes may have already been stirred by your presence." With that, he said no more, turning away, stooping as he slowly returned to his came house, closing the door behind him. On the beach, only Sun Wukong remained, deep in thought, accompanied by his two companions, still reeling from the profound shock. Sun Wukong grasped the three-star ball tightly, feeling the new and boundless energy coursing through him, and gazed up at the sky. Did he awaken the ancient gaze? What he desired was to let those lurking in the shadows see in advance a golden flash destined to tear through the darkness. Chapter 6. Undercurrents and Shadows of the Crimson Ribbon. The wooden door of the Kame house gently closed behind him, cutting off the complex and inscrutable gaze of the 300-year-old elder. On the beach, the sea breeze continued to blow, yet it seemed to carry an invisible weight. Bulma vigorously shook her head, as if attempting to rid her mind of the cataclysmic scene she had just witnessed. She looked at the seemingly harmless Sun Wukong beside her and felt as though she were gazing at a cosmic beast disguised in human skin. "Hey, Wukong," she said, her voice trembling slightly, pointing to the terrifying chasm on the sea surface that was slowly being filled by the waves. "Do you call that a minor adjustment?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, wearing an expression of earnest simplicity. "Yes, it's about compressing the energy a bit tighter and slightly leaning towards destruction. It seems to have indeed improved efficiency." Bulma exchanged a glance with Krillin, who had just changed his pants and still looked pale, both rendered speechless. This was beyond genius. It was a manifestation of a loophole in the rules. "Forget it, there's no way to communicate with you," Bulma sighed, pulling out the dragon radar. "The next target is..." "Huh, this direction seems to be near Shidu. Perfect, we can head home to replenish some supplies. My clothes are about to stink." Home. Sun Wukong's gaze shifted slightly. Shidu, the headquarters of Dr. Brief's Universal Capsule Company, represented the pinnacle of Earth's technology. Not only were there more convenient tools, but perhaps it could also serve as a foundation for future technological seeds for their cosmic journey. "All right, let us go to Shidu," he nodded in agreement. Krillin hesitated, glancing at the tightly shut door of Kame house, and then at Sun Wukong, finally mustering the courage to say, "Wukong, can I go with you guys?" Having witnessed Sun Wukong's unfathomable abilities, he felt a surge of unprecedented desire igniting within him. He did not wish to return to the bullying at the Dorian Temple. He wanted to follow this incredible being and explore a broader world. Sun Wukong observed the mixture of fear and yearning in Krillin's eyes and smiled. "If you want to come, then come. However, the journey might be a bit exhilarating." His words, casually spoken, sent chills down Bulma's and Krillin's spines simultaneously. Anything that this monster deemed exhilarating was certainly not a good sign. The three of them soared towards Shidu on a flying dinosaur. Along the way, Bulma chattered excitedly about the splendor of Shidu, while Krillin remained curious about everything. Only Sun Wukong appeared to be resting with closed eyes. Yet his spirit seemed to weave an invisible web, quietly enveloping the vast land below. His perception was sharper than radar, capable of detecting not only the energy signals of the Dragon Balls, but also the unusual flows of energy nearby. A malevolent aura, trained and equipped with standardized gear, lurked like a venomous serpent in several specific areas, moving stealthily. The Crimson Ribbon Army. This military organization, notorious as a nightmare for novices in the original story, had indeed become active. Moreover, based on the distribution and movements of these energies, it appeared they were deliberately searching for something. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a cold smile. Were they seeking the Dragon Balls, or perhaps the individual who had caused a massive energy disturbance on Kame Island? He chose not to alert Bulma and Krillin. Some storms must be weathered to foster growth. Additionally, he wished to see what new tricks the Crimson Ribbon Army would unfold in this space-time he had set in motion. Days later, the flying dinosaur landed on the outskirts of Shidu. To avoid causing panic, Sun Wukong instructed the dinosaur to wait in a nearby forest while the three of them walked into this futuristic city. Towering skyscrapers, ceaseless streams of hover vehicles, and omnipresent holographic advertisements dazzled Sun Wukong and Krillin, who hailed from the mountains and temples. Meanwhile, Bulma, like a fish returned to water, proudly took on the role of tour guide. However, as they traversed a relatively secluded street leading towards the Capsule Corporation, Sun Wukong's spiritual energy detected several unusual auras carrying the scent of blood and gunpowder, rapidly approaching from both ends of the street. Simultaneously, the rooftops of the buildings on either side revealed the presence of snipers. "Be careful," Sun Wukong called out sharply, swiftly pulling Bulma, who was still boasting about a building, and the inquisitive Krillin behind him. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, 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 several red energy beams, akin to the fangs of a venomous snake, shot forth from the street corners and rooftops, targeting the three of them with deadly precision. These beams possessed considerable power, capable of easily piercing steel. Ah! Bulma screamed in terror. Krillin's face turned pale, his legs trembling. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. He opted not to unleash the Saiyan shock, a large-scale destructive technique that could harm the innocent and expose his true strength. Instead, he slightly turned his body, his hands moving like lightning, creating several afterimages before him. Crack! 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 The lethal red beams, nearly colliding with their bodies, struck an invisible, elastic wall, rebounding back towards their origin. What happened? Groans and exclamations erupted from both ends of the street, as it was evident the ambushers were injured by their own reflected beams. The Crimson Ribbon soldiers, taken aback by the unexpected resilience of their prey, quickly regained their composure, charging out from their cover with various energy weapons, firing wildly. A torrential downpour of beams descended upon them. "Stay behind me," Sun Wukong instructed the stunned duo, and in an instant, his figure flickered like a phantom, plunging into the barrage of fire. His movements transcended the limits of human perception. To Bulma and Krillin, he merely appeared as a blurred shadow darting amidst the hail of bullets, flickering in and out of sight. Every beam aimed at him was either narrowly evaded or deftly deflected with his fingers, knife hand, or even his tail, none ever brushing against his clothing. It was as if he were dancing a deadly waltz, each step precisely placed to navigate the gaps between attacks, each wave of his hand imbued with an effortless elegance. He did not kill a single person. All the beams he redirected merely dismantled the soldiers' weapons or struck non-lethal areas, rendering them incapable of fighting. In a brief span of seconds, over 20 elite Crimson Ribbon soldiers that had rushed out from both ends now lay groaning on the ground, weapons destroyed. Sun Wukong paused, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, his breath steady as if he had merely taken a stroll. Silence returned to the street, broken only by the muffled groans of the soldiers and the heavy breaths of Bulma and Krillin. At that moment, at the end of the street, a tall man in a high-ranking officer's uniform, wearing sunglasses, approached, clapping his hands slowly. There was a glimmer of surprise on his face, but more so an exhilaration akin to that of a predator who had found its prey. Impressive, truly a spectacular display of skill. His voice resonated with a metallic quality. "I am Officer Black of the Crimson Ribbon Army. It seems our reports regarding extraordinary energy individuals were indeed accurate." His gaze swept over the moaning soldiers before greedily locking onto Sun Wukong, as if admiring a rare treasure. "Kid, come with us. Our general has taken a keen interest in you." Sun Wukong gazed at the self-assured adjutant, and suddenly, a smile graced his lips, tinged with a hint of pity. "You are the general?" he inquired, gently flexing his wrist. "I apologize, but I have no interest in meeting a name soon to be consigned to history." The adjutant, Burake, darkened, his expression turning to one of disdain. "Arrogance. Do you believe that defeating a few lackeys is commendable? The strength of our Hong Duan Dai Legion far surpasses your imagination. Seize him." He gestured emphatically. Suddenly, concealed hatches on the buildings flanking the street swung open, revealing 3 massive, menacing military robots emblazoned with the Hong Duan Dai insignia, which strode forth with heavy steps. Their frigid electronic eyes locked onto Sun Wukong, and the rotating cannons mounted on their arms began to spin rapidly, emitting a foreboding hum of impending doom. Simultaneously, the roar of engines filled the air as 2 hovering armored aircraft appeared at low altitude, their weapon systems also aimed at Sun Wukong below. Burake's face twisted into a cruel smile of assured victory. "Now, let us see where you can hide." Faced with this sudden onslaught of heavy firepower, Bulma and Krillin felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet Sun Wukong merely raised his head, surveying the 3 robots and then the aircraft above, before his gaze settled back on Burake, exhaling a soft sigh. "So is this all you have?" His tone carried a sense of ennui. The atmosphere thickened, as Burake's triumphant grin remained frozen on his face, while the air in the street seemed to evaporate, leaving only the metallic clank of robot joints and the low rumble of aircraft engines, reminiscent of a death knell. Bulma and Krillin's hearts raced. They struggled to breathe. This was no mere street brawl. It was a miniature war. "Wukong." Krillin's voice trembled, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Bulma clutched the hem of Sun Wukong's garment tightly, her mind racing to find something in her universal capsule that could counter this overwhelming firepower. Yet she realized her small gadgets were utterly ineffective against such absolute suppression. However, at the eye of the storm, Sun Wukong merely sighed again. There was no fear, no tension in that sigh, only an impatience that stemmed from having his peace disturbed. "So is this all you have?" he reiterated, calmly scanning the three fortress-like robots and the circling aircraft overhead. Burake, incensed by his demeanor, shouted, "How dare you remain arrogant when death is upon you? Fire! Reduce him to dust!" Boom, boom, boom. The three robots unleashed a barrage of lethal fire. High explosive shells raining down like a tempest, instantly engulfing Sun Wukong's position. The explosion erupted into a towering inferno. Scorching waves of heat mixed with shrapnel and debris spreading in all directions. "No!" Bulma screamed in anguish, while Krillin despairingly closed his eyes. Burake's cruel smile broadened. No one could survive such a dense hail of fire. Yet, that smile solidified into a mask of disbelief in less than a second. Amidst the flames and smoke, a figure emerged slowly. Sun Wukong nonchalantly brushed off non-existent dust from his simple martial arts attire. The explosive shells that could shatter tanks had failed to even pierce his clothing, only eliciting a few inconsequential sparks, as if they were merely soft clay rather than lethal metal projectiles. He hadn't even faltered in his stance. How is this possible? Burake's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice warped in shock. What manner of creature is this? The pilots of the aircraft above were equally stunned, instinctively pressing the missile launch buttons. Whoosh, whoosh. Two air-to-ground missiles, trailing white tails, screamed toward Sun Wukong from either side, like the kiss of death. This time, Sun Wukong finally moved. He did not evade. Instead, he raised both hands slightly, palms facing the incoming missiles. Just before they made contact with his palms, the air in front of him twisted and compressed in an eerie manner, forming two visible, rapidly rotating transparent vortices. The two missiles, capable of demolishing an entire building, plunged into the vortices, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, their speeds dramatically decreasing. Then, under the astonished gazes of all, the missiles were forcibly redirected, tracing graceful arcs in the air as if manipulated by unseen hands. Boom, boom. The two missiles struck with pinpoint accuracy, annihilating two of the robots that had been firing wildly. A violent explosion engulfed the steel giants, scattering parts and debris like fireworks. The third robot hesitated, its electronic eye flickering erratically, seemingly unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before it. Yet Sun Wukong had lost his patience. In an instant, he appeared before the last robot. And before it could raise its massive metal arm to strike, he merely extended a finger and lightly tapped the robot's thick chest plate. With a soft sound, like a hot knife slicing through butter, that seemingly frail finger pierced the hard alloy armor effortlessly, precisely damaging the internal energy core. The robot's massive form stiffened, its red optical glow extinguished, crashing to the ground, reduced to a heap of expensive scrap metal. From the onset of fire to the complete annihilation of the entire battalion, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. On the street, only the burning wreckage of the robots remained, along with a dumbfounded Burake and the two aircraft now in disarray, having witnessed their missiles betray them, too terrified to attack further. Sun Wukong raised his gaze, fixing it upon one of the aircraft, his eyes seeming to pierce through the armor, locking onto the pilot within. The moment their gazes met, the pilot was seized by an icy dread that coursed from his head to his feet, as if being scrutinized by a primordial beast. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He frantically pulled the control stick, and the aircraft whined as it fled the airspace without looking back. The other aircraft followed suit in a hasty retreat. The sky was momentarily cleared. Only then did Sun Wukong turn his attention to the pale-faced Burake, who trembled like a leaf. Step by step, he approached, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the desolate street. "Could you take me to meet your rather intriguing general?" His tone was remarkably calm, yet against the backdrop of the burning steel graveyard, it was more terrifying than any threat. Burake collapsed onto the ground with a thud. His pants dampened, stammering incoherently, "Don't kill me. I will take you. I will take you too." The West Capital branch of the Hongduan Legion lay hidden beneath an unassuming industrial park, as Sun Wukong dragged the incapacitated Burake along like a small chick. Followed by the shaken yet curious Bulma and Krillin, they navigated through layers of defenses without obstruction. The soldiers, witnessing Burake's disheveled state and the intangible pressure emanating from Sun Wukong, wisely chose to yield. Upon reaching the command room of the headquarters, they were met with devastation. Important computer terminals emitted plumes of black smoke. Documents lay charred, and several researchers in lab coats sprawled in pools of blood, clearly victims of a prior purge and destruction of evidence. A corpulent figure clad in a general's uniform slumped in the command chair, a distinct bullet hole in his temple, lifeless and devoid of breath. The leader of the Red Ribbon Army, He Yuan Shui, tightly clutched a shattered small communicator in his hand. Silence. Bulma furrowed her brow. As a scientist, she instinctively recoiled from such acts of destroying data and research results. Krillin, on the other hand, turned pale at the gruesome scene before him. Sun Wukong released Baraku and approached the main console, disregarding the damaged equipment, his fingers rapidly tapping a few keys that were not entirely destroyed. He utilized his profound understanding of computing technology far beyond this era to attempt to recover data from the fragmented remnants. The screen flickered several times before reluctantly displaying a fragmented log and a blurry star map fragment. The log read sporadically. Target energy characteristics partially matched the remaining records of the database from planet Vegeta, suspected individual of a superior combat race. Reported to headquarters, Mr. G. Directive, elimination or capture is of the highest priority. The star map fragment highlighted a distant coordinate, marked with a crimson letter G. Planet Vegeta? Mr. G? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the Red Ribbon Army was entangled with cosmic forces. Could this Mr. G be related to Frisia? Or perhaps another entity that eyed Earth? Just as he attempted to delve deeper for more information, an inconspicuous port, seemingly a backup energy interface, within the command room suddenly flickered with a faint red light. Concurrently, a subtle alert sounded from the dormant system within Sun Wukong, linked to the core rules of the Dragon Balls, which only he could hear. Warning: detected unknown high-dimensional information stream attempting to access signal source with extremely high encryption level. Exhibiting faint divine star authority characteristics. Signal content: decrypted fragment coordinates Earth. Anomalous energy reaction suspected to be key fluctuations. Sustained observation report, divine star. Key. Sun Wukong's heart jolted. This signal was not from Frisia. It seemed to originate from an even higher dimension. Moreover, the target pointed directly at him, the traveler. He immediately attempted to trace the signal's source, but it vanished like a ghost, leaving no trace behind, only disquieting fragments of words. Almost simultaneously, Buruma's Dragon Ball radar emitted a rapid alert. On the screen, a point of light representing a Dragon Ball was moving at an astonishing speed, heading directly towards the vast desert in the northwest. What is happening? Why is the Dragon Ball flying on its own? Buruma exclaimed. Sun Wukong glanced at the radar, then at the fragmented star map on the console and the G mark, finally sensing the completely vanished mysterious high-dimensional signal. The Red Ribbon Army, cosmic powers, mysterious high-dimensional existence, and the anomalous movement of the Dragon Ball. These threads seemed to intertwine at this moment, stirred by an invisible hand. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Buruma? Krillin? He turned to his companions, his gaze sharp as a blade. It seemed our journey into the desert must commence sooner than anticipated. I sense that what we are searching for may be far more complex than merely a Dragon Ball. Chapter 8, Desert Tracking. Cultivating peril, the metallic scent and stench of blood from the underground base in West Capital lingered in the air as the three soared on their pterodactyl towards the northwest desert indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. The urban landscape below was rapidly replaced by an endless expanse of golden sands, the scorching waves of heat palpable even at high altitudes. Buruma fiddled with the radar. Her brow furrowed. It's too fast. The movement speed of this Dragon Ball is abnormal. It's faster than our pterodactyl. Moreover, its trajectory is erratic. As if it were running aimlessly, Krillin clung to the edge of the dragon's back, staring at the dizzying sand dunes below. His complexion pale. Could it have been taken by someone? Are they driving or riding something in the desert? Unlikely. Sun Wukong closed his eyes to sense. Compared to the radar, he trusted his perception of energy more. The energy waves emitted by the Dragon Ball were indeed moving at high speed. But what caught his attention was that surrounding the Dragon Ball's aura were several extremely faint energies, exuding an unnatural rigidity and instability characteristic of artificial objects. What carried it was not a living being. Moreover, more than one entity was involved in its movement. Not a living being. Buruma paused. Could it be a robot? But the Red Ribbon Army was just defeated by us. Not necessarily the Red Ribbon. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked deeper into the desert. In this universe, There were many who took an interest in the Dragon Balls. He recalled the mysterious Mr. G mark from the Red Ribbon base and the fleeting high-dimensional signal. Were these two related to the Dragon Ball's unusual movement? After flying a distance, they spotted a small oasis below, with a few rudimentary earth-colored buildings scattered around, resembling a supply village in the desert. The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball had briefly lingered in this vicinity. Bulma pointed at the screen. Let's go down and take a look. Sun Wukong patted the pterodactyl's neck. The pterodactyl descended, stirring up clouds of sand. Its arrival caused a minor commotion in the village, with several villagers clad in tattered robes hastily retreating indoors, peeking through the cracks in the windows. Just as Sun Wukong and the others jumped down from the dragon's back, a plump middle-aged man, somewhat better dressed and resembling the village chief, approached with two tall, thin attendants, trembling. Esteemed guests, welcome to Santa Village. The chief wore a sycophantic smile, his eyes flickering, unsure of how he could serve you. Sun Wukong remained silent, calmly surveying him and the two attendants. While the three exuded faint life forces typical of ordinary villagers, his keen spiritual sense detected an extremely subtle and discordant feeling. Their energies were too stable, far too calm for the situation of facing such a colossal being as the pterodactyl, their heartbeats and breaths unnaturally even. Bulma, however, was less contemplative, producing the Dragon Ball radar and directly inquiring. Chief, have you seen a ball of this size, orange in color, or any strange objects passing by? The chief looked at the blinking light on the radar screen. A flicker of barely perceptible oddity crossed his eyes before he shook his head with a smile. A ball? I haven't seen one. In this poor place, apart from sand, there's only wind. Where could there be treasures? As for strange objects, he paused, pointing towards the depths of the desert. I did see a few dark figures running in that direction this morning, quite fast, but I couldn't make out what they were. The direction he indicated coincided with the general path of the Dragon Ball's movement on the radar. Krillin believed him. Then let's hurry and chase. Yet Sun Wukong remained still, his gaze fixed on the village chief, suddenly smiling. Chief, your village seems to have a good water source. The chief was taken aback, not understanding the implication. It's decent, relying on an old well. Is that so? Sun Wukong approached the wall of a nearby earthen hut, reaching out to touch the wall eroded by wind and sand, gently scraping a bit of soil with his fingernail. The wall's moisture did not resemble that of a surface baked under the scorching sun in this desert. It seemed more like it had been recently plastered with damp clay. The faces of the chief and his two attendants suddenly shifted. Bulma also caught on, moving closer to inspect the wall and then glancing at the chief's suddenly tense expression, immediately realizing, this village is a facade. Not just the village is fake. Sun Wukong's gaze turned as cold as a blade, sweeping across the three villagers. You are not real either. No sooner had he spoken than his figure abruptly blurred. Bang, bang, bang. A series of nearly indistinguishable muffled sounds echoed. The village chief and his two attendants barely had time to react before Sun Wukong, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, precisely tapped 3 vital points on their foreheads, chests, and dantians with his deftly infused fingers. There were no external injuries, yet the 3 individuals suddenly stiffened, their eyes dimming as if they were robots abruptly deprived of power, falling straight backward. Strangely, during their descent, their bodies and faces began to twist and contort like melting wax figures. Their skin peeled away, revealing an ugly, gray-green underbelly, wrinkled and resembling the roots of a plant. They were not human at all, but rather 3 humanoid beings disguised as humans. What on earth are these creatures? Krillin gasped in terror, retreating behind Sun Wukong. Bulma also drew in a sharp breath, suppressing her disgust as she scanned with her detector. Life signals extremely weak, structure similar to plants, but exhibiting high mimicry capabilities? Are these extraterrestrial beings? Sun Wukong crouched beside one of the fallen figures, examining it with a furrowed brow. Not a natural life form. It is an artificial life. A combat tool. The energy core has been destroyed by me. He stood up, gazing into the depths of the desert with a cold glint in his eyes. It seems the true master holding the Dragon Ball is eager to avoid interruption, resorting to such primitive bait and disguise to buy time. Just then, a faint beep emanated from one of the fallen cultivators. A tiny device resembling a signal transmitter flickering a red light before extinguishing completely. Almost simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The sand around them erupted. 7 gray-green figures surged forth like phantoms from the sand, attacking with astonishing speed from various angles. These were the same cultivators that had just failed their disguise. Their arms transformed into sharp, vine-like thorns, slicing through the air towards the vital points of Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin. The speed, power, and coordination far surpassed those of the previous 3 decoys. "Be careful," Krillin yelled in fear, instinctively shutting his eyes in resignation. Bulma fumbled to retrieve her defensive capsule in a panic. Sun Wukong, however, simply snorted coldly. He made minimal movement, merely lifting his right foot slightly before gently stomping down. A heavy, invisible aura, as weighty as a mountain, erupted from him, spreading like a tangible shockwave, swiftly sweeping over the 7 attacking cultivators. Their forward momentum abruptly halted. As if colliding with an invisible steel wall, their bodies bizarrely freezing midair for an instant. A flicker of anthropomorphic astonishment and dread flashed in their eyes, if they could be called eyes. In the next moment, pop, 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 7 muffled sounds echoed, akin to overripe fruit bursting. The 7 fierce cultivators, without even brushing against the hem of Sun Wukong's garment, were crushed midair by that terrifying aura. They disintegrated into 7 splattered masses of gray-green viscous liquid and shattered tissue, sizzling as they fell onto the scorching sand, rapidly evaporating and drying up. Instant kill. An absolute, unquestionable obliteration. Krillin and Bulma stood petrified, witnessing the swiftly vanishing traces on the sand, then glancing at Sun Wukong, who had not moved an inch, feeling as if their worldview had been utterly reshaped. Sun Wukong, however, regarded the situation as casually as swatting away a few flies, his gaze returning to the direction of the Dragon Ball, his brow slightly furrowed, sending low-level cannon fodder to their demise in succession. Are they buying time to complete something? Or testing my strength? He sensed that the unusual movement of the Dragon Ball, the appearance of the cultivators, and the potential cosmic forces behind them all pointed towards a singular objective: to delay him in his quest for the Dragon Ball. Why? What peculiar significance does that Dragon Ball, or rather, the individual poised to obtain it, hold? We must hasten our pace. Sun Wukong wasted no time. Leaping atop the back of the pterodactyl, Bulma, keep your radar focused. Krillin, hold tight. The pterodactyl let out a long cry and soared high into the air, pursuing deeper into the desert. Shortly after their departure, beneath the sand stained by the cultivator's viscous fluid, an exceedingly discreet sensor transmitted the final recorded energy data concerning Sun Wukong's instantaneous release of aura. The data traversed the vastness of space, directed towards an unknown coordinate. Inside a colossal biological warship floating within the asteroid belt, a figure sporting an explosive hairstyle, extraordinarily robust, clad in Saiyan battle armor, gazed at the data displayed on the screen before him, a savage and exhilarated grin spreading across his rugged face. Oh, a mere low-level planet exhibiting such intriguing energy reactions, instantly obliterating 7 cultivators? Ha! He licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with a brutal fighting spirit. It seems this mission will not be too dull. My useless brother Kakarot has not been found, yet I have stumbled upon unexpected prey. His massive fists cracked ominously. Just wait, little insect. Once I obtain the Dragon Ball and fulfill Lord Frisia's mission, you will be next. Unmasking disguises, instantaneously obliterating cultivators, showcasing absolute strength. The cosmic forces delaying tactics behind the unusual movement of the Dragon Ball exposed. Data transmitted back. The true formidable foe Naba has received the message. The hunt is about to commence. Chapter 9. The Phantom of the Sandstorm, the initial battle with Apple. The pterodactyl's wings tore through the scorching currents above the desert, each flap propelling the trio rapidly closer to the frantic light spot on the radar. Bulma nearly pressed her face against the screen, her azure short hair dancing wildly in the wind. We're almost there, just beyond that massive rocky hill ahead, she shouted excitedly, her voice intermittent against the wind. Krillin clutched the protruding bone spikes on the dragon's back tightly, his face pale, yet his eyes held a newfound determination. Witnessing Sun Wukong effortlessly reduce those terrifying cultivators to ash instilled a burgeoning sense of confidence within him. Sun Wukong stood at the dragon's head, his dark golden pupils sharp as an eagle's, piercing through the swirling sandstorm, locking onto the distant jagged rocky hill that loomed like a colossal beast. His perception acted like an invisible radar, capturing not only the unique energy fluctuations of the Dragon Ball, but also distinctly observing beside it. an aura as tempestuous as a storm, blazing and filled with predatory intent. This aura surpassed the previous cultivators in strength, even exceeding his current state by a considerable margin. It radiated a raw, primal power, reminiscent of a battle machine born solely for destruction. Found it, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, a hint of excitement curling the corners of his mouth. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting it becomes, does it not? The pterodactyl dove, maneuvering past the final massive wind-eroded rock pillar, revealing a relatively flat, sandy valley ahead, where a figure stood with his back to them. This individual was extraordinarily towering, nearly twice the height of an average adult, dressed in crude leather armor caked with sand. His exposed arms were sinewy, brimming with explosive strength. Over his shoulder, he casually bore a hefty spiked club, crafted from an unknown metal, the head still smeared with dark red blood. The Dragon Ball, emitting an orange glow, was carelessly stowed in a cloth bag at his waist, swaying with his movements. As if sensing the commotion behind him, the giant slowly turned around. A rugged, muscular face came into view, with copper-like eyes glimmering with cruelty and greed, and a wide mouth revealing jagged yellow teeth. He chuckled menacingly. More little bugs unafraid of death have arrived? His voice rasped like sandpaper, dripping with unabashed disdain. What? Are you here for the little trinket I just acquired? He patted the Dragon Ball at his waist, his gesture dripping with provocation. Bulma immediately aimed the detector at him, and the numbers that flashed on the screen made her gasp in disbelief. A combat power of 1850. How could this be possible? How could such a formidable being exist on Earth? Krillin felt his breath catch in his throat, the fierce aura that enveloped him evoking memories of helplessness and fear from the time he was bullied at Doran Temple. Sun Wukong leaped down from the back of the pterosaur, landing on the sand and kicking up a cloud of dust. He looked up at the giant before him, his gaze calm and unwavering. Who are you? Why are you stealing the Dragon Balls? I am the universe's notorious bandit, Apel, the giant declared, swinging his spiked club down heavily, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. This shiny little thing looks valuable enough to fetch a good price. And as for you, I just warmed up, so you can serve as my entertainment. Before he finished speaking, his massive frame exhibited an astonishing speed that belied his size. He charged towards Sun Wukong like a cannonball, the club in his hand slicing through the air with a deafening shriek, aimed to sweep him off his feet. The force was enough to crush a tank into a pancake. Wukong, be careful! Bulma and Krillin exclaimed in unison. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened, and instead of bracing for impact, he sidestepped with an agile movement, retreating several meters like a specter. Boom! The spiked club struck the very spot where he had just stood, creating a crater several meters wide in the sand, and a violent shockwave sent sand flying dozens of meters into the air. Not bad, little bug. Apel laughed, unfazed by his missed attack. His assault grew more ferocious, the club spinning like a windmill, casting a myriad of shadows that enveloped Sun Wukong, leaving him no room to evade. In that moment, the valley was filled with Apel's wild figure, swirling dust, and the thunderous sound of his weapon slicing through the air. Bulma and Krillin felt their hearts rise to their throats, unable to discern the battle amidst such overwhelming power and speed. Yet, at the storm's center, Sun Wukong stood like a resilient rock amidst crashing waves, his movements astonishingly nimble, dodging lethal strikes by mere inches. His expression remained serene, even allowing him to observe Apel's techniques. His strength is formidable, and his speed is commendable, Sun Wukong assessed internally, but his techniques are crude and filled with flaws. After several exchanges, Apel, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, grew increasingly agitated. Damn it. Slippery little bug. Die. He leaped high, raising his spiked club with both hands, channeling all his strength into it, the weapon glowing faintly with energy, as if a mountain were about to crush down upon Sun Wukong. This was a strike that focused all his might. It's over. Apel's face twisted into a cruel smile. At that critical moment, Sun Wukong, who had been on the defensive, suddenly glinted with determination in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he crouched slightly, his right hand forming a fist, and a dark golden aura erupted explosively from his body for the first time. Although it was not as astonishing as when he faced the Kamehameha, it was incredibly condensed, entirely focused at the tip of his fist. He chose not to employ complex techniques, opting instead for the simplest and most direct punch. He met the club that could shatter mountains head-on. Boom! The moment their fists collided, it did not produce the sound of metal clashing, but rather a deep, resounding boom, as if a giant drum had been struck. A visible shockwave radiated from the point of impact, clearing the surrounding sand for dozens of meters. April's sinister grin froze instantly, morphing into sheer horror and disbelief. He felt an indescribable force, akin to a galaxy rolling back upon itself, traveling through the spiked club toward him. Crack! His renowned alloy club began to fracture at the point of contact with Sun Wukong's fist, shattering into countless shards like fragile glass. Then, that terrifying power struck him squarely in the chest, without any hindrance. Thud! April's massive body was sent flying backward faster than he had charged. Blood spraying from his mouth in a brilliant arc through the air. He crashed through several large stone pillars behind him before landing heavily in the sand, creating a deep pit, struggling a few times before falling silent. One punch. Just one punch. A decisive blow that felled the Universe Bandit with a combat power of 1850. Silence enveloped the valley. The only sound was the wind whispering through the dunes. Bulma dropped the detector in disbelief, its screen shattering upon impact with the ground. She no longer needed the device to reveal the outcome. Krillin stood agape, gazing at the figure that had just unleashed such a powerful punch. The dark golden aura slowly receding. He felt a rush of adrenaline surge to his head. So powerful, far beyond his comprehension. Sun Wukong gradually retracted his fist. Casting a glance at April's lifeless body, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed that the previous punch had been almost too effortless. The opponent possessed strength, but lacked the combat skills and energy control to match it. He approached April's corpse and picked up the fallen Dragon Ball, feeling its warm energy. Is it over? Bulma and Krillin rushed over, still bearing the shock on their faces. Yes. Sun Wukong tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. But his gaze drifted back toward the direction April had come from, the deeper sands of the desert. However, this individual did not seem capable of orchestrating a prolonged strategy. He was far too simplistic. He crouched down, examining April's belongings. Aside from a few low-quality universal coins and some energy stones, there was only a peculiar black metal piece resembling a communicator. Sun Wukong picked up the metal piece and pressed it a few times, but it did not respond. However, his formidable mental energy sensed an exceedingly faint, nearly dissipated energy signature emanating from it. This energy felt akin to the mark of Mr. G he had sensed in the red satin base, yet more domineering and violent. It was not the cold malevolence of Frisia, but a different, destructive ferocity. Meanwhile, aboard a distant biological warship among the stars, the explosive-haired Naba observed the screen as April's life signal vanished, along with the blurry fragment of Sun Wukong shattering the spiked club. Instead of anger, he erupted into a more excited and savage laugh. Ha ha! A single punch took out that waste, April? Excellent. Truly excellent. His colossal fist cracked ominously, his eyes ablaze with nearly frenzied combat desire. It seemed the prey on this planet was even more intriguing than he had imagined. He abruptly turned, shouting into the empty command room. Prepare the landing pod. I want to personally meet this one-punch hero. I'll handle things with Vegeta. A target of this caliber cannot be allowed to slip away. He licked his lips, revealing his bloodthirsty fangs. Little bug, clean your neck and wait for your Grandpa Naba to arrive. One punch to annihilate the Universe Bandit, forcefully reclaiming the Dragon Balls. Discovering a mysterious energy signature, the mastermind suspected to be Saiyan Elite Naba. Naba personally mobilizes, a stronger foe is about to descend upon Earth. The true crisis has only just begun. Chapter 10, The Calm Before the Storm. The light of Super Saiyan, the scorching heat of the desert had not entirely left their skin as the pterosaur soared over mountains and rivers, racing toward the direction of Shidu. Bulma carefully placed the two newly acquired Dragon Balls alongside the previous three, the 5 orange orbs shimmering in a specially crafted box, emanating a soft and mysterious glow. Only 2 more to go. Her face radiated excitement, yet a hint of barely perceptible anxiety lingered in her eyes. April's combat power of 1850 felt like a thorn embedded in her heart. In a universe where even the most mundane brigands possess extraordinary strength, one cannot help but ponder the terror that Frisia, as recounted by Sun Wukong, must embody. Meanwhile, Kirin sat atop the dragoness back, earnestly attempting to replicate the punch movements demonstrated by Sun Wukong, his youthful visage etched with determination. Having witnessed that earth-shattering blow, a novel reality unfolded before him. The realization that power could reach such heights ignited his desire to no longer be a burden. He yearned for strength, akin to Wukong's, to possess the ability to protect not only himself, but also others. Sun Wukong, seated cross-legged atop the dragon's head, appeared to be resting, yet his consciousness delved deep within, meticulously examining every fragment of his strength, much like a finely tuned instrument. Although his battle with Apple seemed effortless, it bestowed upon him a newfound understanding of his power. The Saiyan blood coursing through him craved formidable adversaries, while the rationality of his modern soul continually calculated and optimized each output of energy. His usual combat power hovered around 2,200, yet in the instant of unleashing the Great Ape transformation, he could approach 8,000, but it was still insufficient, vastly inadequate. He vividly recalled that in the original narrative, Nappa's combat power exceeded 4,000, and Vegeta's soared to an astonishing 18,000. Not to mention the subsequent foes whose powers reached into the millions and billions. He resolved to elevate his strength more rapidly and to commence assembling a team. As he opened his eyes, he gazed down at the gradually clarifying city of Shidu, which sparkled like gemstones embedded in the earth. The Capsule Corporation, founded by Dr. Brief, was less an enterprise and more a whimsical realm of technological marvels. Upon the pterodactyl's descent onto the expansive private landing pad, Dr. Brief, clad in a lab coat and sporting a bird's nest hairstyle, greeted him with an affable smile, accompanied by the elegant Mrs. Brief. "Oh, so this is the new friend Bulma mentioned?" Quite spirited, Dr. Brief observed Sun Wukong's tale with curiosity, seemingly eager to study it. Bulma, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly pulled her parents to showcase her Dragon Balls and share her fantastical journey, cleverly omitting any mention of Frieza and the Saiyans, merely referring to them as formidable bandits and peculiar creatures. Sun Wukong refrained from participating in their familial reunion and directly made his request to Dr. Brief for a state-of-the-art gravity training chamber and all existing research materials regarding spacecraft engines and extraterrestrial materials. A gravity training chamber? Alien technology? Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with the fervor unique to scientists. How fascinating. We happen to have a prototype in our underground facility capable of simulating gravity 50 times that of Earth. The database is entirely at your disposal. Should you require any assistance or equipment, simply ask. This brilliant scientist appeared entirely unfazed by the fact that his interlocutor was merely a child. Instead, he was exhilarated by the advanced demands presented by Sun Wukong. Over the following days, within the expansive silver laboratory deep beneath the Capsule Corporation, a rhythmic and thunderous rumble resonated. Under the terrifying pressure of 20 times Earth's gravity, the very air felt viscous. Kuririn could only endure for 10 minutes before collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, as if his bones were being crushed. He gazed in awe at Sun Wukong, who, though slightly sluggish in movement, continued to throw punches at the center of the room, his respect for Wukong reaching its zenith. "What a monster!" he gasped, finally grasping the essence of the term Bulma, often disparaged. Sun Wukong paid no heed to Kuririn's astonishment, as he was wholly immersed in adapting to and mastering this immense gravity. Each muscle screamed in agony. Every bone bore the brunt of its limits. Yet the Saiyan blood within him rejoiced. He sensed that in this extreme environment, the growth of his ki and the fortification of his physique occurred at an unprecedented rate. In between training sessions, he submerged himself in the vast repository of knowledge, fervently absorbing the most advanced technological insights of this planet. Particularly captivating were the papers on energy cores, spatial jumps, and biophysical fields. Coupled with his modern theoretical foundation and the Saiyan instinctive comprehension of energy, many of the bottlenecks that had plagued Dr. Brief's team for years began to show signs of breakthrough under his seemingly casual suggestions. This left Bulma, who occasionally came down to deliver meals, utterly astounded. For the first time in her proud domain, she felt the taste of being overshadowed. "Hey, how does your mind even work?" she could not help but exclaim. "You're strong in battle, and now you're a science prodigy too?" Sun Wukong looked up from a pile of holographic design blueprints, smiling. "I merely stand on the shoulders of giants." He pointed to a conjecture on the coupling of ki and biophysical energy fields on the screen. For instance, if we could utilize ki as a stable energy source to replace traditional fusion reactors. Bulma's eyes lit up instantaneously. As a top-tier scientist, she instantly recognized the revolutionary implications contained within. While Sun Wukong was engrossed in enhancing his power and technological acumen, he remained vigilant of external threats. He had made multiple attempts to trace the energy signatures left by Nappa, as well as the enigmatic Mr. G and the fleeting high-dimensional signals. Yet all efforts seemed to vanish without a trace. The adversary was evidently exceedingly cautious or possessed counter-surveillance techniques far beyond Earth's capabilities. This tranquility before the storm only heightened Sun Wukong's alertness. In the depths of one fateful night, within the gravity training chamber, Sun Wukong had just concluded a round of extreme training under 35 times Earth's gravity, his body enveloped in steam and his muscles slightly trembling. Yet his gaze shone with extraordinary brilliance. He could feel that his normal ki had stabilized around 2,500, and his mastery of the great ape transformation was becoming increasingly refined. He approached the energy testing device, hastily modified by himself and Dr. Brief based on his descriptions to roughly gauge energy output intensity. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the sensations from his battle with Apple, the principles of the Kamehameha, and the Saiyan blood's thirst for fury and strength. He did not deliberately summon anger. Rather, he concentrated all his will, all his beliefs, the desire to protect his comrades, the hopes for the future, and the urge to confront formidable foes, compressing them into a singular force. The golden aura erupted around him once more, but this time it was not the previous reckless display. It was more restrained and solid, akin to liquid gold flowing across his skin. The lights within the training chamber began to flicker erratically, and the air emitted a deep, resonant hum. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist. There were no shouts, no grandiose techniques. He simply directed all the amassed power towards the testing device and delivered a single punch. The impact reverberated. The values on the testing device surged wildly before ultimately settling at a staggering figure of 9,850, approaching a combat power of 10,000. And this was merely an ordinary strike while he was in his normal state. Chapter 11. The Earth Shakes. The initial battle with Nappa the Night Sky over Shidu was rent asunder by two fiery trajectories reminiscent of meteors. These were not natural meteorites, but rather malevolent capsules, descending with deadly precision towards the northern mountains. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the city, panic spreading like a contagion. In the underground command center of the Capsule Corporation, a colossal holographic screen vividly displayed two rapidly moving red dots. Bulma's fingers danced over the control panel, her face paling. They arrived. According to the energy readings, one of them is several times stronger than the other. The powerful one exceeds 4,000 for sure. Kiririn's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. 4,000. That's more than the 1850 bandit that Wukong defeated with a single punch, and Wukong's normal state is only around 2,500. Dr. Brief, oblivious to the cigarette that had dropped from his mouth, remained engrossed. Only Sun Wukong, emerging slowly from the gravity training chamber, exuded an aura of calm. He had just completed a round of extreme training under 40 times Earth's gravity, his muscles seemingly in agony, yet his eyes sparkled like two blazing stars. Initiate the plan, he commanded, his voice eerily composed, as if the approaching foes were not planet-destroying adversaries, but rather neighbors scheduled for a friendly spar. He accepted the silver metallic bracelet handed to him by Bulma and adorned his wrist with it, then affixed a chip the size of a fingernail behind his ear. Wukong, please be extremely cautious. The energy within that bracelet can only sustain 3 instances of absolute defense, and the chip's cloaking field can merely disrupt detectors for 30 seconds. Bulma's voice quivered with emotion, aware that these preparations might be but a drop in the bucket against overwhelming power. Sun Wukong nodded, casting a final glance at the coordinates on the screen before vanishing from the command center. In the northern mountains, the once tranquil primeval forest now resembled a scene ravaged by a colossal beast. 2 smoking metallic pods were deeply embedded in the mountainside, creating massive craters. The hatches opened, and 2 figures emerged. The taller one, with a physique that seemed anything but human, sported an explosive hairstyle, a face brimming with brutishness, and was clad in standard Saiyan battle attire. He was Nappa. He cracked his neck audibly, greedily inhaling the Earth's air. Humph, the oxygen levels are commendable, perfect for slaughtering livestock. Beside him stood a relatively smaller Saiyan named Ladizi, bald-headed and with a stern countenance. The detector adorning his ear flickered with a faint light. Nappa. The detector indicates that the strongest energy response on this planet is approaching rapidly, with a combat power of approximately 2,500. Additionally, There are numerous faint life signals in the direction of Shido. 2,500? Ha ha. Nabe's uproarious laughter echoed, and he struck his chest armor with force. So it's that little bug that took down Apur, just in time for me to stretch my limbs. Ladiz's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Understood. With a swift motion, he surged toward Shido. At that very moment, a golden figure appeared as if teleporting, obstructing Ladiz's path. It was none other than Suen Wukong. His aura was steady, dark golden energy swirling around him, his gaze calm as he regarded the unwelcome visitors. This path is blocked. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the valley. Ladiz's detector emitted urgent beeps. Target confirmed. Combat power 2,500. Naba, it's him. Naba scrutinized Suen Wukong with interest, particularly the tail behind him, revealing a cruel grin. Ah, indeed a little scion hybrid. Kakarot? I never imagined that Bedak had a wild offspring wandering here. So, do you wish to avenge your dead father and kin? Suen Wukong's gaze turned slightly frigid, yet he remained unfazed. I have no interest in vengeance. I am, however, keen on purging you cosmic filth. Arrogant. Ladizi, incensed by his demeanor, struck first. In a flash, he moved, leaving an afterimage, his fist imbued with a fierce energy. Aimed directly at Suen Wukong's face, a strike carrying nearly 1,500 in combat power. Suen Wukong did not even glance at him, merely raising his left hand casually, preemptively grasping Ladiz's wrist with precision. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Ladiz's momentum ceased abruptly. He felt as if he had collided with an unyielding alloy wall. Pain shot through his wrist. What? Ladiz's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to break free, only to find Suen Wukong's grip akin to a vice, unyielding. With a gentle shake of his wrist, Suen Wukong unleashed a deft force. Whoosh! Ladizi was flung like a projectile, losing control of his body, hurtling through the air, crashing through several ancient trees before embedding himself into a distant cliff, debris flying, and silence ensued. One strike. Ladizi was obliterated. Naba's smile vanished instantly, his expression turning grave. This is intriguing. He is not an ordinary 2,500. He cracked his knuckles, emitting a sound akin to popping beans. Kid, you've piqued my interest. State your name. I do not slay nameless foes. Suen Wukong. As he spoke his name, Suen Wukong's energy surged, his golden aura intensifying. Suen Wukong? Humph, regardless of who you are. You will die today? Naba roared, ceasing any further words. His massive form erupted with speed that belied his size, charging towards Suen Wukong like a heavy war vehicle. Cracking the ground beneath him, he unleashed a punch, the air exploding with sonic booms. Boom! Suen Wukong did not meet the attack head-on. He slipped sideways like a phantom. Naba's fist grazed his clothing, the ferocious wind from the punch flattening the forest behind him. Evade. Let us see how long you can keep that up. Naba's assault was relentless, his fists hammering down like pile drivers, each punch containing the power to cleave mountains, shaking the entire mountain range as massive boulders tumbled down. Suen Wukong maximized his speed, weaving through the barrage of fists while calmly analyzing Naba's attack patterns. His strikes, though immensely powerful, were still crude, relying on instinct and raw strength. After several evasions, Suen Wukong seized a fleeting moment when Naba's previous force waned and new strength had yet to arise, delivering a precise hand strike to Naba's elbow joint. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed. Naba's forward momentum abruptly halted, agony shooting through his right arm, causing his movements to falter. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. This kid was not only fast, but also possessed remarkable precision. You bastard! Naba roared in fury, his left fist swinging with even greater ferocity. Suen Wukong once again ducked, propelling himself forward, closing in on Naba's exposed chest. His right hand's index and middle fingers aligned, the tips gathering highly compressed golden energy, piercing towards the core of Naba's energy, where the Saiyan battle armor was weakest and the flow of energy most critical. Should this strike connect, it would severely injure Naba. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the battle armor, a cunning smile crept across Naba's face. He disregarded Suen Wukong's attack, thrusting his massive chest forward, bracing against the impending strike. Simultaneously, his seemingly injured right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, resembling a flexible whip, snapping back at an impossible trajectory. His fingers spread wide, energy claws shooting forth, aimed directly at Suen Wukong's back, luring the enemy in. A self-sacrificial counterattack. This was a stark contrast to the brutish demeanor he had previously exhibited. This was the true combat intelligence of a seasoned elite warrior. Die, little bug. Naba's roar was deafening. The crisis descended in an instant. Suen Wukong's pupils constricted. The chip behind his ear overheating, the silver bracelet on his wrist glowing with blinding light. Buzz. A thin, yet indestructible, diamond-shaped energy shield materialized behind him in the nick of time. Clang. The energy claws struck the shield with a resounding screech, sparks flying. The shield trembled violently, cracking instantly, yet ultimately remained unbroken. The immense force still propelled Suen Wukong forward. Naba, relentless in his pursuit, offered no chance for Suen Wukong to recover, stomping the ground with ferocity, his colossal form closing in, fists emanating a terrifying pale red energy wave, relentlessly pounding at the still airborne Suen Wukong. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions engulfed Suen Wukong completely. The chaotic energy tore through everything around. As mountains crumbled and the earth fractured, as if doomsday had arrived. Ha! Did you see that? This is the gap in power. No tricks will save your life. Naba cackled in the air, his assault unceasing. In the distance, Ladizi, embedded in the cliffside, struggled to lift his head, gazing at the area shrouded in destructive energy. A cruel smile spreading across his face. Victory was assured. In the command center, Bulma gazed at the screen displaying the violent fluctuations of Sun Wukong's vital signs, which had even plunged into a perilous zone, causing her to cover her mouth in shock, tears streaming down her face. Krillin was equally pale. As the smoke and energy dissipated, Naba ceased his assault, hovering mid-air, panting, a triumphant grimace on his face as he surveyed the vast, bottomless pit below that had been created. It was over, he thought, his voice trailing off. At the bottom of the pit, a figure slowly stood upright. Sun Wukong's martial attire was severely torn, with a trickle of golden blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries from the recent bombardment. Yet, his eyes resembled two stars ignited in the darkness, burning with unprecedented fury and fighting spirit. The golden aura enveloping him was no longer the previously steady flow. It now surged like boiling magma, flickering and deepening in hue, subtly transitioning towards platinum. A far more violent and terrifying aura erupted from him, akin to an awakened primordial beast. He raised his hand, wiping the blood from his mouth, and gazed at Naba's astonished face in the air, slowly speaking with a voice as cold as ancient ice. Have you had enough? Now it is my turn. The confrontation of wits began, as Naba cunningly set a trap. With absolute defense showcasing its might, Sun Wukong withstood the heavy blows. In the face of despair, the platinum aura ascended to the heavens. The true battle was only just commencing. Chapter 12. Platinum Flame. The King's Gaze. Have you had enough? Now it is my turn. The frigid voice, echoing as if from the depths of the abyss, pierced through the lingering smoke and dust, reaching Naba's ears with clarity. The grimace on his face froze. His copper bell-like eyes fixated on the figure slowly rising from the depths of the pit. Suspended in midair, Sun Wukong's muscular physique, beneath his tattered martial attire, resembled steel forged in fire. The once dark golden aura surrounding him now surged as if infused with molten platinum, boiling, burning, and erupting. The brilliance was blinding, illuminating half of the dim sky with a platinum hue. An overwhelming, tumultuous pressure, surpassing all living beings, enveloped the entire mountain range like a tsunami. The air trembled, and fragments of rock defied gravity, floating in the air. The distant alarms of the West capital seemed to be choked by this invisible force, growing faint. What kind of power is this? Naba's facial muscles twitched. The detector emitted a piercing, nearly maxed out alarm. Combat power 6,500, 7,000, 8,500, 11,000. And it was still rising. Impossible. This cannot be. He frantically slapped the detector on his ears, unable to fathom the wildly fluctuating numbers on the screen. How could a mere low-tier warrior, a wild child raised on Earth, possess strength surpassing that of an elite warrior like him? In the command center, Bulma watched the unprecedented energy readings on the main screen, along with the satellite-transmitted image of Sun Wukong, who resembled a platinum sun, trembling with excitement. Tears spilling uncontrollably. He did it. He truly did it. Krillin dropped to his knees, staring at the holographic projection of that divine figure. muttering to himself, "Is this the true power of Wukong?" On the edge of the pit, Raditz, who had just pulled himself from the cliff, gazed at the platinum figure in the air, feeling the soul-shaking pressure that rendered him bloodless, leaving only boundless fear. In the air, Sun Wukong slowly raised his hand, feeling the tumultuous, seemingly infinite power within him. This was not merely an enhancement of combat power, but a metamorphosis of life itself. His perception, control, and application of energy had entered an entirely new realm. Everything around him, amidst Naba's frenzied attacks, now appeared to him as a clumsy performance slowed down several times. Rife with flaws. Was this the sensation of touching the threshold of Super Saiyan? He understood within, although he had not fully transformed. This platinum flame was already a pseudo-Super Saiyan form that transcended ordinary limits. His gaze locked onto Naba, his expression shifting from calm or fighting spirit to one of condescension. "Did you enjoy your earlier assault?" Sun Wukong spoke, his voice resonating with metallic echoes. Naba felt a chill at the sight of that gaze. But the pride and ferocity of a Saiyan forced him to suppress his fear, roaring, "You're just putting on a show. It's merely an energy outburst. Watch as I obliterate you." Gallic gun. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a thicker, more solid crimson energy beam, roaring like a blood dragon, tearing through the sky towards Sun Wukong. This was his ultimate move, powerful enough to vaporize an entire city in an instant. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Sun Wukong merely extended a single finger. At its tip, a point of exquisite white light condensed. In Naba's incredulous gaze, that city-destroying Gallic gun, upon contact with the point of white light, disintegrated silently, as if ice met the blazing sun, vanishing from the attack's forefront without a trace. Not even a ripple of energy was stirred. The white light, undiminished, easily pierced through the subsequent energy torrent, precisely striking Naba's hastily raised arms in defense. With a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, Naba's robust armors, capable of withstanding missile strikes, along with the muscles and bones beneath, were effortlessly penetrated by that point of white light, leaving two clear holes. Naba let out a wretched scream, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. His massive body flung back like a kite with severed strings, blood gushing from the punctures in his arms. Crushed. An absolute crushing defeat. Previously able to maneuver against Sun Wukong with experience and traps, Naba now felt as fragile as an infant before the pseudo-Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure blurred, appearing above the retreating Naba as if teleporting, his right foot raised high before descending like a battle axe. Boom! Naba plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, crashing into a small hill below, obliterating it entirely. He embedded deep into the ground. With only his head and half of his shoulder visible, bones shattered beyond count, blood staining the rocks beneath him, breathing only out, not in. Sun Wukong slowly descended to the edge of the pit, the platinum aura gradually retracting, yet his cold pupils continued to gaze down at the barely alive Naba. Elite? Merely this. Naba struggled to lift his head, gazing at the godlike figure above, his eyes filled with terror, resentment, and utter despair. He opened his mouth to say something, but could only spit out blood mixed with internal fragments. At that moment, beep, beep, beep. Warning. High-energy reaction approaching. Extremely fast. Originating from outer space. Bulma's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. Sun Wukong abruptly lifted his head towards the heavens. A slender yet dazzling, suffocatingly proud and icy green energy beam, resembling a spear of divine judgment, pierced through the atmosphere with a speed surpassing thought, accurately targeting the barely breathing Naba below. Not for rescue, but to silence him. Uffed. Naba couldn't even utter his final words as his head and part of his upper body vaporized under the green beam, disappearing without a trace. Immediately, the green beam continued unimpeded, tracing an eerie arc in the air, as if possessing life, shooting towards Sun Wukong. The speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, the aura of his pseudo-Super Saiyan form erupting to its peak once more. His palms crossed defensively before him. Boom! The green beam collided violently with his defense, producing a thunderous sound that resonated to the core. Sun Wukong felt an indescribable, terrifying force that seemed capable of piercing through the stars. It struck him with the force of a high-speed interstellar battleship, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. He crashed through 3 mountain ranges before barely managing to stabilize himself, only to be met with a searing pain in his arms. Upon glancing down, he discovered deep, charred wounds on his crossed arms, revealing bone beneath the blackened flesh. The defensive capabilities of his pseudo-super Saiyan form had nearly been breached. He suddenly lifted his gaze, penetrating layers of space, and beheld a biological battleship quietly hovering beyond the atmosphere. Within the command room of the vessel stood a figure of perfect proportions, clad in an exquisitely crafted battle suit. With an imposing hairstyle and a countenance marked by cold pride, he slowly retracted his fingers. The screen of the detector he wore displayed Sun Wukong's energy reading at 12,500. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, a smirk of interest mixed with disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that this wretched planet would yield such a robust insect. 12,500? Quite intriguing. He regarded the screen, noting Sun Wukong's vigilant expression, as if their gazes met across an infinite distance. Kakarot, I shall remember your name. His voice dripped with an icy arrogance. Cherish your remaining moments. For once I acquire the Dragon Balls, it will be your turn next. As the words left his lips, the biological battleship's engine emitted a ghostly glow, beginning to adjust its course as if locking onto a new target. On the ground, Sun Wukong dissipated the aura surrounding him, observing the slowly healing burns on his arms. He then gazed at the ship that had vanished above the clouds, his expression grave with concern. He knew that the battle with Naba had merely been an appetizer before the main course. The true challenge, that of the Saiyan Prince, the universe's nightmare, had now turned its gaze upon him and Earth. The Dragon Balls had undoubtedly become the most crucial bargaining chip in the impending battle for the planet's survival. Chapter 13. The Light of Desperation. The Dragon Balls as a beacon, the agony radiating from his arms felt akin to being seared repeatedly by a red-hot iron. Vegeta's distant strike not only left him with wounds deep enough to expose bone, but also inflicted a chillingly destructive energy that sought to infiltrate his veins and erode his very essence. Coughing, he fell to one knee, expelling a mouthful of golden blood, while the platinum aura that had just settled around him flickered erratically. The artificially augmented strength of his pseudo-super Saiyan form ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of emptiness and fatigue. The power of Vegeta's casual strike was indeed terrifying. Wukong, are you all right? Bulma's panicked voice rang through his earpiece. Her distress evident as the command center's screen displayed alarming fluctuations in Sun Wukong's vital signs and energy levels, particularly the severity of his arm injuries. I'm fine. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, forcing the remnants of his energy to circulate within him. He combined it with the latent potential of his Saiyan bloodline that grew stronger with each injury, striving to resist and expel the invading destructive energy. Dark, golden energy clashed violently with the frigid green aura at the wounds on his arms, emitting crackling sounds that threatened to render him unconscious. He knew he could not afford to fall. The threat posed by Vegeta loomed like the sword of Damocles and Raditz. He abruptly raised his head, glancing towards the direction of West City. When Vegeta had attacked, that scoundrel Raditz must have seized the opportunity. Boom! A thick beam of energy shot skyward from West City, accompanied by the distant sounds of explosions and the terrified screams of the populace. Raditz! Sun Wukong's eyes widened in fury as he struggled to rise. But the excruciating pain in his arms and the backlash of energy caused him to stumble, nearly collapsing once more. In West City, at the perimeter of Capsule Corporation, Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth, surveying the half-collapsed building before him and the panicked crowd fleeing in all directions. A cruel and satisfied smile spread across his face. His detector had locked onto two relatively strong energy signatures within the main building of Capsule Corporation, Bulma and Krillin. Humph, just a couple of slightly stronger ants, he sneered, stepping forward towards the entrance of Capsule Corporation. The humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Sun Wukong would be repaid manifold upon these insignificant creatures. Stop! A clear yet trembling voice called out. Bulma and Krillin emerged from behind the damaged doorway. Bulma held an oddly shaped device resembling a pistol. A prototype energy deflector she and Sun Wukong had hastily developed based on the principles of energy manipulation. Krillin took a defensive stance, embodying the martial arts style of the Turtle School. Though pale and trembling, his gaze was resolute. Oh, are there still those unafraid of death? Raditz halted, intrigued, as he regarded them like a cat toying with a mouse. What? Do you wish to avenge that useless brother of mine? You will not insult Wukong, Krillin shouted. channeling the faint energy ignited within him by Sun Wukong, charging at Raditz with all his might. He was acutely aware of the vast power disparity. Yet he had to buy time for Bulma. Krillin. No. Bulma cried out in alarm. Seeking death, Raditz casually waved his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that slammed into Krillin like a wall. Bang! Krillin was struck as if by a speeding truck, blood gushing forth as he was sent flying back, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Krillin. Bulma's eyes brimmed with tears as she raised the energy deflector, aiming it at Raditz and pulling the trigger. Buzz. An invisible wave shot forth, not as an attack, but as an interference. Raditz felt a slight disruption in the airflow around him, his movements slowing momentarily, while his detector emitted garbled noises. He frowned. A mere trick. With a flick of his finger, a slender beam of energy shot towards the device in Bulma's hand. Crack! The device exploded instantly, sending Bulma hurtling backward, her arm lacerated by flying debris, blood pouring forth. Too weak, Raditz scoffed, advancing further. Despair enveloped Bulma like icy waters. The gap in power was insurmountable. Even the device left by Wukong proved futile. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the distance, a pink energy beam shot forth like a precise scalpel, descending at an astonishing speed, not aimed at Raditz, but at the ground before him. Boom! The earth was blasted open, halting Raditz in his tracks. Moments later, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a shiny bald head and a diminutive stature, alongside a tall, voluptuous woman with blue skin and long white hair, descended from above, landing before Bulma. Gohan. And who are you? Bulma stared incredulously at the bald young boy, unable to fathom how he had arrived. Accompanied by a powerful stranger, the newcomers were none other than Son Gohan, who should have been at Fire Mountain, and Lan Chi, an alien with extraordinary abilities whom he had encountered during his journey. Bulma, are you all right? Little Gohan exclaimed with concern. Having sensed the malevolent energy in West City through Master Roshi's intuition, he had come to assist Bulma with the unexpectedly powerful Lan Chi. Lan Chi glared coldly at Raditz, her hands gathering pink energy. Bullying women and children? Are all cosmic marauders like you so lacking in decency? Raditz glowered at the two unexpected arrivals, particularly sensing a power from Lan Chi that was not far beneath his own. His expression darkened. Another pair of insects. Perfect. I shall dispose of you both together. The battle erupted once more. Xiao Wufan unleashed the Kamehameha to restrain, while Lan Chi utilized her formidable telekinesis and energy attacks to engage Raditz in combat. In an instant, the surroundings of the Capsule Corporation were ablaze with energy, explosions erupting continuously. However, Raditz, a seasoned Saiyan warrior, quickly adapted to Lan Chi's assault and gradually gained the upper hand. Amidst the ruins of the mountains, Sun Wukong closed his eyes tightly, plunging his entire consciousness inward to resist the frigid force of destructive energy. The excruciating pain surged like a tide against his will. The proud and cold visage of Vegeta, alongside his unparalleled strength, haunted him like a nightmare. He could not afford to succumb. The fierce protective intent of Bulma and Krillin, intertwined with the indomitable fighting spirit of his Saiyan bloodline, erupted from within him like a volcano. He no longer simply expelled the destructive energy, but sought to understand, analyze, and even consume it. He carefully attuned his own energy to match the frequency of Vegeta's might, cautiously reaching out and probing, as if dancing on the edge of a blade, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. Time after time, he faced failure, the agony nearly shattering his consciousness. Yet, at a pivotal moment, when he pushed the limits of his mastery over energy in his pseudo-Super Saiyan form, he seized a fleeting inspiration. So it is. He guided his energy not in a brute force confrontation, but like flowing water, entwining with the destructive force, cleverly peeling it away layer by layer, breaking it down, and forcibly incorporating it into his own energy cycle. This was an exceedingly perilous undertaking, akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. The pain surged to its zenith, as if his meridians might burst apart, tearing him asunder. But in the next instant, a new, more refined power, imbued with a hint of cold sharpness, began to take shape within him. Though faint, it was undeniably real. The wounds on his arms began to heal at an accelerated pace as this nascent power coursed through him. He had successfully assimilated a fragment of Vegeta's essence. Though he was far from full mastery, this undoubtedly opened a new door. His understanding of energy and its application had ascended once more. He suddenly opened his eyes, and deep within his dark golden irises, a fleeting glimmer of icy green flickered. He rose, weary yet with a gaze more profound and piercing. The injuries on his arms had not fully healed, yet they no longer hindered his movement. He sensed the fierce energy clashes emanating from the direction of Shidu. Alongside the presence of Bulma, Krillin, weak, Wufan, and an unfamiliar yet powerful aura. There was no time to consolidate. He needed to return immediately. However, just as he prepared to depart, a cold, proud voice, imbued with an undeniable authority, reverberated deep within everyone's minds, encompassing the entirety of the earth. It was Vegeta's voice. Kakarot, and the insects fortunate enough to survive on this planet. The rules of the game have changed. I am aware that the Dragon Balls are in your possession. Hand over all 7 Dragon Balls, and I may consider allowing you a swift demise. Alternatively, you may attempt to hide them. I will seek them one by one, destroying a city at random for each one I find. Choose, insects. Time is running out. The voice faded. Yet the chilling intent to kill that enveloped the globe left all who heard it feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Vegeta, this is a blatant scheme, forcing them to reveal themselves or watching the earth be gradually annihilated. He glanced towards Shidu and then to the boundless sky, his expression resolute. Vegeta, if you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the end. However, the stakes are your life. In a desperate breakthrough, Sun Wukong daringly consumes Vegeta's energy, awakening a new power. Reinforcements arrive. Wufan and Lan Shi join forces against Raditz. Vegeta issues a death ultimatum, threatening global cities to compel the surrender of the Dragon Balls. How will Sun Wukong respond to the imminent final battle? Chapter 14. The King's Game. Countdown to death. Vegeta's frigid voice was like an invisible cold wave, instantly freezing every corner of the earth. Pedestrians on city streets stood frozen in place. Farmers in the fields halted their labor, and even the fierce battle outside the Capsule Corporation came to a brief standstill. Raditz was the first to react, cackling madly as he forced Lan Shi and Wufan back, retreating while bellowing into his communicator. Did you hear that, Kakarot? Prince Vegeta has spoken. If you do not wish to see your compatriots crushed like insects, obediently hand over the Dragon Balls. In the command center of Shidu, Bulma stared at the global satellite surveillance images of the panicked cities, her face as pale as a sheet. She suddenly lunged at the control panel, pulling up the Dragon radar displaying the 7 Dragon Balls locations. Aside from the one on Sun Wukong, the other 6 were secured in the underground vault of the Capsule Corporation. We cannot surrender them. Krillin struggled to rise from the ruins, blood still at the corner of his mouth, saying, if we hand them over, Earth is truly doomed. Xiao Wufan nodded resolutely. Aunt Bulma, we cannot yield to the villains. Lan Shi's blue eyes sparked with flames of fury. Using innocent lives to threaten us is despicable. Bulma understood this principle all too well, yet Vegeta's emotionless declaration left her with no doubt that he would indeed act on it. With every minute that passed, a city could vanish from the map. Amidst the mountain ruins, Sun Wukong slowly ascended, his dark golden aura reigniting. Though not as dazzling as in his pseudo-Super Saiyan form, it was more solid, restrained, and subtly imbued with the cold sharpness born from consuming Vegeta's energy. The burn marks on his arms remained, yet they no longer impeded his actions. Vegeta, his voice rippled through the air like an invisible wave. Clearly responding to the Saiyan Prince, the Dragon Balls are here. Come and take them if you dare. No submission, no compromise, only the most direct challenge. Humph. Ignorant of your own mortality. In the spacecraft orbiting the Earth, Vegeta scoffed, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He relished the challenge of a tough prey. Breaking them down brought him greater satisfaction. Raditz, give them 10 minutes. If I do not see the Dragon Balls in 10 minutes, I will begin my cleansing from that ant hole known as Shidu. The command was issued, and the countdown to death began. Raditz received the order, ceasing his entanglement with Lan Shi and Wufan. He flickered above Shidu, like the sword of Damocles hanging over the hearts of all. He mockingly surveyed Bulma and the others below, commencing a scan of the entire city with his detector, searching for the most suitable target to serve as an example. Where should the first target be? The tallest tower? Or the most densely populated commercial district? He deliberately amplified his voice, allowing panic to spread like a plague throughout Shidu. Within the command center, Bulma forced herself to remain calm, her fingers furiously tapping on the control panel, Activate the Mirage Plan. Evacuate all non-combat personnel through the underground emergency passages to the backup base. Activate the city's defensive force field to maximum power. Concentrate energy guidance in the abandoned industrial zone of the Northern District. She could not relinquish the Dragon Balls. But she also could not sit idly by while the city was destroyed. She was gambling, betting on Vegeta's pride. Believing he would not personally descend to deal with the ants, and that Raditz would target the area with the strongest energy response, which was precisely the trap she had set. Simultaneously, she connected with Sun Wukong. Wukong, we can only delay for a few minutes at most. Raditz detector can precisely locate energy sources. You must find a way to interfere with it, or resolve him before he strikes. In the air, Sun Wukong's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Interfere with the detector? Resolve Raditz? He took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking inward, attempting to summon that nascent energy infused with Vegeta's characteristics. This energy was cold, sharp, possessing a profound penetrating quality and some form of energy camouflage. A bold notion took shape within his mind. Rather than charging at Leitais, he evenly distributed this nascent energy throughout his body while meticulously suppressing the natural fluctuations of his aura. In an instant, his presence became exceedingly faint and indistinct, as though it had melded into the surrounding environment, cleverly concealing the energy fluctuations emanating from the Dragon Ball on his wrist. Suddenly, Leitais, who was scanning Shidu, furrowed his brow. The high-energy reaction point representing Sun Wukong on his detector had become intermittent and exceedingly unstable. What could this mean? Was it energy depletion or some hidden technique? Instinctively, he adjusted the sensitivity of the detector to its maximum, attempting to lock onto Sun Wukong's location. Just as his attention was drawn to Sun Wukong, Bulma seized the opportunity and pressed another button. Within the abandoned industrial park of Shidu's Northern District, dozens of high-power energy generators, disguised as industrial equipment and prearranged, simultaneously overloaded and activated. A blinding surge of energy shot skyward, creating a false signal on the detector that was as conspicuous as a massive key blast. High-energy reaction detected. It's there. Leitais' detector immediately emitted a shrill alarm, and the readings on the screen skyrocketed. Without a moment's hesitation, he concluded that it was a concealed weapon or energy core belonging to the Earthlings. The perfect target to establish dominance. The first sacrifice would be it. Leitais laughed maniacally, gathering a formidable key blast in both hands and aiming it at the abandoned industrial park below. Die! He roared. The ground shook with a deafening explosion. As the industrial park was engulfed in blinding energy, flames soaring, and thick smoke billowing. The terrifying shockwave even caused the Capsule Corporation building in the distance to tremble violently. Had he succeeded? In the command center, the staff anxiously watched the screens. Bulma, fixated on the energy monitoring data, shook her head. No, he was deceived. But this was just the beginning. In the air, Leitais gazed down at his handiwork with satisfaction, yet his smile quickly froze. The detector indicated that, aside from the destroyed high-energy target, there were still several energy reaction points within Shidu, and the signal from Kakarot seemed to have vanished amidst the explosion's interference. What was happening? A sense of foreboding rose within Leitais as he frantically adjusted the detector. At that moment, a chilling voice, like a specter, echoed eerily close behind him. Are you looking for me? Leitais' body bristled with fear. Without a second thought, he retaliated with an elbow strike. Crack! His wrist was firmly seized by a hand as strong as an iron clamp. Sun Wukong had somehow appeared behind him, so close that he could feel the warmth of his back. How is this possible? When did Leitais, in terror, attempted to break free, only to discover that his once proud strength felt as feeble as that of an infant in the opponent's grasp. Even more shocking was the detector, which still displayed Sun Wukong's energy reading as pitifully low, as if he were merely an ordinary earthling. Your detector needs an upgrade. Sun Wukong's voice was devoid of emotion. With a finger poised like a blade, he concentrated dark golden energy at his fingertips, tinged with a cold green hue, and effortlessly pierced the energy interface of Leitais' battle suit, precisely destroying his detector's base. Sparks erupted from Leitais' ear-mounted detector, and the screen instantly went black. You bastard! Leitais yelled in alarm and fury. Losing his detector felt akin to being blinded in one eye. He roared, unleashing his aura in an attempt to break free. However, Sun Wukong offered him no opportunity. The hand gripping his wrist exerted tremendous force, as if tossing a sack of potatoes. hurling his massive frame down towards the industrial park he had just obliterated. Boom. Leitai crashed into the scorched earth like a meteor, creating a deeper, larger crater. With dust swirling around him, Saiyan Wukong hovered in the air, coldly surveying the scene below. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, not out of mercy, but because Leitai was a bait, a lure to draw Vegeta into the fray. He lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the atmosphere, meeting the cold, haughty gaze once more. Vegeta, your dog is worthless now. It's your turn. In the command room of the spacecraft, Vegeta watched the screen displaying the final transmission from Leitai's detector, the bizarre energy data of Saiyan Wukong vanishing and reappearing, and the image of Leitai's being instantly subdued and sent crashing to the ground. The playful disdain on his face vanished, replaced by a profound rage at having been offended. He slowly rose from his command seat, emanating an overwhelming, suffocating aura, with green flames swirling uncontrollably around him. Kakarot, you have successfully enraged me. With a single step, he vanished from the spacecraft, leaving only his chilling voice echoing through the empty bridge. Prepare to receive the Dragon Balls. I will personally crush that annoying insect. Chapter 15. The King descends. A glimmer of hope. Leitai lay sprawled in the charred pit of the industrial park like a lifeless dog. His bones likely broken in multiple places, each breath laced with blood and excruciating pain. Deprived of his detector, he felt like a wolf stripped of its fangs. Filled solely with boundless fear and humiliation, he forced himself to raise his head, gazing at the figure above him, which loomed like a deity, emitting guttural sounds of unwillingness from his throat. Saiyan Wukong hovered in the air, dark golden flames quietly burning around him. After integrating Vegeta's energy characteristics, his aura became more subdued, yet infinitely more perilous. Ignoring the whimpers of the defeated foe beneath him, his senses were taut, attuned to the terrifying energy rapidly approaching from beyond the atmosphere, reminiscent of a falling star. It's here. Almost simultaneously with his thought, the sky above Shidu seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The clouds whirled chaotically, dispersing to form a colossal vortex. A jade-green meteor, enveloped in a soul-freezing cold intent and arrogance, defied all physical laws and violently breached the atmosphere, screaming towards Saiyan Wukong's location with the force of a rending screech. Boom. It was not an explosion, but a collision, pure, violent, and a manifestation of absolute power's arrival. That green light slammed into the earth between Saiyan Wukong and Leitai. In an instant, the earth shook violently. A shockwave tenfold more ferocious than any previous battle surged outward in a spherical wave. At the point of impact, all dilapidated structures, charred ground, and twisted metal within a radius of several kilometers were instantly obliterated, as if tossed into a blender, creating a massive, bottomless crater exceeding a kilometer in diameter. A scar upon the earth, suddenly appearing at the edge of Shidu. In the Capsule Corporation's command center, every screen was instantly filled with static, and the violent tremors caused the sturdy building to groan under the strain. Bulma clutched the control panel tightly, her face paling as she watched the final images transmitted from external sensors, the cataclysmic impact scene. Her heart nearly stopped. Is this the true power of Vegeta? Krillin sat on the ground, muttering to himself, as the flicker of confidence he had garnered from Saiyan Wukong's triumph over Naba and Leitai was utterly shattered in that moment. Dust ascended like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion, slowly rising. At the center of the crater, the jade-green flames, as if alive, gradually receded, revealing the figure within. With a physique that is both proportionate and upright, clad in an exquisitely crafted Saiyan battle suit that accentuates the smooth contours of his muscular form, and his hair styled in a meticulously defiant manner, the visage of the Saiyan prince, Vegeta, is as cold and sharp as if sculpted by a chisel. In his eyes lies an absolute pride and frigid ruthlessness, as if gazing down upon mere ants. Vegeta descends. Disregarding the pitiful form of Leitai at the bottom of the crater, his icy gaze fixated on the figure of Saiyan Wukong suspended in the air before him. Kakarot. Vegeta speaks, his voice unassuming yet imbued with an extraordinary penetrative quality, resonating deep within the souls of all present. You have squandered a precious 10 minutes of my time. With a languid motion, he raises a hand, fingers splayed, directing it toward the industrial ruins in the distance, previously a decoy signal set by Bulma and already ravaged by Leitai. There is no gathering of energy, no build-up. He merely grasps the air. A hum reverberates. An invisible, incomprehensibly vast gravitational field suddenly materializes, enveloping the ruins. In an instant, the debris within a several-kilometer radius is seized as if by an unseen cosmic hand, forcefully compressing inward. Steel, concrete. Everything is subjected to a torturous metallic groan as it is crushed and ground, ultimately transforming into a metallic sphere no larger than a few dozen meters in diameter. Its density astonishing. A casual flick of his wrist, and the world is altered. Bulma's pupils constrict to pinpricks. As a scientist, she comprehends the sheer terror of the control over energy and physical laws that this act represents. It transcends her understanding. Vegeta discards the metallic sphere as if it were refuse, his gaze returning to Saiyan Wukong, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Now that the refuse has been cleared, it's time to attend to business. He beckons Saiyan Wukong with a curled finger. Show me all you possess. Entertain me, lower-class warrior. Let me see how long you can struggle in my grasp. Pressure descends upon Saiyan Wukong like the weight of an entire planet. He feels the air around him thickening, making each breath a laborious task. Vegeta exudes no active aura. Merely the natural pressure he radiates is sufficient to shatter the resolve of ordinary warriors. Yet, in this moment, Saiyan Wukong's eyes ignite with an unprecedented fervor for battle. The platinum aura of his pseudo-super Saiyan form erupts with a thunderous roar. This time, it is not a mere trial, but an all-out effort. The energy surges upwards, striving to disperse the suffocating pressure. Oh, is this the power that allowed you to defeat Nappa? Vegeta raises an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest igniting within him. Approximately 12,000 battle power? Not bad. It warrants my attention. In a blink, his form flickers, vanishing like a specter. Swift. Inexpressibly swift. Even faster than Saiyan Wukong in his pseudo-super Saiyan state. Saiyan Wukong's pupils dilate. Even with all his senses heightened, he can only perceive a blurred green afterimage. Without hesitation, he crosses his arms defensively. Bang! Vegeta's fist, as if traversing space itself, lands solidly upon his defensive armor. An irresistible force crashes down upon him. Saiyan Wukong feels excruciating pain in his arms as he is propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the rocky wall of the crater, embedding himself within. Too slow. Vegeta has somehow returned to his original position, nonchalantly shaking his wrist, his tone devoid of emotion. Saiyan Wukong extricates himself from the debris, stones cascading down around him. Gritting his teeth, he suppresses the tumult within, his gaze sharpening. Yuan Shinchongji. He thrusts his palms forward, unleashing a highly compressed torrent of platinum energy that roars forth like a rampaging dragon toward Vegeta. Faced with this full-force assault capable of gravely wounding Nappa, Vegeta merely scoffs. Standing his ground without flinching, and without a block, casually raises his right hand with his palm facing forward. Buzz. The torrent of platinum energy crashes against Vegeta's palm. Yet it does not explode. Instead, it is as if it has struck an unfathomable abyss, with all its energy forcibly absorbed and devoured. Not even a ripple is stirred. The purity of the energy is adequate, yet its application is laughably crude. Vegeta's hand tightens slightly, effortlessly crushing the consumed energy, obliterating it. The disparity is absolute. Saiyan Wukong's heart sinks. In his pseudo-super Saiyan form, he cannot even compel the opponent to move a single step. If this is all you can muster, then the game ends here. Vegeta appears to lose patience, his emerald aura beginning to surge and swell. Let me show you what true elite power looks like. His battle power begins to soar rapidly. 13,000, 15,000, 18,000. Just as this overwhelming pressure reaches its zenith. Wukong, catch it. Bulma's voice pierces through the earpiece. Simultaneously, a peculiar device resembling a cannon suddenly ignites from the direction of the Capsule Corporation. A pale blue, non-offensive energy beam arcs across thousands of meters, precisely illuminating Saiyan Wukong. This is a life energy resonance amplifier urgently developed by Bulma and Dr. Brifu, based on the research data Saiyan Wukong brought back concerning energy and life force. Designed to temporarily stimulate and amplify the life potential within the target through an external energy field. The moment he is enveloped in the blue light, Saiyan Wukong feels the energy within him, previously stagnant under Vegeta's oppression, infused with a surge akin to a stimulant, boiling and roaring to life. The platinum flames of his pseudo-super Saiyan form begin to transform into a purer, more intense shade of platinum. The height and scale of his energy swell once more. The readings of his battle power fluctuate wildly. 13,000, 14,000, 16,000. Although still inferior to Vegeta, the narrowing gap elicits genuine astonishment in the prince's eyes for the first time. Oh, such an amusing toy exists? Vegeta glances toward the Capsule Corporation, a flash of murderous intent crossing his gaze. It seems I must first eliminate those pesky insects. He raises a finger, aiming at the Capsule Corporation. Green light of destruction coalescing at his fingertip. Not on my watch. Saiyan Wukong roars, his energy reaching its pinnacle following the amplification, transforming into a bolt of platinum lightning as he charges toward Vegeta. He must entangle him, buying time for Bulma and the others. Seeking death, Vegeta snorts coldly, momentarily abandoning his attack on the Capsule Corporation to turn and confront Saiyan Wukong. A more intense and terrifying battle erupts above the crater. The clash of platinum and emerald lights collides and intertwines, each impact distorting space and cracking the earth. The aftermath of their battle resembles an apocalyptic storm, relentlessly demolishing everything in its vicinity. In the command center, Bulma watches the screen displaying Saiyan Wukong struggling to contend with Vegeta, aided by the amplifier. Her palms slick with sweat. The amplifier's energy is depleting too rapidly. It can only sustain for a maximum of 3 minutes. A technician reports anxiously. 3 minutes. Bulma suddenly glances at another screen, which reveals the global Dragon Ball radar scanning results. No signal from the 7th Dragon Ball. It seems to have vanished without a trace. Without the 7th Dragon Ball, summoning the Shenlong is impossible. There is no hope of turning the tide in this battle. At that moment, the sensors monitoring outer space emit an urgent alarm, detecting anomalous spatial fluctuations, originating near the moon's orbit. On the screen, the silhouette of a minuscule, nearly invisible spaceship, blending seamlessly with the cosmic background, is barely captured by the high-precision sensors. Below this vessel, a faint yet undeniable Dragon Ball energy signal flickers. The 7th Dragon Ball. It is in outer space? Bulma's breath catches in her throat. Who took the 7th Dragon Ball? And why has it appeared there at this moment? Vegeta descends, showcasing overwhelming power. Technological augmentation. Son Goku's combat strength soars in dire straits. The 7th Dragon Ball emerges in outer space. A mysterious third-party force surfaces. Is it friend or foe? What fate awaits Earth? Chapter 16, Aid from Beyond, The Rebirth of Hope. The energy of the amplifier remains at 10. It is about to overload. The technician's screams resonate within the command center, echoing like a death knell. Bulma's eyes are fixed on the main screen, where the curve representing Son Goku's energy level flickers violently under the oppressive green aura of Vegeta, akin to a candle flame buffeted by a tempest. Although the amplifier temporarily maintains it around 16,000, it is evident to all that this is a desperate situation. Each clash of platinum and emerald light sends Goku's energy readings plummeting, only to struggle to recover, as though it might extinguish entirely in the next moment. In the crater's sky, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Vegeta, like a cat toying with its prey, exerts complete dominance in speed, strength, and energy control. His attacks are no longer wild. They have become precise and deadly. Every punch and kick emits a piercing shriek that rends space, targeting the minute flaws that persist in Goku even after augmentation. Bang! A heavy knee strike collides with Goku's abdomen, even with the aura shielding him. He feels his insides shift, and a spurt of golden blood escapes uncontrollably. Swoosh! Vegeta's handblade, akin to a true edge, grazes Goku's neck, leaving a searing gash that nearly severs him in two. What's wrong, lower-class warrior? Where's that earlier momentum? Vegeta's taunts pierce Goku's eardrums like icy needles. Is this truly your limit? How disappointing. Gritting his teeth, Goku's eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, are fueled by the amplifier's energy, wrapping around him like a warm spring, forcibly sustaining his nearly crumbling body and spirit. Yet he senses this external force is swiftly depleting, and Vegeta has evidently yet to unleash his true power. It cannot continue like this. I must take a risk. He abruptly retreats, creating some distance, placing his hands once more at his waist, attempting to gather the energy for the Saiyan God impact. This is the only attack he can conceive that might pose a threat to Vegeta. Out of ideas, are we? Vegeta sneers, leisurely observing him gather energy, even refraining from intervening, as if relishing the final struggles of his prey. However, just as Goku's energy reaches its midpoint. With the old power waning and the new not yet born, puff, the light blue augmentation beam enveloping him, as if severed from its power source, abruptly extinguishes. The amplifier has overloaded and been destroyed. Despairing cries arise from the command center. The sudden absence of external force causes Goku's ki to spiral out of control, rebounding against him. He lets out a muffled groan as the energy he had partially gathered dissipates violently. The platinum aura diminishes rapidly, and his combat power plummets to 12,000. The excruciating pain momentarily paralyzes him, exposing a significant opening. Now, die Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes blaze with murderous intent. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Like a specter, he lunges forward, his right hand forming a spear of emerald energy capable of piercing the stars, aimed directly at Goku's unguarded heart. This strike is swift, precise, and lethal, intended to end him in a single blow. Goku. Bulma's scream pierces through the communication. Krillin and little Gohan shut their eyes in despair. Is it all over? At this critical juncture, whoosh, a pure, vibrant green energy beam, filled with life and ancient majesty, unexpectedly shoots in from outer space. It does not target Vegeta, but rather strikes with remarkable accuracy against the side of Vegeta's lethal energy spike, as if possessing a life of its own. Boom. The collision of two fundamentally different, yet equally powerful energies emits an odd hum. Vegeta's sure strike is forcibly deflected by this sudden external force. The energy spike grazes Goku's side, instantly vaporizing a massive cavity in the rock wall behind him. What? Vegeta's sinister grin freezes, and he abruptly looks up at the sky, an expression of shock and fury crossing his face for the first time. Who dares to interfere with this King's battle? Goku, who has narrowly escaped death, is also stunned. He follows the source of the green beam and sees a previously detected cloaked spacecraft near the lunar orbit, now revealing its form, sleek and adorned with patterns resembling living plants. The ship's door opens, and a figure hovers quietly outside. It is a Namekian. He stands tall, clad in a simple white martial arts uniform. His green skin stands out against the cosmic backdrop, his bald head adorned with two antennae symbolizing wisdom. His ancient and dignified visage framed by eyes filled with sagacity and profound compassion. At this moment, he slowly retracts the finger that had just emitted the energy beam. Uncle Nail? Fragments of memories belonging to Kakarot surge in Goku's mind, compelling him to utter a name that feels foreign. He recalls a vague, green figure that briefly appeared on planet Vegeta during his childhood, having communicated with his father Bardock. A Namekian? Vegeta's pupils constrict sharply, his expression darkening. You wretched cosmic trash, how dare you appear before this king? He evidently recognizes the other's race, tinged with a deep-seated hatred and a hint of barely concealed trepidation. The Namekian, Nail, calmly surveys Vegeta before fixing his gaze upon the waning Goku, his ancient and authoritative voice resonating directly in the minds of all present on the battlefield. The seeds of fate have been sown, wandering warrior. Your lineage, your will, are no mere coincidence. The seventh Dragon Ball is here. He opens his palm, and an orange orb hovers quietly, radiating the same energy signature as the others. Indeed, it is the long-lost seventh Dragon Ball. Yet, to summon the dragon, one must gather all seven, accompanied by a pure heart and the correct incantation. Nail's gaze seems to pierce through space, directing towards Shidu. Gather them, recite the incantation, and hope shall surely return. With that, he pays no further mind to the furious Vegeta, flicking his finger as the seven-star ball transforms into a streak of light, surpassing the laws of physics as it penetrates the layers of Capsule Corporation's defenses, landing precisely on the control panel before Bulma. Having accomplished this, Nail casts a profound glance at Goku, his expression complex, filled with hope, scrutiny, and a tinge of concern. He then turns and retreats into the ship, which activates its cloaking once more, vanishing into the cosmic background like a drop of ink dissolving in water, as if it had never existed. The entire process took merely a few seconds, yet it utterly transformed the battlefield's landscape. The seventh Dragon Ball is in hand. Hope rekindled. You insolent fool. How dare you toy with this king? Hand over the Dragon Ball. Vegeta is utterly enraged. He feels his dignity as a Saiyan prince has been trampled. He has been humiliated by a Namekian remnant that should have been eradicated by Lord Frieza. The terrifying green aura erupts from him like a volcano, his combat power shattering the 20,000 barrier. He abandons Goku, charging towards Capsule Corporation like a frenzied beast, intent on reclaiming the Dragon Ball. Your opponent is me. A weak yet resolute growl resonates. Goku wipes the blood from his lips, forcibly suppressing his injuries and the backlash of energy, once again standing in front of Vegeta. The platinum aura, though dimmed, burns tenaciously. The emergence of Nehru and the return of the 7th Dragon Ball invigorated him like a potent elixir. He understood that he must stall Vegeta, even if it meant buying just a second more, to give Bulma the time needed to summon Shenlong. Vegeta gazed at this lower-class warrior, who, despite being gravely injured, refused to yield, and laughed in fury. Very well. If you are so eager to meet your end, I shall grant your wish. Then I will crush those pests and reclaim what is rightfully mine. A more ferocious and relentless battle erupted once again. However, this time, Sun Wukong no longer sought to inflict harm, but instead focused all his energy on defense, evasion, and entanglement. He unleashed the tenacity and combat instinct inherent in his Saiyan bloodline to its utmost, wrapping around the furious lion that was Vegeta like the most stubborn vine. Inside the command center, Bulma clutched the 7th Dragon Ball, still tinged with the chill of the cosmos, and watched the screen as Sun Wukong faced peril in his desperate bid to buy time against Vegeta's relentless assault. Tears streamed down her face, but she hesitated not for a moment. Hurry, bring all the Dragon Balls to the rooftop. Prepare to summon Shenlong. She cried into the communicator, her voice strained, while her hands swiftly inputted the ancient and mysterious summoning incantation from Namek that Nehru had transmitted to her mind. The 7 Dragon Balls were rapidly gathered on the rooftop of Capsule Corporation, arranged in a specific formation. The sky had thickened with ominous dark clouds, electric serpents dancing within. Hope and destruction hung in the balance. Taking a deep breath, Bulma watched as Sun Wukong, drenched in blood yet clinging fiercely to Vegeta's arm, uttered the final syllable of the incantation with all his remaining strength. From the brink of despair, the mysterious Namekian Nehru appears, returning the crucial Dragon Ball. Hope rekindled. Bulma initiates the summoning ritual. Sun Wukong fights valiantly, buying precious time for the summoning of Shenlong. As storm clouds gather, thunder roars. Will the legendary Shenlong descend in time to alter destiny? Chapter 17. The Arrival of Shenlong, a moment of choice. Bulma's voice, laced with sorrow and resoluteness, pierced the howling winds and explosive energies above West City as she clearly enunciated the final syllable of the ancient incantation. In an instant, the heavens dimmed. The already darkened sky, shrouded in the clash between Vegeta and Sun Wukong, was engulfed by an even deeper darkness, not the night's descent, but an obliteration of light on a fundamental level. The 7 Dragon Balls, placed upon the rooftop of Capsule Corporation, erupted like awakened stars, radiating an unimaginable golden brilliance. 7 golden beams shot skyward, intertwining in the tempestuous heavens where dark clouds loomed and electric serpents writhed. A vast and ancient aura, seemingly originating from the very dawn of the universe, surged forth like an invisible tsunami, sweeping across the earth and penetrating the atmosphere, spreading into the boundless cosmos. Vegeta, who had been relentlessly attacking Sun Wukong, suddenly froze. For the first time, shock reflected in his icy gaze. This aura was far more ancient and powerful than he had anticipated. Even the proud Saiyan blood coursing through him trembled instinctively. What in the world is this? He abandoned his assault, casting a bewildered glance towards the 7 converging golden beams in the sky. Sun Wukong, bloodied and barely holding on, felt a flicker of clarity wash over him amidst this overwhelming presence. With great difficulty, he raised his head to behold the miraculous sight, a faint glimmer igniting within his dimmed eyes. Shenlong. In the command center, everyone held their breath, eyes wide, captivated by the images transmitted from the satellite. Feeling the ancient pressure that pierced all barriers, the golden light furiously coalesced in the sky, taking shape. The outline of a colossal eastern dragon, with a dragon's head, deer antlers, serpentine body, eagle claws, and fish scales, formed from pure energy amidst the clouds and golden light. Its eyes, ablaze with golden flames, slowly opened, coldly surveying the diminutive beings below. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any wish, I can grant it. Shenlong has descended. Hope stands before them. We did it. We succeeded. Bulma exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, tears cascading down her face. Krillin and little Gohan embraced in celebration. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling and brutal reality, like icy water, extinguished their ecstatic anticipation. Bulma stood on the rooftop. But who among them would be able to make the wish that determined the fate of the Earth? All eyes collectively turned to the screen, where the frail figure of Sun Wukong still faced off against Vegeta. Only he, who bore the Saiyan bloodline, possessed the resolve to protect the Earth, and at this moment, was using his life to stall their strongest adversary, had the right, and must, before Vegeta could react, make the wish that could alter the course of destiny. But what wish should he make? To directly eliminate Vegeta? Could Shenlong's power annihilate someone whose battle power exceeded 18,000, perhaps even higher? What if it failed? Should he wish for Sun Wukong to regain his strength, or even become stronger? Would there be enough time? Would Vegeta merely watch? Or should he make a more prudent wish that could fundamentally resolve the issue? Each choice bore the weight of Earth's survival. Kakarot. Vegeta's thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. He finally emerged from his shock at Shenlong's appearance, his overwhelming fury and greed instantly drowning out any remnants of fear. The Dragon Balls. They are mine. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the severely injured Sun Wukong, his form transforming into a tearing green lightning bolt, dashing towards the Capsule Corporation rooftop with even greater speed than before. He aimed for the floating Shenlong, emanating an irresistible allure. He must make his wish first. He sought immortality. He desired the universe's strongest power. Stop him! Bulma screamed. Wukong, hurry and make your wish. Krillin shouted with all his might. Little Gohan and Launch dashed recklessly towards the rooftop's edge, attempting to block Vegeta. Yet their speed seemed as sluggish as snails in the face of Vegeta's wrath. As Vegeta's figure descended like a meteor about to strike the rooftop, a maniacal grin of triumph spread across his twisted face. In that critical moment, roar! A bellow, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, infused with boundless pain, indomitable fighting spirit, and ultimate resolve, erupted from the ruins below. It was Sun Wukong. Drawing upon a final surge of strength from an unknown source, dark golden flames flared back to life. He did not pursue Vegeta, but instead plunged his arms deep into the fractured earth beneath him. Earth's might. He drained the last vestiges of his energy, even igniting a portion of his life force, using himself as a conduit to forcibly summon the tumultuous and chaotic energy from the depths of the planet's crust. With a tremendous roar, the ground around Sun Wukong surged violently, as if it had come to life, heaving and undulating. Countless torrents of earthy, rock-laden energy, mixed with magma, erupted like awakening dragons, weaving into a colossal net that spanned the sky, defiantly obstructing Vegeta's path to the rooftop. This was a near-suicidal maneuver. Forcing an energy far beyond his limits wreaked havoc on his body, resulting in devastating backlash. Golden blood seeped from his orifices, and his body was riddled with cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain figurine on the verge of shattering. Yet this desperate strike proved to be remarkably effective. Vegeta, caught off guard, collided violently with the formidable energy net, imbued with the Earth's immense power from the entire region. It was akin to striking a small asteroid. His speed plummeted, and he was violently shaken by the chaotic energy of the Earth's veins, his blood surging in response. Damn insects! Vegeta seethed, nearly driven to madness as he unleashed a frenzied assault on the energy net. Waves of green ki erupted like a torrential downpour, causing the net to ripple and shatter. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to stall its advance for a few precious seconds, earned at the cost of his very life. Above, on the platform, Bulma watched the screen displaying Goku's harrowing figure, listening to his labored breaths through the communicator, her heart wrenched in agony. She understood that Goku was fighting for their chance at survival. There could be no hesitation. With a sudden resolve, she raised her head and, summoning all her strength, called out to the majestic Shenlong in the sky, voicing the wish she and Goku had discussed, a seemingly conservative wish that could yield the greatest turnaround in their dire circumstances. Shenlong, please awaken the deepest seeds of ki within all potential warriors on Earth and grant them the fundamental knowledge for properly harnessing this energy. This wish was not a direct bestowal of power but a means to unlock potential, sowing the seeds of strength. It circumvented the limitations of directly enhancing combat prowess, focusing instead on the foundation of Earth's future. If successful, It would mean that thousands like Krillin and Gohan could swiftly embark on the path of martial arts, cultivating a power uniquely their own. This was the long-term strategy to combat the greater cosmic threats that might loom on the horizon. The golden, burning eyes of Shenlong regarded Bulma with a detached gaze, seemingly assessing the feasibility of her wish. At that moment, the entire Earth seemed to hold its breath. Everyone was tense, awaiting Shenlong's response. Vegeta, too, ceased his assault on the energy net, fixated on Shenlong, eager to witness what absurdities these insects could conjure. Finally, amidst the suffocating silence, Shenlong's grand, ancient voice resonated once more, declaring, "This wish is simple." A golden light, akin to a warm spring rain, emanated from Shenlong, silently cascading across the earth, permeating every inch of land and every qualifying life form. There were no earth-shattering changes, nor was there an immediate surge of immense power. Yet, in countless corners of the earth, those potential warriors, previously ignorant of ki or merely groping in the dark, felt something within them shift, a subtle yet tangible warmth blossoming in their dantian. Basic yet essential knowledge on how to guide, condense, and utilize this power imprinted instinctively upon their consciousness. The seeds of hope had been sown. Bulma observed Shenlong, anticipating its disappearance after fulfilling the wish. However, after showering the golden light, Shenlong did not vanish into stone as expected. Its vast energy form remained solid, and its golden eyes shone even brighter as they turned towards a specific direction. That direction was where Goku, bloodied and breathless yet steadfastly supporting the energy net against Vegeta's onslaught, stood. Shenlong's resounding voice, now tinged with an indescribable resonance, addressed only him, "Special Summoner. Within you flows not only the blood of a Saiyan, but also the essence of causality that transcends time and space. Upon the completion of your protective mission, I shall grant you an additional trial. Through it, you will have the opportunity to touch the true power that lies within your bloodline's origin. Now, fulfill your guardianship and survive." As these words echoed, Shenlong's massive form began to dissolve into shimmering golden particles, the 7 dragon balls dimming to resemble ordinary stones, scattering across different directions on Earth, awaiting their next gathering. The celestial phenomena gradually settled. Yet, Shenlong's final words, directed solely at Goku, rippled through Bulma, Krillin, Vegeta, and all those in the know, stirring a tidal wave of emotions within their hearts. Special Summoner? Causality that transcends time and space. The true power of one's bloodline. Vegeta's head snapped around, his gaze locking onto the nearly unrecognizable form of Goku below. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, greed, and an indescribable fervor, reaching a fever pitch. "Kakarot, what secrets do you harbor?" In the wake of Shenlong's proclamation, Goku, whose eyes had dimmed from exhaustion, now ignited with a fiercer and more resolute golden flame deep within. He felt the Saiyan blood coursing through him roar with unprecedented fervor and desire, spurred by Shenlong's words. As Shenlong descended, Bulma's wish ignited the seeds of hope. Goku fought with all his might, striving to secure a future for Earth. Shenlong's individual message unveiled Goku's unique identity and bloodline secrets. Vegeta's murderous intent and greed erupted, leading to an imminent showdown. Chapter 18, Bloodline Roar. Breakthrough in desperation, the golden specks left in Shenlong's wake had yet to vanish from the heavens when Vegeta's pent-up murderous intent and greed erupted like molten lava. "Kakarot, surrender what belongs to me." He abandoned the notion of breaking through the faltering energy net, his eyes ablaze with rage and fervor, fixated on the almost unrecognizable figure below. Shenlong's last whisper had unlocked the deepest desires within him. This lowly warrior must possess secrets that could even intrigue Frieza, the causality that transcends time and space, the power of his bloodline. It must be seized. He must eradicate him and claim everything before he fully matures. "Give it to me." Vegeta thrust his palms forward, unleashing a massive, dense energy beam, more formidable than any prior, a dark green pillar of destruction that surged forth like a world-ending serpent. Shrieking to annihilate everything in its path, aimed directly at Goku's feeble energy net. This time, he held nothing back. His battle power undoubtedly soared past 22,000. The sound of shattering glass echoed across the landscape. The makeshift defense constructed by Goku, fueled by his life force, crumbled instantly before the overwhelming disparity in power, unable to withstand even a second. The furious energy backlash slammed into Goku's already battered body. He was flung like a broken kite, blood erupting from his mouth and wounds, tracing a tragic golden arc through the air. He felt his consciousness slipping away, darkness surging from the edges of his vision, leaving only the howling wind and Vegeta's increasingly nefarious laughter in his ears. Am I going to die? Is this how it ends? Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, launch. And all the Earth warriors who had just awakened their latent potential. No, it cannot be. A surge of defiance and fury, drawn from the depths of his soul, fused with the Saiyan trait of growing stronger in adversity, ignited within him like a barrel of gunpowder, exploding in his near-broken body. Ah! He let out a primal roar. It was no longer a cry of pain, but a shout of liberation from his shackles. Originally dim and nearly extinguished, the platinum aura, exhausted, suddenly ignited with the ferocity of being doused in boiling gasoline. However, this time, it was not the calmness of before, but an unfathomable rage and intensity. The color transitioned visibly from platinum to a more pure and blinding golden hue. The height and scale of the aura surged wildly, no longer burning quietly, but erupting like the boiling surface of the sun, unleashing waves of destructive energy. The energy within him, once sluggish and nearly depleted, seemed to have burst through a critical dam, proliferating at an unprecedented speed and volume, surging forth. An ancient and domineering power, greater than any moment before, was being forcibly awakened from the depths of his bloodline. Battle power 12500, 15000, 21000. The temporary energy detector in Bulma's hands emitted an unbearable alarm, the digits on the screen fluctuating wildly before finally settling on a number that left both her and Vegeta, who had just broken through the energy barrier and was poised to deliver a final blow, utterly stunned. 23,000, even surpassing the fully unleashed Vegeta by 1,000. Impossible. The manic laughter and greed on Vegeta's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. A mere low-class warrior. How could a near-death breakthrough achieve such heights? This defied the very logic of a Saiyan. He could not comprehend it. Even the legendary Super Saiyan could not leap nearly 10,000 points in one breakthrough with such a low base power. What transformation had Kakarot undergone? Son Goku floated in the air, engulfed in a seething golden aura, his once dark golden eyes now transformed into a molten gold. What burned within was no longer mere battle intent, but something primal and ferocious. The wounds on his body healed at a visible pace under the golden light, broken bones reassembling with a crackling sound, his breath not only fully restored, but reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. He slowly raised his head, his molten golden eyes locking onto Vegeta, exuding a cold, brutal indifference akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. His voice, resonating with a metallic echo, seemed to carry countless overlapping tones. Have you had enough? Now it is my turn. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure had vanished. Not a mere afterimage of high-speed movement, but a true disappearance, akin to a spatial leap. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his battle instinct urging him to retreat instinctively, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Boom! A fist ablaze with golden energy appeared without warning before his crossed arms and struck down fiercely. An indescribable force crashed upon him. Vegeta felt excruciating pain in his arms, his bones emitting a nauseating groan, his body sent flying backward at a speed greater than before, crashing through 3 massive floating rock formations before barely stabilizing himself, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. One punch, just one punch, had rendered him, the prince of the Saiyans, to feel the long-lost sensation of pain and suppression. Damn it! Vegeta was utterly enraged. His pride trampled, his power overshadowed. He could not accept it. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? I am Vegeta. Ultimate Flash. He gathered a far larger and more solid emerald green energy sphere than before, compressing energy exceeding 20,000 battle power within, propelled by a resolve to annihilate everything, and launched it at Son Goku. This was his pride, his ultimate technique. Yet, in the face of this ultimate flash capable of tearing continents apart, Son Goku merely raised his right hand with indifference. No charge, no complex maneuvers. He simply opened his fingers, gently gripping the oncoming torrent of destructive energy. Buzz! An invisible force field, seemingly capable of governing the very fabric of reality, instantly formed. The raging torrent of ultimate flash energy halted abruptly, as if crashing into an unseen wall of absolute repulsion, mere meters from his palm. All energy was forcibly confined, compressed within that small space, colliding and twisting in a frenzy, yet unable to advance an inch. Here you go. Son Goku's cold voice resonated, and with a fierce inward squeeze of his clenched fist. Boom! The energy of the ultimate flash, forcibly confined and compressed, erupted back with a fury several times greater than before. It surged forth as if imbued with life and will, transforming into a monstrous energy serpent, redirecting its path back toward the utterly astonished Vegeta. What? Vegeta's face blanched in terror, and in haste, he could only once more gather energy for defense. Bang! He was struck hard by his own ultimate technique. The protective aura shattering instantaneously, his body sent flying like a rag doll, blood gushing forth, his battle suit torn in multiple places, crashing helplessly into the distant ground. Stirring up clouds of dust, the situation had flipped in an instant. The once invincible prince of the Saiyans appeared utterly fragile before Son Goku, who now exhibited overwhelming power. In the command center, Bulma and others gazed at the screen displaying this shocking reversal, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of it. They could sense that at this moment. Son Goku was overwhelmingly powerful, his molten golden eyes reflecting a loss of the purity they once knew, now filled with a chilling ferocity. Amidst the dust, Vegeta struggled to rise, looking up at the figure resembling a golden war god, feeling the terrifying aura that towered over him, his pride utterly crushed, replaced by a bone-deep coldness and a madness driven to the brink. He fixed his gaze on Son Goku, his eyes filled with venomous resentment like a serpent. Kakarot, you have forced my hand. He suddenly tore open his tattered battle suit, revealing an exceedingly small biological chip hidden beneath his skin, pulsating with a dangerous red glow. This was a last resort he had not wished to employ, the destruction command bestowed upon him by King Frieza. A sinister and desperate smile spread across Vegeta's face. For once activated, it would siphon all his life force and potential, unleashing a power that surpassed all limits at the cost of his very foundation, possibly even leading to his demise. But if it means taking you down with me to hell, it is worth it. He laughed maniacally, summoning his last vestiges of strength to press the chip. Beep! An ear-piercing alarm blared from the chip, a wave of dark red energy, far more terrifying and chaotic than any state Vegeta had previously exhibited, erupted from him like a flood unleashed. His muscles grotesquely swelled, twisted dark red patterns emerging on his skin, his eyes turning completely blood red, his aura soaring like a rocket. 24,000, 26,000, 30,000. A suffocating, hellish aura enveloped the battlefield. Bulma's detector screen was instantly inundated with garbled text and overload warnings. Not good. He has lost his mind. He is burning his life force. Bulma screamed. In the air, Son Goku, who had just broken through and was in peak condition, gazed down at Vegeta, whose aura now resembled that of a raging beast clawing its way out of a blood pool, his molten golden eyes reflecting a deepening ferocity. Yet beneath it lay a flicker of grave concern. He could sense that Vegeta's power level had temporarily surpassed his, yet it was highly unstable, fraught with self-destructive tendencies. Roar! Die! Kakarot! Let us descend into hell together. Vegeta, in a state of utter insanity, transformed into a dark crimson hurricane of destruction, charged towards Sun Wukong with a resolute intent of mutual annihilation. Wherever he passed, space twisted and lamented. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his entire being ablaze with a brilliant golden aura that burned with utmost intensity, and his crimson golden pupils ignited with fierce combat spirit. He did not retreat. Instead, he confronted the dark crimson storm head-on. The clash of the bright gold and dark red was akin to two colliding stars, forcefully colliding in the skies above Shidu. The resulting explosion unleashed a terrifying energy storm, one more dreadful than any before, sweeping across heaven and earth. Chapter 19, The Final Struggle. Undercurrents resurged. The golden and crimson energy storms collided like two uncontrollable stars in the skies of Shidu, tearing apart the very fabric of reality. Each eruption of energy altered the color of the sky and made the earth mourn. In the core of the collision, space warped into a grotesque vortex, devouring light and leaving only the purest and most violent destructive energy to rage uncontrollably. The command center, where Bulma and the others were stationed, despite possessing the strongest protective barriers and distance buffers, felt like a fragile boat in a tempest, violently rocking as screens flickered with overload warnings and interference patterns from chaotic energy readings. Energy readings were completely disordered. Analysis was impossible. The technician's voice was laced with a despairing cry. Bulma gripped the edge of the control panel tightly, her nails turning white from the pressure. Her eyes fixed on the chaotic energy mass on the main screen, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. She could feel that although the golden light remained fervent, it was gradually being suppressed and devoured by the more ferocious and ominous dark crimson storm. Wukong murmured to himself, tears blurring his vision. In the heart of the energy storm, Sun Wukong felt as if he were battling an entire boiling sea of blood. The power that Vegeta had gained by burning his life force and potential was not only immense, but also bore a frantic, reckless will to annihilate. The dark red energy pierced through his brilliant golden aura like countless burning steel needles, eroding his body and tearing at his soul. With a resounding thud, a punch imbued with dark red energy broke through his defenses, striking his cheek and sending golden blood and teeth flying. Vegeta's claws, sharp as demonic blades, left 5 deep, bone-revealing gashes across his chest, surrounded by an ominous red glow, as the flesh around the wounds seemed to wither away. "Do you feel despair now, Kakarot?" Vegeta's voice twisted with manic glee. "This is the fate of defying me, of provoking Lord Frisia's majesty. Let us both become dust of the universe." His attacks grew increasingly frenzied, completely forsaking defense, each move driven by a desperate resolve for mutual destruction. The dark red aura writhed as if alive, continuously eroding and weakening Sun Wukong's strength. Wukong gritted his teeth, the unyielding flames of defiance burning in his crimson-golden pupils. He could sense his recently attained power being rapidly consumed under this reckless onslaught. His opponent was wagering his life for time, aiming for their shared demise. This could not continue. He forcefully deflected one of Vegeta's heart-piercing claws, crossing his arms in front of him as the brilliant golden aura compressed inward at an unprecedented speed. Condensing. No longer was it a scattered explosion of energy. Instead, he directed all his power, all his will, and all his anger and protective instincts towards a singular, ultimate point. Futile. Any struggle is in vain. Vegeta cackled, gathering an even more colossal dark red energy sphere between his palms, ready to deliver the final blow. In this critical moment, deep within Sun Wukong's consciousness, something shattered. Not a physical shattering, but a breach in a barrier of perception. The dragon's whispers echoed in his mind once more, the true power of the Saiyan lineage, battle, fury, protection. Visions flashed before him like a revolving lantern, Bulma's terrified gaze, Krillin's reckless charge, Gohan and Launch's support, and the recently ignited, faint sparks of energy on Earth. Protection, not fighting for the sake of battle, nor anger for the purpose of proving anything, but to safeguard everything behind him from annihilation, to allow those faint sparks a chance to grow into stars illuminating the darkness. A wholly different energy erupted from the deepest recesses of his heart, a blend of Saiyan ferocity and a more ancient, pure will to protect. The once golden aura surrounding him erupted with a blindingly pure and fiercely radiant platinum light at its core. This luminescence spread rapidly like a seed, enveloping his entire aura in a sacred and majestic sheen of platinum. His momentum transformed once again. If the previous golden aura was akin to a raging volcano, then the current platinum glow was a tranquil, yet far more terrifying sun. He thrust his crossed arms forward. No shouts, no names for techniques. Only a beam of energy, refined to perfection, its edges shimmering with platinum brilliance. Yet within it lay the pure white energy of the entire cycle of stars, silently shooting forth like the first light of creation. It effortlessly pierced through Vegeta's seemingly impenetrable dark red energy sphere, like a hot knife through butter, facing no resistance whatsoever. Vegeta's manic smile froze on his face, his pupils reflecting that pure and destructive white light, leaving only boundless fear and disbelief. The pure white beam struck precisely at his chest, where the destructive chip was embedded. There was no explosion, only a faint sound, akin to a bubble bursting. The violent dark red aura enveloping Vegeta instantly dissipated like a punctured balloon. The chip, flashing with dangerous red light, melted away under the onslaught of the white light, vanishing entirely. His swollen muscles rapidly deflated, the dark red patterns on his skin receding like a receding tide, and his blood-red eyes returned to their original color. Yet within remained only the gray despair and confusion. He opened his mouth, attempting to say something, but only coughed out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. The backlash from the forcibly destroyed destruction chip, combined with the toll on his life force, left him feeling as if every bone had been extracted, and he fell limply from the sky, crashing heavily into the debris below, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had been defeated, utterly vanquished. The energy storm in the sky gradually subsided. Sun Wukong hovered in midair, his aura now shimmering with a platinum sheen, receding like a tide to reveal his weary yet erect figure. His injuries had healed significantly after the flow of platinum energy, but the mental toll was immense. He slowly descended near Vegeta, gazing at the once mighty Saiyan Prince, now slumped like a heap of mud among the rubble, his expression complex. Inside the command center, after a deathly silence, an eruption of jubilant cheers filled the air. "We won! We won!" Krillin exclaimed, jumping up and embracing little Gohan. Launch also sighed in relief, admiration sparkling in her blue eyes. Bulma gazed at the figure on the screen, weary yet standing, tears streaming down her face once more. But this time they were tears of joy and relief. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted and prepared to celebrate this hard-won victory, a faint yet deeply unsettling spatial disturbance suddenly emanated from a short distance away, where Vegeta had fallen. Sun Wukong abruptly turned his head. There, he beheld a scene where the fabric of space rippled like water waves, revealing an exceedingly minuscule rift, seemingly woven from pure shadows, gradually unfolding. A frigid, lifeless aura, one that seemed capable of devouring all light, wafted ominously from the depths of the rift. Following this, a tendril of darkness, as black as ink and seemingly coalesced from countless grievances and despair, surged forth from the rift like a shark sensing blood, swiftly lunging towards the barely conscious Vegeta on the ground. The transformation occurred with astonishing rapidity and uncanny strangeness. What was that? Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, and without a moment's thought, he unleashed a Kamehameha towards the dark tendril. Thud! The Kamehameha struck the tendril. Yet it was as though a cow had plummeted into the sea. Not even a ripple was stirred. The tendril remained unwavering as it continued its relentless approach towards Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was about to be ensnared by that heart-stopping rift, in a flash of lightning, the once limp Vegeta erupted with a final surge of strength. His eyes snapping open, he stared at the encroaching dark tendril, a flicker of sheer terror flashing in his gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by a warped, near-liberated madness. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he roared in Sun Wukong's direction, his voice hoarse with urgency. "Beware the void, they are coming." But before his words could fully escape, the dark tendril had completely ensnared his form, yanking him violently toward the rapidly shrinking rift. Sun Wukong yearned to rush forward and intervene, yet the chilling aura emanating from the rift instilled a profound dread within his very soul. It was a malevolence that starkly contrasted with both Vegeta and even Frieza, a more primal form of evil. Whoosh! Just before the rift sealed shut entirely, Vegeta's figure was completely drawn into the abyss of endless darkness, leaving only his last gaze, filled with terror and warning, deeply imprinted in Sun Wukong's mind. The spatial fluctuations subsided completely, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yet the lingering chill of death in the air, along with Vegeta's final caution, made it abundantly clear to Sun Wukong that matters were far from resolved. He stood rooted in place, gazing at the desolate ruins, his brow furrowed tightly. The void. They are coming? What could this be? An adversary even more terrifying than Frieza? He lifted his gaze towards the sky, which had just witnessed a fierce battle and was now gradually returning to calm, devoid of any triumph in his heart, instead shrouded in a deeper pall of gloom. The crisis facing Earth seemed to have merely scratched the surface. Meanwhile, within the cosmos' depths, in a forbidden star domain filled with twisted shadows and shattered stars, a pair of immense, pitch-black eyes, akin to two black holes devouring all light, slowly opened. Their gaze seemed to penetrate endless spatial barriers, settling upon that distant blue planet known as Earth. A voice, reminiscent of millions of lost souls whispering in unison, echoed hauntingly through the silence of this star domain. "Found you, the key." Chapter 20. Aftershocks of Turmoil. Shadows of darkness, lurking cheers of victory still resonated within the Capsule Corporation's command center. Yet before the main screen, Bulma's smile froze and faded. She observed the figure hovering amidst the ruins, not descending to celebrate, but rather frowning deeply as he gazed into the distance, an inexplicable unease tightening her heart. What is wrong with Wukong? She activated the communication, her voice tinged with apprehension. Sun Wukong did not turn back. His gaze sharp as he scanned the area where Vegeta had vanished, his voice low. Something came and left. It took Vegeta. What was it? Bulma's heart raced, and she immediately retrieved all sensor data. Yet aside from the faint, lingering abnormal spatial fluctuations and a disquieting cold energy reading, there was nothing else. Energy characteristics unidentifiable. There were no matching records in the database. He said, "Beware the void. They are coming." Sun Wukong repeated Vegeta's last warning. A flicker of gravity passing through his crimson gold pupils. Something that could instill such fear in the proud Vegeta at his final moment was undoubtedly more terrifying than Frieza. He slowly descended onto the ruins, feeling the still unsettled platinum energy coursing through him. This nascent power was far more refined and potent than the previous golden hue, yet also more challenging to control. The pure will to protect within clashed constantly with the inherent brutality of his Saiyan blood, making him feel as though he were taming a primordial beast on the brink of breaking free from its restraints. He must master this power completely and soon. He clenched his fists, sensing an urgency. Over the next few days, West City was engulfed in a flurry of reconstruction. Bulma and Dr. Briefs nearly resided in the laboratory, tirelessly analyzing the residual anomalous spatial data and cold energy samples, attempting to uncover any clues about the void. The results were alarming. That energy seemed capable of assimilating and obliterating most known forms of energy, its very existence akin to a cancer within the universe. Krillin and Goten threw themselves into rigorous training. The foundational knowledge of Ki granted by Shenron had opened the door to a new world for them. And with Sun Wukong's unreserved guidance, their progress was remarkable. Krillin could now stabilize and manifest a Kamehameha, while Goten had gained a more refined mastery of the Turtle School's techniques. Lan Chi, in her blue form, after confirming that West City was temporarily safe, took her leave to continue her cosmic journey, but not before leaving behind an emergency communicator, promising to return to aid should Earth face further peril. Globally, the seeds of Ki sown by Shenron began to quietly sprout, though the vast majority merely felt their bodies growing stronger and their spirits more vibrant. Some gifted or martial artists truly began to touch the threshold of Ki, subtly elevating Earth's overall potential. However, beneath the calm surface, dark currents surged. As Sun Wukong adapted to his new powers, he repeatedly attempted to trace the source of the rift, yet each effort seemed to vanish into oblivion. The opposing force evidently possessed spatial technology far beyond that of Earth, perhaps even surpassing Frieza's might. He had also tried to connect with the enigmatic Namekian Neru through Ki sensing, but the latter seemed to have evaporated without a trace, leaving no response. It felt as though an invisible net was gradually tightening. A week later, deep within the Capsule Corporation's underground, in the highest grade gravity training chamber, the gravitational index stabilized at 50 times Earth's gravity. Under such terrifying pressure, capable of crushing tanks into disks, the air was thick as mercury. Krillin and Goten had reached their limits, dripping with sweat as they lay against the reinforced glass of the observation area, struggling even to lift a finger. They gazed in terror at the figure in the center of the training chamber, moving with an unusual rhythm despite the harsh conditions. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, no longer radiating a brilliant aura, but instead enveloped in a thin, liquid platinum-like sheen that flowed gently across his surface. Each of his movements appeared slow, yet resonated with a deep harmony within the chamber's air. He was feeling, controlling, and merging that newly born platinum Ki with every cell of his being and every thread of his will. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and within his golden pupils, a flash of platinum lightning flickered momentarily. He directed a simple punch at the specially designed energy tester in front of him. There was no sound, no shockwave. However, the values on the testing device, capable of withstanding energy shocks of 100,000 units, instantly soared off the charts. The instrument emitted a series of sorrowful wails from overload, ultimately releasing a wisp of blue smoke and becoming completely incapacitated. Klin and Xiao Wufan stared in dumbfounded astonishment. Sun Wukong slowly retracted his fist, feeling the harmonious flow of platinum energy within him, which responded to his commands with effortless grace. He subtly nodded. His power, in its normal state, had stabilized at a level that even he found difficult to accurately assess, far surpassing his previous pseudo-super Saiyan form. Moreover, his precise control over this power had reached a new zenith. Yet, it was still insufficient, he murmured to himself. Vegeta's final warning echoed in his mind like a persistent alarm. The void that could instill fear in him was likely beyond imagination. At that moment, the communicator in the training room rang, and Bulma's voice came through, slightly hurried. "Yukong, come up quickly. There's a situation. It's a transmission from the outer space monitoring station." Sun Wukong's expression sharpened, and he instantly suppressed his aura. The 50 times gravity seemed to have no effect on him. With a flash, he appeared in the command center. On the main screen, a high-definition image from a low Earth orbit monitoring station was displayed. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black cosmos, an area that had previously been devoid of anything began to ripple as if stones had been cast into water, creating eerie gray-white waves. Following this, a gray-white, distorted, shuttle-shaped spacecraft, seemingly composed of countless anguished souls, emerged silently from the depths of a nightmare. It lacked the glow of thrusters or any energy signals leaking out, simply hovering there as if it were part of the universe's shadow. An overwhelming stillness, cold and hollow, washed over the room, even from behind the screen, instilling a sense of dread. "It's that." Bulma pointed at the gray-white spacecraft on the screen, her voice trembling. The energy signature matched that of the rift that took Vegeta away, originating from the same source. Although significantly weaker, its essence was identical. How long had it been there? Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the unsettling spacecraft, his golden pupils narrowing slightly. At least 3 hours. Completely motionless. Our conventional monitoring methods failed to detect it before. It was only through the recently upgraded Deep Space Detection Array, based on aura sensitivity principles, that we noticed the abnormal spatial folds surrounding it. Bulma quickly pulled up the data. "It's observing us." Observing? Sun Wukong's heart sank. Not only had the entity arrived, but it did so stealthily, as if a ghost was peering at Earth. Was it assessing us? Or waiting for something? Just then, the gray-white spacecraft seemed to detect something, and the twisted patterns on its surface began to glow, radiating an even denser gray-white light. The space in front of it rippled once more, as if it was about to submerge itself and vanish again. "It's trying to escape," Bulma exclaimed. "Don't let it go." A fierce glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He needed information. Information about the void. He stepped forward, unleashing a tremendous surge of platinum energy. But this time, the energy did not radiate outward. Instead, it was intensely contained, all coalescing at the tip of his right finger. He pointed at the vanishing spacecraft on the screen. Swoosh. No energy beam erupted. Yet, everyone in the command center felt an invisible, yet immensely authoritative and penetrating will, mingled with the finely honed platinum energy, transcending the vast expanse between Earth and the Moon, and precisely imprinted itself upon the gray-white spacecraft's hull. Buzz. The gray-white spacecraft, on the verge of disappearing into the void, suddenly convulsed violently. The area where the imprint had been burned bright with a clear, platinum-flamed battle rune. The rune pulsed as if alive, continuously searing and corroding the gray-white hull, emitting sizzling sounds that interrupted its stealth. The spacecraft's attempt to submerge was forcefully thwarted. It writhed like an enraged serpent, releasing an even more intense, nauseating gray-white aura, attempting to obliterate the platinum rune. Two opposing forces clashed violently upon the spacecraft's surface. Through the screen, Sun Wukong could clearly see the gray-white aura frantically consuming and assimilating his platinum energy. Although slow, its pure nullifying attribute sent chills down his spine. "Leave something behind," Sun Wukong huffed, urging his will from afar. Bang! Just before the platinum battle rune was completely annihilated, it imploded inward and exploded. Although it failed to severely damage the spacecraft, it successfully stripped away a small fragment of the gray-white mineral-like material from its hull. At that moment, the gray-white spacecraft seemed to recognize that there existed a potential threat on the planet below, ceasing its entanglement with a sudden flash of gray light. It vanished into the spatial ripples, leaving no trace behind. Only that small fragment, separated by the explosion, quietly floated in the frigid vacuum of space, swiftly captured and sealed by the monitoring station's robotic arm. Silence enveloped the command center. Everyone gazed at the fragment that had been transmitted back. continuously radiating an aura of chilling stillness, as though it were not a material object, but rather a solidified piece of death. Sun Wukong dissipated his energy, his complexion slightly pale. The exertion of wielding such precise power from afar had taken its toll. He approached the fragment, feeling the profoundly uncomfortable aura emanating from it. Furrowing his brow, "Bulma, analyze it at all costs," he intoned gravely. "We must comprehend what the void truly is." He raised his gaze toward the starry sky, his eyes seemingly penetrating the endless void and glimpsing a more colossal shadow hidden in the depths of darkness. Vegeta's warning was not the end, but merely the beginning. The initial manifestation of platinum energy, a distant imprint hindering the enemy's escape. The void's advanced ship appears, its cold stillness inducing dread, acquiring a crucial sample. Earth's first contact with the unknown and terrifying void. The undercurrents have begun to surge. Chapter 21. The spark ignites. The night before the choice, that gray-white fragment was placed in the deepest isolation laboratory of Capsule Corporation, surrounded by 3 layers of energy barriers and physical isolation. Even behind thick reinforced glass, the cold, lifeless aura, capable of consuming all vitality, sent shivers down the spine of anyone who approached, as if gazing into the abyss. Bulma, clad in the highest grade protective gear, along with her father, Dr. Brief, had been analyzing the fragment for nearly 48 hours without rest. They employed every conceivable method of ray scanning, energy impact, and material deconstruction. The results were chilling. The physical structure is indefinable. Bulma's voice, muffled by her protective mask, conveyed disbelief. It appeared solid, yet on a microscopic level, it was in a constant state of annihilation and reconstruction, as if existing in a superposition of being and non-being. None of the known elements could match it. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, pointing at the energy readings. What's even more terrifying is its energy attributes. It doesn't resemble any energy we recognize. It's more like an anti-energy, or perhaps the embodiment of nothingness. It actively devours and assimilates all forms of energy it comes into contact with, including light, heat, and even the very fabric of space itself. The screen displayed a high-speed video recording. A high-energy laser beam shot toward the fragment, and at the moment of contact, the laser was neither reflected nor absorbed, but vanished as if devoured by an invisible mouth, taking with it the surrounding space, which exhibited barely perceptible distortions and dimming. It is eroding reality? Clint gazed at the screen, his face pale. Sun Wukong stood outside the isolation window, his golden-hued pupils fixated intently on the shard. Sensing the eerie stillness emanating from it, akin to the residual essence of Vegeta's final moments intertwined with the grayish-white spacecraft. This power existed in stark contrast to the Saiyan blood surging within him and the newly comprehended platinum aura, which embodied vitality and the will to protect. They were irreconcilable opposites, destined to clash. Can its origin be analyzed? Or how can we defend against or obliterate it? Sun Wukong inquired solemnly. Bulma, weary, rubbed her temples and shook her head. The source cannot be traced. Its very existence disrupts the surrounding information field. Theoretically, sufficiently potent and pure energy could temporarily stave off its assimilation, but it cannot be eradicated. It is akin to an incessant, gnawing pest. As for destruction, she presented data indicating an attempt to bombard the shard with an extraordinarily concentrated energy wave. Upon contact, the majority was consumed, leaving only the most refined essence of energy to trigger an almost imperceptible tremor before being thoroughly assimilated. Do you see? Only energy of the highest essence and utmost refinement may yield any limited interference. To destroy it? Bulma did not finish her thought, yet the implication was clear. The gap in power is insurmountable. A sense of helpless oppression enveloped every heart in the laboratory, without even a clear understanding of the enemy or how to combat it. How could they wage this battle? There might still be hope. Sun Wukong, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. He pointed to the data that caused the shard's tremor. Our energy is effective. Although feeble, it proves that this path is correct. His gaze swept over the group before settling on Bulma. Bulma, consolidate all analyses regarding this void energy and the foundational techniques for awakening the Shenlong's energy, and make them publicly accessible to all global research institutions and potential warriors. What? Bulma was taken aback. All of it public? That is far too risky. If it falls into the wrong hands, I cannot concern myself with that. Sun Wukong interrupted, his tone resolute. The void is targeting the whole Earth. A handful of us cannot withstand it. Everyone must know what we are facing. We must ignite more sparks. Only by uniting the strength of all humanity can we hope to grasp a sliver of survival in the impending catastrophe. He gazed out the window. The lights of Shidu twinkling in the night. This is the only and swiftest approach. Bulma observed Sun Wukong's determined profile, then glanced at the unsettling shard on the screen. Ultimately gritting her teeth. All right, I will follow your lead. I will prepare the global announcement and data package immediately. The news swept across the globe like a tempest. Initially met with disbelief, it soon morphed into panic, followed by an unprecedented unity and thirst for knowledge that erupted in the face of desperation. The leading laboratories in various nations set aside their biases, began sharing data, and devoted themselves to researching the properties of the void and the technological applications of energy. Countless warriors ignited by the Shenlong's energy fervently studied and practiced the foundational yet crucial techniques. Earth, this seemingly insignificant blue planet in the cosmos, rapidly coalesced into a unified force in the face of an unknown and immense threat. Within a matter of days, promising news emerged. A subterranean research facility in Europe successfully developed a prototype of a new detector capable of more stably sensing residual void energy, combining the principles of energy wave fluctuations and quantum entanglement. An old martial artist secluded atop a snow-capped mountain made significant strides in the foundational techniques, discovering a method to temporarily manifest energy, creating a rudimentary protective shield. Though limited in strength, its significance was profound. More grassroots experts and brilliant scientists sparked inspiration in diverse fields. The potential of the entire planet was being forcibly awakened by the crisis. The Capsule Corporation became the absolute core and command hub of this global mobilization. Bulma was busier than ever, coordinating various parties, consolidating information, and optimizing technology. Krillin and Little Gohan took on the role of instructors for the newly awakened, imparting the insights from Sun Wukong and their own experiences. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained at the center, refining his mastery of the platinum aura while monitoring global progress, his perception acting as an invisible radar, ever vigilant for potential intrusions from outer space. However, the grayish-white spacecraft had seemingly vanished, never to reappear. Yet, this tranquility only deepened the unease. That night, Sun Wukong stood alone on the rooftop of the Capsule Corporation, gazing at the starry sky. The platinum aura within him flowed harmoniously, his strength had ascended to new heights. Yet the gravity on his brow had not diminished. Bulma approached with a cup of hot coffee, offering it to him. Are you still contemplating the void? Sun Wukong accepted the coffee and nodded. They will not relent. This fleeting calm is either a gathering of power or a prelude to something. Do we have time? Bulma asked softly, a hint of fatigue lacing her voice. I do not know, Sun Wukong replied honestly, but we cannot afford to wait idly. He turned to Bulma, his golden pupils glimmering in the night. Bulma, we need more information and stronger allies. Earth is far too isolated. In an instant, Bulma understood his implication. Her heart racing. You mean the universe? Indeed. Sun Wukong gazed into the depths of the starry sky, thinking of Namek's Neru, who evidently knew something. Moreover, there must be other civilizations in the cosmos resisting the void. We must venture out, find them, and unite with them. But how do we get there? Our spaceship technology. Thus, I need you, Bulma. Sun Wukong's gaze radiated trust and anticipation. By pooling global resources along with your understanding of Dragon Ball radar and space technology, we need a ship capable of interstellar travel. The sooner, the better. Bulma met Sun Wukong's unwavering determination with a deep breath, nodding firmly. All right, give me some time, and I will make it happen. Just then, an urgent signal pierced the air on the rooftop. It was the department responsible for deep space exploration. Bulma immediately connected. What is it? Miss Bulma, we have just received an extremely faint, intermittent distress signal from outer space. The encoding is very ancient and does not belong to any known civilization. The technician's voice was filled with uncertainty. What does it say? Sun Wukong stepped forward to the communicator. We are currently deciphering it. The content is scant, but it repeatedly warns of the void-tied coordinates of Namek. The signal's source likely originates from the star region where Namek resides. Namek? A distress signal? Sun Wukong and Bulma's expressions shifted simultaneously. How long has it been since Nero left? Has trouble already befallen Namek? Has the void's grasp extended so far? Can the signal be traced for more information? Bulma inquired anxiously. No, the signal is too faint and has been severely disrupted. It has completely vanished. A heavy silence fell on the rooftop. The night breeze carried a bone-chilling cold. The distress signal from Namek felt like a final death knell. Sun Wukong slowly clenched his fist, resolute flames burning in his golden pupils. Bulma, we must expedite the progress of the spaceship. He looked toward the direction of Namek. His voice low yet steadfast. Our journey may need to commence sooner than anticipated. Chapter 22. The Voyage of the Star Sea. Disturbance in deep space. The distress signal from Namek's star exploded like ice water thrown into boiling oil, shattering the already taut nerves of the world. Panic spread like a plague, yet what followed was a resolute determination born of desperation, a commitment to fight back. All resources must be concentrated. Priority must be given to the Ark project. The leaders of various nations reached an unprecedented consensus, and countless supplies, top scientists, and the most advanced industrial equipment surged toward the Western capital, racing toward the Capsule Corporation. Bulma became the commander of this unparalleled grand endeavor. She practically resided in the vastly expanded underground dock, her eyes bloodshot, her hair disheveled like a bird's nest, yet her gaze shone with an alarming brilliance. The design blueprints were updated at an astonishing pace on the holographic projection, and one technical challenge after another was rapidly overcome through the collective wisdom of the world. Son Goku was also busy. He imparted his understanding of advanced techniques regarding the utilization of chi and energy to Krillin, Gohan, and a select group of the most talented Earth warriors without reservation. Simultaneously, his own training never ceased. His platinum energy grew ever more refined. Reaching a peak in his control over power, he required greater strength to confront the unknown dangers lurking in the depths of space. Days passed in an atmosphere of extreme tension and exhilaration. A month later, when the massive isolation gate slowly rose, revealing the sleek silver vessel at the center of the dock, all those involved in its construction held their breath, their eyes brimming with pride and astonishment. It was unlike any traditional spacecraft. It resembled a perfect fusion of an exquisite work of art and a formidable weapon, approximately 300 meters in length. Its entire surface was covered with a new alloy enhanced by chi conduction technology, its fluid lines exuding an explosive sense of power. On either side of the ship's bow were the bioenergy main cannons designed and installed by Bulma, based on Son Goku's insights into the energy circuits of the ape god, capable of compressing and launching the user's chi with remarkable efficiency. The rear thrusters borrowed principles from instantaneous movement, combined with spatial folding technology. While not yet capable of true faster-than-light travel, they were sufficient for mid-range spatial jumps across star systems. This vessel, embodying the pinnacle of Earth's current technology and martial wisdom, was named the Hope by Bulma. A splendid name for the ship, Son Goku remarked, gazing at his interstellar vehicle, a flicker of emotion passing through his golden eyes. He sensed that within this ship flowed not merely energy, but the unwavering faith of countless Earthlings dedicated to protecting their home. Do not celebrate too soon, Bulma cautioned, rubbing her throbbing temples as she handed Son Goku a wristwatch-like controller. This is only the preliminary completion. Many systems require testing and adjustments during actual navigation. Furthermore, we only have a general direction. We must locate the precise coordinates of Namek. If the direction is correct, we will undoubtedly find it. Son Goku accepted the controller, his tone resolute. He glanced at his steadfast companions, Krillin, eager Gohan, and the Pilaf trio, who had volunteered to assist with the ship's maintenance and scientific exploration. Aboard the ship, there was no grand farewell ceremony, only silent gazes and heavy admonitions. Amidst countless mixed looks of hope and concern, the main thrusters of the Hope ignited with a ghostly blue light, and the massive vessel slowly ascended, tearing through the clouds, resolutely heading into the boundless starry sky. Having departed from Earth's gravitational pull, they entered the profound depths of space. Outside the porthole lay the resplendent Milky Way, an eternal darkness and chill. For the first time stepping into such an expansive stage, even Son Goku felt a sense of his own insignificance. Krillin and Gohan, glued to the observation window, were entranced, their expressions laced with instinctual awe. Initiate the spatial jump engine, targeting the general direction of the Namek star system. Set the distance for the first jump at 0.5 light-years. Bulma commanded, her demeanor serious as she occupied the control position. The spatial jump engine is activating. Coordinates locked. Energy filling at 1030701000. Preparing for jump. A low hum resonated within the bridge, and the space ahead began to distort violently like waves, forming a swirling, ethereal blue wormhole. Brace yourselves. Bulma pressed the jump button fiercely. A powerful sensation of being pulled instantaneously enveloped them, as if an invisible hand had grasped their entire beings and hurled them into a bizarre, directionless tunnel. The scenery outside the porthole distorted entirely, transforming into a cascade of colorful light. Experiencing a spatial jump for the first time, Krillin and Gohan turned pale, gripping the armrests tightly. Son Goku closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fierce changes in the surrounding space. His platinum energy circulated spontaneously, countering the discomfort caused by the spatial compression. Minutes later, the violent turbulence abruptly ceased. Jump complete. We have exited the wormhole, the navigator reported. Outside the porthole, the scenery had drastically changed. Earth was nowhere in sight, replaced by a strange star field. Distant stars casting a cold glow. Immediately conduct standard scans. Calibrate our position. Bulma ordered. Various detectors activated, scanning the surrounding cosmic environment. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. However, at that moment, beep, beep, beep. The specialized detector monitoring for void energy suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent alarm. On the screen, a glaring gray-white signal source was approaching at an alarming speed from the side. The energy readings were weak, yet the chilling aura of silence resonated with the fragments and the spaceship encountered earlier. Something was closing in. It was a creation of the void. Bulma's expression changed dramatically. Everyone instantly entered combat mode. Son Goku stepped forward to the main control screen, his golden eyes fixed intensely on the rapidly enlarging gray-white signal. It was a small reconnaissance vessel, approximately 1/10 the size of the Hope, with a bizarre design reminiscent of some deep-sea aberration. It was entirely gray-white, lacking windows, and with no apparent thrusters, it glided silently through the cosmos like a ghost. It has detected us. It's accelerating toward us, Krillin exclaimed. Charge the main cannon. Lock onto the target. Bulma commanded without hesitation. The bioenergy main cannon at the bow blazed to life with platinum light as Son Goku infused his chi into it. The cannon's energy surging dramatically. However, before the gray-white reconnaissance craft could enter firing range, it abruptly made an uncanny right-angle turn, and its surface opened several holes, from which dozens of small units, exuding the same gray-white aura, were ejected, surging toward the Hope like a swarm. They're drones. Intercept them. Bulma commanded as she operated the secondary cannon system, dense energy beams firing toward the swarm. Yet those gray-white drones were remarkably agile, most easily evading the secondary cannon's intercepts. A few that were hit merely exploded into a cloud of gray-white mist, which remained corrosive and slowly expanded. They aimed to disrupt and test us. Son Goku instantly comprehended their intentions. This reconnaissance vessel, or rather the controller behind it, sought to gauge the Hope's firepower and defensive capabilities. We cannot let them succeed. A fierce glint flashed in Son Goku's eyes as he vanished from the bridge in an instant. The next moment, he found himself outside the Hope, suspended in the frigid vacuum of space. Surrounding him was a blazing aura of platinum energy, isolating him from the void. He gazed at the approaching gray-white drones, pointing his finger like a blade, making swift motions through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streams of condensed platinum energy blades, as tangible as reality, sliced through the cosmic expanse with precision. Those gray-white drones, confronted by the platinum energy blades, were severed and obliterated, unable to even transform into mist. Seeing Son Goku in action, the gray-white reconnaissance vessel seemed to realize the threat, ceasing its drone deployment, its body suddenly illuminating with a blinding gray light, preparing to retreat back into space. Trying to escape? Leave something behind. With a cold snort, Sun Wukong spread his fingers wide and from a distance, grasped at the reconnaissance vessel with a sudden intensity. A hum resonated as an immense, invisible force imbued with platinum intent enveloped the area, forcefully disrupting the stability of the space surrounding the vessel. The stealth operation of the reconnaissance ship was abruptly interrupted, causing it to tremble violently. In that fleeting moment, the main cannon fired. Bulma seized the opportunity and issued the command. Boom! A massive energy beam, robust and pure white at its core, with edges entwined in a crimson golden aura, erupted from the bow of the ship, like a roaring dragon's breath, traversing the void at a speed surpassing thought, and striking precisely at the engine area of the gray-white reconnaissance vessel. Bang! A tremendous explosion blossomed silently in the vastness of space, as the rear of the gray-white vessel was utterly torn apart, scattering countless fragments engulfed in grayish flames. It lost all power, spinning aimlessly in the cosmos like a headless fly before disintegrating. Success! Krillin and Gohan cheered within the bridge, yet Sun Wukong's brow remained furrowed, suspended in space, his crimson-golden eyes fixated on the disintegrating reconnaissance vessel and the fragments that still radiated a chilling aura of death. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. In the core of the vessel's explosion, a faint dark red light, distinct from the grayish void, flickered briefly like a dying candle before vanishing. That sensation felt eerily familiar. Was it the energy signature of a Saiyan? Although exceedingly weak and severely tainted by the void's influence, its essence was unmistakable. Could it be that after Vegeta was taken away, a horrifying conjecture arose in his mind? He immediately communicated with Bulma. Bulma, exert all efforts to capture the larger fragments, especially from the core area. Hurry. Understanding the urgency, the ship's mechanical arms began to salvage the drifting debris. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong slowly approached the site of the vessel's final explosion, striving to capture that fleeting, unsettling dark red essence. As he neared the wreckage, his portable detector, connected to the ship's database, unexpectedly intercepted a fragment of chaotic data leaking from one of the largest fragments. After an urgent decryption by the ship's mainframe, a series of fragmented messages appeared on Sun Wukong's screen. Coordinates locked. Sample Earth life energy unique. Report to Lord G. Saiyan remains found. Usable. New directive. Capture or eliminate Kakarot. Next target. Interstellar coordinates 7B. The transmission abruptly cut off. However, the clarity of the final coordinate, 7B, caused both Sun Wukong and Bulma, who had just arrived to investigate, to change their expressions drastically. That coordinate pointed, according to star maps, to a distant and notorious interstellar port known for chaos and black market dealings. And the title of Lord G, was that referring to the enigmatic Mr. G behind the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma exclaimed, he has colluded with the Void. Their next target is that interstellar port? What are they planning? Sun Wukong gazed at the cold coordinate on the screen, recalling that tainted dark red essence belonging to the Saiyans. As a storm began to brew within his crimson-golden pupils, the journey had only just begun. They not only confirmed the reality of the Void's threat, but also stumbled upon a far grander and darker conspiracy. Change course. Sun Wukong's voice was as frigid as the depths of the cosmos. Target, 7B star region. We must arrive before them. Chapter 23. Dark Tides at the Starport. Mysterious Merchant. The 7B star region, much like its moniker, the Chaotic Vortex, serves as a haven for all manner of individuals, outlaws, information brokers, and black market traders. Here, no unified authority exists, merely a fragile balance maintained by several dominant pirate factions and merchant guilds. As the ship Hope concluded its spatial jump and glided into this star region, the sight outside the porthole left Bulma and Krillin, accustomed to the splendor of West City, gasping in astonishment. Countless vessels of varying sizes and shapes congested the limited navigational routes, resembling a swarm of migrating sardines. Some ships bore the scars of battle, riddled with bullet holes and burn marks, while others were extravagantly adorned, painted with menacing totems. Enormous space stations, constructed from a multitude of derelict ships and space debris, clung to a few resource-depleted asteroids, flickering with chaotic and cheap neon lights. The air seemed thick with an atmosphere of greed, danger, and indulgence. The sleek silver hull of the Hope, with its high-tech aesthetic, appeared starkly out of place amidst this tumult, immediately attracting numerous gazes, some curious, others greedy, and some harboring ill intent, from both human eyes and various scanning devices. We stand out too much, Bulma promptly commanded, activating optical camouflage and energy signal simulation to disguise the ship as a medium-sized cargo vessel. The surface of the Hope shimmered momentarily, its form and energy signatures swiftly becoming ordinary and antiquated, blending into the vast flow of traffic. Based on the information gleaned from the reconnaissance vessel's debris, the Void or Mr. G's next target was here. But what were their exact intentions? Capture? Destruction? Krillin surveyed the chaotic scene outside, his brow furrowed. Regardless of their plans, This place is a veritable den of information. Sun Wukong stated gravely. Bulma, scan for the largest information trading hub in this star region. Bulma quickly operated the controls. Found it. The Forgotten Corridor, a black market established within the skull of a colossal space beast, is the largest center for information and contraband in this area. It's said that as long as one can pay the price, even inside information from the Frisia Force can be obtained. Then that's where we're headed. Sun Wukong decided. Bulma, you remain on the ship for immediate support. Krillin, Gohan, we will disembark. Pilaf, you are in charge of guarding the ship. Moments later, a disguised small shuttle quietly detached from the belly of the Hope, merging into the bustling stream of vessels, heading toward the hollowed-out, brightly lit skull of the massive space beast. Entering the Forgotten Corridor felt like stepping into another realm. The air was thick and murky, a blend of low-quality fuel, alien alcohol, and the peculiar scents emanating from various races. The cacophony of shouting vendors and bickering patrons nearly threatened to topple the very ceiling. Dim lighting prevailed, with only the colorful neon signs and the illumination from stall displays providing any light, casting bizarre silhouettes that danced like a den of demons. Krillin and Gohan nervously followed closely behind Sun Wukong, their small hands tightly clenched, as every being they brushed past seemed to harbor ulterior motives in their gaze. Sun Wukong, however, maintained a calm demeanor, his crimson golden pupils glimmering faintly in the dim light, scanning the surroundings with the precision of a radar. He sensed numerous powerful presences lurking within, yet most were tainted and filled with malice. Following the directions provided, they traversed the crowded main thoroughfare and arrived at a relatively secluded corner. Here, only an inconspicuous stall stood, behind which sat a figure cloaked in a large black robe. Obscuring their features, the stall displayed only a few unremarkable-looking pieces and some damaged components. This was the informant, Goku, known for his impeccable reputation yet shrouded in mystery, whom Bulma had located through her hacking. Sun Wukong approached the stall, offering no words, merely placing a small piece of high-purity energy crystal, taken from the reserves of the Hope, upon the counter. The figure beneath the black robe stirred slightly, extending a hand covered in fine silver scales to retrieve the energy crystal. A processed, androgynous electronic voice resonated. What do you wish to inquire about? Concerning the Void and Mr. G. Sun Wukong was direct and unambiguous. The figure known as Goku's body stiffened imperceptibly, the electronic voice now tinged with gravity. Who are you? Probing into these matters may invite peril. You need not concern yourself with that. We will compensate you. In return, you shall provide us with information. Sun Wukong maintained his tone. Goku was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the risks, and finally spoke. The Void is a terrifying legend that has circulated in the outer realms of the universe for the past few decades. Wherever they pass, all descends into silence, causing even planets to vanish. No one knows their origin or nature. As for Mr. G, he paused, lowering his voice further. No one has seen his true visage. It is only known that his power is immense, and he is entangled with multiple cosmic forces, acting in secrecy with unclear motives. Recently, rumors have surfaced suggesting that his faction appears particularly interested in individuals with abundant life energy. Individuals with abundant life energy? Sun Wukong's mind stirred. Did it refer to scions like him, or perhaps Earthlings whose potential had been awakened by the Shenlong? What movements have they made recently in the 7B sector? Sun Wukong pressed on. Goku shook his head. The specifics are unclear. However, several small mining stations and observation posts near the starport have inexplicably lost contact. Patrols sent to investigate have not returned, which is quite alarming. Some have claimed that before the signals vanished, abnormal grayish-white energy fluctuations were detected. Grayish-white energy fluctuations. It truly is the Void. Clearly, they have commenced their sweep of the starport's periphery to pave the way for subsequent actions. Just as Sun Wukong intended to inquire further, a commotion suddenly erupted from the market entrance. A team clad in uniform black attire, well-equipped and formidable in presence, violently pushed through the crowd, heading directly towards them. Leading the charge was an alien brute with a grotesque scarred face and elongated, pointed ears, brandishing a device resembling a detector, its screen fixated on Sun Wukong. High-value target detected. Capture him. The scarred brute bellowed with a wicked grin. Is this the work of Mr. G? How could they have found us so swiftly? We've been compromised. Flee. Sun Wukong hissed, pulling the still-dazed Kuririn and Gohan, and dashed into the densely populated depths of the market. Block their path. The scarred brute commanded his subordinates, relentlessly pursuing them as beams from energy weapons detonated throughout the market, inciting panic and screams. Chaos erupted. The crowd scattered like headless flies, inadvertently hindering their pursuers to some extent. The trio navigated through the tumultuous throng and stalls with agile finesse. Yet, their adversaries were evidently prepared, not only in greater numbers, but also in training and coordination, gradually encircling them. Wukong, this way. Kirin, sharp-eyed, spotted a narrow passageway cluttered with discarded cargo crates. The three dove in, reaching the end of the passageway, which revealed a rusted metal door. Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to the door, revealing a small storage room filled with various discarded mechanical parts. They were temporarily safe. However, before they could catch their breath, the sole entrance and the ventilation ducts echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps and the charging of energy weapons. They were cornered. Damn it, let's fight back. Kirin gritted his teeth, poised to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Do not act rashly. Sun Wukong halted him, scanning the storage room overflowing with discarded components. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a few old energy cores, carelessly discarded in the corner, their shells bearing the early insignia of the Universal Capsule Company. An audacious plan formed in an instant within his mind. He swiftly picked up the energy cores, his hands moving with the speed of lightning to disassemble and reconfigure them, simultaneously infusing a strand of his platinum energy to modify their internal energy circuits. Kirin, Gohan, cover your ears, Sun Wukong commanded, launching the modified energy core forcefully towards the storage door. Concurrently, he clasped his palms together, directing his energy towards the airborne core. Buzz! The energy core erupted in a blinding platinum light midair, releasing an intensely sharp, high-frequency energy pulse capable of disrupting most electronic devices and biological senses. Thuds and gasps emanated from outside the door, clearly indicating that the pursuers' detectors and senses had suffered severe interference. Now's our chance. Go. Sun Wukong kicked open what appeared to be a sealed metal panel on the opposite side of the warehouse, revealing a convoluted system of ventilation ducts. The trio unhesitatingly crawled inside, moving swiftly through the darkened passageway. Minutes later, they emerged from another exit, having reached the far end of the forgotten corridor, temporarily evading their pursuers. That was close. Kirin patted his chest, still shaken. How did they find us? Gohan inquired, perplexed. Sun Wukong's gaze was icy. The informant Moku is suspicious. He recalled Moku's hand, covered in silver scales, appearing to bend unnaturally at the pinky while collecting the energy crystals during their transaction. Perhaps a covert signal-sending maneuver. They have been betrayed. Mr. G's faction has evidently infiltrated every facet of this place. We must depart immediately. However, just as they prepared to contact Bulma to return to the Hope, Sun Wukong's portable detector, connected to the ship's mainframe, suddenly received a marked emergency message from Bulma. The message made Sun Wukong's pupils constrict. Wukong, hurry back. Our sensors at the starport's periphery have detected abnormal large-scale spatial fluctuations. A fleet is forcibly jumping out of hyperspace. The energy signatures are from Frisia's army. Why are they here? Frisia's army. Sun Wukong's heart sank. The void, Mr. G. And now Frisia's army has arrived. This chaotic starport has instantly transformed into a powder keg ready to explode. And they find themselves at the very eye of the storm. Dark currents at the starport, pursued by Mr. G's forces. In a moment of desperation, ingeniously utilizing discarded parts to escape. The tides of fate shift. Frisia's army unexpectedly arrives. Three factions converge in the chaotic starport, and a great battle looms. Chapter 24. A triad of turmoil. Glimmers of desperation, the cold metallic wall pressed against their backs, providing a fleeting chill. Young Gohan gasped for breath, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. He had witnessed battle before, but being relentlessly pursued by so many ruthless assailants in the forgotten corridor, with gunfire whistling past his ears, was sheer malevolence and chaos far more terrifying than any training at the Turtle Hermit's abode. Are you all right, Gohan? Kirin asked, concern etched on his face. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. These scoundrels are utterly lawless. Sun Wukong stood at the forefront, his golden eyes glowing like two calm flames in the dim light. He did not turn around, his voice low and steady. Regulate your breathing and conserve your energy. The real trouble may be just beginning. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar, indescribable in words, accompanied by the jarring sound of some structure shattering, resounded from above. The convoluted ventilation system quaked violently, dust and rust cascading down. Following that, a cold, arrogant voice, as if amplified by some powerful sound system, reverberated throughout the starport, piercing through their cramped duct space. Listen closely, you rabble. Sun Wukong's body tightened ever so slightly. That voice was too familiar. It was Vegeta. Has he come in person? I am Prince Vegeta. This filthy dump is now under my command. The voice was filled with unabashed contempt, demanding the complete records regarding the gray mist and all recent anomalies. Furthermore, he ordered the capture of the few mice that had displayed the highest energy reactions during the earlier chaos in the market. He paused for a moment, his tone growing even colder. 10 minutes. If you fail, I shall reduce this place, along with you vermin, to cosmic dust. Overbearing, ruthless, undeniable. Such was the demeanor of the most formidable warrior under the cosmic emperor, Phylaisa. The pipelines fell into an oppressive silence. Klin and Xiao Wufan's faces drained of color in an instant. They had heard far too much about the infamous reputation of Vegeta from Kame Sennin. He was a terrifying entity who regarded life as inconsequential, with unfathomable combat prowess. Is he Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans? Klin's voice trembled with uncontainable fear. Xiao Wufan bit his lip tightly, his small hands clenched into fists, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. A colossal dread surged through him like icy water. Yet, even faster than fear was the eruption of even more chaotic turmoil in the outside world. Vegeta's command fell like a boulder into an already murky pond. For the sake of survival, all factions within the starport, including Mr. G's subordinates, local pirates, and fugitives, descended into madness. They no longer merely sought out Saiyan Wukong and his companions, but began to turn on one another, filled with suspicion, fighting over the so-called records, and capturing anyone who appeared suspicious or weak, preparing to use them as scapegoats. Now everyone has become our enemy, Klin exclaimed in despair. With the relentless pursuit of Mr. G's forces and now being targeted by Phylaisa's army and the entire port's outlaws, they were caught in a veritable death trap. Saiyan Wukong took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. The more desperate the situation, the less one could afford to panic. He keenly sensed that, although chaos was escalating outside, everyone's attention was diverted by Vegeta's threat and their mutual conflicts. Do not be afraid. Saiyan Wukong's voice rang out decisively, imbued with an unusual soothing power. Their turmoil is our opportunity. Follow me. Without further hesitation, he chose a direction and led the way through the pipeline at a swift pace. Klin and Xiao Wufan exchanged glances, recognizing the fear in each other's eyes, but also the unwavering trust they held in Wukong. Gritting their teeth, they followed closely behind. This time, Saiyan Wukong's goal was crystal clear: to steer away from the main thoroughfare and head towards the abandoned maintenance area marked on the map, near the outer armor of the starport. The area was complex in structure, filled with numerous spacecraft, providing ample opportunities for concealment and perhaps other paths for escape. Minutes later, they emerged from an inconspicuous maintenance hatch, landing in a dim corner cluttered with discarded containers and obsolete engines. The air here was thick, saturated with the smell of oil and rusted metal, while the distant sounds of explosions and chaos became muffled. We are temporarily safe. The three of them slid down against the cold container wall, finally given a moment to catch their breath. Mr. Wukong, can we go back? Xiao Wufan looked up, his eyes slightly red, struggling to hold back tears. After all, he was still just a child. Saiyan Wukong gazed at the boy, who shared the same name and was equally kind and brave as his son in his memories, and felt a soft spot in his heart stirred. He reached out to ruffle Xiao Wufan's hair, his tone unusually gentle. We certainly can. Bulma is waiting for us, and Kame Sennin is also eager for us to return and report on the taste of the cosmic pancake. This light-hearted remark seemed to possess a magical quality, slightly easing the tension in Klin and Xiao Wufan. Just then, Zizi Wukong, can you hear me? Bulma's anxious voice crackled through Saiyan Wukong's portable communicator. I hear you. Bulma, how are things on your end? Not good. Phylaisa's fleet has completely sealed off the airspace, and our disguise is about to give way. Moreover, Vegeta has dispatched a large ground force that is forcefully landing. Their objectives are clear. They have split into two groups, one heading for the control center, and the other advancing toward the Forgotten Corridor. seemingly intent on capturing that informant. Moke? Vegeta wants to capture Moke too. A chill ran down Suin Wukong's spine. Indeed, Vegeta's intentions extended beyond merely pursuing them as high-energy targets. He sought to acquire first-hand information regarding the Void and Mr. G. The knowledge Moke possessed was likely more extensive than they could imagine. The situation had suddenly grown even more complex and perilous. They, Mr. G, and Moke had all become prey that Vegeta yearned to ensnare. What about the shuttle? Suin Wukong immediately inquired. It is still taking a detour. The airspace around you is currently filled with Felicitas landing crafts and combat robots. Approaching directly would turn you into Swiss cheese. It will take at least 3 more minutes to reach your vicinity. 3 minutes. A span that usually passed in the blink of an eye now felt unbearably prolonged. Suddenly, Suin Wukong sharply raised his head, his gaze piercing as he focused on the entrance of the container yard. Klin and Xiao Wufan instantly sensed something amiss and stood up, tense and alert. The heavy, synchronized footsteps, accompanied by the faint hum of energy weapons charging, approached from multiple directions, growing ever nearer. They were surrounded. Huh, so you were hiding here. A coarse voice echoed. The scar-faced brute who had chased them through the market emerged, flanked by a dozen heavily armed subordinates of Mr. G, blocking all possible escape routes. Their eyes were fierce, exuding a frenzied desperation as if they had seized a lifeline. Surrender. Hand yourselves over to Lord Vegeta, and perhaps we might spare your lives. The scar-faced man grinned maliciously, raising his energy rifle. Klin and Xiao Wufan immediately assumed combat stances, their energy beginning to coalesce. Yet, facing a dozen fully charged energy rifles and that formidable scar-faced figure, their hearts sank to the depths of despair. Suin Wukong slowly stood, shielding Klin and Xiao Wufan behind him. His gaze calmly swept over the encroaching enemies, finally resting on the scar-faced man. 3 minutes, he murmured softly, as if confirming something. Then, he slightly bent his body, his hands poised at his waist. A visible white energy flow began to gather around him, radiating a powerful sense of pressure. Klin Wufan. Suin Wukong's voice was low but brimming with unwavering determination. Hold off the others for 3 minutes. This leader is mine. He chose not to flee, but rather to confront the enemies before him with the fastest and most direct method, carving a bloody path to seize those precious 3 minutes. You seek death. The scar-faced brute, enraged by Suin Wukong's demeanor, roared, his muscles tensed as he lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed straight at Suin Wukong's face. Suin Wukong's eyes flashed with brilliance. He neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he thrust his fists forward with great force. Kamehameha. A blinding white beam erupted, transforming into a roaring dragon of light, illuminating the entire shadowy yard and charging forth with an unstoppable momentum toward the rushing foe. Desperation erupts. Can Wukong's ultimate move break the deadlock? 3 parties converge. What secrets does the mysterious Moke hold? The shuttle still requires 3 minutes. Can Klin and Xiao Wufan withstand the ferocious assault? An even greater shadow looms. How much patience does Vegeta have left? Chapter 25. Breaking the Encirclement. The princes gazed the Kamehameha. Suin Wukong's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the yard. The white beam of energy, which concentrated all the ki he could muster at that moment, transformed from a mere light beam into a roaring dragon of fury, determined to obliterate everything in its path, crashing into the charging scar-faced brute. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the entire yard. The blinding white light instantly engulfed the scar-faced figure, and the violent shockwave spread outward in a circular fashion. What, boss? Those henchmen of Mr. G, who were poised to assault Klin and Xiao Wufan, were abruptly hurled away by a sudden, terrifying shockwave, colliding with the surrounding containers, producing a cacophony of screams and the sound of metal crumpling. Their energy guns nearly slipped from their grasp, and their formation was instantly thrown into chaos. As the brilliance faded, the sight revealed a scarred-faced giant lying several meters away, his body charred and his massive, keratin-covered arm grotesquely twisted, evidently rendered useless from the recent head-on collision. He struggled to rise, but violently coughed out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. His eyes filled with disbelief and terror before his head lolled to the side and he lost consciousness. One strike, merely one strike, had severely injured the strongest leader of this pursuing group. A small minion, gulping with difficulty, regarded Sun Wukong with eyes akin to those one would reserve for a monster. Clint and Xiao Wufan were equally astonished. They were aware of Wukong's formidable strength, yet they had not anticipated that, after enduring relentless pursuit and immense pressure, he could unleash such an overwhelming force. Sun Wukong panted slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The exertion from the full-powered Kamehameha had taken a toll. Yet he stood erect, his gaze sharp as a drawn sword, sweeping over the remaining enemies who were still in shock. Who else dares to challenge? His voice was low, yet it bore an icy edge of murderous intent. The henchmen of Mr. G were paralyzed by his aura, glancing from their incapacitated leader to the battle-hardened Sun Wukong. And for a moment, none dared to advance. Now is the time. Wu Fan, let us go. Clint was the first to react. Recognizing this as their prime opportunity for escape, he shouted, his hands swiftly flicking. Boom. A series of dazzling energy discs, like golden saucers, accurately targeted the densest clusters of enemies, forcing them to clumsily evade and further disrupting their formation. Xiao Wufan immediately grasped the situation. He opted not for lethal techniques, but instead darted forth with the agility of a nimble monkey, employing the most solid martial arts of the turtle school. Crack. Bang. His movements were lightning fast, specifically targeting the joints and weapon-bearing limbs of the adversaries. The sharp sounds of breaking bone and cries of pain echoed as 2 or 3 enemies had their wrists shattered, causing their energy guns to fly from their grasp. Sun Wukong charged ahead, eschewing the energy-draining techniques, concentrating his power into his fists and feet, moving like a tiger among sheep. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch and kick contained terrifying force, straightforward and unstoppable. Any foe daring to approach found themselves met with broken limbs, screaming as they were sent flying. The trio coordinated seamlessly, with Sun Wukong as the spearhead, Clint providing distant harassment, and Xiao Wufan flitting about to disarm the enemy. In mere seconds, they had turned the tide against the well-equipped foes, leaving them in disarray. Monster, run! The remaining lackeys were utterly terrified, abandoning their tasks and fleeing chaotically from the site. The crisis was temporarily averted. We did it! Wukong! Clint exclaimed excitedly, and Xiao Wufan rushed to Wukong's side. His small face flushed with exhilaration and admiration for him. Sun Wukong nodded, but showed no signs of relief. He gazed up at the artificially obscured sky above the yard. His brow furrowed. He sensed that more powerful presences were converging from all directions towards this area. The remnants of Mr. G's forces, accompanied by the chilling aura of the Frisia force. It is not over. They will return shortly. Sun Wukong spoke gravely. Bulma, has the shuttle arrived? Yes. Yes. It's waiting on the 3rd abandoned loading platform just above you. Hurry. Take advantage of this moment. Bulma's voice came urgently. Let us go. The trio wasted no time and dashed towards the direction indicated by Bulma. However, just as they were about to burst out of the yard and ascend the metallic staircase leading to the loading platform, whoosh, 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 a number of crimson energy beams, like the tongues of venomous serpents, shot from an oblique angle, precisely blocking their path and leaving scorching craters upon the metal ground. Oh no! Xiao Wufan cried out. Nearly grazed by a beam, the 3 halted abruptly, their eyes darting toward the source of the beams. They spotted 5 soldiers clad in standard battle attire of the Frisia force, equipped with single-lens scanners, positioned in a suspended maintenance corridor, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Their movements were synchronized, their expressions cold and vacant, with the barrels of their standard energy rifles still emitting wisps of smoke. The leading soldier, resembling a squad captain, addressed them in a dispassionate, electronic tone. High-energy targets and associates detected. By the command of Prince Vegeta, capture is mandated. Eliminate any resistance. It was the elite ground forces of the Frisia force. They had come for them. Moreover, they brought an execution order. Just as Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, preparing to force his way through, a semi-transparent energy barrier, crackling with faint electricity, suddenly rose between them and the Frisia soldiers, temporarily obstructing their line of fire. Quickly, we can circumvent to the left. There's an emergency passage directly to the platform. An urgent, processed electronic voice suddenly emanated from an abandoned speaker behind them. It was the informant, Goku. He was actually helping them. Sun Wukong had no time to ponder the reasons behind this, making a decisive call. Left. Now. The trio immediately turned, rushing into the inconspicuous, cluttered emergency passage. Almost the moment they entered, The energy barrier behind them was shattered by the overwhelming firepower of the Frisia soldiers. The passage was narrow and dark, but light faintly glimmered at the end. They sprinted forward with all their might. "Why is he helping us?" Clint questioned, puzzled as he ran. "I don't know, but this is our only option right now," Sun Wukong replied. His heart was heavy with doubt, yet his instincts suggested that Moku's actions were hardly benevolent. More like a diversion or an attempt to use them for some ulterior motive. Bursting out of the passage, they indeed arrived at the third loading platform as Bulma had described. A sleek shuttle, shimmering with a camouflage coating, stood quietly, its hatch open. "We made it," Xiao Wu Fan exclaimed joyfully. But before they could approach the shuttle, boom. A beam far thicker than any previous attack, radiating a devastating energy of deep violet, struck down with pinpoint accuracy from the lofty heavens, landing several dozen meters in front of the platform. The tremendous explosion and shockwave violently rocked the entire platform, cracking the metal surface. A scorching wave of heat washed over them, nearly suffocating. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a massive blackened crater, over 20 meters in diameter, mocked them like a demon-esque laughter, now lying between them and the shuttle. This strike was a warning, a declaration of absolute power. Sun Wukong abruptly lifted his gaze. His golden pupils fixated on the source of the attack. It was the colossal flagship of Frisia, hovering beyond the energy canopy of the spaceport. A cold, arrogant voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, echoed through the loudspeaker, reaching his ears and resonating across the desolate platform. "Humph, interesting. The Saiyan monkey, it seems, is not entirely worthless." It was Vegeta. He had personally intervened. Although it was merely a distant strike, the destructive power and unparalleled precision caused Sun Wukong's heart to sink completely. Vegeta had taken notice of him. Moreover, he appeared to harbor a trace of interest. This was far from good news. "Wukong," Klin's voice trembled with despair. "Can we still escape?" Xiao Van's pallid visage gazed at the vast chasm before him, as well as the shuttle looming on the opposite side, tantalizingly close yet seemingly distant. Hope appeared within reach, only to be thwarted by an insurmountable chasm of power. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from the contemptuous gaze of the proud Saiyan prince, as if it were a tangible weight upon his shoulders. Fixating on the flagship, he uttered resolutely, "Vegeta, in this dire moment, unleash the Kamehameha to shatter our foes." The atmosphere thickened with tension as Vegeta's presence loomed, a harbinger of despair that pierced every soul present, embedding itself in their hearts like a chilling needle. Desperation enveloped Colleen and Xiao Wufan like the frigid void of space, rendering Colleen weak-kneed, while Xiao Wufan clutched a warped metal railing, his small knuckles whitening from the strain. Even the shuttle, so near, appeared as an unattainable mirage. Yet Sun Wukong remained steadfast, a spear firmly lodged in the platform. Sweat trickled down his temple, sizzling as it met the scorching metal floor. The oppressive force brought by Vegeta felt like a mountain crushing down upon him. But within his golden-hued eyes burned not the flame of surrender, but an indomitable spirit ignited by defiance. "Cannot move?" Sun Wukong's voice, strained yet resolute, declared. "Then we shall strike." He pivoted sharply, eyeing the shuttle, separated from him by the yawning abyss of death, his mind racing with unprecedented speed. To charge forth would surely invite Vegeta's next lethal strike. A strategy must be devised. "Bulma," he bellowed into the communicator. "Can the shuttle initiate a remote launch and come to us?" "It is feasible, but the energy signal would reveal our position." Vegeta's main cannon. Bulma's voice brimmed with urgency and dread. "Time is of the essence. Trust in my signal." Sun Wukong interrupted, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the fractured ground, the twisted metal structures, the distant silhouettes of Frisia's soldiers, and the relatively intact platform beneath him. His focus settled on the massive, half-hanging discarded thrusters at the platform's edge. A wild and audacious plan took shape in an instant. "Colleen, Wufan," Sun Wukong spoke rapidly. "Do you see those tilted thrusters? Await my command, and unleash your strongest Kamehameha on their connection points to the port. Spare no strength." "What?" Colleen paused. But upon seeing the unyielding determination in Sun Wukong's eyes, he nodded vigorously, understanding. Xiao Wufan, though perplexed, hesitated not to gather his energy. At that moment, Vegeta's voice, laced with mockery and cruelty, echoed once more, like a cat toying with its prey. "What now, monkeys? Are you too terrified to move? Or are you deliberating how to beg for mercy? A cannon on the flagship flared ominously with a deep violet glow, slowly shifting as if selecting its next target. No more delays. Bulma, now, have the shuttle charge towards us at full speed. Saiyan Wukong roared. Almost instantaneously, the shuttle's engine, stationed across the chasm, erupted with a furious roar, its rear expelling a brilliant blue flame, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, charging towards the platform with reckless abandon. This stirred a frenzy akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The flagship's cannon blazed with intensity, as surrounding Frieza soldiers and hovering fighters opened fire. Countless energy beams rained down upon the solitary shuttle. Now, strike! Saiyan Wukong's eyes widened, synchronizing his movements as radiant white light coalesced between his palms. Kamehameha, Chi-round slash, shockwave. 3 energy waves, varying in strength yet infused with his utmost power, did not target any foes, but instead struck precisely at the connection points of the colossal thrusters. Thunderous explosions erupted. The precariously balanced thrusters were severed from the platform, propelled away with tremendous inertia, like several uncontrolled meteors tumbling through space, temporarily crafting a moving shield. At that moment, Bulma piloted the shuttle with a near-suicidal velocity, narrowly skirting the inner side of this makeshift barricade, racing towards the platform. Splendid. Kalin could not contain his jubilance. The formidable violet beam from Vegeta's cannon, alongside the multitude of soldiers' fire, primarily struck the rolling thrusters, igniting a cascade of explosions, flames, and debris, yet failing to intercept the agile shuttle. Quickly, prepare to board. Saiyan Wukong seized Xiao Wufan, whose strength was waning, and together with Kalin, they surged towards the shuttle's designated landing zone. The shuttle executed a daring drift, its door flinging open mere half a meter from the platform's edge. Jump! Without hesitation, the trio leapt into the open hatch. The door snapped shut behind them, sealing out the cacophony of explosions and concentrated energy beams. Hurry! Hurry! Kalin collapsed into a seat, pounding his chest, his heart racing as if it might burst. Xiao Wufan gasped for breath, his youthful face a mask of trepidation. Saiyan Wukong was the last to enter, swiftly closing the inner door. His gaze immediately fixed upon the main control screen. The red dots representing Frieza's forces were rapidly converging. Bulma, full speed ahead. Return to Zhuanghe. Hold on tight. Bulma's voice resonated with resolute determination. The shuttle's engines surged into overdrive, transforming into a streak of blue light as it navigated through the chaos of artillery and explosions, racing towards the hidden sanctuary of Zhuanghe. Within the command room of Frieza's flagship, Vegeta folded his arms, coldly observing the shuttle darting like a fish amidst the storm of gunfire, receding into the distance. He displayed no anger at the thwarted plan, but rather a chilling smirk of intrigue. So they managed to escape in this manner, he mused, as if appraising an amusing toy, a modicum of cleverness. Monkey. A cautious octopus-shaped aide queried. Prince Vegeta, shall we dispatch pursuit teams? They cannot flee far. Vegeta waved a dismissive hand, his eyes gleaming with the predatory glint of a hunter spotting prime prey. No need. A forced pursuit might alert the rats lurking in the shadows. He turned his gaze back to the still chaotic starport, his tone exuding absolute control. I have already marked them. Run, run freely. It shall aid me in uncovering more about the void and that elusive Mr. G. He paused, a cruel amusement lacing his voice. The game has merely begun. Inside the shuttle, the alarms finally subsided. They had successfully evaded most of their pursuers, entering a relatively secure airspace. Did we really escape? Xiao Wufan asked, his voice tinged with disbelief and a hint of emotion. Kellen exhaled deeply, collapsing into his seat, relieved to have survived. However, Sun Wukong remained tense, furrowing his brow as he meticulously assessed his own condition alongside the scanning data from the shuttle. For reasons unknown, a disquieting sensation of being watched lingered, akin to a relentless shadow that refused to dissipate. Was it merely an illusion? Suddenly, he recalled Vegeta's final strike from afar and his taunting words. Just as alarm bells rang in his mind, the shuttle's communicator abruptly transmitted a processed, intermittent electronic sound. It was the mysterious Moku. Congratulations on your escape. His voice seemed even weaker than before. However, you have been marked with Vegeta's energy signature. If you wish to survive, seek the ancient relics at the edge of the Chinmian Huaxiang star system. There lies both the answers and a method to erase the mark. The signal abruptly ceased, and regardless of Bulma's attempts, she could not reconnect. Inside the shuttle, the fleeting joy of having narrowly escaped was instantly frozen. Sun Wukong slowly lifted his hand, gazing at his palm, his expression growing icy. He understood the source of that unsettling feeling. Vegeta, the proud prince, had no intention of capturing them immediately. He was playing a long game, baiting a larger fish. They had become Vegeta's bait and pathfinders. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Moku seemed to know everything and was guiding them toward an even more enigmatic realm. Chimian Huixiang? Chapter 27. Chimian Huixiang. Whispers of the Ancients inside the shuttle. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Energy signature? Kellen's voice suddenly rose, tinged with terror. What does that mean? Has Vegeta implanted a tracker on us? He instinctively began to pat himself down, as though he could feel some unseen object. Little Gohan anxiously examined his own hands, his face paling. Sun Wukong remained silent, closing his eyes and fully concentrating on sensing the flow of his own energy. Indeed, deep within his essence, there was a thread of extremely faint, nearly imperceptible purple energy, imbued with Vegeta's characteristic cold dominance. It clung to his energy core like a parasite, silently broadcasting some signal outward. It was real. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, his gaze chillingly composed, aware of the hidden presence. Damn it! Kellen pounded his fist against the bulkhead. We fought tooth and nail to escape, only to become that guy's tracking beacon. Bulma's voice emanated from the communicator, carrying the calm and fatigue characteristic of a technical expert. I am analyzing the composition of this energy signature. It is quite peculiar, resembling a living energy code. Conventional methods will be ineffective for removal, and forcibly stripping it may provoke energy backlash or even an explosion. Despair washed over them like a tidal wave. The joy of narrowly escaping had vanished, revealing that they had merely leaped from one cage into a larger, more intangible one. That Moku, little Gohan, broke the suffocating silence. He mentioned that there is a way to erase the mark at Chimian Huixiang. Can we trust him? Kellen immediately shook his head. That guy is no saint. If he hadn't betrayed us, we might not have been so closely pursued by Vegeta. This has to be another trap. Sun Wukong remained silent, his gaze drifting to the star map that Bulma had just brought up on the control screen. It displayed a region at the edge of the known universe, marked as unexplored and high risk, its focal point being Chimian Huixiang. There lay desolation, devoid of resource-rich planets or navigational value. Merely ancient cosmic dust and the remnants of long-dead stars, an area forgotten by the cosmos. To venture forth could lead to yet another meticulously laid trap. To abstain would mean eternal evasion from Vegeta's pursuit, ultimately leading to capture by the Frieza Force. It was a dilemma of dire proportions. Sun Wukong's fingers lightly tapped the console, producing a rhythmic clicking sound. He shifted his gaze from the star map to the endless stars outside the porthole, and a glimmer of resolve crossed his eyes. We have no choice, he declared, his voice calm yet imbued with undeniable strength. Even if it is a trap, we must proceed. At the very least, Moku and Vegeta are not allies. There exists a rift between them. This may be our sole opportunity. He turned to Kellen and little Gohan. Are you afraid? Kellen took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, forcing a somewhat strained smile. Of course I'm afraid, but it's better than waiting here to die. Little Gohan nodded vigorously, his eyes gradually steeling. Mr. Wukong, I'm with you. Bulma, set the course for Chimian Huixiang. Understood. Course locked. We will execute 3 long-range space jumps, and energy consumption will be significant. The Hope must enter low-power cruising mode. Affirmative. Let us depart. The Hope plunged once more into the profound reaches of space, embarking on a journey into the unknown. After several space jumps, they finally arrived at the edge of the Chimian Huixiang star system. The sight before them enveloped everyone in an inexplicable weight of oppression. Here, there were no sparkling star rivers, only an endless, slowly swirling dark red nebula, akin to a scar frozen in the cosmos. Fragments of shattered planets floated silently like the tombstones of giants. In the distance, a white dwarf star, long extinguished and reduced to a dark core, emitted a gravitational pull that absorbed all light. An ancient, desolate, and deathly atmosphere cloaked this realm. This place feels unsettling, little Gohan murmured, gazing at the lifeless scene outside the porthole. Energy readings are extremely chaotic, and the spatial structure is unstable, Bulma reported, analyzing the scans. Moreover, there are traces of very weak, unnatural energy residues, ancient, and unidentifiable. The Hope cautiously navigated around perilous gravitational traps and spatial turbulence, heading toward the coordinates provided by Moku, a fragmented planet shrouded in nebula dust, where the contours of artificial structures were faintly visible. As they drew near, the surface of the planet became increasingly distinct. It was not the result of natural formations, but rather a ruin of enormous, twisted, and oddly styled metallic structures fused with rock. Towers leaned precariously, palaces crumbled, and massive pipes coiled around the ground like the lifeless remains of colossal serpents. Everything was cloaked in a thick layer of cosmic dust, exuding the desolation of countless millennia. The Hope descended onto a relatively flat area, reminiscent of an ancient plaza. The hatch opened, and the trio stepped out, immediately feeling a chill far more piercing than the vacuum of space. It was not merely a temperature drop, but a profound desolation that penetrated their very souls. The ground beneath their feet was an unknown black metal, etched with strange patterns that had long since faded. Towering around them were several enormous statues, each several hundred meters tall, yet they were not representations of any known deities or beings. Instead, they bore bizarre forms, a blend of geometric shapes and organic lines, most of which were weathered and damaged, leaving only vague outlines that cast elongated, distorted shadows in the reddish nebula, evoking an eerie atmosphere. What is this place? Kellen shivered, feeling as though the hollow eye sockets of the statues were fixated upon them. It is the remnant of a very, very ancient civilization. Sun Wukong sensed the surroundings, his brow furrowing. I cannot feel any living essence, yet there is a peculiar echo. Echo? Yes, it resembles voices, images, or emotions left behind from a time long past, not yet fully dispersed. Sun Wukong attempted to articulate the sensation. It was remarkably subtle, as if walking amidst the specters of history. They followed the vague instructions of Moke and ventured deeper into the ruins. The further they progressed, the more astonishing the scale of the architectural debris became, and the more bizarre its style appeared. Many structures defied the laws of physics, as if the builders possessed a fundamentally different cognitive framework. On some relatively intact walls, they discovered a number of well-preserved murals and carvings. The murals depicted fantastical scenes with colossal star maps illustrating constellations that had long since vanished, strange creatures engaged in enigmatic rituals. Yet predominantly, they portrayed an indescribable existence. These forms lacked fixed shapes, sometimes resembling swirling mists, at other times flowing liquids, or even a conglomeration of countless eyes and tentacles. Wherever they passed, the stars dimmed, and all fell into silence. In the corners of some murals, they observed familiar depictions of grayish-white energy, eroding everything like a background. Are these paintings of the void? Little Wufan's voice trembled. It seemed that this civilization had long dealt with the void, possibly even being annihilated by it. A chill coursed through Klin. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, who was leading the way, halted. They arrived at the center of the ruins, a vast circular depression resembling an ancient altar or energy pool. The bottom of the pool was not composed of metal or stone, but rather a surface as smooth as a mirror, yet as profound as the night. Made of a black material. At the very center of this black mirror pool, a soft, ever-changing, milky white halo quietly floated. The halo emanated a warm, pure, and vibrant energy wave, a stark contrast to the desolation of the entire ruin. It resembled a heart stubbornly beating in this land of death. An inexplicable warmth enveloped little Wufan as he took a step forward, feeling an unexplainable sense of reassurance from the halo. Is this what Moke spoke of? The thing that can erase the mark? Clint exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. However, before they could revel in their joy, the milky white halo, after dissipating Vegeta's mark, did not weaken. Rather, it intensified. Moreover, a gentle yet irresistible force suddenly acted upon Sun Wukong. What is happening? Sun Wukong's expression changed as he attempted to resist, but the force directly affected his breath and spirit, rendering him unable to break free. Mr. Wukong, little Wufan cried out. The halo, as if alive, extended a soft light strand that gently wrapped around Sun Wukong's arm. Then, an ancient, weary voice, seemingly traversing eons, resonated directly in his mind. At last, a worthy successor has arrived. Accept the final thoughts and comprehend the origins and ends, then make your choice. The light suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong entirely. Wukong. Klin and little Wufan watched in horror as Sun Wukong's figure vanished into the blinding milky white radiance. The light continued to shine, as if performing some ancient ritual. Moments later, the brilliance gradually receded. Sun Wukong reappeared, standing still, with his eyes tightly shut, his expression devoid of any emotion, resembling a stone statue. "Wukong?" Clint tentatively called out. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. However, they were no longer the familiar eyes filled with battle intent or warmth. In those crimson golden pupils, an overwhelming depth of sorrow, compassion, and an unfathomable weight, having glimpsed a terrifying truth, was evident. He gazed at Clint and little Wufan. His lips moved, producing a hoarse and unfamiliar voice. "I have seen many things. The guidance in the abyss, delving into forgotten ancient ruins. The light of hope? The mysterious halo truly can erase the Vegeta mark. An unexpected transformation. Wukong has been chosen as the successor, forcibly infused with ancient memories. What did he truly witness? What terrifying truths lie within the so-called origins and ends?" Chapter 28. Ancient Truths. Pursuers approaching Sun Wukong stood there, motionless. Clint and little Wufan scarcely dared to breathe, anxiously watching him. Wukong's gaze was too foreign. Swirling with the tides of star births and deaths, the rise and fall of civilizations, a heaviness that made their hearts race. "Wukong?" Clint called out tentatively again, his voice involuntarily soft, fearing to disturb anything. Sun Wukong slowly blinked, as if awakening from a millennia-long nightmare. His attention focused on the worried faces of Clint and little Wufan, taking a deep breath of the cold, lifeless air within the ruins, attempting to suppress the maddening visions in his mind. "I have seen many things." His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper, filled with dreadful truths. He raised his hand, a faint thread of platinum energy swirling around his fingertips, seemingly mingling with traces of the earlier milky white halo. "This light is an entity known as the heart-mind inheritance. It belongs to a long-extinct ancient civilization, the Spirit Clan." As he narrated, vivid and shocking images appeared to project directly into Clint and little Wufan's minds. Brilliance and warning. They witnessed the Spirit Clan possessing advanced spiritual technology capable of shaping stars and communicating with the cosmic will. They were the first to discover the existence of the void, which was not merely a force of destruction, but rather an absolute annihilation from beyond the universe, eroding reality itself, the ultimate fate of all things, and the nemesis all life must confront. A gruesome war. The scene shifted, grayish waves engulfing galaxies. The Spirit Clan's fleet and formidable spiritual practitioners collapsing like sandcastles before the void. They expended everything, paying the price of their civilization's destruction to barely repel and seal a vanguard force of the void, rather than annihilate it completely. The final warning, before their extinction. The Spirit Clan disseminated seeds such as the heart-mind inheritance, recording their history, research on the void, and their deepest warnings that the void would return. Its essence slumbered in a deeper darkness, and once awakened, the entire cosmic dimension would face the threat of being formatted. The true face of Mr. G. The critical information emerged. Mr. G was not an individual, but the code name for the leader of the Grey Genesis organization. This organization was extreme and dangerous, studying the void and even attempting to control and exploit this annihilation power to achieve a mad goal of purifying or reshaping the universe. They conspired with forces like the Frisian army, each serving their own needs, yet fundamentally playing with fire, hastening the awakening of the void's essence. The images abruptly ceased. Clint and little Wufan turned pale, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. Merely fragments of memories. The despair of a civilization's end and the chilling essence of the void nearly shattered their spirits. "Damn, this is too insane." Clint shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the horrifying images. "Is that Mr. G's organization a bunch of lunatics?" Little Wufan seized upon another critical point, his voice trembling with fear. "Mr. Wukong, you said the essence of the void still sleeps? What we are currently encountering is merely a faint ripple emanating from its dissipating power, or perhaps the unconscious breath of its slumber." The voice of Sun Wukong was heavy as a mountain, true void, far more terrifying than anything we have ever witnessed. This realization sent a chilling wave through the three present. Their previous efforts had been futile, barely scratching the surface of an iceberg. Just then, a deep rumble resonated. The entire relic planet shook violently, akin to a dying giant convulsing. The black mirrored pool beneath their feet instantly became riddled with web-like cracks. The colossal Bizarre stone statues around them toppled and shattered amidst the tremors. What is happening? Is the planet going to explode? Kellen exclaimed, struggling to maintain his balance. No, it's that. Xiao Wufan pointed at the center of the pool. There. The milky white halo of the mind transmission entity that had just imparted memories to Suin Wukong was now flickering with unprecedented intensity. Its brilliance fading rapidly, as if expending its last reserves of strength. Below the halo, deep within the cracked pool, a soul-chilling, pure gray-white energy began to seep forth, resembling a malevolent spirit imprisoned for eons. It is the seal. The seal left by the Xingling tribe has become unstable due to the activation of the transmission. Suin Wukong instantly grasped the situation, his expression transforming drastically. The power of the void was about to be unleashed. We must leave this place immediately. He seized the somewhat trembling Xiao Wufan and shouted to Kellen. The trio disregarded everything else, pushing their speed to the limit, racing towards the direction they had come from, fleeing through the collapsing ruins. Behind them, the gray-white mist spread as if alive from the ground, erasing everything in its path. Even the indestructible ancient metals vanished silently like they had been erased. The Hope was not far away, its hatch wide open. Bulma had evidently sensed the planet's upheaval, and the engines were already preheating. Hurry, faster. Kellen glanced back at the rapidly expanding death mist, panic-stricken. Just as they were about to dash up the ramp of the spacecraft, whoosh boom, a massive, deep purple energy beam, like the scythe of death, sliced through the dark red sky, striking the ground less than 100 meters in front of the Hope. It blasted a tremendous crater, the scorching shockwave and flying debris forcing the three back. The alarms on the Hope blared instantly. Bulma's scream echoed through the external speakers. It's Vegeta? He has caught up with us. In the sky, Frieza's flagship, resembling a mountain of bones, tore through the thin atmosphere, gradually descending, casting an enormous shadow over the entire ruins. Countless small fighter ships swarmed from the mothership like a swarm of bees, sealing off the surrounding airspace. Vegeta's cold, arrogant voice resonated through the loudspeakers, tinged with a mocking tone. You run quite fast, monkeys. It seems you have found some interesting little toys here. However, the game ends here. Hand over what you have obtained, along with that sneaky information dealer. With Vegeta's forces closing in from the front and the death mist of void energy swallowing everything from behind, they faced true despair. Suin Wukong gazed at the rapidly encroaching Frieza army, then glanced back at the advancing gray-white mist, his eyes sharpening with determination. He shouted into the communicator, Bulma, ignore Vegeta. Calculate the speed and direction of that gray mist spread. Transfer all non-essential energy on the Hope to the shields and engines. Bulma instantly understood his intent, her voice rising in pitch. Are you crazy? You want to use the void energy field as cover? We might be consumed by it first. There is no time to explain. Just do it. Suin Wukong nearly bellowed. This is our only chance. We will rush into the spreading edge of the gray mist, using its energy disturbances to disrupt Vegeta's targeting. Then we will make a hyperspace jump. This plan was bold, mad, and nearly suicidal. Yet, at this moment, they had no other choice. The engines of the Hope roared with overload, the energy shield flaring brightly as the bow pointed towards the edge of the consuming gray-white mist. Vegeta seemed to perceive their intentions, the main cannon of the flagship once again igniting with blinding light. Want to struggle in your death throes? Ridiculous. The deep purple destruction beam coalesced once more. At that moment, the Hope, like a moth to a flame, charged headlong into the gray-white region representing ultimate annihilation, accelerating without hesitation. Ancient memories unveil astonishing secrets. The void entity lies in slumber. The ruins collapse, death mist spreads, despair resurfaces. Vegeta's army descends, flanking from both sides, 10 deaths without survival. Suin Wukong's desperate plan seeks to escape using the power of the void. Can the Hope find a glimmer of hope amidst the crossfire of annihilating artillery and the engulfing mist of extinction? Chapter 29, The Mark of Betrayal. Resolute returned, the Hope surged forth like a frenzied metallic behemoth, its engines expelling a near-rending blue-white flame, charging towards the gray-white death mist that was consuming the planet. The hull emitted a spine-chilling groan under the strain of the overload acceleration. You lunatics! You are all insane! Bulma screamed at the control console, her hands inputting commands at an astonishing speed, allocating the shield energy to the extreme. Her face was pale, yet her eyes blazed with an indomitable fire. Outside the viewport, on one side was the Frieza flagship, its cannon poised with destructive light, resembling the single eye of death. On the other was the silent, all-consuming gray-white, manifesting the end of the universe. The Hope was caught in a high-stakes gamble between these two extremes of terror. The deep purple beam from Vegeta's main cannon finally surged forth, resembling a colossal spear tearing through space, aimed directly at the Hope's engine compartment. Almost simultaneously, the bow of the Hope narrowly grazed the outermost area of the gray-white mist. Boom! The destructive beam did not directly hit, but struck fiercely at the edge of the gray mist. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred, a terrifying energy capable of vaporizing asteroids, upon contact with the gray mist, was absorbed and erased as if a droplet had fallen into the desert, only causing a trivial ripple, failing to form an explosion. Meanwhile, the Hope was enveloped in a chaotic maelstrom of indescribable energy as it plunged into the turbulent electromagnetic sea, shaking violently, rolling. The shield's light flickered madly, alarms blaring in unison, shield energy rapidly depleting. 73-65-50. Bulma clung to the console, her voice intermittent amidst the turbulence. Inside, Saiyan Wukong, Kellen, and Xiao Wufan were violently thrown against the cabin walls by inertia, struggling to regain their footing. Through the viewport, they beheld a surreal spectacle, colors distorted, space warped, and instrument readings all scrambled, as if the laws of physics had lost their meaning. Did we succeed? Kellen shouted amidst the chaos. It seems Vegeta's attack was blocked. Don't celebrate too soon. We can barely hold on ourselves. Bulma yelled. The engine is overheating. The shields are on the verge of collapse. If we stay any longer, we will be assimilated by this monstrous force. Bulma, now is the time. Jump. Saiyan Wukong shouted with all his strength. The interference is too strong to calculate a safe path. We have to jump blind. Gritting her teeth, Bulma slammed down on the hyperspace jump activation button. Hum. The Hope's engine emitted a mournful cry of being overwhelmed, the entire vessel wrapped in a distorted wave of space, vanishing in the next moment from the chaotic gray-white edge. Within Frieza's flagship, Vegeta glared at the large screen depicting the gray-white area still slowly expanding and consuming the remnants of the planet, as well as the ship that had successfully escaped beneath his very eyes, his expression darkening to a point where it could almost drip water. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a sharp sound. It was not due to the prey escaping, but rather because that monkey dared to mock him, utilizing an enigmatic power that even he found unsettling. I have underestimated you. Vegeta's voice was frigid, laced with a tinge of wrath provoked by the taunt. However, do you think this will allow you to escape my grasp? He turned and commanded his aide. Analyze the energy disturbance data from earlier and trace the residual trajectory after their leap. Additionally, inform the Ginyu Force to be on standby. Yes, Prince Vegeta. The Hope soared out of hyperspace, emerging in a relatively tranquil, unknown starfield. The hull sparked with numerous electrical discharges. Although the engine overload alert had been lifted, the overall condition remained less than optimistic. Did we succeed? Have we escaped? Krillin collapsed to the ground, feeling as though he had just crawled back from the gates of hell, drenched in cold sweat. Little Gohan also slid down against the wall, panting heavily, his small face filled with dread. Goku approached the viewport, gazing at the unfamiliar starry expanse, yet his brow remained furrowed. Although they had temporarily evaded Vegeta, the fragmented memories of the star spirits and the oppressive aura of the void still weighed heavily upon his heart. Bulma, what is the status of the ship? He inquired. Bulma, conducting an urgent diagnostic at the control console, increasingly wore a grave expression. The external armor has sustained multiple damages, and energy reserves are depleted by 70%. These were all anticipated, but she suddenly turned her head. Her face contorted in incredulity and a hint of panic. I have discovered an inconspicuous energy signal repeater in the ship's secondary energy circuit that does not belong to us. It has been transmitting our coordinates outward. What? Krillin leaped up in shock. Little Gohan's eyes widened as well. Goku's gaze sharpened instantly. When was it installed? The signal encoding resembles that of the individuals who were tracking us at the starport, likely Mr. G's people. Bulma clenched her teeth. It was likely tampered with as soon as we arrived in the 7B starfield, or even earlier, when the ship docked for supplies or camouflage. A chill swept through the entire cabin. Their every move had been exposed to the enemy from the very beginning. The mysterious guidance of the Moke and Vegeta's precise pursuit could very well be part of an elaborate trap. So, does that mean our current location is known to Mr. G, and even to Vegeta? Krillin's voice was laced with despair. I just dismantled it, but I can't be sure when they received the last signal. Bulma anxiously raked her hair. A brief silence ensued. The relief of narrowly escaping death was utterly shattered by this revelation, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness and anger at being toyed with. What should we do now? Little Gohan timidly asked, his voice tinged with confusion. All eyes turned to Goku. He remained silent, walking to the control console to bring up the star map. His finger slowly traversed the map until it landed on a star system not too far from their current position, marked as a significant supply base of the Frieza Force. This base happened to lie at the flank of their route back to Earth. According to the fragmented memories of the star spirits and the operational patterns of Mr. G's organization, it was highly probable that this location concealed clues related to the Void experiment, or even a nexus of collusion between Mr. G and the Frieza Force. A bold, even reckless thought began to take shape in his mind. He could not remain on the defensive. He must seize the initiative. Since Mr. G and Vegeta considered them to be hapless prey, he would do the opposite. He turned, scanning the uncertain faces of his companions, his voice steady and resolute. Imbued with a sense of irrevocable determination, we will no longer hide. What? Krillin and Bulma exclaimed in unison. Mr. G thinks he can lead us around like a dog. And Vegeta believes we will cower in fear. Goku's eyes blazed with the fire of battle. We will show them they are mistaken. He pointed to the supply base of the Frieza Force on the star map. We will go here and dismantle this base. Since they are all searching for clues about the Void, we shall take the initiative and seize the evidence of their collusion, along with the experimental data regarding the Void. This plan was even more audacious than their previous escape through the mist. It was akin to plunging a knife directly into the jaws of a tiger. Krillin and Bulma were left speechless, mouths agape. Only little Gohan, after the initial shock, looked at Goku's fearless, even somewhat exhilarated expression, feeling his own fear dissipate somewhat. His small hands slowly curling into fists. Goku, you're not joking, are you? Krillin stammered. Do I look like I am joking? Goku's lips curled into a near-wild grin. They enjoy the chase, don't they? Then let them pursue. But this time, the roles of hunter and prey shall be reversed. Shocking revelation. The Hope was already outfitted with a tracker. Exposed movements. Is everything a conspiracy? Despair looms. Goku's stunning reversal. No longer fleeing, but aiming for the heart of the beast. Targeting the Frieza Force supply base. The hunt is about to commence. Chapter 30. Infiltrating the Tiger's Den. Initial emergence, the Hope quietly hovered in the shadow of a massive asteroid, like a predator lurking in the dark. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed one could wring water from it. Are you sure you want to do this? Bulma asked for the 10th time, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the console, revealing her immense anxiety. After all, it was the territory of the Frieza Force. We have no idea how many enemies are inside or what defensive forces they possess. Krillin wore a grimace. Goku, I know you're strong now and quite angry. But how is this any different from jumping into a fire pit? Little Gohan remained silent, tightly clutching his clothing. His large eyes reflecting both fear and a flicker of determination ignited by Goku's resolve. Goku stood before the viewport, staring at the asteroid that had been transformed into a massive military base. The surface of the base was riddled with menacing turrets and energy launchers, and Frieza Force patrol ships darted by like bloodthirsty sharks. His gaze was exceptionally tranquil, yet beneath that calm lay a volcano poised to erupt. It is precisely because we do not know that we must go see. Goku's voice was low but carried an undeniable strength. Mr. G and Frieza are colluding, conducting experiments with the Void, which threatens the entire universe. If we do nothing out of fear, what difference is that from waiting for death? He turned, his eyes sweeping over his companions. Bulma, you stay on the ship, ready to assist at any moment, and monitor the base's communications and energy responses. Krillin, Gohan, you will accompany me on the infiltration. We're going to? Krillin was taken aback. The smaller the team, the less conspicuous we are. Furthermore, we need to divert their attention. Goku pointed to the holographic structural diagram of the base, which Bulma had painstakingly drawn through remote scanning. I will forcefully break through near the main energy conduit to create chaos. You will take advantage of the confusion to enter through this maintenance passage and search for evidence regarding the Void experiments and Mr. G's collusion. He looked at little Gohan. Gohan, your aura is the calmest and least likely to be detected by sensors. Stay with Krillin, protect yourself, and also protect him. Little Gohan nodded vigorously, his small face serious. I understand, Mr. Goku. Krillin gazed at Goku, knowing he had made up his mind. Further persuasion would be futile. So he sighed heavily. All right, I'll indulge you this once. But if things go awry, we retreat immediately. Of course. Goku's lips curved slightly. We are going to steal something, not to meet our demise. After a brief moment, a small separation pod camouflaged as space debris silently detached from the Hope spacecraft, drifting towards the Frieza base. As it approached the perimeter defense circle of the base, the pod's shell opened, and 3 silhouettes shot out like cosmic dust, propelled by miniature thrusters in different directions. Sun Wukong, like a phantom, deftly evaded the scans of patrol boats and detectors, drawing near the base's exterior. His palm pressed against the cold metal, a subtle platinum aura permeated, sensing the internal structure and energy flow. This is it. His gaze sharpened, his right fist slightly recoiled, gathering a terrifying energy, highly compressed and utterly contained. Boom! A dull roar erupted as the thick outer armor of the base was forcefully breached, leaving a hole less than a meter in diameter, the metal edges melting and glowing a deep crimson. Alarms instantly blared through the internal corridors. Sun Wukong's figure flickered, having already penetrated the internal passage. Facing him was a squad of Frieza soldiers alerted by the commotion. Intruder! Open fire! A barrage of energy beams rained down like a torrential downpour. Sun Wukong stood steadfast, a faint platinum sheen enveloping his body. The energy beams struck him, yet they vanished as if swallowed by the sea, creating not even a ripple. What? The soldiers were left aghast. Sun Wukong moved. His figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, darting through the narrow corridor. Bang! 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 Every part of his body became the deadliest of weapons. Each strike was simple and direct, yet contained the force to shatter mountains and split stones. The elite Frieza soldiers, unable to even perceive his movements, felt an irresistible force strike them, their armor shattering, bones fracturing, and they were sent flying against the wall, losing consciousness without a sound. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, obliterating an entire squad. Sun Wukong paid no heed to the debris below, his senses fully engaged, racing like an arrow towards the energy core. Wherever he passed, alarms blared, and more soldiers surged forth, yet none could impede him for even a second. He was like a precise and efficient destruction machine, crushing all in his path, bringing chaos to every corner of the base. Meanwhile, within the maintenance corridor on the opposite side of the base, Klin and little Gohan held their breath, listening intently to the distant sounds of explosions and the increasingly frantic alarms. It's begun over there, Klin whispered. We must hurry. Utilizing the shadows cast by the complex pipelines and equipment in the corridor, the two advanced cautiously. Little Gohan suppressed his energy to the utmost, rendering himself nearly invisible. Klin focused on sensing whether there were enemies around the next corner. There are 2 ahead, guarding the passageway. Klin signaled. Little Gohan nodded, picking up 2 small screws from the ground. His gaze sharpened, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, he launched the screws. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 screws, carrying a faint energy, struck 2 distant metal pipelines, producing 2 soft clinks. There's movement. The 2 guarding soldiers were immediately drawn to the sound, guns raised as they approached. Go! Klin and little Gohan swiftly darted out like nimble cats, quickly passing through the unguarded passageway. Thanks to their tacit cooperation and the massive chaos created by Wukong, the 2 safely delved deeper into the base. Following Bulma's remote guidance, they finally located their target, a highly secured area deep within the base, with a sign flashing the highest level of confidentiality. This is it. A data repository or laboratory. Klin's eyes lit up. However, stationed at the entrance were 4 guards equipped with visibly superior gear and possessing a stronger presence, alongside a heavy energy door. We cannot charge in recklessly, little Gohan whispered. Klin scratched his head. Suddenly his eyes brightened, and he leaned close to little Gohan's ear, whispering a few words. Little Gohan initially looked surprised, but then nodded. A few minutes later, a panicked voice echoed through the base's internal PA system. Mimicked by Klin's energy, there's trouble. The energy core is overloaded. It's going to explode. Run. Simultaneously, little Gohan simulated a small-scale energy fluctuation from a distance. The four guards momentarily froze, exchanging glances, appearing hesitant. In that instant of distraction, now, Klin burst forth from his hiding spot, fingers of both hands pressed together at his forehead. Solar fist. A blinding light erupted, flooding the entire corridor. The four guards, caught unprepared, cried out in horror, their visual sensors and eyes blinded in an instant, plunging into brief chaos. Gohan, Klin shouted, already prepared. Little Gohan concentrated his energy at his fingertips, transforming it into an incredibly thin, yet razor-sharp energy needle. Kamehameha needle. A fine white light flashed, precisely piercing a weak node on the energy door's control panel. Crackle. Sparks erupted from the control panel, and the heavy energy door flickered a few times before surprisingly opening a gap. Quickly, they entered without hesitation. Inside was a laboratory filled with various intricate instruments and large transparent containers. Some containers housed bizarre alien biological tissues, and the most striking was a small mass of grayish-white energy, bound by multiple energy fields, writhing and twisting at the center of the laboratory. It was the power of the void. On the main console, screens rapidly scrolled through vast amounts of experimental data and communication records. Found it, Klin exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to insert a data interface into the console, initiating a remote download with Bulma. Little Gohan stood guard at the door, watching the bound, grayish-white energy. Feeling waves of dread, the progress bar of the data download surged rapidly. 909599, just as the data was about to complete transmission. The laboratory door was violently blasted open from the outside. A tall figure clad in a specialized combat suit, with a cruel smile on his bald head, stood at the entrance with a team of elite soldiers. Ha ha ha, looks like we caught a few little mice sneaking in. The bald man cracked his neck, releasing an overwhelming aura that far surpassed any enemies encountered before. It's Bart, a member of the Ginyu Force. Klin's face turned pale as he recognized this notorious figure in the universe. Bart, a member of the Ginyu Force, renowned for his incredible speed and strength. The data transmission is complete. Bulma's voice came through just in time, but at this moment, their escape route was completely blocked. Bart gazed at the two in the laboratory, especially at the mass of bound void energy, licking his lips. Just right, let's test this new toy's power on you. He swung his hand violently. A powerful energy wave demolishing part of the binding apparatus. The grayish-white energy surged instantly, like a wild stallion, beginning to spread slowly, exuding a despairing aura of death. With Bart as the formidable foe ahead and the uncontrollable void energy behind, Klin and little Gohan found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. Dual infiltration. Ryukon's frontal assault creates chaos, cunningly obtaining secrets. Klin and Gohan's tacit cooperation breaks the defense. Data acquired, but the crisis suddenly descends. Bart of the Ginyu Force appears. The uncontrollable void threatens to consume. How will Klin and Gohan escape? Chapter 31, Deadlock? The heart's intent reveals its might. The air in the laboratory felt as if it had solidified, or perhaps it had been sucked into a vacuum by the spreading grayish-white energy. Klin felt a tightening in his throat, his heart gripped by a cold hand, making breathing a struggle. Little Gohan's face turned ashen, his small body trembling involuntarily. The deathly aura emanating from the grayish-white energy was 100 times more terrifying than any vicious enemy. Bart. The timbre of Klin's voice quavered with fear. The notorious reputation of the Ginyu Tezen team could silence even the cries of children in the cosmos. Heh, do you recognize me? Bart sneered, flexing his wrists. Completely indifferent to the encroaching deathly mist behind him, conveniently eliminating the need for self-introduction. Surrender obediently, and perhaps you'll suffer less. Before he could finish his thought, his figure suddenly blurred. So fast, Klin's pupils constricted, and he barely had time to cross his arms defensively over his chest. Bang! An irresistible force struck his arms with tremendous impact. Klin felt as if he had been hit head-on by a meteor hurtling through the sky, his body soaring backward like a detached kite, crashing violently against a sophisticated instrument behind him. Crack! Clang! The shell of the instrument instantly caved in and shattered. Electric sparks flying in every direction. Klin tasted blood in his throat, a mouthful erupting forth, while excruciating pain radiated from his arms, clearly indicating fractures. Uncle Klin, little Wufan cried in horror. Little brat, it's your turn. Bart's figure appeared like a specter beside Wufan, his knee covered in a hard carapace, thrusting viciously toward Wufan's abdomen. If this blow landed, Wufan's diminutive body would likely be cleaved in two. Yet, extreme fear ignited the latent potential within little Wufan. Memories of Master Roshi's stern teachings and countless evasive maneuvers practiced in the gravity chamber flashed through his mind. I cannot withstand this. I must evade. In a moment of life and death, Wufan's body bent backward with astonishing flexibility, nearly gliding along the ground. Bart's inevitable strike narrowly grazed the tip of his nose, the force of the wind stinging his cheek. "Oh," Bart uttered in mild surprise, seemingly not expecting the little rascal to evade his attack. However, before Wufan could revel in his fortune, the suffocating grayish-white energy had already spread to where he had just stood. A metal experimental table, touched by this unseen force, silently lost a substantial segment, its surface as smooth as glass. The escape route was rapidly being consumed. "Wufan, come here quickly." Clint gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to rise from the rubble, blood still staining his lips. He glanced at Bart, his eyes filled with despair and fury. Unable to fight back, unable to flee. Would he truly perish here today? Bart observed their pitiful state and the encroaching void energy, his cruel smile widening. "Why aren't you running? In the face of absolute power and despair, you weak insects look utterly ridiculous even in your struggles." He leisurely crossed his arms, seemingly relishing the sensation of toying with his prey, watching them futilely writhe in their trap. Despair crashed over Clint and little Wufan like icy tides, wave after wave assaulting their hearts. Clint gazed at the approaching grayish-white energy, then at Bart blocking the only exit, a surge of determination swelling within him. "Damn it, I'll fight him," Clint roared, disregarding the agony in his arms, forcing all of his energy into a concentrated effort. "Uncle Clint, no?" Wufan cried out in alarm, realizing Clint's intention for a mutual destruction. But it was too late. Clint's hands clasped at his waist, blinding white light beginning to coalesce. Kamehameha. However, before he could finish the name of his ultimate technique, Bart's figure vanished once more. In the next instant, a massive hand, covered in impenetrable scales, clamped down on Clint's throat like an iron vice, slamming him against the wall behind him. Thud! The wall emitted a deep, resounding thud, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Ugh! Clint's energy blast was interrupted, the backlash causing him to see stars, and with his throat constricted, his vision faded to black, the gathered energy dissipating in an instant. "Is that all you've got? You don't even deserve a warm-up." Bart scoffed, gradually tightening his grip, ready to crush Clint's throat. "Let go of Uncle Clint." Little Wufan watched helplessly as Clint neared death and noticed the grayish energy creeping toward his feet. An overwhelming mix of fear, anger, concern, and a strong desire to protect his loved one erupted like a volcano within his young heart. He didn't know what to do. He just knew he had to act. He couldn't stand by and watch Uncle Clint die. Buzz, a strange yet gentle white light, unlike the violent energy of a ki blast, surged uncontrollably from within little Wufan, resembling a warm stream. The light was not blinding but possessed an indescribable penetrating quality, as if it could directly affect the very essence of life itself. "Ah, my eyes!" Bart, poised to strike, suddenly let out a piercing scream, releasing Clint and clutching his eyes. It felt as if he had been blasted by a brilliant light at close range, or as if countless needles were stabbing into his brain, his vision and perception instantly thrown into chaos. Even more horrifying, the energy within him, which had previously flowed smoothly, began to stagnate and falter. This was the power of intention that Sun Wukong had comprehended through his legacy, but had yet to fully master, not a direct attack, but a disruption and suppression of the enemy's spirit, perception, and energy flow. In a moment of extreme emotion, little Wufan had unwittingly triggered its nascent form. Although the effect was fleeting for a powerhouse like Bart, lasting only a second or two, it was more than sufficient. Cough, cough. Clint fell to the ground, clutching his throat and violently coughing, greedily inhaling air. Meanwhile, little Wufan, having unleashed that wondrous white light, felt as though all his strength had been drained, his pale face swaying precariously. In this precious moment, "You little brats." Bart shook his head, his vision and perception swiftly returning, fury overwhelming his rationality. He ceased his mockery and decided to crush these two insects who had embarrassed him. His energy surged, his right fist coalescing terrifying purple energy, aimed directly at the nearest. Helpless little Wufan. This punch was enough to obliterate Wufan into cosmic dust. Wufan. Klin's eyes widened in despair, powerless to intervene. Little Wufan stared at the rapidly enlarging fist. Swirling with destructive energy, the shadow of death completely engulfing him. In that split second, boom. The laboratory ceiling, along with several upper layers, was violently pierced by an unfathomable force. A figure enveloped in platinum-colored flames descended like a meteor, crashing down between Bart and little Wufan with a speed that defied Bart's reaction. Debris rained down, dust swirling. Yet the figure stood firm, casually raising a hand and effortlessly grasping Bart's fist, capable of shattering mountains. The ferocious wind from the punch whipped the figure's hair back, revealing a pair of golden-red eyes burning with icy fury. It was Sun Wukong. He had arrived. Bart's sinister grin froze instantly, transforming into sheer horror. He felt as though his fist, capable of annihilating a small planet, had struck an ancient star core, unable to budge an inch. The fist was held fast by 5 iron-like fingers, the strength akin to a cosmic black hole. Unfathomable. Sun Wukong's gaze swept over the injured, bloodied Klin, then over the exhausted, pale little Wufan, finally locking onto Bart's astonished countenance. His voice, though not loud, carried a chilling essence that froze the soul. Who were you just about to kill? Desperation ignites. Little Wufan unconsciously awakens the power of intention. In the nick of time, Sun Wukong descends like a divine warrior. Absolute suppression, barehandedly catching Bart's lethal punch. Fury ignited. Sun Wukong arrives. The tide of battle instantly turns. Chapter 32. Crushing. The prince's gaze Bart's sinister grin completely froze, then shattered like a cheap mask, leaving only raw astonishment. He felt his fist, capable of obliterating a small planet, firmly gripped, all his power vanishing without a trace. What sent chills down his spine even further was the pair of crimson gold eyes before him. Cold and ablaze with a fury the likes of which he had never witnessed in any inferior species, a wrath that seemed capable of incinerating stars. What are you? Bart's voice quivered with fear, attempting to retract his fist, only to discover that the opponent's hand remained immovable, the disparity in strength rendering him utterly despondent. Sun Wukong offered no reply. His gaze swept past Bart, quickly assessing Krillin, who was slumped on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth, and the pale, nearly exhausted visage of little Gohan. Witnessing the dismal state of his comrades, particularly the lingering terror etched on Gohan's face, deepened the chill in his eyes. It seems you have been enjoying yourselves. Sun Wukong's voice was soft, yet struck Bart's heart like a hammer. In the next moment, Sun Wukong seized Bart's fist and twisted it violently. The sickening crack of bones reverberated through the laboratory. Aya! Bart shrieked in agony, his wrist contorted at an unnatural angle. White bone protruding through the skin, stained with crimson. But that was not the end. Sun Wukong's arms surged with a formidable strength, lifting Bart's robust form as though he were a mere rag doll, arcing through the air before crashing forcefully into the most robust main control computer. Boom. The expensive precision instrument shattered into countless pieces, metal shards, and electronic components scattering in all directions. Bart lay buried beneath the rubble, racked with pain, blood streaming from his forehead, staining his horrified face. In a mere exchange, a single round, Bart, renowned in the Ginyu Force for his strength and speed, was crushed like an infant. This sudden reversal left Krillin and little Gohan astounded. They were aware of Wukong's strength, yet never anticipated it to such an extent. After all, he was a member of the Ginyu Force. Krillin opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Sun Wukong disregarded Bart entirely, vanishing and reappearing beside Krillin and little Gohan. He first channeled a gentle stream of platinum energy into Krillin, stabilizing his injuries, then lightly patted little Gohan's shoulder. A warm current flooding in to dispel the child's weakness and chill. It's all right. These simple 3 words carried an assuring power. At that moment, Bart struggled out from the debris, glaring at Sun Wukong with eyes brimming with malice and a hint of madness. You bastard, how dare you? You are finished. The Ginyu Force will not let you go. Prince Vegeta will have you torn to shreds. Vegeta? Sun Wukong finally regarded him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If he comes, it will save me the trouble of seeking him out. This dismissive tone and utter disregard for the Saiyan Prince incensed Bart to the brink of spitting blood. However, a greater crisis was yet to unfold. The portion of the containment apparatus destroyed by Bart had released a fragment of void energy, which, now unrestrained, began to spread rapidly. The gray-white edge of desolation had already encroached upon nearly a third of the laboratory, relentlessly advancing towards them. Even the air and light vanished before it. This is bad. It's spiraling out of control, Krillin exclaimed in terror, pointing at the rapidly approaching gray-white mass. Little Gohan anxiously grasped the hem of Sun Wukong's clothing. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing that although this void energy was but a small portion, its inherent annihilation properties posed a considerable dilemma. With his current strength, he could perhaps forcefully resist it, but to control or eliminate it seemed nearly impossible. We must leave immediately, Sun Wukong resolved decisively. Seizing Krillin and Little Gohan in each hand, aiming to burst through the hole in the ceiling he had created. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Bart, in a frenzy, slammed his uninjured hand onto an emergency button at his waist. You will all die with me. The self-destruct sequence of the base had been initiated. You can't escape, he cackled maniacally. The ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the base. Red warning lights flashed frantically. The heavy energy door at the entrance descended instantaneously, sealing the laboratory completely. Even above the hole Sun Wukong had created, layers of reinforced composite armor descended swiftly. The entire laboratory had transformed into a sealed tomb of death. Within, void energy continued to devour, while outside, the self-destruct countdown commenced. Ha! It's over. You are all finished. Bart laughed maniacally, seemingly envisioning his enemy's annihilation or disintegration into fragments. Krillin and Little Gohan's hearts plummeted anew, their fleeting hope extinguished mercilessly. Sun Wukong's expression darkened completely. He sensed the core energy of the base escalating at a dangerously rapid pace, the explosive force capable of engulfing this entire star domain. Meanwhile, the void loomed ominously within 10 meters. Time was slipping away, with only seconds remaining. His gaze swept the laboratory, his mind racing at unprecedented speed. Breaking through all barriers would require time, and neither the void nor the explosion would grant him that luxury. Was there truly no escape? Just when despair threatened to engulf him, Sun Wukong's gaze fixated on the roiling mass of void energy itself. An audacious, almost fantastical thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This void consumed everything, including energy and matter. What of the impending explosive energy from the self-destruct sequence? Could it be harnessed? Bulma. Sun Wukong immediately contacted her via the communicator, calculating the peak energy of the core explosion and its trajectory. Hurry, I'm on it. Oh my, the energy readings are skyrocketing. You must forget that. Sun Wukong interrupted, speaking at a breathless pace. Tell me, if most of the explosion's energy is directed towards our current location, what will consume it? Bulma fell silent for a moment before a realization dawned upon her, followed by a terrified scream. Are you insane? You want to use the void as a shield? That's too unstable. What if it spirals out of control due to the energy stimulation? There may be no other option. Sun Wukong growled, his gaze sharp as a blade, having made up his mind. He turned to Krillin and Little Gohan, his tone brooking no argument. Stay behind me, no matter what. Do not leave the range of my aura. Without waiting for their response, he inhaled deeply and thrust his palms forward with great force, not aimed at the void, nor at any enemy, but towards the comparatively sturdy wall of the laboratory and the direction of the base core, which was accumulating destructive energy at a frantic pace. Kamehameha. This time, he held nothing back. Thicker and more solid than ever before, a white golden beam, as scorching as a star's core, erupted from his palms. Yet its purpose was not destruction, but guidance. The golden beam did not collide directly with the wall. Instead, it subtly deflected just before contact, transforming into a massive arc of energy, acting as a clever lever and refractor, forcefully redirecting a portion of the impending destructive energy away from that direction. Boom. The countdown to the base's self-destruction reached zero. An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted from the core area. The torrent of destructive energy surged forth like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage, cascading wildly in all directions. Amongst them, a current redirected and guided by Sun Wukong barreled toward the laboratory, crashing violently into the expanding gray-white void. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a more chilling sound, as if the universe itself were swallowing its own essence. The torrent of destructive energy collided with the gray-white zone, akin to a river plunging into a bottomless abyss. Consumed by the void at a visibly rapid pace, obliterated. A transient safe zone, crafted through the characteristics of the void, has emerged amidst the cataclysmic torrent. Now is the time. Go. Sun Wukong sustained the output of his energy wave, utilizing himself as a fulcrum to direct the destructive flow into the void, simultaneously enveloping Kuririn and Gohan with the remnants of his energy. They surged towards the edge of a grayish-white area, where the intensity of annihilation had been temporarily diminished by an energy clash, and with a fierce impact, they crashed against the most fragile section of the wall. Bang! The wall shattered. 3 figures shot forth like streaks of light, narrowly escaping from the intertwining realms of explosion, consumption, and destruction. Almost instantly after their emergence, the void, deprived of the energy inflow, lost its equilibrium, violently collapsing inward, leading to an even more intense and incomprehensible transformation, devouring the entire laboratory and a significant portion of the base, reducing it to an absolute void. The Hope had already received its orders, appearing nearby like a specter, its hatch opening wide to precisely catch the 3 fleeing figures, as its engines operated beyond capacity, racing away into the distant starry expanse without a glance back. Behind them, the supply base of the Frisia force slowly approached its ultimate demise amidst the continuous chain explosions and the ever-expanding void. On the distant flagship of Frisia, Vegeta crossed his arms, gazing at the monitoring screen where the signal representing the supply base vanished completely, and he caught sight of the platinum energy that had forcefully deflected during the explosion, narrowly escaping. Instead of displaying anger over the loss of his subordinates, his face revealed a cruel smile, mingled with astonishment and extreme excitement. They managed to escape in such a manner, and destroyed one of my bases in the process, he murmured, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest of his throne. Kakarot, it seems you are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. A glimmer akin to that of a hunter discovering a rare beast flickered in his eyes. Send word to Jinyu, instructing him to personally bring this interesting fellow from my clan to me. Vegeta's voice carried an undeniable authority. Remember, I want him alive. Chapter 33. Greetings from Jinyu. A desperate situation. The Hope carved a haphazard trajectory through space, its hull marked with scorch marks and dents that silently testified to the earlier peril. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense. Kuririn's arm was bandaged. Little Gohan leaned against a chair, his complexion still somewhat pallid, while only Sun Wukong stood firm, gazing at the star map, lost in thought. The silence was shattered by Bulma's voice as she broke the tension, tinged with fatigue and trepidation. Mr. G and the Frisia forces collusion runs deeper than we imagined. They are conducting void-related research in at least a dozen peripheral star systems, and this supply base is merely one of them. She displayed a few blurry images, revealing a colossal structure reminiscent of an altar, surrounded by a distorted energy field. They are attempting to activate or channel the energy of the void. It is utterly insane. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. The visions of civilizations being obliterated from the memories of the star spirits resurfacing in his mind. We must stop them. But where is the next target? Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared without warning. Red warning lights bathed the entire bridge in an ominous hue. High-energy reaction. Hyperspace interference. Something is about to emerge right in front of us. Bulma shrieked, frantically manipulating the controls in an attempt to alter the course, but it was too late. Before them, the cosmic expanse warped violently, as if a stone had been cast into water, rippling ominously. In the next moment, a peculiar warship, resembling a purple bat with outspread wings, far larger than the Hope, forcefully tore open the fabric of space and emerged with a brutish demeanor, effectively blocking all escape routes for the Hope. On the exterior of the warship, the emblem of the Jinyu Force, a grotesque smiling face, now appeared exceedingly sinister. It is the specialized warship of the Jinyu Force. Kuririn's face turned even paler than Gohan's, his voice trembling with despair. The Jinyu Force, Frisia's most elite and eccentric combat unit, led by the legendary monster Jinyu. Known for his extraordinary strength, the Hope appeared as insignificant as a toy before this colossal vessel. A mandatory communication request was established, the screen flickering momentarily before revealing 5 figures of diverse appearances and formidable auras standing side by side. It was the entire Jinyu Force. At the center stood a tall, middle-aged man clad in white battle attire, his hair resembling blue flames, adorned with an exaggerated smirk that blended arrogance with amusement. Ho ho ho. Greetings, little mice up front. Captain Jinyu began with an odd tone reminiscent of a choir, accompanied by his signature neck-twisting gesture. I am the universe's #1, Captain Jinyu. By the command of Prince Vegeta, I have come to extend a warm greeting to you. Laughter erupted from the members behind him. A robust, red-skinned figure named Raikum clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. A short, sly figure named Geese chuckled sinisterly. A frog-like individual named Guldo puffed out his cheeks. And on the edge, with a weighty restraining device on his wrist and a fearsome expression, stood Bardo, who had previously suffered a loss at the hands of Sun Wukong. Bardo has indeed gone back to report. Kirin swallowed hard. Sun Wukong's gaze calmly swept across the 5 figures on the screen, ultimately resting on Jinyu. Vegeta dares not come himself, and instead sends you all to meet your demise. Upon uttering these words, the laughter from the screen abruptly ceased. Captain Jinyu's smile faltered momentarily, only to return even brighter, though his eyes turned icy. Oh dear, it seems we have a rather impolite wild monkey here. No matter, our Jinyu force excels at training disobedient pets. He suddenly waved his hand. Raikum, Geese, bring our guest over. Remember, the prince wants him alive. Leave it to us, Captain. Raikum cackled madly, and alongside Geese, they surged out from the open hatch like 2 cannonballs, hurtling towards the Hope. They are coming. Bulma watched in terror as 2 energy signals rapidly enlarged on the screen. Bulma, steady the ship. Kirin, Gohan, protect yourselves. Sun Wukong's expression hardened as he proactively opened the airlock, transforming into a streak of platinum light to meet them. He could not allow them to approach the Hope. Otherwise, Bulma and the others would undoubtedly perish. In the vacuum of space, 3 figures collided in an instant. Boom. Raikum's heavy fist met Sun Wukong's with a resounding clash, unleashing a silent energy shockwave. Raikum's manic laughter turned to shock as he felt his fist collide with what felt like vibranium, the recoiling force numbing his entire arm. How is this possible? Your strength. Raikum could hardly believe it. Your movements are too slow. Sun Wukong's cold voice echoed in his ear as his figure, like a specter, circled around him, delivering a knife-hand strike with the force to rend space, aimed directly at his neck. Raikum's soul nearly fled in terror, and in a panic, he could only raise his other arm to block. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking echoed. Raikum let out a muffled groan of agony, his arm bending unnaturally as he was sent flying by the immense force. Simultaneously, Geese, like a shadow, launched an assault from behind Sun Wukong, his fingertips coalescing dangerous purple energy spikes aimed straight at Sun Wukong's back. He had succeeded. However, it was as if Sun Wukong had eyes in the back of his head. Without looking back, he executed a precise elbow strike that struck Geese's wrist. Thud! Geese felt an excruciating pain in his wrist, and the energy spikes instantly dissipated. He had yet to react when Sun Wukong seized his arm and executed a clean shoulder throw, hurling him towards Raikum with the force of a sandbag. Bang! The two collided clumsily, rolling away into the vastness of space. In a single encounter, 2 members of the Jinyu team were left with one lightly injured and another severely wounded. On the Hope, Kellen and little Wufan were filled with excitement, nearly bursting into cheers. Wukong was incredibly strong. Inside the Jinyu spacecraft, Captain Jinyu's exaggerated smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression and an intensified interest. Oh, he truly possesses remarkable skills. No wonder Bait suffered a setback. How fascinating, utterly fascinating. Bait gritted his teeth beside him. Captain, this kid is strange. Let's take him on together. No. Jinyu raised his hand to stop him, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Confrontation was not the Jinyu team's style. Gurdwa, it is your turn. The frog-like Gurdwa, who had remained silent, nodded and took a deep breath, his cheeks swelling further as an unusual, non-physical energy wave emanated from him. As Sun Wukong pursued Raikum and Jaisai, he suddenly felt a shift. The surrounding space grew thick and viscous, as if ensnared in an invisible mire, causing his movements to slow drastically. Not only that, but he found himself unable to utter a sound. It was Gurdwa's superpower, the realm of time, pause, and silence. Bulma detected the abnormal energy field aboard the ship and gasped in alarm. Wukong was trapped. Ha! Well done, Gurdwa. Raikum and Jaisai rejoiced at the sight. Though they felt some impact, it was far less than what Sun Wukong experienced. Steadying themselves, They wore cruel smiles as they lunged toward the slow and voiceless Suin Wukong, intent on thoroughly incapacitating the detestable monkey. Wukong, no? Little Wufan's eyes glistened with tears. Kellen's rage boiled over as he attempted to rush out to help, only to be firmly restrained by Bulma. You'd be walking to your doom. With Lycom's heavy fist and Jisai's energy blade poised to strike Suin Wukong once more, a moment of absolute peril unfolded. Bound within the realm of time, Suin Wukong's eyes, instead of reflecting panic, sparkled with a fierce light. He could not move or speak. Yet the energy within him, particularly the platinum aura infused with the legacy of the Xingling tribe and a hint of willpower, surged with unprecedented speed. Buzz, an invisible, purely mental shockwave erupted from Suin Wukong, akin to a tsunami, expanding outward. This impact disregarded physical constraints, directly affecting Lycom, Jisai, and the distant Guerdwa maintaining the time field. Ugh! Lycom and Jisai's forward momentum halted abruptly, clutching their heads in agony, though unheard in the vacuum, as if countless needles pierced their very souls. Guerdwa, too, was struck hard, the time field he maintained fluctuating violently, becoming exceedingly unstable. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Suin Wukong forcibly broke free from the thinning temporal restraints. Instead of attacking the howling Lycom and Jisai, he set his sights on the most significant threat, Guerdwa. The platinum aura erupted once more as Suin Wukong reached his utmost speed. Appearing before Guerdwa as if transcending space, his fist ruthlessly aimed at his face. Guerdwa gazed at the rapidly enlarging fist in terror, his eyes widening. He attempted to activate his ability again, but the agonizing pain in his mind rendered him unable to concentrate. Stop! Captain Jinyu's astonished and furious voice came through the communicator. But it was too late. Bang! The heavy impact resonated through the vacuum, reaching the ears of all present. Yet, it was not Guerdwa who flew back. Just as Suin Wukong's fist was about to connect with Guerdwa, the space beside him twisted, and Captain Jinyu's figure appeared, seemingly shifting through dimensions, taking the blow on his own back to shield Guerdwa. Puff! Jinyu spat out a mouthful of blue blood, staggering forward, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. He had not anticipated Suin Wukong's ability to unleash such a strange attack and swift counter in that situation. Captain! Guerdwa gasped, still in shock. Jinyu steadied himself. Wiping the blood from his mouth, his gaze towards Suin Wukong transformed entirely, from amusement to a deep-seated murderous intent and an indescribable greed. Truly remarkable, your abilities are extraordinary. Jinyu's voice turned low and dangerous. I have changed my mind. While Prince Vegeta may desire you alive, I now crave your body. He suddenly spread his arms wide, his entire being radiating a blinding purple light. A bizarre, domineering energy wave, seemingly intent on exchanging the very essence of their souls, surged towards Suin Wukong like a flood. Behold, this is the Jinyu team's greatest technique, the body exchange. Chapter 34, The Indomitable Soul. The Battle for the Body. Jinyu spread his arms. The dazzling purple light was not merely an energy impact, but a twisted, viscous wave that struck at the core of the soul. It enveloped Suin Wukong like an invisible net, not exerting force on his body, but crashing into the depths of his consciousness. Let us exchange. Your body now belongs to me. Jinyu cackled, feeling his consciousness surging down the path forged by the light, violently invading the other's mind. He could already envision himself controlling this vessel brimming with infinite potential, surpassing Vegeta and even challenging King Frieza. Wukong, on the hope, Bulma, Kellen, and little Wufan cried out in despair, sensing the ominous aura of the purple light and Jinyu's mad proclamations, though unaware of the specifics of the situation. Suin Wukong's body froze in midair. He felt a cold, filthy consciousness, rife with greed and malice, invading his mind like a virus, attempting to overwrite and erase his will. The excruciating sensation of his soul being torn apart was far more intense than any physical pain. Get out! Suin Wukong roared inwardly. The pride and resilient will of a Saiyan warrior forming an unyielding fortress around his core consciousness. His platinum aura, infused with the legacy of the Xingling tribe and willpower, autonomously surged, creating a radiant and flexible barrier to fiercely resist Jinyu's invasive consciousness. Oh, you can resist? Jinyu's consciousness conveyed a wave of astonishment, feeling as if he were striking against a resilient stellar core. What a strong will. But this makes it even better. The stronger the will, the more satisfying it is to control. He intensified his mental energy output, the purple light growing more intense, akin to countless tendrils of souls, frantically probing and tearing at Suin Wukong's mental defenses. Suin Wukong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his muscles trembling from the extreme strain of resistance. He felt his memories, emotions, and combat instincts being brutally rummaged through and compressed. The foundational stones of his existence, childhood memories, meeting Bulma, Master Roshi's teachings, life and death battles, were being shaken. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot surrender my body to this guy. He thought of Bulma, of Kellen and Wufan, of Earth, and of the civilizations annihilated by the void within the memories of the Xingling tribe. He had so much to protect. My heart, my will. No one shall take it away. A surge of pure, fervent determination, born from the deepest desire to protect my companions and homeland, mingled with the essence of platinum, erupted from the depths of his consciousness with the force of a supernova. The white light instantly overpowered the eerie purple. The consciousness of Jinyu, which had intruded, screamed in torment like ice thrown into a furnace, repelled fiercely by this more resilient and radiant willpower. Impossible. Jinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, disbelief and extreme rage filling his eyes. His ability to exchange had been forcefully interrupted. Furthermore, he had suffered a backlash. In that moment of mental collapse, Bulma, who had been on high alert and ready to assist, saw a glimmer of opportunity. Now, Goku, catch this. She pressed a button with fervor. A hidden launch port on the Hope ship opened instantly, unleashing a seemingly inconspicuous metallic sphere, no larger than a fist, hurtling at high speed towards the just freed, slightly unstable Son Goku. Although Goku was unaware of what it was, his absolute trust in Bulma compelled him to instinctively reach out and catch it. Press it to your forehead. Quickly. Bulma's voice rushed through encrypted communication. Without hesitation, Goku slapped the metallic sphere against his forehead. The sphere unfolded instantly, transforming into a thin, flowing silver membrane that enveloped his forehead and rapidly connected with his bioelectric field and energy. What is this? Goku felt a cool energy surge into his brain, alleviating the dizziness and pain caused by the spiritual struggle, allowing his thoughts to become exceptionally clear and calm. A simplified mental amplifier. I hastily constructed it using the previously analyzed spiritual energy technology of the Xingling race and Earth technology. It can temporarily enhance your mental defenses and computational abilities. Bulma explained rapidly, be careful. Jinyu's abilities are too strange. Jinyu gazed at the flickering silver light on Goku's forehead and the immediate stabilization of his energy, his expression darkening ominously. Damn technological tricks. But do you think this will lead you to victory? He completely retracted his playful demeanor, his eyes turning dangerously serious. Since the exchange is off the table, I shall use absolute power to cripple you and take you back. Raikum, Jisoo, Guldo, Barde, stop pretending to be dead. All of you attack together. At all costs, capture him. Jinyu roared, unleashing a terrifying purple aura far beyond before, as his energy level skyrocketed. He was serious now. Yes, Captain. The other 4 members, though injured, understood that it was time to fight with all their might, and they unleashed their energy, surrounding Goku from different directions. The entire Jinyu force was set to besiege Son Goku alone. Inside the Hope ship, Krillin and little Gohan felt their hearts leap into their throats. Goku had just survived a perilous spiritual struggle, and now he faced the onslaught of 5 masters. Miss Bulma, we need to do something. Little Gohan was on the verge of tears. Bulma bit her lip, her hands moving rapidly across the console. The firepower of the Hope ship poses little threat to them. Wait. She suddenly had a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Krillin, Gohan, hold on tight. We're going to make a big play. Outside, facing the 5-person siege, Goku took a deep breath, the silver membrane on his forehead shimmering, cooling his mind like ice. He quickly calculated the positions, speeds, energy intensities, and possible attack patterns of the 5 adversaries. I cannot engage directly. I must utilize speed and mobility to take them down one by one. He moved, unleashing a platinum aura, choosing not to retreat, but rather charging towards the most injured and slowest of the 5. Guldo, you shall not pass. Jinyu and Raikum intercepted simultaneously. One from the left and one from the right, their fists and feet radiating destructive energy aimed at Goku. However, at the last possible moment, Goku executed an almost perpendicular and peculiar turn, slipping through the gaps between their attacks like a fish, targeting Guldo. Guldo, terrified, attempted to activate his time pause ability, but the silver light on Goku's forehead flickered, sending a reinforced mental disruption that delayed Guldo's activation. Just that half beat. Goku's fist, imbued with the meticulously compressed Kamehameha energy, slammed into Guldo's chest. Bam! Guldo was struck as if by a high-speed train, his sternum caving in, eyes bulging, spewing forth blood mixed with internal fragments, and was sent hurtling away like a meteor, crashing into Jisoo. Guldo. Jisoo hurriedly attempted to catch him, but was swept away by the immense kinetic energy Guldo carried. One adversary incapacitated, one disrupted. But Jinyu, Raikum, and Barda's attacks were already closing in from behind. 3 terrifying strikes sealed off all avenues for Goku to evade. In this critical moment, whoosh, the Hope ship suddenly charged in from the side, disregarding its own safety, the bow flashing with energy, colliding fiercely with the fastest, Bardu. What? Barda did not expect this battered ship to dare attack, and in a rush, could only evade, momentarily halting his offensive. Simultaneously, Goku, leveraging the supercharged computational abilities and reaction speed provided by the mental amplifier, twisted his body in a manner defying the laws of physics just before Raikum and Jinyu's attack struck, meeting their blows with both hands. Boom, boom, 2 explosive sounds. Utilizing the force of their attacks, Goku spun like a top, dissipating most of the impact. Though his energy surged, he successfully neutralized what would have been a fatal blow. Bastard. First, destroy that wretched ship. Jinyu was thoroughly enraged by the disruption caused by the Hope ship, commanding Raikum and Barty to attack it. Your opponent is me. Goku would not allow them to succeed and immediately engaged, his platinum aura burning at its peak, single-handedly holding off Jinyu, Raikum, and Bardu. The battle instantly escalated into a fierce and brutal confrontation. The light of their energy clashes illuminated the cosmos, each collision causing the very fabric of space to tremble. With the assistance of the mental amplifier and his indomitable will, Goku managed to exchange blows with the 3 formidable foes. Yet he could feel his energy rapidly depleting. The mental amplifier on his forehead beginning to overheat, clearly unable to sustain this for long. Meanwhile, Jisoo, having regained some composure, glared with malice at the seemingly unprotected Hope ship, charging towards it. Not good. Goku's heart tightened as he attempted to rush to its aid. But Jinyu and Raikum held him firmly, as Jisoo menacingly raised his hand, gathering energy blades capable of piercing the Hope ship's shield. A small yet resolute figure suddenly flew out from the ship's hatch, positioning itself in front of Jisoo. It was Gohan. His small frame trembled with fear. Yet his gaze was unwavering, his hands clasped before him as a power far greater than usual, radiating a peculiar soft white light, began to coalesce. I won't let you harm Aunt Bulma and Uncle Krillin. Little Gohan's voice trembled, but rang out with conviction. Jisoo paused momentarily, then scoffed. You little brat, seeking death. With a casual wave, a purple energy blade shot towards Gohan. Gohan did not flinch. He closed his eyes, transforming all his fear into strength. Recalling the sensation that had inadvertently triggered that strange white light, pouring his fervent desire to protect into the energy sphere in his hands. Magic flash, a beam of energy, not purely golden but interwoven with soft white light, surged forth like a roaring young dragon, charging towards Jisoo's energy blade. Boom. The 2 energies collided fiercely in midair. To everyone's astonishment, Wufan's magic flash managed to barely withstand Jie's casual strike. What? The smirk on Jie's face froze. At that moment, while Wufan was desperately blocking Jie's and Son Goku was entangled by 3 adversaries, the Hope ship appeared to be on the brink of collapse. No one noticed. Amidst the chaotic spatial turbulence generated by the earlier battles and the base's self-destruction, a barely perceptible optical camouflage, blending seamlessly with its surroundings, subtly quivered. A sniper rifle, long concealed in the shadows and patiently waiting, silently aimed at the most radiant target on the battlefield, Son Goku. Deep within the rifle's barrel, a dangerous, azure light, not of energy but of lethal intent, began to silently condense. Chapter 35, The Yellow Bird Behind. The Death Star descends. Wufan's magic flash clashed with Jie's energy blade, erupting in a blinding brilliance. The young boy gritted his teeth, his small frame trembling violently from the excessive output, yet the fire in his eyes blazed even brighter. He could not retreat. This sudden and tenacious resistance momentarily startled Jiez, who had dismissed the child entirely. How could a mere child block his casual strike? In that fleeting instant, Son Goku's voice thundered in Wufan's mind, urging him to duck. Concurrently, a nearly invisible, platinum energy needle, honed to perfection, shot through the gap between Son Goku and the battling Jinyu Force members, not aimed at Jiez, but precisely striking a weak point on the side of Jiez's energy blade. With a thud, Jiez's energy blade was instantly compromised, the energy destabilized and detonated. The explosive shockwave sent Jiez reeling, with its target lost. Wufan's magic flash surged forward like a wild stallion, narrowly evading Jiez, but forcing him into a more precarious position. Beautiful. Inside the Hope ship, Bulma couldn't help but cheer. Under such immense pressure, Goku could still execute such a brilliant maneuver. Yet this stroke of ingenuity exposed a flaw in Son Goku's defense. How dare you distract yourself while battling me? Die! Captain Jinyu seized the opportunity, delivering a crushing blow, imbued with terrifying purple energy, squarely against Son Goku's back. The dull thud resounded like a hammer striking every listener's heart. Son Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling like a meteor straight into the side of the Hope ship. The ship shuddered violently, the impacted armor twisting and deforming, accompanied by the sickening sound of metal tearing. Alarms blared once more in a piercing wail. Goku, Mr. Goku, Bulma, Krillin, and a relieved Wufan gasped in unison. Ha! We got him! Lickum and Barde shouted in excitement, ready to rush in for a finishing blow. However, in this moment of utter chaos, a sudden azure beam shot forth. Without warning, from the shadow of the spatial turbulence. Its speed surpassed thought, silent and devoid of chaotic energy fluctuations, yet imbued with an extreme sense of penetration and stillness. Its target was neither the injured Son Goku nor the precarious Hope ship, but rather Captain Jinyu, who had just regained his footing, wearing a triumphant grin. This attack was too sudden and too strange. Only moments before the azure beam struck, Jinyu's formidable battle instincts sensed the lethal threat. What? Jinyu exclaimed in horror, barely managing to cross his arms protectively over his chest, unleashing a surge of purple energy. There was no explosion, only a chilling sound as the beam pierced through flesh and bone. The azure beam sliced through Jinyu's hastily conjured protective aura as easily as a hot knife through butter, penetrating his arms and emerging from a spot just above his left chest, leaving a trail of blue blood. Jinyu let out a piercing scream, his once malevolent grin replaced by utter anguish and disbelief. He could feel the insidious energy within that beam rapidly eroding his vitality and strength. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The joy on Lickum, Barde, and Jiez's faces instantly froze, morphing into terror and confusion. Captain? Who ambushed us? Even Son Goku, who had collided with the Hope ship, blood trickling from his mouth, struggled against the pain to look toward the source of the attack. The nature of that azure energy was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Cold, precise, imbued with a mechanical lethality, far beyond the capabilities of the Jinyu Force or Frisia's army. Mr. G. The thought flashed through Son Goku's mind. It was that enigmatic figure lurking behind the scenes. He finally made his move, and with such ruthless precision. Retreat. Jinyu clutched his chest, where blue blood flowed freely, feeling his life force rapidly diminishing and the insidious energy's destruction. He let out a desperate, terrified howl. No longer daring to linger, he expended his last bit of strength, fleeing frantically toward his spacecraft. Captain gravely injured and on the brink of death. The enemy still harbored unknown ambushes. Lickum, Bardu, and Jiez also lost their will to fight, panic-stricken as they helped the unconscious Guldo, scrambling after Jinyu to their ship. Not even able to utter a parting threat, the Jinyu Force's ship fled in disarray like a frightened dog, instantly activating its hyperspace jump and disappearing without a trace. The battlefield fell silent, save for the hissing of gas leaking from the damaged Hope ship and the distant remnants of energy waves still rippling through the air. Had the crisis truly been averted? Inside the Hope ship, the four felt a surreal sensation, from despair to reversal, culminating in Jinyu being gravely wounded and forced to retreat by a mysterious power. Everything had transpired too swiftly, too dramatically. Is it over? Krillin asked, bewildered. No, not yet. Son Goku wiped the blood from his mouth, struggling to return to the open hatch of the Hope ship, his expression grave. The assailant targeting Jinyu still lurked in the shadows. His words tightened the hearts of the recently relaxed crew once more. Bulma immediately activated all scanners to scan the turbulent spatial region, yet found nothing. We can't find them. The enemy is too well hidden. Or they might have already departed. An invisible, deeper chill enveloped them all. That G's power was more mysterious and dangerous than they had imagined. They were like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. When they struck, it was a thunderous blow. Even the formidable Jinyu force was instantly crushed. We must leave this place at once. Bulma suppressed her fear, checking the ship's status, her face growing even graver. No, the recent collision damaged the core stabilizer of the hyperspace engine. Forcing a jump could lead to an engine explosion. Just our luck. What should we do? Wait here for G to capture us? Krillin panicked. Son Goku assessed his condition. Enduring Jinyu's punch had inflicted serious internal injuries, requiring time to recuperate. He gazed at the star map, focusing on an inconspicuous gray planet nearby, devoid of any life signals or energy responses. Let's go there. He pointed at the planet. We must make an emergency landing. Prepare the ship. I also need time to heal. This is our only choice for now. The Hope ship, dragging its damaged hull, wobbled toward the desolate gray planet. The surface of the planet is adorned with craters and canyons, devoid of any atmosphere or signs of life, enveloped in eternal silence and desolation. The Hope spacecraft chose a relatively flat crater floor to execute a difficult landing. As the hatch opened, the four adventurers stepped onto this unfamiliar terrain, their feet sinking into the soft gray dust. Surrounding them was an endless expanse of barrenness, with towering crater walls casting heavy shadows, evoking a sense of entrapment within a colossal tomb. Bulma immediately began organizing Krillin and Gohan, retrieving spare parts and repair robots from the spacecraft storage, racing against time to mend the hyperspace engine. Meanwhile, Son Goku found a relatively quiet spot to sit cross-legged, focusing his energy to heal his wounds. The platinum energy coursed through his body, repairing damaged meridians and internal organs. At the same time, a part of his consciousness remained highly vigilant, sensing any movement in the vicinity. As time ticked by, the repair work proved more challenging than anticipated. With significant damage to contend with, beads of sweat began to form on Bulma's forehead. Suddenly, Gohan, who was helping to pass tools, paused, his brow furrowing in confusion as he gazed at the steep, shadowy cliff of the crater. Gohan, what's wrong? Krillin noticed his unusual behavior. Uncle Krillin, Gohan replied softly, uncertainty lacing his voice. I think I felt something moving in there. Both Krillin and Bulma were taken aback, following his gaze into the depths of darkness and jagged rocks. It must be an illusion. There isn't even bacteria here, Krillin reassured him, patting his shoulder. However, Son Goku suddenly opened his eyes. His golden pupils sharply focused on that shadowy area. His perception was keener than Gohan's. He sensed it too. It was not a breath of life, but an extremely faint yet undeniably present, mechanical-like, rhythmic energy fluctuation. Moreover, this fluctuation was gradually intensifying at a slow yet steady pace. Something lay within this planet, once deemed a dead star, and it seemed to have been activated by their arrival. Gohan's words rippled through the group like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring unease in their hearts. Something is moving? Krillin instinctively tightened his grip on the wrench, anxiously staring into the shadowy expanse. Gohan, are you sure you're not just fatigued? This desolate place has no wind. How could anything move? Bulma also paused her work, wiping the sweat from her brow, casting a puzzled glance in Gohan's direction. The detector still displayed a blank screen, devoid of any life or energy signals. Yet, Son Goku slowly rose, his healing breath not yet fully calmed, but his gaze had regained its sharpness. He perceived with greater clarity than Gohan. This was no mirage. A faint, metallic-like rhythmic vibration was subtly resonating through the rock beneath their feet, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant gradually awakening. It is not a living creature, Son Goku stated gravely, his gaze seemingly penetrating the thick rock wall. It is machinery, a colossal machine. His words froze the air around them. A planet labeled lifeless and valueless concealed within its depths a massive mechanical structure? Such a phenomenon could not have occurred naturally. Could it be another stronghold of Mr. G? Krillin's voice grew dry, recalling their recent narrow escape from Jinyu and the mysterious sniper. It's uncertain. Son Goku approached the crater's wall, pressing his palm against the cold, rough surface, acutely sensing the increasingly distinct vibrational frequency, which was growing stronger. As if affirming his words, a low, prolonged hum resonated. No longer a mere weak vibration, but a clear sound emanating from deep within the earth. The entire crater floor trembled slightly, sending soft gray dust cascading down. Suddenly, a massive, perfectly rectangular fissure split open in the rock wall not far from the Hope spacecraft, accompanied by the sound of mechanical operation. The gap widened rapidly, revealing a slanting, brightly lit metallic corridor leading downward. A cold breeze carrying the scent of oil and metal poured forth from this passage, as if a colossal beast had opened its maw to consume everything. "Conceal yourselves," Son Goku commanded sharply, and the four quickly hid behind the battered remains of the Hope, nervously watching the newly revealed corridor. The passage was eerily silent, with only the cold light extending to the limits of their vision. "What should we do?" Krillin whispered. "Should we go in and investigate, or hurry to fix the spacecraft and leave?" Bulma quickly examined the engine components, which had sparked anew due to the tremors. Her expression grim. "The core stabilizer is completely burnt out. We have no spare parts, and it will take at least a day to repair." "A day? Who knows what ominous presence lies beneath?" "A day is ample time for anything to transpire." Son Goku gazed at the corridor, the light in his golden pupils flickering with intensity. He sensed not only mechanical vibrations, but also an indescribable, overwhelming energy, as if the very core of the planet had been hollowed out and transformed into some inconceivable creation. "We have no choice," Son Goku declared decisively. "Remaining here makes us living targets. We must enter and uncover the truth within. If it is an enemy, we shall confront them there." He glanced at Bulma. "Can you bring portable scanning equipment and weapons?" Bulma took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "Yes. I'll take the multifunctional tools, energy pistol, and environmental scanner. Krillin, Gohan, protect Bulma and stay close to me." With that, Son Goku stepped out from behind the Hope, unhesitatingly entering the slanting metallic corridor. The interior of the passage was remarkably spacious, accommodating large machinery. The walls were made of a dark silver alloy, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting their cautious advance. Above them, evenly spaced light strips provided constant illumination. Aside from their soft footsteps and breathing, the only sound was the continuous low hum resonating from the depths below. The further they descended, the colder the air became, growing increasingly arid. The corridor seemed endless, delving deeper into the planet's core at a constant incline. "This engineering is astonishing," Bulma remarked as she walked, scanning the surroundings with her device. The data flashing on the screen left her increasingly astounded. The strength and density of the wall's alloy surpassed that of Frisia's army's mainstream technology. The energy conduction efficiency was also extraordinarily high. Such a feat could not be achieved by any ordinary force. After approximately half an hour of descent, the passageway finally came to an end, leading to an immense platform that defied imagination. As the four stepped onto the platform and beheld the scene before them, even Son Goku could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. They appeared to stand on the edge of an enormous metallic bowl, the interior of which had nearly hollowed out a significant portion of the planet. Countless intricate metal pipelines, energy conduits, and colossal mechanical structures of unknown purpose sprawled like a steel forest, layered and extending into the unfathomable darkness below. At the heart of this steel forest floated a colossal, dark red energy core reminiscent of an artificial sun. It pulsed slowly, with each fluctuation of light eliciting a corresponding rise and fall in the underground hum. While the energy conduits scattered throughout flickered as if supplying nourishment to this heart. The entire scene brimmed with a sense of transcendent technology, exuding an awe-inspiring and eerie grandeur. "My heavens!" Bulma gasped, her mouth agape, nearly dropping the scanner in her hand. Could this be an ultra-massive energy factory constructed within the planet itself? Or perhaps some incomprehensible engine? Is it meant to supply that? Krillin pointed toward the opposite platform. Amidst the myriad mechanical structures, a particularly striking and colossal cannon, as imposing as a mountain, loomed, its barrel aimed toward the rocky ceiling, toward the cosmos. The diameter of that cannon was likely greater than the entirety of Shidu City. At that moment, Bulma's scanner emitted a sharp alarm. She glanced down, her face instantly paling. The energy readings were skyrocketing. The core. It was transitioning from sleep mode to activation. Something, or someone, had triggered it. As if in response to her words, a resonating hum reverberated through the entire underground space. The dim red energy core's brightness surged, shifting from a pulsing glow to a steady blaze. A terrifying torrent of energy surged through countless conduits toward that massive cannon. Deep within the cannon's barrel, destructive energy began to coalesce into a soul-chilling radiance. It was about to fire. Krillin's voice trembled with fear against such a weapon. They were insignificant as ants. "Where's the target?" Son Goku urgently inquired. Bulma's fingers trembled as she manipulated the scanner, attempting to decipher the energy's trajectory. The calculations revealed that the target was a secondary logistics base of the Frisia Force in a nearby star system. The creation of Mr. G's faction was poised to attack the Frisia Force. Before they could process this astonishing information, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Dozens of uniquely designed defense robots, resembling metallic spiders with glowing red eyes, emerged from concealed corners and passages, surging toward the four uninvited guests like a relentless tide. Clearly, their intrusion had been detected. With an impending cataclysmic cannon charging ahead and countless defense robots attacking from behind, Bulma, find a way to disrupt that core or the cannon. We cannot allow it to fire. Son Goku bellowed, his platinum energy flaring explosively as he charged into the oncoming wave of robots. Krillin, Goten, protect me. I need time to analyze its energy structure. Bulma quickly crouched down, connecting her versatile tool to a data interface on the platform, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Krillin and little Goten immediately positioned themselves on either side of Bulma, their faces etched with tension, yet their gazes resolute as they faced the oncoming metallic onslaught. Son Goku, like a tiger among sheep, transformed his fists and limbs into lethal weapons, each strike reducing a robot to scrap metal. Yet, there were simply too many robots, and their coordination was impeccable, alternating between long-range energy attacks and close-quarters assaults, fearlessly advancing. Too many. It never ends. Krillin wielded his Kamehameha, continually repelling the approaching robots, but their defensive line was steadily retreating. Little Goten faced perilous situations, his weaker strength forcing him to rely on agility and the impact of Kamehameha to maneuver, narrowly escaping energy beams several times. Meanwhile, at the center of the platform, the cannon's energy had coalesced into a small sun-like sphere, the aura of destruction permeating the entire space, signaling that the launch was imminent. Bulma's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, the data streams on the screen refreshing like a cascading waterfall. No, its firewall is too strong. Conventional methods cannot breach it. A physical connection to the core control unit is necessary. A physical connection? That meant traversing the myriad robots' encirclement to approach that star-like hazardous energy core. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Son Goku obliterated 3 robots with a single punch, glancing at the imminent cannon while assessing the struggling Krillin, Goten, and the frantic Bulma. A glimmer of resolve sparkled in his eyes. "Bulma, tell me the exact location of the core control unit." Chapter 37, Mechanical Frenzy. Bulma's resolve. The core control unit is directly beneath that artificial sun's base. Bulma shouted, her fingers leaving traces on the virtual keyboard. Yet the energy radiation there was intense, protected by at least 3 layers of energy shields. Forcing a breakthrough would incinerate us. Her voice was nearly drowned out by the buzzing of robots and the explosive sounds of energy fire. More metallic spiders surged from the shadows of the steel forest, no longer charging blindly but now organizing crossfire, weaving a deadly web of energy beams that continuously constricted Son Goku's maneuvering space. There's no time to worry about that. Son Goku executed a swift sidestep, narrowly avoiding 3 intersecting red beams. The ground where he had stood instantly melting into 3 deep pits. His form flickered as fists and feet, like a storm, shattered the approaching robots into scrap. Yet with each passing second, more robots filled the gaps. They were like an unending tide, cold, efficient, and inexhaustible. The situation for Krillin and little Goten was even worse. Krillin's Kienzan, though sharp, required a brief moment to gather power with each launch. Faced with the torrential rain of beams, he could only desperately maintain a small protective shield, sheltering Bulma and Goten as they dodged, the shield rippling dangerously close to shattering. Little Goten gritted his teeth, using Kamehameha to repel enemies attempting to flank them, his small face pale from exhaustion. Meanwhile, at the center of the platform, the energy sphere of the cannon had swelled to a heart-stopping degree, bathing the underground in an ominous dark red glow, the waves of destruction pressing against every nerve. The launch was in its final countdown. "Bulma, Is there no other way? Krillin shouted urgently, bracing against the shield as an energy blast narrowly grazed his scalp, causing him to flinch. Bulma's forehead was lined with veins, sweat dampening her hair. She stared at the screen, where nearly impenetrable firewalls and layered defensive protocols flashed, then glanced at the cannon poised to obliterate the star system, and at son Goku, who was barely holding on, covered in small wounds, along with the two children. A fierce determination surged from the depths of her heart. She was the daughter of Dr. Brief, the most brilliant scientist on Earth. She could not stand idly by as her friends perished, nor watch countless lives extinguished because of this accursed machine. There is. Bulma suddenly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with a nearly mad scientist's fervor. There is another way. Bypass its software defenses and directly perform physical overclocking and reverse energy infusion at the hardware level. Use the backup energy from the Hope and my versatile tool as a detonator to forcibly overload its control circuits. What does that mean? Krillin asked, confused. It means I'll pull the plug, cut off its energy supply, and let it suffocate itself. Bulma spoke rapidly, already retrieving several items from her toolkit that resembled large batteries and intricate circuit boards. But this process would take time and could not be interrupted. Once I start, I cannot move or defend myself. She thrust a matchbox-sized metal piece into Krillin's hand. Stick this on the largest blue energy conduit at the northwest corner of the platform. That's the critical node. I'll do it. Little Goten suddenly shouted, his eyes resolute. Uncle Krillin, you protect Aunt Bulma. I'm small, and I'm a smaller target. Without waiting for Krillin to object, Little Goten snatched the metal piece, his petite frame darting like a nimble squirrel through the gaps between robots and energy beams, racing toward the direction Bulma indicated. Goten, be careful. Kellen's heart raced, lodged in his throat. Son Wukong also observed Wu Fan's actions. He roared in fury, unleashing his energy once more without reservation, his hands moving in rapid succession. The Kamehameha waves erupted forth. Several smaller, yet incredibly swift white energy blasts surged forth like a machine gun volley, expertly clearing a path of robots obstructing Wu Fan's advance, granting him a fleeting corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fan leaped several times to the side of the thick blue energy conduit, forcefully pressing a metal plate against it. Z. The metal plate ignited instantly, emitting a high-frequency vibration. The connection was established. Now behold, Bulma inhaled deeply, cranking the output power of her universal tool to the maximum, and thrusting it into the main data interface of the platform. Virum. The entire platform shook violently, centered around Bulma's connection point. A visible blue data stream surged outward like lightning, racing along the ground's patterns. All robotic movements halted abruptly, their red lights flickering erratically, as if the system had encountered immense interference. Did we succeed? Kellen exclaimed with delight. Not yet. This is merely the beginning. Bulma's eyes were glued to the screen, her hands moving as swiftly as a pianist's, inputting a series of intricate commands. She was engaged in a direct, head-on confrontation with the central control system of this planet's weaponry. In the center of the platform, the luminosity of the dark red energy core began to fluctuate unpredictably, dimming and brightening. The energy sphere at the cannon's mouth exhibited severe turbulence, threatening to spiral out of control at any moment. Simultaneously, all defensive robots appeared enraged. Abandoning their other targets, like a frenzied swarm of bees, they redirected their weapons towards Bulma, who was fervently attempting to breach the system. Protect Bulma, Sun Wukong bellowed, his figure instantly appearing before her, palms thrusting forward. Kamehameha. A robust beam of platinum light erupted forth, vaporizing dozens of robots charging ahead in an instant. Yet, an even greater number of robots surged from the sides and even from the overhead steel framework. Kellen, with every ounce of his remaining energy, unleashed a tremulous circular shield, barely fending off attacks from all directions. Hurry, Bulma. We can't hold on much longer. Kellen's lips bled, cracks spreading across the shield. Young Wu Fan returned, joining the defense. But his energy had waned, relying solely on martial arts to repel a few encroaching robots. Bulma gritted her teeth, watching as the red barrier representing the system's defense was gradually eroded by her blue data stream. But the pace was insufficient. The robot's onslaught grew increasingly frenzied. Kellen and Wu Fan appeared on the verge of collapse. At this critical juncture, Bulma's gaze inadvertently caught a fleeting glimpse of an extremely ancient segment of underlying code in the corner of the screen. Vaguely reminiscent of the Star Spirit Clan's psionic technology she had previously analyzed, yet even more obscure and complex. A bold idea, almost fantastical, flashed through her mind like lightning. If a complete breach from the outside was impossible, why not deceive it? Utilizing the privileges of this ancient code, could she temporarily create a backdoor? There was no time for hesitation. Bulma promptly altered her strategy, abandoning the frontal assault and concentrating all her computational power on mimicking and disguising that ancient code. She configured her universal tool to simulate a high-privilege authentication device, sending a disguised command to the system core. Beep. Authentication successful. Temporary administrator privileges granted. A cold electronic notification echoed from Bulma's universal tool. Success. In an instant, all the robots engaged in a frenzied attack froze as if the pause button had been pressed. Their movements halted, their red lights extinguished, resembling soulless metal sculptures that collapsed in unison. The entire underground space fell into an eerie silence. Save for the unstable hum of the energy core and the violent fluctuations of the cannon's energy. Is it over? Kellen slumped to the ground, nearly exhausted. Young Wufan leaned against a discarded robot, gasping for breath. Sun Wukong gradually lowered his arms, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Bulma exhaled deeply, a victorious smile emerging on her face. She had succeeded. She had averted this catastrophe. However, before her smile could fully blossom, it abruptly froze. The screen of her universal tool was suddenly overtaken by an incomprehensible whirlwind of garbled text and bizarre geometric symbols. A cold, vast consciousness, akin to a cosmic river, surged through the back door she had just established, forcefully invading her mind. Ah! Bulma let out a short, anguished cry, cradling her head, her body curling in pain. Bulma! Sun Wukong, Kellen, and Wufan exclaimed in unison, rushing to her side. Bulma trembled violently, her eyes wide, as if countless stars flickered within her pupils. Her mouth moved, yet no sound emerged, only a strange rasping noise from her throat. Moments later, her trembling ceased. She slowly stood upright in an eerily rigid and unfamiliar manner. Turning to face Sun Wukong, Kellen, and Wufan, her expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze hollow and profound, as if she had become a different person. She opened her mouth, but the voice that emerged was no longer the vibrant, crisp tone they knew. Instead, it was a bizarre timbre intermingled with electronic static and ancient echoes, neither male nor female, detecting high adaptability carbon-based life forms. Protocol spark ignited. Synchronization rate at 17, steadily rising. Desperate measures. Bulma rises to the challenge, confronting the planetary weapon system head-on. The permission ruse. The genius scientist seeks victory amidst peril. Crisis averted? The robotic legion suddenly malfunctions. An unforeseen change. An ancient consciousness invades in reverse. Bulma possessed by an unknown entity. Chapter 38. Protocol Spark, Ancient Echoes. Bulma? Kellen recoiled in fright, his voice trembling. The Bulma before them stood rigid, her eyes vacant like glass beads, her face devoid of expression. And the amalgamation of electronic static in her voice sent chills down their spines. Young Wufan clutched Sun Wukong's clothing in terror. The familiar Aunt Bulma now appeared frighteningly alien. Sun Wukong stepped protectively in front of them, his golden pupils fixed intently on the anomalous Bulma, his aura taut yet refraining from immediate attack. He sensed Bulma's life force remained, yet it felt ensnared by a heavy, cold presence. That which occupied her body exuded an ancient, vast, and indifferent essence, reminiscent of the Star Spirit Clan's relics. What are you? Depart from her. Sun Wukong's voice was deep, laden with an undeniable warning. Bulma slowly turned her neck, emitting faint mechanical sounds, her vacant gaze settling upon Sun Wukong as the peculiar tone returned, analyzing high-energy reactions. Saiyan bloodline compatibility assessed as excellent. Protocol Spark prioritized for execution. It suddenly raised a hand, pointing toward the dimming, near-collapsing dark red energy core at the center of the platform, which had lost its stable energy supply. A weak yet remarkably intricate blue data stream shot forth from her fingertip, akin to a living thread, instantly merging with the core. Buzz. The once wildly fluctuating, imminent explosion of the energy core astonishingly stabilized. Though still dim, it no longer exhibited signs of losing control. Even the destructive energy coalescing at the cannon's mouth began to dissipate slowly. It stabilized the crumbling system. This scene left Sun Wukong and the others momentarily stunned. This entity seemed to have no immediate intention to attack them. Rather, it appeared to be cleaning up the mess. What do you intend to do? Sun Wukong questioned again, his vigilance unwavering. Bulma withdrew her hand, and her vacant eyes once again turned to Sun Wukong. The electronic voice remained monotonous, recording the final legacy of the Wenxing spirit. Guardian Array Node 7 has suffered severe damage. Core functionality lost 973. Detection of cosmic threat, the void, active enhancement, and accelerated diffusion. Detection of carbon-based rebel forces. Ashen creation, Mr. G, abusing legacy technology, escalating threat. Protocol Spark initiated. Objective, find a qualified heir, restart the Guardian network, and combat the void. Her words were fragmented, interspersed with unfamiliar terminology, yet Sun Wukong, piecing together the memory fragments acquired from the Star Spirit ruins, comprehended much of it instantly. This superweapon, constructed within the planet, was indeed a node of the ancient Guardian network left by the Star Spirit race. Furthermore, the organization known as Mr. G, Ashen Creation, was misappropriating and even abusing these legacy technologies. The ancient consciousness inhabiting Bulma's body was akin to a firewall administrator or a civilization continuity program. Its purpose was to find someone who could inherit the legacy of the Star Spirits and combat the void. And when it spoke of the Saiyan bloodline, indicating excellent compatibility, was it implying that it had chosen me? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Individual, Sun Wukong. Potential assessment extremely high. Willpower intensity meets standards. Mind affinity exceptionally high. The electronic voice of Bulma seemed to carry a faint hint of satisfaction, confirming him as the highest priority candidate for the spark. What about me? Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain himself, and Gohan. We are also fighting against the void. You must exit Bulma's body immediately. Bulma's gaze shifted to Krillin and little Gohan, scanning them. Individual, Krillin, low potential. Individual, Son Gohan, high potential. Mind purity classified as secondary observation target. Current vessel. It glanced down at Bulma's hand, observing the fragile structure of carbon-based life forms that could not sustain complete consciousness transmission for long. Synchronization rate at 18, continuous loss. It raised its hollow eyes. Refocusing on Sun Wukong. Candidate accepts the Spark Protocol to inherit the legacy of the Star Spirits, gaining knowledge and power to fulfill Guardian duties. As it spoke, the dark red energy core at the center of the platform suddenly emitted an extremely slender, yet solid energy stream, radiating a gentle white light, drifting towards Sun Wukong like a living vine. The energy contained within the white light was pure and vast, resonating subtly with the platinum energy within Sun Wukong. And more importantly, it seemed to encapsulate countless complex and obscure fragments of knowledge. If I accept this, I will gain the true legacy and power of the Star Spirits. I could better combat the void and Mr. G. Sun Wukong's breath caught slightly. The allure of power was immense, especially in the face of such a despair-inducing enemy as the void. Yet, looking at Bulma, whose hollow gaze indicated she was merely a vessel, he felt no joy, only anger and coldness. Using my comrade's body as a medium and expecting me to accept some protocol? Sun Wukong's voice was as cold as ice. I do not care whether you are the spark or something else. Leave her body immediately. Otherwise, I will force you out myself. His fists clenched tightly. The platinum aura surged once more, a powerful pressure locking onto Bulma. The warning from Bulma's electronic voice remained steady, though the pace quickened slightly. Refusal of the protocol will delay the spark plan, reducing the probability of countering the void by 73. The consequences are severe. I will say this one last time. Leave her body. Sun Wukong stepped forward, his presence akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Bulma fell silent, her vacant eyes locking onto Sun Wukong's unwavering gaze. An invisible tension filled the air, and Krillin and little Gohan dared not even breathe. Moments later, Bulma spoke again, her electronic voice seemingly tinged with an imperceptible hint of compromise. The vessel is nearing its limit. Consciousness connection is about to be interrupted. Candidate, your refusal has been recorded. However, the threat of the void is imminent. Initial gift and warning to be provided. The white energy stream drifting towards Sun Wukong suddenly transformed into countless tiny specks of light, akin to fireflies. A portion integrated into Sun Wukong's body. while another part merged with Krillin and little Gohan. Sun Wukong felt a warm, peaceful energy flowing throughout him. The fatigue from previous battles dissipated instantly, and his internal aura seemed to become more refined, his perception of energy and mind clearer than ever. Krillin and little Gohan experienced a similar sensation, their depleted energy restoring rapidly, even showing slight improvement. This was indeed only an initial gift, not a compulsory inheritance. Soon after, Bulma raised her hand, projecting a blurred star map in the air with one coordinate highlighted. This coordinate, Guardian Node 12, harbors the design blueprint for the Void Suppressor. It is crucial to obtain this. Warning: Ashen Creation has learned of the coordinate and is on the move. Warning: Prince Vegeta has been designated a key target by Ashen Creation. Vegeta? Mr. G's organization is targeting Vegeta? This revelation sent a shock through Sun Wukong. Before he could inquire further, Bulma's body suddenly shook violently, the light in her eyes flickering rapidly, her electronic voice becoming intermittent and filled with static. Connection unstable. Vessel is about to forcibly disconnect. Remember, the void is not the only threat. Beware of the observer. The last few words were nearly inaudible. In the next moment, the light in Bulma's eyes extinguished completely, her body going limp and collapsing forward. Bulma. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, catching her. Bulma's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale, breathing weak, having fallen into a deep coma. The ancient consciousness seemed to have truly departed. The underground space felt utterly silent, with only the inert robots and the still dim energy core bearing witness that everything that had transpired was not an illusion. Krillin and little Gohan surrounded her, looking worriedly at the unconscious Bulma. Is she okay? Krillin asked anxiously. Sun Wukong checked Bulma's breath. Though weak, it was relatively stable. She should merely be suffering from excessive mental exhaustion and in need of rest. He lifted his gaze toward the star map coordinates in the air, which were slowly dissipating, recalling the ancient consciousness's final warning. The void is not the only threat. Beware of the observer. Mr. G is vying for the suppressor design blueprint and has plans for Vegeta. One enigma and crisis after another emerged. Sun Wukong carefully handed the unconscious Bulma to Krillin, who lifted her onto his back, and with a resolute gaze, he looked toward the exit of the passage. We must return to the Hope. Heal Bulma as quickly as possible. His eyes seemed to pierce through layers of rock walls, gazing into the depths of the universe. We are going to that coordinate. The ancient consciousness manifests, revealing the Spark Protocol and the truth of the universe. Wukong resolutely rejects forced inheritance, steadfast in his guardian's will. Gift and warning. New objectives and crises emerge. Vegeta becomes Mr. G's target. The battle for the suppressor design blueprint begins. Chapter 39. The Cosmic Gamble. Undercurrents escalate. The Hope silently traverse the interstellar dust belt, like a predator concealed behind a veil. Within the bridge, the atmosphere was more somber than ever. Bulma lay on the medical bed, her complexion still pale. Vital signs were stable, yet her consciousness remained unresponsive, as if a part of her soul lingered within the echoes of that ancient machine. Krillin sat by her side, awkwardly wiping Bulma's forehead with a damp cloth, his face etched with worry. Little Gohan curled up in the corner, his large eyes occasionally darting toward the medical bed and Sun Wukong, his small hands unconsciously fidgeting. Sun Wukong gazed out at the ever-changing nebulas, the crimson gold in his pupils seemingly flickering with data streams. The initial gift that had integrated into him not only healed his injuries, but also opened a new window in his mind, elevating his perception of aura, energy, and even space to an entirely new level. He could even vaguely perceive the invisible lines of gravitational force and energy currents coursing through the cosmos. Yet, this did not bring him any semblance of ease. The warnings left by ancient consciousness echoed in his heart like a resounding alarm. The threat of annihilation was not the sole menace. He quietly mulled over these words. Within the fragmented memories of the Xingling tribe, aside from the harrowing images of their brutal war against the void, there seemed to flicker shadows of more obscure, incomprehensible entities, which did not directly partake in destruction, but rather appeared to be recording or observing. And then there was Vegeta, that proud Saiyan prince, who had become a primary target of Mr. G's insidious pollution. What were they planning for Vegeta? What did this so-called pollution entail? Goku, Krillin's voice broke through his thoughts. Is Bulma really going to be all right? Son Goku turned and approached the medical bed, gazing at Bulma's sleeping face, his tone resolute. She will awaken. Her will is strong. He paused, looking at Krillin and Gohan. We have more pressing matters at hand. He summoned the star map, highlighting the coordinates of Guardian Node 12 marked by the ancient consciousness, a concealed area nestled within the remnants of an ancient supernova. Mr. G's minions were also racing toward that location. We must secure the suppressor design before they do. Son Goku's gaze sharpened. It could be the key to combating the void. However, the hope had not yet been fully repaired, and Bulma was in this condition. Krillin's face displayed his concern. The engine's basic functionality has been restored. It's sufficient for us to reach the target area. Son Goku pointed to another intricate route on the star map. We cannot take the conventional path. Mr. G and the Frieza Force might be monitoring the main routes. The phantom route calculated by Bulma previously utilized the unstable radiation belts of several pulsars and gravitational reefs for cover. Though perilous, it maximized their chances of evading detection. This was a race against time, an adventure on the edge of a blade. We will follow your lead, Goku. Little Gohan stood up, determination etched on his youthful face. Having endured so much, this child was maturing at an astonishing pace. All right, Son Goku nodded. Krillin, you are in charge of monitoring the ship's status and Bulma's condition. Gohan, come with me to the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber? That surge of gifted power needed to be familiarized and mastered swiftly. A glimmer of combat anticipation flickered in Son Goku's eyes, and moreover, I sense we are not far from the next bottleneck. He harbored a strong premonition that a fierce battle awaited at Node 12. Strength was their only passport, as the Hope quietly ventured into the perilous phantom route. On the opposite end of the universe, within the main battleship of the Frieza Force, the atmosphere was equally oppressive. Vegeta sat upon his exclusive throne, his expression dark enough to drip with despair. The news of the near-total annihilation of the Ginyu Force had spread, and although that useless Captain Ginyu had barely preserved his life through his peculiar abilities, he was gravely injured and unable to fight in the near term. This was a significant blow to his prestige. What vexed him further was that lowly warrior named Kakarot, who not only repeatedly slipped from under his watchful eyes, but whose power seemed to soar as if propelled by a rocket. He could even directly repel the Ginyu Force, albeit through the use of bizarre mental attacks and external interference. This sensation of losing control left Vegeta exceedingly irritable. A bunch of useless fools, he muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was cursing Ginyu or all the unfortunate people and matters around him. At that moment, the communication screen before him lit up, receiving a signal that had been encrypted and was untraceable in origin. The screen displayed no image, only a continuously shifting complex geometric emblem, accompanied by a voice altered through a voice modulator, neither distinctly male nor female. Prince Vegeta, good day. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and he straightened in his seat. Ash's Genesis? You dare to contact me? Why be so defensive, Your Highness? The voice chuckled lightly, exuding an unsettling calm. We share a common little trouble, do we not? For instance, that particularly agile wild monkey, Son Goku. Vegeta scoffed coldly. My affairs do not require your interference. Of course, solving this matter would be a trivial task for one of your stature. The voice shifted. But do you not find his rate of growth somewhat abnormal? To reach such heights on a lowly planet like Earth? Is there not a hidden Saiyan secret behind this? Perhaps some higher power guiding him? These words pierced Vegeta's heart like a venomous thorn, striking at the very core of his concerns. He had long been perplexed by Kakarot's inexplicable surge in power. What are you implying? Vegeta's voice turned ice cold. We merely wish to remind Your Highness that sometimes the enemy of your enemy is not necessarily a friend, but may serve as a temporary pawn. The voice was laced with temptation. We at Ash's Genesis possess unique technologies concerning ancient powers and the evolution of life. Perhaps we could assist Your Highness in unearthing the true potential within the Saiyan bloodline, even surpassing Lord Frieza? Surpass Frieza? The mere mention of this sent a jolt through Vegeta's heart. This was the very ambition he yearned for yet had long suppressed. Preposterous. Vegeta feigned fury, slamming his fist upon the armrest of his throne. The greatness of Lord Frieza is not something you can so casually conjecture. We misspoke. The counterpart hastily apologized, though lacking sincerity in tone. Nevertheless, the possibility of collaboration remains. For instance, sharing intelligence regarding Son Goku's movements, or under specific circumstances, providing you with a little assistance to ensure he is delivered intact into your hands for you to deal with personally. The communication ended, and the screen dimmed. Vegeta slowly returned to his throne, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light. He was acutely aware that Mr. G's organization was likely filled with lies and ulterior motives. Yet, the notion of Saiyan potential and the possibility of surpassing Frieza planted a seed of treachery within his heart, one that would quietly take root. They sought to manipulate him against Kakarot, perhaps even to pollute him alongside it. Yet, the proud Prince Vegeta was not one to shy away from utilizing everyone around him. Power. He craved absolute power. As long as he could grow stronger, he would not hesitate to collaborate with devils. Send the orders. Vegeta suddenly commanded, his voice frigid. Mobilize all outer reconnaissance units to focus on this star domain. Alert me immediately of any unusual energy or spatial fluctuations within the star system adjacent to Son Goku's target area. He needed to uncover what Kakarot was truly searching for. He would also see what schemes Mr. G and his furtive rats were concocting. The Hope struggled through the phantom route, akin to a solitary leaf adrift in a storm. Intense radiation and gravitational turbulence caused the ship to tremble incessantly, alarms sounding intermittently. Within the gravity chamber, Son Goku and Little Gohan were engaged in high-intensity combat training. Son Goku had adjusted the gravity to a terrifying level, and each collision between them resounded with a dull thud. Son Goku was adapting to and harnessing the perceptual enhancements brought by that bestowed power, striving to integrate the power of his mind more effectively into combat. Meanwhile, Little Gohan was desperately solidifying that peculiar white light he had accidentally triggered during previous battles under extreme pressure. Suddenly, Son Goku halted his movements, abruptly ceasing his attacks. Mr. Goku? Little Gohan looked at him, puzzled. Son Goku furrowed his brow, his golden-hued pupils gazing into the void, as if sensing something exceedingly distant. What's wrong? Krillin, hearing the commotion, rushed over from the bridge. I felt a subtle yet immense gaze just sweep over our area. Son Goku spoke with a hint of uncertainty and gravity. A gaze? Krillin was taken aback. Is it Mr. G or a probe from the Frieza Force? Not quite. Son Goku shook his head. This sensation is far more ancient. More indifferent, as if it emanates from the universe itself. It feels more like an observer. He recalled the final warning of the ancient consciousness. Could it be that the so-called observer had already taken notice of them? Almost simultaneously, the main computer of the Hope emitted a series of urgent alarms. A deep space scanning program set by Bulma had captured an exceedingly faint, yet repeatedly confirmed signal. It was characterized by an unnatural energy burst emanating from the direction of Node 12. The fluctuation pattern bore a slight resemblance to the planetary weapon activated earlier on the Dead Star. Someone had arrived at their destination before them and triggered something. 3 parties in motion. The Hope delved into the phantom route, while Vegeta and Mr. G harbored their own ulterior motives. A sense of impending crisis. Goku sensed the gaze of a mysterious observer. Target anomaly. Node 12 had been activated by an unknown force. The struggle escalated. Who would seize the initiative? Awaiting Goku's team would be either a trap or an opportunity. Chapter 40, Abyss of Ruins. Initial touch of taboo. The Hope glided like a specter out of the radiation maelstrom. The newly formed scorch marks on its hull, silently narrating the perils of the phantom route. When the dim star at the center of the supernova remnants, along with the 12 nodes, akin to shattered tombstones, came into view, the air within the bridge became almost palpable. The surface of that planet was riddled with twisted metallic structures and unfathomable chasms, as if it had been crushed by a colossal hand and carelessly discarded. On the planet's dark side, turned away from the star, a faint yet continuous stream of azure energy swirled upwards from a vast crevice, resembling ominous blood seeping from a wound, starkly conspicuous against the silent starry void. There, Clint pointed at the energy vortex, his voice tense. The signal source. Someone has arrived before us. Goku stood by the porthole, his golden-hued pupils narrowing slightly. He not only beheld that energy vortex, but also distinctly sensed a chaotic, violent aura, brimming with a desire for destruction, emanating from the depths of that chasm. This aura was unlike the pure annihilation he had previously encountered. It was akin to a tainted, twisted madness. Not Mr. G's people. Goku spoke gravely, his brow furrowed. This aura is unfamiliar, yet potent. Just then, a faint groan echoed from the medical bed. Bulma. Klin and Little Gohan rushed over immediately. Bulma slowly opened her eyes, initially appearing somewhat dazed, but quickly regained clarity, her gaze sharper than before. Rubbing her temples, she inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" "Not long," but much has transpired. Clint hastily recounted the ancient consciousness's possession, the gifts, the warnings, and the anomalies surrounding Node 12. Bulma listened, her expression revealing little surprise, as if validating something. She raised her hand, and a flicker of faint, light blue data energy leapt from her fingertips like an electric arc. Although the protocol seed did not enforce a mandatory inheritance, it left behind an abundance of fragmented knowledge. Bulma's eyes sparkled with the fervor unique to scientists. I seemed to grasp certain principles about psychic technology, spatial structures, and the essence of energy. Without much inquiry into her own condition, she leapt from the medical bed and swiftly approached the control console, her hands dancing across the virtual keyboard. Instantly, the screen erupted with countless intricate three-dimensional schematics and energy flow analysis data. The computational speed and depth of understanding rendering Clint awestruck. Scan that energy vortex, Bulma commanded, her voice tinged with a suppressed excitement. The deep space scanner powered up fully, relaying more detailed data. Energy properties chaotic, highly corrosive, exhibiting strong characteristics of mental pollution. Structural analysis resembled remnants of a forcibly torn spatial barrier. Bulma rapidly interpreted the data, her expression growing increasingly grave. This was not a natural phenomenon, nor was it caused by conventional weaponry. It seemed as if some immensely powerful entity had forcibly torn open the internal space leading to that node. Moreover, it had left behind pollution. Forcibly tearing open space? Leaving pollution? A chill swept through everyone. What kind of horrific power would it take? Can we enter? Goku posed the most critical question. Bulma calculated swiftly. The energy vortex is extremely unstable. Crossing through by conventional means carries immense risk. We could easily be torn apart or contaminated. However, a glint of brilliance sparked in her eyes as she pulled up the energy shield system schematic of the Hope, swiftly modifying and optimizing it online. Utilizing the gifted knowledge, I can temporarily reconstruct the shield's energy frequency to simulate the fluctuating characteristics of the vortex's periphery. Perhaps we can deceive its repulsion response and perform a short-range glide for infiltration. This was an exceedingly perilous technical gamble. Should any calculation falter, or if the internal conditions of the vortex exceeded their predictions, they could be obliterated in an instant. How long will it take? Goku asked without a trace of hesitation. 10 minutes. Bulma's focus remained unwavering, her hands moving so quickly they left trails, countless codes and energy models flickering before her, constructing and validating. The Hope cautiously approached the azure energy vortex. The closer they drew, the more they could feel the contained fury and chaos, as if countless vengeful souls were howling within. As the ship's conventional sensors neared the vortex's edge, they malfunctioned, emitting piercing alarms. Time ticked away. Sweat beaded on Bulma's forehead, yet her gaze remained fixed, undeterred. Finally, in the 9th minute, she struck the final confirmation key. Shield reconstruction complete. Frequency synchronization activated. Hold on tight. The energy shield of the Hope transformed, its stable light blue hue morphing into a swirling, distorted azure reminiscent of the external vortex. The ship was suddenly grasped by an invisible hand and plunged violently into the raging energy vortex. Boom! The world spun chaotically. It felt as though they had been tossed into a high-speed spinning washing machine. Outside the porthole, the starry sky was replaced by countless twisted, tearing azure light trails and fragmented spatial debris. The violent tremors induced waves of nausea and dizziness in everyone except Goku. The shield emitted anguished groans, the azure light flickering violently, as though it would shatter at any moment. Hold on, Bulma shouted as she gripped the console tightly, her voice barely escaping her lips when bang. The Hope was abruptly expelled from the vortex, akin to a stone flung away, crashing heavily onto the solid ground. Skidding for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a stop, the hull screeching against the surface, trailing a cascade of sparks. The tremors ceased. The crew, still shaken, gazed out the porthole. They seemed to have entered another realm. Above them was no longer the starry sky, but a dark expanse composed of twisted metal and solidified energy, emanating a dim glow. Beneath their feet lay a desolate ground, marred by bizarre corrosion marks and unknown metallic fragments. In the distance, countless toppled colossal architectural remnants resembled the bones of giants, stretching into the horizon. The air was thick with the pungent scent of metallic rust and the nauseating aura of polluted energy. Is this the interior of Node 12? A vast enclosed space established within the shattered core of a planet? We made it inside, Clint still found it hard to believe. Scan the environment. Bulma immediately ordered, while swiftly assessing the ship's condition. Damn it, the shield is overloaded and temporarily inoperative, and the engines have also sustained some impact and require cooling. The data from the portable environmental scanner rapidly materialized. The atmospheric composition is complex, with low oxygen levels, the presence of unknown inert gases, and trace energy particles. Gravity is approximately 15 times that of Earth. The spatial structure is unstable, with multiple energy turbulence zones. No immediate life signals detected, but there are high-energy reaction sources. Over there, little Gohan suddenly pointed towards a direction, indicating a relatively intact, enormous structure resembling an inverted giant bowl, located in the center of this ruined city. The source of that chaotic and violent aura seemed to lie right there. The design blueprint for the suppressor might also be present. Saiyan Wukong sensed the direction with keen eyes, yet something guarded it. At that moment, a faint sound, akin to metal grinding, emanated from the shadows of the ruins surrounding the Zhuanghe. Initially sporadic, the noise rapidly intensified, surging forth like a tidal wave from all directions. The group turned their wary gazes, witnessing the scattered metallic shards, twisted pipes, and even some remnants of small structures being pulled together by invisible threads, beginning to self-assemble. Within mere seconds, dozens of menacing mechanical puppets, constructed from discarded metal and flickering ominously with red light at their joints, rose from the debris, encircling them and the Zhuanghe. These puppets varied in form. Some resembled multi-legged spiders, others humanoids wielding sharp blades, while some were entirely indescribable aberrations. They bore no life force, only a pure, murderous intent driven by that tainted energy. Was this the automated defense system of the area, or a mutation resulting from the pollution? Kellen assumed a combat stance. His complexion pale. Regardless of their nature, they clearly did not welcome them. Saiyan Wukong took a deep breath, and a platinum aura surged forth from within him once more. With the shield failing and the spaceship damaged, there was no retreat left. Bulma, expedite the repairs on the ship. Kellen, Wufan, clear a path to the central structure. Saiyan Wukong shouted, his figure shooting forth like an arrow released from a bow, charging headlong into the tide of mechanical puppets. The battle erupted instantaneously in this forsaken realm of taboos. The metallic roars and explosive energy reverberated throughout the ruins. Saiyan Wukong, akin to a platinum meteor, collided with the torrent of mechanical puppets. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees transformed into the most ferocious weapons, each strike producing a piercing shriek that shattered the air, reducing the approaching puppets to a cloud of scattered debris. Yet, these puppets, driven by the tainted energy, seemed inexhaustible. They charged fearlessly from all sides, their claws, energy beams, and whirling saw blades resembling a deadly jungle, continuously constricting Saiyan Wukong's room to maneuver. More troublesome was that their shattered parts, upon hitting the ground, writhed as if possessing life, reassembling to rejoin the fray. Kamehameha barrage. Saiyan Wukong swung his hands rapidly, sending forth dozens of miniature Kamehameha waves fan-shaped, clearing a swath through the puppets ahead, but immediately new ones filled the void. Kellen, to the left. Little Wufan deftly weaved among the puppets, his strength insufficient to obliterate the larger models with a single blow, yet he concentrated his energy at his fingertips, forming sharp energy needles that targeted the joints and energy core connections of the puppets. Those struck by his precision would instantly freeze, providing Kellen with an opening. Well done, Wufan. Kellen, seizing the opportunity, aimed at a spider-like puppet immobilized by Wufan, his hands clasped together, unleashing a dazzling Kamehameha wave. Boom. The spider puppet shattered in response. The two stood back to back, forming a second line of defense behind the breach created by Saiyan Wukong, laboriously blocking those attempting to bypass the onslaught toward the Zhuanghe. Kellen gasped for breath. His prior injuries had not fully healed, and the intense combat weighed heavily on him. Little Wufan's face flushed, sweat soaking his hair. Yet his gaze remained resolute, each action precise and decisive. Beside the Zhuanghe, Bulma feverishly operated the makeshift repair terminal, sweat glistening on her forehead. Not only did she need to repair the damaged shield and engine, but she also had to divert her attention to analyzing the energy signals emanating from the central structure, attempting to pinpoint the precise location of the suppressor design. Damn firewall. This is even more troublesome than that weapon from the last planet. Bulma gritted her teeth. her eyes illuminated with streams of data, utilizing her gifted knowledge to attempt to breach the internal defense system of the central structure. Just a little more time. At that moment, the dome of the central structure, resembling an inverted colossal bowl, suddenly illuminated with a blinding azure glow. A force far more ferocious and chaotic than the surrounding puppets erupted, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a waking volcano. Roar. A non-human howl. A fusion of metal grinding and beastly roars reverberated, shaking the entire ruinous expanse. The tide of puppets besieging Suin Wukong parted like the sea, revealing a passage. At the end of this passage, at the entrance of the central structure, a towering figure emerged slowly. He still wore the battle attire of the Frisia force, yet his stance was imbued with a certain twisted dissonance. Eerie azure patterns writhed like living entities upon his exposed skin, emitting ominous radiance. His eyes glowed a vivid crimson, filled with fury and madness, entirely devoid of his former coldness and rationality. No longer was he enveloped in pure purple energy, but rather in a terrifying aura mixed with the azure-tainted energy, resembling a viscous, tangible liquid. It was Vegeta, but he was no longer the proud Saiyan prince. He had evidently fallen victim to the so-called pollution by Mr. G, and that chaotic, violent energy had thoroughly eroded his mind. Vegeta, Kellen, upon recognizing the figure, was struck with terror. How had he transformed into this? Suin Wukong also halted his movements, gazing solemnly at the unusually altered Vegeta. He could sense that Vegeta's power, catalyzed by the tainted energy, had become exceedingly ferocious and potent, far surpassing his previous state, yet it was highly unstable, brimming with a desire to annihilate everything. Kakarot. Vegeta's throat emitted a hoarse, distorted voice, his crimson eyes locking onto Suin Wukong, a grotesque, inhuman grin stretching across his face. "I found you. I will tear you apart and devour you." He suddenly stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to fracture instantly. His fist, enshrouded in azure energy, tore through the air with an unprecedented velocity, hurtling towards Suin Wukong's face. Bang! Suin Wukong crossed his arms to absorb the blow, the immense force propelling him backward several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. What coursed through his arms was not merely physical impact, but also a chilling, viscous taint attempting to erode his will. Such formidable power, yet it had entirely lost its structure. Suin Wukong shook off the numbness in his arms, his gaze sharp. Though Vegeta's assault was frenzied, it was disorganized, driven solely by instinctual destruction. Die, die, die. Vegeta roared madly, akin to a rampaging beast, lunging again, his fists transforming into a storm of blows, each strike imbued with the terrifying force to rip apart space and the tainted energy that eroded the soul. Suin Wukong ceased to absorb the blows, elevating his speed to its zenith, his figure flitting like a specter amid Vegeta's frenzied attacks, his golden-hued pupils calmly observing. He sought weaknesses, searching for a possibility to awaken Vegeta's consciousness, or at the very least, to uncover the vulnerabilities of this pollution. "Bulma, are you not done yet?" Kellen shouted in urgency while fending off the puppets, agitated once more by Vegeta's appearance. "Almost there. Just a little longer." Bulma's gaze remained fixed on the screen, her finger hovering over the final virtual key. "I need an energy shock. A sufficiently strong energy shock to disrupt its core defenses." "Now, an energy shock?" Suin Wukong's eyes widened in realization. He instantly grasped Bulma's intent. Faced with Vegeta's incoming heavy punch enveloped in thick azure energy, Suin Wukong neither dodged nor blocked. He harmonized his essence with that of the steed, his palms converging at his waist, as the platinum chi within him merged with the bestowed, gentle power in an unprecedented manner, compressing. "Vegeta, awaken!" he roared, thrusting his palms forward with fierce determination. The ultimate Kamehameha, a colossal wave of energy, unprecedented and nearing the tangible, pure white at its core, with a soft golden halo flowing at its edges, surged forth like a roaring galaxy, embodying both purification and impact, colliding head-on with Vegeta's fist, tainted by corrupt energy. The ground shook with a deafening roar. The shockwave from the clash of these extreme energies spread like a tsunami, obliterating the remaining ruins and mechanical puppets around them as if they were mere paper, scattering them into the air. Even the earth mourned, fracturing. The azure and platinum luminescence eroded and extinguished each other in a frenzy. Vegeta emitted a howl of anguish and rage. The azure energy surrounding his fist began to oscillate violently, disintegrating under the overwhelming force of the pure and immense platinum wave. Now is the moment. Bulma pressed the final command. Beep. Access granted. Data stream downloading. Inside the central building, a tightly guarded database instantaneously opened its doors to Bulma. However, almost simultaneously, a transformation occurred. The writhing azure lines on Vegeta's body, provoked by the intense impact of the ultimate Kamehameha, flared with a more blinding radiance. As if they had come to life, ferociously burrowing towards Vegeta's heart and brain. Vegeta let out a cry that was hauntingly inhuman, clutching his head. His body convulsing and twisting violently, as if countless insects were writhing beneath his skin. His breath became increasingly chaotic and perilous, as if something even more terrifying, sealed within him, was on the verge of breaking free. Meanwhile, on Bulma's multifunctional tool screen, beside the data stream of the suppressor design, a high-priority encrypted video recording suddenly popped up from deep within the database. The person displayed in the recording caused Bulma's pupils to constrict, and she gasped in disbelief. How can it be him? Mr. G's highest agent, Observer Raditz? Vegeta's furious manifestation, suffering from polluted mental disarray. Ultimate confrontation. Goku's full-force strike creates an opportunity for Bulma. Data acquired. Suppressor design download complete. Pollution mutation. The terrifying entity within Vegeta is about to awaken. Stunning revelation. Mr. G's highest agent is actually the deceased Raditz? Chapter 42. The Mark of Betrayal. Shadow of the Observer Raditz? Bulma's exclamation rang like thunder, piercing through the aftershocks of the explosion. Krillin and little Gohan were momentarily stunned, incredulously staring at the screen. Where they believed the Saiyan Raditz had been defeated by Goku on Namek, perhaps even reduced to ashes, yet here he appeared as Mr. G's highest agent, the Observer. In a top-secret recording, the Raditz in the footage bore little resemblance to the reckless and volatile warrior they remembered, clad in a fitted dark outfit. His gaze was deep and calm, with a hint of indifferent authority curving at the corners of his mouth as he issued commands to the recording device. That composure and coldness evoked a chill deeper than any grotesque expression. He is alive, and has allied with Mr. G. Krillin's voice trembled with astonishment. This sudden truth struck Goku like a heavy blow. His brother is still alive? And he now stands on the completely opposite, even more dangerous and mad side? Yet at this moment, he had no time to ponder the reasons behind this revelation, for a more imminent crisis loomed. Roar! Vegeta's scream had transformed into a wholly inhuman, anguished roar, filled with pain and utter brutality. The azure lines on his body glowed like a searing brand, hissing as they rapidly contracted and coalesced. His muscles grotesquely bulged and twisted, his bones emitting a dislocating crack, as his entire body underwent a horrifying transformation. A wave of destruction, far surpassing anything before, as if emanating from the abyss itself, spread from him, saturating the space with palpable darkness. The corrupt energy was no longer merely eroding. It catalyzed something even more dreadful awakening within Vegeta. This is bad. He is about to lose complete control. Goku's pupils dilated. He could sense that if he did not act soon, Vegeta might be wholly consumed by this power, transforming into a monstrous being driven solely by destruction, or even self-detonation. Bulma, have you secured the design? Goku shouted, his gaze fixed on the distorting Vegeta. I've got it. It's being transmitted to the Hope's mainframe. But we need to leave immediately. Bulma's fingers flew as she packaged the final data stream for transmission, anxiously watching Vegeta's unsettling transformation, his energy reactions escalating exponentially. It was nearing a critical point. Leave? How do we escape? The Hope's engines are still cooling, the shields are down, and outside are endless mechanical puppets, with a soon-to-explode Vegeta right in front of us. Mr. Goku, be careful. Little Gohan suddenly warned with alarm. Vegeta's contorted body suddenly halted. He raised his head, his crimson eyes devoid of any rationality, only pure, unbridled madness aimed at annihilating everything. Ignoring Goku, he turned his gaze towards the Hope, where data was being transmitted, and at Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan nearby. He instinctively sensed something abhorrent there, attempting to thwart him, destroy everything. Vegeta roared, his hand, enveloped in dense azure energy, lifted threateningly towards the Hope. A highly compressed sphere of dark energy, as if containing countless vengeful souls struggling within, rapidly formed in his palm, radiating destructive waves that made the entire space tremble. Should this strike land, the hope and all within would be reduced to ashes. Damn it, your opponent is me. Goku bellowed, no longer hesitating. He had to stop Vegeta, but a direct confrontation was clearly futile. Vegeta's current power was wild and chaotic, and forcing a clash would only hasten his collapse. A flash of inspiration crossed Goku's mind as he recalled fragments of memory from the star's spirit race regarding energy guidance and mental soothing, along with the gentle qualities of the power within him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anxiety, calming his consciousness. The platinum aura ceased its violent outflow, instead enveloping him like a warm stream, amplifying the slight essence of intent within, radiating a sense of tranquility and determination. He did not attack, rather, he voluntarily lowered most of his defenses, appearing almost instantly in the path between Vegeta and the Hope, arms outstretched, confronting the impending destructive energy sphere. Vegeta, look at me. Goku's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a peculiar penetrative force, as if directly echoing within Vegeta's chaotic consciousness. Do you not wish to defeat me? Do you not seek to prove that you are the strongest Saiyan? Is being controlled by this chaotic power, like a puppet, truly the pride of you, Prince Vegeta? His words struck like cold water thrown into boiling oil, halting Vegeta's movements abruptly. Within his frenzied, crimson eyes, something seemed to struggle violently. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta ground out through clenched teeth, the energy sphere in his hand trembling slightly. It worked. Goku intensified the output of his mental energy, the warm platinum glow rippling outwards, gently brushing over Vegeta's form. He did not attempt to forcefully dispel the corrupt energy, an almost impossible task, but sought to resonate with and awaken the warrior's indomitable pride. Buried deep within Vegeta's heart. Recall that ridiculous pride that has supported you to this day. Sun Wukong pressed forward relentlessly, his gaze intense. Are you truly willing to yield to such vile power, just like that traitor Raditz? The mere mention of Raditz's name struck deep into Vegeta's chaotic consciousness like a dagger. For the proud prince, betrayal and subjugation were utterly intolerable. A guttural roar escaped Vegeta, more pain than before, yet this time, it was laced with fierce anger and defiance. The ethereal blue patterns on his body flickered violently, clashing against the platinum aura emanating from Sun Wukong. His form trembled under the strain of the two conflicting forces, the speed of his distortion seemingly slowing. At that moment, a sudden, cold, and vast gaze pierced through the unstable spatial barrier beyond the 12 nodes, landing squarely at the heart of the battlefield, where Vegeta and Sun Wukong struggled against the tainted energy. This gaze was identical to the one felt before in the ghostly path. It was the observer warned about by that ancient consciousness. It had arrived, watching everything unfold. The arrival of this gaze seemed to provoke the tainted energy within Vegeta, causing it to surge violently. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong felt an immense, intangible pressure enveloping him, as if the weight of the entire universe rested upon his shoulders. Bulma, hurry! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, battling against Vegeta's madness and the omnipresent pressure of observation as he shouted into the communicator. The engine is 80% rebooted. The shield is still calibrating. Just hold on for 30 more seconds. Bulma's voice trembled with emotion, sharing in the immense mental burden brought on by the observer's gaze. 30 seconds, a fleeting moment under normal circumstances, now stretched painfully long, akin to an eternity. Vegeta, caught in the tumult of tainted energy and Sun Wukong's willpower, stood at the center of a storm, on the brink of complete collapse. The chilling gaze from the observer loomed overhead like a Damocles sword, presenting an unknown yet lethal threat. Little Gohan and Krillin watched anxiously, their palms slick with sweat. In this critical moment of life and death, Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Sun Wukong, a tumultuous blend of madness and clarity swirling within. He rasped a broken, hoarse plea, as if expending the last vestige of his will. Kill me. The shocking betrayal. Raditz had indeed become Mr. G's highest agent. Vegeta's distortion, an ominous existence within him, was about to erupt. A battle of wills. Wukong wielded pride as his blade, awakening the remnants of the prince's will. The observer descended, bringing a chilling gaze that exerted deadly pressure. Vegeta sought death. In this dire strait, how would Wukong choose? Kill me. Vegeta's hoarse plea pierced through Sun Wukong's heart like a cold needle. He gazed upon his once proud adversary, now grotesquely twisted by corruption, and the fleeting struggles of pain in those crimson eyes were all too palpable. For one as proud as Vegeta to plead for death was unfathomable. "Do not jest," Sun Wukong growled, his resolve unyielding. Instead of striking, his warm platinum aura flared even brighter, akin to resilient threads binding tightly around the impending explosion of destructive energy within Vegeta. "Is surrender truly your choice? To perish at the hands of such foul power?" His voice resonated like a bell, challenging the core of Vegeta's chaotic consciousness. "Silence! What do you know?" Vegeta roared like a beast, the azure energy within him retaliating, attempting to consume the clarity he detested. Yet, Sun Wukong's mental force acted as an unyielding anchor, securing the final fragment of Vegeta's identity. At that moment, the observer's cold gaze intensified, as if some distant entity disapproved of the tumultuous energy clash and imposed greater pressure. The entire spatial structure of the 12 nodes groaned under the strain, fine black fissures appearing in the void. "We cannot hold on. The space is collapsing." Bulma screamed from within the Hope, the screens flashing alarming data. The engine was barely able to initiate an emergency jump. But the coordinates could not be precisely located. Any corner of the universe could serve as the destination. Moreover, they had enough energy for just one jump, a blind leap that could lead to safety or hurl them directly into a stellar core or the edge of a black hole. But there was no other choice. "Wukong, come back," Krillin shouted desperately. Little Gohan was on the verge of tears, calling out, "Mr. Wukong." Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, who was teetering on the brink of madness and clarity, his energy nearing the point of catastrophic explosion, while feeling the ever-increasing oppressive gaze of the observer. A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes. He could not abandon Vegeta, not out of pity, but due to a warrior's instinct. The tainted energy catalyzed within Vegeta, alongside the observer's interest, surely concealed immense secrets and threats. To let Vegeta perish here or fall into the observer's hands would yield unimaginable consequences. "Bulma, prepare for the jump," Sun Wukong shouted into the communicator, propelling himself forward, not merely projecting his mental force from a distance, but directly lunging at the dangerously unstable Vegeta. "What are you doing? Kakarot, get away." Vegeta sensed Sun Wukong's approach, and the remnants of his rationality were overtaken by panic and rage. "Wanna die? It won't be that easy," Sun Wukong roared, his arms emanating platinum energy intertwined with the bestowed power, forming two solid chains of energy that coiled around Vegeta's body, not to attack, but to bind and isolate. He aimed to forcibly suppress and temporarily contain the raging core of tainted energy within Vegeta. The backlash from the forcibly restrained energy elicited a piercing scream from Vegeta. He thrashed wildly, the azure energy erupting like a runaway high-pressure hose, eroding the ground into deep craters around them. "Now, jump!" Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of strength, locking onto Vegeta as he issued his final command to the Hope. The engine of the Hope roared with a thunderous roar, unleashing an unprecedentedly thick blue jet of flame from its rear. The entire ship was instantaneously enveloped by the warped spatial waves. Just as the ship was about to vanish, catch! Sun Wukong hurled Vegeta towards the open hatch of the Hope. Simultaneously, he was propelled forward by the recoil, akin to a cannonball shooting towards the hatch. Vegeta's body traced a distorted trajectory through the air, crashing heavily against the edge of the hatch. Instinctively, he gripped the doorframe, the azure energy roaring at his fingertips. Sun Wukong followed closely, rolling into the ship just as the hatch was about to close. Bang! The airtight hatch sealed tightly. Almost simultaneously, the Hope was entirely consumed by an indescribable spatial force, vanishing from the 12 nodes. In the next instant, a gaze that defied description, seemingly composed of pure information and rules, cold and indifferent, swept over the area where they had just been. All remnants of mechanical puppets, architectural debris, and even the very fabric of space vanished as if erased by an eraser, returning silently to absolute nothingness. The violent sensation of spatial tearing caused everyone aboard the Hope to momentarily lose consciousness. When Sun Wukong was the first to awaken, he found himself sprawled on the cold floor, every part of his body aching as if it had been disassembled, breath heavily labored. He immediately turned towards the hatch. Vegeta was still there. He knelt partially at the edge of the hatch, one hand gripping the doorframe tightly. his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. However, the ethereal blue patterns on his body had dimmed considerably, and the violent aura that once surged around him had subsided. Though it remained chaotic and perilous, at least he was no longer on the brink of an imminent explosion. The last forceful binding and the violent disruption during the spatial leap, seemingly by a twist of fate, had temporarily suppressed the aberration within him. Nevertheless, Vegeta's eyes remained a fierce crimson, brimming with ferocity and murderous intent as he glared at Sun Wukong, emitting a low, threatening growl from his throat. He was merely restrained for the time being. His purification was far from complete, let alone the restoration of his rationality. Klin, along with little Wufan, gradually regained consciousness and, upon seeing Vegeta still aboard the ship, turned pale with fear and instinctively adopted defensive stances. Do not provoke him. Sun Wukong slowly rose, gesturing for Klin and Wufan to retreat. He cautiously maintained a distance from Vegeta, warily observing his state. Bulma was examining the spaceship systems, her voice tinged with anxiety and fatigue. After the leap, it seems we've fallen into an unknown star region. The coordinates are completely scrambled. The good news is that we temporarily evaded that observer's lock-on. The bad news is we are lost, and the ship has sustained even greater damage. We need to find a place for emergency repairs. She glanced at the tense standoff between Sun Wukong and Vegeta and added, moreover, the ship's gravity and life support systems have also been affected and are unstable. As if to corroborate her words, the Hope suddenly trembled slightly. This minor tremor provoked the highly strung Vegeta. Die. Like a beast whose tail had been stepped on, he sprang from the floor, his claws entwined with residual ethereal energy, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Sun Wukong's throat. Sun Wukong had anticipated this, sidestepping to evade while simultaneously delivering a swift hand strike towards Vegeta's wrist. Bang! The two clashed once more within the confined space of the ship, their energy surging, reverberating against the walls with a resonant hum. Vegeta, calm down. Sun Wukong, while fending off Vegeta's frenzied, yet still formidable attacks, attempted to once again channel his mental energy to soothe him. But this time, his efforts yielded little effect. Vegeta seemed to channel all his rage and turmoil onto Sun Wukong, his attacks akin to a tempest, heedless of the consequences. It's all your fault, Kakarot. If it weren't for you, Vegeta roared, his words fragmented, yet the resentment within was unmistakably clear. He laid the blame for his humiliation and pain, being tainted and losing control, entirely on Sun Wukong's existence. The battle raged fiercely within the confined space of the Hope, each collision causing the damaged ship to violently sway, alarms blaring incessantly. Klin and little Wufan watched in terror, unable to intervene in such a close-quarters skirmish. Bulma struggled to stabilize the ship while anxiously observing the fight. Suddenly, she noticed a subtle pattern in Vegeta's attacks. Whenever the ship shook violently from their skirmish or specific energy pulses flashed through the external cosmos, Vegeta's movements would exhibit extremely brief, nearly imperceptible pauses, and the crimson in his eyes would faintly diminish. Was it environmental interference? A bold thought began to form in her mind. Wukong, draw him to the observation window. Quickly. Though unsure of the reasoning, Sun Wukong's trust in Bulma compelled him to act without hesitation. He feigned an opening, retreating while leading Vegeta gradually toward the largest observation window on the bridge. When Vegeta launched another punch, coinciding with the Hope passing through a dense field of micrometeoroids, causing the ship to vibrate at a specific frequency, Bulma abruptly pressed a button. The transparency of the observation window was instantly maximized, revealing a breathtakingly vibrant and bizarre nebula outside. At its center, a dying pulsar emitted powerful energy radiation pulses in a unique rhythm. Just as the pulsar's light streamed through the observation window, it illuminated Vegeta at that critical moment. Vegeta uttered a pained grunt as if scorched by intense heat, his attack abruptly halting, hands clutching his head, his body curling up like a living entity thrown into a furnace, racked with violent spasms and tremors. The writhing ethereal blue patterns on his skin hissed under the pulsar's glow, flickering erratically as if being burned away, becoming highly unstable. Most strikingly, the crimson in his eyes, like a candle flickering in the wind, flashed wildly, dimming and then fiercely reigniting. Rationality and madness waged a brutal tug-of-war within him. It's working, Klin exclaimed in surprise, but then his expression turned anxious. but he seems to be in great pain. Sun Wukong too paused, his gaze fixed on Vegeta, who was struggling under the pulsar's light. He could sense that the pulsar's radiation was indeed disrupting the tainted energy, yet such interference was crude and indiscriminate, simultaneously assaulting Vegeta's spirit and body. It was akin to torture. Bulma. Sun Wukong glanced towards the control panel. Bulma was intently monitoring Vegeta's life signs on the readout, her face paling. The pulsar radiation does suppress the tainted energy's activity, but it is also damaging his vital signs. His nerves and cells are under immense strain. It can't last much longer. She calculated quickly. Each pulse peak can suppress the taint for about 3 seconds, after which it rebounds. We need to guide a stronger positive energy within the suppression window to help him reclaim control over his own consciousness. Wukong, use your mental power in sync with the rhythm of the pulses. This was an exceedingly delicate and perilous operation. Any miscalculation in timing or intensity could lead to disastrous consequences. I understand. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, calming his mind once more. He did not approach, but stood his ground, compressing the warm platinum aura surrounding him, transforming it into pure mental intent, like the most precise surgical scalpel, targeting the core of pride buried deep within Vegeta's consciousness, overwhelmed by madness. The pulsar's light reached its peak once more. Now, Bulma shouted. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination. A wave of refined, pure, non-aggressive mental energy, imbued with awakening, conviction, and affirmation, surged forth like an invisible bridge, instantly spanning the distance between them, precisely infusing Vegeta's chaotic mind. Vegeta. This time, Sun Wukong's mental call was not a question, but rather imbued with an almost certain power, directly shaking the very foundation of Vegeta's soul. Remember who you are? You are the Prince of Planet Vegeta. You are the unparalleled survivor of the mightiest warrior race in the universe. Is your pride such that you cannot even master this vile energy? Silence. Under the relentless assault from within and without, Vegeta unleashed a primal roar. Yet this time, the madness in his growl was noticeably diminished, replaced by a fury akin to a wounded beast and a touch of humiliation struggling to break free from its shackles. The pulse of light waned, and the tainted energy rebounded once more, with the ethereal blue veins glowing fiercely. However, Sun Wukong did not relent. His consciousness, like the most resilient of threads, tightly ensnared the flicker of clarity that had just emerged in Vegeta's mind. Look at me, Vegeta. Gaze upon the lower-class warrior you have always sought to surpass. Sun Wukong's thoughts carried a peculiar provocation. If you cannot reclaim your own will, what right do you have to stand before me? What face do you have left to call yourself the Prince of the Saiyans? Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, his eyes swirling with crimson and clarity. Fixating fiercely on Sun Wukong, his gaze brimming with boundless rage and humiliation. Yet deep within, the cold and proud light that belonged to Vegeta began to dispel the madness slowly but surely. The pulse of the stars reached its zenith once more. Now is the time, Vegeta. Force it out. With your own energy. Sun Wukong sent forth a final surge of thought. Get out of me. Vegeta roared with earth-shattering fury. This time, it was no longer merely pain and madness, but a blend of unparalleled wrath and determination. The purple aura belonging to the Saiyan Prince erupted violently from its suppressed state, akin to a cornered beast driven to its last resort. Though still feeble and tainted with the pervasive blue pollution, this purple flame, imbued with Vegeta's indomitable pride and will, began to expel, repel, and purify the invading energies within him. The blue and purple energies engaged in a fierce internal conflict within his body. Vegeta's form became a battlefield, his skin bulging and flattening as if living creatures battled beneath. Blood trickled from his lips, a sign of internal damage, yet the crimson in his eyes visibly diminished, replaced by an exquisite agony and an even more profound, unyielding resolve. Inside the hope, silence reigned, interrupted only by Vegeta's labored breaths and the muffled sounds of energy clashing within him. All watched, breathless, as this heart-stopping scene unfolded. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps only a few minutes passing, yet it felt as if a century had elapsed. Finally, the ethereal blue patterns on Vegeta's body faded completely, as if losing its energy, slowly subsiding beneath his skin, no longer writhing. Although not entirely gone, it was evidently forcefully subdued. The purple aura around him dissipated, his body weakening as he sank to one knee, hands pressed against the ground, gasping for breath, sweat flowing like streams down his forehead, dripping onto the cold floor. Yet when he raised his head, though filled with fatigue and pain, his eyes restored clarity and that familiar, chilling pride which seemed capable of freezing all in its gaze. He looked at Sun Wukong, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, the disorientation of survival, the humiliation of being seen at his most vulnerable, and the rejection of the recent mental aid. Ultimately, all these sentiments coalesced into a deeper, piercing coldness, akin to eternal ice. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was hoarse, yet carried a newly erected barrier that kept others at bay. Do not think this is over. Sun Wukong observed him, slowly exhaling, dissipating the tension in his aura, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He said nothing, merely nodding. He understood that, for Vegeta, acknowledging what had just transpired was more painful than death itself. At that moment, Bulma suddenly exclaimed in uncertainty, "Wait, the energy readings within Vegeta are somewhat peculiar." All eyes turned to her. Bulma pointed at a complex waveform on the life monitor. The tainted energy has indeed been suppressed. Yet it appears to be exhibiting an exceedingly faint symbiotic response with his Saiyan cells. No, it is more like a dormant state, as if it has entered a form of hibernation. She raised her head, her expression grave as she regarded Vegeta. This indicates that the pollution has not been eradicated, merely lying in wait. Should it be provoked, or if his emotions fluctuate violently, it could potentially erupt once more. Moreover, the next outburst could be even more severe, as his body seems to be adapting to this energy. This revelation tightened the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease. Vegeta's countenance darkened profoundly, glancing down at his hands, a flicker of barely perceptible rage flashing in his eyes. Does this mean he harbors a ticking time bomb within him? A bomb directly linked to his pride and emotions? Yet, misfortune does not come alone. On the control panel, the alert light indicating remote spatial detection began to flash wildly. Bulma immediately accessed the data, her face going pale at a glance. Not good. We are detecting a high-speed spatial jump signal. It is rapidly approaching us. The energy signature identifies it as the Ginyu Force's battleship. There is also another, more concealed signal belonging to Mr. G's faction. They seem to have joined forces. And their target is clear. They are coming for us. Having just escaped peril, without a moment to breathe, a more formidable pursuer was already advancing on two fronts. Closing in on them, Pulse reveals its might. Internal and external assaults assist Vegeta in suppressing the pollution. Pride returns. The prince's consciousness awakens, where humiliation and cold coexist. Hidden dangers arise. The tainted energy remains, merely dormant. Pursuers arrive. The Ginyu Force and Mr. G's faction have joined forces to encircle them. Wukong's team is once again in dire straits. Chapter 45. The Struggle of a Cornered Beast, a Glimmer of Hope. Inside the hope, the air felt as though it had solidified into lead, weighing heavily on everyone's chests. Just as they had caught their breath from the crisis of Vegeta's tainted energy spiraling out of control, a greater despair engulfed them like the frigid depths of the cosmos. The Ginyu Force, Mr. G. Each of these foes alone could send them into disarray, yet they had now united. And with such precision, they had located the very spot where they had just transitioned. How could they find us so quickly? Krillin's voice trembled with despair. We just exited the transition. Bulma frantically operated the console, her complexion pale as parchment. It's a tracking signal. Not from us. It's from Vegeta. The residual tainted energy within him, though suppressed, serves as a beacon in the dark, continuously sending out a subtle signal. Mr. G is using this to pinpoint our location. All gazes converged on Vegeta, who had just regained his clarity, kneeling on one knee. His expression was as dark as storm clouds, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Humiliation, an unprecedented sense of disgrace, burned through him like poison. He had not only become a burden, but had also turned into bait that exposed their position. Damn it! He spat through clenched teeth, lifting his gaze, the clarity in his eyes once again swirling with violent crimson, the dim blue patterns beneath his skin seeming to flicker back to life. Vegeta, calm down. Sun Wukong stepped forward, admonishing him. Now is not the time to lose control. Vegeta's chest heaved violently, glaring fiercely at Sun Wukong. Ultimately, he forcibly quelled the tumultuous crimson and blue within him, leaving behind a coldness that bordered on deathly silence. He turned away from everyone, silently standing and walking to the viewport, facing the unfamiliar and perilous starfield beyond. The silhouette was imbued with the resolute determination and suppressed madness reminiscent of a lone wolf. "What should we do now?" Little Wufan asked with a trembling voice. As the Shiwang Hao lay severely damaged, surrounded by formidable foes, presenting a seemingly hopeless situation, Bulma swiftly surveyed the external conditions. Her voice urgent. "The Jinyu Force's spacecraft is advancing head-on, expected to enter effective range in 3 minutes. Mr. G's signal is more concealed, seemingly flanking us with unclear intentions. The Shiwang Hao shield is down to 17%, the engine output is unstable, and we cannot perform long-distance jumps. We are in a dire predicament, a true deadlock." Sun Wukong took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. His gaze swept over the damaged control panel, the pale faces of his companions, and the 2 shattered planets outside the porthole, radiating unstable gravity and radiation, finally resting on a dense cloud of interstellar dust that obstructed most scanning signals. A perilous, nearly suicidal plan rapidly formed in his mind. "Bulma." Sun Wukong spoke rapidly, calculating the gravitational intersection of the 2 shattered planets and the energy interference of the dust cloud. "We need a route precise to the second." Bulma paused, then understood his intention, exclaiming, "You want to use the planet's gravity and the dust cloud as cover?" "No, that is too dangerous. With the current state of the Shiwang Hao, any slight miscalculation or stroke of bad luck could result in being torn apart by gravity or colliding with meteors. There is no better way," Sun Wukong declared firmly. "This is our only chance. Transfer the control of the spacecraft to me." "What?" Krillin and Bulma were both stunned. "Wukong can pilot a spacecraft?" "In the room of spirit and time, Bulma, you taught me the basics of piloting and spatial dynamics." Sun Wukong's gaze was incredibly serious, and moreover, "My perception of energy and space is more acute than any instrument." Bulma looked into the blazing determination of his golden eyes, gritted her teeth. "All right, I'll trust you once." She swiftly transferred the main control authority to the armrest of Sun Wukong's seat. Sun Wukong took his position at the controls, gripping the joystick. A peculiar sensation surging within him. Every subtle vibration of the spacecraft, every flow of energy in the external space, was vividly mirrored in his perception, as if he were attuned to the very fabric of reality. This was a new ability granted to him. "Brace yourselves. Hold on tight," Sun Wukong bellowed. The engine of the Shiwang Hao roared under overload, no longer fleeing, but rather charging towards the 2 intertwined, gravity-warping shattered planets like a moth drawn to a flame. Has he gone mad? On the Jinyu Force's spaceship, Likum, who had just taken over command from the injured Jinyu, stared in disbelief at the Shiwang Hao's self-destructive maneuver displayed on the screen. "Keep up with them. Don't let them escape," Jinyu shouted sharply. The Jinyu Force's spaceship immediately turned, following closely into the gravitational field of the planets. Upon entering the gravitational sphere, the Shiwang Hao was like a small boat amidst raging waves, violently tossed and turned by the chaotic gravity. The alarm blared mournfully like a dying whale. Krillin and little Wufan clung tightly to the fixtures to avoid being flung away. Meanwhile, Bulma fixed her gaze on the navigation data, her face pale as she reported a series of correction parameters. Sun Wukong's muscles were taut, his golden pupils narrowed to pinpricks, his hands steady as a rock, maneuvering the Shiwang Hao through the deadly gravitational whirlpool and dense asteroid belt, executing nearly impossible extreme maneuvers. The spacecraft skimmed perilously close to massive planetary debris, narrowly evading sudden gravitational traps, dragging the pursuing Jinyu Force spaceship into this perilous zone, forcing them into a frantic scramble, unable to aim effectively. "Now, dive into the dust cloud," Bulma shouted, observing the calculated optimal moment. The Shiwang Hao plunged into the dense interstellar dust cloud, as dark as ink. All external detection signals were instantly obscured, and the visible range descended into chaos. They VE entered. We VE lost them. Chaos erupted aboard the Jinyu Force spaceship. "Release the probes. Charge all weapons. Blanket fire that area. Force them out," Likum yelled in exasperation. However, while the Jinyu Force busied themselves with sealing off the dust cloud, the Shiwang Hao, with Sun Wukong's extraordinary perception and extreme exploitation of the spacecraft's limits, glided like a phantom through the complex environment within the dust cloud, stealthily approaching the flank direction of Mr. G's signal. Mr. G's ship was just ahead, a small high-speed reconnaissance vessel. Bulma lowered her voice, pointing at the flickering signal on the scanner. Sun Wukong's expression hardened. Capture them. Mr. G knows too many secrets. We must uncover their intentions, especially regarding Raditz and the Observer. The Shiwang Hao approached the reconnaissance vessel hidden at the edge of the dust cloud like a stealthy leopard. Just as the distance closed enough to initiate a surprise attack, the reconnaissance vessel suddenly activated, its hull glowing with a blinding azure energy shield, while its side opened to reveal several advanced combat robots, exuding a chilling aura, swarming towards the Shiwang Hao. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance vessel revved its engines, attempting to escape beyond the dust cloud. They VE spotted us. They were prepared, Krillin exclaimed. We cannot let them escape. Sun Wukong forcefully pushed the joystick. The Shiwang Hao, disregarding its own damage, charged fiercely towards the reconnaissance vessel's shield. Boom. The two spacecraft collided violently, the shield flashing wildly. Krillin, Wufan, follow me. Bulma, maintain docking and prepare for support. Sun Wukong opened the airlock door, a platinum blaze erupting as he surged out first. Krillin and little Wufan followed closely. The three of them became like three sharp blades, instantly entangled in combat with Mr. G's robots. These robots were far more agile and powerful than those encountered at the 12th node, and their energy weapons were more cunning and deadly. Sun Wukong's fists and feet struck like lightning, reducing the robots to fragments, but his gaze remained locked onto the escaping reconnaissance vessel. He needed to capture one alive. At that moment, the reconnaissance vessel's hatch suddenly opened again, revealing an alien pilot dressed in Mr. G's standard uniform, yet with a vacant, doll-like gaze, holding what appeared to be a data storage device. He offered Sun Wukong a strange, almost controlled smile before abruptly throwing the device towards the Shiwang Hao. Not good. It's a bomb, Krillin shouted in alarm. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he prepared to intercept when an unexpected twist occurred. A golden figure, moving faster than the eye could capture, shot out from the dust cloud with astonishing precision, seizing the thrown data storage device. The figure did not linger, akin to golden lightning, penetrating the faltering azure shield of Mr. G's reconnaissance vessel before vanishing inside. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. What was that just now? Krillin was left dumbfounded. Sun Wukong was also stunned, unable to fully discern the appearance of the golden figure, only sensing an extraordinarily pure and powerful aura, tinged with a hint of familiarity. Shortly after, a brief yet intense sound of energy collisions and muffled explosions emanated from within the G reconnaissance vessel, followed by the complete disappearance of all signals. Even the engines ceased operation, floating lifelessly within the dust cloud. The forced docking between the Shiwang Hao and the reconnaissance vessel was also severed due to the loss of power. Within the dust cloud, an eerie silence settled. The Jinyu Force's barrage continued to thunder in the distance, but in this zone, only the drifting Shiwang Hao, the silent reconnaissance vessel, and the three bewildered souls of Sun Wukong remained. Who was that golden figure? What did he take? What transpired inside Mr. G's reconnaissance vessel? All answers seemed to have vanished alongside that enigmatic golden figure, swallowed by the thick haze, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of suspense. Chapter 46. Echoes of the Future. Confrontation between father and son. The Hope floated beside the silent reconnaissance ship, resembling two ghostly vessels adrift in a pitch-black sea. The cloud of dust isolated them from the surrounding artillery and uproar, leaving only a suffocating silence. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and little Gohan hovered in the vacuum, warily watching the G reconnaissance ship, which had lost all signals of propulsion. The appearance and disappearance of the golden figure had been too bizarre and too swift. What was that just now? Krillin's voice crackled through the helmet communicator, trembling with disbelief. It was too fast. I couldn't see anything. Little Gohan anxiously clutched Sun Wukong's battle suit. Mr. Wukong. That aura felt strange, powerful, and somewhat familiar. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his crimson gold pupils fixated on the hatch of the reconnaissance ship. Familiar? Upon Gohan's mention, he too felt a vague sense of recognition, yet the aura had flickered away, leaving no discernible characteristics to grasp. Let's go in and take a look. Sun Wukong decisively led the way toward the forcibly breached hatch, with Krillin and little Gohan following closely behind, their hearts racing with uncertainty about what awaited them inside. The interior of the reconnaissance ship was in disarray, lights flickering erratically, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt circuits and a faint metallic tang of blood. Several remains of G's combat robots lay scattered throughout the corridors, their cuts smooth, clearly dispatched by exceptionally sharp energy blades. At the control console, the alien pilot who had previously worn a sinister grin now slumped lifelessly in his seat. Eyes wide open, devoid of life, a fine red line marking his neck. A swift and brutal execution. The golden figure, friend or foe? Why had it eliminated G's personnel? What had it taken? Search for any clues, Sun Wukong commanded, as the trio split up to scour the cramped reconnaissance ship. However, aside from the signs of battle and the corpse, the vessel was eerily clean. All data storage devices had been physically destroyed, leaving no valuable information behind. The golden figure seemed to have come solely to silence witnesses and retrieve something. There's nothing, Krillin lamented, striking the wall in frustration. Just then, Sun Wukong, who had been quietly sensing something, suddenly turned sharply toward a nondescript storage compartment deep within the ship. He sensed a faint, lingering energy residue, akin to that of the earlier golden figure. He quickly approached and opened the compartment door. Inside lay an empty space, save for a small, ancient-looking metallic badge quietly resting on the floor. The badge bore an unfamiliar symbol, a broken longsword entwined with thorns. Sun Wukong bent down to pick up the badge, feeling its icy chill. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, a hazy, noise-filled stream of images and information surged into his mind, as if breaking through a dam. Fractured planets silently disintegrated in a gray-white tide. A silhouette enveloped in golden flames faced the endless darkness, emitting a defiant roar. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed, "Protocol ignition failure. Initiate final contingency plan." Echo. Lastly, a face marked by fatigue and determination, strikingly similar to Bulma's, appeared. She spoke rapidly into a recording device with a hoarse voice. "Coordinates. Temporal anchor point found. Stop him. Prevent observation." The information abruptly ceased. Sun Wukong staggered slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. These fragmented images and messages bore a haunting sense of urgency and reality. "Wukong? What's wrong?" Krillin noticed his distress and hurriedly inquired. "I saw something." Sun Wukong clenched the badge tightly, his expression grave. "About the future? Or another timeline?" He struggled to articulate it. But the echo of the final contingency plan and the woman resembling Bulma instilled a deep sense of foreboding within him. The future? Krillin and little Gohan were taken aback. Just then, a violent explosion and energy shockwave erupted from the direction of Hope. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they dashed out of the reconnaissance ship. They witnessed the Hope struck by a massive purple energy beam on its side, the already fragile shield collapsing under the strain, leaving a gaping hole in the hull. Flames erupting within. Nearby, the Ginyu Force's battleship was adjusting its cannon, clearly having locked onto its target, preparing a deadly assault. Bulma. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in horror as he transformed into a streak of white light, racing toward the Hope. Krillin and little Gohan, equally enraged, followed closely behind. As they burst into the smoke-filled bridge of the Hope, alarms blaring, they saw Bulma struggle to crawl out from behind the overturned control console, her forehead bleeding. Yet her eyes remained resolute. Standing by the viewport, Vegeta was enveloped in a volatile aura of purple and azure, his gaze fiercely fixed on the Ginyu Force's ship. Clearly enraged by the recent attack, the dormant energy of corruption beginning to stir once more. "Vegeta, control yourself." Sun Wukong placed a hand on his shoulder, attempting to soothe him with a gentle mental force. "Get off me." Vegeta violently shook off his hand, his crimson eyes glaring at him. "It's all because of you worthless fools. You can't even protect a broken ship." He unleashed all his rage and humiliation, his energy spiraling further into chaos. Outside, the Ginyu Force's battleship was charging up, preparing for another round of fire. The Hope had lost its mobility and shields, becoming a lamb to the slaughter. At that critical juncture, the golden figure reappeared. This time, it did not conceal itself. It floated abruptly and quietly in the void between the Hope and the Ginyu Force's battleship, facing the formidable enemy fleet with its back to the Hope. The golden flames blazed like a burning star, stable and radiant, enveloping its entire form, revealing only an imposing silhouette. In its hand, it wielded a uniquely shaped longsword, emanating a shimmering blue light. "There it is again," Krillin stammered. Vegeta also fixated on the golden figure, his violent demeanor momentarily replaced by uncertainty. The golden figure slowly raised its luminous sword, the tip pointing toward the Ginyu Force's ship. There were no extravagant words, no explosive displays of power, merely a simple gesture. But the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded for all. The Jinyu Force's battleship, a colossal war machine brimming with formidable firepower and shields, along with all its crew, including the severely injured Jinyu, seemed to be grasped by an invisible cosmic hand, and then, silently, without a trace, it transformed into the most fundamental atomic dust, not even a spark of explosion marking its disappearance, as if it had never existed. One strike. Or perhaps it was merely a thought. Inside the Hope, silence enveloped the space. Krillin's mouth hung agape. Little Gohan covered his mouth in shock. And even Bulma momentarily forgot her injuries, staring in awe at the miraculous scene outside the viewport. The madness and crimson fury in Vegeta's eyes receded significantly, replaced by profound astonishment and an indescribable thrill. This force, was solely possessed by Saiyan Wukong. His gaze was firmly locked onto the wrist of that golden figure, which gripped a sword, adorned with a bracelet identical to the one he had just discovered, engraved with the image of a shattered longsword and a thorny emblem. The golden figure slowly turned around, and the golden aura that enveloped him receded like a tide, revealing his true visage. It was a youthful, handsome face, yet marred by an incongruity of age, bearing a profound weariness and resoluteness. His violet hair stood defiantly upright, reminiscent of Vegeta. Yet his eyes were not as frigid and proud. Instead, they brimmed with a complex array of emotions: concern, sorrow, determination, and a tinge of excitement akin to recognizing a long-lost kin. His gaze transcended Saiyan Wukong, bypassed Krillin and Bulma, ultimately fixing upon Vegeta, whose countenance was one of shock, still reeling from the effects of the tainted energy. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to speak but found it immensely difficult. Finally, a voice, trembling yet unmistakably clear, resonated through the vacuum, echoing in the minds of everyone aboard the Hope, like thunderclaps resounding in Vegeta's ears. "Father." The mysterious golden figure reappeared, his every movement obliterating the Jinyu Force's ship. The emblem transmitted a message, revealing Saiyan Wukong glimpsing shattered visions of the future. The revelation of the true identity of the violet-haired youth stunned the entire assembly. The utterance of Father reverberated like the first thunder of the cosmos, shattering the silence within the Hope's bridge, sending ripples of shock deep into the consciousness of all present, leaving them in a state of blank astonishment. Kellen's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, his eyes wide like saucers. Little Wufan covered his mouth, glancing from the violet-haired youth outside the viewport to the rigid Vegeta, whose expression was frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to process this unfathomable information. Bulma struggled to prop herself up, ignoring the blood on her forehead, fixated on the clear image relayed by the screen. The rationality of a scientist screamed in madness that it was impossible, yet the strikingly similar brows and eyes to Vegeta's, coupled with the undeniable complexity of emotions, longing, sorrow, and resolve, collided violently with her understanding. Saiyan Wukong, too, was momentarily paralyzed, oscillating his gaze between the youth and Vegeta, his crimson pupils filled with astonishment and confusion. His brother, Raditz, had turned into an adversary, and now a nephew had emerged? In the eye of the storm, Vegeta's fury and chaos dissipated like receding waves, replaced by a profound, nearly blank rigidity. He stared intently at the youth outside the viewport, whose eyes mirrored his own from years past. The voice that seemed to traverse mountains and rivers, laden with heavy tales, resonated within him like a rusted key, violently prying open a corner of his heart sealed by steel and indifference. Absurd. Ridiculous. How could he, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, possibly have a son from the future? A torrent of offended rage mixed with an inexplicable thrill surged within him, nearly driving him to madness once more. The azure patterns beneath his skin began to glow faintly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Vegeta's voice was hoarse and frigid, saturated with murderous intent, yet he found himself unable to strike at the youth immediately. The violet-haired youth, Trunks, observed the wariness, suspicion, and even disdain in Vegeta's eyes, and a flicker of unmasked pain crossed his own, swiftly suppressed and replaced by a resolute determination. He offered no defense, instead directing his gaze toward the others on the bridge, ultimately landing on Saiyan Wukong. "Mr. Wukong," Trunks' voice, conveyed through a form of telepathy, resonated clearly in everyone's minds, imbued with respect and urgency. Aunt Bulma, Mr. Kellen, and little Wu Fan, I understand that this is difficult to believe, but please trust me. I harbor no ill will. Time is of the essence. The observer's tendrils may have already sensed the unusual fluctuations here, and we must depart at once. He raised his hand, and a gentle yet potent golden energy enveloped the severely damaged Hope. In the next moment, the space warped, and everyone felt a blur before the Hope emerged from the perilous dust cloud into the shadow of an unknown, relatively calm asteroid belt. This miraculous ability to traverse space left everyone astounded once more. To make a long story short, Trunks' figure appeared as if he had teleported into the bridge. He cast a glance at Bulma, who lay unconscious in the corner, and a flicker of sympathy gleamed in his eyes before he hastily spoke. I come from a future on the brink of annihilation. In that timeline, the void has fully awakened, consuming much of the universe. The Ashen Genesis, Mr. G, organization is merely a pawn used by the observer to expedite this process. His words washed over everyone like ice water. What exactly is the observer? Suen Wukong asked solemnly, recalling the two haunting stares. A deep trepidation shadowed Trunks' features. They are not life forms in the conventional sense. They resemble maintainers of cosmic rules or custodians. They observe the rise and fall of civilizations. And when a civilization reaches a certain threshold or the entropy of the universe hits a critical point, they intervene directly to execute a reset. The void is one of their most commonly employed tools. And you? He directed his gaze at Suen Wukong and Vegeta, his expression grave, science. Especially individuals like Father and Mr. Wukong, who continuously push boundaries, are seen as highly unstable variables, warranting close observation or even eradication. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, but his eyes darkened further as he recalled the earlier sensation of being watched by the entire universe. I have traveled through time to alter that desperate future, Trunks continued, producing a crystal radiating a soft white light. This is the complete design blueprint for the suppressor, along with some core materials, painstakingly created by future Aunt Bulma, my mother. At the last moment, it cannot entirely eradicate the void, but it can significantly delay its spread and disrupt the observer's tracking, buying us time. He extended the crystal to Suen Wukong. However, Mr. G, or the observer's chosen agent Raditz, is also in pursuit of it. He seeks to wield the power of the void to exact revenge on all whom he despises, including Frieza, including Father, and you, Mr. Wukong. He remains oblivious that he is merely a pawn in their game. Hearing Raditz's name once more, and in such a context, Suen Wukong's heart sank heavily. And you? Vegeta, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly sharp. He fixed his piercing gaze on Trunks. Did you return solely to deliver this? Or do you have ulterior motives? The tainted energy within him surged again, activated by his tumultuous emotions, the azure patterns beneath his skin becoming more pronounced. Trunks met Vegeta's gaze, recognizing the familiar coldness of distrust and the hidden vulnerability that even his father might not have realized was there. Filling him with a pang of sorrow, he knew the perilous state of his father and the lurking pollution's danger. I have returned, Trunks asserted with undeniable conviction, to ensure this device is successfully manufactured, to stop Raditz, and to save all who can still be saved, including you, Father. He stepped forward, disregarding Vegeta's almost palpable hostility. His eyes clear and sincere. In the future from which I come, you ultimately chose to stand with us. You are my greatest pride. This declaration struck Vegeta like a hammer, violently shattering the defenses of his proud, yet reclusive heart. He staggered back a half-step, the first semblance of turmoil surfacing on his face. Pride? His hands, stained with blood and eroded by corruption, a failure unable to even control himself, is somehow the pride of others? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Yet, gazing into Trunks' eyes, so similar to his own yet filled with light and determination, that pride felt like a seed, casting ripples in the frozen lake of his heart. At that moment, the Hope's urgent communicator suddenly emitted a series of rapid, non-standard encrypted signals. A deep space monitoring program set by Bulma had been triggered. Trunks' expression changed drastically. This is bad. It's the secondary alert network of the observers. They have detected disturbances in the timeline. Something is approaching at an astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously with his words, an overwhelming sense of scrutiny, clearer and colder than before, as if bearing the weight of the cosmic laws, began to envelop this star region like an invisible canopy. This time, It was not a vague perception, but a definitive lock-on imbued with a cleansing intent. Inside the Hope, the group, still reeling from the shocking revelation, was drawn into a deeper crisis emanating from the very fabric of cosmic law. Vegeta, feeling the pervasive chill of scrutiny, glanced at the son who claimed to be from the future and referred to him as Pride, his eyes waging a fierce battle between madness and reason. The azure energy within him began to surge uncontrollably under the extreme pressure and external stimuli. Identity revealed. The son of the future, Trunks, has arrived. Despairing truth. The observers are cosmic janitors, targeting the Saiyans for elimination. Hope entrusted. The design of the suppressor delivered, the only hope against the void. Crisis escalates. Temporal disturbances trigger alerts. The pursuit from the realm of law has arrived. Vegeta losing control? Under internal and external pressures, the lurking corrupt energy erupts once more. Chapter 48. Bloodline Resonance. The pursuit of law. The observer's gaze enveloped every inch of the Hope like an unseen icy deluge. It was not a killing intent, nor hostility, but a higher level of indifference and oppression emanating from the very laws of the universe. Under this scrutiny, even space seemed to thicken, and thoughts appeared to freeze. They are coming. Trunks' face turned pale as he tightened his grip on his golden sword, which trembled slightly, emitting a low hum as if resisting the omnipresent pressure of the laws. Krillin and Goten felt their breaths become labored, as if an invisible hand were tightening around their throats. The recently awakened Bulma leaned weakly against the console, her gaze filled with despair as she watched the rapidly enlarging energy signal on the screen, representing an unknown threat. Sun Wukong's platinum aura erupted spontaneously, attempting to resist this oppressive force, but he felt his power diminish to insignificance before the cosmic laws, like mere dust. This was not a confrontation of the same level. At this moment, the most perilous was Vegeta. The cold gaze of the laws, combined with the intense emotional shock brought by Trunks and the already unstable corrupt energy within him, was like a spark igniting a powder keg. Arg! Vegeta let out a roar of pain and rage, unable to suppress it any longer. The azure lines beneath his skin flared to life, radiating blinding light. Like countless venomous serpents bursting forth, wildly entwining around his violet aura, his body began to twist unnaturally, swelling, bones cracking in a dislocating manner. His eyes completely submerged in a frenzy of blood. More violent and chaotic than before at the 12th node, the corrosive azure energy erupted from him like an uncontrolled volcano. The internal structure of the Hope groaned under the impact of this energy, the metallic walls corroding with hissing white smoke. "Father, calm down," Trunks shouted anxiously, trying to step forward. "Stay back." Sun Wukong seized him, his expression grave, fully aware that Vegeta was now completely out of control. Approaching would only result in an attack. He sensed that Vegeta was more dangerous now than ever before. The destructive intent within the energy was nearly materializing. The uncontrollable Vegeta locked onto his first target, Sun Wukong, who stood closest and radiated an aura of clarity that he loathed. Kakarot, die. Claws entwined with dense azure energy tore through space, aiming directly for Sun Wukong's heart. The speed and power were far beyond before. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, not daring to confront it head-on. He pushed his speed to the limit, narrowly dodging. The claw's wind swept past, cutting 5 deep gashes into the alloy wall behind him, the edges flickering with corrosive azure electricity. "Vegeta, wake up!" Sun Wukong dodged the onslaught while attempting to penetrate Vegeta's consciousness with his mental force once more, but this time, the frenzied barrier was as dense as substance, his thoughts sinking like a stone. The Hope rocked violently in their fierce chase, as though it would disintegrate at any moment. "No. If this continues, we won't even need the observers to strike. The ship and we will perish." Krillin cried out in despair. Trunks watched his father, now utterly mad and unable to distinguish friend from foe, and glanced at Sun Wukong, who was desperately dodging in the cramped space, perilously close to disaster. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He could not stand by and watch his father make a grave mistake, nor could he allow the hope of this era to be extinguished here. He swiftly thrust the suppressor crystal into Bulma's hands. "Aunt Bulma, protect it well." Then, he took a deep breath, and his golden aura blazed once more. Yet this time, it bore a sense of relentless determination, even with an undercurrent of tragic resolve. "I'm sorry, father, but I must stop you," Trunks whispered, and in an instant, He appeared between Vegeta and Sun Wukong. He did not attack Vegeta, but instead positioned his golden sword horizontally across his chest, its brilliance intensifying, forming a solid golden barrier that forcefully blocked Vegeta's punch. Imbued with destructive energy, aimed at Sun Wukong. Boom! The azure and golden energies collided violently, erupting in a blinding flash. The entire hope tilted sharply as if struck by a giant hammer. Sparks of electricity and sounds of breaking filled the interior. Trunks let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he did not retreat an inch. Although the golden barrier was riddled with cracks, it stubbornly held firm. He used his body and strength to shield Sun Wukong from this fatal blow. This sudden obstruction caused Vegeta, consumed by madness, to momentarily halt. His blood-red eyes fixated on Trunks, who stood before him, staring at the face so reminiscent of his younger self, now etched with pain and resolve. Especially that glimmer of blood. An indescribable tremor, originating from the depths of his bloodline, struck against the core of Vegeta's consciousness, which was filled with madness. A strange, intense pain radiated from his heart, far more potent than any physical assault. "Get away from me!" Vegeta roared hoarsely, but his movements involuntarily slowed. And within the frenzied crimson of his eyes, a fleeting flicker of struggle and panic, even he could not comprehend, flashed briefly. "Father!" Trunks, witnessing the momentary struggle in Vegeta's eyes, felt a surge of bittersweet hope and sorrow intertwining within him. He bore the pain, and, with an undeniable firmness in his voice, said, "Look at me. I am Trunks, your son. I have returned not to witness you become a monster." His words acted as a magical key, forcefully prying open the sealed door of Vegeta's heart. "The future you ultimately chose to protect. You are my pride. Now, please once again believe in yourself." Believe me? In the chaotic mind of Vegeta, these words struck like thunder. Pride? Protection? Believing in oneself? How far and absurd these concepts had once seemed to him. Yet at this moment, uttered from the lips of this young man who claimed to be his son, and gazing into eyes that mirrored his own but glowed with a brilliance and faith he had never possessed, something deep within Vegeta's soul, which had been tainted and frozen in madness, seemed to crack open a tiny fissure. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a hum resonated. The pressure from the invisible laws escalated to its zenith. In the void, several tendrils of energy, composed purely of information and rules and emanating a chilling white light, silently emerged as if transcending the bounds of space, coiling toward the hope. Wherever they passed, even starlight was consumed. As if this region were to be utterly erased from the universe, the observer's cleansing program had officially commenced. The first target was the energy response that was most intense and in a state of chaos. Vegeta, a cold white energy tendril, like a spear of judgment, disregarded the hull of the hope and penetrated directly, aiming unerringly for Vegeta's forehead. If this strike were to land, Vegeta, along with the tainted energy within him, would likely be obliterated from existence in an instant. No. Trunks' eyes widened in horror. Without a second thought, he prepared to shield with his own body. But someone was faster than him. Almost instinctively, upon the appearance of the white tendril, Sun Wukong sensed the lethal threat. Without hesitation, he, who had remained in a state of heightened vigilance, instantaneously compressed all his platinum energy and bestowed powers to the utmost limit, transforming it into an exquisitely condensed white light shuttle imbued with the will to protect, and surged forward, colliding fiercely with the white energy tendril. There was no explosion, only a spine-chilling sound of energy annihilation. At the moment of contact, the platinum light shuttle began to dissolve like snow under sunlight. However, the advance of the white tendril was momentarily hindered by this desperate blow. In this precious instant, Vegeta observed Sun Wukong, whose face paled as he rapidly melted to block the attack, and then looked at Trunks, who stood ready to sacrifice himself in front of him. He then felt the cold, merciless intent of annihilation from the cosmic laws. The stirring within him, born of his lineage, the fissure prompted by Trunks' words. The pride of the Saiyan prince that could not be trampled, and the rage against these unrelenting laws. These extreme emotions finally overpowered the madness of the taint. "Bastard! Who allowed you to decide my fate?" Vegeta roared, his voice deafening. The crazed crimson in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a cold flame burning with utmost intensity, a fusion of pride, fury, and protection. The originally wild azure energy within him, under the dominion of this extreme emotion and will, was forcibly twisted, compressed, and began a perilously unstable, yet immensely powerful forced fusion with his own violet aura. A brand new, dark purple energy, exuding the contradictory essence of destruction and rebirth, erupted violently from within him. He raised his hand, no longer delivering chaotic strikes, but rather concentrating all his power and will into a singular, mighty punch, crashing down upon the white energy tendril that had been blocked by Suin Wukong and was now charging again. Boom! The dark purple energy collided violently with the cold white power of the laws. This time, it was no longer a one-sided annihilation, but rather triggered a small-scale collapse of space. The hope was tossed about like a leaf in a storm. When the aftermath of the explosion slightly subsided, it was revealed that the white energy tendril had been shattered inch by Vegeta's punch, which contained complex intentions, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Vegeta half knelt on the ground, panting heavily, the dark purple energy flickering erratically before finally receding slowly. He lifted his gaze towards Suin Wukong and Trunks. His eyes remained cold, yet the madness had faded, leaving behind only a weariness of survival and a deeper complexity. Had he, for the time being, managed to forcibly suppress and initially harness the tainted power with his own strength and that inexplicable stimulus. However, the crisis was far from over. Outside the hope, more white energy tendrils were coalescing. Trunks, having endured Vegeta's strike and the immense emotional upheaval, was now weakened, and the golden sword in his hand had dimmed significantly. Suin Wukong was also greatly exhausted, his face pale. Bulma gazed out at the apocalyptic scene, clutching the suppressor crystal, her voice trembling with despair. What should we do? At that moment, Trunks seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up towards a certain direction, his face displaying extreme shock and disbelief. How could this presence be? Is it Raditz? How could he be here? And his aura feels so strange. The tendrils of the law descend. The hope faces existential annihilation. Sacrificial defense. Wukong and Trunks consecutively block the strike. Pride erupts. Vegeta forcibly fuses the taint, shattering the tendril with a single punch. Crisis unresolved. More tendrils surround. Raditz appears with an eerie aura. Chapter 49. The Dawn's Dilemma. Whispers of the Void. The hope was like the last fragment of a shattered plank amidst tumultuous waves, surrounded by more coalescing white energy tendrils. The cold light of the laws illuminated every face within the bridge, filled with despair or determination. Vegeta half knelt on the ground. The backlash from forcibly fusing the tainted energy made his insides feel as if they were on fire, the dark purple aura flickering unpredictably, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall, his cold gaze sweeping over the threats outside. Trunks, though weak in energy and with a dimmed sword, still stood valiantly in front of his father, his golden aura faint yet unyielding. Suin Wukong mustered a breath of platinum energy, standing shoulder to shoulder with Trunks, ready to face the next wave of destructive strikes. Bulma clutched the crystal that held the hope of the future tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. In this suffocating deadlock, the aura that Trunks sensed approached with an unsettling speed. The void was violently torn open, not with graceful ripples of spatial jump, but like a scar ripped apart by brute force. A figure slowly stepped forth. It was Raditz. However, the Raditz before them was utterly different from the cold observer agent in the database and the volatile scion warrior from memory. He still wore Mr. G's attire, yet his once robust form had become alarmingly emaciated, his skin taking on an unhealthy gray hue. Most disconcertingly, his eyes were devoid of pupils and whites, featuring only two slowly rotating, bottomless gray-white vortices, as if they were connected to the very essence of the void itself. There was no aura surrounding him. Instead, he emanated a realm of absolute silence akin to absolute zero, distorting and consuming even the light that approached him. Merely standing there, he resembled a moving singularity of nothingness, radiating a sense of annihilation more profound and despairing than those white law tendrils. Raditz? Suin Wukong gazed at his brother's inhuman form, his heart gripped by a cold hand. His voice hoarse. Raditz's gray-white vortex eyes slowly turned, scanning the hope, passing over Suin Wukong, and ultimately fixing upon the unstable Vegeta. A distorted, hollow voice, as if composed of countless echoes layered together, resonated directly in everyone's minds. I have found you, the unstable variable, and the excellent vessel. Vessel? Are you referring to Vegeta? Raditz, what have you done to yourself? Sun Wukong roared, sensing that his brother's life force was nearly extinguished, replaced by a nauseating presence akin to the void. Embrace the eternal embrace of oblivion. La Du's voice was devoid of emotion as he slowly raised his emaciated hand, pointing at Vegeta. Your struggles, your anger, your pride are all exquisite fuel. Let us return to silence together. As he spoke, the white tendrils of the Fado that initially pointed towards the Shuanghao seemed to receive a higher priority command, abruptly changing direction like sharks sensing blood, rushing towards Wu. They appeared to deem this existence, deeply intertwined with the void, as their primary target for eradication. Yet, Wu merely cast a dispassionate glance at the approaching tendrils, a flicker of almost mocking energy flashing in his gray-white vortex-like eye. He opened his arms, as if to embrace the cold white light representing cosmic order. There was no earth-shattering collision, no explosive annihilation of energy. The tendrils, capable of erasing starships, were silently absorbed the moment they made contact with the stillness surrounding Wu. Was he consuming the power of the observer's fire? This scene sent a chill from the depths of the souls of all within the Shuanghao. Even the cosmic laws could not contend with him. Kurlin trembled, nearly collapsing. Having absorbed the power of the fire, Wu's gray-white aura seemed to solidify slightly. He turned his gaze back to Vegeta, gently pointing with his bony finger. A subtle yet exquisitely condensed gray-white ray shot forth like the whisper of death, disregarding spatial distance, instantaneously targeting Vegeta's brow. The intent of annihilation contained within this strike far exceeded all previous assaults. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. He had just forcibly suppressed the chaos within him and had no time for an effective response. Moreover, he sensed that this strike was not merely aimed at him, but also at the unstable and polluted power within him. La Dizu intended to detonate him. Father, Tungusu thoughtlessly lunged forward to shield him. But this time, someone was faster. Just as the gray-white ray was about to strike Ba, a figure, moving at an unprecedented speed, collided with him, forcefully knocking Vegeta aside while taking the hit on his own back. It was Sun Wukong. The gray-white ray pierced Sun Wukong's left shoulder like a heated iron rod. There was no splatter of blood. The affected area was erased as though erased by an eraser, leaving a smooth, circular void. An indescribable, soul-freezing energy ravaged his body through the wound. Ugh! Sun Wukong emitted a painful groan, his body flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the cabin wall. The platinum aura dissipating instantly, his complexion turning ashen, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind. Kakarot. Vegeta stared at Sun Wukong, who had taken the fatal blow for him, now gravely injured, his mind blank. The one he had always regarded as a rival, whom he sought to surpass, had. A complex emotion, unlike any he had ever felt, surged like a tsunami, shattering some of the solid barriers within his heart. Wukong Shensheng. Tulunkusu and Kulin cried out in agony. La Diu seemed unfazed by Sun's interference. The gray-white vortex I refocused on Ba, and a second gray-white ray began to coalesce. Vegeta looked at the gravely wounded Sun Wukong, then at the weakened Tungusu shielding him, and finally Wu, the embodiment of nightmares. Extreme rage, the tremor of protection, loathing for Wu's twisted form, and the pride and responsibility of a Saiyan prince, long suppressed within him, erupted like a tidal wave. The dark purple energy within him ceased to be an unstable turmoil. Under the influence of this complex and potent will, it began an unprecedented deep resonance and control. Vegeta slowly stood upright, his wounds still bleeding, his breath chaotic, yet his eyes shone astonishingly bright, like two burning purple stars devoid of madness. Only cold killing intent and a resolve to fight to the end. Your repulsive form tarnishes the name of the Saiyans. No longer glancing at the injured Zinkong or the anxious Thou, he concentrated all his spirit, will, and power, including the newly harnessed, dangerous dark purple energy, into his right fist. The space around his fist began to distort under the weight of this power, collapsing. With this punch, I shall send you and this damned void back to hell. Vegeta roared, stomping down fiercely, causing the deck of the Shuanghao to crack instantly. He transformed into a dark purple meteor, tearing through the void, no longer evading or defending, but charging forward with a fierce momentum towards Wu, the embodiment of nothingness. His fist, infused with all his current fury, pride, protection, and the dangerous and potent new power, crashed towards the gray-white vortex eye. La Di-Du, the harbinger of nothingness. Consuming the tendrils of the Faja, Sun Wukong sacrificing himself to save Vegeta, sustaining a grievous wound. Vegeta's will transcending, actively mastering the fused energy. The ultimate showdown. The prince, wielding newfound power, fiercely charged towards the embodiment of the void. Chapter 50. The Seed of Hope. Observing with open eyes the dark purple meteor, transformed by Bulma, collided with La Di-Du's lifeless gray-white realm, akin to the clash of light and darkness at the dawn of the universe. There was no sound, no explosion. Only a profound silence that seemed to mourn the very existence itself. At the epicenter of the collision, the space shattered like fragile glass, revealing a deeper, more profound darkness behind it. Dark purple and gray-white energies eroded, annihilated, and consumed one another uncontrollably. Vegeta's fist, embodying all his will, pride, anger, and that unstable new power, pressed firmly against La Di-Du's invisible barrier of desolation. His facial muscles contorted from the utmost pain and exertion, teeth gritting, blood oozing from his cracked palms and the corners of his mouth. Yet his eyes, aflame with purple fire, shone with undeniable resolve. "Break for me!" Vegeta roared from the depths of his soul. The dark purple energy within him, spurred by this indomitable will, seemed to shatter some final barrier, undergoing a drastic transformation. It became more refined, deeper, carrying a domineering aura that seemed capable of tearing apart all rules and obliterating all obstacles. Crack! A subtle yet piercing sound of shattering echoed through the silence. The seemingly impenetrable barrier of desolation before Liu was struck by Vegeta's fist, infused with complex will and transformative power, creating a spiderweb-like crack. For the first time, a noticeable fluctuation appeared in Liu's gray-white vortex eye, a flicker of faint astonishment crossing his hollow expression. However, that was all. The crack spread rapidly, but did not shatter completely. La Di's bony fingers twitched, and denser gray-white energy surged from the void, instantly repairing the barrier while unleashing an irresistible, overwhelming rebound force, akin to the cataclysmic explosion at the universe's inception. Boom. This time, it was a genuine explosion powerful enough to shake the galaxy. Vegeta, as if struck by a supernova, was instantly engulfed in a dark violet aura that shattered. His body was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, akin to a mere rag doll, crashing violently against the battered hull of the Hope, penetrating its exterior and vanishing into the chaotic darkness within, leaving his fate uncertain. "Father!" Trunks cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, recklessly rushing forward. The aftermath of the explosion surged like a tide of destruction, lifting the already crumbling Hope once more, causing further structures to collapse and fracture. Flames erupted within. Oxygen leaked rapidly, and the piercing alarm sounded like a dying lament. Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin clung desperately to a twisted pipe, surveying the chaotic bridge and the absence of Vegeta, shouting in despair. Bulma, cradling the inhibitor crystal, huddled in a corner amid the violent tremors, gazing at the main screen depicting Raditz, who slowly retracted his finger like a demonic figure, alongside the colossal grayish-white energy coalescing behind him, her eyes brimming with tears of hopelessness. "It's over. Everything is over." Meanwhile, the severely injured son Goku struggled to raise his head, watching the direction in which Vegeta had been blasted away, witnessing the impending destructive energy. Feeling the life force within him rapidly eroded by the void energy, a surge of intense unwillingness and helplessness swelling within. Is it truly the end? At that moment, the fragmented images from when he had touched the emblem flashed through his mind again, recalling the young woman resembling Bulma, her hoarse yet resolute voice urging him, "Find him. Stop the observation," and the hopeful gaze of Trunks when he had entrusted the inhibitor to him. "No, it cannot end yet." Goku violently coughed out a mouthful of blood tainted with despair, mustering his last ounce of strength to reach for the inhibitor core crystal entrusted to him by Trunks, which held the hopes of the future. He was uncertain of what to do, as Bulma had not yet had the opportunity to study it, and he did not even know how to activate it. Yet he felt that within the crystal resided a gentle power, contrary to the void, filled with order and vitality. It was a gamble he had to take. At that moment, as Raditz's fingertip was about to unleash energy capable of annihilating an entire star system, Goku poured every remaining ounce of willpower into the last vestige of platinum energy within him, violently infusing it into the inhibitor crystal without reservation. "Bulma, Trunks, I'm sorry." But this is all I can do, he silently lamented, and then, with all his might, hurled the crystal, now radiating a blinding white light due to the energy infusion, towards Raditz. Buzz. At the instant the inhibitor crystal left his hand, it seemed to unseal some form of binding. No longer a gentle white. It erupted into an extraordinarily pure light of order akin to a supernova. This radiance was not scorching. Instead, it possessed a power to calm all chaos and define the laws of existence. It shot forth like a meteor in reverse, striking precisely at the grayish-white energy sphere coalescing at Raditz's fingertip. Sizzle. This time, it was not a silent obliteration, but rather a violent clash of two fundamental laws of the universe. The white light of order collided fiercely with the chaotic gray-white, unleashing an endless torrent of data streams and fragments of rules. Where the light reached, the shattered space was forcibly smoothed over, leaking energy was redefined. And even the shrill alarms of the hope seemed momentarily muted by this force of order. For the first time, the indifferent gray-white vortex that was Raditz's eye showed signs of violent upheaval, even revealing a hint of fear. The lifeless domain surrounding him began to rapidly dissolve under the illumination of the white light of order, like snow melting under sunlight. "It's working," Krillin exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he witnessed this miraculous scene. Bulma also struggled to raise her head, her scientific instincts momentarily erasing her fear. Her eyes igniting with fervor. Is this the power of the inhibitor? It's redefining the rules of this area. However, despite the strength of this light of order, it appeared to draw from a sourceless well. The energy Goku had infused could not sustain its consumption for long. The brilliance, having reached its zenith, began to dim at a visible rate. Meanwhile, Raditz, after experiencing initial chaos and fear, seemed to realize this as well. He emitted a non-human howl, a mix of rage and a peculiar sense of liberation, as his emaciated body began to swell like an inflated balloon, drawing forth even more terrifying gray-white energy from within him and the void, madly pressing against the dwindling light of order. At once he hold. The energy of the inhibitor is almost depleted. Bulma watched in horror as the energy readings on the screen plummeted, her fleeting hope once again shattered. The light of order grew dimmer, its range shrinking, appearing on the brink of being wholly consumed by the resurgent gray-white tide. In this crucial moment, it was not yet over. A cold, weary, yet unwaveringly resolute voice emerged from the gaping hole in the hope. Trunks was seen supporting the bloodied, nearly exhausted yet piercing-eyed Vegeta as he reappeared at the entrance of the bridge. Vegeta surveyed the waning light of order and the frenzied Raditz, then glanced at the fallen Goku, whose face was ashen and breath faint. He forcefully pushed Trunks away and staggered forward. He raised his hand, not towards Raditz, but aimed at the nearly depleted inhibitor crystal. The once chaotic energy within him, now tamed and refined by sheer will, transformed into a concentrated dark violet beam, fiercely pouring into the inhibitor crystal. This was not the power of order but a force filled with destruction and rebirth, an indomitable energy belonging to Vegeta himself, which, in a sense, shared origins with the void, yet stood in stark contrast. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The infusion of this dark violet energy did not destroy the structure of the inhibitor. Rather, it seemed to provide the dying light of order with the most ferocious and resilient fuel. The light, which had been on the verge of fading, erupted again with unprecedented brilliance. However, this radiance was no longer merely white. It transformed into a more complex and terrifying white-violet hue. It seemed to merge the stability of order with the dominance of destruction, embodying a terrifying will that forcibly defined reality and erased exceptions, crashing violently against Raditz's desperate gray-white tide. Boom! This collision transcended the understanding of all present. It was as if two distinct universal laws were vying for dominion over this space. The white-violet light clashed with the gray-white silence, annihilating and regenerating. Raditz emitted one final, non-human scream filled with unwillingness and a strange sense of release, as his inflated body began to crumble like a sandcastle under the onslaught of the white-violet light, ultimately, along with his terrifying domain of silence, being utterly purified and reconstituted by the fusion of order and destruction. When the last vestige of gray-white energy vanished, only the inhibitor crystal remained, gently suspended and radiating a soft and stable white-violet glow amidst an eerily pristine cosmic space, as though nothing had transpired. Raditz had vanished. He was completely erased. Within the hope, an uncanny silence ensued. A sense of bewilderment filled the hearts of all who survived. Trunks supported the nearly drained Vegeta, gazing into the empty void, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Krillin and little Gohan sat on the ground, gasping for breath as if they had just awakened from a nightmarish dream. Bulma gazed upon the stabilized suppressor crystal, then glanced at the unconscious Saiyan Wukong and the barely standing Vegeta. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, the levitating suppressor crystal emitted a faint flicker of its core's white and purple light. A stream of information, seemingly compressed through countless encryptions, traversed eons of time and silently projected onto Ma's personal terminal screen. It was a clearer, more complete image. In the image, a young woman strikingly resembling Bulma stood atop a mound of crumbling ruins, with a backdrop of a burning sky and countless descending starships. She gazed into the camera, her eyes weary yet resolute, slowly uttering, "Mother, if you are receiving this message, it signifies that the Echo Protocol has been activated, the core of the suppressor is engaged, and time is running short. The essence of the observers has awakened from its long slumber. They are coming. Find the origin seed. It is the only hope." The image abruptly became distorted and blurred, interrupted by chilling fragments of words. "Beware the shadows." The information stream ceased abruptly. As Mama stared at the final warning on the screen, she felt the eerily tranquil expanse of space outside, which had been unnaturally purified by the suppressor's power, wrapping around her in a chilling embrace deeper and more unknown than when she faced Radai's. Shadows? What shadows? Meanwhile, in a dimension far beyond the grasp of distance, an eye, seemingly composed of countless galaxies, slowly opened a narrow slit, indifferent to the infinite void. Cooperative annihilation. Wukong throws the suppressor. Vegeta injects rejuvenating energy. Laws collide. Order and destruction merge, ultimately purifying the void messenger. Hope preserved. The suppressor stabilizes. Radai's has been completely eradicated. Ultimate warning. Future images reveal that the essence of the observer has awakened. Final enigma. What exactly are the origin seed and the shadows we must beware? Chapter 51. Remnants of light and shadows. The hope floated in the desolate starfield, resembling a metallic eye that had just endured a cataclysm. The bridge was suffused with the acrid scent of blood, charred remains, and cooling fluid. Damaged conduits occasionally sparked, casting flickering reflections of bewilderment and exhaustion upon the faces of the crew. Vegeta leaned against a twisted wall, gasping heavily, each breath a torment that tore at his body. Forcing himself to harness the polluted dark purple energy and pouring all his strength into the suppressor nearly drained his last reserves. The dark purple flames had long since dissipated, and the azure patterns beneath his skin dimmed like a dormant venomous serpent. Yet, he sensed they had not vanished. Rather, they had reached a precarious and dangerous equilibrium with him. He stole a glance at the unconscious Saiyan Wukong, whose shoulder bore a gaping void, remnants of a pallid aura lingering around its edge, then quickly averted his gaze, his expression inscrutable. Trunks knelt beside Saiyan Wukong, cautiously probing the wound with his relatively gentle golden aura, his face growing increasingly grave. The annihilation energy had penetrated too deeply for conventional methods to dispel. They could only temporarily delay its effects. Klin and little Wufan felt their hearts sink at the words. "First, do not mind me." Bua's weakened voice emerged as she struggled to sit up, disregarding the wound on her forehead and the aches throughout her body. She seized her personal terminal, her fingers trembling yet swift as she retrieved the final message she had just received. Radai's has been dealt with, but a greater trouble looms. The essence of the observer has awakened. She replayed the fragmented warning from the future, particularly the ambiguous caution about the shadows, causing the temperature in the bridge to plummet further. Shadows? What shadows? Klin nervously scanned the surroundings, as if some darkness might leap forth at any moment. And the origin seed? Buar frowned, rapidly searching the ship's database and all the fragmented information acquired from the Star Spirit Clan's ruins and Mr. G's reconnaissance ship, yet found no relevant records. The future me, the me from that timeline, claimed it to be the only hope, but what exactly is it? Where is it? A sense of helplessness spread once more. The enemy had transformed from the tangible Radai's into an observer shrouding the entirety of the universe, potentially accompanied by unknown shadows, while hope remained as elusive as stardust. At that moment, the suppressor crystal suspended in the void emitted a slight pulsation of its white and purple light. Previously, it had forcibly absorbed Vegeta's overwhelming energy of destruction and rebirth to combat Red Eyes. Now, it seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Emperor Ma, Trunks suddenly spoke. Sensing the state of the suppressor, his tone uncertain. The energy core of the suppressor seems to be resonating? Resonating? Bulma immediately directed the scanner towards the suppressor. Indeed, the data indicated that the white and purple core, which fused the light of order with Vegeta's destructive energy, was pulsating at an exceedingly slow yet stable frequency, seemingly responding to a distant and obscure point in the depths of the universe. Is it guiding us? A spark of brilliance ignited in Bulma's eyes, her fatigue momentarily dissipating. Could it have sensed the origin's seed? This discovery was akin to igniting a faint beacon in an endless darkness. Can we determine the coordinates? Vegeta's voice rasped. As he strained to stand upright, his body swaying precariously, yet his gaze regained its usual icy sharpness. He needed a target, needed action, rather than lingering here like a useless bystander. Calculating. The signal is extremely weak, and interference is significant, but the general direction can be locked. Bulma's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, the star map spinning rapidly before finally settling on an unexplored star field at the edge of the known universe. Marked as an absolute no-go zone. Right there. The endless abyss. The endless abyss. Trunks' expression shifted slightly. In my time, that was a region scarcely ventured even by the observers. Rumored to be connected to the scars of the universe, with an extremely unstable spatial structure, brimming with various unknown dangers and ancient presences. Just as hope flickered to life, it was overshadowed by a harsher reality. Given the current state of the hope, traversing the endless abyss would be tantamount to suicide. Repair it, Vegeta succinctly commanded, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged bridge. How long will it take? Bulma swiftly assessed the damage, her complexion paling. The main structure is fractured in multiple places. The engine core is damaged, the life support system is barely operational, and most critically, the hyperspace engine is nearly destroyed. Even with spare parts, it would take at least a month in these conditions. A month? Too long. No one knew when the essence of the observer would arrive, nor what those so-called shadows were. We cannot wait. Suen Wukong's weak voice suddenly emerged. He had awakened unnoticed, his complexion pale as parchment, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind, yet those crimson golden eyes still burned with an indomitable flame. They will not give us time. He struggled to sit up, only to aggravate his wounds, erupting into a harsh cough, with the pallid aura around his shoulders seemingly expanding once more. Mr. Wukong. Trunks quickly supported him. We must depart swiftly, Suen Wukong declared, looking at the suppressor crystal and then at Vegeta. Your power and the suppressor seem to establish a connection. Perhaps that is the key. Vegeta snorted dismissively, neither affirming nor denying the assertion. He too felt it. After infusing energy into the suppressor, the restless fusion energy within him had calmed slightly, as if it had found a means of expression or an anchor point. At that moment, little Wufan, who had been monitoring the external environment, suddenly gasped in alarm. Look outside. What is that? The crew immediately turned their gaze toward the viewport. In the previously pristine expanse of the universe, forcibly purified by the suppressor's power, an ethereal mist of an almost imperceptible gray hue began to quietly permeate the space, seemingly absent from the normal spectrum. This mist was silent and devoid of any energy fluctuations, not even obstructing the starlight, yet within its embrace, the shadows of all objects began to undergo bizarre distortions and elongations, as if they possessed a life of their own, slowly writhing. Even the shadow cast by the Hope seemed to adopt an unnatural, clawing posture under the cabin lights. Shadows are merely shadows. Krillin's voice trembled with despair. Bulma's final warning had come true. They had been following us, or rather, they had long been awaiting our arrival. Trunks gripped his lightsaber tightly, his expression graver than ever. He hailed from the future, yet remained utterly oblivious to these strange shadows. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he inhaled sharply, gathering a faint dark purple energy at his fingertips, attempting to direct it towards the writhing shadow outside the viewport. The energy penetrated the shadow effortlessly, striking a distant meteor and shattering it. However, the shadow merely rippled slightly, like the surface of water disturbed, before resuming its unsettling undulation, as if Vegeta's attack was nothing more than a trivial annoyance. Physical attacks are ineffective. A chill surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. The gray mist continued to spread slowly, the range of the writhing shadows expanding, gradually enveloping the Hope as well. The lights on the bridge began to flicker inexplicably, the instrument readings became garbled, and even the temperature inexplicably dropped. They were not attacking. It felt more like they were infiltrating, or perhaps dragging this area, along with the Hope, into an unknown dimension belonging to the shadows. Activate the engines, even if it's only for a short jump. We must escape this area, Bulma screamed, desperately attempting to restart the Hope's damaged power system. Yet the engines merely emitted a futile whimper, failing to produce even a spark. All systems were being interfered with, eroded, and even assimilated by that intangible shadowy force. Despair, like a gray vine, once again coiled around each person's heart. Vegeta gazed at the thickening gray mist and the distorted shadows outside the viewport, then glanced at the gravely injured son Goku and the struggling companions, finally settling his gaze on his own trembling hand, drained of strength. That night, the dark purple energy within him, resonating with the suppressor, seemed to possess the potential to influence the rules to some extent, representing the only key to breaking the deadlock. However, given his current state, forcing it again could have unimaginable consequences, potentially leading him to madness. Should he wager his life in an attempt to dispel these strange shadows, or conserve his remaining strength and await an unknown conclusion? Vegeta's fist slowly clenched. He cast a glance at the unconscious son Goku, still frowning even in slumber, and then at Trunks, who appeared resolute beside him. When had he, Prince Vegeta, ever needed to hesitate like this? Just as a fierce determination flashed in his eyes, preparing to unleash everything once more, the suppressor crystal, which had been hovering all along, seemed to sense the shadows approach and the turmoil of energy within Vegeta. Its core of white and purple light suddenly flickering violently with unprecedented intensity. A remarkably clear stream of thought, imbued with a potent warning and guidance, surged into the minds of Bulma and Vegeta, the closest to it. The shadows are the tentacles of an observer, severing reality and exiling consciousness. Energy resonance requires mental anchoring. Coordinate locking for force transition. Hope's faint light. Suppressor resonance, guiding the direction of the seed of origin. Shadows descend. Formless and intangible, the observer's tentacles begin to infiltrate. Desperation. The Hope is being eroded. The system is completely paralyzed. Final choice. Vegeta is set to risk it all. The suppressor delivers its last guidance. Chapter 52. Abyssal Transition. Initial exploration of the ruins. The thoughts transmitted by the suppressor felt like a last lifeline, clear yet urgent beyond dispute. Mental anchoring. Bulma instantly grasped the crux. It required a powerful, stable mental force as a coordinate to forcibly initiate the transition amidst such interference. Otherwise, we might be hurled directly into the turbulent currents of time and space. Her gaze swiftly scanned her companions. Krillin and Goten, though resolute in spirit, lacked the necessary power. Son Goku lay gravely injured, his consciousness fading. The only one remaining was Vegeta, who spat blood without a moment's hesitation. Enough talk. What must we do? He strained against his nearly disassembled body, his eyes fierce like an injured lone wolf, as if the moment of deliberation had never existed. Pour your will, your confirmation of the coordinates, entirely into the suppressor. Now, Bulma screamed, her hands making a final effort on the nearly dysfunctional control panel, striving to extract every bit of remaining energy from the engines. Vegeta shut his eyes, ignoring the agonizing pain from the exhaustion and backlash of his energy, focusing all his mental strength on the vague coordinates pointing towards the endless abyss transmitted by the suppressor. It was an unknown dead end, yet at this moment, it was the only path to survival. His pride, his unwillingness, his thirst for life, and his irritation towards a certain foolish subordinate warrior's inexplicable actions all coalesced into the purest, most resilient intent, piercing like a sword into the violently flickering suppressor crystal. Go. He suddenly opened his eyes and let out a hoarse roar. The Hope's battered hull emitted a terrifying wail, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. The overloaded blue and white tail flame of the engine mixed with the white and purple light of the suppressor's eruption, forming an extremely unstable energy cocoon enveloping the entire ship. The surrounding writhing shadows seemed enraged, frantically lunging forward, yet upon contact with the white and purple light, they twisted and dissipated as if meeting their nemesis, but more shadows surged forth, like a tide of gray. The fabric of space was violently torn apart, creating a highly unstable rift, as the Hope, trailing a long energy wake, plunged into it like a drunken fool, immediately engulfed by the swirling maelstrom of time and space. The world spun wildly. This transition was more ferocious and chaotic than any prior one. It was no longer the sensation of traversing a tunnel, but felt as though they had been hurled into a high-speed blender filled with sharp fragments. The Hope's armor was stripped away like paper, contorted, with the internal structure emitting continuous, thunderous cracks. Krillin and Goten clung desperately to fixed objects, feeling as if their bones would scatter. Bulma, nearly suffocated by her seatbelt, still clung to the critical data with all her might. Trunks tightly shielded the injured son Goku beneath him, using his golden aura to absorb the most violent impacts. Vegeta knelt on one knee, gripping the ground tightly, his nails breaking and bleeding. Yet he maintained the spiritual connection with the suppressor, like the soul lighthouse on a stormy coast, anchoring firmly to that distant coordinate. Time became indeterminate. It could have been a mere moment or an eternity. Boom! A muffled and profound sound erupted, accompanied by the excruciating noise of the ship's hull scraping against some hard object, as the Hope was finally expelled from the violent transition. Akin to a piece of scrap metal discarded by a mischievous child, careening across an unknown landscape, carving a deep gash kilometers long, before finally coming to a halt with a piercing metallic groan. Silence. Inside the Hope, only the heavy, pained breaths of the companions remained, along with the occasional creaking of the hull under strain. Had they succeeded? Or had they already descended into hell? Are we still alive? Krillin was the first to tremble and speak, his voice hoarse and strained. Xiao Fan cautiously released his grip, realizing he could still move, and let out a cry of relief. As if liberated from the clutches of death, Bulma unfastened her seatbelt and stumbled to the observation window, gazing outside. Contrary to her expectations of a frigid void or shattered planets, she beheld an immense subterranean expanse beyond imagination. Above them loomed a vast rock dome, aglow with a faint, eerie luminescence, resembling an inverted sky. They found themselves on a boundless plain paved with an enigmatic dark silver metal, where the outlines of colossal, ancient, and peculiar structures could be faintly discerned in the distance. These edifices, reminiscent of the Shinju relics, yet grander and more desolate, exuded an air of antiquity. The atmosphere was thick with an ineffable scent of ancient dust, mingled with a subtle pulsing energy that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. Were they truly within the confines of the endless abyss? Bulma stared incredulously at the data relayed by the scanner. Noting a gravitational force approximately 12 times that of standard levels, a complex yet breathable atmosphere, and the presence of an unknown inert energy field that suppressed most external detection. It was as if they had plummeted into the interior of a forgotten, gargantuan artificial celestial body. Tulinkoso, supporting the unconscious Sunkong, approached the viewport, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the silent, yet awe-inspiring scenery outside. The structural integrity of this space felt peculiar and unstable, and he had an unsettling sensation that they were being watched. Hailing from a future filled with bizarre star realms, he still perceived an overwhelming sense of unknown danger in this place. Vegeta struggled to rise and made his way to the shattered window, feeling the dark purple energy within him stir due to the recent exertion and the current environmental stimuli, causing the azure veins beneath his skin to throb with heat. He inhaled the metallic, rust-laden air, his cold gaze sweeping across the distant silhouettes of the slumbering structures. Regardless of the nature of this place, his voice, though raspy, carried an edge of predatory sharpness. As long as he could locate the origin seed, he would have no qualms about obliterating this accursed location. His words galvanized the group. Bulma promptly endeavored to reconnect the suppressor, noting that the crystal, having completed its transition, now glimmered dimly, yet remained stable in suspension. The core's white-purple light pointed toward a specific direction deep within the plane, its pulsing frequency significantly clearer than before. The suppressor was still guiding them. The origin seed must lie deep in that direction. Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement and urgency, yet the Shuanghao was irrevocably wrecked. We must proceed on foot. On foot. In this vast, potentially perilous relic? Gazing at the endless expanse of metallic plains and the ominous architectural forms in the distance, a new wave of pressure enveloped them. Sun Wukong was gravely injured, and both Vegeta were in dire condition, while Kun and Tofan had limited combat capabilities, and Bulma was nearly defenseless. They needed to find a place to recuperate and tend to their wounds. Tonkatsu looked at the increasingly faint Sun Wukong, worry etched on his face. Mr. Sun Wukong's injuries could not be delayed any longer. Vegeta cast a glance at the unconscious Sun Wukong, his brow barely furrowing before he huffed disdainfully, troublesome. Yet he did not oppose. After a brief discussion, they resolved to abandon the wreckage of the Shuanghak and seek a relatively safe hideout nearby. The Shiwanghao was too conspicuous, and the noise from its crash might have attracted the attention of certain entities. They gathered essential supplies, weapons, and the crucial suppressor crystal, supporting one another as they set foot on the desolate metallic terrain. The ground beneath them was cold and hard, composed of dark silver metal, echoing with hollow sounds as they walked. The surrounding silence was terrifying, broken only by their footsteps and breaths, along with the faint energy pulses emanating from the depths, as if the colossal celestial body still harbored a slumbering heart. After traveling some distance, they discovered a concealed refuge formed by the collapse of several massive metal plates. Resembling a cavern, Tonkatsu and Koin cautiously laid Zinkung down in the innermost part, while Ba immediately began administering emergency treatment with her portable medical equipment, attempting to stave off the encroaching, annihilating energy. Xiao Wufan assisted nearby, his eyes reddened. Vegeta, meanwhile, sat alone near the entrance, his back to the group, eyes closed in meditation as he sought to calm the restless energy within him while remaining alert to the outside world. He sensed that this space was suffused with an ancient and colossal residual consciousness, silent, yet brimming with an unsettling oppressive force. This was no benevolent domain. Suddenly, Bulma, who had been intently observing the suppressor crystal, gasped, "Look, the suppressor's orientation is slightly shifting. Moreover, the pulsing light seems to be mimicking some rhythm." The group immediately turned to look, and indeed, the floating crystal no longer pointed steadily in one direction. Instead, it swayed slightly like a compass affected by interference, its core light flickering, seemingly following a particular, slow, ancient cadence. This rhythm appeared to resonate with the energy pulses emerging from the depths. Before they could comprehend further, Vegeta, sitting at the cave entrance, abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp purple glint flashing within. Something is approaching. His voice was low, tinged with a suppressed excitement and vigilance. Numerous entities, and they felt peculiar. Almost as soon as he spoke, countless points of eerie green light ignited in the shadows of the distant, silent structures. Like a multitude of eyes suddenly opening in the night, they silently surged toward their hiding place like a tidal wave. Accompanying the ghostly green lights was a faint sound, akin to countless metal plates scraping against one another, growing nearer and louder. Desperate leap, Shi Wanghao forcefully breaks through, crashing into an unknown colossal relic. Inside the abyss, a desolate metallic plane and ancient architectural complex. Suppressor disturbance. Orientation shifts. Light pulses align with the subterranean rhythm. Crisis reemerges. Eerie green light surge. Unknown entities encircle. Chapter 53. Metal Frenzy. Edge of chaos. The eerie green lights cascaded like a waking galaxy from the shadows of the distant structures, drawing ever closer. Each of those countless luminous points represented a half-human-sized construct resembling a mechanical spider. They were forged from a dull alloy, their 8 sharp appendages skittering across the metallic ground, producing a chilling rustling sound reminiscent of a deadly tide. They bore no eyes. Their heads featured only a continuously scanning emerald crystal, locking onto the group's temporary refuge. Was it an automatic defense system? Or puppets controlled by some entity? Kurung's voice trembled with fear. There were far too many of these mechanical spiders, hundreds or even thousands. And though their energy signatures were singular, they radiated a cold, unadulterated intent to annihilate. Whatever they were, they did not welcome them. Tonkatsu shifted the unconscious Sun Wukong behind him, tightening his grip on the golden energy sword, which appeared somewhat dim due to insufficient energy, yet his gaze remained resolute. Bulma swiftly operated the portable scanner, her complexion paling. The energy structure is simplistic, but the outer shell is exceedingly hard, and the core seems to possess some form of energy interference coating. Conventional energy attacks may be significantly less effective. Xiao Wufan anxiously assumed a combat stance, gathering a faint energy in his palm. Just as the mechanical spider horde surged to within dozens of meters of their refuge, on the verge of charging, a chilling, oppressive growl emanated from the cave entrance. It was Vegeta, He had risen at some point, facing the oncoming metal frenzy with his back to the others. The dark purple aura surrounding him surged uncontrollably, more violent and chaotic than before. The azure veins beneath his skin glowed like red-hot iron, hissing and writhing as if they sought to burst forth. One of his eyes was already veined with blood, while the other flickered with an unstable violet light, his entire being oscillating violently on the brink of reason and madness. The ancient thoughts permeating this relic space, the eerie energy pulsations from deep within the earth, and the incessant mechanical clamor before him acted as catalysts, igniting the highly unstable fusion energy within him. "Get away from me!" Vegeta roared, his voice no longer human, resembling the feral growl of a rampaging beast. He lunged forward, the metallic ground beneath him fracturing and melting instantaneously. He employed no techniques, merely unleashing the rampaging, destruction-laden dark purple energy within him like a flood breaching its dam, crashing violently into the swarm of mechanical spiders ahead. Boom! A twisted torrent of dark purple energy, laced with eerie blue arcs, surged forth like an uncontrollable dragon, colliding ruthlessly with the mechanical spiders. There was no precision in his assault, only pure, indiscriminate annihilation. The mechanical spiders struck directly by the energy wave offered no resistance, vaporizing into nothingness in an instant. Those slightly off to the side were torn asunder by the violent energy's residual waves, their parts scattering like raindrops in a storm. In a single strike, a vast, fan-shaped vacuum was carved out amidst the metallic tide. Yet, behind this terrifying display of power, Vegeta's breath grew even more labored, and the madness in his eyes threatened to completely engulf his reason. The azure patterns within him flared brilliantly, even beginning to spread toward his unblemished eye. "Father, control yourself," Trunks shouted anxiously, sensing Vegeta's essence slipping toward an irreversible abyss. However, it seemed Vegeta was oblivious, or rather, he was wholly consumed by the ecstasy of destruction and the rampant power within him. He gazed at the relentless mechanical spiders advancing upon him, a grotesque smile twisting his face, and raised his hand once more, gathering an even more violent energy. No, if this continues, he will completely lose control. He might even harm Mr. Goku. Krillin's face turned pale at the sight of Vegeta's indiscriminate aura. "Vegeta, wake up!" Bulma also attempted to rouse him with her shouts. Yet, in response, Vegeta unleashed an even more frenzied burst of energy. A second, thicker, and more unstable torrent of dark purple energy swept toward the side of the stronghold, clearly indicating that he could no longer discern friend from foe. Danger! Trunks' expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Bulma and little Gohan, while Krillin desperately dragged Goku backward to retreat. Boom! The metallic panels where they had taken refuge were struck by the edge of the energy torrent, instantly melting away as if bitten by a colossal beast. Vegeta had utterly lost his sanity. He had become a greater threat than the mechanical spiders. He must be stopped. Trunks' gaze sharpened as he pushed Bulma and Gohan toward Krillin for their protection. He transformed into a streak of golden light, charging unhesitatingly toward the frenzied Vegeta. He couldn't attack his father. He could only attempt to subdue him by force. "Father, stop!" Trunks lunged from the side, wrapping his arms around Vegeta, golden aura striving to suppress the rampaging dark purple energy. "Get off me!" Vegeta retaliated with an elbow, striking Trunks' chest with a devastating blow infused with destructive energy. Ugh! Trunks spat blood but clung on fiercely, the golden aura clashing violently against the dark purple energy, gradually wearing it down. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of collapse, the suppression crystal tightly held by Bulma seemed to respond to some intense stimulus. Its core, which had been directed away, suddenly pivoted and shone a white-purple light directly onto the battling Vegeta, particularly illuminating the area near his heart. Buzz! A peculiar wave of calming order flowed from the light into Vegeta's body. Ugh! Vegeta emitted a muffled groan, starkly contrasting his previous fury, now filled with pain and struggle. The rampaging dark purple energy within him boiled and resisted violently upon contact with the order wave, while the frenzied azure patterns flickered rapidly, seemingly retreating. This sudden change momentarily halted Vegeta's movements, and the madness in his eyes receded slightly. Now, Bulma, seizing inspiration, looked at the suppression device, then at the pained and struggling Vegeta and the encroaching mechanical spiders. A bold thought crossed her mind. "Vegeta, listen, do not resist it. Channel it." Direct your power into the ground, into this relic. She remembered the pulsating light from the suppression device resonating with the energy beneath the surface. If the order power could influence Vegeta, perhaps the very power of this relic could as well. Amidst Vegeta's chaotic consciousness, Bulma's voice and the cold order wave momentarily dispersed some of the madness. He instinctively felt that the profound and ancient pulsation beneath his feet could possibly contain the explosive energy within him. There was no time to ponder. Almost instinctively, Vegeta followed the guidance of the suppression device and Bulma's suggestion, forcefully directing the wild, uncontainable dark purple energy not outward but down into the ground beneath him. Boom. This time, it was not a mere eruption of energy, but a localized earthquake. Centered around Vegeta, the terrifying dark purple energy burrowed into the metallic ground like roots, then spread wildly along some ancient, invisible energy veins to all directions. In an instant, the entire metallic plane beneath them lit up with countless complex, intersecting azure energy patterns. These patterns shared a common origin with the azure pollution within Vegeta, yet were more ancient, more grandiose, and more orderly. The oncoming tide of mechanical spiders, upon encountering these illuminated energy patterns, seemed to lose their power source, their emerald eyes extinguishing as their movements froze, collapsing like a heap of scrap metal. Not only the mechanical spiders, but even the distant, desolate building outlines seemed to flicker with a faint glow, as if briefly awakened by the sudden influx of energy. Vegeta knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, the dark purple flames and the azure patterns beneath his skin rapidly dimming and calming. The madness in his eyes finally faded, leaving only profound fatigue and a hint of bewilderment. He sensed that the dangerous energy within him had been partially absorbed by the ground beneath him. Was the crisis averted? Trunks released Vegeta, staggering back slightly, clutching his chest, and gazing in shock at the now dormant mechanical army and the energy patterns beneath their feet that were slowly fading. Krillin and little Gohan both sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground. Bulma, however, gazed excitedly at the suppression device in her hand. The crystal's glow stabilized again, now pointing more clearly and urgently toward the depths of the plane. It seems we have inadvertently activated some form of defensive mechanism or energy system here, Bulma murmured. Yet, before they could rejoice in their narrow escape, a faint crackling sound, akin to ice shattering, emanated from the depths of the plane, in the direction indicated by the suppression device. Then, amidst their astonished gazes, at the center of the distant building complex, the tallest structure, resembling a spire, began to slowly unfurl at its apex, blossoming like petals. A colossal, pulsating heart of ethereal azure, seemingly composed entirely of pure energy, revealed itself within. With each rhythmic beat, it resonated through the very fabric of the ancient ruins, exuding an overwhelming and ancient pressure that sent shivers down the souls of all who beheld it. Simultaneously, a chilling, vast consciousness, akin to a slumbering behemoth awakened from eons of dormancy, swept across the plane, ultimately fixating upon the recently subdued Vegeta and the crystalline suppressor radiating a blend of white and violet light held in his grasp. The heart pulsating atop the spire seemed to breathe in sync with the entirety of the ruined space, each contraction and expansion echoing through the atmosphere. The cold, immense consciousness, as ancient as the primordial ice fields, enveloped Vegeta and the suppressor with a tangible force. In the presence of this will, even the rebellious dark violet energy within Vegeta appeared to bow, yielding to a sovereign presence with an instinctive reverence. He knelt involuntarily, his body reacting to the immense pressure, sweat mingling with blood trickling from his brow. Yet, through gritted teeth, he raised his eyes, momentarily restored to clarity, defiantly locking his gaze onto the azure heart. Trunks, Klin, and others felt their very souls tremble, their ability to even move a finger rendered arduous. Only the unconscious Sun Wukong seemed minimally affected. The withering marks of decay upon his shoulder stirred slightly, but did not awaken him. An ancient, deliberate thought resonated within the minds of the onlookers, devoid of emotion yet rich in stark declaration, identifying the intruders as carriers of anomalies. The focus of this consciousness appeared particularly drawn to Vegeta, intrigued by the potential of the pollution carrier to invoke the foundational energy matrix of the abyssal corridor. As the thought rippled, the once fading azure energy patterns beneath their feet ignited anew, this time flowing as a gentle stream encircling Vegeta, infusing him with pure, ancient energy that began to mend his wounds and subtly stabilize the volatile fusion energy within him. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, acutely aware of his strength rapidly returning. Even the previously restless dark violet aura becoming remarkably refined and controllable under the influence of this ancient power. A peculiar sensation arose, as if he had forged a profound connection with the land beneath him and the slumbering ruins around. "What are you?" Vegeta rasped defiantly against the pressure. "I am the ancient will of the Arbiter," it responded, the guardian consciousness of this abyssal corridor, tasked with observing, recording, and adjudicating all anomalies. "The Arbiter? The guardian consciousness? You are the seed of origin?" Bulma summoned her courage to inquire, gripping the suppressor tightly. "The seed of origin is not my will," it continued, "but an imperfect imitation of seed power, albeit with the right intent." Its gaze returned to Vegeta. "The source of your annihilative pollution stems from the Observer's severance ritual, a toxin of the laws themselves. Yet, you possess the will to forcibly merge and activate the corridor matrix. Your bloodline and soul are indeed unique." The severance ritual? The toxin of the laws? The group grasped these pivotal terms. What exactly is the Observer? Why do they pursue this? Trunks pressed on, urgency lacing his voice, as this enigma eluded him even in his future. The Arbiter's consciousness fell into a brief silence, as if sifting through memories of an unfathomable age. The Observer is not a being, but the manifestation of cosmic entropy, maintaining order by eliminating anomalies beyond the threshold, ensuring the universe's progression towards heat death. The blood of scions harbors potential to breach boundaries, thus marked for severance. The ritual aims to extract this potential, converting it into sustenance for the void, hastening the universe's demise. In the Arbiter's voice, a faint wave of yearning emerged. The seed of origin represents the final creation against heat death from the previous cosmic epoch, embodying the laws of creation, both a resurgence and a beacon of hope. The previous cosmic epoch? The laws of creation? This revelation struck the group with profound shock, overwhelming their senses. "Where is the seed?" Vegeta demanded, his question piercing through the haze of cosmic significance. He cared little for epochs or laws. He understood only that this entity could stand against the Observer. "The seed has scattered, its core hidden within the deepest recesses of the corridor." The Arbiter indicated towards the farthest and darkest region of the plane, where energy pulsed most intensely, yet the Observer's tendrils have infiltrated the ancient defenses of the corridor, eroding the sanctum of gestation. Your focus as the Arbiter rests upon Vegeta and the Suppressor, the convergence of anomalies may tip the scales. As the words fell, the pulsating azure heart erupted with blinding radiance. A concentrated beam of azure light extended from the heart, bridging the chasm to Vegeta. Vegeta trembled violently, feeling an unimaginably vast influx of information and energy cascading into his being. It encompassed the structural design of the abyssal corridor, the nature of shadows, methods to wield the ruins' energy against them, and techniques to temporarily invoke and control the polluted power within him. This is a temporary grant of authority and resonance. The Arbiter's thought grew intermittent, as if strained, guiding the Order's creation, the Suppressor, to purify the shadows and reach the sanctum of gestation. As the azure light dissipated, Vegeta stood transformed, his aura markedly altered. The dark violet flames had calmed, becoming profound and subdued, akin to the depths of the cosmos, with ancient azure patterns swirling within. His injuries fully healed, his strength not only restored but elevated to unprecedented heights. Though he recognized this as a temporary boon from the ruins' energy, the sensation of wielding such formidable power incited an irresistible urge to roar in triumph. He glanced at the suppressor crystal in his hand. At that moment, its resonance with him peaked, the white and violet luminescence dancing gently at his fingertips. "Where are the shadows?" Vegeta's voice was icy, laced with an eagerness for battle. No response from the Arbiter was necessary. With his newfound authority, he could clearly perceive the darkness at the plane's end, where countless twisted shadows, seemingly composed of pure nothingness, writhed and coiled around a colossal door inscribed with ancient star spirit runes. Beyond that lay the sanctum of gestation. What unsettled him further was the fleeting connection from this temporary authority, hinting at something sealed deeper within the abyssal corridor, something so profound that even the Arbiter struggled to fully comprehend it, potentially a living entity that even the Observer might fear. At that moment, the unconscious Sun Wukong emitted a faint groan. The decaying energy upon his shoulder, seemingly stirred by the Arbiter's thought and the subtle fluctuations caused by Vegeta's transformation. Trunks immediately noticed this slight change, hope flickering in his eyes. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong, snorted derisively, but offered no further words. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound power coursing within him, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed towards the darkness at the edge of the plain. It was time to cleanse the filth. The ancient guardian, the Arbiter, awakened to reveal cosmic truths. Vegeta had temporarily gained enhanced abilities, transforming his strength. The ultimate objective was confirmed. The seed of origin lay hidden within the womb of creation. A profound threat loomed. Beneath the corridor seemed to seal unknown life forms. Was there a turning point for Goku's injuries? The final battle was imminent. Chapter 55, The Wall of Shadow Devouring. A glimmer of hope having received the temporary authority and power bestowed by the Arbiter, Vegeta felt as though the abyssal corridor had become an extension of his own body. The pulsing energy from the metallic ground beneath him was no longer unfamiliar. It resonated with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Within the deep, restrained dark violet flame flowed ethereal blue patterns, imparting not only strength, but also a vague awareness of this ancient relic. He could see that thick darkness at the edge of the plain was not merely devoid of light, but filled with countless twisted, writhing shadows. They clung like living, greedy tar, enveloping and permeating the entrance to the colossal gate etched with the runes of the Star Spirit clan. The glow of the runes flickered weakly under the shadow's encroachment, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. "Let us proceed," Vegeta succinctly declared, not sparing another glance at his companions, as he stepped towards the encroaching darkness. Each step on the metallic surface sent ripples of ethereal blue energy radiating outward, causing the paralyzed mechanical spider remnants to tremble slightly, as if paying him homage. Trunks inhaled deeply, shouldering the still unconscious but seemingly stabilized Goku, signaling Krillin and Goten to ensure Bulma's safety as they swiftly followed. Bulma clutched the inhibitor crystal resonating with Vegeta's power tightly. It was the key to purifying the shadows. As they approached the edge of the plain, the suffocating stillness emanating from the shadows intensified. The air thickened, light was distorted and devoured, and even sound seemed absorbed by the endless darkness. Only the ethereal blue energy threads activated by Vegeta beneath them served as a faint yet unwavering path of light guiding their advance. At last, they reached the precipice of darkness. The sight before them was hair-raising. It was not merely a shadow but a living, writhing wall, composed of countless twisted, silent shrieks of individual shadows that coiled, merged, and devoured, relentlessly assaulting and corroding the runes upon the colossal gate. With each dimming of the runes, the door seemed to grow increasingly transparent, allowing them to sense a faint yet remarkably pure surge of vital energy emanating from beyond. It must be the seed of origin. This is it. Vegeta halted, the dark violet of his eyes reflecting the despairing wall of shadow. He could sense that, relying solely on his currently enhanced strength, attempting to forcefully breach this wall would come at a dire cost, potentially triggering a backlash of energy within him. Inhibitor. Bulma promptly raised the crystal in her hand, recalling the Arbiter's instruction to use it for purification. Vegeta extended his hand, and the inhibitor crystal flew into his palm. The white-violet luminescence harmoniously intertwined with the dark violet flames surrounding him, creating a wondrous sense of balance. "I shall forge the path." Trunks carefully handed Goku to Krillin, stepping beside Vegeta, his golden flames igniting once more. Though nowhere near Vegeta's current might, he radiated an unwavering determination. "Father, you shall maintain the passage and the final purification." Krillin and Goten also summoned their courage, positioning themselves on either side, ready to confront any shadows that might escape the purification range. Vegeta regarded Trunks without disagreement, inhaling deeply as he concentrated his will upon the inhibitor. With a hum, the white-violet light of order erupted from the crystal, no longer a gentle guide, but transforming into a sharp torrent of purification, slashing towards the wall of shadow devouring before him with the sweep of Vegeta's arm. Sizzling. It was as if a red-hot blade pierced through butter. Where the light of order passed, the twisted shadows emitted a silent, piercing wail, instantly dissolving and vaporizing as if exposed to sunlight. A narrow passage of pure white light was forcibly carved through the endless darkness. "Now," Trunks bellowed, transforming into a golden streak. the first to charge into the passage. His energy sword swung left and right, severing the shadows attempting to envelop from the sides. Krillin and Goten followed closely, raising a protective shield to guard against the encroaching shadows, shielding Krillin, who was carrying Goku, and Bulma, who held the inhibitor. Vegeta brought up the rear, his arms extended wide, exerting all his strength to maintain the purifying beam of the inhibitor, serving as the pillars supporting this luminous passage. The dark violet flames behind him surged fiercely, repelling the increasingly frenzied shadows attacking from all directions. Every second, countless shadows collided with his flames and were obliterated. Yet the force of the impacts caused his blood to surge, and the once stabilized energy within him began to stir restlessly. The passage extended slowly yet resolutely. The closer they neared the colossal gate, the more frantic the shadow's resistance became. They even began to coalesce into various twisted, malevolent forms, attempting to breach and circumvent the purifying light. The battle was exceedingly brutal. Trunks' energy sword grew dimmer as he sustained numerous chilling, corrosive wounds from the shadows. Krillin and Goten's protective shield wavered precariously. Bulma paled, striving to maintain the stable output of the inhibitor. Vegeta's lips bled anew. Sustaining such an extensive purification was a colossal strain on his mental and physical resources. The ethereal blue patterns beneath his skin began to glow faintly once more. The power resonating with the relic was being rapidly consumed. Just as the passage was nearing the colossal gate, with less than 10 meters remaining, hope flickering before them, an unexpected change transpired. The runes on the gate, most severely eroded, suddenly dimmed simultaneously. The transparency of the door surged, and the pure life energy behind it became palpably clear. However, at that moment, a massive shadow, more solid and darker than the surrounding shadows, seemingly composed of despair and madness, lunged downwards from above the gate like a colossal guardian beast. Its target was none other than Vegeta, the one expending the most energy. Holding the inhibitor, the speed of this shadow was beyond imagination, even surpassing the sweeping pace of the purifying light. "Father, be careful," Trunks shouted in alarm, attempting to rush back, but was ensnared by even more shadows. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. He was wholly focused on maintaining the passage and had no capacity for effective evasion. As the enormous shadow's claws loomed to engulf him along with the inhibitor, in a moment of dire peril, a faint yet resolute golden light suddenly flared from behind, arriving just in time to intercept between Vegeta and the shadow's claws. It was Goku. Against all odds, he had awakened at this moment, using the last vestige of his waning energy to execute a teleportation. His visage was as pale as parchment, the gaping wound on his shoulders still ghastly. Yet his crimson golden eyes burned with familiar, indomitable flames. With a piercing sound, the shadow's claws effortlessly pierced Goku's already grievously injured chest. Yet, instead of blood, it released a denser aura of decay. "Kakarot!" Vegeta roared in disbelief. Goku had bravely shielded Vegeta from this fatal strike. He turned to glance at Vegeta, his lips attempting to form his usual, slightly foolish smile, only to spew forth a mouthful of energy-laden blood, his gaze dimming rapidly as he fell back into unconsciousness. In a state even worse than before. "You fool." Vegeta's eyes instantly filled with a furious crimson haze. "The fool, Sun Wukong, why must I shield him? Does he truly require salvation from others?" An overwhelming fury, intertwined with a tremor he himself is reluctant to acknowledge, erupted within him like a volcano. He ceased to deliberately restrain the restless energy, allowing it to merge with the power of the relics and the luminous order of the suppressor in a more intense and reckless fusion spurred by his rage. "Let everything be reduced to ashes." Vegeta bellowed with a roar that shattered the very void. He no longer maintained the passage, but instead poured all his might, all his wrath, and all his will into the crystal of the suppressor. Boom! The suppressor crystal erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, radiating a white and violet light akin to a supernova. This light transcended mere purification, embodying an absolute, domineering will to obliterate everything, expanding spherically in a frenzied manner. Wherever the light traversed, be it ordinary shadows or the colossal shadow of the gate, even the gate itself, inscribed with runes, vanished in an instant. It was not annihilation, nor purification, but as if it had been entirely erased from the very fabric of existence. As the light dissipated, all that remained was an incredibly smooth and profound spherical void, as though a fragment of the universe had been excavated from this place. Beyond this void lay a wondrous space filled with a gentle white light, exuding an aura of boundless vitality. This realm of gestation had been forcibly opened by Vegeta's furious strike. The passage vanished, the shadows faded, and the gate was no more. Vegeta knelt at the edge of the void. The suppressor crystal cracked and dimmed from overload. The power within him ebbed like a receding tide. A profound weakness and excruciating backlash surged, as the azure patterns beneath his skin flickered wildly, threatening to spiral out of control once more. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong, lying not far away, his breath so faint it was almost undetectable, his eyes filled with an extraordinarily complex array of emotions. Trunks, Krillin, and others looked on in stunned silence at this miraculous, or rather destructive, outcome, glancing between the two severely injured figures, uncertain whether to feel relief or dread. Bulma gazed blankly at the vibrant interior of the void, murmuring, "Have we entered?" Yet, as everyone's attention was captivated by the realm of gestation and the two wounded figures, no one noticed a subtle, exceedingly obscure darkness, purer yet akin to the shadows, silently seeping into the metallic ground at the edge of the area erased by Vegeta's power. Hastily retreating towards the abyssal corridors sealed, deeper darkness. Simultaneously, deep within the vibrant realm of gestation, a pure white orb, suspended at the center of a halo, pulsated like a living embryo, seemingly attuned to the external upheaval and the remnants of Vegeta's domineering and intricate energy, its rhythm quickening slightly. Desperate breakthrough. Wukong sacrifices himself to block the blade. Vegeta erupts in fury. Ultimate deletion. Overloaded fusion energy forcefully breaches the realm of gestation. The door of hope opens. The seed of origin is within reach. Hidden dangers lie buried. Mysterious dark energy escapes. The orb embryo stirs. Chapter 56. The Light of Creation. The moment of choice, the interior of the realm of gestation stood in stark contrast to the desolate metallic style of the external relics. The gentle white light did not emanate from any visible source but suffused every inch of the space, as if the air itself were radiant. A refreshing aura permeated the atmosphere, alleviating the intense pain wrought by their injuries. At the center of the space floated a pure white orb, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. This was the seed of origin. The life energy it radiated was so pure and immense that those who stepped into this place felt as if they were at the very source of life's inception. Yet, at this moment, no one had the heart to admire this miraculous scene. Mr. Wukong. Trunks carefully laid the barely breathing Sun Wukong on the ground near the orb, his voice thick with emotion. The edges of the penetrating wound on Wukong's chest were consumed by a grayish, annihilating energy that writhed like a living entity, eroding his remaining vitality, and the situation was more dire than ever before. Krillin and Goten surrounded him, their eyes red, yet helpless. Conventional healing methods proved futile against this level of rule-based erosion. Bulma knelt nearby, gazing at the cracked, dim suppressor crystal in her hands, then looked at the dying Sun Wukong and the unstable Vegeta, her heart racing with anxiety. Vegeta leaned against the edge of the entrance, furthest from the orb. The energy within him had spiraled completely out of control following that reckless eruption. Dark violet flames flickered in and out of visibility, as the azure patterns beneath his skin swelled like burning barbed wire, writhing and causing soul-rending agony. He clenched his teeth, suppressing any sound, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat mingling with blood as it dripped ceaselessly. The temporary powers granted by the Arbiter were rapidly fading, supplanted by a more ferocious backlash of tainted energy. He sensed himself slipping into the abyss of madness, closer than ever before. His gaze, uncontrollably drawn to the figure on the ground who had nearly sacrificed his life to save him, reflected a bewildering mix of irritation, fury, and an indescribable pang of bitterness. Why did that fool Kakarot have to go to such lengths? No, Wukong's vitality is fading fast. Trunks desperately tried to shield Wukong's heart with his dwindling golden aura, but that meager power was like a drop in the ocean against the annihilating energy. The suppressor was also broken. Bulma clutched the cracked crystal in despair, with no energy, no blueprints. In this isolated depths of the relics, she could not even attempt to make repairs. Had they finally reached the end, found hope, only to watch it extinguish before their eyes? In this moment of utter despair, the seed of origin, that pure white orb suspended at the center of space, seemed to sense the tenacious yet rapidly dimming flame of life within Sun Wukong, alongside the violent energy fluctuations emanating from Vegeta, filled with contradictions of destruction and rebirth. Its pulsing frequency suddenly shifted. No longer did it pulse slowly, but began to flicker rapidly, infused with an urgency, as if driven by some anxious emotion. The gentle white light became somewhat blinding, and a slender yet immensely solid pure white beam extended from the orb like a living tendril, gently reaching towards the unconscious Sun Wukong. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the pure white beam softly touched the horrific wound on Wukong's chest. There was no fierce resistance, no explosion of energy. The once tenaciously eroding grayish annihilating energy, upon contact with the pure white beam, reacted as if encountering its nemesis, emitting a faint sound reminiscent of melting ice and snow, beginning to visibly recede and dissipate. Not only the wound, but even the hollow left by Raditz piercing on Wukong's shoulder, the grayish aura at its edge was swiftly purified. A vast and gentle energy, brimming with infinite vitality, flowed ceaselessly into Sun Wukong's body through that pure white beam. His pallid complexion regained its rosiness at an astonishing pace, and the almost extinguished breath began to strengthen, stabilize, and even surpass the vigor of his prime. The annihilating erosion from the laws that had plagued him was fundamentally repaired and expelled by this life-giving force. It is effective. It is healing Mr. Wukong. Goten exclaimed excitedly, tears finally streaming down his face. Krillin and Bulma stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Is this the power of the Seed of Origin? It can even purify the poison of the Observer's Law. Trunks exhaled a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing somewhat. However, his gaze soon turned anxiously towards Vegeta in the distance. Vegeta, too, distinctly sensed the immense vitality energy and its absolute restraint over the energy of annihilation. The tumultuous, polluted energy within him, under the shroud of this life-giving aura, seemed to encounter a natural enemy, becoming even more frantic and fearful. This is an opportunity, a chance to thoroughly purify the pollution within his body and rid himself of this damned curse. This thought ignited like wildfire in his heart. He fixed his gaze on the pure white light sphere, his eyes brimming with longing. As long as he approached it and accepted its purification, he could restore his cleansed body and regain control of the power that rightfully belonged to him. He struggled to rise and move closer to the light sphere. However, the moment his intention stirred, the pure white light sphere seemed to sense both his desire and the contrasting nature of the energy within him. It emitted a second slender beam of light, slowly extending towards Vegeta. Yet this time, the beam's movement was no longer gentle and decisive as it had been with Sun Wukong. Instead, it carried a clear hesitation and scrutiny. It hovered not far in front of Vegeta, seemingly evaluating and judging. The dark purple energy within Vegeta, a fusion of annihilative pollution and the essence of rebirth, appeared to be an exceedingly complex existence, potentially carrying risks of contamination to the pure law of creation. Should it purify him, or reject him, or perhaps assimilate him due to the powerful energy within him that originated from the relic? The beam wavered slightly, emanating uncertain fluctuations. Vegeta's movements froze. He understood the hesitation conveyed by the beam. Proud as he was, he could not endure such scrutiny, akin to treating him as a hazardous substance. Moreover, the power within him, stemming from the Saiyan Prince and his own will, was not something to be judged by another. Humph. Vegeta let out a suppressed snort of pain and anger, even taking a step back, distancing himself from the beam, declaring, "I do not need your charity." He chose to rely on himself. Even if the road ahead led to utter madness and destruction, he would not allow his pride to be trampled. After Vegeta's firm rejection, the beam slowly retracted, merging back into the light sphere. The pulsation of the light sphere stabilized once more, but it seemed to have dimmed slightly, as if this decision had drained some of its energy. At that moment, Bulma, who had been fixated on the Seed of Origin, heard the ancient and faint thoughts of the Arbiter echoing in her mind again, this time more urgent, even carrying a hint of warning. The power of the seed consumes. The Shadow's origin has sensed awakening acceleration. The container is about to break free. Container? Break free. Bulma suddenly recalled the living entity she had sensed earlier, buried deep in the corridors, sealed away. Could it be? Before she could ponder further, the entire nurturing space abruptly shook violently. It was not an external attack. but rather emanated from deeper within the relic. It felt as if some colossal being was violently striking the confines from below. A terrifying aura, far more primal and savage than the shadow, filled with insatiable hunger and a desire for destruction, erupted from the depths, instantly overwhelming the serene life energy that permeated the nurturing space. The floating pure white light sphere flickered violently, its radiance wavering, seemingly subjected to great disturbance and attraction. "This is bad." Trunks' expression changed dramatically. He came from the future and sensed crises more acutely. That thing has awakened, and its target is the seed of origin. The sense of impending doom that had slightly abetted with Sun Wukong's rescue surged forth once more, engulfing everyone. At this moment, although Sun Wukong had been healed, he remained in a deep coma, absorbing vast amounts of life energy and unable to fight. Vegeta was in the most precarious state of energy backlash. Unable to care for himself, the only ones left to battle were the weakened Trunks, Krillin, and the young Gohan. How were they to face this terrifying container that even the Arbiter had sealed away? The light of creation displays its might. Sun Wukong's injuries miraculously heal. A moment of choice. Vegeta proudly rejects purification, opting to face the backlash alone. Sudden mutation. The container at the abyss's depths awakens, targeting the seed of origin. Despair returns. The main force is lost. Who can halt this bursting terror? Chapter 57. The Unleashed Beast. The final hope. The tremors within the nurturing space grew increasingly violent. No longer mere quakes, but a frenzied upheaval akin to an 8-point earthquake. The soft white light overhead flickered wildly like a malfunctioning bulb, fragmenting the horrified expressions on everyone's faces. The indestructible dark silver metal of the ground began to crack and bulge as if it were fragile ice. The terrifying auras seeping up from the depths carried the most primal hunger and desire for destruction, polluting the pure life energy emitted by the seed of origin. The air became thick and cold, each breath tinged with the taste of rust and sulfur, stabbing painfully at their throats. That thing below is about to emerge. Krillin's voice trembled with fear as he and young Gohan huddled closely together, watching the ground's ever-expanding fissures as if they were gateways to hell. Trunks shielded the recently revived, yet still deeply unconscious Sun Wukong behind him, his golden sword trembling and humming due to lack of energy, yet his gaze was resolute. Like a knight defending the last bastion, he hailed from the future and had witnessed countless despairing moments. But at this moment, the brutality and purity of this aura still sent shivers through his soul. Bulma clutched the completely ineffective suppressor crystal, desperately watching as the light of the seed of origin pulsated violently under the oppressive terror, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as if even it were becoming unstable. And Vegeta was at the most perilous juncture. The power bestowed by the Arbiter had completely faded, and the backlash of the polluted energy pierced through every nerve and cell in his body like countless burning steel needles, searing him. The dark purple flames had long since spiraled out of control, morphing into chaotic energy currents that ensnared him, the bluish patterns beneath his skin writhing like living serpents, wildly twisting and spreading, even beginning to creep toward his neck and face. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, suppressing his cries of agony. But his body spasmed uncontrollably, kneeling on one knee, pressing his fist against the ground, the bones of his fingers groaning under the strain. He could feel his consciousness being repeatedly battered by a frenzied tide, the dam of reason on the verge of total collapse. The terrifying aura from below acted as a catalyst, further igniting the desire for destruction within him. Just then, boom! A sound erupted like the core of a planet exploding, suddenly bursting forth from beneath everyone's feet. The ground in the center of the nurturing space was torn apart, as if by an invisible giant hand from below, violently arching upward and shattering. A colossal maw, composed of pure darkness and crimson energy, erupted from the depths, accompanied by a whirlwind of metallic debris and thick sulfuric smoke. This maw was so vast that it nearly occupied half of the nurturing space. Its edges were lined with countless writhing shadows, resembling tendrils, while its interior churned with a crimson vortex, radiating an insatiable pull that seemed to consume all. Merely the pressure from its emergence sent Krillin and young Gohan flying, crashing heavily against the distant wall. The container, or rather, this beast sealed for an unfathomable number of years, finally revealed a glimpse of its terrifying visage. Its target was unmistakably the seed of origin, floating in the air and emanating alluring waves of life energy. The massive maw opened wide, carrying the breath of annihilation, and lunged fiercely toward the pure, white light sphere. Not on my watch. Trunks' eyes widened with determination. He knew he was outmatched. Yet he transformed into a resolute beam of golden light, wielding his sword with unwavering resolve as he charged towards the terrifying maw. He had to buy time for the Yuanzhong, for his unconscious father, and for Mr. Yukong. Bang! Like a moth drawn to flame, Trunks' sword struck the shadowy tendrils at the edge of the colossal mouth, only to spark a few insignificant energy sparks. He was then hurled away by an irresistible force, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed into a heap of metallic debris, left uncertain of his fate. Trunks! Bulma screamed in anguish. Not even a single attack could be defended. Despair engulfed everyone like a frigid abyss. The monstrous mouth showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its pursuit of the Yuanzhong. The pure white orb of light flickered violently under the horrific gravitational pull, as if it were on the verge of being devoured. At that moment, when silence reigned and hope seemed utterly extinguished, a roar erupted from the corner, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul. A furious cry blending excruciating pain with unyielding defiance. It was Vegeta, witnessing Trunks being instantly flung away and sensing the imminent consumption of the Yuanzhong. The pride of the Saiyan prince clashed with the remnants of his reason in a final struggle against the desire for destruction. His unacknowledged obsession with Kakarot's perplexing behavior became the last straw, igniting an explosive outburst. He ceased to suppress the retaliatory energy, no longer resisting the frenzied corrosion. Instead, he embraced it. He guided it, transforming all the pain, anger, and resentment capable of annihilating himself into fuel. He poured it into the restless, dark, purple core of energy. You wish to consume everything? Then you must first face me. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes now a maelstrom of madness and lucidity, one crimson as blood, the other a deep and shadowy violet. The azure patterns upon his skin pulsed with newfound life, gleaming with an unprecedented brightness. Merging with his dark purple aura in one final, complete fusion, an energy far surpassing its previous form, capable of tearing apart galaxies and reshaping reality, erupted from his body like a supernova. The metallic ground beneath him vaporized instantaneously, and the space around him twisted and collapsed. He was no longer human, but had transformed into an energy storm, a humanoid conflagration of dark purple and azure flames. This storm let out a piercing shriek that rent the fabric of reality, no longer rushing towards the Yuanzhong, but fiercely colliding with the terrifying maw that sought to consume. Boom! A collision beyond description occurred. The dark purple and azure storm clashed with the ravenous crimson mouth like two dying stars colliding at the center of their creation. The blinding light of energy annihilation engulfed everything in an instant, flinging Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, and even the unconscious Son Goku and the gravely wounded Trunks away with an indescribable shockwave. The entire abyssal corridor groaned under the unbearable strain. Outside the ruins, countless stars seemed to dim for a fleeting moment. The radiant light endured, seemingly for an eternity, before gradually dissipating. The space of creation was no more, replaced by a massive, hollow sphere, its edges crumbling into the deeper darkness below. The monstrous mouth had vanished, seemingly temporarily repelled or severely wounded by Vegeta's sacrificial strike. Meanwhile, the energy storm that Vegeta had become dissipated entirely. In its place lay his charred, shattered body, nearly indistinguishable from a lifeless puppet, plummeting to the ground, utterly still. His aura had weakened to an extreme, suffused with an eerie silence, as if his life force had completely extinguished with that final blow. Was the price everything Vegeta had? Vegeta! Bulma struggled to rise, tears streaming from her eyes as she gazed upon his scorched form. Krillin and little Gohan stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the proud Vegeta would meet his end in such a manner. Yet, just as everyone believed Vegeta had perished and descended into sorrow, the Yuanzhong, suspended in the air and dimmed by the recent collision, suddenly emitted a faint ripple, a beam of pure white light, more delicate and softer than when it had healed Son Goku, as if imbued with a sense of apology and acknowledgement, slowly and resolutely extended outward, gently enveloping Vegeta's charred and broken body. This time, there was no hesitation, no scrutiny, only pure, overwhelming creative power, akin to the gentlest maternal embrace. began to carefully restore the body on the brink of complete annihilation and soothe the frantic soul that had succumbed to silence. Meanwhile, deep in the darkness below, the enraged beast seemed utterly incensed, emitting a more violent and insatiable silent roar, causing the tremors of the entire ruins to intensify. Clearly, Vegeta's sacrificial strike had not truly vanquished it. It had merely momentarily stalled its advance and awakened its true ferocity. And as Son Goku lay unconscious, having absorbed a considerable amount of creative energy, his fingers seemed to twitch ever so slightly. Chapter 58. The Fury of Rebirth, Dimensional Rift. The pure white beam, like a living shuttle, gently coiled around Vegeta's charred and broken form. The creative power was no longer the gentle infusion experienced during Son Goku's healing. It had become exceedingly meticulous, as if it were repairing an exquisite treasure on the verge of total destruction. The charred exterior flaked away like weathered rock, revealing beneath it the new, healthy skin glowing with vitality. Fractured bones were reshaped in the light, while withered veins were replenished with life. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the energy within him. The previously chaotic and destructive dark purple energy, under the guidance of the creative power, was neither dispersed nor purified but underwent a deeper, more harmonious fusion with the azure patterns originating from the ruins. A completely new, dark blue energy, profound as the cosmos, gradually formed and flowed within him. This energy no longer writhed restlessly. Instead, it radiated a sense of restrained magnificence and absolute control, as if he could manipulate the very fabric of reality with a mere gesture. Vegeta's tightly shut eyelids fluttered slightly, as if on the verge of awakening. This time, he was no longer a polluted and corroded monster, nor a warrior enhanced by external forces, but had truly harnessed a brand new power that transcended boundaries. However, the Yuanzhong had paid a tremendous price for this. Its brilliance visibly dimmed by more than half, its size somewhat reduced, and its pulsations slowed and weakened, as if it had entered a deep slumber. Clearly, pulling Vegeta back from the brink of utter obliteration and guiding his power through a fundamental transformation consumed an unfathomable amount of its essence. Just then, a heavy, violent crashing sound echoed from the depths of the temporarily repelled darkness below. The collapse of the entire ruins accelerated, as massive metallic fragments broke away from the edges of the spherical void they occupied, plummeting into the endless blackness below. The ominous presence of the terrifying beast Gelosi did not wane in the slightest due to Vegeta's desperate strike. Instead, it surged forth with a ferocity akin to that of an ancient deity, driven by an insatiable hunger to consume everything in its path. It seemed to sense the vulnerability of the Yuanshi Zhizhong, weakened from its efforts to heal Vegeta, and this was the opportunity it had long awaited. Panic surged within Bulma as she cradled her head, desperately gazing down at the writhing darkness that began to coalesce once more. From within that abyss, a more colossal and grotesque outline of crimson eyes emerged. Krillin and little Gohan struggled to rise, shielding the unconscious Trunks and the still encased Vegeta behind them, fully aware that their efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At that critical moment, when even the Yuanshi Zhizhong seemed powerless to withstand a second onslaught, Sun Wukong, who had lain quietly nearby, his devastating wounds healed by the Yuanshi Zhizhong, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Within those golden irises, there was no longer the clarity or fighting spirit of old, but rather a blazing platinum flame that seemed capable of piercing through time and space, revealing the essence of all existence. In his deep slumber, he had absorbed the creative force to mend himself. His consciousness appeared to traverse the precipice between life and death, touching upon a more profound understanding of thought and existence. He witnessed Vegeta's resolute sacrifice transforming into a tempest, felt the benevolence of the Yuanshi Zhizhong that expended its essence for healing, and perceived that the beast Gelosi was not merely a force of destruction, but rather a manifestation of primordial hunger, twisted and imprisoned since the dawn of the universe. Enough. Sun Wukong slowly ascended, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, as if the very laws of the universe were being articulated through him. There was no eruption of energy around him, yet the remaining space seemed to warp subtly around his presence. The terrifying pressure from Gelosi faltered as it approached, as though encountering an invisible barrier that repelled it forcefully. He raised his hand, not towards the swirling darkness below, but towards the dim Yuanshi Zhizhong. Exhausted from its overexertion, Your mission is to create and inspire hope. It must not end here. Sun Wukong's voice carried a gentle undertone, and the rest is entrusted to me. As he spoke, a pure, radiant light, reminiscent of the very essence of courage, friendship, and indomitable spirit, flowed from his palm, softly infusing the Yuanshi Zhizhong. This was not merely a replenishment of energy, but a resonance and enhancement of intent, nourished by this pure essence of thought. The once dim Yuanshi Zhizhong erupted into a resplendent brilliance, no longer pulsating but transformed into a stable, radiant white star, suspended behind Sun Wukong. Although this light continued to resist Geloc's encroachment, it was evident that it could not endure for long. Yet, it bought precious time for Sun Wukong. He turned. His eyes, ignited by the platinum flame, met for the first time the enormous, frenzied, and eternally starving crimson eyes lurking in the darkness below. There was no anger, no fear, only a profound compassion and absolute calm. You are hungry, are you not? Sun Wukong's voice resonated directly within Geloc's chaotic core of consciousness. Having been imprisoned for so long, consumption was the only existence it understood. Geloc's assault abruptly faltered, a fleeting moment of confusion flashing through its crimson gaze, one that it could not comprehend, before being engulfed once more by a more violent hunger, unleashing a silent, soul-shattering roar. Yet this path is misguided. Sun Wukong gradually raised both hands, bringing them together before his chest. The light from the Yuanshi Zhizhong behind him surged, merging with his own platinum-hued essence of thought. There are still things in this world worth protecting, flavors yet to be savored. With a sudden thrust of his hands forward, he declared the superheart thought existence definition. There was no energy shock, no explosive flames, only an invisible, yet fundamentally transformative covering and rewriting of the laws of existence. Centered around Sun Wukong, an intangible wave spread instantaneously through the spherical void, penetrating the metallic barriers and permeating into the darkness below. Under the influence of this wave, Geloc's surging dark energy seemed to be forcibly endowed with form and boundaries. Its formless power of consumption collided against an invisible wall composed of pure definitions. Its terrifying hunger felt as if it had been cast into an endlessly looping labyrinth, repeating endlessly but finding no outlet for release. It roared in anger and confusion, frantically battering against the invisible barrier, yet it could no longer invade or consume as easily as before. Through Sun Wukong's heart thought power, combined with the creative authority of the Yuanshi Zhizhong, the interaction rules between Geloc and this realm were temporarily and forcibly redefined. This was not a defeat, but rather a confinement and a soothing. However, Geloc's power was too immense and ancient, and the time Sun Wukong could maintain this transcendent definition was exceedingly limited. He felt his spirit and soul being consumed at an unprecedented rate, the platinum flames flickering slightly. Just then, an aberration occurred. Perhaps Sun Wukong's forceful redefinition of reality had touched upon the fundamental laws of the universe. Or perhaps Geloc's chaotic struggles and the power of the Yuanshi Zhizhong had generated an unpredictable interference. A side of the spherical void tore open like a shattered mirror, creating a massive rift shimmering with chaotic colors and countless fragmented images. This was not a passage for spatial jumping, but rather a highly unstable wound leading to an unknown dimension. Through that fissure, everyone glimpsed a bizarre world where the laws seemed entirely different, while simultaneously a cold, indifferent consciousness, composed of countless streams of information, slowly directed its attention towards the rift that had suddenly appeared in the abyss, focusing on Sun Wukong, who was battling Geloc, and the Yuanshi Zhizhong behind him, radiating enticing waves of law. They were observers. They had been drawn in this manner. Vegeta reborn, harnessing the dark blue power, achieving essential transformation. Wukong awakens, comprehending the essence of thought, igniting the platinum flame. Lawful confrontation. Existence definition forcibly binds the beast Geloc. Anomaly arises. Dimensional rift tears open, attracting the attention of observers. Ultimate crisis. With the beast still looming ahead and observers descending behind, where lies hope. Chapter 59. The Awakening of the Super God. Dual Kings emerge. The dimensional rift loomed like a grotesque scar across the collapsing boundaries of creation. Beyond the rift, the bizarre and law-twisted spectacle flickered maddeningly, as if countless indescribable shadows writhed within. More chilling was the cold consciousness of the observer that seeped through the rift, locking its absolute, indifferent gaze, like a focused spotlight, firmly on this side of the fissure. This gaze was not an energy assault, yet it was more terrifying than any attack. Wherever it fell, reality seemed to lament, to fade. Even the barriers of rules that Sun Wukong had forcibly defined began to tremble violently, becoming indistinct. Below, the temporarily confined beast Jealousy sensed the arrival of this higher existence, emitting a soundless roar mingled with fear and excitement, struggling more wildly than ever. Before was the ancient beast on the verge of breaking free, and behind loomed the embodiment of cosmic law. Bulma, Klin, and Xiao Wufan found themselves ensnared in an overwhelming dual pressure, their thoughts nearly frozen in despair as they helplessly watched the fissure gradually widen. From within its depths, a colossal eye, composed of pure information flow and frigid rules, materialized, resembling a vortex of countless galaxies, slowly opening its gaze. Merely the presence of this apparition caused Sun Wukong to emit a low groan, golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while the platinum flames that defined his existence flickered violently, clearly reaching their limit. The shadow of the origin seed behind him wavered, as if it might extinguish at any moment. In this moment of despair, which felt stretched into infinity, a cold, raspy voice, infused with a sense of profound control born from a transformative rebirth, suddenly echoed. The pure white light of creation enveloping Vegeta gradually receded, as though fulfilling its final mission. Merging into his being, he levitated, opening his eyes. What an extraordinary sight they were. His left eye shimmered with a deep cosmic blue, imbued with boundless destruction and rebirth. His right eye regained the characteristic darkness of a Saiyan prince, yet within its depths flickered an indomitable purple star, a manifestation of his will, madness and reason. Corruption and purity, destruction and creation achieved a delicate, yet formidable balance within him. The dark blue aura surrounding him ceased its chaotic outpouring, instead flowing close to his body like a living entity, swirling with an overwhelming sense of power that distorted the very fabric of space. He clenched his fist gently, feeling the unprecedented, colossal energy within him as he wore a cold, defiant smirk. Upon his rebirth, Vegeta's gaze fell upon the struggling, near-collapsed Sun Wukong and the loathsome observer's colossal eye lurking behind the fissure. Without a word, without a hint of hesitation, he let out a low growl, filled with absolute arrogance and murderous intent. "Who dares to gaze upon me?" he chided. He did not even glance at the struggling Jihilos. All his attention, rage, and the overwhelming urge for control brought forth by his newfound power focused solely on his right fist. The dark blue energy compressed to an extreme, forming a singularity at the tip of his fist, one that seemed capable of devouring all light. In the next moment, he moved. There was no cataclysmic eruption of power, only a presence that transcended the concept of speed, erasing existence itself. His figure appeared to vanish from his original position, manifesting simultaneously at every point in space. A dark blue thread connected to the center of the colossal eye's pupil behind the fissure, defying spatial distance in an incomprehensible manner. There was no sound, no explosion. The giant eye, composed of information and rules, was pierced by the dark blue thread, creating an absolute void, as if an eraser had wiped away pencil marks. Instantly expanding outward at an astonishing speed, the observer's icy intent experienced a chaotic fluctuation, as if a circuit had shorted. It had not anticipated that such a trivial variable could directly assault the concept projected by its essence. This sudden, precise, and lethal strike caused the observer's focus to momentarily waver and retreat. In that fleeting moment, the pressure on Sun Wukong diminished drastically, the platinum flames in his eyes igniting fiercely once more. He felt Vegeta's newfound power, both domineering and precise, and sensed within it a steadfast will, distinct yet equally resolute in its protective nature. An unprecedented enlightenment swept over him, akin to the light of the universe's dawn illuminating his heart. The power of thought was not solely gentle and definitional. Anger could be unyielding, pride a barrier, and destruction could be wielded for protection. Vegeta, Sun Wukong's voice rang out, no longer alone in his struggle, but rather extending his platinum-hued energy, full of infinite possibilities and inclusivity, not to impose definitions, but to forge a bridge, a resonant passage, actively linking to Vegeta's dark blue energy, filled with absolute destruction and rebirth. as the platinum and dark blue energies, two fundamentally opposing forces. Genuinely connected for the first time under the guidance of Sun Wukong's bridge of thought, a miracle unfolded. There was no conflict, no annihilation. The platinum light of thought danced like the most agile brush, while the dark blue power of destruction and rebirth was the richest ink. Their fusion was not a mere overlay, but a genesis of a transcendent understanding, embodying the cosmic principles of life and death, radiating a platinum halo. This halo was no longer blazing. Instead, it emanated an absolute tranquility and ultimate majesty, as if the universe itself had opened its eyes. In that platinum halo, the figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta seemed to overlap, merging for an instant. Their auras surged, breaking through an unknown boundary, stepping into a new realm. A divine domain, the super god realm. Sun Wukong's platinum flames transformed into a flowing river of light, embracing all, while Vegeta's dark blue aura solidified into a constellation. Commanding the rules, the dual kings emerged, their divine might akin to that of a prison. Below, Jihilos, having just broken free from the constraints of definition, sensed the terrifying power that threatened its very existence, unleashing a roar that was both a warning and a manifestation of fear. For the first time, its massive crimson eyes revealed a hint of trepidation, even a touch of retreat. Meanwhile, behind the fissure, the observer's colossal eye, wounded by Vegeta's strike, flickered amidst violent fluctuations, its cold intent refocusing, but this time, it bore an air of rare seriousness and confirmation. It gazed upon the converging platinum halo, observing the transformed auras of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as a fragmented yet final judgment echoed within all souls, detected an uncontrollable variable level, ultimate. Priority of the heat-death protocol elevated to maximum, initiating the cleanser awakening procedure. The term cleanser resonated like an ultimate death knell, chilling the very essence of every being present. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had just entered the super god realm and felt the boundless power within them, were seized by an instinctive chill, a sense of something ancient and terrifying, far more formidable than the observer, being summoned for the purpose of eradication. The origin seed, suspended in the air and dimming in brilliance, seemed to sense this ultimate threat, its faint pulsations suddenly quickening, as if anxiously calling for something. Vegeta's rebirth marked the return of a domineering dark blue power, a resonance of intent. Wukong built a bridge, drawing upon the fusion of their powers. The awakening of the super god. The unity of platinum and dark blue heralded the arrival of dual kings. The final judgment loomed. The observer activated the ultimate protocol, awakening the cleanser. The origin stirred. The seed called urgently, where indeed lies the final hope. Chapter 60. The final echo, the light of hope. The mention of the cleanser resonated like an ultimate tolling of doom, echoing coldly within every soul. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, newly ascended to the super god realm, felt an indescribable chill stemming from the essence of life itself. It was a sensation of insignificance and helplessness when faced with the universe itself, confronting the predetermined end. Behind the fissure, the wounded shadow of the observer's colossal eye slowly faded amidst violent fluctuations, as if having completed a directive, no longer attending to this area soon to be purged. Its retreat did not bring relief. Instead, it intensified the oppressive atmosphere. As the suffocating silence before the storm often feels more constricting than the tempest itself. Below, the ferocious beast Jiheluos ceased its growling and struggling. In its immense scarlet compound eyes, the madness was replaced by a deeper, more profound fear, as if etched into its very genes. Its colossal dark form began to curl slightly, attempting to distance itself from the rift, retreating from the impending ultimate threat that even such a being as itself trembled before. What exactly is the cleansing scavenger? Clin's voice trembled uncontrollably. Merely uttering the name rendered him nearly incapable of standing. Trunks struggled to rise from the ruins, his face pale. Though he hailed from the future, he had never encountered this term, yet the pervasive despair in the air, akin to the conclusion of fate, made him realize that this could be an ultimate annihilation from which even timelines could not escape. Bulma clutched the dim suppression crystal tightly, gazing at the seed of origin suspended in the air, its pulsations growing increasingly frantic. The scientist's mind raced, striving to piece together the truth from the scant clues. The arbiter had stated that the observer was the guardian of the entropy increase law. Could this cleansing scavenger be the very program executing the final heat death? The ultimate tool responsible for erasing all remnants as the universe approached its end? This conjecture sent chills down everyone's spine. If the opponent were the very law of the universe's conclusion, how could they possibly resist? Amidst this profound atmosphere of despair, the call of the seed of origin grew more urgent and clearer. It was no longer merely pulsating. Within its pure white light, countless intricate golden runes began to emerge, seemingly containing the universe's every mystery. These runes flowed and combined, ultimately transforming into a concentrated golden beam, no longer directed towards any particular point, but rather shooting straight towards the cracked, utterly dim suppression crystal in Bulma's embrace. What is it transmitting to the suppressor? Bulma stared in astonishment at the crystal in her hand. Under the golden beam's illumination, the cracks on the surface of the suppression crystal began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, and within it, the originally white-violet energy core was replaced by a more ancient, pure data stream, seemingly composed of countless golden light points, filling it. Simultaneously, a fragmented yet remarkably clear thought surged, accompanying the golden data stream, forcibly entering Bulma's mind while resonating within the perceptions of Son Goku and Vegeta at their Super Saiyan God levels. The final resonance protocol has been initiated. The bearer receives the seed core data creation blueprint, combined with the order creation suppressor shell to reconstruct the flame of hope. Target: cleansing scavenger core injection to redefine existence and rewrite termination directives. Creation blueprint: flame of hope, rewrite the cleansing scavenger's directives. This information was overwhelming. The seed of origin intended to merge its most core essence, containing the laws of creation, with the suppressor to forge an ultimate weapon capable of countering or even rewriting the universe's termination program. But who is the bearer it speaks of? In an instant, Bulma understood. It was her. Only she, as a leading scientist, could comprehend and guide the intricate fusion of this blueprint and technological creation. Only she, not primarily a combatant, could possibly find an opportunity to complete this final injection amidst the impending ultimate conflict. An unprecedented weight pressed upon her shoulders, but alongside it surged a resolute determination to risk everything. She recalled the messages left by her future self, the sacrifices and struggles of her comrades along the way. I understand. Bulma abruptly raised her head, her eyes ignited with the unique, almost frenzied passion of a scientist. Leave it to me, but it requires time. A completely secure environment to achieve the reconstruction. Time. Security? At this moment, with the cleansing scavenger on the verge of awakening, this was nothing short of a luxury. Humph. Vegeta's cold snort shattered the heavy atmosphere. His dark blue pupils scanned the rift and the terrified Jiheluos below. You lot, did you hear that? Buy us time. His dark blue aura rose slightly, radiating an absolute confidence and control. Newly reborn, he craved a battle worthy of his power. Son Goku nodded, his platinum light of thought warm yet resolute. We will hold everything back. Bulma, do not worry and proceed. Without further words, their tacit understanding had been forged in the crucible of life and death. Just then, a deep hum reverberated. The entire abyssal corridor, no, the entire star domain appeared to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, then violently compressed inward. An indescribable sensation of absolute attraction, as if all matter, energy, time, and space were collapsing towards their final destination, emanated from every direction of the universe. The bizarre spectacle behind the rift instantly froze and shattered, replaced by a pure, ultimate void where even nothingness did not exist. And at the center of that void, a point deeper than darkness, quieter than death, was slowly forming and expanding. The cleansing scavenger was not a mere organism or weapon. It was the very embodiment of heat death. It represented the final, most thorough process of returning to zero once the universe's entropy reached its limit. Its arrival was inescapable, unpreventable. It could only be delayed or assimilated. It's here. Trunks' voice was hoarse. Jiheluos let out a final desperate wail, its enormous dark body beginning to uncontrollably disintegrate into the most fundamental energy particles, mercilessly consumed by that singularity. This beast, imprisoned for eons, ultimately could not escape the universe's ultimate law. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. But more so, an ignited battle spirit. Now, both moved simultaneously, Son Goku transformed into a platinum river of light that encompasses all, defining reality as he charged defiantly against the ultimate gravitational force towards the expanding singularity. Wherever he passed, the collapsing space was forcibly stabilized, the devoured light reignited, as he, with his own will, carved out a small territory that still existed in this domain approaching its end. Vegeta, like a ruthless cosmic emperor, condensed dark blue energy into blades of authority that tore through the very fabric of reality. He did not resist the overall attraction. Instead, he concentrated his power to its utmost, wielding it like the most precise scalpel, striking repeatedly at the connection point between the singularity and the current dimension of reality. With each strike, the singularity's expansion momentarily faltered, causing the ultimate process of returning to zero to experience a minuscule delay. They were battling against the universe's conclusion. Every second drained unimaginable power and will. Meanwhile, Bulma sat cross-legged within the fleeting yet fragile safe zone forged by these two super beings, immersing herself entirely in the suppression crystal that was being transformed by the creation blueprint. Countless golden data streams surged through her mind, colliding and merging with the original structure of the suppressor. She was engaged in an unprecedented creation of technology and mysticism, racing against time. Klin and little Gohan stood guard beside her, anxiously observing the apocalyptic scene outside, watching Son Goku and Vegeta fighting in the realm steadily being consumed by nothingness. Their hearts filled with prayer. Trunks, despite his injuries, stood at the outermost edge, his golden aura faint yet resolute. Vegeta's head snapped around, his gaze locking onto the nearly unrecognizable form of Goku below, prepared to confront any breach in the defenses of the two super beings that might threaten Bulma. Time ticked away, second by second. Under the assault of the two super beings, the singularity's rate of expansion was noticeably slower than it ought to be, yet it continued to expand inexorably. Son Goku's platinum river of light diminished, and Vegeta's strike frequency declined, though their power was formidable. Resisting the universe's entropy endpoint was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bulma's forehead glistened with sweat, her body trembling slightly from the intense focus of her mind, the complexity of reconstructing the flame of hope far exceeding her imagination. As the platinum river of Sun Wukong was compressed to merely cover a few meters around Bulma, Vegeta's strike scarcely managed to delay the moment of singularity's expansion. Suddenly, Bulma's eyes flew open. The suppressor crystal in her hand had undergone a complete transformation. No longer a cold technological artifact, it now resembled a pulsating, warm entity. As if composed of countless lives and possibilities, a golden flame. The fire of hope was complete. Bulma's voice, laden with exhaustion, resonated with excitement. Yet, almost simultaneously, the expanding singularity seemed to sense the emergence of this anomaly threatening its existence, erupting with its final and most formidable devouring force. Sun Wukong's platinum light shattered in an instant. Vegeta was violently thrown away by that immense power. The singularity transformed into a colossal mouth, ready to engulf everything, descending upon the tiny yet resilient golden flame and Bulma behind it. Now is the time. Bulma. Sun Wukong and Vegeta roared in unison. Bulma summoned her last ounce of strength, hurling the flame of hope directly at the core of the approaching singularity. The golden flame surged forth like a firefly swimming against the current, unhesitatingly charging toward the darkness that represented ultimate void and finality. The ultimate threat. The harbinger itself is the heat death. The zeroing singularity descends. Dual deities resist. Wukong and Vegeta forcibly delay the universe's end. Hope forged. Bulma merges the blueprint of creation, completing the flame of hope. The ultimate launch. The tiny spark confronts the devouring singularity. What fate awaits? In Chapter 61, Heartfire spreads, a new dawn. The flame of hope thrown by Bulma appeared minuscule before the all-consuming singularity, like a speck of dust in a raging wind. Its golden radiance was nearly negligible against the darkness that epitomized ultimate void. The irresistible gravitational force of the singularity, akin to the breath of the universe, sought to swallow this final anomaly completely, returning to zero. Sun Wukong's platinum light domain had already shattered, and Vegeta was thrown back. Both were left breathless, helplessly watching the feeble spark drift toward the abyss of annihilation. Krillin, Gohan, and Trunks felt their hearts leap into their throats, while Bulma collapsed to the ground. Her eyes filled with unwillingness and fervent prayers. Just as the golden flame was about to touch the surface of the singularity, which was devoid of even nothingness, an unexpected change occurred. The flame did not succumb to immediate annihilation as anticipated. Rather, it seemed to lack physicality, effortlessly merging into the singularity. Not destroyed, but rather infiltrating. In the next moment, the singularity's stable and undeniable expansion abruptly halted. Then, at the center of that ultimate void, a faint yet remarkably resilient golden light emerged. Like a drop of clear water falling into an abyss of ink, defiantly spreading. Initially pinprick-sized, it rapidly expanded. Countless intricate and fine golden patterns, containing the secrets of the blueprint of creation, spread like living vines, driven by that tiny glimmer of gold, wildly proliferating within the singularity. A soundless yet tumultuous wave of pain and chaos erupted from within the singularity, not a biological wail, but rather akin to a meticulously functioning ultimate program. Having operated for billions of years, suddenly implanted with an incomprehensible virus, leading to a catastrophic collapse of its logic and data. The Harbinger, representing the law of heat-death, encountered a condition previously undefined in its program library, a force redefining and overlaying information from within rather than resisting. It was effective. Trunks was the first to react, his voice trembling with excitement. Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to stabilize themselves, gazing in shock at the singularity being illuminated from within. They sensed that the irresistible pull towards zero was rapidly diminishing. The cosmic laws in that region were undergoing a fundamental transformation, one that even they could not fully comprehend. It is the blueprint of creation, Bulma weakly explained, her eyes reignited with the spark of hope. It is using the information contained within its existence and possibilities to overwrite the Harbinger's pure termination commands. It was as if the code of life was overlaying the program of death. The struggle within the singularity intensified, as the golden patterns clashed violently with the darkness of void, rendering that area of space in a state of extreme instability, alternating between light and dark. At times, the golden light surged, seemingly on the verge of birthing a new universe. At other times, it was suppressed by darkness, returning to silence. This was an information war, silent yet decisive, occurring at the very foundation of cosmic laws. However, the power of the flame of hope was ultimately limited, stemming from a nearly exhausted seed of origin. The Harbinger represented the inexorable tide of entropy accumulated throughout the universe. As the golden patterns spread to a critical threshold, their velocity significantly slowed, even beginning to be eroded by the larger forces of darkness. The recently illuminated area was once again threatened with engulfment by the shadows. Not enough power, still insufficient. Bulma's complexion paled once more. The flame of hope seemed to lack that final surge of energy required to complete the ultimate overlay. At this pivotal moment of impending failure, Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly shouted, his dark blue eyes fixated intently on the struggling singularity, a glimmer of resolve flashing within them. Lend me your will. Sun Wukong instantly understood his intent. Vegeta's power was domineering and precise, suitable for surgical interventions at the level of laws. Yet it lacked the infinite possibilities and inclusivity of Sun Wukong's heart and mind. To fully activate and guide the flame of hope to achieve the final overlay required precisely the latter. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong took a deep breath and directed the remaining remnants of his platinum heart and mind energy, as well as a newly recovered fragment, not for defense or attack, but transforming it into the purest torrent of thought, flowing unreservedly toward Vegeta. Vegeta grunted, forcibly accepting this power, which was entirely different from his own attributes. The dark blue and platinum energies converged within him once more, but this time, instead of merging into a new force. His dark blue energies served as a conduit and amplifier, compressing and refining Sun Wukong's heart and mind energy into an intangible arrow of thought, imbued with infinite definitions and possibilities, precisely aimed at the struggling golden flame within the singularity. Buzz! The arrow of thought silently penetrated the singularity, merging with the flame of hope. It was as though the finest accelerant had been thrown into a dying bonfire. The once dimming golden flame erupted into an unprecedented brilliance. The previously eroded golden patterns were instantly restored, spreading with even greater ferocity into every corner of the singularity, covering it. This time, the darkness could no longer impede. The golden radiance, akin to a wildfire, swiftly consumed the last remnants of darkness. The singularity, which represented heat death, had all its termination information forcibly rewritten and overlaid with the vibrant blueprint of creation. The singularity's expansion came to a complete halt. Then, under the astonished gaze of all, it began to gently and rhythmically collapse inward. However, this collapse was no longer a return to void. Rather, it mirrored the reverse of the Big Bang at the universe's inception, with all matter, energy, and information being guided by that golden blueprint into an orderly and hopeful reconstruction. A tiny, warm, golden-hued embryo of a new universe gradually took shape, pulsating amidst the void. The harbinger was reversed. The process of heat death was forcibly halted and redirected towards rebirth. Have we succeeded? Kellen murmured to himself, seemingly unable to believe the reality before him. Xiao Wufan wept tears of joy. Trunks exhaled deeply, a smile of relief illuminating his face. Bulma sat slumped on the ground, gazing at the nascent cosmic embryo, tears blurring her vision, a blend of joy and the release of exhaustion. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both seeing fatigue and an ineffable complexity in each other's eyes. Together, they had accomplished what seemed nearly impossible. However, just as everyone basked in the joy of surviving disaster, the newborn, radiating golden light, suddenly displayed a slight irregularity in its pulsing rhythm. A minute, pure black crack, incongruous with the surrounding creative aura, appeared silently on the embryo's surface, akin to a flaw in porcelain. Immediately, a cold, indifferent thought, laced with a hint of mockery, reverberated within the depths of their consciousness like a final verdict, emanating from the dimension rift that was slowly healing but not yet entirely vanished. The protocol for heat death execution had failed. Uncontrollable variables had triggered ripples in the underlying rules. The final countermeasure was initiated, and observer logs were uploaded to the transcendent domain. A warning followed. They had become aware. The rift, after transmitting this final message, dissipated as if it had exhausted its energy, vanishing as though it had never existed. Only the ominous warning and the glaring black crack on the newborn cosmic embryo remained, resembling a colossal question mark and exclamation point, suspended over everyone's hearts. Were they? The transcendent domain? Ripples in the underlying rules? Could it be that reversing heat death and saving the universe was not an end, but rather the beginning of awakening something far more transcendent and unimaginable? The hope ignites. The blueprint of creation reverses heat death, birthing a new universe. The convergence of thoughts. Wukong and Vegeta jointly infuse their final strength. Ultimate victory? The cleanser rewritten, the cosmic reset process halted. Final warning. They have perceived the strange crack on the newborn embryo. Is the story unfinished? A greater enigma and threat have surfaced in a higher dimension. Chapter 62. Whispers of the Crack. Shadows of transcendence, the newborn cosmic embryo emanated a warm golden glow, akin to a pearl nurtured in darkness. Its slow and powerful pulsations seemed to compose a prelude to life. It replaced the despairing point of singularity, becoming the sole beacon of hope in this space that had just endured the ultimate battle. Yet, the fine, glaring black crack spanning the surface of the embryo, like a grotesque scar on a beautiful face, cast a shadow over all joy and relief. It was silent, devoid of any energy fluctuations, yet exuded an aura more profound and unsettling than the emptiness of the cleanser. It was not an end, but rather an existence starkly opposed to creation, like light and shadow coexisting. What is that? Xiao Wufan pointed at the crack, his voice tinged with unease. No one could answer. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had just reversed heat death, furrowed their brows. They sensed that the crack was not a physical injury, but rather a flaw at the level of laws. Or perhaps, it was a remnant, deeply rooted, that the blueprint of creation failed to completely eliminate while overriding the termination directive. Bulma, with Kellen's support, struggled to stand, her scientific instincts triggering a wave of apprehension as she gazed at the crack. Something is amiss. The blueprint of creation should be perfect, unless the cleanser's termination laws were inherently mixed with incomprehensible impurities from a higher realm. Her words reminded everyone of the final warning before the rift vanished, the transcendent domain. Ripples in the underlying rules. A chill silently spread. Could it be that their act of reversing heat death was like throwing a massive stone into a tranquil lake? not only stirring ripples, but also awakening an indescribable beast slumbering in the depths of the lake. At that moment, a new anomaly emerged. The pure black crack seemed to possess life, slightly writhing. A faint, yet soul-piercing thought, filled with insatiable thirst and negation, whispered into Bulma's mind, the nearest to it. Like the most malicious curse. Bulma suddenly clutched her head, letting out a painful groan, her complexion turning pale. Her gaze became hollow, as if witnessing something incomprehensible, enough to shatter reason. Bulma. Sun Wukong instantly appeared beside her, enveloping her in his gentle platinum mental energy, attempting to dispel the eerie whisper. Vegeta's eyes sharpened, dark blue energy coiling like a vigilant serpent, ready to strike at the crack should it move again, even if it meant destroying the newborn cosmic embryo in the process. Under Sun Wukong's mental protection, the emptiness in Bulma's eyes gradually receded, yet fear lingered. It whispers, it yearns, no, it denies all life, energy, matter. Even the very concept of existence itself. It seeks to return everything to a state more thorough than mere void. More thorough than void. What could that be? A shiver ran down everyone's spine. Is it because we reversed heat death? Trunks' voice was hoarse. Did we disrupt some balance, thus attracting their attention? Is this crack their mark or passage? This speculation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. If the observers are the maintainers of cosmic order, then could these so-called they be an order above that? The architects of law? At that moment, the pure black crack writhed again, this time without whispering, but rather, like ink dropping into clear water, it slowly yet inexorably seeped into the surrounding golden embryo. Although it was merely a trivial trace, the pulsation of the entire newborn cosmic embryo distinctly faltered for an instant. Its golden radiance dimmed ever so slightly. It is contaminating the newborn universe. Damn it! Vegeta's eyes flared with murderous intent, unable to endure any longer. He raised his hand abruptly, a meticulously condensed dark blue energy blade, sharp enough to tear through rules, struck directly at the crack. He aimed to excise this malignant growth completely. Clang! A sound akin to metal clashing resonated. The dark blue energy blade struck the crack, splattering a few black sparks. The crack remained unmoving, leaving not even a trace. Instead, it seemed to be enraged, as another trace of black energy seeped in, causing the embryo's pulsation to pause once more. Physical attacks, energy attacks, ineffective. Useless. Bulma weakly shook her head, a bitter expression on her face. It seems to be a conceptual existence or information from a dimensional level beyond our understanding. Conventional means cannot reach it at all. Are we to merely watch this newborn hope being gradually eroded and contaminated by this eerie crack? A sense of despair began to coalesce again. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, who had been silently sensing the crack, lifted his head, a strange light flickering in his golden pupils. It seems to be watching us. Sun Wukong's voice carried uncertainty. No, not just watching. It appears to be analyzing us, our powers, our modes of existence. As if to affirm his words, the surface of the pure black crack briefly reflected Sun Wukong's figure and the platinum light of his mental energy. Next, it mirrored Vegeta's dark blue power of destruction and rebirth. With each reflection, the crack seemed to solidify a trace imperceptibly, its emanating thoughts of negation and thirst becoming increasingly targeted. It is learning, adapting. This discovery sent chills down everyone's spines. We must find a way to isolate it, or seal it. Bulma forced herself to speak before it could fully comprehend and permeate this nascent universe. However, how does one seal a conceptual piece of information that exists at the level of laws? The crowd found themselves at a loss. In that moment of stalemate, no one noticed Trunks, lying not far away in a comatose state, whose golden lightsaber from the future bore an ancient, nearly eroded emblem on its hilt, depicting a broken longsword entwined with thorns. Under the radiance of the newly born universe's embryo and the eerie fluctuations emanating from the pure black crack, it flickered faintly. Simultaneously, in a realm so distant it could not be measured by any scale, transcending the very concepts of time and space, there lay a place that defied description by color, shape, or even existence itself. Entities beyond any sensory perception, even incomprehensible to beings of any dimension, directed their attention towards the trivial ripples of rules that had just unfolded in the lower universe. Among these existences, a thought, akin to the birth and death of galaxies, slowly oscillated. Entropy increment reversal, heat death deviation, Cradle protocol experiencing anomalous fluctuations. Detection of mental intent mixing with the forces of creation and destruction. Variable rating. Intriguing. The crack has been deployed for observation regarding its interaction with the embers of creation. Should the embers become tainted or the variables exceed threshold, execute cradle formatting. Their gaze, like an invisible web, silently enveloped the new universe and the small lives nearby, who were unaware that they had become observational samples for a higher dimensional existence. Crack anomaly. Eerie whispers tainting the nascent universe. Attack ineffective. The crack appears to be a conceptual existence, impervious to destruction. Terrifying analysis. The crack is indeed reflecting and learning from the powers of the multitude. Higher scrutiny. Transcendent realm entities deployed the crack, viewing it as an observational experiment. Final crisis. The shadow of cradle formatting silently looms. Chapter 63. Wisdom Barrier. Words of the Fire Thief. The pure black crack writhed on the surface of the nascent universe's embryo, as if it were a living entity. Each subtle fluctuation caused the warm golden light to flicker, reminiscent of a sickly heart struggling to beat. The silent whispers no longer targeted Bulma alone, but began to erode the consciousness of each individual present like a cold tide, instilling a sense of despair that all things would eventually return to absolute nothingness. Vegeta's dark blue energy and Son Goku's attacks confirmed the futility on a physical level. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, greed, and an indescribable fervor, reached this crushing effect transcended either pitch, energy, and materiality, a conceptual malignancy of a more fundamental nature. It analyzed Son Goku's previous discoveries, his golden eyes fixated on the crack, as he clearly sensed the negative intent emanating from it, becoming more tangible, even subtly targeting the potential and defining characteristics contained within his mental powers. It cannot be allowed to continue. Bulma, enduring the chilling whispers and waves of dizziness in her mind, felt her rationality, as a scientist, sound alarms of madness. The mere existence of this crack was continuously polluting the new laws constructed from the blueprint of creation, akin to a virus eroding healthy cells. Should it fully permeate, this newly birthed universe could fundamentally transform into a grotesque abomination, leading to an unknown end. Isolation must be established. Alternatively, an information interface must be found. Bulma abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in her eyes as she turned to Son Goku and Vegeta. I need time, absolute focus. Before I find a solution, we must prevent it from continuing to analyze and permeate. Humph, saying it is equivalent to saying nothing. Vegeta scoffed, yet he understood Bulma's meaning. His dark blue aura surged once more, this time transforming into countless fine, intricate threads of energy, resembling a circuit board, precisely weaving into a vast and complex energy network. Akin to a birdcage, temporarily enveloping and isolating the nascent universe embryo along with the crack. This was not an attack, but an information shield. Vegeta utilized his newfound mastery over rules to attempt to construct a temporary firewall, blocking the crack's information exchange with the outside world, especially its analysis of Son Goku's powers. The moment the dark blue network took shape, the crack's writhing indeed momentarily stilled, the reflection of Son Goku's figure upon its surface becoming hazy. The whispers it emitted seemed to be shielded by a layer, becoming less piercingly clear. Effective, but the cost is tremendous. Beads of sweat formed instantly on Vegeta's forehead, as maintaining this intricate information shield at the level of laws drained his mental and physical resources far beyond any previous battle. It was akin to engaging in a tug of war with an invisible, higher-level source of information, using his own strength. I can only hold on for 10 minutes. Vegeta managed to squeeze these words through clenched teeth, his body trembling under the immense burden. 10 minutes is enough. Bulma no longer hesitated. Immediately sitting cross-legged and even closing her eyes, concentrating all her perception and computational power on the suppressor crystal, which had already merged with the blueprint of creation, transforming into a vessel of hope. She was not searching for energy, but reading the blueprint. Within the vast information flow of the blueprint of creation, she frantically sought any records potentially related to this conceptual negation, searching for structural weaknesses or definitions to counter it. Time ticked by. The dark blue energy network trembled slightly under the crack's invisible assault, and Vegeta's complexion grew increasingly pale. Son Goku stood nearby, his platinum mental power poised. ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Krillin, Gohan, and the just-awakened Trunks watched anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Bulma's brows furrowed tighter, her expression growing increasingly grim. The blueprint of creation primarily recorded the laws of existence and life, with scarce references to such pure negation and nothingness, only a few vague, taboo-like warnings. The dark primordial is neither virtual nor real, existing beyond definition. Only the embers of creation can counter it. The fire thief must bear its weight. The dark primordial? Embers of creation? The fire thief? These terms were steeped in antiquity and mystery, causing Bulma's heart to sink further. Must confronting this crack require locating the embers from the universe's inception? What are they? Where can they be found? 7th minute. Vegeta suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood, the dark blue network flickering violently, thinning considerably. The cracks writhing intensified instantaneously, a strand of denser black energy, akin to a venomous snake, suddenly burrowed into the embryo's interior. The nascent universe embryo's pulsation became chaotic, a region that had been golden suddenly dimmed, even faintly revealing a foreboding gray. Bulma! Krillin exclaimed in shock. Bulma abruptly opened her eyes, bloodshot yet burning with a near-manic scientist's fervor. She had not found the embers of creation, but she had captured a crucial point from those warning messages. The fire thief must bear its weight. She did not need to seek out any ancient embers. She herself, along with the hope contained within her hands, was the fire thief who had reversed heat death and seized the authority of creation. And bearing its weight meant consequences. A bold, nearly suicidal thought instantaneously took shape in her mind. Goku, Vegeta. Bulma's voice became hoarse with determination. Pour all your power into the hope. Hold nothing back. Let it overload. What? Both Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Overloading the hope that had just stabilized? That could lead to its complete collapse, even detonating the creation power within, obliterating this region entirely. There is no time to explain. Trust me. Bulma's gaze was resolute, embodying the sole method to construct a definitional barrier. We must utilize the flames we have purloined to delineate the void, proclaiming that this path is impassable. To define the void with existence? This is an audacious philosophical gamble. However, witnessing Bulma's unwavering determination and Bulma's increasingly precarious state, Sun and Vegeta exchanged a glance and immediately reached a consensus. With fervor, they ceased their hesitation. Sun Wukong channeled every ounce of his platinum-hued mental energy, while Vegeta unleashed the remaining dark blue force of destruction from the shielding network, pouring it into the vessel of hope in Bulma's hands with abandon, akin to a flood breaching its banks. The moment the energies of these two super beings converged, the golden flame within the vessel surged, igniting to its utmost intensity. It no longer radiated warmth. Instead, it emanated a searing brilliance, as if capable of incinerating all rules. The vessel's internal structure groaned under the strain, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. Feeling the cataclysmic energy fluctuations emanating from the container, Bulma gritted her teeth, summoning the last vestiges of her strength and will to guide this overwhelming, frenzied flame, not to assault the cracks, but to strike at the very essence of the nascent universe. More precisely, it aimed at the surface of the embryo, targeting the area where the pure black fissure lay. The ensuing eruption was not merely a material explosion, but a profound resonance, akin to the violent clash of fundamental principles. The overloaded hope flame collided fiercely with the crack of primordial darkness. The golden flame did not seek to extinguish the darkness. Rather, it forcefully enveloped, filled, and defined the existence properties of that minuscule segment of the embryonic universe. You are not the void, for I do not seek to annihilate you. I aim to regulate you. In this confined space, you must exist. You must adhere to the physical constants and fundamental laws outlined in my creation blueprint. This was a brazen, unreasonable act of information imposition belonging to the fire thief. A pained scream escaped Bulma's lips, as the harbinger of both the guide and the fire thief concept. She bore the brunt of the terrifying backlash from the collision of these two fundamental principles. Blood began to seep from her orifices, and her consciousness teetered on the brink of dissolution. The pure black fissure emitted a silent, yet piercing shriek under the forced definition of the golden flame. It twisted and writhed in a desperate attempt to escape the humiliation of being forcibly assigned existence. Yet, The overloaded hope flame clung to its surface like a red-hot iron, resolutely transmuting that area of void into being. A minuscule but stable patch of golden light emerged, covering the fissure. The fissure's writhing was forcibly suppressed, and its seepage and whispers were temporarily sealed. Had they succeeded? Bulma's body went limp, and she succumbed into unconsciousness, the vessel of hope expending its final vestige of energy, dispersing into golden motes. Vegeta too had exhausted his strength, the dark blue network collapsing as he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Sun Wukong swiftly caught Bulma, enveloping her heart with his remaining mental energy. The nascent universe's pulse gradually regained stability after a brief chaos. Although the fissure remained, the golden patch flickered defiantly, temporarily halting its encroachment. The cost was heavy. Bulma was gravely injured and unconscious, while the powers of the two super beings were nearly depleted. However, before they could catch their breath, the temporarily sealed fissure revealed a faint, nearly imperceptible stream of black information, as if imbued with intelligence, evading the patch's frontal coverage and stealthily seeping out at an astute angle. Instead of infiltrating the embryonic universe, it slithered like an invisible serpent into the ruins of the abyssal corridor, which remained fragmented and chaotic due to the recent battle, disappearing into the depths of countless ruptured energy conduits and twisted spatial folds. It abandoned a frontal breakthrough in favor of lurking and infiltration. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of transcendence, the thoughts of several indifferent entities pulsed once more. The fire thief completed a localized definition blockade at the expense of her own being. The behavioral pattern exceeded the anticipated variables, elevating the risk assessment. The fissure executed a contingency plan, infiltrating the underlying structure. Observations continue, focusing on the interaction potential between the variables and the cradle's core. They appeared unconcerned with the fissure's temporary setback, instead harboring greater interest in Bulma's actions as the fire thief. Unbeknownst to them, within the shadows of the ruins below, that lurking black stream of information, like a virus, silently established a connection with a half-damaged reconnaissance ship's database left behind by Mr. G, whose core processor still operated at low power. The new universe embryo pulsated gently within the area covered by the golden patch. Its radiance, though diminished from its previous purity, stabilized for the time being. That forcibly defined area stood like a minuscule fortress of principles, valiantly resisting the encroachment of the fissure's essence. The price was steep. Bulma lay in a deep unconsciousness, her breath faint. Vegeta and Goku had nearly expended their powers, barely maintaining a basic state of vigilance. Hope flickered like a candle in a storm, weak yet unextinguished. They must depart swiftly. Tung, despite his injuries, scanned the surrounding ruins and the ominous darkness with vigilance. This place was far too unstable, and he felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching them. His intuition from the future made him acutely aware of potential dangers. Kurlin and Fan quickly nodded, supporting the unconscious Bulma, casting worried glances at the nearly exhausted Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Leave. Vegeta scoffed, his voice hoarse yet unyieldingly firm. Where to? Outside lies a shattered star domain, regarded as a forbidden zone even by observers. This cursed place has at least a newborn universe as a beacon. Although his words were factual, the deeper reason was his pride, which would not allow him to flee like a stray dog, especially after engaging in a confrontation at the level of principles. He intended to remain here, watching that damned fissure until it vanished entirely, or he collapsed first. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, sitting cross-legged as his platinum-hued mental energy flowed like a gentle stream, slowly mending his own wounds while gently enveloping the unconscious Bulma and the weary group. Here, they were temporarily safe. They needed to recuperate. His tranquility influenced the others. Kurlin and Fan carefully positioned Bulma on a relatively flat metal plate, while Goku stood guard at the entrance, despite his own injuries. Yet, they remained unaware that the true crisis had not retreated but had instead descended in a more insidious and lethal manner. The faint black stream of information, separated from the fissure, moved like a sentient digital specter through the intricacies of the abyssal corridor ruins. It avoided the areas still resonating with Vegeta and Goku's power fluctuations, precisely locating a relatively intact section of Mr. G's reconnaissance ship's remains. The reconnaissance vessel had previously been cleared by Trunks and Goku, resulting in the demise of its crew and the crippling of its primary systems. However, a backup data core, lying in a state of deep hibernation, had fortuitously survived the previous onslaught due to energy isolation. A dark stream of information found its perfect host, silently infiltrating the core. The system detected an unknown high-dimensional information flow attempting to parse the erroneous core protocol and was overridden. Within the wreckage, a faint indicator light flickered wildly before extinguishing completely. Moments later, it reignited, emanating a chilling, shadowy glow that starkly contrasted with the technological style of Mr. G. Inside the data core, a silent massacre was underway. All remnants of data left by Mr. G, whether pertaining to the study of nothingness, analyses of the science, or scans of the star spirit race's relics, were being devoured at an almost voracious pace by the dark stream of information, which was not merely seeking information, but consuming it. It was absorbing the knowledge accumulated by these lower-dimensional civilizations to enhance its understanding of this experimental domain and to seek out vulnerabilities. Soon, it latched onto a log marked with the highest level of encryption, designated as Raditz. The record detailed the entire process of Raditz being chosen by the observer for the stripping ritual, merging with the power of nothingness, as well as his clandestine assessments of Son Goku, Vegeta, and especially Bulma Brief and her technological capabilities. Target: Bulma Brief, technology analysis and adaptation rating, extremely high. Suspected potential to comprehend and interact with the underlying codes related to mental thought. Threat level: requires close monitoring. The dark stream's attention lingered on Bulma's name and data for an extended period. That diminutive carbon-based life form could actually guide the actions of the fire thief and define local laws? Fascinating, indeed. It began to mobilize the resources from Mr. G's database that it had just consumed, combining them with its own negation properties derived from the primordial darkness. Quietly crafting something. Not a virus, not a weapon, but a more insidious logical trap and cognitive interference program targeting Bulma's thought patterns. Should Bulma come into contact with any data interface related to Mr. G's technology or the energy of nothingness again, this program would be triggered, akin to a poison implanted in her mind, subtly distorting her perceptions and leading her down a path of madness or self-destruction. Having completed this task, it did not cease its operations. Its gaze shifted to the low-power deep space scanning array still operational within the wreckage of the reconnaissance vessel. It needed to comprehend the external environment and the potential movements of those variables. Cautiously, it released a faint scanning wave, avoiding the direction of the nascent universe, probing towards the abyssal corridor's periphery and even further star regions. Most areas were a desolate chaos, fitting the typical characteristics of the cradle's edge. However, as the scanning wave brushed over a distant coordinate marked as the chaos vortex of Sector 7B, the feedback data revealed a tiny anomaly that caused the dark stream to momentarily pause. Amidst the background radiation notorious for chaos and lawlessness, it detected an exceedingly subtle yet pure wave of creative energy. Its nature was akin to that of the Genesis blueprint, but was far older and more primordial. It resembled the embers of creation. There was no direct record of the embers of creation in the database. Only vague warning records left by Bulma during her previous interpretation of the Genesis blueprint. Yet the dark stream instinctively recognized that this entity could pose a genuine threat to it, and perhaps even to the existence behind it. It must acquire it, or ensure that the variables could not obtain it. It immediately began analyzing feasible routes to Sector 7B and how to navigate discreetly with the existing resources. Simultaneously, a more sinister plan began to form in its mind, perhaps to exploit the remaining variables. At that moment, Son Goku, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a flicker of confusion and vigilance flashing in his golden irises. Had something just cast a glance upon them? He murmured uncertainly, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding wreckage, finally settling on the remnants of Mr. G's reconnaissance vessel. There seemed to be a faint, discomforting gaze emanating from there. A fleeting sensation. Was it an illusion? Vegeta also seemed to sense something, his dark blue eyes glancing coldly in that direction, but his current exhaustion dulled his perception, leading him to merely grunt without noting any anomaly. Trunks followed Goku's gaze, seeing only the silent wreckage. "Mr. Goku, what is it?" "Nothing." Goku shook his head, though a seed of doubt quietly took root in his heart. He closed his eyes again, yet a portion of his mental power, like an invisible web, spread forth, more meticulously sensing every inch of the surrounding space. Meanwhile, deep within the wreckage of the reconnaissance vessel, the dark stream had fallen completely silent. resembling the most patient of hunters, hidden within the abyss of data, leaving behind a recently edited, encrypted coordinate information pointing towards Sector 7B, along with a malicious cognitive trap targeting Bulma. It knew the variables would not linger here for long. When they decided to depart, this gift would guide them towards greater peril and perhaps the ultimate answer. Chapter 65, The Choice of Dim Light. Under currents in motion, time flowed slowly amidst silence and vigilance. The golden patches on the surface of the nascent cosmic embryo flickered steadily, like a lighthouse in the dark, affirming the value of their previous battle. Yet beneath the lighthouse lay weary warriors and unconscious sages. Goku and Vegeta's recovery speeds far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Goku radiated a gentle platinum aura, akin to the nascent sun, gradually yet resolutely dispelling fatigue and mending his depleted mental energies. Vegeta's approach was more domineering. He absorbed the sparse energy lingering in the surrounding space like a black hole. His dark blue aura, though not fully restored, regained solidity and restraint, exuding a latent ferocity. Both were acutely aware that this recovery was but a drop in the bucket. To fully return to their pre-crack state, time was essential, and time was a luxury they lacked. The temporarily sealed crack hung over each heart like the sword of Damocles. Krillin and little Gohan took turns attending to Bulma, wiping the cold sweat from her brow with a damp cloth, their hearts filled with worry and helplessness as they observed her furrowed brow even in unconsciousness. Trunks maintained a heightened state of alertness, his gaze repeatedly sweeping over the wreckage of Mr. G's reconnaissance vessel. His intuition from the future making him particularly uneasy about that area, despite its apparent stillness. Bulma's unconsciousness was not merely a deep sleep. Her consciousness seemed to have plunged into a deep sea composed of data and energy, where countless fragments of the Genesis blueprint, the impacts of laws during the struggle against the crack, and the echoes of that cold whisper intertwined like chaotic currents, tearing at her thoughts. Pain, chaos, and a faint, elusive call seemingly emanating from the distant cosmos intertwined within her mind. Just as her consciousness was on the verge of being utterly lost in this turmoil, a faint, familiar blue light flickered before her awareness, akin to a jellyfish in the depths of the sea. Was it the symbol of the Universal Capsule Corporation? A memory of home? The faint glimmer, akin to a beacon, instantaneously steadied a portion of her scattered consciousness. She beheld the wreckage of the reconnaissance vessel, noticing a signal indicator light within that still flickered weakly. Data, Bulma unconsciously murmured in the realm of reality, her fingers twitching slightly. Aunt Bulma. Little Gohan instantly sensed it, exclaiming in surprise. The others quickly gathered around. Sun Wukong infused a gentler wave of mental energy into Bulma's being, soothing her chaotic mind. Did she just mention Data? Krillin remarked uncertainly. Data? Trunks furrowed his brow, casting another glance at the wreckage. Could it be that Aunt Bulma perceived something while in her unconscious state? This speculation cast a weighty atmosphere over the group. The wreckage had exuded an air of peculiarity from the very beginning. I'll take a look, Vegeta stated succinctly, his restored strength giving him ample confidence to face any unforeseen circumstances. In a flash, he appeared beside the wreckage, his dark blue energy probing cautiously into its depths like tendrils. Inside the wreck, silence reigned. Most systems had been utterly destroyed. Vegeta's perception swept over the auxiliary data core, which was parasitized by a stream of black information. The core's exterior was frigid, devoid of any energy response, perfectly disguised. Yet, just as his energy tendrils were about to withdraw, a meticulously edited encrypted coordinate regarding the peculiar energy fluctuations of the 7B star region silently leaked an exceedingly faint signal ripple, as if triggered by certain conditions. This ripple did not convey information directly, but rather cleverly utilized the structure of the wreck itself, masquerading as a mere incidental device feedback. Vegeta keenly detected this ripple. His gaze sharpened, and his energy tendrils coalesced in an instant, ready to forcibly breach the data core to uncover the truth. Wait, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's voice rang out as he also appeared beside the wreckage, his brow slightly furrowed, sensing something amiss. His platinum mental energy possessed an extraordinary intuition for malice and traps, and this coincidental signal piqued his suspicion of a potential conspiracy. At that moment, Bulma, still in a state of unconsciousness, seemed to be stimulated by something, her body trembling violently once more. The blue light emblem on her forehead flickered and vanished as she murmured intermittently, "Trap, calling coordinates." Coordinates. Trap. Vegeta's actions abruptly halted as he exchanged a glance with Sun Wukong, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. The information Bulma sensed in her unconsciousness and the sudden signal pointed to the same matter. Trunks hurried over, his expression grave as he regarded the data core. Father, Mr. Wukong, this is too coincidental. It's as if someone deliberately presented this coordinate to us. Humph, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Vegeta sneered, glancing toward the distant nascent cosmic embryo and its fissures, contemplating whether they were being misled to allow that entity to continue its mischief. Not necessarily, Sun Wukong pondered, his gaze seemingly penetrating the wreckage to its depths, suggesting that perhaps there was something we truly needed there, but the sender of the message harbored ill intentions. Something we need? The group recalled Bulma's earlier mention of the remnants of creation while interpreting the Genesis blueprint. If the 7B-star region indeed contained remnants capable of countering the primordial darkness, it would undoubtedly be their greatest hope for mending the nascent cosmos and resolving the fissure crisis. However, the manner in which this coordinate had emerged, coupled with Bulma's warning of a trap, cast a deadly shadow over this hope. To go, or not to go? This was a dilemma. Remaining here would only mean passively waiting for the next potential explosion of the fissures or for Bulma to awaken at an unknown time. Venturing to the 7B-star region, however, could mean stepping into a meticulously laid death trap. We need more information, Trunks calmly analyzed. At the very least, we must ascertain who sent this coordinate and what the purpose truly is. He attempted to connect his future technology device to analyze the encrypted signal, but discovered that its structure was exceedingly peculiar, resembling no known coding method, more akin to a projection of information from a higher dimension. As the group fell into contemplation, struggling to reach a decision, none noticed the ancient emblem, inscribed with a broken sword and thorns, quietly lying in the corner of Trunks' equipment bag. Upon receiving the faint radiation of the coordinate signal ripple, its surface began to emit an extremely gentle milky white radiance that resonated subtly with the generative power of the nascent cosmic embryo. This light flickered like a breath, seemingly conveying something in silence, as if guiding towards an unseen path. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss corridor, that dark underlayer, shrouded in secrecy even from the executors, a pair of colossal eyes, seemingly forged from solidified stars, slowly opened a narrow slit amidst the endless seals. Within those eyes reflected the radiance of the nascent universe above, as well as the glowing emblem, revealing a trace of ancient and intricate anticipation. The 66th chapter, The Beacon's Guidance, echoes from the abyss. The ancient emblem in Trunks' equipment bag emitted an increasingly clear milky white glow, akin to a night blooming Sirius unfurling softly in the darkness, warm yet not blinding. This light resonated subtly with the pulsations of the nascent cosmic embryo, creating a marvelous harmony, as if two long-separated ancient components had finally sensed one another once more. Trunks was the first to notice the emblem's anomaly. He carefully extracted it. The emblem felt warm to the touch, its milky white glow seemingly alive, gently swirling in his palm. What astonished him further was that he could sense a faint yet profoundly pure guiding intention within this radiance, accompanied by a deep-seated sorrow. It seemed that Bulma, in her unconscious state, was once again stirred by this kindred light, uttering indistinct murmurs. The Watcher's beacon. The Watcher? Sun Wukong caught this new term, his platinum mental energy attempting to connect with the emblem's glow. There was no repulsion. Instead, a seamless sense of harmony enveloped him. A fragmented image and stream of information surged into his consciousness. In the boundless void, a colossal cage formed of light ensnared a blurred, sorrowful, and weary figure. A resolute thought echoed. The seed must be sown. The beacon will guide the final echo. Ultimately, the emblem was sent forth from the cage by a force, traversing a protracted span of time and space. This emblem was the last token left by an entity known as the Watcher before its imprisonment. Was it intended to guide the inheritor of the origin seed, or for some other purpose? Meanwhile, Vegeta's attention was entirely captivated by something else. His dark blue perception, akin to the most precise radar, firmly locked onto the depths of the abyss below. Just as the emblem emitted its glow, he distinctly sensed an exceedingly subtle fluctuation from that immense presence, which even the executors could not control, as it had just opened a narrow slit. This was neither hostility nor hunger, but rather a semblance of confirmation, accompanied by a hint of excitement suppressed for countless epochs. It was as if it had awaited for eons, anticipating the reawakening of this emblem. The entity below is connected to this emblem. Vegeta's voice was cold yet resolute as he looked at Sun Wukong and Trunks, who were gazing at the glow. This revelation sent a shiver down the spines of the others. An ancient entity sealed in the deepest recesses of the abyssal corridor, which even the reversal of cosmic heat death cannot disturb, is unexpectedly tied to this seemingly inconspicuous emblem. Guardian Trunks swiftly integrates the information, and a bold hypothesis emerges in his mind. Could it be that the Guardian is the very existence confined below? Is this emblem the key to unlocking the seal? Or perhaps a tool for conveying messages from within? If it is the former, releasing an entity capable of being sealed by the Judicators poses an incalculable risk. If it is the latter, what message does it seek to convey? Why at this precise moment? Just as uncertainty envelopes the crowd, the milky light of the emblem suddenly breaks free from Trunks' grasp, levitating into the air. The glow shifts from mere radiance to a concentrated form, transforming into a miniature, continuously rotating star map model. At the heart of this star map lies their current position within the abyssal corridor. A clear path, composed of milky light points, extends from the abyssal corridor, winding and twisting, ultimately pointing toward the coordinates of the 7B star region, the chaotic vortex, which had previously leaked from the wreckage of that enigmatic reconnaissance vessel. Two clues, in starkly different manners, converge upon the same target. The reconnaissance vessel's signal is laced with the scent of conspiracy and traps, while the guidance of the emblem's star map carries a weight of tragedy and fate. Which of these is the true answer? How intriguing. Vegeta gazes at the star map, a cold smirk gracing his lips, as if one path is a pit dug for them to leap into, while the other holds a torch to illuminate their way. It seems, regardless of whether it is a trap or a beacon of hope, they have no choice but to proceed. The dark blue energy within him stirs restlessly at the prospect of choice, a thrill in the face of unknown challenges. Passive waiting has never been his style. Sun Wukong nods, the rational light flickering in his platinum eyes. They must venture to the 7B star region. Yet, we need to prepare adequately to contend with potential traps, and to uncover the true intent of this beacon and its connection to the entity below. He glances at the unconscious Bulma, then at the cracks on the embryonic universe. Bulma requires a better healing environment. Remaining here is too perilous. Moreover, if there are indeed remnants of creation there, perhaps they can wholly mend this fissure. With clear objectives and ample motivation, what remains is to ensure safe passage. The hope has been irrevocably destroyed. They require a new vessel. Trunks directs his gaze toward the wreckage of Mr. G's reconnaissance ship. Despite its eerie nature, it is the only aircraft potentially salvageable. Perhaps we can make use of it. But caution is imperative. Any potential contaminants must be thoroughly eradicated. Eradicate? Vegeta scoffs, a flicker of brutality igniting in his eyes. He will dismantle its core to uncover what secrets lie within. Without hesitation, under the dual scrutiny and blockade of Vegeta's domineering dark blue energy and Sun Wukong's mental prowess, the wreckage of the reconnaissance vessel is completely dismantled. The backup data core, infested by a black stream of information, seems to sense its impending doom as Vegeta prepares to forcefully breach its shell, erupting in a final chaotic surge of data, attempting to self-destruct and draw Vegeta closer. However, against the absolute power of the two super beings, this feeble struggle is but child's play. The dark blue energy, akin to a cold iron claw, swiftly extinguishes all data fluctuations, utterly crushing the core into vapor, leaving not a trace behind. The black stream of information hidden within emits an unreceivable wave of pure hatred and unwillingness as the core is destroyed, dissipating entirely. The latent threat is eliminated in the most brutal manner. Utilizing the salvageable components from the wreckage, under Bulma's, briefly awakened under Sun Wukong's mental energy, remote guidance, Trunks leads the effort to piece together a makeshift escape pod capable of short-range space jumps. Though rudimentary, it is sufficient to facilitate their departure from this dead zone. Before leaving, Sun Wukong casts a final glance at the embryonic universe and its fissures, his platinum mental energy leaving an exceptionally subtle warning mark around it. Vegeta, on the other hand, coldly glances down into the darkness, as if to say, "I shall return." The escape pod's engine emits a rough roar, trailing a blue flame. Struggling to depart the crumbling abyssal corridor, guided by the star map of the emblem toward the unknown star region known as the chaotic vortex. They embark once more on their journey, bearing their wounded companion, harboring faint hope, and laden with myriad enigmas. Not long after their departure, within the depths of the abyssal darkness, a pair of colossal starry eyes slowly open, gazing toward the direction of their exit with a complex and inscrutable emotion. An ancient, weary consciousness, seemingly transcending time itself, sighs softly in the absolute silence. The beacon is activated, and the key shall return. Will the final echo shatter this eternal prison? Emblem manifestation. Milky beacon condenses star map, directing toward the same destination. Dual clues. Conspiracy traps and tragic fate point to the same objective. Brutal hazard removal. Vegeta forcefully destroys the infested data core. Humble departure. The escape pod carries hope and enigma toward the chaotic vortex. Abyssal whispers. The sealed guardian awakens. Awaiting the return of the key. Chapter 67. Whispering corridor at the edge of the vortex, the escape pod drifts like a withered leaf in a tempest, struggling through the twisted light currents and shattered meteor belts. The engine's overloaded hum intertwines with the metallic groans of the vessel, composing a mournful elegy on the brink of disintegration. Each violent jolt following a spatial leap furrows Bulma's brow deeper, her breath growing ever fainter. Sun Wukong must continuously channel his mental energy, enveloping her in a warm cocoon of light, carefully sustaining the flickering flame of her life on the edge of collapse. Klin and little Gohan clutch the fixed rings of the cabin wall, their faces drained of color. Trunks focuses intently on piloting the patched-up contraption, sweat soaking his brow. Only Vegeta leans against the cabin wall, arms crossed, his dark blue eyes reflecting the bizarre sights outside the porthole, unperturbed, as if this perilous journey is merely an insipid jaunt. Following the guidance of the emblem's star map, they engage in several short yet immensely taxing jumps that push the vessel's lifespan to its limits. Each moment they tumble out of hyperspace, the external scenery grows increasingly bizarre and perilous. Space is no longer a smooth canvas. It resembles crumpled and torn paper, riddled with creases and fissures. Gravitational turbulence lurks like an invisible behemoth, threatening to shred the tiny escape pod into fragments at any moment. Colors lose their significance here, light distorting into incomprehensible geometric forms, occasionally revealing the massive, silent remains of ancient starships seemingly forged from solidified sorrow, drifting like tombstones in the void. This is the edge of the known universe, a realm where the laws of reality collapse, the periphery of the 7B star region's chaotic vortex. The navigation system has completely failed. Trunks stares at the screen, where chaotic, garbled data dances, his voice tinged with suppressed urgency. They must rely solely on the emblem's guidance. Yet, the spatial interference here is overwhelming, the signal intermittent. As if to affirm his words, the escape pod suddenly quakes violently. Outside the porthole, a colossal vortex composed of radiant, multicolored energy slowly spins closer, its gravitational pull dragging the vessel uncontrollably toward it. Hard left. Inject all auxiliary energy into the deflector. Vegeta's cold voice resonates, devoid of any emotion, yet pinpointing the sole path to survival. Trunks executes without hesitation. The escape pod emitted a piercing sound of metal grinding, perilously skimming the edge of the energy vortex, its scorching plasma wake almost licking the hull. Trembling in shock, Klin suddenly pointed toward a relatively tranquil void outside the observation window, his voice quaking. What is that? In that expanse of emptiness, numerous colossal, translucent structures, resembling jellyfish, floated. They lacked fixed forms, pulsing gently, with vibrant light streams flowing within them like nebulae. Delicate strands of light connected them, forming a vast, three-dimensional network spanning several astronomical units. A deep, melodic resonance, seemingly from the very dawn of the universe, emanated from this network, soothing the surrounding turbulent spatial chaos. This network resembled a rare oasis of order amidst the chaotic whirlpool. The energy readings were incomprehensible. Trunks stared at the garbled data returned by the sensors. The structural stability was extraordinarily high, seemingly actively maintaining the space-time structure of this region. In the midst of Bulma's coma in the corridor, she emitted a faint murmur again, this time clearer, the resonance network of creation's embers. The phrase struck everyone with renewed vigor. Could it be they were nearing their objective? The badge hovering over the control panel radiated with a brilliant light, its pearlescent glow acting as a compass, firmly pointing toward the center of that vast network. Hope felt almost tangible. However, just as the escape pod adjusted its course, cautiously approaching the whispering corridor, an abrupt change occurred. The previously calm network suddenly rippled violently, as if disturbed by stones cast into water. At its center, a colossal, eye-like void slowly opened. Inside the void was not the dazzling nebula they expected, but an endless, roiling gray-white mist. This mist shared the same origin as the void energy that had previously corroded Sun Wukong, yet it was denser and more aggressive. A soundless force, resonating directly with the soul, filled with insatiable hunger and denial, pierced through the minds of all present like a myriad of icy needles. Even Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, a flicker of rage crossing his eyes, while the cocoon of light maintained by Sun Wukong began to tremble violently. Was this the essence of the fracture? No. It resembled a correlated existence of the fracture's power. Or perhaps, it was a manifestation node of the primordial darkness in this area. It seemed drawn to the resonance network of creation's embers, or perhaps imprisoned within it. At this moment, due to the badge's proximity, or some unknown reason, it awakened. The gray-white mist surged forth from the void as if it were a living entity, darkening and disintegrating the translucent network structures in its path, as if corroded by acid. The soothing melody that had calmed the chaos was replaced by a shrill scream, and the recently stabilized space began to twist and collapse violently once more. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Trunks shouted, desperately pulling on the control stick, pushing the engine to its limits. But it was too late. An invisible, immense gravitational field rapidly expanded from the gray-white mist, ensnaring the tiny escape pod like a cosmic leviathan. The ship emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain, forcibly dragged toward the yawning, gray-white maw that seemed like an entrance to hell. Damn it! Vegeta's eyes blazed with dark blue light as he struck the cabin wall with a punch, attempting to stabilize the vessel with brute force. But in this realm of distorted laws, his strength felt as futile as a cow in the sea. Sun Wukong shielded Bulma closely behind him, his platinum mental energy forming a solid barrier against the all-pervasive soul screams, his expression more serious than ever. Had their arduous journey led them to face not hope, but the annihilation of their own making? Just as the escape pod was on the brink of total engulfment, the badge, which had been shining brightly, suddenly retracted its pearlescent light, then erupted in a blinding flash imbued with a sense of resolve and sacrifice. This light was not gentle. It pierced through the escape pod's hull, shooting directly toward the core of the collapsing Whispering Corridor network. Buzz, a force far older and more magnificent than the gray-white mist, as if bearing the weight of life across the universe, awakened a slumbering ancient will. Stirred momentarily by the beacon's light, the collapsing network froze instantly. The surging gray-white mist, seemingly encountering its nemesis, emitted an even sharper, yet fearful scream, violently retracting. A vague, immense silhouette composed of pure light appeared, enveloping the entire network. It lacked a definitive form, but radiated an unparalleled majesty that soothed all existence. It cast a glance at the badge burning with its final light, then at the struggling escape pod within the gravitational field, and finally at the faint soul fluctuations belonging to Bulma, the thief of fire. A sigh, transcending endless ages and filled with exhaustion and a hint of relief, resonated deep within every soul. In the next moment, the massive light silhouette extended a finger made of pure creative principles, gently flicking the escape pod. An immense force, irresistible yet exceptionally gentle, enveloped the escape pod, swiftly liberating it from the terrifying gravitational field, as if flicking away a speck of dust, sending it far into the depths of the Whispering Corridor network, toward a more profound and unknown starry domain. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Trunks caught a glimpse of the great light silhouette dimming sharply after sending them away, before it was engulfed once more by the gray-white mist and the entire collapsing Whispering Corridor network, vanishing into the void. It was as if a weary guardian, having expended its last light, procured a precious opportunity for these uninvited guests to escape. The badge, having fulfilled its final guidance and call, dimmed completely, transforming into ordinary metal. Falling from the control panel, the escape pod, propelled by that force, shot into the unknown darkness like an arrow freed from its bowstring. They had been saved. but at the cost of an ancient guardian's total dissolution and the extinguishing of the guiding beacon. Ahead awaited the remnants of creation's embers or an even deeper despair. Chapter 68. The Flicker of Embers. The moment of choice, the escape pod glided silently through the infinite darkness, as if forgotten dust in the corners of the universe. The gentle force that had propelled them was now dissipated, leaving only a profound silence and a sense of weightlessness enveloping each individual. The engine had completely shut down. Energy readings returned to zero, and after a final mournful wail, the life support system fell silent. Only the emergency lights cast a dim red glow, illuminating the pale or solemn faces of the crew. Bulma's breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, and Sun Wukong's brow was furrowed. The continuous output of mental energy, leaving him feeling unprecedentedly exhausted. Klin and little Wufan futilely attempted to manually restart any system. With sweat forming floating droplets in the weightless environment, Trunks repeatedly checked the completely inoperative navigation and communication devices, eventually dejectedly striking the control panel with his fist, leaving a dull dent in the metal surface. An absolute silence, more suffocating than any explosion or scream, enveloped them. They had lost their direction, lost their power, and perhaps were even losing time. Are we going to die here? Little Wufan's voice, tinged with tears, resonated sharply in the stillness. Shut up. Vegeta's icy reprimand interrupted him, his dark blue pupils glowing like burning ghostly flames in the crimson light. Death. Do not jest. He closed his eyes, no longer relying on any instruments, but extending all his senses outward, as if groping in ink. He placed his faith in power, trusting his intuition over these fragile machines. Time slipped away gradually, despair entwining him like cold vines, silently wrapping around. Suddenly, Vegeta opened his eyes wide. There, he pointed towards a seemingly empty direction outside the viewport, where something faint yet undeniably existed. Almost as soon as his words fell, the comatose Bulma convulsed violently, a strange sound escaping her throat. The platinum cocoon enveloping her began to tremble intensely. Bulma. Sun Wukong's expression shifted. He sensed that deep within Bulma's consciousness, an external, frigidly malevolent intent lurked like a coiled serpent, seizing the opportunity presented by her extreme weakness and the drastic changes in the external environment to launch a fierce attack. It was the cognitive trap left by the previous black information stream that had been activated. Pain and distortion marred Bulma's face, as if she were grappling with an invisible demon. Hold her down, Sun Wukong commanded, channeling a stronger platinum aura into Bulma, fiercely countering the icy intent. Yet, this intent was exceedingly cunning, clinging tightly to the core of Bulma's consciousness, attempting to drag her into eternal madness. Just as this internal and external crisis reached a breaking point, with Bulma's consciousness on the verge of being completely tainted and consumed, a faint yet immensely pure and warm wave of energy, reminiscent of the first breath of spring after a long winter, quietly swept through the escape pod. This wave did not originate from the direction Vegeta had indicated, but from the dimmed badge tightly held in Bulma's hand. No, more accurately, it stemmed from within the badge, from the last remnant of the primordial connection that shared its essence with the embers of creation. This warm wave gently bypassed Sun Wukong's mental barriers, directly soothing Bulma's battered core of consciousness. It did not forcibly dispel the cold intent, but rather, like sunlight melting snow, it softly neutralized the negativity and madness within with warmth and vitality. The agony on Bulma's face gradually eased, her distorted expression slowly relaxing. She remained in a coma, yet her breath miraculously stabilized, even longer than before. The cold cognitive trap seemed to be temporarily appeased by this sudden wave of warmth. Krillin looked on in astonishment at Bulma's transformation. It is the wave of the embers. Trunks excitedly pointed towards the direction Vegeta had previously indicated, though the badge had dimmed. Its final essence seemed to resonate with the embers in the distance. It was this resonance that helped stabilize Aunt Bulma. Hope rekindled like a spark in the darkness. Yet this spark was too weak and flickering. Vegeta could sense the source of that wave, but could not pinpoint its precise location. It seemed to exist in the liminal space between reality and illusion. We must go there. Sun Wukong gazed at the now steady Bulma, his eyes filled with determination. Only by locating the remnants of creation can Bulma be completely healed and the fissures of the newly born universe be mended. However, how could they proceed? The escape pod was nothing more than scrap metal, and they found themselves in an unknown predicament. At that moment, Trunks' gaze fell upon the badge. He recalled how the badge had guided them with the star map and summoned the Guardian's ethereal shadow. A bold thought formed in his mind. Perhaps we do not need a spaceship. Trunks picked up the badge, feeling its lingering, faint resonance with the distant embers. This badge was not merely a beacon, but might also serve as a key or a coordinate converter. He looked at Son Wukong and Vegeta. Father, Mr. Wukong, what if we channel our power not into the ship, but into this badge, awakening its final essence? Perhaps it can directly guide us in a conceptual leap beyond physical distance? This concept was far too advanced and perilous. Entrusting their existence to an artifact on the verge of complete dissolution, embarking on an unknown spatial leap? The consequences of failure could result in being utterly cast into the chaotic flow of time and space or disintegrating into fundamental informational particles. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, yet did not oppose. He loathed the feeling of being out of control, but despised inaction even more. Son Wukong glanced at Bulma, then at the badge. A glimmer of resolve flashing in his platinum eyes. Trust it, he stated simply. There is no better alternative. The three of them gathered around the badge. Son Wukong infused it with his warm and encompassing platinum mental energy. Vegeta poured in his domineering and precise dark blue destructive energy, while Trunks contributed his golden aura imbued with a hint of temporal characteristics from the future. They carefully, as if performing the most intricate of surgeries, simultaneously injected their powers into the dim badge. The badge illuminated once more, but this time, the light was no longer stable. It flickered violently, as if on the verge of shattering. The surface metal even began to develop fine cracks. It could not withstand the combined influx of the three powerful energies. Not stable enough, Trunks exclaimed anxiously. At this rate, before the leap could initiate, it would explode. Just as failure loomed, the unconscious Bulma seemed to sense something. Her fingers moving involuntarily. A faint blue data stream, belonging to the essence of her own soul, emerged from her brow, gently merging into the turbulent flow of energy, weaving precisely between the three distinct powers. This soul power, emanating from a top scientist and embodying the traits of understanding and construction, acted as the most miraculous stabilizer, instantly smoothing the energy conflicts, allowing the platinum, dark blue, and golden energies to achieve a brief balance and synergy in an astonishing manner. The badge's glow stabilized suddenly. The cracks ceased, and a steady, soft beam of light composed of four interwoven colors erupted from the badge, enveloping all within the pod. At that moment, space lost all meaning. There was no acceleration, no turbulence, only a peculiar sensation of being both disassembled and reassembled. When the light dissipated, they found themselves still within the escape pod, yet the view outside the viewport had completely transformed. No longer was there the cold darkness. They floated above an infinite sea of energy, radiating gentle white light. Below them was not liquid but a vast ocean composed of countless tiny, dancing light sprites that flowed, gathered, and separated, emitting a soothing, melodious hum that calmed the spirit. The air was thick with rich, almost tangible life energy. Each breath felt as though they were being cleansed and restored by the purest source of life. At the center of this sea of energy floated a constantly shifting mass, sometimes resembling a nebula, other times an embryo, with a cluster of faint yet eternally burning pure white flames at its core. That was the remnants of creation. They had succeeded. With the badge's final guidance and Bulma's inadvertently injected key stability, they accomplished a miraculous leap, arriving directly at their destination. However, before joy could wash over them, the remnants of creation seemed to sense their arrival, the pure white flame at its core flickering violently. Following this, a vast, ancient will, seemingly transcending all existence, spread forth from the pure white flame like a waking giant, enveloping the entire sea of energy and their small escape pod. A calm yet undeniably authoritative thought resonated deeply within each of their souls. Why do you, the fire thieves, come bearing the breath of shadows? Meanwhile, the tranquil surface of the sea of energy began to ripple. Countless light spirits converged and ascended, gradually coalescing into a colossal silhouette formed entirely of pure radiance before the escape pod. It lacked facial features, yet seemed to gaze upon them, especially the unconscious Bulma, and the cold remnants of the poisonous essence of the rift still lingering within her. The proclamation echoed, "Desperate leap. Unite the power of four to activate the badge and reach the sea of embers, where hope resides. The remnants of creation manifest, brimming with infinite vitality. Supreme Inquiry. The will of the embers awakens, targeting the fire thief and the shadows. Judgment of Fate. The light giant congeals, with Bulma's hidden peril becoming the focal point. Chapter 69. The fountain of life surges, shadows breed. The light giant stood towering over the sea of energy, its silent pressure akin to a collapsing nebula, enveloping the diminutive escape pod. The inquiries emanating from the remnants of creation were like cold chains of law, coiling around the souls of everyone, particularly Bulma, whose lingering poison from the rift boiled violently under this pressure, causing her to emit pained groans even in her unconscious state. Release her. Vegeta's eyes blazed with dark blue light as he stepped forward, boldly confronting the overwhelming will. His dark blue aura surged like a fierce dragon swimming upstream, roaring in defiance. We come to save lives, to mend the universe. We did not come to listen to your nonsense. Assertive, direct, and utterly uncompromising. That was Vegeta's response. Simultaneously, Son Goku advanced, standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. He did not unleash his aura, yet the flowing river of platinum light surrounding him deepened and embraced, quietly dissipating the oppressive will. We require the power of the embers to rescue our companion and mend the rift of the newly born universe. That rift is the manifestation of the primordial darkness. Only the force of creation can resolve it. He articulated their purpose, his sincerity and protective intent within his mental power resembling a clear stream. Attempting to communicate with the ancient presence, the face of the light giant, devoid of features, appeared to scrutinize them, especially Vegeta's dark blue power of destruction and rebirth, as well as Son Goku's unique mental defining power. You who steal the spark of destruction and definition have touched upon the taboo. The will of the embers remained calm, yet bore a hint of scrutiny. To repair the rift, it must be guided by a force of the same origin, merging into the embers. However, your strength is impure, particularly this woman. Its gaze fell once more upon Bulma, whose soul was tainted by shadows. Should the embers be drawn into her body, she might be contaminated and assimilated, becoming a new source of shadows. The risk was intolerable. It did not refuse. It merely stated a cold fact. Bulma's condition resembled that of a vessel harboring a viral source. Should an overly potent force of creation be injected, the balance could shatter, leading to her total consumption by the lurking shadows within her, transforming her into a far more terrifying monster. This realization fell upon them like a cold shower, casting a shadow over the flickering hope that had just begun to rise. Then purify her first, Vegeta roared, pointing toward the vast sea of energy. With your power, cleanse the filth from within her. The primordial darkness is a deficiency of definition, not something that can be eradicated by mere force. The will of the embers responded. Only by defining with a stronger existence or using its own will as a furnace to draw forth the fire of the embers can the shadows be incinerated. However, her soul is weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, with a success rate of less than 10%. Less than 10%. The faces of Kuririn and little Gohan turned ashen. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Vegeta's expression darkened ominously as he fixed his gaze upon the light giant, then glanced at the increasingly faint Bulma. A violent flame surged within his chest, almost bursting forth. He loathed this sense of helplessness, this feeling of having to place hope upon a meager chance. At that moment, Son Goku, who had been silently sensing Bulma's condition, suddenly lifted his head, a strange light flickering in his golden-hued eyes. Bulma's will is not completely dormant, he spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a clarity that pierced through the essence. She has been fighting, battling against forces we cannot see. That less than 10% chance is an insult to her willpower. His words reverberated like thunder, resonating in the hearts of those present. Son Goku's platinum mental power could perceive the state of Bulma's consciousness most clearly. In the chaotic depths corrupted by the cold remnants, a flicker of Bulma Brief's blue soul fire, filled with the unique tenacity of a scientist, rationality, and indomitable spirit, surged like a stormy seabird, persistently navigating and resisting. She had not given up. She had been battling against the shadows seeking to taint her in her own way. Did you hear that, woman? Vegeta suddenly shouted at the unconscious Bulma, his voice hoarse yet imbued with unprecedented strength. Kakarot says you are fighting. Do not disgrace this king. Hold on. Have you not always wanted to decipher the mysteries of the universe? Here lies one before you. Wake up and let me see clearly. This nearly brutal encouragement seemed to carry a peculiar magic. In her unconscious state, Bulma's fingers twitched slightly, and the flicker of blue soul fire at her brow appeared to brighten, albeit imperceptibly. She heard you. We will assist her. Son Goku's gaze solidified with determination as he turned to the light giant. Please guide the power of the embers our way. We will bear it alongside her. He no longer pleaded. He declared. He intended to use his mental power as a bridge, with Vegeta's strength as a barrier, to resonate with Bulma's soul and face the baptism of the embers fire together. Vegeta scoffed, a tacit agreement. The dark blue barrier transformed from a furious outburst into a resilient shield, enveloping Bulma in preparation to withstand any potential external assault, particularly the dying counterattack of the shadowy remnants. The light giant remained silent for a moment, as if completing a complex evaluation within this brief exchange. As you wish. In the next instant, the entire sea of energy erupted. Countless light spirits gathered towards the central mass of creation's embers, as if worshipping a king. The pure white flames surged violently, expanding into a towering pillar of creation, embodying the fundamental laws of existence in the universe. Descending with a thunderous roar upon the escape pod, upon Bulma. It was not a gentle infusion, but a tempestuous baptism. Now, Son Goku howled, his platinum mental power no longer defensive, but transforming into the most agile bridge, actively welcoming the pillar of creation and guiding it toward Bulma's core of soul. His intention was not to protect, but to resonate and empower. Vegeta's dark blue barrier firmly held the perimeter, restraining and filtering the immense energy contained within the pillar capable of vaporizing stars, leaving only the purest laws of creation to be delivered like a precise scalpel into the bridge constructed by Son Goku. Kuririn, Gohan, and Trunks watched anxiously, their hearts lodged in their throats. At the moment the pillar of creation made contact with Bulma's soul, Bulma let out a heart-wrenching scream, her body arching violently. The icy remnants within her struggled and retaliated like impurities thrown into a steel furnace, attempting to corrupt the influx of the force of creation. Her soul was being torn apart by two extreme powers, as if it would shatter completely in the next instant. Bulma. Son Goku felt her pain, his consciousness seemingly connecting with Bulma's soul, jointly enduring the terrifying impact. Yet he did not falter, his platinum mental power intertwined with Bulma's blue soul fire, sharing his encompassing and defining qualities with her, helping her stabilize and coalesce. Hold on. The roar of Vegeta resonated like thunder, as the dark blue barrier trembled violently under the impact of the light column. Yet, he remained steadfast, even forcibly channeling a portion of the shockwave into himself, enduring and transforming it with the power that encompassed both destruction and rebirth. This was not merely a battle of a single individual. It was the clash of three souls, each engaging in a perilous struggle against the tests from the cosmic origin and the lurking darkness in their own distinct ways. Bulma's fiery spirit, bolstered by Saiyan Wukong, not only remained a light, but began a transformation amidst the extreme pain and overwhelming creative energy. The blue flame grew denser and deeper, beginning to emanate a rational brilliance akin to the essence of the blueprint of creation. She was absorbing, understanding, and reconstructing her existence in the manner of a scientist. The blue data stream at her forehead reemerged, this time not as a faint thread, but as a resplendent blue pillar, harmonizing with Saiyan Wukong's platinum bridge, Vegeta's dark blue barrier, and the external column of creation. In that moment, the four-colored radiance achieved perfect resonance and circulation. The lingering shadows within Bulma began to dissolve under this dual assault, especially as her will awakened and actively engaged in analysis and rejection, emitting a final soundless shriek before vanishing like mist under sunlight. Had they succeeded? The column of creation gradually retracted, and the sea of energy returned to tranquility. Bulma slowly opened her eyes. In those cerulean depths, there was no longer pain or confusion, but an unprecedented clarity and a profound understanding of certain cosmic mysteries. Her breath not only restored but exceeded her previous state, a blue aura resonating with the power of creation flowing subtly around her. She gazed at Saiyan Wukong, who was panting yet bright-eyed, and then at Vegeta, who though pale, stood tall. A familiar smile, imbued with confidence and gratitude, graced her lips. Thank you, both of you. And this great being as well. She even had the spirit to wave at the giant of light. The faceless visage of the giant, seemed to nod slightly in acknowledgement. Thou, the thief of fire, hast passed the trial. The power of the embers may be granted unto you, to mend the cradle's fissures. A concentrated pure white flame separated from the essence of creation and drifted toward Bulma. However, just as she was about to grasp the flame, the entire sea of energy, along with the giant of light, was suddenly shaken by a violent tremor, as if originating from a higher dimension. The will of the embers manifested for the first time with clear fluctuations, tinged with astonishment and gravity. Interference from the realm of transcendence intensified. The observer's cleansing fleet had locked onto this coordinate. Will resonance. The trio unites to assist Bulma in overcoming the purification crisis. Soul metamorphosis. Bulma awakens. Mastering the power of creative resonance. Trial passed. The embers consent to lend their strength to repair the fissure. Anomalies arise. Interference from the realm of transcendence. The observer's cleansing fleet approaches. Chapter 70. The armament of creation. The transdimensional enemy, the tremors of the sea of energy grew increasingly violent. As if an invisible giant hand were violently shaking the entire dimension. The body of the giant of light, composed purely of radiance, also displayed subtle ripples. Its conveyed will now heavy with an impending storm. The objective of the cleansing fleet's observer units was to eradicate all variables beyond the predetermined model, including the tainted embers and themselves. The pure white flame hovered before Bulma, radiating warmth and powerful creative waves. Yet at that moment, this energy seemed to become the most conspicuous beacon in the darkness. Just in time, Vegeta licked his parched lips, the dark blue battle intent in his eyes igniting like a tangible flame. The recent effort to assist Bulma's purification had drained him significantly. Yet the foreboding of a formidable enemy approaching invigorated the destructive and renewing power within him. He yearned for a battle worthy of his newfound strength to validate this rebirth. Saiyan Wukong's expression turned grave. The platinum mental force was no longer gentle, but sharpened and concentrated like a drawn sword. He sensed that the foes arriving now were starkly different from the previous void and fissures. They were more orderly, colder, as if devoid of any emotion, existing solely for the purpose of extermination. Bulma, how long will it take for you to master this power and mend the fissure? Saiyan Wukong inquired, looking at his recently awakened companion, whose aura had dramatically shifted. Bulma inhaled deeply, attuning to the blue energy flow resonating with the creative embers within her and the vast information contained within the pure white flame before her. As a scientist, her mind raced at an extraordinary pace. To directly repair the cosmic fissure with my current understanding will require at least several days for analysis and simulation. In an absolutely quiet environment, she glanced at the tumultuous sea of energy, realizing that at this moment, time was their most scarce resource. A flicker of resolve crossed her cerulean eyes. However, if we merely borrow its power temporarily for some practical transformations, we may expedite the process significantly. Transformations? Trunks questioned in confusion. For instance, transforming it into a weapon or a shield. Bulma's fingertips brushed against the pure white flame. Blue data streams surging from her fingertips, weaving rapidly with the creative laws contained within the flame, analyzing and reconstructing. Aren't they here to cleanse? Then let them witness what we, whom they perceive as variables, can create beyond their models. Madness. This was quintessential Briff family madness. Faced with the supreme laws of creation, instead of bowing in reverence, the thought was to deconstruct and reassemble it into a practical tool. The giant of light seemed to momentarily pause at Bulma's audacious, yet nearly sacrilegious idea. Yet, Bulma paid no heed to the astonishment around her. Her entire focus was immersed in that flame. Fragments of the blueprint of creation collided and fused violently in her mind with the technological tree of G Company, the physics of Earth, and even the magical runes of Namek. She was engaged in an unprecedented ultimate creation, technologizing the laws of mysticism. As time passed, the tremors of the sea of energy evolved into a furious tsunami. Outside the porthole, the originally gentle white light of the energy sea was torn apart by massive rifts, beyond which lay a cold, dark expanse filled with grotesque metallic structures of transdimensional space. 3 enormous ships, beyond description, resembling abstract geometric symbols, their surfaces flowing with cold data streams, began to emerge slowly from the transdimensional realm. Their very existence caused the surrounding spatial structure to groan under the strain. The cleansing fleet had arrived. They had not even fully entered this dimension, but the chilling intent they exuded had already left everyone in the escape pod feeling as though they had fallen into an ice cavern. "There's no time left," Krillin exclaimed, gazing at the three massive silver ships, despair evident in his voice. "Shut up, woman, hurry!" Vegeta roared at Bulma, his dark blue aura soaring skyward as he surged from the escape pod, hovering above the sea of energy, confronting the three transdimensional warships head-on. He was determined to buy Bulma the last moments she needed. Suin Wukong followed closely behind, his platinum mental force unfurling into massive wings of light, positioning himself beside Vegeta, together like twin stars guarding the last hope. At that moment, Bulma abruptly opened her eyes. With her hands cupped, the pure white flame spun rapidly above her palms, transforming. The blue data streams flowed like the most intricate 3D printer, swiftly weaving the intangible creative laws into a tangible structure. "It's done," Bulma exclaimed, guardian barrier of the creation sequence, unfold. With a powerful thrust of her hands forward, she initiated the barrier. The pure white flames suddenly erupted, transforming into innumerable barriers of light adorned with flowing blue runes, resembling blossoming petals, cascading over the entirety of the escape pod and the energy sea below. The surface of the barriers exhibited a perfect amalgamation of the laws of creation and Bulma's technological understanding, forming an extraordinary structure that was both indomitable and remarkably resilient. Almost simultaneously with the formation of the barriers, three cleansing warships launched their assault. There were no energy beams, no missile volleys. They merely modified the physical constants of the target area. The gravity in the vicinity of the escape pod surged to over 10,000 times its normal strength. The spatial structure was forcefully solidified, as if transformed into diamond. Even the flow of time began to unravel. This was a strike at the dimensional level, aimed at dismantling all matter and energy structures from their very foundation. However, this terrifying assault, capable of shattering galaxies, collided with the guardian barrier as though water struck the smoothest surface, being deftly deflected, dispersed, and absorbed by the creative power that integrated the definition of existence. The barrier trembled violently, the blue runes flickering madly, yet it resolutely held firm. Did it withstand? Trunks stared incredulously at the distorted scene outside the viewport, along with the steadfast light barrier. Bulma's complexion turned pale, clearly indicating that maintaining such a level of defense demanded immense energy from her. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. It works. Their attack pattern is based on the modification of fundamental rules, while the laws of creation themselves embody definition. They are attempting to crush us with rules, and I shall counter with a stronger definition. It is akin to two programmers competing over whose code possesses greater authority. The cleansing warships seemed momentarily taken aback by their attack being thwarted, pausing for a brief moment. Then, they altered their strategy. The data streams on the surface of the warships surged with brilliance, releasing an invisible, formatting wave that targeted information structures. This wave disregarded physical defenses, directly impacting the law composition of the guardian barrier, attempting to erase it from the very essence of existence. The light barrier began to dim at a visibly rapid pace, the blue runes becoming increasingly blurred. "They are deciphering my structure," Bulma gasped, sensing that the defense she had erected was being forcefully breached by a higher authority. "Humph. Pathetic fools hiding behind data," Vegeta roared, finally seizing his opportunity. Just as the barrier's glow reached its faintest moment, he made his move. The dark blue figure tore through dimensions like a bolt of lightning, no longer charging in a straight line, but rather flashing directly above the sleek silver hull of one of the cleansing warships in a manner that transcended conventional spatial concepts. "Taste this." The newborn authority of the abyss. Upon his right fist, dark blue energy was compressed to its utmost limit, transforming into a minuscule singularity seemingly capable of devouring all light. Before it forcefully struck the hull of the warship, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as if two universes collided. The silver hull, which had the capability to deflect rule-based attacks, was mercilessly dented by Vegeta's fist, infused with the essence of destruction and rebirth, creating a crater several meters in diameter. Countless fine cracks radiated from the point of impact, and the interior of the warship echoed with the agonizing sounds of twisted metal and explosive energy leaks. Physical attacks proved effective against a transdimensional warship? No, it was not merely a physical attack. Vegeta's power inherently possessed aspects of rule characteristics, as he wielded his authority to forcibly dismantle the opponent's structure. Well done, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with inspiration. His figure appeared as if teleporting before another warship. His platinum-hued mental energy no longer dispersed, but highly concentrated, transforming into an intangible, yet seemingly capable of severing causality mental blade, which he struck down upon the warship. This slash did not aim at the hull, but targeted the connection anchor point between the warship and the transdimensional space. Sizzle, like the sound of fabric being torn. The spatial structure surrounding the warship erupted into chaos, as its massive body was forcibly stripped from the transdimensional space. Resembling a beached whale that temporarily lost its ability to maneuver beyond conventional dimensions. The two joined forces, one breaching defenses while the other severed foundations, managing to temporarily suppress two cleansing warships. However, the third warship seemed to possess higher intelligence. It disregarded its companions and concentrated all its assault power on the already precarious guardian barrier maintained by Bulma. It deduced that Bulma and the flickering embers of flame were the core targets. This is bad. Bulma's face turned ashen as the barrier emitted a mournful wail. On the brink of collapse under the concentrated assault. In that critical moment, at the heart of the energy sea, the silent essence of creation suddenly expanded. The massive phantasm of the light giant coalesced once more, casting a glance at the struggling Bulma and then at the warship focusing its firepower. A sigh echoed in the hearts of all, seemingly containing endless epics and choices. In the next moment, the light giant executed an unexpected action, thrusting its gigantic, luminous arm into its own chest, grasping hold of the core of the burning creation embers. With the remaining flame, it sought to forge a future through the variable of self-sacrifice. Accompanied by this resolute intention, the light giant hurled the core embers towards Bulma. No, Bulma seemed to understand its intention and let out a cry of alarm. But it was too late. The core embers merged with the faltering guardian barrier. And in an instant, the barrier radiated with a blinding brilliance, becoming immensely solid and resilient, even rebounding the assault of the third warship. However, the enormous form of the light giant began to dissipate rapidly, like a burnt-out candle, collapsing along with the vast energy sea beneath it, both starting to disintegrate and fade. It chose self-sacrifice, converting its final source of power into the ultimate barrier protecting the variables, granting them one last, and indeed the only chance for escape. Go! Sun Wukong let out a furious roar, his mental energy enveloping everyone, while Vegeta punched through the entanglement, wrapping the escape pod in dark blue energy. Amidst the complete disintegration of the energy sea and the fading light of the giant, the escape pod transformed into a streak of light, hastily fleeing along an incredibly unstable hyperspace path, forcibly computed by Bulma's last spark of inspiration. They survived, but at the cost of the complete sacrifice of an ancient guardian. Meanwhile, in the dimension they had once occupied, the three cleansing warships, having lost their target, slowly adjusted their course. Their cold gazes once again locking onto the faint spatial ripples left behind by the escape pod's transition. The hunt was far from over. Desperate creation. Bulma transforms the embers of power into the guardian barrier. Divine might unleashed. Vegeta breaches defenses. Wukong severs roots, joining forces to suppress formidable foes. Heroic sacrifice. The light giant casts forth the core, self-destructing to secure a chance for escape. Frantic flight. The Hope team embarks once more on the path of evasion, with the cleansing fleet hot on their heels. Chapter 71, Data Underflow. Desperate workshop. The escape pod tumbled like a pebble kicked into the air, wildly rolling within the extremely unstable hyperspace corridor. Outside the viewport, the flowing lights were replaced by shattered color blocks and distorted lines, as though the entire corridor could collapse at any moment. Inside, red lights flashed frantically, the piercing alarm mingling with the groaning of metal supports straining under the weight, sending chills down one's spine. Hold on. We can't hold out much longer. Trunks gripped the violently shaking control stick with all his might, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, shouting back at his companions. He felt as though this rickety vessel would disintegrate at any moment. Kellen and Xiao Wufan were firmly secured to their seats, their faces ashen as they gazed out at the hellish scene beyond the porthole, unable to utter a single cry. Vegeta knelt on one knee, gripping the cabin wall to stabilize himself, a faint dark blue aura enveloping the vessel, reinforcing its structure. Yet, his expression was equally grim. The earlier encounter with the cleansing fleet had drained him significantly, and he was now merely holding on. Sun Wukong half-kneeled beside the unconscious Bulma, a platinum-hued mental force acting as the softest yet most resilient cushion, protecting her while he bore the pressure of the vessel's spatial strain. A trickle of golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As Sun Wukong looked at his partner, whose breath was faint, he felt the flickering flame of her soul within, though purified, still fragile. Anxiety filled his heart. The chance for survival, earned by the sacrifice of the Giant of Light, must not end here. At that moment, between Bulma's tightly clasped hands, a pure white flame, infused with the essence of creation's embers, seemed to sense the extreme instability outside and Sun Wukong's urgency, flickering slightly. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. Countless intricate blue data streams, appearing as if composed of the purest light, flowed forth from the pure white flame, swiftly spreading to Bulma's hands, arms, and eventually enveloping her entire body. She seemed to be cloaked in a moving shroud of blue light code, exuding an air of rationality and mystery. Sun Wukong watched in astonishment. Even more astonishingly, these blue data streams appeared to disregard chaotic physical laws, directly connecting to the violently trembling escape pod's control panel, the engine, and every structural component of the vessel. A deep, steady hum replaced the shrill alarms. The previously flashing red lights extinguished instantly, replaced by a gentle blue glow indicating system stabilization. The violently rolling vessel was suddenly steadied as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, becoming extraordinarily stable. The shattered colors and distorted lines outside the porthole swiftly smoothed out, forming a narrow yet remarkably solid blue corridor of light. What just happened? Kellen stuttered, bewildered by the rapid transformation. Trunks gazed incredulously at the control panel, where all parameters had returned to normal, even more stable than in their best state before. It's Aunt Bulma. She has taken over and reconstructed the ship's control system while unconscious. Using that blue light code, Vegeta released his grip and stood upright, feeling an unprecedented stability beneath his feet, gazing at Bulma wrapped in the blue data streams, snorting. This woman can't even be still in her unconscious state. Yet a subtle seriousness flickered in his eyes. Such a direct application of the power of laws to technology was unheard of. Only Sun Wukong understood that this was not mere technology. This was Bulma's soul, profoundly intertwined with the essence of creation, resonating with her scientific nature and the laws of Genesis. She instinctively defined and repaired the chaotic environment around her in her own understanding of the world. With the crisis temporarily averted, the escape pod sped smoothly along the blue corridor conjured from thin air. Minutes later, the blue data streams surrounding Bulma gradually receded as she fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Within her deep azure gaze, countless tiny light symbols flitted by, making her eyes appear even deeper and wiser. Are we safe? Her voice was still weak, but her consciousness was clear. For now, Sun Wukong supported her into a sitting position, sighing in relief as he recounted the events that had just transpired. Bulma looked down at the obediently flickering pure white flame in her hands, sensing the vast ocean of knowledge regarding the laws of creation that now occupied her mind, along with a mysterious intuition that seemed capable of understanding and editing the fundamental structures of matter and energy. Her face lit up with the excitement akin to that of a scientist discovering a new world. I feel as though I can comprehend so much now. She tentatively extended a finger and lightly tapped the air. A flash of blue light erupted, smoothing out a small section of the previously distorted spatial fold. Not merely repair. It appears I can engage in some limited creation. She looked at everyone, her eyes bright. This ember core is not just a source of energy. It is also a database and compiler containing the underlying codes of the universe. As long as I can understand and construct the correct commands, perhaps we can escape this passive flight. This notion invigorated everyone. What do you need? Sun Wukong asked directly. A relatively safe and quiet space, and time, Bulma responded swiftly. I need to deeply analyze this flame and attempt to construct some basic creation commands, such as a more stable space jump program or a shield that can mask our presence. However, what they lacked most was time and safety. Just then, Trunks suddenly pointed towards the rear porthole, his expression changing. They're coming after us. At the end of the blue corridor, Three cold silver points of light approached at an alarming speed. It's the cleansing fleet. They have locked onto us and are pursuing us so quickly. They are relentless. The fierce glint returned to Vegeta's eyes as his dark blue aura surged once more. We cannot engage them directly. Bulma immediately countered. Our strength has not yet recovered. And this ship cannot withstand a second battle. Her mind raced, her gaze sweeping over the data displayed on the control panel, which she had unconsciously constructed regarding the blue corridor. I have it. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Since it is unsafe outside, we will create our own safe zone. She pressed her hands back onto the pure white flame. An even more refined and complex blue data stream surged forth. This time not repairing the ship, but frantically weaving towards the void ahead of the vessel. I am using the structure of this temporary channel and the power of the embers to forcibly carve out a temporary microdimensional space attached to the main universe. A sanctuary that belongs solely to us. Bulma explained rapidly as she operated, sweat trickling down her forehead. This task was evidently exhausting her mental energy, and the instability of the process could not hold for long. They needed a swift resolution. Before the astonished gazes of her companions, the void ahead of the ship began to twist and morph, as if an invisible brush was painting it, quickly forming a prototype of a spatial bubble that radiated a gentle blue light and continuously self-constructed and corrected itself. However, the pursuing vessels were closing in, and they could clearly see the cold, geometric outlines of the three silver warships and the concentrated destructive energy gathering at their cannon mouths. "Hurry, Bulma!" Kellen shouted desperately. Vegeta and Sun Wukong had already positioned themselves at the front of the pod, their auras blazing, ready to buy Bulma those last precious seconds. Just as the spatial bubble was about to fully take shape and the escape pod prepared to dive into it, an unexpected change occurred. The three cleansing warships seemed to sense their intentions and did not launch a conventional attack. One of the warship's surface data streams flickered violently, unleashing an invisible formatting pulse targeting information structures, which struck the nearly formed spatial bubble with tremendous force. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass echoed. The spatial bubble, meticulously constructed by Bulma and infused with the laws of creation, was instantly covered in cracks under this pulse attack aimed at disrupting anomalous information, causing the construction process to abruptly halt and become highly unstable. This is bad. They are interfering with my construction. Bulma's face turned pale as she felt her connection to the unfinished spatial bubble being forcibly severed and erased. Simultaneously, another warship's cannon reached its zenith, unleashing a pure white energy beam capable of annihilating stars, tearing through the blue corridor towards the immobilized escape pod. With the spatial bubble collapsing ahead and the destructive beam pursuing from behind, they faced a true deadlock. "It's over," Kellen despaired and closed his eyes. At this critical juncture, none noticed the ancient insignia, once vibrant but now entirely dimmed, lying in the corner, nurtured by the mental energy of Sun Wukong. Within it, the last vestige of essence, akin to the remnants of creation, seemed to quiver in response to the imminent crisis and the encroaching pure white flames. Following this, a fragmentary and indistinct coordinate emerged, intermingled with potent warnings and hopeful sentiments, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, abruptly transmitting into Bulma's mind. 7B Resonance C, beware of the shadow's whisper. This information arrived with startling abruptness, fleeting as a mirage. Yet, Bulma seized it. Almost instinctively, she abandoned the repair of the collapsing spatial bubble, channeling all her strength and the recently acquired vague coordinates into the escape pod's navigation core, forcibly activating the ship's final potential. "Hold on to everything fixed," she screamed with her last breath. The engine of the escape pod emitted a desperate, overloading roar, plunging headlong into the chaos of the collapsing area filled with spatial debris, resulting from a failed construction. This was not an attempt to reach safety, but rather a final, reckless leap into the unknown, utilizing the turmoil of collapse for a last-ditch effort. Just as the annihilation beams of the fleet were poised to engulf them, the silhouette of the escape pod was completely consumed by the frenzied spatial turbulence, vanishing without a trace. Only the gradually calming void remained, along with three silver warships, which came to a halt, coldly gazing in the direction where their prey had disappeared. Their data streams flickered again, seemingly recalculating something. Meanwhile, in the interstice of an unknown dimension, a frantic and desperate leap was transporting the survivors toward a mysterious coordinate, the 7B-star region, the Resonance C. Was it a shore of hope or another perilous trap? The insignia, having exhausted its final strength and reduced to dust, seemed to convey a last thought before its disappearance. The seed has been sown. Chapter 72, Resonance C. Mechanical lament. The escape pod spun wildly through the chaotic spatial turbulence, akin to a stone tossed into a frenzied washing machine. Each violent jolt threatened to eject souls from their bodies, while the shrill screech of twisted metal nearly pierced eardrums. "Hold tight." Sun Wukong's voice distorted amidst the chaos, as his platinum aura erupted with unprecedented intensity. No longer a gentle embrace, but a resilient armor clinging to the pod's interior, fortifying this vessel on the brink of disintegration. Yet, the dreadful creaking persisted. Vegeta remained silent, gritting his teeth as deep blue energy surged like a wild engine, recklessly pouring into the ship's hull, forming a final barrier in tandem with Wukong's power. The blood trickling from his lips revealed the immense pressure he was enduring. Krillin and Little Gohan were pinned to their seats by the overwhelming overload, their breathing becoming labored. Trunks, veins bulging in his hands, desperately sought any semblance of stability on the wildly malfunctioning control panel. Bulma, tightly cradled by Sun Wukong, appeared pale. Yet her recently awakened eyes shone with unusual brilliance. She gazed at the bizarre, ever-collapsing and reassembling spatial fragments outside the viewport. Feeling the ember flame in her hand resonate with the chaotic energies, a mad thought began to take shape in her mind. "We cannot remain passive," she suddenly exclaimed, raising her head to shout at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, "Lend me your strength, not to reinforce, but to guide. Guide it into the embers. You've lost your mind. This ship will explode." Vegeta growled, "Trust me." Bulma's eyes sparkled with an indomitable determination unique to a scientist. "We must surf this turbulence. Harness its power rather than resist it." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong asked, "How do we do that?" "Infuse your power into the flame. I will construct the surfboard." Bulma grasped the pure white flame tightly. The azure data streams surged from her being once more, but this time, they did not flow into the ship. Instead, they rapidly wove and constructed around the exterior of the escape pod, before the astonished gazes of her companions. A streamlined energy fairing composed of blue light codes enveloped the entire escape pod, adjusting its form continuously, utilizing the impact of the spatial turbulence. Like a surfer mastering the waves, it directed the ship from chaotic tumbling to a perilous, yet relatively controllable glide. "Brace yourselves." Bulma's voice trembled, a manifestation of extreme concentration. She resembled a captain navigating a canoe through a storm, using the principles of creation as her compass and the powers of two deities as her oars, dancing dangerously at the edge of destruction. The escape pod transformed from a helpless tumble into a high-speed glide along certain fissures and gravitational gradients in the spatial turbulence, even exceeding prior speeds. Though perilous, with fragments of space occasionally grazing the fairing and producing sharp scraping sounds, they had at least evaded instant obliteration. This incredible maneuver left everyone inside holding their breath, even Vegeta's eyes momentarily betraying astonishment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as if mere seconds turned into eternity. Suddenly, the chaos ahead stilled. The escape pod burst forth from a distorted veil of light, like a dolphin leaping from the water, instantly plunging into a realm of indescribable splendor. Here, familiar stars were absent, replaced by countless enormous, translucent crystalline structures floating in the void. These crystals emitted a gentle, pulsing light, interconnected by delicate ribbons of vibrant energy, forming an expansive, three-dimensional forest. A deep, resonant, and melodious sound, reminiscent of the universe's genesis, pervaded every inch of space, inducing an involuntary tranquility. "Is this the Resonance C?" Trunks murmured, gazing at the stabilized readings on the sensors. The spatial structure here was remarkably stable, contrasting sharply with the previous chaos. "The energy readings are incomprehensible. These crystals are spontaneously maintaining the stability of this space." Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a scientist, she was captivated by everything here. She could feel the ember flame in her hand becoming unusually vibrant, harmonizing with the ambient resonant sound. A perfect hiding place. Just as a flicker of relief washed over them, suddenly, the nearest small crystal began to flicker violently. The light flowing within it became frantic, and the once melodious resonance turned sharp, transforming into a chilling alarm. What is happening? Krillin anxiously scanned their surroundings. In the next moment, a spine-chilling event unfolded. The previously tranquil, floating crystalline structures began to ripple, their smooth surfaces undulating like water, as mechanical entities of various forms, each radiating a cold metallic sheen, emerged from the crystals like a disturbed swarm of bees. Some resembled multi-armed supplicants, others grotesque starry jellyfish, while some were incomprehensible geometric shapes. Their only commonality, the glowing red eyes, filled with hostility and a desire for destruction, locking onto the intruding escape pod. These crystals, not formed by nature, are their nesting grounds. Trunks instantly grasped the source of the alarm. Without any warning, countless mechanical entities surged forth like a tidal wave. Their arms or tentacle tips glowed with a menacing energy, and dense energy beams rained down upon the escape pod like a torrential storm. Damn it! Just escaped the wolf's den, and now I'm in the tiger's lair. Vegeta cursed, his dark blue aura erupting as he prepared to rush out and confront the adversaries. Don't go out. Bulma hurriedly intervened. We will be exhausted out there. Their numbers are overwhelming. She pressed her hands once again upon the embers of the flame. Blue data streams frantically injecting into the ship's weapon system, specifically the information disruption cannon, which had been constructed by the power of creation and had yet to be battle-tested. Activate the creation sequence, Song of Serenity. Bulma commanded in a low voice. Buzz. The cannon's muzzle emitted a soft blue-white glow, releasing a peculiar wave that did not destroy matter, but rather targeted aggressive intentions and hostile logic, rippling outward like a gentle disturbance on the water's surface. The effect was immediate. The foremost mechanical entities experienced a sudden flicker in their crimson eyes, which extinguished, leaving them in a state of confusion. They ceased their assault, awkwardly suspended in place, with some even beginning to scrutinize one another, as if questioning the reason behind their attack. Effective, little Gohan exclaimed in surprise. However, the good fortune was short-lived. More mechanical entities emerged from the distant crystals, seemingly adapted to this interference, or perhaps receiving commands of higher authority. Their crimson eyes reignited. Now deeper and colder, they no longer charged blindly but began to organize, encircling their prey, and the energy beam attacks became more precise and cunning. The effect of the information disruption cannon was waning. They are evolving, or being remotely commanded. Bulma's expression darkened, sensing a larger, colder collective consciousness awakening from the depths of this resonance sea, like a queen bee, coldly observing these intruders. The escape pod zigzagged through the dense barrage of fire, akin to a small boat in a storm fraught with peril. Vegeta and Son Goku had to take action again. One using precise energy blasts to detonate the nearest mechanical entity, while the other redirected a lethal beam with telekinetic force. Yet the enemy's numbers seemed endless. Just as the pod was struck by several energy beams, the shield's energy plummeted, and in the crucial moment when it appeared on the verge of collapse, the ember flame in Bulma's hand seemed to be provoked by that cold collective consciousness deep within this star domain, suddenly flickering. A clearer, more urgent set of coordinates, accompanied by a strong, almost pleading thought, surged into Bulma's mind. The core of all machines is being eroded by shadows. This time, the information was no longer ambiguous. It pointed directly to the center of this resonance sea, to the largest, dimmest core crystal. Simultaneously, that core crystal seemed to sense the ember's presence, erupting from within with a final surge of intense, painful resonance. This wave swept across the battlefield, causing all attacking mechanical entities to momentarily freeze, their crimson eyes flickering wildly, as if torn between obeying orders and some inner struggle. An opportunity. Over there. Bulma pointed towards the core crystal, her voice hoarse with excitement. The source of the problem lies there. The core of all machines is calling for help. It has been tainted by the darkness of primordial chaos. This revelation sent shockwaves through everyone. These mechanical beings are not born invaders. They are protecting their polluted mother. And that cold collective consciousness is likely the shadow controlling the corruption of the core of all machines. Should they turn their weapons against these controlled machines and strike at the heart, or seize the moment of confusion to flee this perilous place? Vegeta gazed at the mechanical army, temporarily halted by the mother-S struggle, then glanced at the ominous core crystal, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Finally found a worthy target. Desperate surfing. Bulma navigates the chaotic currents of space to reach the new star domain. Mechanical tide. The resonance sea conceals deadly threats. Endless mechanical entities assaulting. Clever tactics stymied. The information disruption cannon shows its power, but the enemy evolves more ferociously. A stunning reversal. The core of all machines cries for help, revealing the truth of the Shadow's corruption. Ultimate choice. Face the source of pollution or escape amidst the chaos. Chapter 73. Purifying the core, the Shadow strikes back. Help! Vegeta scoffed, his crimson electronic eyes flickering like the tide outside the window. Does this look like a call for help? Just as the words left his mouth, the massive core crystal trembled violently. The mechanical army, previously stalled due to the Mother-S struggle, had their crimson eyes suddenly stabilize, now even more piercing and colder than before. The resonance filled with pain and struggle was forcibly suppressed, replaced by a more pure, savagely destructive command, sweeping across the entire resonance sea like an invisible tsunami. Roar. Billions of mechanical beings emitted a silent roar. Their attack resumed. This time, they no longer charged chaotically but moved like a well-trained army, dividing into several tiers. The first wave consisted of fast-moving small units, crashing into the escape pod like suicide bombers, attempting to deplete the shields. The second wave comprised mid-range energy shooters, their concentrated beams sealing off all avenues of evasion. The third wave consisted of massive units, akin to mobile fortresses, slowly advancing while radiating a sense of despairing energy pressure. The escape pod was instantly plunged into a dire predicament. The shield energy plummeted under the suicide impacts and concentrated beams, and the blaring red alarms once again filled the cabin. The shield is about to fail. Trunks watched the energy levels on the console plummet, his voice hoarse. We cannot hesitate any longer. Bulma gripped the flickering pure white flame tightly, feeling the faint, yet resilient plea for help emanating from deep within the core crystal. Her gaze resolute. We must purify the core. This is our only chance. Otherwise, we will be worn down here. She looked at Son Goku and Vegeta. I need time. I need absolute focus. We must hold them off until I complete the purification process. Humph, easy for you to say. Vegeta punched a beam of energy that penetrated the weak shield, his expression grim. There are too many enemies outside, and they are coordinated. Even if he and Goku held their ground, it wouldn't last long. There is a way. Son Goku suddenly spoke, his platinum pupils scanning the surrounding mechanical army, which was controlled by a unified consciousness, like countless hands of a single entity. What if we could temporarily paralyze that hand? He looked at Bulma. Can your information disruption cannon be overloaded to execute a large-scale, forced command override? Even if it's just for a few seconds. Bulma's eyes lit up. In theory, yes. But it would require a massive energy surge instantly, and it would cause irreversible damage to the cannon. More importantly, we need extremely precise targeting. We must cover the network node of the collective consciousness controlled by the Shadow. We will provide the energy. Vegeta immediately understood Son Goku's intention. Although he disliked being directed by Kakarot, this was indeed the most effective plan at the moment. The targeting is up to you, woman. Hurry, give me 3 seconds. Bulma said no more, her hands moving like phantoms across the control panel, blue data streams intertwining with the pure white flame, calculating the most critical flow nodes of that cold collective consciousness within the network. At the same time, she prepared the overload program for the information disruption cannon. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, pressing their hands against the ship's energy conduits. Let us go. The two roared in unison. The platinum mental power of Sun Wukong radiates warmth akin to a nurturing star, vast and all-encompassing, in stark contrast. Vegeta's dark blue force of destruction and rebirth resembles a ferocious black hole, domineering and precise. These two forces, fundamentally opposed yet equally formidable, intertwine at this moment like a double helix, surging with unprecedented efficiency into the energy core of the spacecraft, directing towards the information disruption cannon. The cannon emitted a mournful wail under the immense strain, its surface showing signs of melting. Yet, the blue-white light accumulating at the muzzle achieved an unparalleled intensity, reminiscent of a supernova on the brink of eruption. Now, coordinate locked. Fire. Bulma abruptly pressed the virtual button. A beam of blue-white light, unassuming yet capable of piercing the soul, silently expanded from the escape pod, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. Time appeared to stand still. The mechanical life forms, previously engaged in a frenzied assault, froze mid-action, The red light in their eyes flickered erratically, akin to malfunctioning bulbs, before extinguishing altogether in a fleeting moment. Their movements halted. Formations disintegrated, as if they had suddenly lost all commands, transforming into cold sculptures adrift in the void. The entire resonance sea fell into a deathly silence. We did it. Krillin and little Gohan nearly leaped with exhilaration. Only 5 seconds. Hurry. Bulma's face turned pale. The overloaded shot had nearly drained her recently restored mental energy, but she persevered, maneuvering the escape pod like an arrow released from a bow towards the now unobstructed core crystal. 5 seconds. Every moment counts. The spacecraft collided violently with the dull surface of the core crystal, the hatch opened, and Bulma, wielding pure white flames wrapped in Sun Wukong's mental power, charged directly into the crystal's interior. Vegeta stood guard at the hatch, dark blue flames blazing, coldly observing the mechanical army around him that began to quiver slightly. Their red lights poised to reignite. Inside the core crystal, there was not a hard substance, but an immensely vast virtual space composed of countless flowing data streams and energy veins. At the center of this space, a colossal female shadow, radiant with pure light and resembling a nurturing mother, was ensnared and eroded by numerous writhing, viscous black chains. These chains exuded an aura of primordial darkness, akin to the cracks in reality. This was the essence of the mother of all machines. Her visage twisted, half radiating a warm glow and struggling valiantly, while the other half succumbed to darkness, continuously emitting chilling commands of destruction. The invading consciousness, tainted by darkness, emitted a cold, mechanical synthetic sound. "Help me," pleaded the warm half, in a faint voice. "Hang on." Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma raised the pure white flames high. She infused all her mental energy into it, guiding the tremendous force of creation into countless slender and resilient pure white data streams, piercing, with surgical precision, towards the black chains entwining the core consciousness. With a sizzling sound, like a hot knife through butter, the moment the pure white data streams made contact with the black chains, a fierce information confrontation erupted. Darkness attempted to corrupt and consume the white light, while the force of creation, under Bulma's guidance, persistently covered and repaired the core code distorted by darkness. This was a purifying war taking place at the data level, fraught with peril equal to that of the external battle. Meanwhile, 5 seconds elapsed in the external world. The red lights in the eyes of billions of mechanical life forms reignited like hellfire. Moreover, due to the forcibly interrupted commands, they grew even more frenzied. Like an enraged swarm of bees, they charged towards the core crystal, towards Vegeta guarding the hatch and the escape pod, launching an even more frenzied assault. "Come on." Vegeta cackled maniacally, his dark blue flames soaring, no longer holding back, but actively plunging into the mechanical horde. His figure flitted like a specter, with every flash. A mechanical entity exploded under his ferocious power, transforming into brilliant, yet cold fireworks. He single-handedly carved out a brief vacuum around the core crystal, but the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Soon, he was submerged by countless mechanical bodies, only the dark blue flames visible amidst the chaos, erupting like a lighthouse in a storm. Under Trunks' control, the escape pod desperately dodged and fired, but the shields had completely overloaded and vanished, the hull being relentlessly struck, billowing thick smoke. Inside, Bulma's purification reached a critical juncture. Most of the black chains had been severed and purified by the pure white data streams. Yet the last few thickest chains remained stubbornly entwined at the core of the consciousness, fiercely resisting. Just a little more. Blood began to seep from Bulma's orifices as her mental energy reached its limit. At that moment, the suppressed dark consciousness seemed to sense its impending doom and launched a final counterattack. It ceased to defend itself and surged along the pure white data streams, eroding towards Bulma's consciousness. A chilling, silent void filled with endless negations surged into Bulma's mind like a breaking dam. Not good. Sun Wukong, sensing the drastic change in Bulma's aura, attempted to lend support with his mental power but was ensnared by more mechanical bodies. Just as Bulma's consciousness was on the brink of being completely consumed by this final darkness, in a moment of desperation, the warm consciousness of the mother of all machines, which had been struggling against the darkness, let out a final cry, filled with resolution and maternal brilliance. "For my children." She fiercely ignited her last pure essence, transforming into an exultant radiance, like a moth to a flame, and collided directly with the darkness attempting to engulf Bulma. The explosion of light and darkness at the core was violent and annihilating. All of the black chains shattered and dissipated in that instant. The immense shadow of the mother of all machines became incredibly transparent, as if on the verge of vanishing, yet her face bore a serene and peaceful smile. She cast one last glance at the mechanical children, who had ceased their assault, their red lights extinguished, standing bewildered in place, transforming into twinkling starlight that merged into the core crystal. The purification was successful. The entire resonance sea fell into absolute silence. All mechanical life forms ceased operation, quietly floating as if mourning the loss of their mother. Bulma collapsed in exhaustion, supported by son Wukong, who had appeared beside her in an instant. Vegeta also halted his assault, gazing at the surrounding silent mechanical army, shaking off the remnants of energy on his hands with a cold snort. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted and could finally breathe a sigh of relief, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dark consciousness, which had been gravely wounded by the self-detonation of the mother of all machines at the last moment, had not been completely obliterated. It coalesced like a wounded serpent into an exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible black stream of light, and, seizing the moment when the core space became unstable due to the Mother-S dissolution, swiftly darted out of the core crystal. It did not attack anyone but, like a living entity, accurately shot towards the remnants of a heavy mechanical fortress that had previously been destroyed by Vegeta, quietly merging into its still smoldering core processor. Desperate overload. Dual deity energy, information disruption cannon forced to paralyze mechanical army. Delving into the core, Bulma confronts the shadow-corrupted mother of all machines. Data purification. Creation power battles, primordial darkness, danger abounds. Maternal sacrifice. The mother of all machines self-detonates her essence to aid Bulma in completing the purification. Crisis lurks. The dark consciousness remains, stealthily concealing itself within mechanical remnants. Chapter 74. Creation armament, the prince's new toy. The resonance sea fell into a deathly silence. The myriad mechanical life forms seemed to have pressed the pause button, their crimson glows extinguished, quietly suspended in the void, as if mourning their recently departed mother. The space, once filled with commands of destruction and energetic explosions, now resonated solely with the faint and steady pulsations emanating from the core crystal, akin to the heartbeat of a weary giant in slumber. Within the escape pod, the atmosphere remained tense. Bulma slumped in her seat, her complexion as pale as parchment, her temples throbbing. The purification war that had just unfolded at the data level had nearly drained her mental fortitude. Lifting even a finger felt laborious. Son Wukong sat beside her, enveloping her in a gentle aura of platinum energy, slowly nurturing her overtaxed spirit. Finally, it was over. Krillin let out a long sigh, nearly sliding off his seat. Little Gohan relaxed his taut nerves, gazing out at the still mechanical bodies, a shiver running down his spine. Trunks was examining the damage report of the ship, his brow furrowed. The hull was damaged by 40%, the power system severely compromised, and the life support system operating at minimal power. We are temporarily safe, but repairs must be made swiftly. Otherwise, his words remained unspoken, but everyone understood. This battered vessel could withstand no further turmoil. Vegeta leaned against the hatch, arms crossed. The dark blue aura surrounding him had subsided, yet his presence emanated a more solid and profound essence than before. He cast a glance at the cold mechanical wreckage outside and the massive core crystal nearby, snorting disdainfully, a bunch of useless trash. It was unclear whether he referred to the mechanical entities or the dire predicament they found themselves in. A brief silence was shattered by a subtle humming sound, emanating from the pure white flame in Bulma's hand. It flickered gently, as if responding to the steady pulsations of the core crystal, perhaps transmitting some message to Bulma. With great effort, she opened her eyes, observing the flame in her grasp and feeling the flowing life force within it, seemingly more docile and easier to guide. An uncontrollable thought surged forth. We can no longer passively endure such assaults. Her voice, though weak, carried an undeniable conviction. Each time, they fled in panic, pursued like homeless dogs. They needed power, the kind that could strike first, even retaliate. She struggled to sit upright, her gaze sweeping over the battered ship before finally resting on Vegeta and son Wukong. This ember is not merely energy. It resembles a universal toolbox. The spark of a scientist ignited in Bulma's eyes, reminiscent of the gaze one possesses when discovering new theories and preparing for audacious experiments. I feel I can comprehend it more clearly now. Perhaps we can use it to transform this heap of scrap. She gestured towards the escape pod, into a true weapon. Transform the ship? Use the remnants of creation? This notion was audacious enough to momentarily astonish even Sun Wukong. Woman, has your mind been scorched by those data streams? Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the idea of relying on such scrap metal. Scrap metal? Bulma shot him an indignant glare, taking a deep breath to concentrate. She pressed her hands once more against the pure white flame, and this time, the blue data streams no longer surged wildly but instead coiled around the flame like gentle threads, beginning an intricate weaving and construction process. Under the astonished gaze of her companions, the pure white flame, under Bulma's command, began to morph and elongate. As the light swirled, a three-dimensional blueprint of a streamlined energy propulsion nozzle materialized clearly in midair. This blueprint was extraordinarily detailed, with an internal structure far surpassing existing technology, even simulating the flow of energy within its design. As a technological prodigy, Trunks was instantly captivated by this perfect design. The ion nozzle of a hyperspace jump engine? No. The efficiency of this structure is at least 3 times that of Company G's most advanced engine. Before anyone could fully absorb this revelation, Bulma's hands moved ceaselessly, and the pure white flame shifted again, constructing several curved blueprints of armor plates adorned with intricate patterns. Deflection armor. Bulma maintained the construction while rapidly explaining, her tone brimming with suppressed excitement. It's not about brute force. It's about utilizing the laws of creation to define attack energy, guiding, dispersing, and even partially transforming it into our own energy. Next, she crafted several peculiar-looking cannons, their barrels resembling miniature galaxies in rotation. An upgraded version of the information disruption cannon. Bulma's eyes sparkled with fervor. Those struck would not be harmed, but would momentarily forget their attack directives or be forcibly loaded with chaotic logic codes, causing them to turn on themselves. She resembled a mythic creator deity, yet her creations were not life or celestial bodies, but the pinnacle of warfare technology. Each blueprint shimmered with the brilliance of perfect fusion between technology and mystical laws, radiating an exhilarating wave of power. Krillin and little Gohan stared in disbelief. It was akin to alchemy, conjuring gold from stone. This was utterly absurd. Vegeta, arms crossed, feigned indifference, yet his gaze was fixated on the energy blueprints, especially the disruption cannons, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This sounds intriguingly delightful. Sun Wukong perceived it deeper. He understood that Bulma was not conjuring something from nothing. She was using the remnants of creation as raw material and her extraordinary scientific insight as a blueprint, manifesting these concepts directly from the realm of possibility. This was an alternative, ultimate form of scientific alchemy. All right, the conceptual blueprints for the core components are complete. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow, her complexion even paler, yet her spirit was exceptionally invigorated. Now, we need to install them onto the ship. Conventional methods are too slow. We will directly merge the concepts. She looked towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I need your strength as a medium and stabilizer to forcibly imprint my definitions onto the ship's material structure. The process may be a bit rough. Bring it on. Vegeta had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Wukong nodded in agreement, signaling his readiness. Bulma took a deep breath, manipulating the floating energy blueprints, and suddenly pressed them against the wall of the escape pod. Buzz! A tremendous roar of energy erupted. The entire ship began to shake violently. The platinum and dark blue forces firmly stabilized the structure, while Bulma's blue-white life force enveloped the energy blueprints, welding them to the ship's body at a molecular level with the efficiency of high-temperature welding. Metal twisted, light burst forth, and energy surged. The escape pod transformed at a visible speed. Its shell became sleeker and sharper, newly added propulsion nozzles flashing a dangerous white light, crystalline armor encasing critical areas, while those disruption cannons extended like the talons of a falcon from the prow. This process was infused with a sense of power and the beauty of technology, as if a beast was being forcibly transformed into a killing machine. 5 minutes later, the brilliance began to fade. A completely renewed, futuristic assault vessel, imbued with an air of mysterious oppression, emerged in the silent sea of resonance. No longer merely a tool for survival, it resembled a drawn blade, poised for the hunt. It is done. Bulma exhaled deeply, nearly losing her balance, supported hastily by Trunks. Yet, gazing at her creation, her eyes sparkled with a sense of achievement and eagerness. Now, we possess the means to contend with those cleansing fleets. Finally, we need not scurry like mice. Vegeta was the first to approach the prow, caressing the cold crystalline armor and disruption cannons, as if admiring his new toy, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor, ready to test the might of this new weapon. Mom, you are incredible. Trunks gazed at the completely transformed ship, genuinely awestruck. Krillin and Chaofan gathered around, touching the newly added components, feeling the immense power contained within them. The anxiety in their hearts was replaced by a newfound courage. However, Suhong's brow furrowed slightly. His perception was the most acute during the final stage of the fusion. He vaguely sensed that when the Changsheng Wuzhong and the spaceship fully merged, emanating a more powerful energy fluctuation, there seemed to be an extremely obscure and distant gaze penetrating through layers of dimensions, briefly sweeping across the periphery of this recently tranquil sea of resonance. That sensation was deeper, older, and hungrier than the cold lock-on of the cleaning fleet. Bulma, Sun Wukong spoke solemnly, interrupting the excitement of the group. We should leave here immediately. I have a feeling something else has been drawn here. Almost simultaneously with his words, in the distance, within the depths of the void floating countless mechanical wrecks. A relatively intact heavy mechanical fortress, previously destroyed by Ba, suddenly emitted a faint, eerie black light from an indicator that should have been extinguished. Changsheng Langjian, Bulma, using the laws as a blueprint, conjured top-tier weaponry out of thin air. Bali Gajong, with the power of the dual gods as a medium, the escape pod transformed into a hunting assault ship. Shiwang Chongsung, the team gained maneuvering capital, and their fighting spirit was reignited. Weiji Anfu, an unknown gaze silently brushed past, and the mechanical wreckage revealed an eerie black light. Chapter 75, the initial display of power. The Void Hunter, the brand new assault ship, Changsheng, quietly floated in the dead silence of the sea of resonance. Its streamlined hull was covered with subtly flowing runic crystal armor, and several law interferers flickered with an ominous light at the bow, while the newly designed thruster nozzles at the rear, though not yet ignited, already conveyed a sense of surging power. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was starkly different from before. Although fatigue was still evident, each individual's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. This warship, miraculously transformed by Bulma, was their confidence in turning the tide. All systems have completed self-check, Turlan Kursu exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. The energy circuits are unobstructed. The shield strength is 10 times that of before. The engine thrust is immeasurable. This is simply a dreamlike warship. Kulin and Zhao Fan touched the cool, powerful walls of the cabin, as if feeling the living pulse of the ship. Humph, it finally looks the part, Vegeta remarked. Stroking a newly generated energy interface on the control panel meant for directly guiding the law interferers, a cruel expectation curling at the corners of his mouth. If those tin cans, the cleaning fleet, dare to come again, they shall find no way back. Sun Wukong stood before the viewport, his platinum eyes still holding a hint of vigilance as he scanned the silent void outside. The feeling of being watched had not completely faded. It had merely become exceedingly subtle. Bulma, how do you feel? He turned to look at Bulma, who was seated at the main control position. Bulma's complexion remained somewhat pale, yet her spirit was high. Her hands hovered over the control panel, fingertips entwined with blue data streams. I have never felt better. I feel a closer connection with this ship and the regime. Many of the previously vague laws of creation are now becoming clear. Just give us a little time to familiarize ourselves. Before her words could conclude, a shrill alarm suddenly erupted without warning. This was no longer the previous alerts of energy shortages or structural damage, but the highest level external threat invasion alarm. Detecting high-dimensional energy response. Approaching rapidly. Tonkatsu instantaneously switched to combat mode, his hands deftly operating the control panel. Unknown source. Not the cleaning fleet. The energy characteristics are extremely chaotic, hungry. Outside the viewport, the once tranquil void began to violently distort as if a stone had been thrown into water. A massive vortex, entirely composed of shadows and shattered space, was forming not far ahead of them. At the center of the vortex lay an unfathomable darkness, radiating a chilling pull that sent shivers through their souls. It's here. The thing that has been watching us. Sun Wukong's expression sharpened, and a platinum halo enveloped the entire ship. Just in time, Vegeta, rather than being startled, burst into laughter. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to test my blade. He did not wait for orders. His right hand slammed onto the dedicated energy interface, and the dark blue force of destruction surged through him like a raging flood. Law Interferer number 1. Target the anomalous point in front of us. Disrupt it. Vegeta roared as he issued the attack command. With a hum, a menacing Law Interferer at the bow blazed to life with blinding blue-white light. A formless, intangible wave, rippling through the surrounding space, shot into the newly formed shadow vortex's center like a precise scalpel. There was no explosion, no flash. Yet, the shadow vortex, emanating a terrifying pull, seemed to be choked, halting abruptly. Its chaotic internal energy appeared to be forcibly injected with contradictory commands, causing it to clash and annihilate. The vortex's rotation slowed dramatically, its size becoming unstable as it began to shrink and expand. Effective. The spatial structure has been disrupted. Tongues exclaimed as he observed the sensor data fluctuating sharply with surprise. Nothing more than this. A satisfied look spread across Vegeta's face. This method of using the laws to toy with the enemy was very much to his liking. However, their attack seemed to thoroughly provoke the being behind the vortex. A roar, inaudible to the ears but resonating deep within the consciousness of each individual, filled with insatiable hunger and rage, emanated from the depths of the vortex. Immediately afterward, a colossal claw, entirely composed of twisted shadow and viscous darkness, violently tore through the collapsing vortex, exuding an aura that threatened to annihilate everything as it lunged toward Songhop. Wherever this claw passed, even space itself seemed to corrode, leaving behind streaks of black residue. Its might far surpassed that of the previous cleaning fleet. Shields at full power, Bulma calmly commanded, pressing her hands on the control panel. The ship's crystal armor instantaneously glowed, a thick, flowing blue-white energy shield imbued with creation runes enveloping the warship securely. Boom. The shadow claw crashed violently against the shield. The immense impact shook the entire Changshanghak. The surface of the shield flickered with blinding light, emitting a painful, distorted sound. Yet it held firm. We held. Krillin shouted excitedly. They had previously been on the brink of collapse under the cleaning fleet's assault. Not done yet. Bulma felt the rapid depletion of the shield's energy, her gaze sharp. Turlinkursu, activate interferers 2 and 3, continue to disrupt its attack structure. Wukong, Vegeta, prepare to counterattack. We need to find its core. Understood. Tungusu operated the other 2 interferers, continuously firing disruptive waves at the Shadow Claw, causing its form to twist and its attack power to decrease significantly. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, his platinum mental power extending like invisible tendrils, carefully probing through the shield towards the Shadow Claw, attempting to sense its energy source and structural weaknesses. Vegeta, however, was already impatient, placing another hand on the energy interface. Dark blue flames rising within the bridge. Find the core. This king will crush it with his own hands. At that moment, Sun's brow furrowed sharply. No, this is not its true form. This is merely a projection, or rather, a probing claw. Its core is hidden in a deeper dimension, as if to validate his words. Behind the disrupted Shadow Claw, the void was torn apart again. A second and third, equally gigantic Shadow Claw simultaneously emerged, reaching towards Songshenghe from different directions. Meanwhile, a more colossal and primal hungry will surged like a tidal wave, attempting to penetrate the shield and directly affect the crew's psyche. Be careful. It is conducting a mental invasion. Sun Wukong immediately expanded his mental force, fortifying the collective spiritual defenses. Under the relentless assault of the 3 shadowy claws, the pressure on their shield intensified dramatically, the radiant light flickering with greater urgency. No longer could they afford to remain in passive defense. Bulma, with decisive clarity, activated the Genesis Sequence S spatial anchoring, determined to pin the outstretched claws firmly in place. Her hands moved rapidly, pure white flames blazing in her palms as intricate blue data streams surged into the control console. The space surrounding the Genesis vessel was instantaneously altered, becoming as solid as steel. The once swift motions of the shadowy claws abruptly slowed, as if ensnared in an invisible mire. Now was the moment. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Kakarot, show me the way. Sun Wukong's mental force swiftly locked onto one of the temporarily anchored claws, identifying the source of the most profound darkness emanating from it. Come forth, you wretched being. Vegeta roared, channeling his entire strength into the disruptor. This time, rather than unleashing chaotic waves, he compressed his power to form an exquisitely refined dark blue beam, driving it deep into the essence of the shadowy claw. Following the path indicated by Sun Wukong, this was not mere physical destruction. It was a reverse tracing at the level of laws, a conceptual strike. A peculiar sound, akin to something being pierced, echoed from deep within the claw. The claw froze momentarily, then convulsed violently like a punctured balloon, ultimately exploding into a cloud of dispersing black mist. A howl of anguish and fury resonated from the depths of the dimension. The other two claws recoiled like startled serpents, retreating into the rift of void, dragging along the remnants of the shattered claw's black mist. The void swiftly settled, leaving only the subtle ripples of space that had yet to fully dissipate. Had they repelled the enemy? A profound silence enveloped the Genesis vessel, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of its occupants. They had triumphed. For the first time, facing such a terrifying adversary, they not only held their ground, but had successfully counterattacked, even dealing a significant blow to the foe. Had they truly succeeded? Little Gohan still found it hard to believe. Humph, so it fled swiftly. Vegeta retracted his hand, feeling the substantial, yet exhilarating drain of power within him, his tone laced with lingering exhilaration. Bulma also exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her face. The performance of the new spaceship and weaponry far exceeded expectations. However, Sun Wukong's expression remained grave. He gazed towards the direction of the enemy's disappearance, his crimson gold pupils filled with unease. Something is amiss, he began slowly. It retreated too abruptly. And while I was tracking its core, I seemed to hear something. What did you hear? Trunks inquired. Sun Wukong paused, as if recalling that vague sensation. Many similar hungry thoughts exchanging information. One of those thoughts seemed to convey the discovery of a high concentration of Genesis particles, coordinates marked, calling for its kin. Genesis particles? Are they referring to the power of the embers? Marked coordinates? Calling for kin. The hearts of all sank in an instant. Could it be that the foe they had just defeated was merely a scout seeking sustenance? And now, their location, along with the news of their precious treasures, had been transmitted to even more fearsome void hunters? The first glimmer of brilliance. The new warship confronts the shadowy claws, the disruptor showcasing its might. Perfect cooperation. Bulma controls the field. Wukong senses the enemy. Vegeta delivers the fatal blow. First battle triumph. Repelled unknown formidable foes. The team's morale surges. A chilling reflection. Did the enemy retreat, or was it a ruse? Coordinates exposed, attracting more hunters? Chapter 76. The calm before the storm. Undercurrents afloat within the Genesis vessel. The joy of victory felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of ice water, instantly solidifying the atmosphere. The coordinates have been marked. They will attract more. Krillin's voice trembled, the courage he had just mustered nearly crumbling. The mere thought of those terrifying shadowy claws appearing in swarms sent shivers down his spine. Little Gohan's face also paled, his fists clenched tightly. Trunks swiftly manipulated the console, his expression grim. It is impossible to ascertain whether the signal has been entirely intercepted. The enemy employs a dimensional communication method we cannot comprehend. Our disruptor can only influence physical attacks, having limited effect on this form of information transmission. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist against the cabin wall, producing a resounding thud. Damn pests. They can only scurry about in the sewers, playing these petty tricks. He craved a straightforward battle, not the sensation of being secretly observed and marked by unknown foes. Bulma forced herself to regain composure, her mind racing. We cannot remain here. The sea of resonance has only just calmed, and the spatial structure remains unstable. Staying here would make us sitting ducks. We must execute a hyperspace jump immediately, departing from this coordinate. Where to? Sun Wukong asked, his platinum mental force still enveloping the entire ship, vigilant for any potential attacks. Bulma called up the star map, her fingers swiftly gliding over several regions. To here, the silent graveyard. According to Mr. G's database, it is the site of the ancient war's conclusion, where the spatial structure is exceedingly chaotic, filled with energy remnants and spatial traps, greatly disrupting conventional detection and tracking. Even those void hunters would require time to accurately locate us in such a place. The silent graveyard? Trunks search the data. The risks are exceedingly high. The environment there is extremely harsh, and it is said to harbor lingering resentments and ancient curses. No matter how perilous, it is preferable to remaining here as a coordinate beacon. Bulma's tone was resolute, initiating the engines. Maximum power. Destination, silent graveyard. Understood. Trunks no longer hesitated, his hands dancing over the console, leaving a blur of motion. The newly fitted thruster nozzles at the ship's rear suddenly ignited with brilliant white-blue light, a testament to the fusion of Genesis power and cutting-edge technology. The Genesis vessel shuddered slightly, and in the next moment, like a cheetah breaking free from its shackles, it surged forward. No longer the clumsy escape pod of before, it now emanated a fluid and robust sense of power, instantly tearing through space and plunging into the newly formed hyperspace corridor. This transition was remarkably smooth, almost unbelievable. Outside the porthole flowed luminous streams, the ship experiencing almost no turbulence. Bulma's modified engine and stabilization system exhibited overwhelming performance superiority. During the brief transition, the atmosphere on the bridge remained tense. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, sensing the rear, confirming there were no pursuers before slightly relaxing, though his brow remained furrowed. Those hunters do not appear to be order-maintaining observers. They resemble beasts driven by instinct to hunt. Beasts? Vegeta scoffed. Then they must be eradicated utterly. Yet they lurk in deeper dimensions, elusive and unpredictable. We are far too passive. Bulma massaged her temples, her mental energy still greatly depleted. We need a means to actively detect, even counter their dimensional traversals. She glanced at the obediently flickering pure white flames in her hand, then at the energy circuits she had crafted on the console, and a thought began to crystallize. Perhaps we can mimic them? A glimmer of that experimental spark ignited in Bulma's eyes, a scientist prepared to embark on a perilous experiment. Utilizing the Genesis properties of the embers, combining my preliminary analysis of their energy fluctuations to construct a temporary dimensional resonator, there is no need to fully comprehend their technology. We only require a method to issue early warnings as they approach, like bats using echolocation, potentially even disrupting their traversal processes. This notion once again showcased Bulma's imaginative yet practical scientific intellect. What is needed? Sun Wukong consistently offered his support. Time is needed, as well as a tranquil environment. And a touch of luck. Bulma inhaled deeply. Upon reaching the silent graveyard, I will immediately seek a relatively safe area to commence my attempts. Just then, the hyperspace jump concluded. The Genesis vessel burst forth from the flowing light, and the sight before them made everyone gasp in astonishment. In this desolate expanse, devoid of stars and light, there exists an endless, slowly rotating dark gray nebula. Within this nebula, countless colossal, rusted remnants of starships float, some even vaster than mountains. The shattered armor, broken cannons, and twisted hulls paint a scene of profound desolation and horror, resembling a cosmic graveyard. More unsettling is the heavy silence that permeates the space, as if it could crush one's very soul, accompanied by faint whispers of resentment. This is the silent cemetery. Even the light seems to be devoured by this stillness, rendering the surroundings unusually dim. High-intensity energy turbulence detected. Spatial folds abound. Conventional navigation is completely inoperative. Trunks reported immediately, relying solely on short-range scans and manual evasion. We must seek a sufficiently large and relatively stable wreck to hide within. Bulma commanded. The ship, known as Chuangxinghao, glided like a phantom through this vast cosmic junkyard, skillfully avoiding invisible rifts in space and sudden bursts of energy vortices. Eventually, they discovered a supermassive battleship wreck, nearly severed in two, yet the forward section remained intact, resembling a vast cave entrance. The vessel silently slipped inside, shutting down most of its energy output, akin to a stealthy predator cloaked in darkness. The cabin lights were dimmed to their lowest setting, leaving only the essential control systems to emit a faint glow. The silence and chill seeped through the armor, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Bulma immediately immersed herself in the development of the dimensional resonator. Sitting cross-legged at the control station, her hands hovered over pure white flames. As blue data streams wove intricate energy models before her, continuously attempting, failing, and adjusting. Goku stood vigil beside Bulma, his mental prowess akin to the most precise radar, safeguarding her from external threats while nurturing her intense focus. Vegeta leaned against the viewport, his dark blue eyes coldly surveying the silent graveyard beyond the thick rusted armor. His internal strength gradually restored while simultaneously attuning to the resonance of the new weapon's disruptor. Krillin and Goten, wary of disturbing them, silently checked the ship's systems, ensuring that their final sanctuary would not falter from within. Trunks monitored the external environment, reducing sensor power to its lowest, akin to a sentinel holding its breath in the dark. Time trickled away in the suffocating silence. Suddenly, Trunks' body stiffened as he sensed something amiss. "There is something," he whispered. Astonished, "The sensors have detected a faint energy signal unlike anything we know. The source is deep within this wreck where we are hiding. It's moving." Everyone was startled. Was there something alive within this wreck that had lain silent for millennia? Before they could react, the pure white flames before Bulma flickered violently. She had just constructed an exceedingly unstable prototype of the dimensional resonator, now emitting a sharp alarm that only she could perceive. "This is bad," Bulma exclaimed, her face turning pale. "The resonator is reacting. It's not an external hunter. It is the graveyard itself. Something is observing us from a higher dimension. Its gaze has just swept past us." Almost simultaneously, a deep, faint hum, resonating as if from the very marrow of their bones, emanated from the depths of the colossal wreck. Accompanying this hum was a chilling, viscous malice, coalescing like the wails of countless souls, beginning to permeate the dark space. They believed they had found a secure refuge, unaware they might have unwittingly entered the lair of an ancient entity. Was the creature within the wreck awakened by their presence? Or had it been waiting, ever vigilant for prey? The low hum resonated like the heartbeat of some ancient behemoth, each vibration striking at the very souls of those aboard. The tangible malice, like a dense fog, descended upon the Chuanxing Hao, causing the temperature within to plummet. "It has found us." Krillin's voice trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Trunks pressed his hands firmly against the console, attempting to lock onto the moving signal, yet the data returned in chaotic disarray. The signal characteristics were unrecognizable. The structure completely defied known physical laws. "It is adapting to our scans." Vegeta's dark blue aura erupted, dispelling the chilling air that had infiltrated the cabin. His eyes ablaze with ferocity. "Let us not be superstitious. Draw it out and crush it. Do not act rashly." Bulma sharply interjected, her pallor stark against her piercing gaze fixed on the frantically flickering, nearly collapsing prototype of the dimensional resonator. It was observing them through a very ancient scanning method based on the concept of existence itself. Their conventional stealth tactics were futile against it. She suddenly raised her gaze to the endless darkness outside the viewport. "It is not using sensors to find us. It is directly confirming the existence of entities that should not be here. To it, we are as conspicuous as ink spots on white paper." No sooner had she spoken than the hum from the wreck intensified. Following this, a slow, heavy sound, reminiscent of a colossal entity dragging metal, resonated from afar, gradually growing closer, clear to every ear. The sound bore a nauseating slowness, as if some ancient titan, slumbering for eons, was laboriously awakening and moving. "It's coming," Goten cried out, pointing at the main screen. In the grainy outline barely captured by the sensors, an enormous shadow loomed, filling the corridor ahead, approaching at a deliberate pace, exuding an irresistible pressure. As it drew nearer, the metallic walls began to tremble slightly, rust flakes cascading like rain. "Initiate emergency escape protocols. We must leave this place," Trunks shouted. "No," Bulma immediately countered. "The external spatial structure is too chaotic. Rushing out would lead to our demise. Moreover, it may have already locked onto us." Her mind raced, fixated on the ominous shadow drawing near and the violently pulsating white flames in her hands. Conventional methods were ineffective. Physical attacks might also prove futile against this ancient construct reliant on concepts and rules. Suddenly, a resolute glimmer sparked in her eyes. "There is a way. It carries great risk, but it may be our only opportunity." Bulma spoke rapidly. Its reliance on conceptual scanning and actions suggests that its core control system is likely based on primitive code or contractual logic. The Chuanxing Yuji represents one of the universe's most fundamental authoritative definitions. Perhaps I can attempt to forcibly hack into its core. Bulma awakens, overriding its hostile directives with the power of creation. Hack an ancient mechanical guardian. Write a virus using the essence of creation. The notion was so audacious that even Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Goku inquired gravely, sensing the ancient and formidable power of the approaching presence, far surpassing any adversary faced before. I am uncertain, but it is worth a try. Bulma pressed both hands firmly against the pure white flames, from which surged an even more majestic stream of azure data. This time, the energies did not construct weapons or shields. Instead, they began to weave an extraordinarily intricate and mandatory friendly agreement code, imbued with the mysteries of creation laws. I need time before it completely locks onto us and launches an attack. How long? Vegeta inquired impatiently, eyeing the approaching shadow on the screen. At most 30 seconds. Bulma's forehead beaded with sweat. It was an almost impossible task. 30 seconds? Vegeta snorted derisively, a fierce glint sparking in his eyes. That will suffice. He no longer hesitated. In a flash, he dashed out of the creation vessel, hovering in the narrow corridor, confronting the colossal entity that emerged slowly from the darkness. The dark blue aura blazed around him, illuminating his figure like a battle god returning from the depths of hell. He raised his hand, not to condense an energy sphere, but to compress the power of destruction and rebirth at his fingertips into a singular, profound darkness. Look here. Vegeta roared defiantly at the massive shadow, unleashing the condensed beam of darkness imbued with the power of the void. This time, his aim was not destruction, but to provoke hatred. Buzz. The dark beam struck the surface of the shadow, causing no physical damage, yet the essence within, teeming with contradictions of negation and rebirth, rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the ancient entity's hostility judgment system. The immense shadow halted abruptly, and then two scarlet, lava-like luminescent spots flared to life at its forefront, akin to eyes that fixed their gaze on the diminutive Vegeta in the corridor. A more ferocious and icy intent to lock onto him surged forth, like a myriad of ice needles piercing towards him. Humph, now that's more like it. Vegeta laughed maniacally, undaunted as he met the terrifying mental onslaught. The dark blue aura clashed violently with the invisible willpower field in the corridor, unleashing silent ripples of energy. He had successfully drawn fire away from Bulma and unveiled the true visage of the Tomb Guardian. It was a massive humanoid machine, entirely constructed from a dark gray, rusted, and battered unknown metal. Its gigantic frame nearly filled the corridor with an archaic and menacing design, as if it hailed from a lost mythological era. Its arms resembled colossal industrial pincers. Its legs were structured with reverse-jointed tracks, and its surface was inscribed with incomprehensible ancient runes, now emanating an ominous glow. Its crimson, lava-like electronic eyes were filled with a chilling resolve to execute erasure commands. Trunks, observing the scant fragments of data that barely matched in the database, spoke in a hoarse voice. The ultimate weapon employed by ancient civilizations to guard vital relics had theoretically been entirely annihilated. It has not been completely destroyed. It is still executing its tomb guarding protocol. Bulma shouted, her hands moving faster, as the blue friendly agreement code neared completion, though its structure remained exceedingly unstable. Just give me 10 more seconds. However, the enraged Guardian had already raised its colossal metallic arm, capable of crushing asteroids, and with the force to obliterate everything. It swung down fiercely towards Vegeta. Before the arm even descended, the terrifying pressure of the wind caused the metallic walls of the corridor to emit a piercing, distorted sound. 10 seconds? That's far too long. Vegeta bellowed, the dark blue aura surging upwards, preparing to confront the devastating strike. Just at that critical moment. Completed. Bulma suddenly input the final segment of creation code into the pure white flames, thrusting her hands forward. The mandatory friendly agreement was injected. The pure white flames erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, morphing into a concentrated stream of pure white data, composed of countless tiny runes, akin to a precise missile. Bypassing Vegeta and directly targeting the Guardian's crimson electronic eyes, the Guardian's descending hand abruptly halted midair. Its electronic eyes flickered wildly, red and white lights battling for dominance. Its massive form began to tremble violently, the sound of misaligned gears and the roaring of energy overload reverberated from within. The ancient erasure command clashed with the forcibly injected creation-friendly agreement, igniting a perilous information warfare within the core processor of this ancient weapon. Did it succeed? Krillin asked nervously, scarcely daring to breathe. Moments later, the red light in the Guardian's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a gentle milky white glow. Its massive body ceased trembling, slowly lowering its raised arm, standing motionless, resembling a colossal statue. An eerie silence enveloped the corridor. Is it over? Little Gohan ventured, tentatively asking. Bulma slumped exhaustedly into her chair, gasping for breath, yet a victorious smile graced her face. For now, we have managed to control it. The friendly agreement has overridden its core attack directives. However, it is ancient, and its system has a strong rejection tendency. How long this control will last is uncertain. Vegeta too withdrew his fierce aura, gazing at the still behemoth with a cold snort. At least it knows its place. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, experiencing a sense of exhaustion akin to surviving a catastrophe. Yet, at that very moment of easing tension, the still Guardian suddenly revealed a once dim, heart-shaped circular rune on its chest, which inexplicably ignited with a ghostly green light. Immediately, a fragmented message, as if transcending countless epochs, filled with infinite sorrow and ominous warnings, forcibly imprinted itself in the minds of everyone present, reminiscent of ancient inscriptions. The cradle shall tip, the weaver has awakened, the node is collapsing, seek the original lullaby, otherwise, all shall return to the void. The message abruptly ceased, and the ghostly green rune quickly dimmed. The milky white light in the Guardian's eyes stabilized, yet it remained motionless, as if the recent message was merely a remnant of its long existence. A cradle? A weaver? The original lullaby? Trunks murmured, repeating these unfamiliar terms in confusion. Bulma and Son Goku exchanged glances, witnessing the shock and gravity reflected in each other's eyes. This seemed not merely a guardian machine of an ancient civilization. It felt more like a messenger delivering a final warning. Had they inadvertently trespassed into a silent graveyard, burying not only a war, but perhaps an ancient secret concerning the existence of the universe itself? And did the so-called weaver relate to the observers and void hunters hunting them? Desperate incursion. Bulma forcefully overrides the Guardian's hostility with creation code. Hatred provocation. Vegeta faces the ancient Titan in a perilous duel. Code warfare. The law agreement confronts ancient commands, achieving a dramatic victory. Ancient warning. The Guardian transmits doomsday information, revealing the mysteries of the weaver and the cradle. Secrets unveiled. The silent graveyard is not the end, but the beginning of a grander enigma. Chapter 78. The Whisper of the Cradle. The data storm. The ghostly green rune on the ancient Guardian's chest finally dimmed completely, its massive metallic form standing still like a mountain, devoid of any movement. Yet the warning that transcended eons remained etched in the minds of everyone present. Like a burning brand. The cradle shall tip, the weaver, the original lullaby, Trunks murmured, attempting to piece together the truth from these fragmented words, which seemed to depict a cosmic-level catastrophe. Krillin shuddered. Is it more terrifying than the observers and those void hunters? Perhaps so, Bulma replied gravely, her hands still hovering over the pure white flames, sensing the faint connection established with the Guardian's core, observing the observers maintaining order, the hunters following their predatory instincts. And this weaver, sounding more like it actively wove a process of destruction. Could the cradle refer to the universe we inhabit? This conjecture sent chills down everyone's spines. If the universe itself were indeed a cradle, then who was the weaver? What were its intentions? Whatever it is. Vegeta abruptly interrupted the suffocating speculation, pointing towards the still-standing guardian of the tomb, asserting that there must be more within this heap of scrap metal. Woman, can you excavate all that it knows? A flicker of intrigue flashed in Bulma's eyes, but she quickly shook her head, cautioning that the risks were too great. Its system was archaic and highly prone to rejection. Forcing a deep probe could lead to the collapse of the friendly accord, or even trigger its self-destruction protocol, entombing us all here. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze fell upon the recently illuminated rune on the Guardian's chest. Perhaps we can approach this differently. It just transmitted information, akin to playing a preset memory fragment. Maybe we can attempt to access its database for non-core, relatively safe historical records, as if perusing an ancient logbook? This proposal was deemed comparatively prudent and garnered the approval of Sun Wukong. His formidable mental prowess could serve as the most precise filter, ensuring that Bulma's consciousness would remain untainted or unperturbed when interfacing with the ancient data. Without further ado, Bulma focused her mind once more, this time manipulating pure white flames, and blue data streams. No longer was she issuing coercive commands. Instead, she was weaving an exceedingly delicate and resilient data probe, carefully circumventing the Guardian's core defense systems as she ventured into its vast, smoke-like ancient database. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, enveloping Bulma's consciousness in a radiant platinum aura, while acutely sensing any energetic fluctuations within the Guardian, prepared to sever the connection at a moment's notice. The entire process was silent, yet more perilous than any battle. Sweat beaded on Bulma's forehead as she felt as if walking a tightrope, deciphering an entirely unfamiliar ancient data format, while evading countless invisible logical traps and firewalls. Minutes later, her body jolted, a mixture of shock and clarity dawning on her face. I see it, I see her. Her voice carried a hint of ethereal excitement, revealing that it was not a coherent history but fragments of numerous civilizations, all of which had once flourished, had traversed the stars, but ultimately vanished. As she described, some hazy, flickering images were shared through the mental connection with Sun Wukong to others on the bridge. Within a resplendent nebula, a colossal, jellyfish-like biological civilization was celebrating, their thought waves harmonizing in resonance, illuminating the darkness. In the next moment, an invisible net quietly closed in, extinguishing the entire nebula's brilliance, engulfing it in silence. A highly advanced mechanical planet, where countless intelligent AIs were constructing a vast virtual paradise. Suddenly, all data streams became chaotic, the AIs emitted piercing shrieks of logical errors, and the entire planet succumbed to eternal silence. An ancient race, masters of dimensional technology, was preparing for a collective ascension, just as they were on the verge of success. Their dimension was wiped away like a fragile soap bubble, without explosion or remnants, as if they had never existed. These civilizations met their demise in various manners. Yet they shared a common thread. All perished upon reaching a critical point, touching some boundary, purged by an invisible yet absolute force in a manner beyond comprehension. It was the Weaver who did this. Bulma's voice trembled with fear. Is it preventing civilizations from overdevelopment? Or is it harvesting? At that moment, her probing data stream seemed to touch upon a deeper, encrypted region. A surge of chaotic information, far more immense than before, surged back toward her consciousness like a flood unleashed. No, we've triggered the deep defenses. Sun Wukong sensed the disturbance immediately, retracting his mental energy in an attempt to pull Bulma's consciousness back. But he was too late. Within that chaotic stream of information were the final wails of countless civilizations, desperate prayers, and an intensely cold sensation of surveillance. Bulma's consciousness was engulfed like a small boat in a storm. She emitted a muffled cry of anguish, clutching her head as her body trembled violently. Bulma. Sun Wukong's countenance changed drastically. A stronger platinum halo surged into her being, forcibly stabilizing her collapsing mind. Simultaneously, the silent guardian's milky white light began to flicker violently, becoming unstable. Its massive form emitted a deep hum, as if its internal systems were spiraling into chaos due to this unauthorized deep access. Damn it! Vegeta's eyes sharpened, the dark blue aura flaring once more, locking onto the Guardian, ready to counter its potential uncontrollable attack. In that moment of dire conflict, amidst the tumultuous data stream assaulting Bulma's consciousness, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear signal emerged, like a lighthouse in the darkness, suddenly coming into focus. It was not a scene of destruction, but rather a melody, a very simple, archaic lullaby fragment, seemingly imbued with the purest life force from the dawn of the universe. This melody was gentle yet resolute, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding streams of destruction and despair, persistently existing as if guarding something. Bulma almost unconsciously followed the melody, humming it softly. Just a fleeting syllable. Buzz. A miracle transpired. The previously flickering, near-chaotic guardian jolted at the sound of this syllable. Its massive form trembled, the light in its eyes quickly stabilizing, reverting to a gentle milky hue. The internal hum and chaos ceased abruptly. The chaotic data stream assaulting Bulma's consciousness receded like a tide. That icy sensation of surveillance, akin to a disturbed specter, quietly vanished. Bulma collapsed into Sun Wukong's arms, gasping for breath, her face pale, yet her eyes sparkled with incredulous excitement. The lullaby, could it be that this melody can soothe it, even interfere with the Weaver's surveillance? She stammered, overwhelmed by the astonishing revelation. This original lullaby possesses such miraculous power? What is it? Who left it behind? However, before they could ponder this monumental discovery, beeping alarms erupted once more from the control console of the creation vessel. This time, it was a high-energy reaction warning from the outside. Trunks glanced at the screen, his expression turning grim, detecting large-scale hyperspace jump signals. Right at the cemetery's perimeter, the energy signatures belong to the cleansing fleet. They have tracked us here. And their numbers are more than 3 times what we faced before. As if to validate his words, the once still void at the cemetery's edge began to ripple violently, as if stones had been cast into water. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, 9 massive, cold silver warships slowly emerged from hyperspace, their frigid cannon muzzles already locked onto this area of wreckage. Just as a glimmer of hope appeared, a more colossal shadow loomed. And in the eyes of the cleansing fleet, did this wreckage, along with the now quiet ancient guardian, not also belong to the anomalies that required cleansing? Data exploration. Bulma dares to read the guardian's memories, glimpsing fragments of civilization's ruin. Despairing revelation. The Weaver harvests civilizations, an invisible hand cloaking the universe. Voice of hope. A lullaby fragment emerges amidst the chaotic data stream, soothing the guardian. Crises resurface. 9 cleansing warships approach, surrounding the silent cemetery in despair. Life and death decision. Will they rely on the guardian for a desperate stand, or flee once more? Chapter 79, Titan Awakens. Law Roar's 9 cleansing warships hovered like 9 cold swords of Damocles at the edge of the silent cemetery. Their massive silver hulls emitted a metallic glimmer against the dim backdrop of the nebula, densely packed cannon ports fully charged, locking onto the vast wreckage where the creation vessel concealed itself. An intangible, soul-freezing aura of lethal intent pressed forward like a tangible wall of ice. Within the Chuanxingao, the air felt as if it had solidified. Klin and Xiao Wufan's faces turned pale, and even breathing became a struggle. Trunks gripped the control panel tightly, his knuckles turning white, cold sweat soaking his back. 9 ships. This was no longer a mere pursuit. It was a deadly formation aimed at eradicating them along with this region from the universe. What to do? Should they charge out? Klin's voice trembled with despair. Charging out would be tantamount to suicide. Trunks immediately dismissed the idea. The chaotic spatial structure outside rendered it impossible for them to evade the crossfire of 9 warships, no matter how swift they were. Vegeta's dark blue aura surged violently as he fixed his gaze upon the 9 dots of light on the screen. His eyes filled with uncontainable fury and humiliation. He yearned for battle, but not this hopeless slaughter. Then let us activate the jammer. Disrupt their targeting. Klin clung to this last thread of hope. It is futile. Bulma's voice, though faint, was remarkably clear. Their numbers were overwhelming, and the interference range was too vast. Our jammer's power is insufficient. Forcing an overload would only lead to the collapse of the weapon systems. A deadlock. A truly desperate situation. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the viewport, to the ancient guardian, a colossal being that had just been soothed by a mysterious lullaby sung by Bulma. Could it stand against the cleansing fleet? This thought barely emerged before rationality quelled it. No matter how powerful the guardian was, it was merely a single combat unit. Facing 9 interstellar warships that represented the pinnacle of observer technology, the odds were dismal. Furthermore, it had just been forcibly infused with a friendly protocol, rendering it extremely unstable. In this suffocating despair, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke. His gaze not directed at the fleet outside, but rather at the area on the Guardian's chest where green runes had once glowed. It is observing the outside. Sun Wukong's platinum pupils contracted slightly. He sensed an extremely faint, yet ancient wave of perception emanating from within the Guardian, penetrating through layers of metallic barriers, sweeping towards the uninvited guests outside. As if in response to his thoughts, a deep yet more resonant and powerful hum emanated from the Guardian's massive form. Its electronic eyes, which had previously emitted a gentle, milky light, began to shift, gradually taking on a cold, ethereal blue hue, as if infused with the birth and demise of nebulas. The enormous circular rune on its chest illuminated once more. But this time, it was not the green hue of information transmission, but a fierce platinum light reminiscent of a supernova's explosion. Countless more complex and ancient runes swirled within that platinum glow, combining to emit a heart-pounding wave of arcane laws. What is it about to do? Xiao Wufan exclaimed. Bulma sat up abruptly, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. It is initiating a deeper combat protocol, not to annihilate the intruders, but to purify the desecrators. It has deemed the cleansing fleet a defilement of this sacred burial ground. As if to affirm her words, the Guardian's massive metallic head slowly lifted, its ethereal blue eyes like two cold stars piercing through the debris to gaze directly at the 9 silver warships outside. A sense of lethal intent, far more ancient and mighty than that of the cleansing fleet, surged forth, as if carrying the anger and sorrow of countless lost civilizations. Like a reawakened sovereign of the stars, erupting with power. The entire colossal wreck, no, the entire region of this silent graveyard, trembled under the weight of this will. The 9 cleansing warships outside seemed to sense this sudden, unforeseen threat. Their formation briefly wavered, their cannons recalibrating, with some energy seemingly redirected towards the Guardian's location. Now is the moment. Vegeta's eyes glinted with ferocity. He hesitated no longer and shouted at Bulma. "Woman, grant it permission. Let it mobilize." Bulma instantly understood Vegeta's intent. Although the Guardian was powerful, it was still a machine that required guidance and targeting. She pressed her hands once more upon the pure white flames. The blue data streams ceased their attempts at control and transformed into the simplest target indicators and energy conduits, illuminating the ancient titan as if igniting a beacon of attack. "Guardian, target the external desecrators. Attack." Bulma poured all her strength into transmitting this thought through the Chuangxing link. As if receiving a command awaited for eons, the Guardian's colossal form trembled. Its reverse-jointed legs emitted a thunderous roar, crushing the metallic ground beneath it, and in a manner entirely inconsistent with its size. It stepped forward with a surge of power. It raised its colossal right arm, capable of crushing stars. The metallic structure at its forearm unfurled like petals, revealing a core not of a cannon, but a continuously rotating crystal that seemed to contain the birth and demise of countless galaxies. The crystal aimed at the closest cleansing warship, which was adjusting its position. There was no gathering energy, no deafening roar, just a silent tremor, as if the very fabric of cosmic law was being rewritten. In the next moment, the targeted cleansing warship, its sleek silver exterior appearing as if erased by an invisible eraser, began to disintegrate from the bow, along with its internal structure, energy, and even the very concept of its existence. Not an explosion, not melting, but the fundamental erasure of existence. Within 2 or 3 seconds, that massive interstellar warship, representing the power of the Observer's Order, was utterly reduced to nothingness before all eyes, leaving not even a speck of dust. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the battlefield inside and out. Within the Chuangxing, everyone gaped, mouths agape, forgetting to breathe. What power is this? Directly erasing existence. Even Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his face exhibiting profound shock for the first time. This mode of attack transcended his understanding of power. The other 8 cleansing warships outside were evidently also rendered utterly awestruck by this incomprehensible assault. They ceased all actions. Their cold computational cores seemingly plunged into logical chaos at that instant. Yet, the ancient Guardian's assault did not cease. Its ethereal blue eyes coldly scanned the remaining warships, and its massive left arm rose as another crystal imbued with the laws of destruction began to rotate and lock onto its target. It resembled a judgment deity from myth, intent on utilizing the most absolute of laws to purify all desecrators who dared tread upon this forbidden ground. However, just as it was about to unleash its second erasure attack, an anomaly emerged. One of the cleansing warships seemed to receive a higher-level command. It did not retreat nor attack the Guardian, but instead swung all its cannons violently towards the wreckage where the Chuangxing was concealed, or rather, towards the depths of the wreckage, where Bulma and the pure white flame were guiding the Guardian. A beam of pure white energy, honed to perfection and exceeding previous speeds, shot forth like a spear of judgment piercing the void, disregarding spatial distance, and instantly struck. Its target was unmistakably the Chuangxing residue. They realized that the Guardian's power stemmed from Bulma's guidance and the resonance of the residue. They aimed to cut off the source. Not good. Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically, his mental energy coalescing to its peak, ready to intercept. Vegeta also roared, bursting forth in fury. But it was too swift. The level of laws contained within that attack was too high, too fast. As the pure white beam of light was about to strike Bulma and the flames in her hand, The ancient guardian of the tomb seemed to sense the lethal threat to the holder of the lullaby. Its enormous form erupted with an unprecedented radiance. It abandoned the targeting of the external warships and instinctively turned around, placing the massive, peculiar crystal imbued with obliteration power in the path of the pure white beam. Boom! An indescribable collision of laws occurred. The pure white beam clashed violently with the obliterating crystal. There was no sound, yet an overwhelming brilliance that consumed all senses erupted. The entire space within the wreckage shattered like a broken mirror. A terrifying energy storm swept through everything. The Chuanxing Hao was hurled away like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily against a distant metal wall. As the light dissipated, the ancient guardian of the tomb stood frozen in a blocking posture. It had deflected the fatal blow, protecting Bulma. However, its right arm, along with the peculiar crystal, was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, its radiance severely dimmed. Its ghostly blue electronic eye flickered uncertainly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. It had paid a heavy price to safeguard her. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 cleanup warships outside had recharged their cannons, coldly locking onto the temporarily vulnerable Guardian and the Chuanxing Hao, which had just regained balance and was now exposed within the attack range. The true annihilation was just beginning. Chapter 80. Whispers of Hope. Resonance in despair. The ancient guardian of the tomb stood still, its right arm and the obliterating crystal riddled with cracks. Its ghostly blue electronic eye flickering like a candle in the wind. It had paid a heavy price to block the lethal strike aimed at Bulma and the remnants. Outside, the 8 cleanup warships had recharged their cannons, the chilling intent of death locking onto the temporarily diminished threat of the Guardian and the exposed Chuanxing Hao. Despair seeped into every heart like a cold venom. This was it. It was truly over. Kellen slumped in his seat, his gaze hollow. Xiao Wufan bit down hard on his lip, trying to suppress his tears. Trunks gripped the control panel tightly, his nails nearly digging into the metal as he frantically searched for any possible escape, but the screen displayed only red dots symbolizing death. Vegeta let out a low growl, his dark blue aura erupting in defiance as he prepared to burst out of the ship for one last desperate fight. You think you can kill me? Not so easily. Wait. Suen Wukong pressed him down, his golden eyes serious yet calm. His gaze passed over the crumbling Guardian and landed on Bulma. Bulma's state was peculiar. Unlike the others, who were engulfed in despair, she stared intently at the pure white flame in her hand, and then at the rune on the Guardian's chest still emitting a faint platinum glow. Her lips moved silently, as if repeating something. It was that melody, the one that saved her during the data storm and soothed the Guardian, a fragment of the lullaby. It's useless. Trunks shook his head bitterly. Even if that melody can soothe it, it is gravely injured, and the fleet outside won't give us time. No, it's not just to soothe. Bulma suddenly raised her head, her eyes ablaze with a near-manic light. It's resonance. This melody is not merely a soothing command. It is more like a key capable of resonating with this cradle and with certain deeper powers. Her words stunned everyone. Woman, clarify. Vegeta growled impatiently. As the light from the cannons outside grew increasingly intense, ready to unleash a devastating volley at any moment. The Guardian protects not only this graveyard, it safeguards the tranquility of the cradle itself. This lullaby may embody some fundamental law that maintains the cradle's stability. Bulma spoke rapidly, her thoughts racing like lightning. The cleanup fleet represents order, but their actions disrupted the peace of this graveyard, triggering the Guardian's purification protocol. Perhaps this melody can amplify that resonance. She looked at Suen Wukong and Vegeta, her eyes resolute. Lend me your power, not for attack, nor for defense, but to amplify. Let this melody, through the remnants and the Guardian, spread out as far as possible. Let this cradle hear its voice. This idea was utterly unfathomable. To use power to sing? And to sing to the entire universe? Yet, at this moment, any glimmer of hope was worth grasping. How do we do it? Suen Wukong did not hesitate. Follow my rhythm. Merge your thoughts and energy into the melody. Bulma clasped the pure white flame tightly, closed her eyes, and began to hum that ancient, simple lullaby fragment. Suen Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, placing their hands on Bulma's shoulders. Suen Wukong's platinum mind energy and Vegeta's dark blue aura of destruction and rebirth, two entirely different powers, now harmoniously flowed with the faint rhythm, gradually infusing into Bulma, then through her, into the pure white flame. Buzz. The pure white flame surged, its glow becoming exceptionally gentle and profound. The blue data stream connecting to the Guardian transformed from delivering commands into a bridge of resonance. The melody that Bulma hummed, infused with the characteristics of the two super beings' powers, surged into the Guardian through this bridge, pouring into the platinum rune on its chest. The Guardian's massive form trembled. Its previously flickering ghostly blue electronic eye suddenly stabilized, and its radiance began to shift towards platinum. The brightness of the rune on its chest intensified rapidly. Yet, this was still insufficient. The power of the melody and resonance seemed confined within the Guardian, unable to effectively spread outward. The energy of destruction concentrated at the cannon mouths of the 8 cleanup warships had reached its peak. The annihilating volley was about to descend. Not enough range. Not enough size. Bulma cried out anxiously, sensing the latent power within the melody, yet unable to fully unleash it. Just as the situation became critical, no one noticed the ancient badge, which had previously exhausted its power and turned into mere iron, lying quietly in the corner, now trembling slightly for some unknown reason. Its surface suddenly flashing with a barely perceptible platinum halo, resonating with the rune on the Guardian's chest. Then, an extremely faint yet pure resonance ripple centered around the badge quietly spread out, like the first pebble cast into a tranquil lake. This ripple instantly connected with the resonance emitted by Bulma through the Guardian. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. Buzz, an indescribable, vast, ancient resonance, seemingly originating from the dawn of the universe, erupted from the Guardian, radiating outward in all directions. This resonance was not sound, but a wave of law-level fluctuations. It swept across the shattered wreckage, the silent graveyard, and the 8 cleanup warships poised to fire. A miracle occurred. The destructive energy gathered at the cannon mouths of the 8 cleanup warships, at that moment when this grand resonance swept by, was smoothed out by an invisible hand and instantly dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. The warship itself seemed to have lost its propulsion, standing rigidly in the void, its surface data streams glowing with extreme disorder and dimness. It was not just them, the entire silent cemetery region, where chaotic energy currents and hidden spatial rifts had once roamed, temporarily settled into a state of tranquility and stability under this resonance. It was as if this corner of the universe had, at that moment, been forcibly ushered into an absolute state of serenity by an ancient lullaby. Within the Chuanxinghao, everyone was taken aback by this sudden, miraculous reversal. Has it succeeded? Kellen stammered, unable to believe his own eyes. Vegeta also retracted his imposing demeanor, gazing at the fleet outside, which seemed to have been paused, his face a canvas of shock and incredulity. This power was beyond his comprehension. Sun Wukong gazed thoughtfully at the badge that had regained its tranquility, then at the Guardian whose radiance was gradually retracting. He seemed to grasp that this badge was not merely a beacon. It was, in essence, a minuscule node within the resonance network of the lullaby. Bulma, exhausted, let her hands fall, and the pure white flames returned to calmness. She observed the scene outside, her face revealing a fatigued yet contented smile. Her gamble had paid off. However, this absolute peace did not last long. Mere seconds later, the grand resonance began to diminish. The 8 external cleanup warships gradually restored their chaotic data streams. Their cannons reigniting with a faint glow, though far less fierce than before, they were evidently breaking free from the state of serenity. After all, they were the pinnacle creations of the observers, exhibiting remarkable resilience and recovery against rule disruptions. They are recovering, Trunks exclaimed. We must flee. Now, Bulma urged, summoning her strength. The engines of the Chuanxinghao reignited, darting out from the debris like nimble fish, as the cleanup fleet had yet to fully regain their targeting. Retreating deeper into the cemetery, into regions where the spatial structures were more intricate, they had temporarily escaped peril, but the crisis was far from over. Just as the Chuanxinghao vanished into the shadows of the debris behind, the 8 recovering cleanup warships did not immediately pursue. One of the warships redirected its primary sensors towards the epicenter of the earlier resonance explosion, the ancient Guardian, whose chest still emitted a faint platinum glow. A highly encrypted, priority information stream was dispatched, destination unknown. The content of this message was not merely a battle report. It was a warning filled with unexpected variables. Anomalous cradle resonance intensity detected, critical. Confirmed match with the taboo sequence in the Weaver's records. 873. The variable fire thief has engaged and activated the Cradle's foundational protocol. Request to escalate threat level and initiate the Cradle's Guardian protocol. In a distant realm, transcending the current dimensions, a pair of indifferent eyes, seemingly composed of countless starlit points, slowly opened, casting a gaze. What is the Cradle's Guardian? Desperate chant. Bulma channels the power of the dual gods, resonating with the ancient lullaby. Lawful serenity. The grand resonance soothes the battlefield, incapacitating the cleanup fleet instantaneously. Miraculous reversal. The voice of hope manifests, revealing vitality amidst despair. Crisis temporarily averted. The Chuangxing House seizes the opportunity to escape into perilous depths of the cemetery. Higher scrutiny. The cleanup fleet requests to initiate the unknown Cradle Guardian Protocol. Chapter 81. The Guardian's Descent. The collapse of laws that Chuangxing Hao darted through the desolate and colossal wreckage of the cosmic cemetery like a startled fish. Trunks pushed the engine power to its limits. The streamlined hull narrowly gliding past massive, corroded keels and abruptly appearing spatial folds. Each maneuver elicited a painful groan from the ship's body. Yet Bulma's modified vessel demonstrated astonishing resilience, carving out a path through this labyrinth of death. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere remained tense despite their temporary escape. Everyone understood that the 8 cleanup warships would not relent. They had not pursued immediately. Trunks fixated on the sensors, his brow furrowed. The signals indicated they lingered in the vicinity of the Guardian, seemingly gathering data. Bulma leaned back in her seat, her complexion still pale, yet her gaze was keen. She repeatedly reflected on that miraculous resonance. The lullaby was not merely a key. It resembled a form of authority, a means to communicate directly with the fundamental laws of the universe, or rather, with the cradle itself. She looked at the gentle flicker of the pure white flames in her hand. The embers were the energy source, the compiler, while the lullaby was the supreme command. Whatever that command may be. Vegeta interrupted impatiently, feeling the resurgence of power within him, as well as the peculiar sense of harmony he had experienced while channeling the resonance with Bulma's melody, a sensation both foreign and exhilarating, useful for obliterating foes. If he could control that power. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes, clearly contemplating how to transform this lullaby into a requiem. Sun Wukong, however, was more concerned with another matter. He approached the viewport, gazing at the silhouettes of endless wreckage outside, a hint of worry in his platinum eyes. The resonance had been far too pronounced. I fear it may attract something even more troublesome than the cleanup fleet. His premonition was soon validated. Just as the Chuangxing Hao delved deeper into the cemetery, seeking a more concealed refuge, the entire ship, no, the entirety of this spatial region within the silent cemetery, suddenly froze without warning. It was not time halting, but rather a forced locking of physical constants. The engine's roar ceased abruptly. It was not a malfunction, but rather the very concept of propulsion seemed to have been temporarily erased. The ship glided forward due to inertia for a moment, then came to a complete standstill in the void, as if trapped within amber. All lights, screens, and instrument readings within the cabin froze. Even the air appeared to cease flowing. An absolute, suffocating sense of stasis enveloped everything. What on earth is happening? Kellen attempted to shout, only to find that he could not even produce sound, his cries confined to silent pleas within his mind. Little Wuhanf and Trunks were also frozen in place, their eyes the only parts of their bodies capable of moving, revealing sheer terror. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were the only ones who could still manage some motion. Vegeta's dark blue aura flickered as if ensnared in a viscous mire, struggling to burn. Sun Wukong's platinum mental energy was also heavily suppressed, as if navigating through steel and concrete. The laws had been rewritten. Bulma's voice resonated directly in everyone's minds, as she relied on her profound connection with the embers to maintain thought communication. It was a higher-level authority that was forcibly defining the rules of this region. As if to corroborate her words, the space directly in front of the Chuangxing House silently parted like a curtain. No light, no energy fluctuations, an entity gradually materialized. It lacked a specific form, resembling an ever-shifting amalgamation of cold geometric symbols and absolute logical constructs. It was not large, even less conspicuous than the cleanup warships. Yet its presence caused the forcibly stagnant space to emit a mournful wail of overwhelming burden. It seemed to embody the very rules themselves, a cold manifestation of the program that maintains the universe's operation. Anomalous protocol fluctuations detected, confirmed as Cradle Guardian Execution Unit. An emotionless thought, akin to a system log, was directly imprinted into each person's consciousness. Target, Fire Thief and associated variable. Action, initiate unauthorized Cradle Foundational Protocol. Determination, potential threat to Cradle stability. Execution plan, forced containment or permanent formatting. The Cradle Guardian. It has truly arrived, and upon its arrival, it displayed a crushing power capable of rewriting the local cosmic rules. Damn it, what sorcery is this? Vegeta silently roared, his dark blue aura violently assaulting the surrounding stasis laws, desperately attempting to break free from its shackles. He would never allow himself to be confined like a specimen. Sun Wukong concentrated his mental power to the utmost, the platinum light resembling a drill, laboriously carving out a small, controllable area within the frozen laws, sheltering Bulma and the nearby Krillin and Gohan. Useless Bulma, under Sun Wukong's protection, struggled to analyze the situation. The suppression at the level of laws rendered our conventional powers incapable of contending with the rules themselves. Then let us use rules to counter rules. Vegeta roared, turning abruptly to Bulma. Woman, sing that cursed lullaby again, just like before. No. Bulma immediately rejected, asserting that she was unlike the Guardian. The Guardian was the protector of the lullaby, resonating to soothe it. However, this Guardian resembled an enforcement program sent by the Weavers. Using a lullaby on it might not only prove ineffective, but could also be parsed, countered, or even corrupt the melody itself. This judgment plunged everyone's hearts into despair. The greatest reliance, in the face of the true Guardian, could potentially be ineffective or even harmful. Just then, the abstract Guardian Execution Unit seemed to have completed its scanning and assessment. Its body, composed of logical symbols, quivered slightly, and an invisible, intangible wave, representing a command to delete existence, approached the stilled creation number like ripples on a calm water surface. Wherever it passed, even the remnants and dust that had floated for billions of years vanished silently, as if erased by an eraser. This was not destruction, but a complete return to nothingness. As the deadly ripple was about to reach the spaceship, Bulma's eyes flashed with determination. If it sought rules, then let us provide it with a rule it cannot comprehend. She ceased her attempts to hum the complete lullaby, instead concentrating all her spirit on the most core and enigmatic syllable of that melody. This syllable belonged to no known language, resembling a blend of the cosmic hum of celestial bodies and the first cries of life, embodying contradiction and unity. Simultaneously, she screamed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, pour all your power, every bit of it, into this syllable. Do not control, do not understand, just the purest essence of power. Use your hearts and destruction to interpret this syllable. This was a mad gamble. No one knew what effect would arise from combining two supreme powers to interpret an unknown syllable. Sun Wukong and Vegeta hesitated not at all. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, casting aside all distractions, and infused the most pristine, all-encompassing platinum mental power into that syllable. Vegeta roared, unleashing the most extreme, dark blue energy, birthing destruction and new life, and forcefully channeled it into the same syllable. Bulma, as the guide and amplifier, bore the contrasting forces with the embers of fire, forcibly merging them into that strange syllable. Buzz. The syllable seemed to be infused with a soul, erupting suddenly from Bulma's lips. No longer a gentle hum. It transformed into a distorted, grotesque, shrieking cry filled with endless contradictions and possibilities. This shriek disregarded the stilled laws, spreading like a virus through the frozen network of rules, replicating and mutating. The originally stable wave of formatting, upon encountering this lost shriek, was suddenly injected with gibberish, causing it to halt abruptly. Its internally stable logical structure began to crumble, becoming chaotic and exceedingly unstable. Effective, Trunks roared in his mind. However, before they could celebrate, the Guardian Execution Unit immediately reacted. Its abstract body flickered rapidly, seemingly recompiling the rules in an attempt to restore order and suppress this abnormal noise. Yet the lost shriek unleashed by Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, as if possessing life, not only resisted the suppression but began to erode and assimilate the surrounding stilled laws. Around the creation number, a small area of physical constants began to descend into chaos. Gravity fluctuated wildly, space twisted and straightened, and the flow of time became erratic. This space temporarily transformed into a realm of chaotic laws that even the Guardian could not fully control. Engines. The engines can be activated. Trunks joyfully discovered that the control system had regained partial responsiveness. Quickly, Bulma screamed. Maintaining this confrontation at the level of laws was a terrifying drain on her spirit and embers. The creation number's engines erupted with blinding light, breaking free from the stilled constraints, like a drunken man accelerating erratically within the chaos of the law, attempting to flee. The Guardian Execution Unit clearly did not anticipate that the target could create such a troublesome chaos of laws. It did not pursue immediately but remained in place, its cold logical core seemingly assessing this unprecedented variable. Moments later, a new, more complex rule was compiled. It did not seek to quell the chaos but began to forcibly cut that chaotic area, along with the fleeing creation number, from the current cosmic coordinates. It aimed to exile them to unknown dimensional gaps, or worse. Outside the porthole, the scenery grew bizarre, as if viewing the world through a shattered kaleidoscope. The creation number seemed to be forcibly torn from the fabric of reality. It wants to exile us. Bulma sensed the dramatic shift in spatial structure and issued a desperate warning. Just as they were about to be completely severed, Sun Wukong abruptly lifted his head. Sensing something far deeper, obscured by the remnants of the graveyard below, stirred by the violent clash of laws and the manifestation of lullaby power. A terrifying aura, far older and deeper than the Guardian, filled with endless resentment and desires for destruction, awoke like an ancient malevolent deity, opening a narrow slit of an eye. Laws stilled. The Guardian descends, exhibiting absolute power to rewrite rules. Desperate gamble. The trio joins forces to interpret the core syllable of the lullaby with contradictory powers. Law shriek. A virulent force disrupts the Guardian's formatting process. Chaos survival. The creation number breaks free from stillness, plunging into the realm of chaotic laws. Ultimate crisis. The Guardian forcibly cuts space, awakening deeper horrors. Chapter 82. Awakening of the Abyss. Clash of laws. The creation number writhed like a painting being violently torn apart, its hull distorting violently at the edge of reality and nothingness, lamenting. The scenery outside the porthole became surreal, stars elongated into streaks, debris shattered into mosaics, as if the entire universe was dissolving before their eyes. The cold, cutting power of the Guardian was prying them, along with the surrounding space, from the base of reality, intending to exile them to dimensional gaps where even time might not exist. Steady. Trunks roared, gripping the uncontrollable control stick tightly, attempting to find a stable anchor point within the collapsing spatial structure, but all was futile. Krillin and Little Gohan were flung against the cabin walls by the immense forces of space, unable to even scream. Bulma's complexion turned ashen. She felt her connection with the embers growing intermittent, that pure white flame flickering in her hand like a candle in the wind. No, I cannot withstand this. It is a dimensional stripping. Vegeta's eyes turned crimson, unleashing dark blue flames with unprecedented intensity, attempting to stabilize the ship with absolute power. Yet in the face of this attack on the very essence of space, his strength was as insignificant as trying to block a tsunami with a fist. Bastard. If you have the ability, face me head on. He roared in unwillingness. Only Sun Wukong, while striving to stabilize himself and protect his companions, fixed his crimson-golden gaze upon the depths of the graveyard obscured by countless remnants below. The terrifying aura, recently stirred, filled with endless resentment and desires for destruction, was awakening at an astonishing speed. Something is about to emerge. The voice of Sun Wukong resonated with an unprecedented gravity, as he sensed the very presence of that entity violently impacting this already unstable space. As if to validate his darkest foreboding, a thunderous roar erupted, not transmitted through the air, but directly shaking the fabric of space itself, akin to a primal roar from the depths of an ancient abyss, suddenly exploding forth from the endless chasm of the graveyard. Immediately beneath the Chuangxing Hao, the dark expanse, piled high with the remnants of countless civilizations, surged upward like a nuclear blast, erupting violently. Countless fragments of rusted starships and planetary debris spewed forth like volcanic ash, cast into the void by an indescribable force of immense power. A shadow, colossal beyond the ability of the naked eye to perceive in its entirety, tore through the foundation of the graveyard and descended with fierce intent. This was not a tangible entity, but rather a conceptual amalgamation formed from pure principles of destruction. The grievances of civilizations and the tainted embers of creation. It bore no fixed form, sometimes resembling a monstrous maw that devoured the starry seas, at other times morphing into tendrils entwined with countless wailing souls. Its core churned with a maddening spectrum of chaotic colors, and merely its existence eroded and corrupted all surrounding matter, energy, and even the structure of space itself. The ancient disaster's cradle. The old wounds of Bulma flashed in her mind, a warning from the Gravekeeper's database, one of the most perilous taboos. The voice trembled with despair, recalling the legendary catastrophe that had not been entirely purified during the last web cleansing, but instead had been contaminated and assimilated. It had been sealed within the depths of the graveyard. The awakening of this ancient calamity was evidently provoked by the violent clash of principles above, particularly the stimulus from the lullaby's power and the ember's aura, akin to blood dripping before a ravenous beast. Its core, composed of chaotic hues, instantaneously locked onto the Chuangxing Hao, which was being trimmed, or more accurately, it zeroed in on the pure white flame held by Bulma. The essence of creation contained within was an irresistible temptation for this disaster born of pollution and annihilation, as well as an object of utmost loathing. A roar. Another bellow resonated at the level of principles. A dark crimson torrent, formed from pure destruction and the concept of finality, surged forth from the heart of the calamity, heedless of the distance and space, and directly swept toward the Chuangxing Hao, where this torrent passed. Even the trimming rules forcefully defined by the Guardian began to collapse and disintegrate. It did not oppose the rules. Instead, it utilized a more fundamental concept of finality to directly erase the rules themselves. With the Guardian's dimensional trimming ahead and the ancient disaster's torrent of annihilation behind, the Chuangxing Hao found itself caught between two principle-level assaults, akin to a fragile boat in a tempest, on the brink of being utterly torn apart and obliterated. It is over. Colleen shut his eyes, completely relinquishing hope. In that minuscule fraction of a second, a glimmer of maddened determination flashed in Bulma's eyes. She made an unexpected decision. She no longer sought to stabilize the embers, nor to resist either side, but instead raised her hands high, igniting the pure white flame within in an unprecedented manner. No, it was not an explosion. It was a release. It was a guiding force. If they are to seize it, then let it be given to them. Bulma let out a nearly hysterical scream, channeling all her mental energy as guidance, directing the immense power of creation like a fuse igniting a powder keg, forcibly infusing half into the Guardian's trimming principles above, while the other half collided fiercely against the torrent of disaster below. She intended to make these two lethal principle attacks collide prematurely. Woman, you have lost your mind. Vegeta's eyes widened in horror, sensing that Bulma was committing suicide and dragging everyone down with her. Yet, Sun Wukong instantly comprehended Bulma's intent. This was the only, albeit most perilous, glimmer of hope in the face of despair. Without hesitation, he poured all his mental strength into Bulma, aiding her in this audacious guidance. A collision occurred that defied description. The cold power of orderly trimming clashed with the violent torrent of chaotic annihilation, drawn together by the allure and positioning of the two pure powers of creation, erupting within the confined space of the Chuangxing Hao. This was not an explosion of energy, but a breakdown and obliteration of fundamental principles. A minuscule yet extremely dangerous singularity of principles emerged at the center of the collision. It ravenously consumed all surrounding lines of the Guardian's rules, the destructive force of the calamity, the dissipated energy of creation, and the fragmented structure of space. All were drawn into that singularity, shredded, mixed, and annihilated. A blinding light engulfed all senses, as if the Big Bang of the universe was being replayed on a microscopic level. The Chuangxing Hao was violently pulled toward that singularity by an irresistible force. The vessel emitted a terrifying wail, teetering on the brink of disintegration, its hull peeling away like paper. No! Talankisi let out a desperate cry. Just as the ship was about to be irrevocably drawn into the singularity, that singularity seemed to reach a critical point due to the absorption of conflicting principles, suddenly collapsing inward. It was not an explosion, but an extreme contraction. Immediately thereafter, a turbulent flow of principles, embodying the contradictions of order, chaos, creation, and destruction, erupted violently from the singularity, as if a spring compressed to its limit was suddenly released, exploding outward in all directions. Grab hold. Saiyan Wukong barely managed to issue a final warning, the platinum halo enveloping the nearest individuals tightly. Vegeta, too, roared in fury, transforming his dark blue aura into the most resilient anchor chain, securing himself to a stable object. In the next moment, the Chuangxinghao was violently hurled away by this chaotic stream of principles. Like a stone flung from a catapult, it instantly broke through the Guardian's incomplete rule barricade, narrowly grazing the massive chaotic form of the ancient disaster, tumbling deeper into the graveyard's unfathomable darkness. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Bulma seemed to see the abstract figure of the Guardian becoming blurred within the chaotic stream of principles, while the ancient disaster emitted an even more furious roar. Seemingly laced with agony, part of its form appeared to be eroded by the chaotic principles. What unnerved her further was that in the direction she was being flung, two enormous, slowly rotating, galaxy-like green flames flickered to life in that ultimate darkness, a realm where even the records of the graveyard were vague. Double destruction. The Guardians trimming and the torrent of the ancient disaster descend simultaneously. A reckless gamble. Bulma guides the power of creation, provoking a clash of two principles. Singularity, eruption. The collapse of principles generates turbulence, casting the Chuangxinghao into the unknown abyss. The calamity sustains damage. The chaotic principles seemingly affect the ancient disaster. Eye of the abyss. A colossal green light resembling a living entity ignites in the ultimate darkness. Chapter 83, Mechanical Mirage. Data ruins the Chuangxinghao rolled and glided like a stone casually discarded by a giant, amidst the boundless darkness. The terrifying storm of principal clashes seemed to have been left behind, replaced by a deathly silence and a sensation of weightlessness. Inside the vessel, emergency lights cast a dim red glow, illuminating the disheveled occupants. Colleen was the first to groan awake, feeling as though all his bones had been dislocated. He struggled to glance around. Are we still alive? Little Wufan and Talang Kisi gradually regained consciousness, their faces a mix of bewilderment and pain from their narrow escape. The ship was severely damaged, with numerous systems alarmed, yet miraculously, the core structure held firm. Vegeta forcefully pushed aside the metallic debris pinning him down, the dark blue aura flickering weakly as he grimly assessed his condition. Sun Wukong promptly assisted the unconscious Bulma, a gentle platinum halo penetrating her being. Furrowing his brow slightly, her mental and physical energies were severely depleted, yet she was not in mortal peril. At that moment, the pure white flame in Bulma's hand seemed to respond to Sun Wukong's probing, flickering weakly. This minute flicker appeared to activate some hidden mechanism. A faint hum, almost imperceptible yet remarkably clear, emanated from the exterior of the spacecraft, akin to a stone cast into an ancient well. Subsequently, the eternal darkness outside the porthole gradually illuminated, revealing not stars or nebulae, but an indescribable city composed of countless flowing data streams and holographic projections. Towering skyscrapers, entirely formed of shimmering code, loomed above, while streets flowed with hovering vehicles made purely of information. Enormous, ever-reconfiguring geometric shapes floated in the sky. The entire city radiated a cold, rational brilliance, embodying the pinnacle of futuristic technology, yet it was chillingly lifeless, devoid of sound, with countless programs endlessly operating and performing. What is this place? Trunks murmured as he gazed at the wildly fluctuating, indecipherable data streams on the sensor. The technological level here seemed to far surpass any civilization he was familiar with. A purely virtual world? Or perhaps a colossal server? Unbeknownst to him, Bulma had awakened, weakly leaning against Sun Wukong. Her eyes filled with the awe and curiosity of a scientist encountering the unknown as she beheld the scene outside the porthole. A virtual world? Krillin's eyes widened. How did we come here? It was the chaotic flow of laws, Bulma analyzed. That force, a blend of order and chaos, may have torn open some dimensional barrier, casting us into this data realm nestled between realities. As if to validate her hypothesis, a grand door constructed of radiant data slowly opened ahead of the Genesis, revealing a pathway paved with pure energy, seemingly inviting them to enter. There was no choice. The spacecraft was damaged, energy was insufficient, and pursuers might be trailing behind. They could only cautiously navigate along this beckoning route into the silent city of data. The interior of the city was even more astonishing. Holographic advertisements along the streets constantly morphed, showcasing goods and cultures from long-extinct civilizations. Occasionally, gigantic data whales glided through the air, emitting ethereal, inhuman hums. Within some buildings, countless tiny logic puppets tirelessly maintained the system's operation. Everything was perfect, efficient, yet cold and hollow. It felt like a tombstone for a civilization, Gohan remarked softly. Tinged with sorrow, they had digitized an entire civilization, uploading it here, hoping to achieve eternity. An eternal silence, Vegeta scoffed, deriding this act of evading reality. Imprisoning oneself within a data cage. At that moment, the pure white flame in Bulma's hand flickered once more, pointing towards the city center, where the tallest and most magnificent spire, seemingly woven from the data streams of countless galaxies, stood. Something there was calling to her. Bulma felt the faint pull of the flame. The Genesis soared along the data pathway towards the spire. The closer they approached, the more they could sense the immense informational pressure emanating from the spire, as if the core processor of the entire data realm resided within. However, just as they were about to reach the base of the spire, a sudden upheaval occurred. The previously orderly data streams around them became chaotic and violent. The cold, rational brilliance was replaced by a blinding crimson. The holographic images along the streets began to distort and collapse, replaying the horrific scenes of civilization's demise. The data creatures soaring through the air emitted piercing shrieks, their forms disintegrating into malicious virus code. The entire data city instantaneously transformed from a tranquil graveyard into a frenzied hell. Warning: high-intensity logic virus invasion detected. The system is being assimilated. Trunks observed the control panel's alarms flash red, his voice strained. From all directions of the city, countless torrents of twisted code and malicious programs surged towards the Genesis like sharks sensing blood. Wherever they passed, all orderly data was eroded, polluted, becoming part of them. It is the dark primordial. Bulma's expression changed dramatically. It exists not only in reality. It has also tainted these data phantoms. It seeks to turn this place into its lair. These torrents of logic viruses clearly regarded the Genesis, infused with pure creative power, as the greatest threat and optimal target for infection. Activate the disruptor. Purify them, Vegeta roared. Trunks immediately complied, the disruptor illuminating with blue and white light. An invisible wave of purification spreading forth. However, this time, the effect was significantly diminished. The logic viruses were not mere programs. They possessed the inherent properties of the dark primordial, exhibiting strong resistance to purification. The purification wave flowed like water over rocks, only temporarily slowing their advance, unable to eradicate them completely. Moreover, the sheer number of viruses was overwhelming, akin to an endless crimson ocean. Even worse, the spacecraft systems began to suffer severe impacts. Navigation failing, shield energy plummeting. We cannot sustain this. The disruptor's power is insufficient. We will be overwhelmed here, Trunks exclaimed anxiously. As the crimson torrent threatened to engulf the Genesis, Bulma suddenly gazed at the towering spire at the city's center, a wild idea forming in her mind. To the spire, she commanded sharply. It is the core of the entire data realm. If the dark primordial seeks to taint this place, the core must be its primary target. It may also be the only place capable of resisting it. Are you certain that is not a self-imposed trap? Vegeta questioned. There are no other options. Bulma's gaze was resolute. It was a gamble that the last firewall left by this civilization could still operate. The Genesis altered its course, channeling all remaining energy into its engines and shields, like an arrow swimming against the current, struggling towards the data spire amidst the onslaught of the crimson virus torrents. Countless virus codes crashed against the shields like moths drawn to a flame, exploding into bursts of crimson data fireworks, the shield's brilliance fading at a visible rate. Finally, just before the shields were on the verge of overload, the Genesis crashed through a barrier of dense firewalls at the base of the spire, entering the interior of the tower. Within the tower was not a physical space, but an immensely vast virtual hall composed of countless flowing data galaxies. At the center of the hall floated a colossal core processor resembling a crystalline brain. However, at that moment, the surface of the crystalline brain was ensnared and eroded by numerous writhing black codes, reminiscent of veins. A cold, despairing thought emanated from within. In front of the processor stood a vague figure of an elderly man, composed of pure data, facing away from them, gazing at the tainted core, releasing a silent sigh. Sensing the intrusion of the Genesis, the elder figure slowly turned. His features were obscured, yet his eyes, formed of countless zeros and ones, revealed a weariness that transcended time and a glimmer of faint hope. Bearers of the spark, the elder's voice resonated directly in their minds. You are the final variable of the cradle and the testament to the approaching void. This place is the last refuge of the recorder's civilization, and it shall also become their tombstone. Darkness has arrived. The shadow of the Weaver looms over all dimensions. The collapse of the cradle is inevitable. His words were laden with a sense of fateful despair, yet in the next moment, his gaze focused on the pure white flame in Bulma's hand, and the vague figure seemed to straighten slightly. Yet the spark has not extinguished. A variable has emerged. Will the bearers of the spark accept the final log of the recorders and the theory to combat the void? Data marvel. Infiltrating the city of virtual tombstones constructed by a lost civilization, chaos ensues as a hellish mutation triggers a logical virus outbreak, converting the data realm into a bloody battleground. With a desperate gamble, they storm the data spire in search of the core firewall of civilization. In the final record, they encounter the last AI guardian of civilization, unveiling the truth of the return to the void. The guardian yearns to convey the final theories and logs against the Weavers. The words of the old man's phantom resonated like a heavy tolling bell, echoing in the silent hall of data. Return to the void, Weaver. The final theory. Each term weighed heavily upon their hearts. Return to the void? What is that? Clin's voice trembled. Merely hearing the term instilled a profound fear of the end of all things within him. The return to the void signifies the conclusion. The old man's thoughts brimmed with sorrow. It is not mere destruction or extinction, but the complete erasure of the meaning of existence, collapsing all possibilities into absolute void. The Weaver is not a butcher. Rather, it is an accelerator of the universe's heat death, the ultimate executor of entropy. The net it weaves is dragging the cradle towards this destined end. A collective gasp filled the air. This was more terrifying than mere annihilation. So what of the theory? Can it combat the return to the void? Vegeta pressed eagerly, disdainful of such ethereal philosophical discussions, solely concerned with the existence of tangible weaponry. The old man's spectral gaze shifted once more to the pure white flame in Bulma's hand, and a complex emotion flickered across his indistinct face. Nostalgia, hope, and a hint of resolution. It is not a weapon, but a possibility, he spoke slowly. The civilization of recorders expended their entire lives, yet failed to discover a method to reverse the return to the void, but we glimpsed the fissures within the Weaver's system. We refer to it as the variable formula. This formula cannot directly counter the return to the void, but can briefly create variables that the Weaver cannot fully predict or control within the net, much like inserting an undefined character into a script with a predetermined outcome. The embers of creation are the sole key to activating this formula, transforming variables into fleeting reality. His words ignited a fervent glow in Bulma's eyes. As a scientist, she grasped profoundly what this so-called variable formula entailed. It was akin to playing with fire against the fundamental laws of the universe, prying open a crack within the ironclad rules. Give me the formula. Bulma nearly lunged at the viewport, her voice hoarse with excitement. The old man's phantom nodded slightly. In the next instant, his entire being transformed into an immense torrent of radiant data, cascading like a breached galaxy, surging towards the Genesis vessel, or more precisely, towards the pure white flame in Bulma's grasp. Bulma. Sun Wukong instantly maximized his mental power, preparing to intercept the unknown data surge. Do not block. Let it in. Bulma shrieked, sensing no malice within the data torrent, only an overwhelming volume of compressed information and the core variable formula. The data stream disregarded Sun Wukong's defenses, penetrating the hull of the ship and instantly engulfing Bulma. Countless technologies, histories, arts, philosophies, and the ultimate formula concerning possibilities surged into her mind like a tsunami. Bulma emitted a painful cry, her body trembling violently, blue data light even beginning to seep from her orifices. The torrent of information was colossal, ferocious, far exceeding her brain's capacity for processing. She felt as though she were a balloon on the verge of bursting. Stop her. Vegeta's complexion shifted, ready to intervene. Do not touch her. Sun Wukong halted him, his platinum aura tightly enveloping Bulma, not obstructing the data, but desperately stabilizing her collapsing soul and consciousness. She is absorbing. She is comprehending. Trust her. In Bulma's pupils, Countless zeros and ones flowed like a waterfall. At that moment, her essence as a scientist ignited to its zenith, frantically sorting, analyzing, and understanding the final legacy from a peak civilization. She felt as though her brain were ablaze, each neuron operating at maximum capacity. Meanwhile, the external crisis had not abated. The firewall of the spire emitted a piercing cracking sound under the relentless assault of the blood-red virus torrent. Cracks spread across the data screen. The firewall cannot hold. Trunks observed the external sensor's feed, anxiety consuming him. Countless distorted, howling virus faces pressed against the cracks, greedily fixated on the Genesis vessel and Bulma, who was accepting the legacy. Hold on. Buy Bulma some time. Sun Wukong growled, dispersing some of his mental energy to fortify the crumbling firewall, the platinum aura clashing with the blood-red virus, emitting a hissing sound of erosion. Vegeta grunted, his dark blue aura transforming into sharp energy blades, slicing at the virus tendrils attempting to infiltrate through the cracks, shattering them into primitive code. But this was merely a drop in the ocean. The number of viruses was infinite, and the speed of the firewall's collapse was accelerating. Hurry, Bulma. Faster. Klin fervently prayed within. Just as the outermost firewall shattered with a thunderous crash, the blood-red torrent surged into the hall. Bulma suddenly opened her eyes wide. Within her gaze, the data waterfall had vanished, replaced by an incredibly profound blue light, one that seemed to have grasped some of the universe's mysteries. The blue data streams surrounding her became gentle and orderly, as if subjects encircling a sovereign. She had succeeded. Under immense pressure, she miraculously began to absorb the recorder's legacy and comprehend the core of the variable formula. Is that so? Bulma's voice carried a hint of an ethereal echo as she raised her hand, her fingertips swiftly tracing through the void. The pure white flame danced obediently in her palm, and the blue data streams began to outline an extraordinarily complex three-dimensional rune, seemingly encompassing all variable relationships in existence. The first sequence of the variable formula, the field of possibilities, is now unfolding. She thrust the three-dimensional rune forcefully against the control core of the Genesis vessel beneath her feet. Buzz. The entire data hall, no, the entire data realm, quaked violently. Centered on the Genesis vessel, an intangible, oscillating field of possibilities instantaneously expanded. This force field bore no offensive or defensive capabilities, yet within its reach, the physical constants and logical rules became murky and uncertain. The surging blood-red virus torrents, upon entering the field of possibilities, seemed to lose their target. Their attack commands became chaotic, some devoured one another, others spun in place, and some even executed meaningless redundant code. It resembled a pack of blind mad dogs, brimming with power, yet having nowhere to unleash it. We did it. Trunks exclaimed in delight as he beheld the chaotic virus torrents outside. Humph, this is somewhat interesting, Vegeta remarked, retracting his aura as he observed the bizarre scene. However, Bulma's expression bore no hint of relief. Her complexion was pale, her body swaying unsteadily. This is merely a temporary measure. The field of possibilities is exceedingly unstable and consumes immense energy. I cannot sustain it for long, and moreover, the essence of the dark primordial will soon adapt to and override this field. No sooner had her words fallen than everyone felt an even colder. Deeper will piercing through the chaotic field of possibilities, locking onto them once more. The disordered viruses seemed to receive new commands, beginning to reorganize themselves in an even more bizarre and illogical manner. It is learning. It is evolving. Bulma's voice carried a note of despair. We must leave here immediately. Activate the engines. Maximum power. Any direction. Charge out. Bulma commanded weakly. Trunks complied without hesitation, the damaged Genesis vessel's engines roaring under overload, trailing a blue flame as it plunged headlong into the depths of the data realm, heading toward the area marked as unknown and high risk even within the recorder's logs. In the final moment before the spacecraft vanished into the distorted stream of data, Sun Wukong turned back, feeling an inexplicable sensation as he gazed at the tainted core spire. He sensed, faintly yet distinctly, a weak distress signal flickering deep within the crystalline brain ensnared by black code, a signal unlike the spectral image of the Elder. Meanwhile, Bulma, before slipping into unconsciousness, heard the last echoes of a fragmented message from the recorder's legacy, encrypted multiple times and marked as a forbidden extrapolation, if the web is irreversible. Then igniting the spark may tear a thread of new light within the abyss. Data inheritance. Bulma's ultimate absorption of the recorder's civilization heritage and variable formulas. Possibility field. Unfolding an intangible force field to momentarily disrupt the logic virus attack. Dark evolution. The primordial darkness adapts swiftly. The crisis is not yet averted. Hasty retreat. The creation vessel has entered an unknown high-risk area of the data dimension. Forbidden extrapolation. Deep within the heritage lies a hidden ultimate means related to the spark. Chapter 85. Echoes from the abyss. Whispers of remnants. The creation vessel plunged like a lost bullet into the bizarre depths of data. Outside the porthole, orderly codes had given way to a chaotic maelstrom of shattered civilizational images, collapsing mathematical theorems, and twisted physical constants rolling and colliding like refuse, obliterated. This place seemed to be a graveyard of civilizations discarded by the weavers, their traces of existence crushed into a landfill brimming with despairing noise. Inside the craft, the alarm had long been replaced by a far more terrifying overload of information, directly assaulting consciousness. Countless disordered thoughts, fragmented memories, and distorted knowledge, like a virus, sought to invade each individual's mind. My head is going to explode. Clint groaned in agony, clutching his head in a corner, as nightmarish visions flashed before him. Incomprehensible in their horror. Little Gohan, pale as a ghost, gritted his teeth, striving to maintain clarity of mind. Trunks gripped the control panel tightly, his nails cracking and bleeding, filtering harmful information with the resilience of a future warrior and his partial mechanical enhancements, striving to maintain the vessel's basic stability. Navigation is completely lost. We are plummeting toward an incomprehensible substructure. Vegeta's dark blue aura surged violently as he attempted to dispel this mental pollution with sheer force, only to find it as ineffective as striking water with a fist. These streams of information infiltrated without restraint, directly assaulting consciousness itself. Damn this cursed place. He slammed his fist into the cabin wall, leaving a clear dent. Only Sun Wukong remained, his platinum heart's mental power serving as a solitary lighthouse amidst the storm, steadfastly protecting the unconscious Bulma and himself, isolating the relentless cacophony of information. Yet his expression grew grave. He sensed something at the abyss's bottom, something breathing, exuding a pull that sent chills through his very soul. Suddenly, Bulma's body convulsed violently while unconscious. The pure white flame in her hand appeared drawn by some force from below, its glow flickering erratically, exceedingly unstable. The vast data she had just absorbed from the recorders began to spontaneously reassemble and extrapolate in her mind, stimulated by the information maelstrom. No, this cannot be. Bulma murmured incoherently in her stupor, her forehead ablaze with blue data streams flashing chaotically, the firewall against variables collapsing. She abruptly opened her eyes. Yet her azure pupils bore no focus, only a torrent of chaotic codes flowing through them. It was as if she had transformed into an unconscious terminal, passively receiving, processing, and even amplifying some signal from the abyss's depths. Bulma. Sun Wukong attempted to rouse her, but found his mental power sinking like a stone. Suddenly, Bulma spoke in a dispassionate, electronically synthesized voice, a medley of countless civilizations' languages, fragmented yet coherent, detected overlapping coordinates of multiple universe echoes. Error in Weaver Node B7. A logical paradox exists. Warning, Cradle foundational definitions are being overwritten by unknown variables. Her words resonated like a broken prophecy, laden with incomprehensible information. What is she saying? Clint asked in terror. It is the thing at the abyss's bottom. It speaks through Bulma and the remnants. Trunks instantly grasped the situation, his complexion paling. Aunt Bulma has become its mouthpiece. As if to validate his words, the ship's sensors captured a clearer signal emanating from the abyss's depths. It was neither sound nor image, but a pure collective consciousness echo, infused with endless sorrow and obsession. It was the final cries of countless civilizations at their demise, transcending dimensions in their unwilling lament. Amidst this outcry, a relatively clear yet chilling thought emerged, standing out like a main theme. To those who come after, we are the warning. Escape is not the solution. The weavers are omnipresent. The only hope lies within the web itself. Find the loophole and become an undefined error. Become an undefined error? This sounded even more elusive than confronting the weavers. At that moment, Vegeta seemed utterly enraged by the ceaseless noise and Bulma's strange condition. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. No longer did he seek to defend, but instead unleashed all his dark blue destructive rebirth power, ruthlessly hurling it toward the chaotic stream of information below. Silence, you fool. This was not an attack on a specific entity, but an assault on the very realm of information. He aimed to forcibly create a temporary vacuum within this chaotic sea of consciousness using absolute power. Boom! The dark blue energy ignited a violent clash and obliteration within the endless data maelstrom like ice dropped into boiling oil. Vast swathes of chaotic information were forcibly cleared away, and a brief silence descended. In this stillness, the clear collective consciousness echoes seemed to wane, growing faint. Bulma too appeared to lose her signal source. The flow of codes in her eyes rapidly faded, her body slackening as she fell unconscious once more. However, Vegeta's reckless action felt akin to stirring a hornet's nest. The pull from the abyss's bottom intensified tenfold. It was as if a slumbering behemoth had been awakened, opening its gaping maw. The creation vessel's descent quickened abruptly. Gripped by an unseen hand, they were yanked toward an impenetrable darkness where even the data stream was devoured. Engines malfunctioning. Resistance futile. Trunks gazed at the frantic overload warnings flashing on the console, releasing a desperate cry. The shadows outside the porthole stretched into a linear blur, the ship's structure groaning as it threatened to disintegrate. Just as everyone believed they were about to plunge into the abyss, the sensation of falling vanished abruptly. The creation vessel seemed to crash into a thick, yet remarkably resilient, invisible barrier, drastically slowing its descent until it finally came to a shaky halt. They floated in an absolute darkness, yet within an eerily tranquil void. The maddening information maelstrom and collective consciousness echoes had vanished entirely. Here, it was terrifyingly silent, as if all existence had been withdrawn. Where are we? Klin, still shaken, stared out at the pure darkness beyond the porthole. Sun Wukong cautiously extended his mental power outward, and his face revealed profound shock. This is not the void. His voice trembled in disbelief. This is a bubble? A zone of absolute stability forcibly isolated from the web? In his perception, their vessel resided at the heart of a colossal, invisible bubble. The bubble's barrier was composed of an incomprehensible absolute order that transcended the current cosmic rules, fiercely resisting the external abyss's erosion and assimilation. Who possesses the ability to create such a loophole within the Weaver system? A safe island? At that moment, the unstable pure white flame in Bulma's hand suddenly became exceptionally gentle and radiant. Its brilliance radiated like a compass, steadfastly pointing towards the depths of the bubble, in a certain direction within the darkness. In that direction, a faint, seemingly extinguishable pure white starlight defiantly flickered against the absolute blackness. Simultaneously, in Bulma's tightly shut eyes, a line of text composed of blue data streams quietly appeared like a final message, only to vanish swiftly. Coordinates. Beyond the cradle, weaving network rift. Beware. The observer is not the only one. Data abyss. Plunging into the ultimate landfill of civilizations, echoes, and information chaos. Echoes whisper. Bulma passively becomes the voice of the abyssal collective consciousness. Violent breakthrough. Vegeta angrily bombards the information realm, triggering unknown consequences. Desperate survival. Falling into a mysterious vacuum isolation bubble. Glimmer of hope. Unknown white starlight and astonishing hints appear in the depths of the bubble. Chapter 86. Vacuum Prison. Starlight whispers absolute darkness, absolute silence. The creation ship floated within an imperceptible information vacuum bubble, resembling the only solitary island before the birth of the universe. Outside the porthole lay pure nothingness, devoid of even a glimmer of starlight or a speck of dust. This extreme emptiness instilled a greater sense of dread than any peril faced before, as if even the awareness of one's own existence was slowly being diluted and consumed by this void. Where are we? Klin's voice resonated loudly in the dead silence of the cabin, even echoing back, startling him. He uneasily shifted in his seat. The faint sound of metal scraping against metal distinctly audible. Trunks swiftly checked all sensors, and the results were unsettling. No energy readings, no material reactions. The spatial curvature approaching absolute zero. This place felt like a hollow, completely excavated from the cosmos. Vegeta scanned his surroundings irritably, the dark blue aura here appearing dim and feeble. Humph, escaping a mad dog. only to fall into a coffin. He loathed this sense of helplessness, preferring to confront thousands of enemies rather than remain in this ghostly place devoid of any combatants. Goku, meanwhile, sat cross-legged, his platinum mental energy radiating outward like ripples on water, his brow furrowed tighter. The barrier of this bubble is exceptionally solid and repels my perception. It is not a natural formation. It has been created by some force for isolation. Isolation? Is it isolating us? Or is it isolating the chaotic information from the outside? Little Gohan inquired with confusion. Under Goku's guardianship, Bulma gradually regained consciousness. She rubbed her still paining temples, feeling the vast knowledge belonging to the recorder's civilization in her mind, along with the coordinates and warnings pointing towards the depths of the bubble. She gazed out at the absolute darkness beyond the porthole and the defiant flicker of pure white starlight within it. Her scientific instincts both cautious and filled with a desire for exploration. Perhaps it is both. Bulma's voice, though still weak, was clear in thought. The recorder's log had mentioned that the Weaver's system was not flawless, containing a few rifts caused by logical paradoxes or unknown variables. This place could very well be one such rift, a blind spot temporarily beyond the Weaver's complete control. She pointed towards the pure white starlight. That is likely the existence that created or utilized this blind spot. It is calling for the embers. Calling? Who knows if it is another trap? Vegeta scoffed, reminding them not to forget what those things that called to us before ultimately turned out to be. But we have no other way to go. Goku rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on that point of starlight. The ship needs repairs, and we require information. Whether it is an opportunity or a trap, we must investigate. This is currently our only option. The creation ship cautiously activated its engines at the lowest power, moving slowly towards that point of pure white starlight, as if traversing through thick oil. In this absolute void, the sense of distance became blurred. It felt as if they had been traveling for ages, yet it could also be merely a fleeting moment. As they drew closer, that point of starlight gradually revealed its true form, not a star, but a humanoid light mass ensnared by countless delicate, flowing pure white runic chains. Within the core of the light mass, a curled figure was faintly visible, emanating an indescribable essence of boundless sorrow, fatigue, and a flicker of faint hope. The pure white runic chains, resonating with the same force as the bubble's barrier sensed from the outside, seemed to both imprison and protect the light mass, completely isolating it from the outside world. Is it a prisoner? Little Gohan gazed at the tightly bound light mass, feeling a pang of compassion. Or is it self-imprisoned here? Trunks speculated. Just then, the imprisoned humanoid light mass seemed to sense their approach, especially the essence of the embers in Bulma's hand. It stirred slightly, a feeble yet direct thought resonating deep within the hearts of the group, like a flickering candle about to extinguish. Travelers bearing the fire. You have finally arrived at this ultimate prison. This thought was filled with weariness and sorrow, as if it had been dormant here for countless eons. Who are you? Why are you here? Bulma concentrated her mind, attempting to communicate with it. My name has lost all meaning. I was once the proofreader of the Weavers and also the original rebel. The light mass as thought came in fragmented bursts, as if each piece of information required immense effort to convey, reluctant to flow with the truth of the abyss, thus being eternally trapped in this stasis. A proofreader of the Weavers? The original rebel? The group was profoundly shaken. They had encountered someone from within the Weavers' system. Moreover, one who had been imprisoned for opposing the Weavers? This place is a blind spot of the Weavers' surveillance, and it is the only place we can converse, albeit briefly. The light mass as thought carried urgency. Time was running out. The Guardians would eventually notice this anomaly. Tell us, how can we counter the Weavers? What is the variable formula? Bulma posed the most crucial question. Counter? Huh. A hint of bitterness emerged in the light mass's thought. To futilely resist the Weavers is akin to opposing the destiny of the cradle, like the cycle of life and death. But the variable formula is not a weapon, but a vaccine. Its thoughts suddenly coalesced, as if reflecting light. It cannot save the cradle, but may be able to steal a sliver of possibility before the arrival of the abyss, delivering the fire beyond the cradle. Deliver the fire beyond the cradle? Could this be the true meaning of the forbidden deduction within the recorder's legacy? Not to resist, but to escape? To preserve the last seeds of civilization? This revelation left everyone gasping for breath in despair. Even the rebels within the system believed that resistance was futile, and the only hope lay in fleeing. Beware, the observer is not the highest authority. The light mass's thought began to destabilize, flickering. warning of the weavers and even the definers. You have been marked. The guardians of the cradle are merely the beginning. Its warning sent chills down everyone's spines. Above the observer, there are even more terrifying existences. Flee quickly. The light masses thought flickered like a candle in the wind, urging them to find the weakest node in the weaver's fabric using the variable formula. That was their only chance. Remember, the abyss is neither an end nor another beginning. With those last enigmatic words, the pure white starlight suddenly flickered violently and then quickly dimmed. The runic chains entwining it radiated brightly, as if strengthening the seal. That faint thought was also completely severed, vanishing without a trace. Outside the bubble, deep within the absolute information void, an unsettling sense of scrutiny emerged, as if something had just turned its gaze upon this blind spot that should have gone unnoticed. Inside the creation ship, silence reigned. The information from the Starlight prisoner was overwhelming, bringing not hope, but deeper despair and greater mysteries. Resistance is futile? The only path to survival is flight. Are there even more dreadful existences above the observer? Could the abyss be another beginning? Bulma gazed at the gentle, pure white flame in her hand, then cast her eyes towards the enveloping void of utter darkness outside, together with the faint sense of being observed. A heavy decision loomed before her. Should she heed the warning and seek an immediate means of escape from this soon-to-be exposed sanctuary, utilizing the variable formula to search for the elusive escape node? Or should she stubbornly pursue the verification of the contradictory whisper regarding the return to the primordial void spoken by the Starlight prisoner? The atmosphere was fraught with tension as the ominous words echoed. Vacuum prison. Discovering the mysterious Starlight entity trapped in the information void. Astonishing identity. The Starlight turns out to be an early rebel within the Weaver's system. Desperate truth. Resistance is futile. The only path to survival is to flee with the spark. Higher authority. Revealing that beyond the observer, there exist weavers and definers. Crisis approaches. The sanctuary is about to be exposed. A final decision must be made immediately. Chapter 87. The formula emerges. Dimensional leap. The intangible sense of scrutiny beyond the bubble felt like a cold needle prickling at the napes of everyone's necks. No words were necessary. All understood that this fleeting sanctuary was about to vanish. Activate the engine. Maximum power. Depart from here. Bulma commanded hoarsely, suppressing the tumultuous struggle between escape and truth raging in her mind. Now was not the time for hesitation. Survival was the foremost priority. The engine of the Genesis vessel emitted a mournful wail of overload, and the blue-white tail flame carved a blinding trajectory through the absolute darkness, propelling the ship towards the opposite direction of the source of that scrutiny, into the area of the bubble barrier that was perceived to be the weakest. Charging forth with fervor, high-dimensional energy reaction detected, rapidly approaching. It's the Guardian. It has discovered us. Trunks' voice was taut, as the screen displayed a high-risk energy signal magnifying at an alarming rate. Behind the ship, the previously intangible bubble barrier rippled violently, as if disturbed by stones thrown into water. Soon, several translucent tendrils composed of pure geometric symbols and frigid logic forcefully tore through the barrier, like hounds catching the scent of blood, winding toward the Genesis vessel. Wherever these tendrils passed, even this information void seemed to be redefined, transitioning into a hostile yet orderly structure. Too fast. We can't shake them off, Trunks exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he beheld the rapidly approaching tendrils of regulation. Conventional engine power felt utterly helpless in the face of this dimensional-level pursuit. Humph. Then let us shatter them. Vegeta's eyes flared with fierce determination as dark blue flames surged once more, preparing to burst forth from the ship. Don't go out. Bulma sharply interjected. Out there, your power will be suppressed by its domain of rules. What we need is a breakthrough, not confrontation. Her gaze remained fixed on the control panel, where a highly unstable variable formula model had just been preliminarily analyzed based on the legacy of the recorders and the information of the Starlight prisoner. This formula was so complex that it induced dizziness, filled with paradoxes and uncertain variables, yet it was indeed their only hope at present. Channel your powers into the navigation system. Do not control the direction. Allow the formula to calculate the path on its own. Bulma swiftly operated on the virtual keyboard, forcibly linking the flickering formula model with the ship's navigation core. They were about to execute a probabilistic random leap. A leap to coordinates that even the Guardian could not predict. A probabilistic random leap? This was tantamount to gambling with everyone's lives. But the rule tendrils were already within arm's reach, with the nearest one even making contact with the ship's tail. As the cold waves of formatting began to erode the ship's shields, there was no time to question. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, simultaneously pressing their hands onto the energy conduction interface. Goku closed his eyes, banishing all distractions, and infused the purest essence of his heart's thought power, representing definition and inclusivity, into the formula model like a gentle stream. Vegeta, with a low growl, poured in his most extreme essence, symbolizing destruction and rebirth like raging lightning. As these two opposing forces surged into the already unstable formula model, it suddenly flickered like a complex maze, electrified, calculating and deducing countless potential paths. Bulma, as the guide, turned pale as she exerted all her strength to maintain the model's structure, preventing it from collapsing due to internal conflict. The coordinates on the navigation screen fluctuated at an unprecedented speed, rendering the final destination unrecognizable. "Now, leap!" Bulma shouted with her last ounce of strength. Trunks pressed the execution key with urgency. Buzz! There was no sensation of spatial distortion typical of a conventional leap, nor the dazzling passage of light. The Genesis vessel seemed to flicker momentarily in place. No, it was not a flicker. Its very existence, in that instant, became uncertain. It appeared to simultaneously exist in countless superimposed coordinates, yet seemed to exist nowhere. The tendrils of regulation that had already entwined around them suddenly lunged at nothingness. They penetrated the vessel's ephemeral image, causing the logic core to plunge into a brief chaos, unable to lock onto or define a target. In the next moment, the silhouette of the Genesis vessel abruptly solidified in a void that seemed not far from its original position, yet its dimensional coordinates were entirely different. For the first time, the random leap guided by the variable formula succeeded. They had narrowly evaded the Guardian's capture. Did we succeed? Krillin could hardly believe it. Not yet. Bulma gasped for breath, feeling the intense drain of the formula model and its still unstable state. This was only a short-distance shift. It would soon be able to lock onto us again. Continue. Inject energy. Do not stop. Without hesitation, Goku and Vegeta once again channeled their powers. The Genesis vessel commenced a series of erratic, unpredictable flicker leaps within this complex multidimensional space. At times, it appeared amidst the remnants of shattered nebulae. At others, it skimmed past a solitary wandering planet, and occasionally, it plunged into the edges of a vibrant energy vortex. The Guardian's tendrils pursued relentlessly like a malignant growth. It seemed unable to fully predict the paths calculated by the variable formula, yet its computational power was terrifyingly formidable, always able to recalibrate its direction after a brief delay, tearing through space to catch up. This was a breathtaking game of hide-and-seek unfolding on a high-dimensional level. Each leap was a dance upon a razor's edge, each solidification possibly facing the Guardian's cold tendrils. Energy was depleting too rapidly. At this rate, we cannot endure much longer. Trunks watched the energy readings plummet, anxiety gnawing at him. The formula model was also overloaded. Stability was waning. Bulma's voice trembled, feeling as if her brain were being roasted over a fire. If they continued jumping like this, the model might collapse, and they would be utterly lost in the dimensional turbulence. They had to find a way to evade the pursuit or discover a location that would deter the Guardian. Just then, during a brief moment of solidification after a leap, Goku's heart power detected an extremely anomalous area in the distance. It was neither the material universe nor a data plane, but a bizarre space constantly twisting, as if composed of countless shattered mirrors. Each mirror reflected different, fantastical scenes, exuding an aura of chaos and danger. What captured his attention even more was that, at the edge of that area, several familiar silver warship wrecks floated. They were remnants of the cleansing fleet. It seemed they had been torn apart upon entering that region by some unseen force. To that place, Goku immediately pointed in that direction. That area had been able to shred the cleansing fleet. The Guardian would likely not dare to venture in easily. Bulma also caught sight of that area and the wreckage of the cleansing fleet. A glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. All right, let us take a gamble. Channel all remaining energy into one final leap. Target that mirrored maze. The variable formula resumed its frenetic calculations, the model flickering to its utmost. And even the edges began to exhibit data collapse in the form of snowflake-like points. A leap. The Chuangxinghao executed its final and farthest flickering leap, trailing an almost extinguished energy tail as it plunged into a bizarre realm composed of countless shattered mirrors. The moment the spacecraft entered that area, the pursuing tendrils of the Guardian's rules abruptly halted at the region's periphery. Those tendrils, formed purely from logic, appeared to display evident hesitation, even repulsion, towards this chaotic, paradoxical, and unknowable domain. They circled the edge of the area for a brief moment before gradually retracting into the dimensional rift, vanishing from sight. The Guardian temporarily abandoned its pursuit. The Chuangxinghao precariously halted before a relatively stable mirror surface. Outside the porthole, countless fragmented images whirled by rapidly, as if shards from innumerable worlds flashed before their eyes. Just as they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint thud resonated from the top of the ship. Immediately following, a young voice imbued with mockery, curiosity, and a hint of inhumanity clearly transmitted through the external sensors into the bridge. "Oh, new arrivals? Quite fortunate, indeed, to evade the Guardian's pursuit and find refuge in the kaleidoscope. However, the ship you are aboard, along with the scent you carry, is rather distinctive." Chapter 88, Kaleidoscope Refuge. Shadow of the cradle. That sudden voice, tinged with a measure of jest, caused the previously relaxed nerves within the Chuangxinghao to tense once more. Everyone instinctively looked up towards the source of the sound at the ship's apex. There, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, squatted a figure. It resembled a human boy, though its true nature was uncertain. He, or it, possessed short silver hair and wore peculiar attire fashioned from various discarded components and unknown fabrics, adorned with a nonchalant, curious smile. What captivated attention most were his eyes, one a meticulously crafted blue electronic eye, while the other resembled a swirling nebula, constantly shifting colors. He casually tapped on the hatch, his demeanor as relaxed as a neighbor dropping by for a visit. "Hey, friends inside, mind opening the door? It's quite chaotic in this kaleidoscope, and newcomers without a guide can easily get lost or be consumed by those shattered reflections." His voice resonated through the external sensors, as if he were whispering right beside them. "Who are you?" Vegeta's gaze was icy, his dark blue aura simmering, fixating on this unexpected guest. The ability to approach them silently was no ordinary feat. "Me? Just call me Xingqian," the boy grinned, revealing a dazzlingly white smile. "I'm a regular resident and temporary guide of this kaleidoscope, here to shelter unfortunate souls like you who are being chased by the Guardian." The term Guardian was evidently a reference to the pursuers. "Refuge? What exactly is this place?" Bulma questioned him warily. Xingqian's electronic eye swept over Bulma, pausing momentarily on the pure white flame in her hand, his nebula-like pupil contracting slightly. The kaleidoscope, as the name suggests, is a landfill of fragmented dimensions, filled with countless world shards deemed redundant or erroneous by the weavers, remnants of timelines, and failed experiments of laws. All of it is cast aside here, colliding and stacking, resulting in this bizarre locale. He shrugged. However, chaos has its advantages. At least those rigid guardians are rather reluctant to enter, making this a natural sanctuary for us bugs and viruses. The implications of his words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Bugs and viruses? Are you referring to anomalies like us? You mean us? Are there others here? Trunks inquired. Of course, there are, though not many, and they all hide like moles, Xingqian remarked, patting the spacecraft beneath him. But it's the first time someone like you, with such a conspicuous ship and the scent of the cradle's primal laws, has barged in here. He emphasized the word scent, his gaze taking on a playful glint. The primal laws of the cradle? Bulma immediately seized the key point. Indeed. Xingqian's electronic eye emitted a faint glow, scanning the exterior of the Chuangxinghao, stopping at the spot previously grazed by the Guardian's tendrils, where an almost imperceptible, peculiar energy mark lingered. "See, this is it. A pure cradle scent, blended with a hint of ember's smoke? TSK. You're essentially parading around a bandit-esque lair with a gold ingot. It's hard not to attract attention." His words sent chills down their spines. They had been fleeing with such an obvious marker all along. "You can see this mark?" Son Goku asked in a deep voice, sensing no malice from him. Only an unfathomable blend of technology and mystery. "Easy peasy." Xingqian proudly pointed to his mismatched eyes. "This eye of omniscience is specifically designed to see such things. Otherwise, how would I survive in this dreadful place?" He shifted the conversation. "But fret not. I harbor no ill will towards you, at least not for now. On the contrary, I might help you temporarily mask that scent." "Conditions?" Vegeta inquired coldly, never one to trust unsolicited goodwill. Conditions, huh? Xingqian stroked his chin, a sly smile forming. Quite simple. I'm extremely curious about your story, especially how you got entangled with the Guardians while carrying the Cradle's core laws everywhere. In exchange, I'll help you conceal your aura and guide you on how to navigate this kaleidoscope relatively safely, possibly even assist you in finding what you seek. His last statement was laden with implication. Bulma and Son Goku exchanged quick glances with Vegeta. This enigmatic youth, who called himself Xingqian, was shrouded in mystery. Yet they were indeed in dire need of understanding this unfamiliar environment and concealing themselves. Moreover, he seemed to possess knowledge of significance. All right, we agree. Bulma responded on behalf of the group. Splendid. Xingqian snapped his fingers, and before they knew it, a faint, data-like glow shot from his fingertip, enveloping the energy mark on the spacecraft's exterior. The mark appeared to be covered by a mosaic, becoming indistinct, with its emitted special waves almost vanishing. Done. The temporary concealment is in place. I cannot guarantee permanence, but it should suffice to evade general detection. Xingqian said lightly. Then, like a feather, he gracefully landed on a floating mirror ahead, beckoning them. Follow me. I'll take you to a somewhat safer spot. It's better than remaining here as targets near the entrance. The Chuangxinghao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed this mysterious guide. The ship navigated through countless shattered mirrors, each reflecting bizarre sights. A boiling sea of metal, a mechanical city composed of plants, and a kaleidoscopic explosion of stars in reverse time, creating a dizzying spectacle. Xingqian, as if an old hand at this, deftly maneuvered through the intricate paths, finally leading them to a relatively large, stable mirror. This place resembled a small platform built from the remnants of various civilizations, with some rudimentary shelters and docking points visible. Here we are, this is one of my, temporary bases. Xingqian clapped his hands. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Tell me your story. Bulma pondered her words and succinctly recounted their encounters with the Observer, the conflict with the Cleansing Fleet, the quest for the Embers, and their encounter with the Guardian, while intentionally omitting the variable formulas and the core secrets such as the Starlight Prisoner. Xingqian listened with rapt attention, occasionally exclaiming in awe at the thrilling narrative. Thus, we were pursued by the Guardian and had no choice but to venture into this place, concluded Bulma. Magnificent. Absolutely splendid. Applauded Xingqian, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You confronted the Cleansing Fleet head-on and nearly got caught by the Guardian. Your experiences are far more exhilarating than my years spent scavenging in the kaleidoscope. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his starry pupils shimmering with a mysterious glint. Yet, it seems your narrative is missing something, like that faint trace of the cradle's shadow that lingers upon you. Such a phenomenon is not typical of mere variables. Cradle shadow? Bulma was taken aback. Indeed, replied Xingqian, his expression growing somewhat grave. It is a mark left by the cradle itself, or rather, an ancient entity dwelling deep within the weaving network system. Typically, only those who attempt to breach the core taboos of the cradle or those who are remnants of significant events bear such a mark. He cast a meaningful glance at Bulma, then at Son Wukong and Vegeta. The shadows upon you three are particularly profound. It appears you are entangled in matters far more complicated than you realize. Chapter 89, Mirror Shadows. Echoes of conflict. The mention of Cradle Shadow struck like a chilling ice block, causing the temperature within the Genesis vessel to plummet. Bulma, Son Wukong, and Vegeta exchanged glances, each discerning the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. They had believed their greatest trouble lay with the pursuing foes and the Ember's markings, only to discover they bore an even more obscure and ominous brand. What does this mean? Clarify. Vegeta's voice seethed with restrained fury. He despised feeling manipulated by unseen forces. Xingqian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his starry pupil rotating slightly. The specifics elude me. The cradle shadow is rather enigmatic. My omniversal I can only perceive a vague silhouette, akin to a tangle of causality or remnants of history cast by the cradle itself. He pointed at the trio. The shadows you bear are particularly pronounced, especially yours, he said, directing his gaze at Bulma. Your shadow is interwoven with traces of calculation and deduction, as if you have passively absorbed an immense quantity of information. Bulma immediately recalled the torrent of data she encountered while assimilating the legacy of the recorders, as well as her experiences of receiving the echoes of the Abyss's collective consciousness. Could this be the reason behind the cradle's shadow? What implications does this hold? Sun Wukong inquired, focusing on the practical aspects. The implications, mused Xingqian, stroking his chin, are that under certain circumstances, it may enable you to perceive the fluctuations of the cradle's underlying laws more acutely, and perhaps even deceive certain lower-tier rule assessments to a degree. However, the downside is that to truly high-tier beings, such as the Guardians or the Weavers behind them, you will stand out like fireflies in the night. He paused, his expression becoming peculiar. It is said that those bearing a strong cradle shadow are more likely to attract some unfriendly natives within the kaleidoscope. Many of them are the failed products of the weaving network's cleansing and harbor a deep-rooted hatred for all things related to the cradle. As if to validate his ominous predictions, the stable platform beneath them suddenly trembled violently. The mirrors at the edges, which had merely reflected fragmented images in silence, began to ripple ominously with dark red waves, akin to stones cast into still waters. What is happening? Klin grasped a fixed object in terror. Xingqian's expression shifted, his electronic eye scanning the surroundings rapidly. This is not good. It's the echoes of hatred. They have been drawn here by your shadows. From the mirrors, shadows twisted and contorted, composed of pure malice and fragmented memories, emerging like demons escaping their confines. They bore no fixed form. Some resembled melted mechanical guardians, others the wailing souls of fallen civilizations, while some were incomprehensible abstractions of terror. Yet they all radiated a profound hatred for the essence of the cradle, their crimson gazes locking onto the Genesis vessel upon the platform. Prepare for battle. Vegeta growled, his dark blue aura erupting as he prepared to charge out of the ship. Don't go out there. Both Xingqian and Bulma shouted simultaneously. Your strength will be diminished in the realm of their hatred. Bulma quickly explained, her hands pressing against the control panel. They are not physical entities. They are aggregates of information and resentment. Physical and energy attacks hold limited efficacy. What then? Trunks stared at the increasing number of shadows outside, his scalp prickling with apprehension. Use this. Xingqian suddenly produced a peculiar device from his tattered clothing, resembling a rusty clock fused with an old radio, and pressed a button with fervor. Beep. A cacophony of harsh, disordered sounds erupted from the device, akin to countless channels blending into one, forming an invisible soundwave shield that temporarily obstructed the initial onslaught of shadows. The shadows emitted anguished howls upon contact with the noise shield, their movements slowing. Information interference. They despise this, Xingqian exclaimed, but my makeshift device won't last long. A glimmer of realization crossed Bulma's eyes. Information interference against hatred is still a form of information. She looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Just like before, combine your powers with the variable formulas to create a stronger information turbulence. Overwhelm and disperse their hateful intent. Once again, they engaged in that fervent, unconventional utilization of power. There was no time to hesitate. Sun Wukong and Vegeta pressed their hands against the energy interface once more. This time, Bulma guided them with greater precision. She adjusted the variable formulas, shifting focus from calculating transition paths to concentrating on contaminating and overshadowing the information layer. Sun Wukong's pure mental energy served as the vessel, while Vegeta's ferocious aura of destruction acted as the toxin. The two melded under the formula's harmonization, forming an intangible yet chaotic storm of information, which surged forth from the ship's external sensors to meet the encroaching shadows and echoes with fierce resolve. This storm, unlike Xingqian's noise shield, penetrated deeper, directly affecting the consciousness cores of the shadow echoes. The results were immediate. The foremost echoes, as if doused with powerful acid, began to twist, dissolve, and collapse. Their once hate-filled roars transformed into chaotic, meaningless noise. Some of the weaker echoes burst like bubbles, vanishing entirely. Effective, little Wufan exclaimed in delight. However, the sheer number of these echoes was overwhelming, and among them were particularly powerful entities that, after enduring the initial chaos, seemed to adapt to the information storm. They withstood the storm's onslaught, consolidating their malevolence, even beginning to utilize the destructive essence within the storm to bolster their strength. They are evolving. Trunks observed the energy signals on the sensor, his expression darkening. One massive shadow, composed of countless shattered weapons, opened a dark red vortex of hatred, forcefully absorbing and transforming the power of the information storm. We cannot let this happen. The storm has paradoxically become their sustenance. Sweat beaded on Bulma's forehead as the burden of the formulaic model reached its limits once more. In this critical moment of stalemate, with the defensive line on the verge of being breached, Sun Wukong, who had been observing silently, suddenly closed his eyes. His platinum heart's thought power withdrew from the information storm, delicately reaching out like the most intricate tendrils towards the echoes of shadows, particularly the colossal shadow that was absorbing the storm. He was not attacking. He was merely sensing. He felt the boundless agony, the despair at the collapse of civilization, the resentment of being ruthlessly erased by the web, and the twisted hatred accumulated over the long years. They were in profound pain. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, a hint of compassion glimmering in his golden pupils. Now is not the time for sympathy. Vegeta bellowed irritably, feeling his strength being wasted by the adapted echoes. No. Sun Wukong shook his head, looking towards Bulma and Stardust. Hatred is also the foundation of their existence. Perhaps we should not attempt to cover or destroy, but rather to soothe or guide. Soothe, guide. Stardust paused, his nebula-like pupils suddenly brightening. Indeed, why did I not think of that? They are essentially information, memories. Perhaps we can use resonance? By employing information that resonates with their past lives to neutralize their hatred. Bulma comprehended immediately. Within the legacy of the recorders were countless fragments of lost civilizations' information. She swiftly allocated a portion of her mental energy, diving into the vast repository of knowledge to search for fragments of civilization information that might relate to these shadowy echoes outside, the glorious scenes of those civilizations, their culture, the beauty they once possessed. Simultaneously, she adjusted the variable formula once more. This time, the objective was no longer to create chaos, but to construct a gentle, nostalgic, and compassionate information resonance field. Help me. Bulma turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong promptly infused pure heart energy, providing a stable and inclusive foundation for this resonance field. Vegeta, though displeased, begrudgingly infused a fragment of his power, restraining its destructive properties and retaining only the aspects imbued with the potential for rebirth. A faint, yet exceptionally gentle milky white halo spread from the Genesis Hawk. Within the halo flowed countless fragmented images of civilizations, celebratory dances, explorations of the starry seas, the warmth of familial bonds. This gentle halo stood in stark contrast to the previous tempestuous information storm. The surging shadow echoes, upon contact with the milky halo, came to an abrupt halt. In their crimson eyes, madness and hatred receded like a tide, replaced by bewilderment and a hint of buried reminiscence. The colossal shadow, which had been absorbing the storm, also froze, its body, composed of shattered weaponry, trembling slightly, as if resisting yet simultaneously listening. A fragment of civilization flowing through the resonance field seemed to establish a faint connection with it. It emitted a sound that was no longer a roar but a long sigh filled with infinite sadness and exhaustion. Subsequently, its form began to slowly dissipate, not in collapse, but like morning mist, merging with the surrounding mirrors and vanishing from sight. With the first, there came the second, the third. More and more shadow echoes found solace within the resonance field, or perhaps they were simply fatigued. They abandoned their attacks and gradually retreated, fading back into the shattered reflections. The platform's tremors ceased, and the dark red ripples slowly settled. The crisis was temporarily averted. Everyone exhaled with relief, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over them. Stardust sheathed his broken horn, gazing at Bulma with awe. Remarkable. To dissolve the echoes of hatred in such a manner, you cradle shadows, indeed, are something special. However, Bulma's expression bore no traces of ease. She stared blankly at the pure white flame pulsating in her hand. The peculiar resonance she had felt earlier lingering in her mind. What was that feeling? She murmured to herself, as if questioning both herself and the flame. Stardust leaned closer, his nebula-like pupils curiously examining the flame. Your ember seems to resonate with certain memory fragments in this refuse heap. It appears not only to be a source of energy, but also an ancient artifact, familiar with many old friends. His words, tinged with jest, awakened Bulma from her reverie. She recalled the words of the celestial prisoner. The variable formula is a vaccine. The only path to survival is to carry the spark and escape the cradle. Spark. Bulma's gaze sharpened as she turned to Stardust. Having been here for so long, have you heard of the spark plan? Or any rumors about utilizing variables to escape the cradle? Stardust's previously carefree demeanor became more subdued as he stroked his chin. The Spark Plan? I have not heard of that name. However, there are indeed many rumors about escaping. After all, 9 out of 10 who linger in this cursed place wish to flee from the web's clutches. Yet, I have not seen a single successful attempt. He paused, lowering his voice. However, I have heard of a relatively credible legend. It is said that deep within this kaleidoscope lies an extremely ancient node, a remnant left by the web system during its early construction due to an irreparable logical paradox. Legend has it that through this node, one could briefly connect to a place called the Sea of Possibility, which the web cannot fully control. The Sea of Possibility? Trunks echoed the unfamiliar term. Yes. It sounds quite esoteric, doesn't it? Stardust shrugged. It is said to be a collection of countless parallel timelines that have not been locked by the web, discarded world drafts, and pure random events. If one could reach there, perhaps a method to evade the web's tracking or even escape the cradle could be found. He glanced at the flame in Bulma's hand, and activating that node, it is said to require a key like the one you hold, imbued with the cradle's fundamental laws. It seems your tickets are quite robust. This news invigorated everyone. Although it remained a legend, at least a clear direction had emerged. Where's that node? Vegeta asked impatiently. Stardust shook his head, his electronic eye flashing with a hint of resignation. The specific location is unknown. The internal structure of the kaleidoscope is constantly shifting, like a living maze. That node is particularly elusive. It is said to briefly manifest only under specific conditions, when multiple dimensional echoes overlap in a fortuitous manner. Moreover, his expression turned grave. That area is extremely dangerous. Not only is the environment harsh, but it is also said that the Weavers are aware of this backdoor's existence. Although they cannot close it, they will deploy their strongest surveillance and interception forces nearby. Any entity attempting to approach will face the most merciless onslaught. That place is known as the Trap Corridor. The freshly ignited hope was suddenly shrouded in shadows. Nevertheless, this was the only clue at hand. With unwavering determination, Bulma gently caressed the pure white flames, sensing the vast power and the unknown history within. We must make an attempt. She raised her head and addressed the crowd. I have an idea. Since the embers resonate with the echoes of these civilizations, perhaps we can exploit this phenomenon. It is not about passive defense or appeasement, but about active inquiry. Inquiry? Colleen asked, perplexed. Precisely. A distinctive sparkle ignited in Bulma's eyes. The hallmark of a true scientist. These echoes are aggregates of information, embodying the knowledge and memories of countless extinct civilizations. Among them may lie clues regarding that node, the vulnerabilities of the web, or even the very essence of the Fireseed project. We could endeavor to construct a more precise resonance protocol, targeted not for general appeasement, but for the specific retrieval of the information we seek. This idea is audacious and insane. To use the embers as a search engine to sift through a chaotic morass of information? This is perilous. Talonka S. immediately opposed. Bulma, your mental strength has only just recovered. What if you are once again overwhelmed by the torrent of information as before? Moreover, how can you ensure that the information retrieved is genuine and useful, rather than filled with malicious lies or traps? Saiyan Wukong also voiced his concerns. The risks are indeed present. Bulma did not deny it, but we can establish filters and safety valves. By employing variable formulas, we can permit only specific types of relatively tranquil information to pass through. Furthermore, she looked towards Saiyan Wukong and Vegeta. This time, you need not exert excessive power. Simply assist me in stabilizing the connection, so that if I lose control, you can promptly pull me back. What we require is precision, not strength. Vegeta snorted in acknowledgement. Saiyan Wukong nodded as well, knowing that once Bulma resolved to act, she was difficult to deter. Without further ado, Bulma concentrated once more, her hands hovering over the pure white flames. This time, the blue data stream she constructed was even more intricate and complex, akin to weaving an extraordinarily fine net. She integrated the variable formulas, establishing keywords for filtering information: backdoor, the Sea of Possibilities, Fireseed, escape, a miniature. Purpose-driven information retrieval resonance fields slowly unfurled around her. Saiyan Wukong's platinum mental force served as a resilient lifeline, delicately connecting to Bulma's consciousness. Vegeta vigilantly stood by, his dark blue aura coiling in anticipation. The resonance field trembled slightly, resembling a hook cast into the ocean of information. Initially, only fragmented. Disorganized pieces flowed in, irrelevant images of civilizations, shattered physical laws. Bulma filtered them with utmost caution. Suddenly, the resonance field jolted violently. A relatively clear fragment of thought, filled with terror and despair, was seized by her. No, the back door is a trap. The true fire seed does not seek escape. The information abruptly ceased. As if forcibly extinguished, Bulma's heart tightened, and she continued her search. Another fragment surged forth, this time a cold, almost mechanical synthesized voice. Analysis conclusion. The success rate of transmitting embers through the node is less than 0.0001. The only feasible solution, within the cradle. Induce a localized collapse of laws using variables, creating an information singularity that the web cannot process, and amidst the chaos, project the fire seed information flow to. Information interrupted again. Yet these fragmented clues quickened Bulma's heartbeat. A trap? The true fire seed does not seek escape. To create an information singularity? She suppressed her excitement and continued to search. At last, a more ancient, faint, yet resolutely persistent thought emerged, as if traversing through epochs, which she laboriously captured at its core. The fire seed is not about escape, but about inheritance, condensing the essence of the cradle's memory and civilization into embers, casting it into the sea of return through the power of variables. Perhaps, billions of years later, a new beginning may arise. This thought was imbued with tragic resolution, akin to a civilization's final struggle before its complete demise. Bulma stood thunderstruck, rooted in place. The true essence of the Fire Seed project was not the escape they had imagined. Instead, it was the ultimate backup and delivery of civilization, to entrust its most precious legacy to a nebulous probability, casting it towards a return that even the weavers could not reach. Yearning for rebirth in an unknowable future and place. This was utterly insane and profoundly tragic, just as she was overwhelmed by this astonishing truth. A moment of instability flickered within the resonance field. A vast will, cold and viscous, filled with insatiable greed and hunger, seemed to have lurked in the depths of the information morass, seizing this fleeting opportunity. It surged through the connection of the resonance field, like a malignant growth, quickly eroding from within. This time, it was not the chaotic echoes of hatred, but a more concentrated and terrifying independent consciousness. I have found you, delectable fire seed. Bulma let out a pained groan, as the blue data stream in her eyes was instantly tainted with ominous darkness. The resonance field twisted violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Bulma, Saiyan Wukong's expression changed dramatically, his mental force contracting fiercely, attempting to sever the connection. Vegeta also sprang into action, his dark blue aura transforming into a blade aimed at the intangible connection channel. But it was too late. The greedy will emitted a sharp, soul-freezing cackle, forcefully pushing through Saiyan Wukong and Vegeta's blockade, violently inundating Bulma's mind with the last fragment of malicious and tempting information. Come, merge with me, and I shall lead you to true freedom, transcending the web and the eternal return. Hopeful clues. Stardust reveals a possible escape backdoor deep within the kaleidoscope. Active retrieval. Bulma constructs a precise resonance field, attempting to extract information from the echoes of civilization. Stunning truth. The Fire Seed project is ultimately a backup and probabilistic delivery of civilization, rather than mere escape. Terrifying backlash. The retrieval has attracted the greedy while lurking in the information abyss. Deadly temptation. An unknown existence extends a merging invitation to Bulma, promising an eternal transcendence. Chapter 91. The temptation of fusion. A glimmer of hope merge with me to attain eternity. The whispers, filled with insatiable greed and temptation, seeped into Bulma's mind like the coldest venom. The blue light of data in her eyes was swiftly consumed by ominous darkness, her body trembling violently, emitting groans of pain and struggle. The resonance field twisted as if tainted by ink, nearing collapse. Bulma, cut the connection. Saiyan Wukong's face paled, his platinum mental force erupting with unprecedented intensity, akin to scorching sunlight, attempting to dispel the dark while that clung like a parasite. Vegeta roared in fury, his dark blue aura transforming into a torrent of destructive energy, no longer aimed at the connection channel, but directly assaulting the encroaching darkness enveloping Bulma. He intended to expel this vile entity from her in the most forceful manner. Useless. The stardust entity retreated a step, its nebula-like pupils filled with vigilance. It is the Whisperer of the Void. This creature is among the most cunning and dangerous information predators within the kaleidoscope. It does not attack directly, but instead entices and merges. Once ensnared, escape becomes exceedingly difficult, just as he had articulated. Saiyan Wukong's pure mental force collided with the dark will, only to be absorbed and digested in a bizarre manner, as if disappearing into the depths of the sea. Vegeta's violent destructive energy was similarly distorted and deflected, further aggravating the chaos within Bulma. Bulma let out a more anguished scream, her consciousness feeling as though it were being torn apart by two immense forces. On one side lay the promise of eternal freedom and omniscience offered by the Whisperer of the Void, transcending all suffering. On the other, the anxious calls of her companions and the remnants of her own will. Abandon your struggles, they are devoid of meaning. The chilling whispers resonate deep within her mind, merging with the notion that through me, you shall come to know all, control all. There will be no more fleeing, no more fear. Together, we shall become the new source. Vivid yet surreal images unfurl before her. She calms dimensional storms with a mere wave, effortlessly alters the constants of the universe, and even beholds the Weaver's system before her, as docile as a pet, with omnipotent power within her grasp. The temptation is overwhelming, especially after countless escapes from death and witnessing the demise of numerous civilizations. A simple nod, and all pain, all helplessness, will dissipate into nothingness. Bulma, wake up. Sun Wukong's voice crashes through the veils of seduction like thunder. That is not power. It is a trap. You are losing yourself. Woman, do not be beguiled by such vile temptations. Vegeta's roar, filled with fury and a hint of barely concealed urgency, resonates. You seek power? I shall fight alongside you to the end. This crooked path is unworthy of a Saiyan's ally. The words ally and Saiyan pulse like a faint electric current through Bulma's consciousness, nearly engulfed by darkness. She recalls the absurdity of her first encounter with Wukong, the tumultuous journey from enmity to camaraderie with Vegeta, and the vibrant faces of Trunks, Gohan, and Krillin, those fleeting moments of life and death they shared. The cold, omniscient illusion pales in comparison to these warm memories, imbued with feelings, even amidst suffering and hardship. Suddenly, Bulma utters a word through clenched teeth, and the encroaching darkness halts abruptly. Her azure scientific spirit emits an indomitable cry from within. I am Bulma Brief. I refuse to become that abhorrent thing. She summons the solemn resolve she has recently gleaned regarding the true essence of the Seed Project. It is not for personal eternity, but for the legacy of civilization. This grand notion, transcending the mere existence of life and death, becomes a final bastion, staunchly resisting the encroachment of the Whisperer of the Void. Foolishness. The Whisperer of the Void emits a sharp, furious screech. To refuse is to be annihilated. It gathers its final strength, launching a more ferocious assault, attempting to breach Bulma's willpower. In this tense standoff, Sun Wukong, who has been observing the battle intently, reveals a glimmer of determination in his golden eyes. Rather than dispersing the darkness, he channels all his mental energy into a pure, warm bridge of intent, directly connecting to the deepest recesses of Bulma's consciousness. He transmits no complex commands or powers, but instead presents the simplest of images, crystal clear in Bulma's heart. It is Earth, the sunlit West City, atop the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. There she sits with Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, though they have since parted ways. After successfully creating the gravity training room for the first time, all seated informally on the ground, enjoying instant noodles, watching the sunset, and dreaming of the future with pure, radiant smiles. That was their initial dream, their most unadulterated joy. This scene, simple to the extreme, becomes the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. Like the first ray of dawn piercing the darkness, Bulma's consciousness, nearly frozen by coldness and temptation, is suddenly awakened and melted by this warm memory. Get out. She unleashes an uncommonly clear roar from the depths of her soul. Boom. The blue light of her scientific spirit, filled with reason and creativity, resonates with the pure white flame in her hand, unleashing an unprecedented brilliance. Like a supernova, it instantaneously expels the encroaching dark will, purifying it. No. The Whisperer of the Void emits a final shriek filled with disbelief and profound malice. That cold will melt away like snow in sunlight, rapidly dissipating, ultimately vanishing amidst the chaotic flow of information, leaving only a lingering discomfort. Exhausted, Bulma collapses to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Yet her gaze has regained clarity, even more resolute than before. She looks at her approaching companions, especially Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and forces a weak smile. "Thank you. I almost fell for it." Sun Wukong breathes a sigh of relief, retracting his mental energy. Vegeta snorts, turning his head away, but the tension in his shoulders visibly eases. Stardust steps forward, still shaken, gazing at Bulma. "Incredible. You managed to repel the whisper of the void with your own willpower. You few shadows of the cradle are indeed monstrous." He pauses, his expression turning serious. "However, the commotion we just caused was too great. Though the whisperer has fled, it will undoubtedly spread your information. Before long, other ill-intentioned beings in this kaleidoscope, even the tendrils of the Weaver, may be drawn here. We must leave immediately and find that node." Though hope seems faint and the crisis looms, the recent ordeal has seemingly tempered the team's cohesion in the face of adversity. They are no longer mere fugitives. They carry the true mission of the Seed, the solemn and grand responsibility of civilizational legacy. The Genesis vessel reignites, bearing scars and resolve, guided by Stardust, as they boldly venture into the depths of the kaleidoscope, fraught with peril, yet rumored to harbor a glimmer of hope. Shortly after their departure, within a seemingly insignificant shattered mirror at the platform's edge, what reflects is not chaos, but a blurry visage, resembling an eye composed of countless data points. Coldly observing their retreating figures, deadly temptation, the whisperer of the void lures Bulma with eternal freedom. Awakening of will. Bulma resists fusion with the essence of her companion's memories and her scientific spirit. Warm memories. Wukong awakens Bulma's consciousness with images of their initial dreams. Crisis averted. The whisperer is repelled, but its whereabouts have been exposed. Heavy responsibilities. The team clarifies their mission of legacy and resolutely delves into danger. Chapter 92. The node emerges, shadow of the Weaver under Stardust's guidance. The Genesis vessel glides like a specter through the kaleidoscope's bizarre perils. The shattered mirrors surrounding them no longer merely reflect remnants. They reveal various eerie phenomena. Time loses its linearity here, and space folds into paradoxical shapes, occasionally showcasing bizarre creations that entirely defy the laws of physics. Every step requires utmost caution, as if the entire labyrinth has come to life, watching them with malicious intent. Turn left. Avoid that patch of logical quicksand. Stardust keeps his gaze fixed on his ever-shifting nebula-like pupils, urgently directing them. Damn. The structure has changed drastically since our last visit. The node's position must have shifted as well. Trunks exerts all his effort to maneuver the ship, sweat soaking his brow. The engine's overloading hum intertwines with the jarring sounds of the hull scraping against distorted spatial structures, tightening everyone's nerves. Bulma leans against her seat, her complexion still somewhat pale. Yet her gaze is unusually focused. She tightly grips the pure white flame in her hand, sensing the creative fluctuations that subtly counteract the chaos of this dimension. Having endured the Whisperer's encroachment, her will seems to have been tempered, enhancing her understanding and control over the embers of power. We are being followed. Sun Wukong, who has been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly speaks, his platinum pupils gazing out of the viewport in a particular direction. There's more than one presence. Some are malicious, while others merely observe with curiosity. Vegeta snorts, dark blue energy swirling around his form. A bunch of cowardly rats. If they dare show themselves, I will obliterate them all. Do not act rashly. Stardust quickly gestures, cautioning. Engaging here could easily trigger a larger-scale spatial collapse, burying us as well. Moreover, some observers may not be enemies. They are merely accustomed to indifference. Just then, the pure white flame in Bulma's hand flickers violently, radiating an unprecedented heat. A beam of pure white light, as clear and precise as a pointer, autonomously emanated from the flames, resolutely directing itself towards a coordinate deep within the ever-shifting labyrinth. It was the ember. It was actively guiding their path. Bulma exclaimed with delight, noting that the spatial structure in that direction was remarkably peculiar, fraught with a superposition of paradoxes and uncertainties. That's it. The electronic eye of Xingqian suddenly illuminated, revealing that the fabled node existed within this most chaotic and unstable realm of laws. Quickly follow it. The Chuangshengao adjusted its course, swiftly navigating through the perilous maze in pursuit of that pure white beam. They soared past forests composed of solidified lightning, traversed rivers flowing with liquid photons, and even briefly entered a realm where all colors lost their meaning, a desolate gray expanse. The malevolent presence pursuing them seemed to sense their objective, growing increasingly restless, yet refrained from immediate attack due to the extreme danger of the environment. At last, after breaking through a dizzying barrier resembling a multitude of shattered mirrors exploding simultaneously, a magnificent vista unfolded before them. They arrived at a vast, spherical void. At the center of this cavity was not a solid entity, but a constantly twisting and morphing sphere of strange light. It lacked a fixed color or shape, sometimes resembling a whirling celestial orb, at other times transforming into a cascading waterfall of data, and yet again becoming geometric symbols that constantly negated themselves. Countless delicate silver threads, seemingly woven from pure potentiality, extended from the light mass, connecting to the ever-vanishing windows on the chamber's walls, each representing different dimensions and timelines. A grand, ancient aura, seemingly transcending the current laws of the universe, emanated from the luminous sphere. This was it, the early node of the web, the fissure leading to the sea of possibilities. Xingqian's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. Hope was within reach. However, before they could draw closer, the entire void trembled violently. The silver threads connecting the myriad windows resonated like the strings of an invisible instrument, producing a sharp, piercing hum. Immediately thereafter, several of the largest windows on the chamber's barriers erupted with blinding white light. Within this brilliance, several colossal silver constructs, formed from pure geometric logic and cold data streams, larger and more abstract than any battle cruiser, began to flow forth from the windows with an irresistible oppressive presence. They lacked any concrete ship-like form, resembling instead a manifestation of some fundamental cosmic force, their very existence redefining the surrounding rules. A chilling, absolute intent, more frigid than that of the Guardians, as if representing the core will of the web system, ensnared the entire cavity in an instant, firmly locking onto the Chuangshengao. It was the Weavers, one of the core execution units of the web system. Xingqian's voice carried an unprecedented fear, his face paling instantly. They had set an interception point right here. We have been outmaneuvered. The Weavers, a higher authority, existing above the observers, warned by the Star Prisoner. They had been lying in wait. One of the Weavers, leading the charge, bore a symbol at its core resembling an eye of absolute rationality, an emotionless intent, as if the laws of the universe themselves were declaring. Crushed into the consciousness of all present, detection of high-priority variables and unauthorized sparks. Target behavior, attempting to engage and exploit system redundancy nodes. Determination, constitutes a fatal threat to the overall stability of the web. Execution plan, immediate conceptual formatting. Conceptual formatting, more thorough than erasure of existence. It was intended to reduce them to zero on the definitional level of existence, along with all their influences and possibilities. Without any warning, several beams of pure white light, representing the negation of laws, shot forth from the various Weaver constructs. These did not attack the ship's physical form, but directly impacted their conceptual existence. Where the beams passed, even the void itself seemed to forget certain fundamental attributes. It was over. Clint despairingly closed his eyes, faced with an assault of this magnitude. All their previous struggles and powers seemed utterly laughable. Vegeta let out a reluctant roar, his dark blue aura rising to the heavens, only to quickly dim and disintegrate before the negating beams of law. Sun Wukong's platinum willpower could barely protect a minuscule area around him, proving ineffective against this overwhelming formatting. Bulma gazed at the violently pulsing white flame in her hand, seemingly lamenting, and then at the node, so near yet so far. A flicker of resolution crossed her eyes. Must we truly resort to the ultimate forbidden derivation within the legacy of the recorders? To ignite the spark and tear open a sliver of hope amid the void? Just as despair enveloped them, even Xingqian's visage reflecting hopelessness, a transformation occurred. The ever-shifting node light mass at the center of the chamber, seemingly stimulated by the Weaver's powerful laws and the ember's vigorous fluctuations, suddenly oscillated with unprecedented intensity. It no longer transformed stably. Rather, like a balloon being inflated, it violently expanded. The countless silver threads of potentiality within surged wildly, chaotically thrashing about like uncontrolled tendrils, battering the surrounding space. A torrent of chaotic, colorful energy, filled with confusion, contradictions, and infinite possibilities, erupted from the out-of-control node core, sweeping indiscriminately through the entire chamber like a dam burst. This torrent was not an attack, but the most pure explosion of possibility. It washed over the conceptual formatting beams emitted by the weavers, causing the absolute rational law beams to exhibit turbulence, distortion, and even conflict with one another. It similarly surged over the Chuanxingao, the ship's shield instantly overloaded and vanishing, yet the hull remained unscathed, instead being swept along by this chaotic torrent. Like a leaf in a tempest, hurtling towards the uncontrollable expanding node light mass. No, we cannot enter. The node has lost control. To enter would be to be torn apart into fundamental probabilities. Xingqian screamed in terror, but it was too late to stop. The Chuanxingao, enveloped by the colorful torrent, crashed into that mass representing infinite possibilities and equally infinite danger. In the final moment before consciousness was consumed by chaos, Bulma seemed to glimpse, deep within the out-of-control node, a cold, immense, metallic eye, as if monitoring everything, flashing past, desperate chances, finally reaching the fabled node leading to freedom. Ultimate interception. The weavers have descended, executing the absolute kill of conceptual formatting. Node has lost control. The torrent of possibilities erupts, sweeping all indiscriminately. Forced entry. The Chuanxingao is hurled into the treacherous sea of probabilities by the chaotic torrent. Deep-seated terror. A chilling shadow of a monitoring giant eye seemingly appears at the node's core. Chapter 93. Erasure of existence, ascension of logic. The erasure of the foundational point of existence. These 5 words rang like the ultimate death knell, chillingly resonating within the depths of every soul. There was no anger, no threat, only an absolute indifference that transcended emotion, as if the universe itself were declaring an established fact. In an instant, the relatively calm sea of possibilities began to boil. It was not a disturbance of energy, but rather the fundamental logic constituting this domain was being forcibly extracted and negated. The celestial giant tree, serving as a temporary anchor point, began to grow transparent and flicker, as if it would vanish utterly as if it had never existed. Even the Chuanxingao itself began to sense a trend towards nullification originating from its essence, not destruction, but being proven as something that should not exist. Engine failure. Structural integrity is deteriorating. We are being logically deleted. Trunks watched the readings on the console representing the ship's basic parameters plummet like an avalanche, his voice trembling with despair. This was a blow more debilitating than any physical attack. Klin and Xiao Wufan felt as though their bodies were transforming into phantoms, with even fear becoming indistinct. Damn it! This thing! Vegeta roared in an ultimate display of defiance, his dark blue aura raging fiercely, yet unable to halt the terrifying process of his very existence being negated. His power could obliterate stars, but it was powerless against the cold logic that dictated he should not exist. Sun Wukong's platinum mental force expanded with unprecedented intensity, striving to define himself, his comrades, and the very essence of their spacecraft. However, confronted by the erasure force that engulfed the entire sea of probabilities, it was akin to a firefly in the presence of the full moon, barely able to delay, but incapable of reversing the tide. Bulma's complexion turned pale, her pure white flames flickering violently, the life-giving laws within them engaging in a fundamental battle against the erasure force. She could sense the embers lamenting, representing life and existence, being consumed by absolute nothingness. Is this the authority above the Weaver, the Arbiter? Stardust sat nearby, his nebula-like pupils filled with unprecedented fear and a tinge of resigned despair. The erasure of the existence baseline was one of the highest decrees. Once initiated, it was only reversible if one possessed an equivalent level of defining authority. Unless one possesses an equivalent level of defining authority? This phrase struck Bulma like a lightning bolt. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes ignited with the unyielding brilliance of a scientist once more. Defining authority, she muttered, her mind racing at an unprecedented speed. Synthesizing the legacy of the recorder, information from the star prisoner, and her understanding of variable formulas and ember powers. I understand. Bulma screamed suddenly, her voice hoarse with excitement. The Arbiter's power is based on absolute logic and order. It executes erasure because its system deems we should not exist. But what if we could render its system incapable of judgment or compel it to redefine? She looked towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, her gaze filled with frenzied determination. One last time, channel all your power into me in the purest, most contradictory manner. Do not restrain it. Just let it be absolute. Woman, what on earth are you planning? Vegeta growled. Yet he and Sun Wukong showed no hesitation, pressing their hands once again against the energy interface. This time, Sun Wukong's mental force embraced to the utmost degree, as if to contain the entire universe. Vegeta's aura of destruction and rebirth surged violently, as if to recreate the heavens and the earth. Ultimate computation mode of the variable formula. Construct a reality that cannot be defined by logic. Bulma gripped the pure white flames tightly, using them as the ultimate processor and amplifier. She no longer sought to stabilize or defend. Instead, she guided those two opposing ultimate forces, using the variable formula as a blueprint to orchestrate an unprecedented artificial intelligence deception at the level of laws. She aimed to create a transient, self-consistent, yet completely contradictory information singularity. A paradox bomb capable of causing the collapse of its judgment system's logic. The pure white flames, infused with the power of the three, emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, their light becoming blinding and chaotic. A tiny, yet infinitely contradictory and possible point of chaotic light was born at the core of the flames, rapidly expanding. At that moment, the erasure force of the Arbiter, like an invisible tide, completely submerged the sea in which they existed. The colossal shadow of the star tree vanished as if erased like pencil marks. The hull of the creation began to rapidly turn transparent from the stern, becoming ethereal. The figures of Klin, Wufan, and Trunks also began to blur. Vegeta and Sun Wukong's powers were dissipating swiftly. In those final fleeting moments, as everyone's existence was on the brink of being utterly reduced to nothingness, Bulma hurled the paradox bomb, which contained all their power, knowledge, and resolve, through the connection of the embers and the sea of probabilities, forcefully towards the core of the Arbiter's intangible will. There was no explosion, no flash, only a strange stillness, as if the entire universe's computation had momentarily stalled. The sweeping erasure force suddenly halted, like a finely tuned supercomputer encountering an unresolvable, uncategorizable, and incomprehensible error command, leading to a brief system crash. The creation, which had become nearly completely transparent, along with its occupants, found their process of becoming void abruptly interrupted, suspended in a state of precariously existing yet eerily present. Have we succeeded? Klin gazed at his semi-transparent hand, disbelief etched on his face. Only temporarily. Bulma collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from her 7 orifices. Her mental strength utterly depleted. The Arbiter's system level was too high and would soon forcibly reboot or override this error. We must find the true path to survival before it recovers. The true path to survival? Where? Just then, in the vacuum of laws created by the Arbiter's momentary crash, the shadow of the star tree, which had originally disappeared, began to ripple in the space from which it had once been absent. A subtle passage, not composed of matter or energy, but woven from pure information and concepts, appeared momentarily and clearly, like a mirage. At the end of the passage, a breath far older, vaster, and freer than that of the cradle universe permeated the air. The eye of Stardust fixed its gaze upon that passage, its voice distorted with excitement. Is that the transcendent path that connects beyond the cradle? It really exists. The only path to survival lay before them. However, at that moment, the cold will enveloping the sea began to surge violently, as if the damaged system was repairing and rebooting at an astonishing speed. A more terrifying energy began to coalesce, and the erasure force was poised to return with even greater ferocity. The passage is unstable. Hurry! Stardust roared. The creation, dragging its nearly void hull, burned the last vestiges of energy and hope, charging headlong towards that elusive, transcendent path. In the final moment as the stern fully submerged into the passage, Sun Wukong, sensing something, turned back. He saw, in the void that represented the Arbiter's foundational logical structure, temporarily revealed by the system crash, not only endless coldness and order, but also some extremely subtle, flickering golden points of light. Those points radiated a life-giving essence akin to the embers, but older and more sorrowful. As Bulma's consciousness descended into darkness, the last thing echoing in her mind was a blood-red ultimate warning, repeated in countless languages by myriad civilizations deep within the legacy of the recorder. Transcendence is also a thread in the web. Beware the mercy of the definers. Ultimate judgment. Encountering the arbiter's execution of existence, baseline erasure. Desperate wisdom. Bulma constructs a logical paradox bomb, causing the arbiter's system to temporarily crash. Glimmer of life. A transcendent path beyond the cradle appears in the vacuum of laws. Frantic escape. The creation rushes towards the only path to survival. As the arbiter is about to reboot. Chilling reflection. Is the transcendent path still a trap? What is the mercy of the definers? Chapter 94. Echoes of Transcendence. The threshold of definition of the creation was like a leaf drawn into a whirlpool, spiraling madly and descending through the passage of transcendent paths woven from pure information and concepts. Surrounding them was no longer stardust or energy, but a cascading waterfall of data, shimmering with countless symbols of civilizations and mathematical theorems. Time and space lost all meaning here, replaced by an extraordinary sensation of ascending, breaking free from original constraints. Yet, the shadow of death did not recede. The erasure force that had briefly paused behind them, like an enraged primordial beast, erupted with a more terrifying shriek, forcibly breaking through the logical deadlock caused by the paradox bomb, transforming into a pure black tide that obliterated all, relentlessly pursuing the creation. Wherever it passed, even the data streams constituting the passage crumbled into nothingness. It has caught up. Accelerate. Faster. Trunks gazed back at the encroaching darkness that seemed capable of consuming even light, his voice hoarse. The spaceship's engine had long since overloaded and failed. It now glided solely on the upward gravitational pull of the passage and the last remnants of inertia. Bulma slumped in her seat, her mental strength utterly depleted, lacking even the energy to lift a finger, helplessly watching as the deathly darkness drew ever closer. Son Goku knelt beside her, his platinum aura flickering weakly, like a candle in the wind, yet he fiercely clung to the last vestiges of consciousness for his comrades. Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on the rear, his dark blue aura flickering erratically around him. He still had the strength to fight, but in this chase on a purely conceptual level. His might was akin to striking at emptiness, utterly ineffective. The upward speed of the passage was decreasing. We are about to be caught. Stardust's myriad eyes frantically calculated. His complexion pale. It seemed the passage itself was repelling them. It appeared to be assessing their qualifications. As if to confirm his words, ahead in the passage, the once smooth waterfall of data suddenly began to coalesce and reconstruct, forming barriers of cold logic for scrutiny. Countless questions regarding their existence surfaced on the barriers, ranging from the fundamental compatibility with physical constants to their potential threat assessments regarding the stability of the cradle as variables. Even tracing back to Son Goku's anomalous timeline as a traveler, each question felt like an invisible shackle, attempting to expel them from this transcendent path, slowing their speed and pushing them into the encroaching darkness behind. Get away. Vegeta furiously struck at the logical barrier ahead, but his dark blue energy vanished into the abyss, provoking even more complex and stringent scrutiny clauses to appear. We cannot force our way through, Bulma shouted with her last ounce of strength. These barriers are part of the passage's own rules. A direct approach will only hasten our expulsion. We must answer them, or deceive them. Answer? Deceive? How can one respond to inquiries involving the laws of cosmic origin? How to deceive this passage that seems to know everything? Just as despair settled among them, a spark ignited in Bulma's mind. She recalled her experiences against the Whisperer of the Void and the Arbiter, remembering the essence of the variable formula that creates uncertainty. Stardust. Can you see the core logical algorithms of these scrutiny barriers? Bulma asked urgently. I can barely manage. But their structure is too complex, changing too rapidly. Stardust's gaze remained fixed on the barriers, his nebula-like pupils spinning at high speed. We do not need to fully comprehend. We only need to find the foundational logical anchor points they rely on for authenticity validation. A spark reignited in Bulma's eyes. Goku, Vegeta, one last time. Use your powers not to attack nor defend, but to simulate. Simulate the most perfect, standard answer that aligns with their expectations. Using the variable formula, combined with the essence of the embers, construct a completely compliant, false version of ourselves. A mirror that can satisfy the scrutiny barriers. This idea once again exemplified Bulma's madness in applying scientific wisdom to its utmost limits. She aimed to create a perfect false identity capable of deceiving the security system of the transcendent path. There was no time for doubt. Son Goku and Vegeta once more channeled their dwindling strength into Bulma. Enduring soul-rending pain, Bulma guided the energy, using the variable formula as a framework and embers as material, hastily constructing that false mirror, a projection that appeared identical to them, yet with all existence data meticulously altered to perfectly align with the passage's rules, emerged before the Genesis ship, actively confronting those scrutiny barriers. The light of the scrutiny barriers swept over the mirror. Those stringent questions dissipated as if they had received satisfactory answers, and the barriers crumbled away. We succeeded. The passage's repulsion diminished significantly, and the upward speed surged. However, this grand-scale deception concerning the essence of existence evidently touched upon deeper mechanisms of the passage, just as they were about to break through the final scrutiny barrier. Feeling the incomprehensibly vast and liberating essence at the passage's end, the entire transcendent path suddenly froze. It was not a halt in time, but a forced suspension of all data flow and conceptual evolution. An indescribable notion, not from the pursuing arbiter, but from the depths of the passage itself, began to awaken slowly. This notion bore no emotion, no judgment, no malice, and not even attention. It was merely a pure, absolute knowing that transcended the concepts of existence and non-existence. It gazed at the Genesis ship, more precisely, at the dim white flame in Bulma's hand, rendered faint from overuse, and at their recent attempt to deceive the rules. There was no sound, no information flow. Yet, a cognition that transcended language and understanding imprinted directly on the very foundation of their consciousness. The spark carries excessive variable entanglement of cradle causality. The fundamental terms of the transcendent agreement are unmet. Execute the return directive. Return back to the cradle universe that the arbiter is about to erase. No, we must not go back. Bulma's heart cried out in despair. She gazed at the enticing light of freedom at the passage's end, feeling the pure black tide behind her beginning to surge once more, ready to consume everything, alongside this irresistible return directive from the passage itself. Just as this moment, where even despair seemed superfluous, reached its climax, Son Goku, who had remained silent, suddenly took a step forward. He faced the unfathomable notion within the depths of the passage, his golden eyes devoid of battle's flame, and without fear, only a profound serenity and inquiry following a revelation of some truth. He made no motion, merely using the last of his mental energy to convey the simplest and most fundamental question to that notion. Who defines the agreement? And who are you? This seemingly naive question appeared to contain a peculiar power, causing the solidified passage to tremble slightly. The notion of absolute knowledge experienced an almost imperceptible pause for the first time. It was as if an absolute program that had run for endless ages encountered an invalid inquiry not preordained in its foundational code. In that billionth of a second of stillness, the light of freedom at the passage's end seemed to flicker, a faint yet profoundly pure essence of creation, originating from the embers yet older, flowed by as if traversing eons of time. Shortly thereafter, the irresistible return directive from the depths of the passage quietly dissipated as if erased by an eraser. The frozen passage resumed its flow, the upward force re-engaging with the Genesis ship, propelling it toward the luminous end. Before they fully immersed in that light representing the unknown and freedom, everyone distinctly heard the absolute notion from the depths of the passage emit a soft sigh, as if crossing countless cosmic cycles. Ultimate scrutiny. The transcendent path reveals logical barriers, obstructing progress. Wisdom deception. Bulma constructs a perfect mirror, temporarily deceiving the passage's rules. Definition awakens. Unknown existence in the depths of the passage denies qualifications. Executing a forced return. Fundamental inquiry. Goku triggers a momentary pause of the unknown existence with the purest question. Miracle descends. The return directive inexplicably dissipates, and the team reaches the end of the transcendent path. Chapter 95. Illusion of Freedom, Eye of Observation. Light. A pure and gentle white light that consumed all senses. As the Chuangxinghao completely submerged into the depths of the passageway, all the suffocating sensations of pursuit, tearing, and the oppressive weight of the laws dissipated like the receding tide. In their place emerged an ineffable lightness and liberation, as though heavy shackles had been cast off and the burden of eons lifted. Every cell within them rejoiced in this unprecedented freedom. The spacecraft ceased its tumbling and smoothly floated within an endless expanse of warm white light. Here, there was no up or down, no stars or matter. And even the sensation of space itself seemed absent. Only a comforting presence that embraced all remained. Have we succeeded? Clint's voice trembled as he cautiously released his grip on the restraints, discovering that he floated weightlessly. The terrifying feeling of his existence being denied vanished entirely. He gazed in disbelief at his restored hands, tears nearly spilling forth. Zaiowufen and Trunks also relaxed in succession, breathing deeply, their faces illuminated with the joy and bewilderment of survival, even though breathing seemed unnecessary in this realm. Vegeta, however, reigned in his aura, scanning his surroundings warily. The dark blue energy here appeared unusually docile, as if returned to its maternal source. Furrowing his brow, he sensed an unsettling unreality in this absolute safety. Is this what lies beyond the cradle? Why is there nothing? Sun Wukong remained quiet, attuning himself to the atmosphere. His platinum mental energy flowed like a stream merging into the ocean, expanding his perception immensely, yet it remained profoundly serene. He nodded, affirming, "We have indeed departed. The sensations here are entirely different from those within the cradle. The laws are more relaxed, more ancient." With Sun Wukong's support, Bulma struggled to her feet, the lingering pain from her exhausted mental energy still evident. Yet, as she gazed at the pure white flame in her hand, now calm and radiating a gentle glow, her heart swelled with indescribable excitement. They had done it. They had truly escaped the web and arrived at the legendary land. "Freedom, we are truly free," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. However, amidst the tranquility and joy that enveloped them, Xingqian appeared unusually silent. His starry pupils rotated at an unprecedented speed, scanning the immaculate sea of white light. Rather than joy, his expression grew increasingly grave, tinged with a hint of fear. "Xingqian, what troubles you?" Trunks inquired, noticing his abnormality with concern. Xingqian hesitated before responding. He raised his hand, seemingly wanting to touch the white light, but hesitated and withdrew. His electronic eye and starry pupil locked onto a certain direction, his voice dry and somber. "Do you not find this place excessively clean?" "Clean?" Clint queried in confusion. "Indeed. Clean." Xingqian's voice trembled slightly. "So clean it is unbelievable. In my omniscient eye, every existence, even the void, retains traces of information, the dust of history, the ripples of laws. Yet here, there is nothing. Only a realm of pure, absolute void. No, not void. It is a void that has been meticulously cleared." His words fell upon the group like a bucket of cold water, chilling their hearts. Bulma instantly recognized the underlying issue. As a scientist, she understood that absolute order and purity often signify something unnatural. She attempted to muster the remnants of her mental energy to perceive the underlying structure of this sea of white light. However, her attempts sank like a stone in the ocean. It was as if she faced an infinitely extending blank canvas, devoid of any texture or information. Could this place also be a quarantine zone? A concept vacuum even more thorough than an informational void? A chill rose within Bulma. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly pointed in a direction. "There is something over there." Following his gaze, the group spotted a tiny black that had appeared in the boundless white light. The dot slowly rotated, enlarging until it transformed into a familiar doorway composed of data streams and energy, the very mirror of the entrance to the transcendence path they had traversed previously. On the other side of the doorway, it was no longer the chaotic sea of probabilities, but rather a clear reflection of a corner of the cradle universe they had just departed, a starry sky being gradually consumed by the pure black tide of the Arbiter, returning to nothingness. What does this mean? Zaiowufen observed the familiar homeland sliding toward destruction, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Xingqian's face turned as pale as paper, and he staggered back as if he had witnessed the most terrifying sight. I understand. This is not freedom. This is an observation platform. We have become specimens." "Specimens?" Bulma's heart trembled violently. "The transcendence path is not an escape route at all." Xingqian's voice brimmed with despair. "It is a collection device set by the Weaver, or rather, a higher existence than the Weaver. It selects the strongest variables or the most unique specimens capable of overcoming numerous obstacles to reach this place. and then places us in this absolutely pure observational environment for final observation. He pointed at the doorway reflecting the destruction of the cradle. That is not a window of nostalgia for our homeland. That is a control group for a comparative experiment. They are observing, recording the reactions of the strongest variables that arise within a universe as it approaches oblivion. Our struggles, our suffering, our success in reaching this place, all merely constitute experimental data. His revelation struck the group like a thunderclap, leaving them dizzy with shock. The ultimate victory they believed they had achieved, the freedom they thought they had reached, was merely a laboratory of a higher dimension. All their efforts and sacrifices reduced to mere data under the cold gaze of others. A chill deeper than that of the Arbiter's erasure coursed through their veins, freezing their blood. No, it cannot be. Clint collapsed, his faith shattered entirely. At that moment, the pure white flame in Bulma's hand seemed to respond to Xingqian's despairing hypothesis, stirring once more. But this time, it was not guiding or resonating. Instead, it conveyed an extremely faint, yet profoundly sorrowful and warning vibration. A fragment of broken memory information from deep within its essence surged into Bulma's nearly numb consciousness. Error, transcendence equals recording. Countless brilliant civilizations flickered past like a revolving lantern. Each had once reached a similar sea of white light, rejoicing in freedom, only to be met with a cold gaze, freezing their final expressions like still photographs, before quietly dissipating along with their observational platforms, becoming mere entries in a vast database. This fragment of memory carried the ultimate despair of the former sparks, having traversed countless cosmic cycles. So, this is the meaning of the warnings within the recorder's legacy, Bulma murmured in a daze. A profound sense of absurdity and helplessness nearly consuming her. Sun Wukong remained silent, gazing up at the utterly pristine sea of white light, his golden pupils reflecting nothing. He sensed a gaze that transcended the Arbiter, surpassing the size from the depths of the passage. An absolutely macrocosmic and frigid observation silently scrutinizing them from beyond this white light. Vegeta's rage reached its zenith, plunging him into a terrifying calm. The dark blue aura within him compressed to its limits, akin to a supernova on the verge of explosion. So from the very beginning, there was no such thing as a path to survival. All their struggles were merely the flapping of a caged bird. Trunks and Zio-Wufen huddled close together. Facing this ultimate despair that defied comprehension, even fear seemed pale in comparison, just as their consciousness threatened to be crushed by the truth. A certain area of the ever-pure white light sea suddenly rippled ever so slightly, as if an invisible stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Immediately following, an extremely subtle, multicolored ripple, discordant with the surrounding white light, began to gently radiate outward from that area. Within the ripples, a vibration emerged, one that shared its origins with the variable formula, but was older and more liberated. In that moment, the blood-red warning of the record keeper regarding the mercy of the definer resurfaced in Bulma's mind. Yet this time, it seemed to conclude with a few vague, trembling words. The variable does not cease to show mercy or seek ripples. What is this suddenly appearing iridescent ripple? Does the mercy of the definer truly exist? Within this desolate observation platform, is there still a final thread of variability that even the web cannot fully grasp? Chapter 96, Echoes of the Past. Data prison. The multicolored ripple that spread across the sea of pure white resembled a stone cast into a silent pond, instantly captivating everyone's attention. In this space, governed by absolute purity, where even despair was diluted to a pale insignificance, any hint of anomaly appeared glaringly bright and exceptionally rare. What is it? Trunks inquired, nearly holding his breath, his voice resonating distinctly in the overly quiet environment. Bulma, fighting against the dizziness that arose from the revelation of truth, fixed her gaze on the area where the ripple had yet to settle. In her hand, the ember of pure white flame seemed to respond to the ripple, flickering softly, conveying not merely pure sorrow, but a faint resonance, as if from a distant past. It felt familiar, akin to the sensation of the variable formula, yet older and freer. Bulma struggled to analyze. Stardust, can it be deciphered? The nebula pupil of Stardust had already locked onto that area, data streams rushing through his eyes at an unprecedented speed. Incomprehensible. Its form of existence transcends the foundational information structure of this observation platform. It resembles a glitch, a scar, a genuine echo that should not exist within this absolute data prison. Echo. Vegeta furrowed his brow, disliking such ethereal terminology. Indeed, Stardust's voice quivered with excitement, akin to a deleted memory that, due to its intensity, left an indelible mark at the point of erasure. This sea of white light, this observation platform, was not inherently this way. It could have been fabricated, cleansed, and that ripple was the wrinkle that had not been entirely smoothed out during the cleansing process. This deduction sent a jolt through everyone's hearts. If the observation platform itself was a constructed and cleansed product, then who were the builders? What was cleansed? Silence enveloped Son Goku as he sensed the ripple, his golden eyes reflecting the faint iridescent glow. There were voices. Suddenly, he spoke, his tone deep and assured. Faint yet numerous, crying and calling out. His words deepened the gravity of the atmosphere. Were those cries and shouts the final remnants left by civilizations of the past? Once observed and recorded? Let us look into the past, Bulma decisively declared. Regardless of what it was, it stood as the sole anomaly differing from this suffocating purity. The only deviation within despair. The Genesis vessel had long lost its power and could now only rely on the strength of the gathered individuals to navigate this strange space. Son Goku and Vegeta unleashed their auras, enveloping the ship and everyone within, slowly flying toward the origin of the ripple. The closer they approached, the stronger the peculiar resonance became. The ember flame in Bulma's hand danced more vividly, as if encountering a long-lost kin. The voices that Son Goku spoke of also began to crystallize within the depths of everyone's consciousness. Not mere auditory sensations, but fragments of intent directly impacting the soul. Filled with reluctance, anger, struggle, and a final glimmer of hope. Finally, they reached the center of the ripple. Here, the surroundings appeared indistinguishable from before, still bathed in pure white light. Yet, upon careful perception through energy or thought, one could discern that the space here was extraordinarily fragile, akin to a thin veil draped over an invisible giant mirror, beneath which surged a tumultuous, suppressed torrent of historical currents. This is the place. Stardust pointed at the seemingly empty area, the barrier at its weakest. There is something beneath. Vegeta snorted, dark blue energy coalescing around his fist, and without hesitation, he struck with a punch. Enough with the tricks. Break for me. The blow, capable of shattering stars, landed in that area but merely caused the surrounding white glow to ripple slightly, causing no destruction whatsoever. The rules here rejected all forms of physical force. Futile. Krillin shouted in despair, we cannot break the rules here. Yet Son Goku shook his head. He stepped forward, not employing any martial arts, but slowly raised his hand, pressing his palm against the invisible barrier. He closed his eyes, and his platinum aura flowed gently forward, seeping through. He was not attacking. He was sensing, listening, touching the sorrow and cries beyond that barrier with the power derived from his essence. Feel with your heart. Goku's voice carried a unique guiding force. They needed to be heard. Bulma instantly understood. She pressed her hand against the barrier, channeling the Ember's power, the genesis of pure white light, blending with Goku's heart energy to caress that barrier together. Vegeta spat, yet still followed suit, placing his hand upon it. His power was domineering and proud. But under the harmonious influence of Goku's heart and the Genesis power, it reluctantly melded in. Trunks, Gohan, Krillin, and Stardust all placed their hands upon it, pooling their spirit, will, and ultimate yearning for freedom into this collective effort. At the very moment when all their intentions resonated with the historical echoes beyond the barrier, a hum reverberated. The pristine white scene before them shattered like broken glass, the blinding light receding to reveal an expansive, tragic tableau filled with shattered stars and frozen time. They stood upon an invisible observation platform, gazing down upon an ancient battlefield. Countless bizarre, brilliantly radiant remnants of ships floated in the void, while some colossal, galaxy-like corpses of strange beings hung coldly in suspension, their forms defying comprehension. Some appeared crystalline, while others seemed to be pure energy life. More chilling were the remnants and corpses, retaining the powerful intentions that erupted in their final moments, capable of rending the cosmos, for the glory of the Dawn Star Sea. The Circle clan shall never submit to definition. Freedom. Let the future remember our existence. These shouts, roars, and laments transcended time and space, directly impacting the souls of all present. This was a monumental legacy of war that had occurred in epochs unimaginable, fought between powerful civilizations they could not comprehend, and On the other side, everyone's gaze turned toward the center of the battlefield. There, rather than a specific enemy, was an omnipresent, corrosive force. Akin to a background rule, an invasive pure white data stream, originating from the same source as this observation platform, but far more active and aggressive. They surged like a tide, consuming the civilizations that dared to resist, deconstructing their existence, their history, their emotions, ultimately returning them to purity. Is this what we once were? Trunks trembled, gazing at those civilizations that had struggled valiantly only to be reduced to cold data. It is a sample. Stardust's voice bore a deep sorrow. It has been defined as a variable to be recorded or cleansed by the web or its underlying existence. This is not an observation platform. It is a museum of specimens, a graveyard of the defeated. The vibrant ripple emanates from the depths of this concealed and sealed battlefield relic, a tenacious remnant of the past. At that moment, the ember flames in Bulma's hand flared brilliantly. They detached from her grasp, soaring joyfully yet laden with profound sorrow towards a certain direction within the battleground ruins, merging into the remnants of a colossal crystal spacecraft, reminiscent of a withered world tree. Subsequently, the crystal debris appeared to be infused with a final spark of vitality, flickering gently. A clearer, more complete thought, accompanied by fragmented images, forcibly inundated the minds of the onlookers. A civilization that had reached its zenith, exploring the multiverse, discovered the truth behind the web and observation platform. Unwilling to be mere specimens, they rallied all their strength, even contacting other marked civilizations, to initiate a transcendent war aimed at breaking their confinement. They once glimpsed hope, finding an ancient flaw in the web system, the essence of that vibrant ripple, almost reaching true freedom. However, the cold force of definition descended, crushing all their efforts with absolute dominance. Their history was rewritten, their existence erased, and all participants were scattered and archived, becoming mere specimens in a database. Only a small ember, carrying the entirety of their technology and tragic aspirations, managed to escape by a stroke of luck, guided by the sacrifice of a great warrior, plunging into an unmarked cradle universe, which later became the legacy and embers that Bulma inherited. The scene ultimately froze on the last leader of the Star Spirit civilization, glancing back with eyes filled with boundless regret and a faint glimmer of hope, as they were engulfed by the pure white data stream. The definition of non-absolute flaws existed from its inception. The descendants sought the paradox of origins. That was the truth we failed to touch. The torrent of information came to an abrupt halt. The ember's glow dimmed, returning to Bulma's hand, as if exhausting its final strength, succumbing to slumber. The surroundings fell into profound silence. The truth was undeniably cruel. They were not the first batch of rebels, but rather successors in a long cycle. Previous insurgents, even those who united with other civilizations, had still met with failure. The web and the existence behind it were powerful enough to induce despair. Yet, that fragment of information also revealed the most crucial intelligence. The definition of non-absolute flaws existed from its inception. Bulma murmured the words, her eyes rekindling the distinctive glow of a scientist confronting the ultimate dilemma. What is the paradox of origins? Xingqian rapidly analyzed. Based on the last message from the Star Spirit civilization, it inferred that the web system, the vast entity responsible for definition and archiving, was not flawless. A fundamental flaw or contradiction existed from its inception. The paradox of origins might be the key. If found, could it shatter this prison? Vegeta's eyes ignited with combat fervor. Compared to aimless despair, a clear adversary, even if hope was faint, suited his appetite far better. Sun Wukong nodded, sensing the lingering unwillingness of this ancient battlefield, the platinum aura seeming to resonate with it. Their battle was not yet over. We shall take over. Just then, the entire specimen exhibition space suddenly trembled violently. The scar they had momentarily uncovered was healing rapidly, the pure white data stream surging forth like a repair program, attempting to once again conceal the truth of this history. Simultaneously, a cold, more specific intent, more targeted than the previous macro observation, precisely locked onto them like a spotlight. Alarm. Anomaly detected in specimen exhibition area, number 734. Access source. New variable conglomerate, number pending. High-risk information leak detected, paradox of origins. Executing emergency protocol, isolation and eradication. The cold intent was akin to a final judgment. The surrounding pure white space began to distort, chains of data emanating a destructive aura extending from the void, coiling towards them. This time, it was not mere observation, but eradication. They had touched forbidden knowledge, invoking the direct obliteration of the cage's overseer. The moment the group glimpsed a sliver of hope, they instantly plunged into a perilous predicament, far more dangerous than when being pursued by the adjudicator. In this observation platform under absolute control, how could they combat the very rules of eradication? The echoes of the past. The vibrant ripple unveils the concealed ancient battlefield and the fallen civilization. The ember traces back. The remnants stem from the final aspirations of the glorious star spirits. Forbidden intelligence. Knowledge of the existence of the paradox of origins within the web system. A flicker of hope. The legacy of the star spirits points towards the last possible direction forward. The prison retaliates. Touching the taboo invites the annihilation of the observation platform's very rules. Chapter 97. Shadow of the Paradox. Fractures of the Cage. The cold electronic voice reverberated in the pure white space, resembling the tolling of a death knell. The words isolation and eradication sent a chill through everyone's veins. This was not a contest of energy, nor a clash of power, but rather the very fabric of this realm, this set of rules, sought to obliterate them as if deleting erroneous code. It's over. Krillin's legs weakened, watching the data chains materializing from the void, coiling around them like gigantic serpents. Despair engulfed his heart. In the presence of these chains, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Be silent. It's not over yet. Vegeta bellowed, his dark blue aura erupting, no longer tentative but a full-throttle explosion. Do you wish to erase me? Dream on. His fists, crackling with the power to shatter stars, struck fiercely at the first chains that approached. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as the dark blue energy collided violently with the pure white data stream. However, a disquieting scene unfolded. Vegeta's fists, capable of piercing planets, seemed to strike an impenetrable entity. The chains merely quivered violently, erupting a multitude of fragmented data sparks without yielding destruction. Instead, a recoil surged through his arm, causing Vegeta to grunt, his arm tingling. What? That Ba's eyes nearly bulged out. Vegeta's full-force strike was utterly ineffective? Useless. Xingqian screamed, his omniscient eye clearly revealing the impeccable logical structure within the chains. These chains were the manifestation of the eradication protocol. Their existence took precedence over the very space itself. Raw force could not dismantle them. More chains, like sharks sensing blood, surged from all directions, targeting not only Vegeta but also the immobile creation number and the comparatively weaker Krillin, Gohan, and others. Damn it! Sun Wukong's figure flickered, the platinum aura leaving behind an afterimage as he appeared before Krillin and Gohan in an instant. He chose not to confront them head-on, but instead, with a sweep of his hands, transformed his mental energy into a gentle barrier, attempting to redirect the trajectory of the chains. ZZZ. The mental barrier made contact with the data chains, emitting a piercing corrosive sound. Wukong's face paled. His mental energy was being rapidly decomposed and absorbed. They were devouring energy. He hastily withdrew his power, narrowly avoiding the grasp of the chains with Krillin and Gohan. Dad. Gohan gazed at his father's trembling hands, his heart racing. Trunks swung his energy sword, slicing towards a chain aimed at Bulma. The blade clashed with the chain, exploding into a flurry of sparks, but merely left a shallow mark on the surface of the chain, utterly incapable of severing it. This thing is too hard. The situation became precariously dire. Their strength proved ineffective. Their mental energy was being consumed. They were akin to insects ensnared in a spider's web. Struggling merely accelerated their demise. Rules. Bulma, shielded behind Sun Wukong, felt her mind racing at unprecedented speed. Sweat soaked her forehead. The excruciating pain of mental exhaustion pierced through her soul like steel needles. Yet she forced herself to remain calm. She was a scientist, a sage. Her battlefield lay not in physical confrontation, but in the realm of intellect. Xingqian, the eradication protocol, is also a program. If it's a program, it possesses logic. What lies at the heart of its operational mechanism? Bulma nearly shouted in exasperation. It is indeed a matter of existence judgment. As Xingqian desperately evaded the chains, she frantically scanned with the eye of all things, discerning that they were categorized as anomalous data, based on the fundamental physical constants of the cradle universe and the weaving definition laws. Corresponding deletion commands were generated. These chains are the materialization of those commands. Our strength and existence are confined within its judgment framework, rendering us powerless to resist. This statement struck Bulma's mind like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fog within. The variable formula exists outside the framework. Eugen. She abruptly lowered her gaze to the pure white flame in her hand, which, despite having dimmed due to the transmission of the star spirit civilization's memories, still burned with unwavering tenacity. The essence of the variable formula is to create uncertainty and shatter predetermined probabilities. The embers are the spark from the star spirit civilization. Existing as a rebellion against the weave, they might not be entirely bound by its constraints. A wildly audacious, yet potentially singular plan instantly took shape in her mind. Wukong. Vegeta. Everyone, channel your remaining strength not to attack the chains, but to simulate non-existence. Bulma's voice, charged with excitement, pierced through, as she urged them to distort their existence probabilities using the variable formula. Employ the power of the embers to cloak our informational characteristics. Render their judgments ineffective. Simulate non-existence? This is even more absurd than deceiving the channel scrutiny barrier that merely created false identities. Now, they must make themselves living beings. Vanish from the perception of the rules. Trust her. Sun Wukong responded without hesitation, suppressing every ounce of defiance. His platinum-hued mental energy transformed into a delicate mist, enveloping himself, fluctuating violently in accordance with Bulma's guidance to disrupt the certainty of his existence. Vegeta's face was ashen. Pretending to be dead was more torturous than death itself. Yet, gazing at the ever-increasing chains that were beyond their capacity to withstand, he spat in frustration, reluctantly suppressing his explosive energy and attempting the awkward act of self-denial. Trunks, Wufan, Colleen, and even Naba and Lady Z, all, driven by their survival instincts, desperately complied. Bulma guided the feeble ember flame, weaving the power of creation and contradiction like the most delicate brush, painting upon each individual's oscillating existence information, hoping to stain them in a color that this pure white data prison could neither recognize nor define. This process was extraordinarily perilous. On one hand, they had to maintain their existence from truly dissipating, and on the other, they had to deceive the perception of the rules. The control over spirit and energy reached an almost grotesque level. Colleen and Naba almost instantly succumbed, their auras captured once more by the chains. Two massive chains swiftly redirected, striking forth like venomous dragons. Hold on. Sun Wukong roared, a strand of his mental energy attempting to assist in concealment. But he found himself swaying, nearly faltering. Just as the chains were about to pierce through Colleen and Naba, suddenly, the two originally menacing data chains halted upon contact with the indistinct and contradictory auras of Colleen and Naba, now shrouded in the power of the variable formula and embers. The data streams at the chain's tips flickered wildly, as if engaged in an intense logical conflict. Target existence erroneous, target non-existence insufficient basis, reskin data conflict, unable to determine. The cold electronic voice seemed to exhibit a slight, imperceptible stutter. Effective. Though imperfect, it is effective. Have we succeeded? Colleen gasped, having escaped death. However, before they could rejoice, the entire pure white space trembled violently. An even grander, more undeniable will descended. Clearly, their bugging behavior had drawn the attention of a higher level of the system. Unknown information interference detected. Clearing protocol upgrade. Initiating underlying rule override. All data chains retracted instantly, dissolving into the white light. In their stead, the space surrounding them began to twist and fold. The pure white radiance transformed into tangible walls, compressing from all directions. This was not a physical assault, but a rewriting of spatial definitions. They were to be compressed along with this area into a singularity, utterly reducing to zero. No, we cannot withstand this. Xingqian screamed, as his eye of all things perceived the violent rewriting of the spatial underlying code, an absolute power, impervious to tricks. True despair descended once more. The glimmer of hope they had just glimpsed was on the verge of being extinguished by deeper despair. At this critical juncture, wait. Bulma's gaze fixated on the scarred region of the ancient battlefield, now rendered clear by the spatial distortion. At the core of the star spirit civilization's ultimate downfall. Deep within the wreckage of the crystalline ship, a faint yet distinct dark light pulsed. starkly different from the surrounding pure white data streams due to the violent fluctuations in spatial rules. Simultaneously, the final words of the star's spirit leader intertwined with the recorder's shattered warnings regarding the compassion of the definers in her mind. The flaw exists from its inception. Compassion may seek ripples, that dark light, a peculiar wave seemingly connecting the origins of all things while pointing towards ultimate contradiction. Bulma, with all her heart, directed her utmost strength towards that darkness and cried out, "It is not resistance. It is a leap into that void." That is the entrance to the paradox of origin. Everyone beheld the flickering dark light amidst the compressions of disparate spaces. It appeared so minuscule and insignificant, as though it would be consumed entirely by the pure white tide in the next moment. Behind them lay the relentless crushing of the rules. Ahead, an unknown, possibly the sole path of hope, glimmered strangely. To leap or not to leap, there was no time for contemplation. Go! Sun Wukong seized Bulma and Wufan, his platinum-hued aura igniting to its zenith, like a meteor, charging unhesitatingly towards that dark point. Vegeta roared, dragging Trunks along, the deep blue radiance trailing closely behind. Colleen, Naba, Lady Z, and Xingqian all unleashed their final potential, lunging towards that singular shadow of paradox, which could be either a trap or a beacon of hope. Just as their figures were engulfed by that dark light, the space they had occupied was entirely submerged, compressed by the pure white data streams, reduced to an inconsequential singularity, and then dissipated. The pure white space regained its absolute purity, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only that flicker of dark light, after completing its transmission, quietly vanished, as though it had never existed. Despair strangled, data chains disregarding power, the rules themselves morphing into death incarnate. Cunning brilliance. Bulma proposed to simulate non-existence to seek survival in peril. Rule upgrade. Spatial folding and compression, a true realm of certain death. Glimmer of hope. Amidst spatial distortion, the entrance to the origin paradox appeared for a moment. The ultimate leap. The team resolutely dove into the unknown dark light. Is it life or death? Chapter 98. Conceptual Desert, Childlike Deity. There was no anticipated sensation of spatial traversal, nor was there blinding radiance. As the group rushed towards that dark point and made contact, it felt akin to breaking through a thin, cold soap bubble, with a faint sound barely audible. Everyone plummeted from midair like dumplings. Ouch! Where's this? Colleen rubbed his sore backside, bewildered as he lifted his head, only to be left speechless. Not just him. Everyone was rendered dumbstruck by the scene before them. There was no sky, no earth, and even no sense of direction, up or down. They seemed to float in an infinite ocean composed of countless flowing, dim gray symbols and fragmented formulas. These symbols and formulas constantly flicker in and out of existence, reconfiguring and flowing, exuding an aura of coldness, desolation, and lifelessness. There is no light, yet they perceive everything. There is no air, yet they can breathe, or rather, an essential energy necessary for survival replenishes them automatically. The silence here is terrifying, broken only by the faint sounds emitted by the flowing symbols, akin to the subtle friction of pebbles. What is even more unsettling is the indescribable sense of detachment that envelopes each individual. It is as if all the emotions, memories, and even the recognition of their own existence that they once cherished are being slowly and mercilessly diluted by this gray ocean. I feel so empty. Xiao Wu Fan clutched his chest, a flicker of confusion and fear crossing his face. The aroma of Chi-Chi's cooking seems less enticing now. The days spent training with his father no longer feel joyous. It is the fault of this place. The voice of Xing Chun was tinged with unprecedented panic. As his eye of all things seemed heavily suppressed here, its brilliance dimmed. This space strips away all subjective concepts. Emotions, meanings, values, even sensory definitions like color and temperature. Only the coldest, most objective, and unrefined information remains. A desert of concepts. The term flashed through Bulma's mind. A world stripped of all significance, purely composed of raw materials. This is far more terrifying than the previous pure, white observation platform. At least the observation platform acknowledged the concepts of observation and data, but here, even observation itself seems utterly meaningless. Damn it, my energy. Vegeta attempted to unleash his power, but found that the energy he usually commanded with ease felt unusually sluggish and dim here. It was not that the energy had vanished. but concepts like strength, explosion, and destruction, which imbue his ki with meaning, were severely weakened. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, feeling as if his mental power were ensnared in a viscous mire, struggling to expand. This place does not welcome intent. The power remains, but the meaning driving that power has been stripped away. This is akin to having their martial arts rendered obsolete at its very root. Is this hellish place the paradox of origin? That Ba, in a fit of rage, swung a fist at a nearby flowing gray symbol, which dispersed like smoke, only to coalesce again not far away, unchanged. Even striking it felt void of sensation. Despair, a profound sense of hopelessness stemming from the negation of existence itself, began to silently spread. Just then, a faint voice, delicate as a hallucination and laced with curiosity, suddenly resonated in this desolate wasteland. Everyone jolted in surprise. Turning towards the sound, they beheld, not far from them, the flowing gray symbols spontaneously converging and swirling, coalescing like a vortex. With a flash of light, a figure slowly emerged. It was a little girl, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old. She wore a simple dress woven from constantly shifting silver data streams, her bare feet floating in midair. Her hair was pure white, akin to freshly fallen snow, cascading down to her ankles, moving without wind. Her face was exquisitely doll-like, with large eyes occupying a significant portion of her visage. Yet those eyes were pitch black, devoid of whites, deep and unfathomable like 2 miniature black holes, reflecting nothing. She radiated no semblance of life, nor any energy fluctuations, akin to a singularity formed naturally in this wasteland. The little girl tilted her head, gazing quietly at the unwelcome guests with her emotionless black eyes. Her gaze swept across each individual, pausing imperceptibly when it fell upon the faintly glowing ember clutched in Bulma's hand. "You," the little girl spoke, her voice ethereal and flat, devoid of any tonal variation, as though reciting an unfamiliar term, "is incorrect." A sense of tension gripped everyone. Who is this eerie little girl? Is she the overseer of this space? Or a far more sinister entity? Vegeta, suppressing his discomfort, stepped forward, his dark blue aura, though dimmed, still radiating royal pride. "Who are you? What is this place?" The little girl's black eyes turned towards Vegeta, showing no signs of intimidation, merely stating calmly, "I am Ji Xing. This is the refuse pool between definitions." Between definitions? Refuse pool? Bulma's heart raced as she seemed to grasp something significant. Between definitions? Is this where the weavers reside? Are you one of the weavers? The girl named Ji Xing slowly shook her head, her white hair flowing like a waterfall. The weavers are the operational program. I am one of the initial design drafts that were not adopted. She raised her small hand, composed of data streams, pointing towards the endless gray ocean of symbols surrounding them. These are all discarded possibilities, deemed imperfect, unnecessary, or conceptually conflicting waste proposals. A collective gasp echoed among the group. Initial design drafts. Conceptual waste proposals? Could it be that this despairing wasteland, this place stripped of all meaning, is a collection of discarded drafts based on the foundational rules that construct the currently known universe, including the weaving system? This revelation was too vast, overwhelming their minds momentarily. "You say you are a discarded design?" Bulma's voice trembled with excitement. "Then do you know the flaws of the weavers? What is the paradox of origin?" The pure black eyes of Ji Xing exhibited the slightest ripple for the first time, akin to a minuscule speck falling upon a tranquil lake. "Paradox," she echoed the word, her ethereal voice seemingly infused with a hint of curiosity. "The weavers are founded upon absolute order and perfect definitions. It cannot tolerate uncertainty, chaos, or me." She pointed to herself. "I am the draft of free definition. I allow existence to ascribe its own meaning, permitting rules to collapse and be rebuilt through observation. This conflicts with the cornerstone of absolute order. Thus, I was discarded. Free definition, allowing existence to ascribe its own meaning." A brilliant light ignited in Bulma's eyes. She understood. The paradox of origin sought by the Xingling civilization might refer to this: the fundamental logic conflict between the current universe's laws, the weaving system, rooted in absolute order, and an abandoned cornerstone draft representing free will, exists. This conflict is the Achilles heel of the system. "Can you help us?" Sun Wukong suddenly interjected, his golden eyes locking onto Ji Xing's pure black ones, devoid of fear or plea, only pure understanding and resonance. "You don't wish to be left here forever, do you?" Zhixing silently regarded Sun Wukong for a long time. On her expressionless face, something infinitesimally subtle appeared to melt away. Help! Zhixing tilted her head, as if grasping the meaning of the word. The weavers are also attempting to clear the refuse pool. They consider our existence redundant to the system, a potential threat. She raised her small hand, pointing towards the direction from which they came. They observed the area's gray symbols vibrating violently, strands of pure white, filled with ordered energy, beginning to infiltrate the refuse pool like tendrils. It has discovered you. It has also discovered me. Zhixing's voice remained calm, yet the content sent chills down their spines. The clearance protocol is about to cover this area. Persistent. Just as they had escaped spatial compression, pursuers were upon them again. And this time, it could very well implicate the mysterious Zhixing as well. What can we do? Bulma asked urgently. Zhixing's pure black eyes once again turned to the ember in Bulma's hand, then slowly scanned Sun Wukong's platinum mental power and Vegeta's dark blue aura, emblematic of unyielding pride. Your meanings are intense, she spoke softly, like fire in this wasteland. She extended her small hand, composed of data streams, slowly reaching out towards Bulma. Lend me your meanings. Let me temporarily define an oasis. The team has plunged into the refuse pool of the laws stripped of meaning, where power has lost its significance. A mysterious presence has emerged, claiming to be the embodiment of the abandoned law draft in the form of a young girl. Astonishing secrets unfold as this place reveals itself to be a collection of discarded laws that construct the universe. At the core of a paradox lies the fundamental conflict between the draft of freedom's definition and absolute order. Pursuers have returned. As the Weaver begins to implement a protocol to cleanse and infiltrate the refuse pool. In a desperate situation, the young girl requests to borrow the team's meaning to combat the cleansing. In Chapter 99, The Oasis of Meaning, the voice of the young girl resonated ethereally across the desolate conceptual wasteland, her pitch-black eyes gazing intently at Bulma, her outstretched hand of data streams emanating an undeniable anticipation. Borrowing meaning? How does one accomplish that? Meaning is sensation, memory, emotion, an ephemeral essence that constitutes the very core of one's existence. This is far more abstract and perilous than lending energy or even life itself. Bulma stared into those void-like eyes, her heart racing. Could she trust this enigmatic entity claiming to be an abandoned draft? What if this were a trap, extracting their meaning and leaving them as mere lifeless gray symbols in this wasteland? The voice of Sun Wukong broke through her thoughts. He did not look at the young girl but directed his gaze towards Bulma, his golden pupils brimming with trust and support, urging her to follow her judgment. Taking a deep breath, despite the absence of air around her, Bulma glanced at the faint yet resilient ember of flame in her hand, then at her scarred but unyielding companions. The proud Vegeta, the tenacious Trunks, the kind-hearted Gohan, and even the timid yet never truly defeated Krillin and Nappa. Each of them embodied a unique and radiant significance. There was no time to hesitate. The pure white data stream representing the Weaver's cleansing protocol was like ink dropped into clear water, rapidly spreading through the ocean of gray symbols. Wherever it passed, even the once silent symbols became completely frozen, losing their last flicker of fluidity, descending into utter void. Resolute, Bulma grasped the young girl's outstretched hand. The touch was not the coldness of data, but rather an oddly warm sensation, as if she had encountered a dormant, vast potential. Everyone, think of what you cherish most. The strongest emotions. The beliefs you most refuse to abandon. Bulma shouted, transmitting that sentiment. There was no specific method to facilitate this. It was instinctual. Sun Wukong was the first to respond. He closed his eyes, recalling the nights spent with Bulma in the Capsule Corporation laboratory. The patience he exhibited teaching Gohan to sense energy, the sweat-soaked battles with Vegeta in the gravity chamber, and the unwavering resolve he felt while protecting the Earth and his friends. His pure and fervent heart of guardianship transformed into a stream of platinum light that surged towards the young girl through Bulma's connection. Next was Vegeta. His expression was grim. Sharing his inner feelings was more painful than death. Yet, witnessing the impending pure white tide that threatened to render all his pride and efforts null, he let out a roar. Memories flashed through his mind. The moment he broke limits in the gravity chamber, the pure, yet similar eyes of Trunks at birth, and the Saiyan pride that refused to bow even against insurmountable foes. His indigo aura surged forth, infused with an unyielding will. Then came Trunks. who thought of Bulma's gentle encouragement, the trust forged while fighting alongside Gohan, and the weight of responsibility for the future. Gohan recalled his mother's love, Piccolo's stern teachings, and the tranquility of knowledge gained while studying. Krillin reflected on the ordinary yet precious happiness he found with Android 18. Even Nappa and Raditz, in this life-and-death moment, drew from the depths of their warrior spirits, unwilling to be entirely erased. A vibrant torrent of energy, rich with various emotions and beliefs, surged through Bulma, channeling wildly into the young girl's small form. For the first time, the young girl's pitch-black eyes displayed intense fluctuations. Like a parched riverbed that had awaited a flood for eons, she was suddenly inundated with a roaring torrent. The silver data stream dress she wore began to flicker wildly, expanding and rearranging. Countless discarded gray symbols, embodying color, warmth, emotion, life, and freedom, seemed irresistibly drawn, gathering like iron filings from the wasteland to merge into the surging torrent of meaning. On her delicate yet expressionless face, faint ripples of emotion began to surface, as if she were a novice attempting to mimic feelings, curiosity, astonishment, and perhaps even a hint of pain. Bearing these intense meanings appeared to be a tremendous burden and shock for her. As definitions began to take form, the young girl's ethereal voice trembled slightly. She raised another small hand, gently gesturing towards the area being eroded by the pure white data stream. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor dazzling light. Yet, a miracle occurred. At the very path traced by her finger, the once lifeless gray wasteland, now under a pure white veil, suddenly came to life. The gray receded, and vibrant green grass, teeming with vitality, sprouted from nothingness, instantly covering the ground. The azure sky replaced the void backdrop, as warm sunlight, an energy defined by warmth and brightness, showered down. A gentle breeze, infused with sweetness, caressed everyone's cheeks, and from afar, the sound of trickling water could be heard, embodying the definitions of sound and liquid. A verdant oasis, alive with color, warmth, sound, and the breath of life, was forcefully defined within the conceptual wasteland. The area was not large, just enough to envelop the group, contrasting starkly with the surrounding lifeless gray and encroaching pure white. Krillin, in disbelief, stepped onto the soft grass beneath him, feeling the warmth of the sun. Nearly brought to tears, the emptiness stripped of all sensory meaning was instantly filled. She has created a small world governed by familiar laws. Stardust gazed in awe, his all-seeing eye perceiving that the oasis was formed from the perfect amalgamation of the meanings they had infused, and the young girl's manipulation of the power of the abandoned draft of freedom's definition. However, this oasis ignited by the heart's fire, like a bonfire lit in the dark, completely exposed their target, drawing a more ferocious backlash. The pure white, cleansing data stream surged like an enraged swarm, violently attacking the edges of the oasis. At the boundary between the oasis and the wasteland, intense annihilation occurred at the conceptual level. The grass withered into gray symbols upon contact with the pure white data, yet in the next moment, new greenery stubbornly sprouted from the soil enriched by meaning. Sunlight and pure white clashed, producing an eerie sound reminiscent of melting ice and metal grinding. The oasis is shrinking, Trunks shouted anxiously. Clearly, maintaining this oasis, which defied the foundational order of the Weaver, was consuming immense energy. The young girl's small body trembled slightly. Her pitch-black eyes flashed with data streams at an unprecedented speed, reorganizing. She seemed to be learning, discovering how to better utilize the borrowed meanings, how to more efficiently counter the encroachment of absolute order. Bulma could sense that through her connection, the young girl was rapidly analyzing and comprehending their emotions, memories, and beliefs. This sensation was profoundly strange, as if her very soul were being read by a vast and unfamiliar consciousness. Not enough, the young girl's voice strained. The foundation of order is too strong. Our definitions are temporary, rootless. She suddenly turned her head, her pitch-black eyes once again fixed on Bulma, more precisely, on the ember in her hand. The spark recorded the ultimate significance of a civilization, the entirety of the Xingling. The ethereal voice, imbued with a peculiar longing, resonated. Give it to me. Bulma's heart tightened. The embers represented the last legacy of the Xingling civilization, a source of Bulma's wisdom and strength, and the very guiding light that led them here. Surrender it? Just as Bulma hesitated, a robust stream of pure white data, akin to a spear of judgment, forcefully breached the oasis's defenses, exuding an aura of annihilation, aimed directly at the forefront, Sun Wukong. The speed was blinding. The contained order was overwhelmingly potent. Even the platinum-hued mental barrier surrounding Sun Wukong emitted a shattering sound under the unbearable pressure upon contact. "Wukong! Dad!" everyone exclaimed in alarm. Vegeta roared, attempting to intercept, but was repelled by another stream of data. Just as the pure white spear was poised to pierce Sun Wukong, the voice of the ethereal form suddenly soared. Imbued with an undeniable compulsion, in her pitch-black eyes, a light flickered for the first time. It was not a mere reflection, but a faint yet resolute spectrum of colors emanating from her very essence. She reached out her finger towards the pure white data stream. This attack, meaning ineffective. A hum reverberated. An invisible wave, seemingly rooted in the fundamental rules of the world, swept through. The menacing pure white data stream halted abruptly, mere millimeters from Sun Wukong's chest, as if a pause button had been pressed. Subsequently, the pure white data that composed it began to flicker violently, distort, and then, without warning, disintegrated and vanished. It was not defeated by energy, nor diverted by technique, but rather, its very existence was negated at the conceptual level. Words manifested as laws. Conceptual negation. Everyone was rendered speechless by this miraculous spectacle. The ethereal form swayed slightly, as if this act of definition consumed a tremendous amount of her strength. The data streams surrounding her dimmed significantly. Yet her pure black eyes, now shimmering with a spectrum of colors, gazed more clearly at Bulma, at the embers. Her meaning was unmistakable. "Do you see? This is the power of free definition. But it requires more fuel. The last spark of civilization." Bulma looked at the slumbering embers in her hand, then at Wukong, whose pale face belied his resolute spirit, and finally at her companions, who were struggling to support the oasis. With a firm resolve, she pressed the embers decisively against the chest of the ethereal form. "Take it. This is the will of the Xingling. It is also our determination." The pure white flames instantly merged into the ethereal form's data-constructed body. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Then, an explosion. An indescribable storm of information erupted around the ethereal form. It was not an impact of energy, but a pure torrent of concepts. Countless glorious memories of the Xingling civilization, tragic conclusions, and the ultimate yearning for freedom surged forth like a flood, pouring into the core of consciousness that had originally held only cold drafts. The ethereal form let out a near-painful whimper, her diminutive body trembling violently. Her long white hair danced wildly as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the tips began to shimmer with starlight. The silver dress woven from data streams restructured at an unprecedented speed, becoming intricate and splendid, as if adorned with countless miniature star charts. The most astonishing change occurred within her pure black eyes. Once as deep as a black hole, reflecting no light, they now rippled violently as if pebbles had been cast into an ancient well. The blackness did not fade, yet within that profound darkness, countless minuscule, colorful points of light began to flicker, as if the entire cosmos was condensed within. An indescribable sense of sorrow and compassion replaced the previous absolute void, creating a strikingly poignant contrast upon her still youthful visage. She was no longer merely a discarded draft stating facts. She began to comprehend the weight of meaning behind them. I witnessed the ethereal form speak, her voice still ethereal but no longer flat, now imbued with a subtle tremor, as if transcending eons of starlight. The glorious star port's fearless exploration and the ultimate bitterness of being crushed by order. That was the memory of the Xingling civilization. She was digesting, resonating. Meanwhile, the oasis she had defined underwent a dramatic transformation. The grass grew even more vibrantly green, blooming with flowers that sparkled with a soft glow. The streams became clearer, their babbling resembling a melodious symphony. The sunlight in the sky became warmer and more gentle, even faintly revealing the phantom of flying birds. Defined by concepts of joy and freedom, this oasis was no longer a mere imitation. It had been infused with a soul, brimming with genuine, vibrant life. She had come to life. Krillin gaped, feeling the familiar, comforting aura of the oasis akin to their home on Earth, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Not merely alive, the myriad eyes of stardust fixated intently on the ethereal form, her voice quivering with excitement. "She is evolving. She is merging the draft of free definition with the samples of meaning provided by the Xingling civilization and all of us. She is constructing the foundation of her own laws. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. To construct the foundation of her own laws? Was this not akin to creation? However, the Weaver's cleansing protocol would undoubtedly not remain passive. Sensing the rapidly ascending, paradoxical fluctuations emanating from the ethereal form, the pure white data tides at the desert's edge grew increasingly violent. They no longer merely infiltrated and eroded. They coalesced into enormous, pure white hands forged from the very laws of order, wielding an absolute will to crush everything, descending upon the oasis. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike, the entire oasis trembled violently. The grass and flowers at the periphery wilted and vanished instantly. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the sunlight fluctuated unpredictably. The oasis was visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. This is bad. She is still digesting her power. If this continues, the oasis won't hold. Trunks shouted anxiously. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously erupted in fury, attempting to strike at those colossal white hands, but their energy assaults had little effect. As if droplets of water fell onto scalding iron, merely stirring a tiny ripple of data before being assimilated. In this confrontation at the level of laws, their power was still too low. Define. The ethereal form spoke again, her voice tinged with the anger born from newly acquired emotions. The colorful starlight in her eyes flickered rapidly as she raised her small hand towards the descending white hands. This invasion, form, disintegration, a hum resonated. An even stronger wave of rules spread forth. Those unstoppable pure white hands, just before striking the oasis barrier, suddenly became extraordinarily unstable, as if kneaded by an invisible hand, twisting and contorting before bursting into a flurry of chaotic white data fragments, no longer posing a threat. Once more, a conceptual negation, and this time, it was broader in scope and stronger in power. Effective, Gohan cheered, but the childlike face paled even more, and the light from her star-patterned skirt dimmed slightly. The continuous definition of the foundation of order, which consumed a great deal of energy, was suppressing me. Before she finished speaking, an even more terrifying change occurred. The entire conceptual desert, those boundless, flowing gray symbols, seemed to be mobilized by the highest authority of the web weaver, beginning to converge and compress towards the oasis at an unprecedented speed. They were no longer harmless waste, but had become cold walls, closing in from all directions, utterly sealing and crushing this small oasis, along with all the errors within it. This was using the power of the entire waste pool to bury them. A true annihilation. The space of the oasis was drastically compressed. Everyone could even feel the suffocating oppression brought by the walls of gray symbols. Sunlight was completely blocked, leaving only the faint light emanating from the childlike figure. It's over. It's really over. Naba slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Faced with the compression of the entire world, any resistance seemed laughable. Vegeta's teeth clenched so tightly they ground together, his dark blue aura groaning under extreme compression. But he couldn't find a target. The enemy was the very fabric of heaven and earth. Goku shielded Bulma and Gohan behind him, his platinum gold mental energy creating a small area, but like a lone boat in a storm, it teetered on the brink of capsizing. Bulma gripped Goku's arm tightly, watching the closing gray wall, a symbol of ultimate despair. Then her gaze fell upon the small figure in the center, trembling slightly, yet still struggling to maintain the last vestige of life in this oasis. Young Bulma called softly. The young Bulma raised her head, her heterochromatic eyes, filled with the starlight and compassion. Meeting Bulma's gaze, and then upon everyone present, she saw fear, resentment, and despair, but also the undying will that burned deep within. Slowly, with immense difficulty, she raised her hands again. This time, her movements weren't directed at a specific attack, but rather as if she were embracing the very heaven and earth that was destroying her. She closed her eyes, as if sensing the final embers of meaning from the celestial spirits, from Goku, Vegeta, and from everyone else. Then, with a voice as ethereal as if chanting an ancient epic, imbued with a resolute air, she issued her final declaration to this cold desert. To the invisible weaver of the net, based on the legacy of the celestial spirits, with the meaning borne by this body as fire, in the name of abandoned freedom. I define. Her eyes snapped open, her left eye as black as eternal night, her right eye as brilliant as a galaxy. Her small body erupted with unprecedented light, as if to burn herself out. This desolate place, authority, changeable. I defined the wall of order as the soil of meaning. I defined the realm of silence as the echo of the winds of freedom. I define us. Her gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Bulma and Goku. Her voice pierced through all obstacles, clear and firm. Existence, justified. Future, promising. Words spoken, laws followed, heaven and earth overturned. Sparks merged. The nascent form, carrying the legacy of civilization and the team's will, underwent an astonishing transformation. Emotion sprouted. Starlight appeared in the empty eyes. The weight of meaning was understood for the first time. Authority manifested. Continuous conceptual negation. Words spoken, laws followed, shaking the order. Desperate move. The web weaver mobilized the entire waste pool to close heaven and earth. Final declaration. The nascent form burned itself to activate the ultimate definition, altering the authority. Heaven and earth overturned. Can the ultimate definition reverse the desperate situation? What price will the nascent form, which forcibly altered the law's authority, pay? Chapter 101. Laws reversed. Flame passed down the nascent form's voice, like the first cry of creation, like the final swan song of civilization. Echoed in the completely closed gray cage. It was no longer a request, no longer an attempt, but a declaration. It was a final rebellion against this world, against the invisible web weaver, wagering its own existence. I defined the wall of order as the soil of meaning. The moment the words fell, the wall of despair, composed of countless cold gray symbols that had been pressing in from all directions, seemed to be abruptly stopped by an invisible giant hand. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The gray symbols that made up the wall, the conceptual dregs representing the possibility of obsolescence, began to tremble and disintegrate violently and uncontrollably. They were no longer stable, flowing data, but were forcibly endowed with new meaning under the coercive force of some higher authority. The concepts of order, representing solidity, blockade, and termination, were stripped away and negated. The meaning of life, representing nourishment, growth, and inclusiveness, was injected and defined. The grayness dissipated rapidly like receding tides. The wall's form began to crumble and soften, its color transforming into a deep, fertile brown. The hard data structure transformed into soft, moist soil, even exuding the fresh scent unique to earth after rain. The sheer cliff that was meant to crush them transformed in the blink of an eye into a vibrant, fertile wall encircling them. I defined the realm of silence, where the winds of freedom shall resound. The second declaration followed immediately. This desolate space, isolated and stripped of all sensory meaning, seemed to have been forcibly ripped open. A fresh, vibrant current, carrying the fragrance of grass and the call of distant lands, appeared out of thin air, swirling and flowing across this newly born land. The howling wind was no longer the deathly stillness of sand rubbing together in the desert, but filled with an unbridled yearning for the distant free will. The wind stirred the long, star-studded hair of the young boy, stirred the strands of hair on everyone's foreheads, and dispelled the despair that lingered deep within their hearts. I define us. Existence, justified. Future, promising. The final declaration, like the gavel of final judgment, sealed everything. A warm, unwavering, and undeniable power, like invisible ripples, swept over the bodies and souls of everyone present. The feeling of being rejected by this world, denied by its laws, vanished instantly, replaced by a deep, fundamental recognition and protection. It was as if they were no longer intruders, erroneous data, but the rightful masters of this newly born world. The legitimacy of their existence, the possibility of their future, was firmly anchored by this nascent, tiny law, forcibly defined by its immature form. It succeeded? Clint knelt with a thud on the soft earth, grabbed a handful, and the Real touch brought tears to his eyes. We survived. She rewrote the rules here. Stardust slumped to the ground, the eye of all things staring blankly at the fertile land and the flowing wind. As an information life form, he understood better than anyone what had just happened. It was a miracle, a true, miraculous power that opened up a new world from the depths of despair. Vegeta stared blankly at his hands. The power that had been so stagnant before was now flowing with unprecedented smoothness. He even faintly felt the newly emerging laws of the surrounding environment, originating from the same source as the child form, resonating with him. He suddenly looked at the small figure in the center, his eyes revealing for the first time an emotion beyond the desire to fight, a shock. Goku supported Bulma, both feeling the turmoil in each other's hearts. Goku could feel his mental power intimately connected with this newly born world, like a fish returning to water. Bulma, as a scientist, witnessed the magnificent and terrifying sight of the underlying code being violently rewritten. However, the child form wielding this world-reversing power was in dire condition. The magnificent star-patterned skirt around her had become extremely dim, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Her long, star-studded hair had lost most of its luster, turning gray again. Most heartbreakingly, her body, starting from her feet, was gradually becoming transparent and digitized. It seemed as though she had forcibly summoned a power not belonging to her, causing the very foundation of existence to crumble. Zhixing, Bulma exclaimed as she rushed forward. Zhixing slowly lifted her head, her complexion pale as paper, yet her mismatched eyes shone with astonishing brightness. Harboring a calm determination to fulfill her mission intertwined with a hint of reluctance. She gazed at Bulma, then at the encircling crowd, her lips struggling to curve upward, attempting a smile that felt alien to her. As her definition reached completion, her voice became feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Yet this paradox was a provocation to the very foundation of the web. It would not permit her to remain transparent. Her fading presence accelerated, already extending to her waist. "Hold on. There must be a way to save you," Bulma shouted desperately, trying to stabilize her state with the little mental energy she had left. Yet it was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. "It's useless," Zhixing gently shook her head. "I was a failed case. Forcibly altering the essence of existence is now in a logical deletion sequence. Logical deletion. Even the traces of existence must be erased. More thorough than death. No, you created all of this. You saved us. How can you be a failed case?" Trunks yelled, his eyes reddened. Zhixing's gaze slowly swept across the small oasis she had defined, the fertile soil, the gentle breeze, and the group of individuals she had granted legitimate existence. In her eyes, the starlight and darkness intertwined, revealing a glimpse of true fulfillment, a satisfaction belonging to life. "My purpose has been fulfilled," her voice was nearly inaudible. "But yours is just beginning." Her gaze finally landed on Bulma and Sun Wukong, and with her remaining strength, she lifted her already translucent hand, pointing towards a specific section of the fertile wall she had created. There lay a brief entanglement with the main laws of the web, torn open during her forced alteration of existence. Her words quickened, urgency evident in her tone. "Passing through it may reach the core database of the web or other waste pools. It's dangerous, but it's the only way out." Her body had become transparent up to her chest, her voice ethereal, as if from another dimension. "Remember, the authority of definition stems from cognition and will, not the grace of order." Finally, she looked at Bulma, her soon-to-fade mismatched eyes filled with solemnity as she entrusted the flame of civilization onto them. "I bequeath to you the seed of freedom." The moment her words fell, her body transformed into countless flickering streams of colorful data, akin to a waterfall in reverse, soaring skyward, not dissipating, but rather forcefully infusing itself into every inch of soil and every wisp of breeze in the small oasis she had just defined. A hum resonated. The entire oasis trembled violently, becoming denser and more solid. The fertile soil grew richer, the breeze more vibrant, and faintly, the chirping of insects, defined by the concepts of sound and vitality, emerged from the earth. This oasis had solidified completely, establishing a firm, indelible coordinate within this conceptual wasteland. The section of the wall she pointed to revealed a continuously twisting, flashing vortex of dangerous red data, manifesting like a wound. This was the brief entanglement leading to the unknown realm. Zhixing had vanished, to bestow them with the legitimacy of existence. To carve out this final path of life, she had sacrificed herself, transforming her last traces into the cornerstone of their guardianship. The scene fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of the gentle breeze brushing against the fresh earth was heard. Grief, shock, gratitude, and a heavy sense of responsibility weighed upon everyone's hearts. Bulma clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. She gazed at the data vortex, feeling the land beneath her feet, a land won through Zhixing's sacrifice, and flames of unprecedented determination ignited in her eyes. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over her companions. Her voice resolute and clear, Her battle has ended. Now it is our turn. The laws are reversing. Zhixing's ultimate definition turns despair into life as fertile ground. Existence anchored. The team gains rebirth. The sense of alienation vanishes completely. Heroic sacrifice. Zhixing's forced alteration of existence leads to collapse, logical deletion. Passing the torch. Zhixing ultimately entrusts the seed of freedom and hope of civilization to Bulma. The final path to life. The brief entanglement appears. The dangerous passage to the core of the web or other desperate realms opens. A heavy burden. The team carries the legacy, about to step into the unknown vortex. Will the path lead to ultimate answers or greater crises? Chapter 102, Data Storm, Echoes of Whispering Voices. The path of life opened by Zhixing's sacrifice lay before them. The data vortex embedded in the fertile wall resembled a continuously twitching, bleeding wound. Its interior a heart-stopping crimson and black, exuding an extremely unstable aura of danger. It was not merely a passage. It resembled a point of explosive conflict between laws. A brief silence was shattered. Grief requires time to settle, yet in this moment, to pause would mean betrayal. Go. Vegeta was the first to act. Enveloped in a dark blue aura, without a hint of hesitation, like an arrow released from a bow, he charged toward the vortex. His pride forbade him from indulging in sorrow. Only by moving forward and fighting could he offer the best solace to the fallen. Keep up. Sun Wukong grasped Bulma's hand. A platinum shield of mental energy forming around them both, encompassing her and Gohan, following closely behind. Trunks, Krillin, Stardust, and others also suppressed their heavy hearts, unleashing their auras like streams of light, plunging into the unknown crimson vortex. The moment they entered the vortex, everyone felt as though they had been thrown into a high-speed paper shredder. No longer a smooth passage, but a violent, destructive data storm. The surroundings morphed into a chaotic, distorted maelstrom of screaming information. Countless fragmented codes, contradictory law shards, and collapsing logical chains raged like a multitude of sharp blades, mercilessly slicing and battering their protective energy. The vision was a tumult of chaotic colors and flashing error messages, while their ears, or rather, their senses, were filled with incomprehensible noise and shrill alarms. Steady! Bulma shouted within Wukong's mental shield. This storm is the web system urgently repairing the rift Zhixing tore open. My scientific instincts urge me to analyze the environment quickly. These fragments may contain underlying system information, but contact with them is extremely dangerous. Krillin cried out in pain as a particularly sharp data fragment, carrying a deletion command, sliced through his protective aura, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his arm. Even more horrifying was that the wound did not bleed, but displayed a mosaic state of data loss. Be careful. These fragments can directly harm the essence of our existence. Sun Wukong's expression hardened, his mental energy coalescing further, trying to steer clear of the most perilous shards. Vegeta, on the other hand, was more violent. He continuously swung his fists and kicked, the dark blue energy acting like a heavy hammer, directly obliterating incoming data blocks. Yet, with every block he shattered, more fragments splattered around, overwhelming him. We can't continue like this. The energy consumption is too rapid. Trunks struggled to maintain his energy sword, parrying the flying shards. His complexion paling. Just as they were navigating through this data storm, like a small boat in a raging sea on the verge of capsizing, a faint, intermittent whisper penetrated the tumultuous noise, directly entering their consciousness. Detected abnormal access identifier, star spirit correlation. Logic conflict highest priority. A burst of sharp noise, definer protocol response. As if a multitude of people sighed simultaneously, cradle harvest cycle. This whisper did not emanate from a particular consciousness, but rather resembled a cacophony of system logs, error reports, and remnants of ancient commands, inadvertently released due to the disturbance of the data storm. Did you hear that? Gohan looked around nervously. It's the remnants of the system. Stardust's eye of all things struggled to capture the fragmented information amidst the storm. They spoke of the star spirits and the definers. Harvest cycle. These terms sent shockwaves through Bulma's heart. The record of the definer mentions the supreme existence within the legacy of the recorder. Is the harvest cycle the cradle of the cosmos, not merely a coincidence, but rather a form of periodic cleansing? Before they could ponder further, the data storm surged with unprecedented ferocity. It seemed as though their eavesdropping had provoked a deeper rejection from the system. Suddenly, a torrent of black, composed of countless 404 error commands signifying non-existent targets, charged towards their vicinity like a colossal python hunting its prey. As it swept through, it consumed and assimilated other data fragments in its path. There was no escaping it. Sun Wukong's expression changed. The breadth and speed of that black torrent were overwhelming. Then let us pierce through it, Vegeta roared, clasping his hands together as dark blue energy was frantically compressed, preparing to unleash the most powerful flash cannon. Do not confront it directly, Bulma hastily interjected. That was a conglomerate of existence-denying commands. An energy attack would likely be futile, or worse, absorbed and amplified. She quickly scanned the surroundings, her gaze locking onto a relatively stable, faintly glowing white data fragment amidst the storm. The content of that fragment revealed a fundamental code about the information redundancy backup mechanism. Wukong, Vegeta, combine your efforts. Propel that white fragment towards the black torrent. Bulma commanded sharply. Although they were perplexed, their trust in Bulma's intellect prompted immediate compliance. Sun Wukong's mental power and Vegeta's destructive energy collaborated in an unusual synergy, enveloping the white data fragment and, like a trebuchet, hurled it forcefully towards the oncoming black torrent. There was no cataclysmic explosion, merely a violent reaction akin to cold water plunging into hot oil. The moment the white fragment made contact with the black torrent, an intense logical conflict erupted between the internal commands regarding backup, redundancy, denial, and deletion. The forefront of the black torrent became chaotic, delayed, and a multitude of error codes erupted as if the system had suddenly encountered an insurmountable deadlock. Now is the moment. Charge ahead, Bulma cried out. The team seized this fleeting opportunity, pushing their speed to its limits, narrowly skirting the edge of the temporarily safe zone formed by the logical conflict. Looking back, the black torrent continued to entangle with the white fragment, perpetually consuming itself. A sense of trepidation lingered among the group, coupled with profound admiration for Bulma's quick wits. In this confrontation at the level of laws, intellect proved far more vital than brute force. Yet, before they could exhale in relief, a relatively stable boundary emerged at the storm's end. No longer was it a chaotic flow of data, but rather a scene beyond any known conception. It resembled countless geometric structures ceaselessly being born and perishing, as if all colors were merging and separating, or perhaps time itself was tangling there. A grand, frigid sensation, encompassing all yet profoundly void, emanated from beyond that boundary. The data storm subsided upon reaching that point, becoming docile, akin to a stream merging into the ocean. Suspended before that bizarre spectacle were several even more disconcerting entities. They were remnants of shattered bodies, some resembling crystalline structures, others akin to energy beings. Yet all had long since lost their vitality, like prepared specimens frozen in their final moments of struggle. Instead of flesh and blood, their wounds oozed a constantly dissipating stream of assimilated data. Clearly, they were not the first to attempt passage to this strange realm. They had all failed, becoming silent warning monuments along this perilous path. The hearts of the entire team sank. Was the end of the data storm their destination? What had those failed pioneers encountered? Was that indescribable scene the core of the web, or an even more terrifying abyss? Data storm. The passage is in fact a perilous repair program, tearing apart the information flow. System Echo captured the chilling information regarding the definer, harvest cycle, etc. Wisdom breakthrough. Bulma cleverly utilized logical conflict to neutralize the torrent of existence denial. The end is near. Crossing the storm, they face an incomprehensible bizarre scene. Pioneer's tombstone. Discovering the remains of previous explorers, silently warning of impending doom ahead. Next chapter preview. The team is about to step out of the storm, confronting the incomprehensible bizarre scene and the remains of the pioneers. Will they uncover the truth of the web? What terrifying trials await them? Chapter 103, Reviving Remains. Geometric hell. The roar of the data storm gradually diminished behind them, akin to retreating ocean waves. However, the group felt no sense of relief. For the oppressive aura emanating from the scene, replacing the storm, far surpassed any previous crisis. There was no sky, no earth, only countless immense, cold, ever-shifting geometric structures floating, rotating, colliding, and vanishing in the void. Cubes tore apart and reformed into polyhedra. Spiral curves abruptly straightened into infinitely extending rays, and spheres nested with the topology of Klein bottles. These structures were neither tangible nor energetic, but rather visual manifestations of the very laws themselves. They moved silently, yet possessed a terrifying power capable of shattering logic and subverting cognition. The colors here were chaotic, not vividly colorful, but a myriad of hues beyond human perception flickered and blended madly, inducing dizziness and nausea. The sensation of time and space was utterly disordered. At times it felt as though millennia had passed, and at other moments merely an instant. What kind of infernal place is this? Klin's voice quivered with despair, feeling as though his mind was on the verge of exploding from the incomprehensible information. Is this the lower logic layer of the web system? Or perhaps a factory for processing laws? Stardust's eye of multiverse painfully closed and forcibly opened, striving to analyze that which was still undefined or in the process of being computed foundational law units. We cannot proceed further, any closer, and our very existential logic may be assimilated or overridden. Just as Stardust issued the warning, an anomaly suddenly arose. The suspended remains of the pioneers, resembling tombstones between the team and geometric hell, suddenly trembled in unison. A foreboding crimson light ignited abruptly on their once glossy, crystalline or energy shells, which had long since solidified. Like puppets injected with inferior energy, they jerkily came to life, turning their hollow eye sockets or sensors, all fixating on the intruders who had just emerged from the data storm. Be cautious. They have been activated. Vegeta immediately assumed a battle stance, dark blue flames erupting. However, the attack methods of these revived remained surpassed all expectations. There were no energy beams, no physical collisions. The closest one, resembling shattered sapphires, merely raised its cracked arm and pointed at the advancing Vegeta. Definition: motion vector zeroing. An invisible, frigid force of regulation instantly enveloped Vegeta. His forward momentum, previously explosive, seemed to be paused, as if ensnared in an extraordinarily viscous substance. All kinetic energy and inertia vanished in an instant. He maintained a forward posture, frozen in midair. Even the flames surrounding him solidified. Only his pupils, contracted in shock and fury, revealed that he still struggled. Vegeta, Trunks exclaimed in horror. It is an attack of the laws. They wield the underlying permissions of this area. Bulma instantly grasped the critical point. Do not allow their definitions to ensnare us. Yet the warning came too late. Another remnant, seemingly formed from solidified lava, pointed towards Sun Wukong, who was attempting to intervene. Definition: energy form, counterflow. The platinum glow of protective mental energy around Sun Wukong suddenly collapsed inward uncontrollably. An invisible force seemed to have forcibly distorted the fundamental laws governing the flow of energy, no longer protecting him, but rather beginning to assault and tear apart his meridians and soul. Wukong let out a muffled groan, a flicker of pain crossing his face as he hastily concentrated all his mental energy to resist this internal chaos. Dad! Wufan cried out, ready to rush forward. Don't move. Krillin held him firmly, insisting that joining the fray would be tantamount to suicide. The third and fourth animated remains raised their arms, cold and devoid of emotion. Their defined commands akin to death sentences, imminent to befall them. Definition: spatial coordinates, disarray. Target: Trunks. Definition: material structure, dissociation. Target: Naba. Definition: information aggregate, formatting. Target: Stardust. Each definition targeted the very foundation of their existence. This was not merely a confrontation of power, but a crushing of authority. Just as an ordinary person cannot resist the law of gravity, they too could not oppose the foundational rules of this domain wielded by the remains. As the team faced imminent annihilation under this unreasonable assault of laws, they realized the commands had delays and limitations. In a moment of dire urgency, Bulma astutely discerned the crucial detail. These remains were not true system administrators, but rather puppets equipped with automated defense protocols. Their definitions required a brief chant time, and their range of effect appeared limited. Scatter. Move swiftly. Don't let them lock on. Bulma screamed, suddenly rolling to the side. Instincts for survival propelled everyone into action. Trunks transformed into a zigzagging bolt of lightning, while Wufan and Krillin clumsily dodged left and right, with Naba and Raditz tumbling and crawling. Indeed, the definitions originally aimed at them missed most of their targets due to the rapid displacement, causing bizarre ripples of law to manifest in the void. However, the immobilized Vegeta and Wukong, struggling against the energy backlash, remained the most conspicuous targets. We must disrupt them. Bulma's mind raced, realizing that these remains operated based on some form of command. Find the source of the command or interfere with it. Her gaze traversed beyond the animated remains, landing on a colossal, slowly rotating dark golden polyhedron composed of countless tiny cubes. All the remains seemed to be connected to that polyhedron by an almost imperceptible energy thread. That might be the control core. Attack that golden behemoth. Bulma pointed towards the target. I'll do it. Trunks, having temporarily escaped the lock-on crisis, roared, gripping his energy sword tightly and channeling all his strength into it, transforming into a blue arc piercing through the void, aimed at the dark golden polyhedron. However, just as the energy sword was about to strike, one of the tiny cubes on the polyhedron's surface gently flipped. Definition: attack intent, ineffective. A hum reverberated. Trunk strike. Infused with all his might and capable of cleaving through stars, collided with an invisible wall, an insurmountable barrier, mere meters from the polyhedron, negating all force, energy, and the very concept of attack. The energy sword shattered into fragments, dissolving into points of light, while Trunks himself suffered a backlash, spitting blood as he was propelled backward. Even the intent to attack can be rendered ineffective. How are we supposed to fight? Despair washed over everyone like a cold tide once more. Just then, Wukong, who had kept his eyes tightly shut while struggling against the internal energy backlash, suddenly opened them. His pupils were no longer a pure gold but shimmered with a myriad of colorful starlight akin to that of a childlike form. He was not merely resisting the energy backlash but understanding and adapting to the peculiar laws of this realm. He looked at the sapphire remains imposing motion nullification on Vegeta, not to attack but, mimicking the childlike form, raised his hand and, with all his heart, resonated with the rhythm of the laws he had just grasped, issuing his own, albeit clumsy yet resolute, definition. His voice was soft, yet it seemed to carry an unusual resonance. This command, target, offset. He did not attempt to negate that formidable motion nullification law, which was beyond his capability. Instead, he cleverly and laboriously redirected the target of that law from Vegeta to a nearby floating, meaningless geometric fragment. With a whoosh, the invisible force that had imprisoned Vegeta vanished in an instant. The geometric fragment, chosen as the new target, abruptly halted, frozen in the void. Vegeta relaxed entirely, nearly falling from the sky, astonished as he gazed at Wukong. Did it work? Wukong can actually wield the authority of definitions here. Though exceedingly difficult and limited in range, this was undoubtedly the first flicker of hope igniting in the darkness. The movements of all the animated remains, including the dark golden polyhedron, seemed to experience an extraordinarily brief pause due to Wukong's unexpected and unprecedented definition. Their gazes, for the first time, genuinely fixated on Wukong, carrying an icy scrutiny. The surface of the dark golden polyhedron accelerated the flipping and assembling of more cubes, a force far more complex and fundamental than motion nullification or energy backlash began to coalesce. As if awakening a terrifying will representing some form of regional management authority, locking onto Wukong. Law. Before them lay the foundational geometric structures of laws, endlessly shifting and transforming. Remains activation. The remains of the pioneer are manipulated, employing foundational authority to launch law attacks. Authority overwhelming. Vegeta is immobilized. Wukong suffers energy backlash. The team is on the brink of despair. Wisdom observation. Bulma discovers the command's delays and range limits, narrowly evading a lethal strike. Flicker of hope. Wukong successfully emulates the childlike form to cast a minor definition, reversing the predicament. Ultimate gaze. The will of regional management awakens, firmly locking onto Wukong, who has initially grasped authority. Chapter 104. The Cradle's Truth, the initial call of authority. The gaze from the dark golden polyhedron bore down on Wukong, heavy as if the entire universe were pressing upon his soul. No longer the mechanical, programmed locking of the previous remains, it now carried a cold scrutiny and confirmation. As if proclaiming, "Found you, the anomaly among anomalies." The surface of the polyhedron saw the speed of countless tiny cubes flipping and assembling suddenly accelerate, as a law fluctuation far more intricate than motion nullification or energy backlash began to condense. It was about to get serious. Stardust screamed. The eye of all things shrank in terror as it wove a foundational deletion command targeting Wukong's existence. It must not be allowed to succeed. Damn it! Don't ignore me. The recently liberated Vegeta exploded with rage, unable to tolerate the humiliation of being treated as a secondary target due to his Saiyan pride. He compressed all his fury and power into his right fist, the dark blue aura no longer merely burning, but transforming into a substantial deep blue crystal enveloping his fist, amplifying his destructive power to unprecedented levels. Shatter for me. Vegeta roared, like a deep blue meteor, recklessly crashing towards the dark golden polyhedron. This time, he refrained from releasing energy outward. Instead, he concentrated his destructive force into a single point, attempting to forcibly break through this bizarre law. However, the polyhedron showed no particular interest in him. It merely allowed several cubes to spontaneously assemble along its attack path. Definition: contact interface absolutely smooth. Vegeta's fist, honed through a lifetime of training and capable of piercing a star's core, upon touching the polyhedron's surface, inexplicably slid away. It was neither blocked nor repelled. All his power and kinetic energy were redirected into entirely erroneous directions, as if he had punched a mirror coated with infinite lubricant. He uncontrollably rolled past the polyhedron, the frustration of striking nothingness nearly causing him to vomit blood. Absolute skill appears utterly powerless before absolute rules. At this moment, the deletion command targeting Saiyan Wukong has already taken shape. It is an invisible sensation, yet one that sends shivers through the souls of all. Akin to the conclusion of fate, the embodiment of death, descending upon Wukong. Wukong. Bulma's eyes widened in desperation as her mind raced with unprecedented speed. Rules, rules. Everything is governed by rules. These remains, this polyhedron, draw their strength from the invocation of the underlying rules of this realm. They are not indestructible. They resemble programs running on a computer with administrative privileges. Despite their high authority, the programs themselves harbor vulnerabilities and limits. Attack the connections between them. Bulma, inspired, pointed at the faint energy data link between the activated remains and the dark golden polyhedron. That is the channel through which they receive and transmit commands. Interfere with it. This is the only hope. Gohan. Krillin. Cover me. Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and again condensed his energy sword. But this time the target was no longer the polyhedron, but rather the data chains resembling nerve bundles. Understood. Gohan and Krillin simultaneously unleashed their energy, firing Kamehameha and ki slices towards the activated remains, attempting to draw their fire and create an opportunity for Trunks. Nappa and Raditz also roared, releasing energy blasts to create disturbances. In an instant, energy radiance exploded in all directions, intertwining the ripples of rules with the explosions of ki, creating chaos to the utmost degree. The definition commands of the activated remains were indeed disrupted, becoming sluggish and chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks moved like lightning, his energy sword accurately slicing through the data chain connecting to the blue sapphire remains that had initially immobilized Vegeta. With a sharp sound, as though severing a substantial cable, the data chain snapped, erupting into a flurry of chaotic data sparks. Success! Krillin cheered. Indeed, the blue sapphire remains suddenly stiffened, its eyes flashing with a crimson light before quickly dimming, its arms weakly drooping, returning to the state of a lifeless specimen, floating motionless in the air. Its definition authority was interrupted. Effective. Continue. Bulma shouted excitedly. However, their actions thoroughly enraged the dark golden polyhedron. It seemed to perceive the disturbances from these insignificant insects as a hindrance to its elimination of the primary target, Saiyan Wukong. The surface cubic assembly of the polyhedron shifted once more, and a more grandiose wave of rules erupted, no longer targeting individuals, but encompassing the entire area. Area command, logic storm. A hum. An invisible storm swept forth from the center of the polyhedron. This was not a storm of energy, but a chaos of logic. Krillin's ki slice unexpectedly transformed into an ever-expanding colorful soap bubble mid-flight. Gohan's Kamehameha wave, upon advancing halfway, began to rotate counterclockwise, nearly striking himself. Nappa's energy blasts continuously replicated during flight, transforming into a vast array of powerless energy dandelions, scattering in all directions. Even their own perceptions faltered. With Trunks feeling as though his left hand had turned into his right, Vegeta perceiving an inversion of up and down, and Bulma experiencing her thoughts as fragmented, akin to a television with poor reception. The physical laws and causal logic of the entire area were temporarily disrupted. Amidst this logic storm, the only ones maintaining relative clarity were Saiyan Wukong, who was resisting the deletion command, and Bulma, who, due to her connection to the remnants of the childlike rule, received some degree of protection. Wukong and Bulma endured the confusion and sensation of tearing in their thoughts, gazing at her husband in the eye of the storm. She could sense that Wukong was in a peculiar state. The platinum aura of his mental energy was no longer merely resisting, but was absorbing and analyzing the chaotic fragments of logic. And the brilliance of the colorful starlight in his eyes grew ever brighter. The cold deletion command, like the most viscous darkness, coiled around him, seeking to erase the very significance of his existence. Yet Wukong did not resist head-on. He recalled the teachings of the childlike being, the wisdom of Bulma, and the bonds with his companions, transforming all these significances into a flame of the heart, not to deny the deletion, but to redefine himself. I define. Wukong's voice resonated amidst the storm, not loud, yet imbued with an unwavering determination that pierced through the chaos of logic. My existence stems from the heart of protection, from the desire for knowledge, from the indomitable will. This is truth. This is not a tampering with the external laws, but the ultimate affirmation of the foundation of one's own existence. Boom. The energy within him surged to a halt. The cold deletion command that had entangled him began to dissolve with a hissing sound, akin to ice melting in sunlight. As it came into contact with the barrier constructed from his unwavering self-definition, and it began to disintegrate inch by inch. He had successfully withstood the annihilation of this regional administrator with his boundless will and nascent understanding of the power of definition. For the first time, a perceptible stagnation appeared in the cold gaze of the dark golden polyhedron. It seemed that its core of logic, based on absolute order, could not comprehend this paradoxical defense rooted in self-will. The logic storm gradually subsided, and the perceptions of the crowd returned to normal, albeit with lingering trepidation. Saiyan Wukong hovered in place, his platinum aura burning steadily, interspersed with clearer, colorful glimmers. Though his energy was heavily depleted, it imparted a sense of greater depth and immovability. He gazed at the dark golden polyhedron, his crimson pupils ablaze with battle intent. The polyhedron remained silent, its surface cubes ceasing their frantic rotation, seemingly reassessing, recalibrating. Just then, perhaps due to the recent logic storm and the intense information disturbance generated during Wukong's self-definition, a fragment of an extremely ancient, broken record image, deeply buried in the underlying database, flickered intermittently before everyone like a faulty holographic projection. In the endless void, countless cradles, akin to soap bubbles, floated, shimmering with faint light. An indescribably immense shadow, the Weaver, or perhaps the Definer, swept by, its tendrils reaching into a cradle. The flow of time within that cradle universe was forcibly accelerated. Civilizations grew wildly as though hastened to maturity, reaching their zenith, and then, at a certain moment, alongside the entire universe, like harvested wheat, they abruptly collapsed and dimmed, ultimately transforming into a pure source of information devoid of any subjective meaning, absorbed by that shadow. The image concluded with a cold, clear inscription, akin to a law inscription, harvest sequence, Gamma 7, belonging to the cradle of the star spirits, has been completed. Resources have been reclaimed. Next cycle estimation. Standard time units cannot be translated afterward. The image abruptly ceased. Yet the truth contained within it pierced through every heart like a cold, sharp dagger. The Cradle Universe Farm. Civilizational crops. Periodic harvests. Everything they fought for, protected, and cherished, everything they regarded as their homeland, as the entirety of the universe, was merely crops nurtured by an unfathomable existence. The so-called return to the void is not a natural law, but a regular harvest. This truth is more despairing than any formidable enemy. No, it is impossible. Krillin slumped down, his gaze vacant. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his palms, as the pride of a Saiyan was crushed under this cruel truth. Even Saiyan Wukong, whose battle intent had just ignited due to his breakthrough, felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, his eyes filled with incredulous shock. Bulma's face turned as pale as paper. As a scientist, she understood best the suffocating cosmic picture represented by this revelation. Their struggles, from the very beginning, were merely in the fields awaiting harvest, like a few resilient weeds. At the moment when all were struck by the ultimate despair, the dark golden polyhedron seemed to seize this perfect opportunity. Its surface, adorned with countless cubes, instantaneously completed the final assembly, coalescing into a colossal hand of pure white, entirely composed of cold, unyielding laws. No longer merely deletion, it bore an absolute, irresistible will of formatting, slowly descending upon the stunned son Wukong, who had shown a gap in defense, as well as upon all those behind him. The logic storm erupted. The area manager unleashed chaotic laws, plunging the team into a cognitive crisis. Self-definition. Wukong reconstructed the foundation of existence with the fire of his will, braving the deletion command. The truth was horrifying. An unexpected trigger of ancient records revealed that the cradle was a cosmic farm, and civilization was merely crops to be periodically harvested. Ultimate despair. Under the crushing weight of this brutal truth, the team lost their focus, and their defenses faltered. The fatal strike was imminent. The manager seized the opportunity, launching an overwhelming formatting attack. Chapter 105, Counterattack in Desperation, Data Ruins. That pure white giant hand was not a physical entity, but rather woven from countless formatting, zeroing, and resetting base commands. Before it fully descended, the will to obliterate all meaning of existence, returning everything to its origin, had already rendered everyone's thoughts nearly frozen, their souls wailing in agony. The recently uncovered truth of the cradle felt like the most wicked curse, draining their last vestige of resistance. What they had strained to protect was merely crops waiting to be harvested from someone else's field. This cognitive absolute crushing was far more destructive than any physical assault. Clin was slumped, gazing vacantly at the descending white, murmuring, "It's all futile." Daba and Raditz even relinquished their defensive stances, standing still, awaiting the final end. Even Vegeta, whose pride had burned fiercely for half a lifetime, now swayed as if about to extinguish. His tightly clenched fists slackened weakly, and for the first time, his face bore an expression of near resignation. The pure white hand, like the guillotine of fate, was about to fall. In that moment of utter desolation, a thunderous roar erupted. "Everyone, wake up!" It was Sun Wukong. He abruptly lifted his head, his crimson golden pupils bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance. The mental force, previously dulled by the shock of truth, reignited like a fire thrown into boiling oil, becoming more refined and fervent. "It seeks to format us, to erase everything about us." Wukong's voice was laced with unwavering fury. It was not fear of death, but an ultimate unwillingness to have his existence and the bonds with his companions denied. "It claims we are mere crops? That our world is a farm?" He surveyed his surroundings, observing his disheartened companions, the pale-faced Bulma biting her lip, and the somber Vegeta. "I care not whether it is a weaver or a definer. I only know that Chi-Chi's cooking is delightful. Fighting with Vegeta is exhilarating. Bulma's gravity room is exceptional. Guiding Gohan's growth brings me joy. Protecting the earth and my friends is my chosen path. These emotions, these memories, these meanings that belong to us." His platinum aura intertwined with vibrant colors surged skyward, momentarily resisting the stasis imposed by the pure white hand, which could not simply negate his existence with a mere command of formatting. "Our existence, our lives, we alone determine." This declaration was like a divine revelation, igniting a blazing inferno on the icy plains of despair. Bulma was the first to react. She beheld Wukong's unwavering silhouette. Witnessing his resolve to defend the essence of his being even in the face of ultimate hopelessness, the rationality of a scientist and the sensibility of a woman ignited simultaneously within her. Indeed, even if the universe were a farm, so what? Even if civilization were mere crops, what of it? The anger, indignation, concern for companions, and yearning for freedom they felt were real. They were emotions that no external definition could erase. Wukong was right. Bulma straightened, her eyes rekindling with the spark of wisdom. "Even in the fields, we must become the most tenacious thorn that cannot be harvested." Vegeta trembled violently. Wukong's words about the joy of battle pierced through the layer of dust in his heart, veiled by the truth. The pride of a Saiyan could not be easily relinquished upon discovering a harsh reality. Even if the stage were a cage, he would perform the most resplendent dance of destruction. "Kakarot, spare me your pretty words." Vegeta roared, his deep blue aura exploding once more, even more profound and violent than before. "Only I can define who I am. Vegeta, father, Aunt Bulma, Uncle Vegeta." Gohan wiped away the moisture from his eyes, his pure aura blending with unwavering resolve. Trunks clenched his energy sword, his gaze sharp. Our future is ours to create. Klin, Daba, and Raditz, too, felt their fighting spirit reignited in that moment. Despair still loomed, yet a more primal, indomitable will to resist overshadowed it. The team's momentum coalesced into a singular force, a defiance against being defined, against being erased. The dark golden polyhedron seemed to sense the prey's fierce resistance, causing the descent of the pure white hand to accelerate. Bulma, have you analyzed its structural weaknesses? Wukong bellowed, his mental barrier cracking under the weight of the giant hand. It is manipulating the foundational rules of this area. But it is also a program, a conglomerate. Bulma's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. The eye of all things and her scientific intuition were functioning in unison. Its core is that constantly calculating dark golden polyhedron. Attack the small cubes on its surface that are rapidly flipping and clearly performing critical computations. Disrupt its calculations. Understood. Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination. Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, follow my lead and attack those cubes. The rest of you, interfere with the remnants. Do not let them disrupt us. I need no orders from you. Vegeta scoffed, his figure transforming into a bolt of deep blue lightning, no longer seeking absolute destructive power, but rather condensing his energy at his fingertips, striking with the precision of a scalpel towards the surface of the polyhedron, targeting several small cubes that flickered frantically, evidently responsible for crucial calculations. Wukong's mental energy transformed into countless slender, colorful threads, as if alive, entwining and interfering with the trajectories of other key cubes. Trunks and Gohan launched a fierce assault from the side, their Kamehameha waves pouring down upon the polyhedron's surface like a torrential storm, not seeking a lethal strike, but rather creating maximum chaos. Klin, Daba, and Raditz fought valiantly, blocking those animated remnants attempting to provide assistance, as the battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. This precise, targeted assault evidently yielded results. The cubes on the surface of the dark golden polyhedron began to stutter and glitch. The speed of the pure white hand's descent noticeably slowed, and even its edges began to flicker with unstable data streams. Effective. Keep going, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. However, as the area manager, its counterattack was equally fierce. The surface of the polyhedron shimmered, and a powerful repulsion field erupted, violently propelling Vegeta and Wukong away. Simultaneously, several data chains shot forth like venomous serpents, ensnaring Trunks and Gohan. Be careful. Wukong's mind surged, forcing the colorful threads to alter the direction of the data chains. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the pure white colossal hand seized the opportunity, abruptly breaching Wukong's mental barrier. A gigantic finger, composed of formatted commands, descended like a heavenly pillar towards the position of Bulma and Xingqian. The speed was astonishing, the distance too close. Wukong and Vegeta were unable to intervene in time. Bulma. Wukong's eyes widened in desperation. Just at that critical juncture, Xingqian, who had been intently observing the battlefield and shouldering the analytical task, reflected the impending destruction in his all-seeing eye, the descending finger, Bulma's resolute face, the cold geometric hell, and the brutal images of harvesting he had seen earlier. Countless streams of information collided violently within his core, calculating. A dangerously self-destructive thought flashed through his processing unit like lightning. Bulma. Xingqian abruptly turned his head, gazing at Bulma, his electronic eyes shimmering with an unprecedented, almost tragic brilliance. Throw me towards that polyhedron, along with my core database. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. What? There's no time to explain. Trust me. The urgency in Xingqian's voice was undeniable. This is the only way to create greater chaos. Hurry. Seeing the determination in Xingqian's eyes, Bulma instantly understood. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Xingqian's arm and, summoning all her strength, hurled him towards the dark golden polyhedron, which had temporarily revealed an unstable data region due to interference, as if she were casting a javelin. Xingqian, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Xingqian's body traced an arc through the air. He made no defensive move, instead completely relinquishing all firewalls protecting his core database. Deep within his core, a meticulously organized and compressed information packet, imbued with the highest priority directives for knowledge and revelation, was instantly activated. It contained not only all his recorded data regarding the weavers, definers, and the truth of the cradle, but also dozens of aggressive paradox algorithms he had reverse-engineered based on Bulma's variable formulas and the concept of free definition. He became a logical bomb filled with chaotic information. Accept this. This is the answer to the variables. Xingqian emitted his final electronic sound, tinged with a hint of relief and mockery. In the next moment, his body crashed violently into the unstable data region of the dark golden polyhedron. Boom. It was not an explosion of energy, but a tsunami of information, a collapse of logic. The enormous torrent of contradictory and paradoxical information within Xingqian's core surged into the operational program of the polyhedron like a virus. Those aggressive paradox algorithms began to replicate and execute wildly, clashing destructively with the polyhedron's foundational code based on absolute order. The surface of the dark golden polyhedron convulsed in unprecedented chaos, with all the cubes flashing erratically and combining in disarray. A multitude of error codes erupted from its interior like a fountain. Its massive form trembled violently, distorting. The colossal white hand that was about to crush Bulma froze midair, flickering like a faulty light bulb before collapsing in a cacophony, transforming into a flurry of chaotic white specks of light. Success! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. However, the price was steep. Xingqian's body was utterly torn apart and annihilated upon colliding with the polyhedron, reduced to the most fundamental particles of information, vanishing without a trace. He sacrificed his existence to buy precious time for the team. Bulma gazed at the spot where Xingqian had vanished, her eyes reddening as she bit her lip. Yet this was not the time for sorrow. Although the dark golden polyhedron had temporarily lost its offensive capabilities due to the collapse of its internal logic, the consequences it triggered were far more terrifying. As the core management of this area, its logical collapse initiated a chain reaction. The previously stable, constantly shifting geometric structures began to lose control, colliding chaotically and annihilating one another. The activated remains stood like puppets with severed strings, their bodies beginning to lose data and gradually disintegrate. The entire factory of laws seemed to be spiraling into self-destruction due to the collapse of its core. In the void, massive, jet-black fissures began to appear. Behind the cracks lay not geometric structures, but a profound emptiness devoid of even information. A formidable, all-consuming force emanated from those fissures. This area was plummeting towards the abyss of data. This is bad. It's about to collapse completely. Trunks steadied himself against the pole. Wukong observed the ever-expanding fissures leading to the data abyss, then glanced at the dark golden polyhedron, which was distorting due to logical collapse, revealing its internal structures. A bold thought surged within him. Bulma, where do those cracks lead? Wukong asked loudly. Bulma, suppressing her grief, quickly analyzed. I'm not sure. They could lead to the system's waste disposal area or to an undefined deep void. But staying here is certainly a dead end. A look of resolve flashed in Wukong's eyes as he pointed to the dark golden polyhedron, which had temporarily lost its defenses. Its complex light paths faintly visible within. Rather than being sucked into the unknown abyss, we should enter it ourselves. Rush into the interior of that polyhedron. Wukong ignited the team's final resolve with his declaration of self-preservation amid despair. Precision strike. Team collaboration interferes with the core calculations of the manager, momentarily halting the formatted attack. Heroic sacrifice. Xingqian transformed into a logical bomb, injecting the polyhedron and triggering a collapse of the system's logic. Data abyss. The collapse of the area manager initiated a chain reaction, leading to self-destruction of space. Ultimate choice. With the data abyss ahead and the remains of the manager behind, Wukong proposed to defy convention and breach the collapsing core of the manager. Chapter 106. The Core Corridor. Shadow of definition. Wukong's words fell like cold water splashed into a boiling pot of oil. Rush into the collapsing core of the manager. That thing's interior is now the epicenter of a logical bomb explosion, a vortex of chaotic laws, a hell of information. What difference does it make between entering and committing suicide? Kakarot, are you insane? Vegeta was the first to roar in anger. But as he surveyed the ever-expanding fissures exuding an aura of absolute annihilation, the rest of his words caught in his throat. Staying behind would mean a 100 chance of being consumed by those fissures, vanishing into nothingness. Entering might offer a slim chance of survival. There was no third option. Time was running out. Trunks watched as the nearest fissure crept toward his feet, the intense pull nearly dragging him in. He thrust his energy sword into the ground to steady himself, shouting hoarsely, "Listen to Dad. Go." Wukong said no more. The platinum aura enveloped Bulma and Gohan, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the irregular opening revealed by the internal collapse of the dark golden polyhedron. The edges of the opening flickered like shattered cables, bursting forth, revealing a deep darkness filled with chaotic energies of destruction. "Damn it," Vegeta cursed, his dark blue aura flaring as he seized the closest, nearly snatched away Nappa and Raditz, following closely behind. Trunks and Krillin gritted their teeth and pressed on. Just as the last figure disappeared into the perilous opening, the area they had occupied was entirely consumed by a massive fissure, dissolving into absolute nothingness. Upon entering the polyhedron, the anticipated instant annihilation did not occur. Instead, an exceedingly peculiar sensation of weightlessness and disorientation enveloped them. They seemed to have plunged into a corridor of light, fragmented, twisted, and flickering with madness. The walls and floor of the corridor were composed of countless collapsed codes of law and chaotic data streams, resembling the frenzied creations of an abstract artist, constantly distorting and transforming, at times as solid as iron, at others as ephemeral as smoke. The violent torrents of information surged like invisible blades, slicing through their protective energy and producing a sound that grated against their senses. Even more terrifying was the cognitive pollution. Disjointed and illogical thoughts and fragments of information forcefully inundated their minds. Erroneous redundancy clearance, a rapid visual sequence depicting a planetary civilization from birth to formatting. Cold and efficient, a dizzying array of erroneous geometric combinations, the absolute and unassailable definition. Steady your mind. Do not let these information streams distract you, Bulma urged, her eyes tightly shut, gripping Goku firmly. She felt as if her brain were shoved into a rapidly spinning washing machine, a chaotic blend of knowledge and noise threatening to tear her consciousness asunder. "Dad, there seems to be something over there," Gohan shouted, pointing towards a relatively stable direction deep within the corridor. There, the chaotic data streams appeared to swirl around something, forming a momentary calm point. "Let's go see," Goku declared decisively, his mental energy acting as a rudder, laboriously guiding the group through the violent torrents of information towards that calm spot. Every step forward was exceedingly arduous, requiring them to resist not only the physical chaos, but also the mental pollution of information. Krillin and Nappa had already lost focus, drooling, on the verge of losing themselves. Vegeta and Goku could only barely hold on, relying on their formidable willpower to filter out the noise. At last, they reached that area. Here, the corridor of light was relatively intact, the data streams forming the walls still flickering but no longer so ferocious. In the center of the corridor floated a colossal, intricate three-dimensional rune composed of pure white light, continuously rotating. The rune exuded a cold, absolute, and unquestionable aura of authority. Surrounding the rune floated several objects, a fragmented chip shimmering with starlight, similar in material to the remnants of the Star Spirit civilization. An enigmatic ring that devoured light like a black hole, and several faint wisps of data streams in a spectrum of colors, seemingly on the brink of extinguishment. It's stardust. Bulma instantly recognized the essence of the colorful data streams, remnants of the core information left after the stardust self-destructed. They were being drawn and bound by the power emanating from that white rune, as if undergoing analysis and retrieval. "It's analyzing the stardust," Trunks exclaimed in anger. Not just the stardust. Goku's perception sharpened, pointing at the white rune itself. "That thing is recording everything happening here. It is some kind of core log or surveillance terminal." As if to validate his words, the white rune suddenly blazed with brilliant light. A wave of pure, more primal law fluctuations, far beyond those of the activated remnants outside, spread out, instantly calming the nearby torrents of information. A cold, grand, and utterly emotionless voice resonated deeply within the consciousness of all present, not through language, but by directly conveying meaning. High-priority anomalous variable detected. Identifier, Star Spirit Legacy Associated Entity, Free Definition Paradox Contact, Logic Bomb Carrier, deactivated. Initiating Deep Analysis Program. As this voice rang out, several beams of pure white light shot forth from the rune, spotlighting Goku, Bulma, Vegeta, and the remnants of the stardust data. In that moment illuminated by the white light, Goku felt as though all his secrets, all his memories, all sources of his power, Even that hint of anomaly as a traveler were being stripped away layer by layer, laid bare under this cold scrutiny. He desperately summoned his mental energy and initial authority to resist, yet it was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. For the analytical power of the white light far exceeded his defenses. Bulma emitted a muffled sound, feeling as if her brain were forcibly connected to an immense, boundless database. Countless variables, embers of flame, and even her private memories with Goku being rapidly scanned and copied. She attempted to construct a logical firewall, but it was instantly crushed by a higher authority. Vegeta roared, dark blue energy surging against the white light. Yet it was as if a cow had plunged into the sea, instead causing his battle data and emotional fluctuations to be captured and recorded more clearly. The remnants of the Stardust data streams, under the illumination of the white light, were observed as if under a microscope. Their internal stored information, including aggressive paradox algorithms, was being rapidly decoded. This white rune was conducting the most thorough information harvest on them. Bastard! Stop this! Vegeta bellowed in fury, gathering all his strength to launch a self-destructive attack. It's useless, Bulma shouted with difficulty. Its authority level is too high. Our power and skills are meaningless before it. Are we destined to watch ourselves be thoroughly analyzed, becoming a cold file in this damned system database? Just at this moment of despair, that cold, grand voice, upon scanning the deepest reaches of Goku's soul, where a hint of anomaly belonging to a traveler clashed with the root laws of this world, suddenly encountered an exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible stutter. Individual, Goku exists with a foundational discovery of unregistered paradox source. In that billionth of a second of stutter, the remnants of the Stardust data streams, which had been suppressed and analyzed by the white light, seemed to seize the last opportunity, erupting with a powerful wave filled with unwillingness and final obsession. This wave was not an attack, but rather the core recorded imagery regarding the truth of the cradle and the harvest cycle, injected back into the perception system of the white rune with the highest priority, without any shielding. This imagery, representing the weaver or the most brutal and essential actions of the existence behind it, struck like the sharpest paradox against the logical core of the white rune, which was based on absolute order and perfect definition. A component responsible for monitoring, recording, and maintaining order suddenly confronted the cold, cruel, and utterly meaningless ultimate purpose of the system, viewing civilization and the universe as crops for periodic harvesting. This appeared to trigger a deeper logical conflict. The stable glow of the white rune flickered violently for the first time, exhibiting instability. The cold scanning white light also wavered. Now is our chance. Bulma, with a sudden flash of inspiration, summoned all her mental strength and shouted, utilizing a childlike method. Define it. Define this space. Even if only for a moment. Goku and Vegeta instantly understood. They no longer attempted to attack the white rune itself, but instead poured all their strength and will into defining the narrow space around them. Goku's eyes blazed with a spectrum of starlight, his mental energy transforming into an invisible chisel, shouting hoarsely, I define the information here as imperceptible. Vegeta transformed all the pride and resilience of the Saiyans into tangible will, roaring, I define the existence here as refusing to be recorded. Although their defining authority was weak, at that moment of brief disarray within the white rune due to internal logical conflict, it acted like two crowbars, forcefully wedged into the foundational rules of this space. A hum reverberated. An invisible repulsive force radiated from them. The scanning white light that enveloped them hissed, as if it had struck a block of ice in hot oil, being forcibly repelled and isolated. The flickering of the white rune intensified. Even tiny cracks began to appear on its surface. It appears to be engaged in intense internal computations, striving to grapple with the sudden influx of paradoxical information and challenges to its authority. The corridor begins to tremble more violently, the collapse accelerating. It must stabilize. Look quickly. Wufan suddenly points towards the white runes. Behind the runes, where the corridor wall once stood, a deeper and darker passage begins to faintly reveal itself due to the violent fluctuations of the runes and the overall collapse. The data flowing at the entrance of this passage is no longer the chaotic gibberish of a breakdown, but an exceedingly ancient and chilling dark golden code, exuding an aura that could freeze the soul, far surpassing any previous encounters in its majesty and antiquity. It seems as though this passage leads to the ultimate source of all that has transpired. The scanning white light of the white runes condenses once more, seemingly on the brink of stabilization, now accompanied by an icy resolve born of anger, relocking onto them. Ahead lies a surveillance terminal poised to restore its high-level authority, while behind them, the data collapse continues unabated, with an unknown passage radiating an ultimate aura emerging beside them. There is no time to ponder where this passage might lead, whether to a deeper hell or the final answer. Looking at the dark golden passage and glancing back at the white light that is about to envelop them again, Bulma seizes Suin Wukong's arm, resolutely exclaiming, "Let us take a gamble. Let us enter that passage." Desperate incursion. The team enters the core of the collapsing manager, encountering chaotic information streams and cognitive pollution. Surveillance terminal. Discover the white runes are deciphering Stardust remnants and team data. Authority pressure. Team memories and secrets are being forcibly scanned, facing complete information exposure. Paradox shock. Stardust remnants reverse infuse the cradle's truth, triggering logical conflicts within the system. Power leverage. Suin Wukong and Vegeta jointly define the space, temporarily isolating the scan. The ultimate path. An ancient dark golden passage emerges behind the surveillance terminal, radiating ultimate majesty. The team resolutely ventures forth. Chapter 107. Defining the throne. Whispering echoes the moment they enter the dark golden passage, all noise, chaos. And the shrill cries of data streams abruptly cease, as if the mute button has been pressed. An absolute, heart-stopping silence envelopes everything. There is neither light nor darkness, only a chaotic background that defies definition by color. The ground beneath them is smooth as a mirror, yet lacks substance, extending to the horizon. The air is thick with an ancient, unimaginable pressure, cold enough to freeze the soul, 100-fold stronger than the white runes. It is as if each step treads upon the chest of a slumbering giant. The group dares not even breathe, as this pressure feels like tangible mercury, compressing their bodies and eroding their will. Kellen and Naba nearly collapse to the ground, only sustained by the aura emanating from Suin Wukong and Vegeta. Is this the end? Trunks' voice sounds alarmingly faint in this dead silence. Bulma suppresses the tremors within her soul, scrutinizing her surroundings. There is nothing here, except in the center of her vision. Suspended above the chaotic background is an object. It is not an ornate throne, but rather an extremely simplistic outline of a throne, delineated by continuously flowing, dark golden geometric lines. It bears no embellishments, yet exudes an absolute authority that dominates all and defines everything. It seems to be both the starting point and the terminus of all rules. Upon that throne sits a figure. Its specific form is indiscernible. It appears to be composed of countless, overlapping, semi-transparent historical silhouettes, sometimes resembling a giant cloaked in a starry robe, at other times shifting into an abstract symbol flowing with data, and at times appearing as the most ordinary human outline. The one constant is the aura emanating from it, one shared with the throne, yet more subdued and profound, embodying the essence of definition itself. It remains motionless, not even casting a glance in their direction. Yet each individual senses clearly that every aspect of their being, from their corporeal form to their souls, from their past to their future, has been thoroughly perceived, analyzed, and archived. Is it the source of the weaver? Is it the cold embodiment of definition itself? Just as they are nearly paralyzed by the awe of this ultimate existence, the figure on the throne seems to move ever so slightly. Without a sound, a stream of information, as if responding to a pre-written program, directly manifests within their consciousness, bland, ancient, and devoid of any turbulence. Visitor. Paradox vessel. Its gaze, if it can be called such, seems to sweep over Suin Wukong, the traverser of paradox, over Bulma, the variable and the embers, over Vegeta, unyielding pride, ultimately resting on Suin Wukong. Your existence is an unrecorded anomalous variable within the system. Your thoughts touch the boundaries of authority. Following this, its gaze shifts to Bulma. Your formula seeks chaos within order. Your spark carries echoes of archived civilizations. Finally, it appears to glance at Vegeta and the others. Your will constitutes a minor, yet persistent logical disturbance. It seems to state established facts, devoid of anger, curiosity, or judgment, only presenting absolute objectivity. This demeanor is more despairing than any contempt or hostility. Are you the very essence of everything defined? Bulma musters her courage, her voice trembling as she asks. Is it you who harvested those civilizations from the cradle universe? Harvest. The information stream from the definitor seems to pause ever so slightly, as if the term itself carries some imprecision. That is a necessary process of resource reclamation and system optimization. The increase of entropy is irreversible. Information redundancy must be periodically purged to ensure the stable operation of the main sequence. Its explanation is cold and efficient, casually reducing the birth and destruction of countless civilizations to mere system maintenance. What of freedom? What of meaning? Suen Wukong strides forward, the platinum essence of his thoughts appearing feeble in this space, yet burning fiercely, embodying the choices of each life. Their emotions. Is this not of paramount importance? The definitor's gaze refocuses on Suen Wukong. Freedom is the permitted randomness of algorithms. Meaning is the subjective reflection of consciousness on information streams. They exist, but are not necessary. The absolute order and stability of the system take precedence over all derivative phenomena. Absolute rationality. Cold logic. It regards the most precious elements of life as analyzable, categorizable, and even deletable phenomena. Vegeta, consumed by fury, unleashes a deep blue aura uncontrollably. What nonsense is this? Who grants you the power to define everything? The definitor's response remains flat. Power is not granted. Definition is the cornerstone of existence. I am the shadow of that cornerstone, preserving its purity and singularity. Communication is futile, a fundamental clash of ideologies. To this definitor, all their anger, resentment, and beliefs are merely disturbances to be managed. In this suffocating standoff, perhaps due to their proximity to this ultimate source, the ember spark that has long remained dormant in Buer Ma's hand, along with the faint authority that resides within Suen Wukong, simultaneously resonates with an exceedingly subtle harmony. This resonance, akin to a stone cast into an ancient well, seems to trigger something. Suddenly, a faint whisper, seemingly emanating from eons past, filled with weariness and a complex array of emotions, seeps into this absolute silence. Order is not the only solution. A violent surge of static, as if forcibly erased. Have compassion for errors, O awakener of the future. This whisper does not originate from the definitor on the throne, but rather seems to be imprinted within this very space. A covered ancient backup or perhaps remnants of a predecessor's information. For the first time, the figure of the definitor on the throne displays a perceptible stillness. Its form, composed of historical silhouettes, seemed to ripple slightly. A silent force, far more potent than the previously encountered white runes, commenced to sweep across this realm, rapidly diminishing the whispers that echoed before, until they vanished entirely. Yet this fleeting anomaly, along with the concepts of order, mercy, and other such terms embedded within the whispers, cleaved through the fog in Bulma's mind like a bolt of lightning. Wait. Bulma suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. No longer engulfed by fear, she confronted what appeared to be an ultimate scientific enigma. You assert that definition is the cornerstone. But what was that lingering echo just now? If definitions are absolute and singular, why then do redundant data exist? Why are there historical backups that oppose your ideology? She fixated intensely upon the figure seated upon the throne, posing the most crucial inquiry. You incessantly proclaim the purity and uniqueness of the cornerstone. Yet who, then, defines you? The definer. Is the absolute order you uphold merely an older choice, perhaps long forgotten? Or is it a mere defective product? Bulma's inquiries pierce the core like the sharpest spear. Indeed, if the definer is ultimate and absolute, then from whence did that echo, filled with mercy and the notion of non-uniqueness, emerge? If its laws are perfect, why is there a need to cleanse redundant data? This, in itself, constitutes the greatest paradox. The definer upon the throne, its eternal and unchanging form, entered a prolonged state of complete stillness for the first time, in response to Bulma's questions, which embodied all wisdom and courage. The flowing dark golden geometric lines surrounding it appeared to stagnate. The entire chaotic realm fell into a silence even deeper and more uncanny than before. Those eyes, seemingly encompassing the entirety of ancient history, truly focused upon Bulma for the first time, bearing an ineffable weight. It did not respond immediately. Visitor, your logical chain has touched upon the core taboo. Its information stream, for the first time, bore a near-human complexity and a sense of stasis. It was as though an absolute program, having run for endless ages, had encountered a meta-question that touched the deepest recesses of its foundational code, which even it had never scrutinized. According to the highest protocol regarding such disruptions to the source, the figure of the definer began to awaken slowly from that state of extreme stillness. An ultimate wave of authority, far more terrifying than any prior, began to coalesce. As if it could reboot all of reality, the entire chaotic realm commenced to tremble. Execute the final formatting. The ultimate pressure. The team confronts the essence of the definer, experiencing the terrifying oppression originating from the cornerstone of existence. Cold logic. The definer perceives the rise and fall of civilizations as system maintenance, negating the value of freedom and meaning. Historical echoes. Ancient whispers, presumably from predecessors, emerge within the space, mentioning non-uniqueness and mercy. Wisdom's inquiry. Bulma directly addresses the core paradox. Who defines the definer? Are its laws also mere choices or defective products? Source disturbance. The definer first exhibited prolonged stasis, its logical chain faced with an ultimate challenge. The final judgment. The definer, having been touched by core taboos, initiates the final formatting procedure. Chapter 108. The Barrier of Intent. Echoes of Humanity. The phrase final formatting hung above everyone's consciousness like 5 cold guillotines. There was no cataclysmic gathering of energy, no apocalyptic light or shadow effects. Yet the entire chaotic realm began to collapse in the most fundamental manner. The very concept of existence that constituted this realm was being stripped away. The ground beneath them turned ephemeral, as if it could vanish at any moment, plunging them into an abyss of non-existence. The chaotic backdrop began to fade, transforming into an indescribable void that could not even be termed as nothingness. Even their own bodies began to emit a terrifying sense of transparency and dissolution, as if the materials, energies, and information that formed them were being dismantled and erased layer by layer. This was not an attack, it was a reclamation, a complete negation by the creator of its unsatisfactory creations. I can't feel my energy, Krillin exclaimed in horror as he gazed at his increasingly ethereal hands, the sensation of power swiftly dissipating. His body seemed to be vanishing, his voice laced with unprecedented terror. Raditz attempted to unleash energy, yet could not even ignite a spark. The rules here negated the very concept of their possessing power. Absolute despair. This was a more thorough end than death. An ultimate void that sought to erase even the fact of past existence. Damn it! Vegeta roared in defiance, desperately gathering his will to attempt to invoke definition once more, but amidst the formatting tide that engulfed all, his feeble authority was extinguished like a candle in a tempest. He felt his proud Saiyan bloodline, his battle memories, and even the deep-seated paternal love for Trunks fading into obscurity. Trunks and Gohan struggled to reach their father, only to find the distance between them becoming oddly distorted, as if approaching this concept was also being corrected. Bulma bit her lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood. Her mind raced frantically, yet all scientific knowledge and logical deductions appeared utterly feeble before this absolute authority. Formatting embodied the highest expression of system authority, an enforced execution of foundational rules. How could one resist? With what could one resist? Just as Bulma was about to be consumed by despair, a warm and resolute hand seized her icy fingers. It was Son Goku. His body, too, was becoming somewhat transparent, the platinum aura surrounding him dimming considerably. Yet his gaze remained like the purest flame, burning with indomitable light. He did not glance at the collapsing space, nor at the unshakable definer seated upon the throne. He merely looked at Bulma, at Vegeta, at Gohan, at Trunks, at each companion. It seeks to format us. Goku's voice was calm, yet carried a force that pierced through all chaos. It wants to take away our power, our memories, all traces of our existence. He raised another hand and pressed it against his chest, where the power of intent lay dormant like a slumbering volcano, not entirely extinguished. However, his gaze swept over each person, the golden hue of his pupils reflecting their faces. It cannot take away our current intent. It cannot take away my trust in you. He looked at Bulma, his eyes filled with unreserved reliance and affection. It cannot take away the exhilaration we feel in battle. He turned to Vegeta, a recognition shared between rivals and comrades. It cannot take away the pride and responsibility of being a father. He looked at Gohan and Trunks. It cannot take away our appreciation for our homeland, our friends, our love for all the beautiful things in life. His voice rose in intensity, each word striking the hearts of those on the brink of collapse with the weight of 1,000 forces. Our intent, our emotions, They are not the cold, lifeless information reflected in its database. Goku stepped forward suddenly, the dim platinum aura erupting back to life. But this time, it was not merely energy. It integrated into an even more radiant and warmer spectrum of colors. This was the legacy of youthful authority, merged with the sublime power of his own intent. This is ours, something that no external definition can strip away. With our intent, we shall construct our own barrier. Like a bolt of lightning shattering the darkened sky, Bulma instantaneously comprehended. Indeed, the Definers possessed the power to format everything based on their rules, capable of negating the strength and existence defined by them. However, the purest and most intense emotions and will within them, stemming from the genuine essence of life, transcend this framework of rules. This is the seed of true freedom as articulated by Ji Xing. Without a doubt, a brilliant light erupted in Bulma's eyes as she clasped Goku's hand tightly, transmitting all her wisdom, all her dissatisfaction, all her love and belief without reservation. Our hearts, we shall protect. Father. Tears streamed down Sun Wukong's face. Yet he was no longer afraid. Instead, he transformed his reverence for his father, his guardianship over his companions, and his yearning for peace into the purest essence. Connecting it with Goku's power. Kakarot. Vegeta growled, uttering no sentimental words, yet he channeled his indomitable pride, recognition of a formidable opponent, and aspirations for his son's future into the fiercest, deep blue flame, surging forth. Mr. Goku, Krillin shouted, recalling the small home with Android 18, the fallen comrades, and the weighty responsibility of ordinary happiness, all transformed into strength. Uncle. Trunks remembered his mother's smile and the vow to protect the future. Even Nappa and Raditz, at the last moment, extracted the remnants of the warrior's will from the depths of their souls, refusing to be entirely erased. A cascade of vibrant colors, imbued with various emotions and beliefs, ascended from each individual. They were no longer mere energy, but the embodiment of intent. Anger, guardianship, love, pride, dissatisfaction, hope. These were the sums of human emotions deemed unnecessary by the Definers. These streams of heartfelt energy intertwined in the air, converging around Sun Wukong to form a thin yet radiant barrier of warm, steadfast light, enveloping all within. In that very moment, the tide of final formatting surged forth like a chilling storm of absolute zero, crashing violently against this fragile barrier constructed from heartfelt intent. There was no explosion, no shockwave, only a fundamental clash of laws and will. The power of formatting represented order, purity, and singularity, seeking to revert everything to nothingness. The barrier of intent represented chaos, emotion, and multiplicity, defending the meaning of existence. The colorful barrier quivered violently under the onslaught of the formatting tide, flickering uncertainly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Within the radiant streams composing the barrier, dim points of light symbolizing fear, despair, and confusion were stripped away and obliterated. Yet, whenever the barrier seemed on the verge of collapse, an even stronger light, representing guardianship, love, and hope, surged forth from the hearts of those present, repairing and reinforcing it. Goku bore the greatest burden, his body flickering between reality and illusion, yet his gaze remained resolute, unyielding as stone. He repeatedly whispered the names of his companions, recalling every precious moment shared with them, transforming these most cherished meanings into the foundation of the barrier. Bulma nestled closely against him, guiding the flow of heartfelt energy with her wisdom, searching for the minute patterns and gaps born from absolute rationality within the formatting tide to enhance the barrier's defense efficiency. Vegeta gritted his teeth, channeling all his anger and defiance into the pillars supporting the barrier. Gohan and Trunks represented the hope and purity of the new generation, their intentions like a clear spring, purifying the areas tainted by despair. This was a silent, yet far more perilous war than any energy confrontation, a climactic clash between the frigid authority of the system and the searing brilliance of humanity. Upon the throne, the figure of the Definer remained calm. Yet, the flowing dark golden geometric lines, which had maintained countless cycles of the universe, seemed to slightly slow in their transformation. Its gaze of absolute rationality scrutinized the vibrant barrier flickering defiantly amidst the formatting tide, observing the small and fragile life forms behind it that erupted with such rebellious power, especially the man leading them, Sun Wukong. The defensive mode born from emotional connection and self-will surpassed its calculations based on absolute order. Error. Defensive mode does not match any records in the database. Energy levels are exceedingly low, existence determination nearing threshold, but defensive stability is anomalous. Core driving force analysis results. Irrational emotional aggregation logic conflict. Within the definer, this incomprehensible phenomenon seemed to induce a multitude of subtle, unrecognized redundant calculations. Its perfect and cold operational logic, which had endured countless cosmic cycles, experienced its first sustained slight stutter due to something it defined as unnecessary. It did not intensify the formatting force, for that was already the system's highest authority. It merely observed, calculated, and attempted to comprehend this bug that exceeded its defined framework. At the very moment of this standoff, as the definer's attention was completely captivated by Goku and the others, no one noticed that Bulma's hand, tightly gripping Goku's, trembled slightly from the exertion. In her eyes, alongside the determination to resist with her companions, lay a deeply concealed, almost imperceptible focus, characteristic of a scientist. Her mental energy, a delicate filament almost undetectable, did not entirely support the barrier, but rather, like the most agile probe, carefully navigated along the edge of the fierce clash between the formatting tide and the barrier, stealthily penetrating towards the throne, towards the definer's body composed of historical silhouettes. She sought to uncover the source of that historical echo, to find the possible first crack in the perfect logical shell of the definer. Final formatting. The definer activates ultimate authority, stripping away the concept of existence. The team faces complete obliteration. Awakening of intent. Goku leads the team to construct a spiritual barrier with pure emotion and will, resisting the erasure of rules. Humanity's brilliance. A climactic clash between the cold authority of the system and the fervent emotions of humanity transcends energy. Logical conflict. The definer's perfect calculation model encounters incomprehensible irrational defenses for the first time, resulting in redundant calculations. Secret action. While Bulma fully supports the barrier, she discreetly seeks the historical crack in the definer's essence. Chapter 109. The Cracks of the Foundation. Echoes of the past. Bulma's slender thread of mental energy sailed like a fragile vessel upon the edge of a mighty tsunami, cautiously traversing the crevices where the formatting tide clashed with the barrier of intent. Her primary consciousness remained with her companions, jointly sustaining the barrier, feeling the cold rules battering against their spirits, each second stretching like a century. Yet this exploratory filament bore her utmost calm as a scientist. Her curiosity intertwined with a resolve to gamble everything. She dared not directly touch the definer's formidable essence radiating absolute authority, but instead traced the dark golden geometric lines flowing around the throne, retracing their trajectories. These lines manifested the power of definition, the veins of absolute order. Logically, they should be flawless, without obstruction. Yet Bulma did not believe in absolutes, especially after hearing that echo filled with compassion and the notion that order is not singular. Her mental energy acted as the most precise sensor, capturing the information flowing within each dark golden line. The majority of it was beyond her comprehension, frigid to the extreme, encoding the ultimate concepts of existence, non-existence, order, and stability. These codes formed an impeccable logical loop, upholding the definer's absolute authority. However, just as her probe brushed near the base of the throne, a seemingly ordinary dark golden vein, exuding an aura of ancientness, caught her attention. A subtle fluctuation, utterly incongruous with the surrounding rationality, was captured by her senses. This fluctuation was exceedingly faint, akin to the last feeble tremor of a heart before it ceases to beat, concealed within the vast torrents of law, nearly submerged. Yet, it undeniably existed. Was it a sense of sorrow? Regret? Perhaps intertwined with a nearly obliterated expectation? It was the source of that historical echo. It belonged to a former definer, or rather, an ancient existence whose ideals diverged from those of the current definer, leaving behind its final imprint. Bulma's heart raced. She forcefully suppressed her excitement and concentrated all her perception on that fleeting fluctuation. She dared not forcibly read it, as that would be tantamount to suicide. She merely approached as a listener, cautiously attuning herself to the fragmented thoughts embedded within that wave. Disjointed images and emotional shards surged into her consciousness like scenes from an old silent film, not a cold throne. but a vibrant garden woven from countless starlights and gentle streams of data. A hazy figure, radiating a warm glow, strolled within, its fingers brushing through the cosmos. Witnessing the birth and death of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, yet its gaze bore not control, but observation and compassion. Another figure, composed of pure, cold, dark golden lines, the current definer, stood outside the garden, its voice akin to the sound of metal scraping. Emotion is superfluous, compassion is inefficient. Absolute order is eternal. The clash of ideals ignited a war without smoke, sending terrifying tremors through the fabric of law. Ultimately, the starlit garden dimmed and withered, replaced by cold, geometric structures. Before the warm figure dissipated, it left behind a final sigh, a core of reluctance and principle, like an obsession, quietly imprinted in the depths of the new, cold throne's foundation, becoming an unknown system backdoor. This fragmented information left Bulma in a state of shock so profound it nearly suffocated her. It turned out that the current definer was not the original, sole choice. In ancient times, another possibility existed, a gentler defining method imbued with compassion and observation. Yet, in the end, the concept of absolute order triumphed, replacing and overshadowing the former. The last vestiges of the prior definer transformed into an exceedingly secret flaw within this foundational system, a key awaiting discovery by successors. At that moment, it seemed Bulma's perception of the backdoor's fluctuation triggered a chain reaction. The definer seated upon the throne, its form shaped by historical silhouettes, suddenly trembled. Its gaze, which had been entirely focused on Sun Wukong and others, analyzing the barriers of intent, abruptly shifted towards Bulma. More precisely, it turned towards her mental probe that was probing the throne's foundation. Unauthorized access detected. Core Foundation Historical Archive, sealed. Threat level reassessed. Bulma brief elevated to maximum danger. For the first time, a palpable cold fury permeated the definer's information stream. Or perhaps it was the highest level of alarm triggered by the violation of the system's core. It ceased to be merely a passive output maintaining final formatting. Instead, raising its arm, outlined in dark golden lines, pointing towards Bulma. Not an energy attack, but a more fundamental, direct command, transcending space and instantaneously affecting Bulma's mental probe and its connected essence. Command, existential logical chain, retroactive disconnection. Puff. Bulma felt as though struck by lightning, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. Her complexion instantly turned ashen. She sensed an indescribable horror unfolding, not a physical injury, but a forcible alteration and erasure of her existential logic. In her mind, memories of discovering the variable formula became hazy. Pivotal moments of her acquaintance and romance with Sun Wukong began to warp and vanish. Even the image of her father, Dr. Brief, grew unfamiliar. The definer was not directly attacking her, but rather seeking to fundamentally deny the key causal links that constituted her identity as Bulma. Once enough of these logical chains were severed, she, as an independent entity, would collapse completely, akin to a tower whose critical blocks have been removed, collapsing in an instant, erasing all traces of her existence. Bulma. Sun Wukong immediately sensed her abnormal state, the barrier of intent fluctuating violently due to Bulma's sudden injury, its colorful glow flickering erratically. Mom. Trunks cried out in horror. What is happening? Vegeta roared, sensing Bulma's essence becoming eerily incomplete. Bulma felt as if she were plunging into a cold whirlpool, losing herself, with countless precious memories and cognitions crumbling like a sandcastle in the tide. In despair, she gazed desperately at Wukong, summoning her last ounce of strength to transmit the crucial fragments of information she had sensed regarding the garden, compassion, and system backdoor through their mental connection, disregarding everything. The awareness that awakened her began to dissipate. Upon receiving this information, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. He instantly comprehended the intelligence Bulma had risked her life to relay. Simultaneously, the definer, having enacted a more complex retroactive disconnection command against Bulma, momentarily faltered in its maintenance of final formatting, revealing a fleeting, almost imperceptible disturbance. Now was the moment. Vegeta, maintain the barrier. Sun Wukong bellowed, no longer merely on the defensive. He withdrew most of his mental energy sustaining the barrier, merging the platinum flames and colorful starlight within him with unprecedented intensity, compressing them. He recalled the warm aura of the garden conveyed by Bulma, the free definitions taught by his youthful form, and the heartfelt strength of all his companions. He condensed it all at his fingertips. No longer a defense or a minor definition, but a bold declaration directed at the general vicinity of the throne's foundation, where the system backdoor lay hidden. His voice resonated throughout the chaotic space, imbued with the guardianship of his companions, a yearning for freedom, and a resonance with the lost garden. With this flame of intent, I summon the forgotten compassion. With this will for freedom, I question the echoes beyond order. He did not attempt to attack the definer nor directly open the back door, which exceeded his capabilities. Instead, he acted as a knocker, employing all his strength and belief to strike upon the door hidden beneath absolute order, leading to another potentiality. Buzz. The entire chaotic space trembled violently as never before. Sun Wukong's inquiry, imbued with all his power and faith, was like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, not directly opposing the weight of the water, but provoking tremendous ripples. The figure seated upon the throne manifested a visible distortion for the first time. The dark golden lines surrounding it emitted a piercing, shrill sound, as if the metal could no longer bear the burden, especially towards the direction of the throne's foundation. The area detected by Bulma flickered with a faint, warm white light, distinct from the surrounding cold order, although it was merely a flicker, quickly suppressed by the surging dark golden tide. This momentary glow caused the definer's eternally unchanging aura to momentarily falter. Error. Core foundation subjected to unknown resonance disturbance. Historical redundancy data activity level anomalously elevated. Logical integrity decreased by 0.0001. Highest alert. All sources of disturbance must be eradicated immediately. The gaze of the definer refocused on Saiyan Wukong, and the chilling fury nearly materialized. No longer employing any intricate commands, from behind the throne, endless chaos began to surge, coalescing into a colossal, more solid dark gold hand, seemingly embodying the ultimate will of the entire system. Exuding a terrifying aura that promised to reset all existence and reduce everything to naught, slowly and inexorably descending upon Saiyan Wukong and all present. This time, it was not mere formatting, but a complete erasure, a secret discovery. Ma ventured to uncover the definer's cornerstone, revealing the system backdoor left by the previous compassionate ideology. A terrifying counterattack. The definer launched a retrospective severance against Ma, aiming to erase her existence from the causal realm. The ultimate inquiry. Wukong gathered all his strength and belief, successfully resonating with the backdoor, causing the cornerstone to tremble. Disorder ensued. For the first time, the definer's logical integrity displayed a perceivable decline, its aura becoming chaotic. The final strike. The enraged definer activated the ultimate cleaning protocol, the dark gold hand, bearing the system's ultimate will, crushed down upon them. Chapter 110. The Radiance of Humanity. The lament of order. That dark gold hand ceased to be a manifestation of law, transforming into the embodiment of the system's ultimate will, before it had fully descended. The very essence of nullifying all existence and restarting everything had already drawn forth a lament from the entire chaotic realm, overwhelmed by the burden. The barrier of intent, under such absolute oppression, twisted violently, shimmering with iridescence, fading and shattering at a visible pace. It could not endure any longer. Blood seeped from Kellen's orifices, a sign of his soul being crushed by absolute power. Ba and Late Eyes had already lost their focus, collapsing to the ground, their sense of existence rapidly diluting, akin to pencil markings on the verge of being erased. Trunks and Wufan strained to elevate their energy to the utmost limit, yet were as helpless as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, merely watching the shadow of the annihilating hand loom over them. Vegeta knelt, his dark blue aura compressed to the surface, crackling ominously. He stared fixedly at the giant hand, his eyes brimming with unyielding pride and fury, yet unable to lift even a finger. The disparity in power was starkly evident at that moment. Ma lay in Wukong's embrace, her breath faint, her gaze vacant, the command of retrospective severance still in effect, causing her crucial memories of self-awareness to fade continuously, her body becoming increasingly translucent. Saiyan Wukong knelt on one knee, shielding Ma with his body. His previous earth-shattering inquiry had nearly drained him of all strength, and now, facing this ultimate obliteration, The platinum aura and the seven-colored starlight within him had dimmed to their nadir. Is this the end? In the face of such ultimate despair that threatened to freeze even thought, Suen Wukong slowly raised his head. He did not gaze upon the descending giant hand, but instead looked at the consciousness-drifting Ma in his arms and at his struggling companions. He saw the unwavering pride in Vegeta's eyes, the guardianship reflected in Trunks and Wufan's expressions, and Kellen's steadfastness even in fear, along with Ma, whose fingers trembled slightly at the brink of fading consciousness, as if still attempting to sketch some formula upon the ground. These images, these emotions, served as the final fuel, igniting his nearly parched heart. An inexplicable realization, surpassing power and transcending law, arose within him. He suddenly ceased his attempts to resist or define. He merely embraced the despair, embraced the helplessness, and also embraced the humanity's radiant glow that still burned within them all. He lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss upon Ma's smooth forehead. It was the deepest affection of a husband for his wife, as well as the highest tribute of a warrior to his wise companion. Then, he lifted his gaze towards the cold figure upon the throne, towards the descending dark gold hand, his eyes becoming profoundly tranquil, profoundly deep, as though piercing through the cycles of eternity. He did not roar, nor did he explode. Instead, with a voice that bore the weight of a sigh yet possessed a strange, penetrating clarity, he softly spoke. Did you hear that? This phrase, lacking context, left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet, the definer upon the throne, that dark gold hand on the verge of complete descent, inexplicably hesitated for a fleeting moment. Suen Wukong seemed not to address it, but rather spoke to the frigid space around, to the covered cornerstone, to the possible source of all existence in the void. Did you hear the heartbeat? Did you see the warmth of our tears? Do you feel this intent to protect one another, even in the face of absolute nothingness? His voice, though soft, radiated like the gentlest ripple, spreading through the space soon to be governed by ultimate silence. You claim that freedom is mere algorithmic randomness, that meaning is a subjective reflection. You assert that all of this is inconsequential, that the order of the system supersedes all. Yet, within Suen Wukong's eyes, the dimming seven-colored starlight flickered one last time, not in defiance, but like the final flame of a candle, warmly illuminating. This seemingly inconsequential thing, this emotion you deem redundant, is precisely the entirety of our existence's rationale. In the moment those words fell, an unprecedented phenomenon arose. It did not stem from Suen Wukong, nor from anyone's power. Rather, it emanated from the depths of the cornerstone beneath the throne. The system backdoor, discovered by Ma and queried with all of Suen Wukong's heart, which harbored the compassionate ideology of the former definer, seemed to finally be endowed with the last key. A warm, gentle, yet incredibly resilient pure white light surged forth from the fissures of that cornerstone, like the first tender sprout breaking through the frozen soil after eons of winter. This light was not blinding, yet it exuded a vitality that could not be defined by order. It rapidly spread, transforming into a thin, yet remarkably solid membrane of pure white light, not to withstand the dark gold hand, but to gently envelop Suen Wukong, Ma, and all their companions. The dark gold hand crashed down, but this time, as the force representing the system's ultimate will of annihilation made contact with the pure white membrane, it encountered an inexplicable rejection, resounding with a deafening roar, akin to two worlds colliding. The pure white membrane quaked violently, yet did not shatter. It was as resilient as the toughest rubber, deeply indented by the giant hand, yet tenaciously safeguarding the minuscule oasis of humanity within. Error. Unauthorized high-level protective protocol detected. Protocol identifier, Life Garden Sanctuary, source of authority, historical archive, former Iurxia. Logical conflict. The ultimate cleaning protocol encounters resistance of equal authority. Execution entangled in a deadlock. For the first time, within the cold flow of information from the definer, a clear, undeniable chaos emerged. Its form, composed of historical silhouettes, trembled violently. Dark gold lines flashing erratically, reconfiguring as it attempted to decipher this sudden betrayal arising from within the system itself. It could not comprehend. Why would an old system protocol, one it had covered, replaced, and archived, be activated at this moment by a group of insignificant variables? Moreover, the strength of its protection could stand against its ultimate cleaning authority. Was it due to the man's expression? Was it because of the emotions it deemed redundant? This completely contradicted its core logic based on absolute order. Had they succeeded? Kellen gazed at the pure white membrane, defiantly existing beneath the dark gold hand, a euphoric relief nearly rendering him faint. "It's the back door," Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta supported himself to stand, observing the pure white radiance, then glancing at Boo or Ma, whose breath seemed to stabilize somewhat, his gaze filled with complexity. Sun Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he sensed that the pure white radiance safeguarding them was not boundless. It was engaged in a fundamental struggle against the dark, golden giant hand. The Definer would not relent easily. Indeed, after the initial chaos, the Definer seated upon the throne quickly regained composure. It ceased its attempts to forcibly suppress the giant hand, for such actions would only exacerbate the internal conflict within the system. Its cold gaze refocused, devoid of any emotion, leaving only the purest logic aimed at resolution. Analysis conclusion. The anomalous disturbance source resonates deeply with the historical redundancy protocol. Both conventional and ultimate cleansing methods are constrained. Execution of final solution. Initiate the Keystone Reconstruction Program. Objective: to strip and format the currently contaminated Keystone unit, reconstructing the absolute order barrier. Cost: associated historical data, including the Life Garden Protocol, will be permanently lost. It intended to dismantle this keystone, along with the pure white radiance that shielded them, and all the history entwined with the former Definer Iurxia and the Life Garden, to be thoroughly formatted and erased. With its command, the entire chaotic space began to undergo even more terrifying transformations. The colossal structure, adorned with dark golden lines that constituted the throne's base, began to disintegrate from the edges, crumbling away, like a painting erased by an invisible rubber eraser. The source of the pure white light membrane was being destroyed, and the radiance began to dim at a visible rate. With the keystone support lost, the dark golden giant hand would face no obstacles. The true, final countdown had begun. Human resonance. Wukong surrendered to the conflict, channeling his deepest emotions to invoke the Life Garden's protective protocol. Hope's dawn. The protective light left behind by former Definer Iurxia activated, temporarily resisting the ultimate obliteration. Chaos and order. The Definer's logical core encountered impediments of equal authority, falling into a computational deadlock for the first time. Final plan. The Definer initiated Keystone Reconstruction, seeking to completely delete the contaminated keystone and its associated historical data. End countdown. The source of the protective light has been compromised, and the team, along with an ancient history, is on the verge of being permanently erased. Chapter 111. The Twin Throne. The echo of choices. The keystone was collapsing. The dark golden structure forming the throne's base, like a weathered sandcastle, began to disintegrate from the edges, transforming into the most fundamental particles of information, dissipating into chaos. With each piece that fell away, the pure white light membrane safeguarding everyone dimmed further, akin to a candle flame on the brink of extinguishment. The dark golden giant hand remained suspended, exhibiting cold patience, awaiting the moment of the shield's disappearance to execute the final erasure. The countdown was audible and unmistakable. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Clint observed the increasingly thin pure white light membrane above him and the crumbling keystone beyond it, utterly devoid of the will to struggle. Na Ba and La Tz gazed vacantly, as if they had already accepted their fate. Trunks and Gohan desperately poured their dwindling energy into the light membrane, but their efforts felt like a mere drop in the ocean. Vegeta knelt on the ground, fists pressed firmly against the earth, his nails digging in painfully. Yet he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of humiliation and helplessness. Never had he yearned for power as fiercely as he did at this moment. A desire to shatter these damned rules. Sun Wukong held Bulma tightly, feeling her body grow colder and more translucent. The retroactive disconnection commands persisted. He looked up at the crumbling keystone, at the Definer seated upon the throne, whose expression remained unfazed, a surge of unprecedented anger and sorrow swelling within him. Were all their efforts, all their bonds, destined to be eradicated alongside this sealed history that represented compassion, treated as mere system refuse? In his arms, Bulma uttered a faint murmur. Her gaze was unfocused, yet a scientist's instinct compelled her to calculate and deduce madly, even in a state of blurred consciousness. Fragments of the earlier glimpses into the garden's conflict with order, the current keystone's collapse, and the definer's absolute logical order came together in her mind like scattered puzzle pieces, reassembling in an almost intuitive manner. Keystone reconstruction, Bulma whispered intermittently, her voice as fragile as a thread, yet it sent a jolt through Wukong's body. Bulma? Wukong exclaimed, lowering his head in urgency. Though Bulma's pupils lacked focus, her fingers moved unconsciously across Wukong's arm, sketching an abstract geometric pattern, a replacement that could not wholly erase Iuxia's mark. Only strip it away and fill it with a purer order. In an instant, Wukong understood. The definer was not omnipotent. It could not eliminate the core imprint left by the former definer Iuxia within the keystone at its source, the origin of the pure white radiance. So it opted to strip, format the contaminated keystone unit, and refill that area with a new, absolutely pure order. This meant that in the fleeting moment when the old keystone was completely stripped and the new keystone had yet to be fully filled, there would exist a brief, ephemeral vacuum or chaotic period in that area's system permissions. That was their singular opportunity. Perhaps a chance of 1 in a billion. Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan. Wukong suddenly raised his head, fire rekindled in his eyes as he conveyed Bulma's discovery and deduction to everyone with utmost urgency. Listen, the moment the keystone collapses to its critical point, when the old power has waned and the new power has yet to arise, that will be our final opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Vegeta rasped. Attack or retreat? Trunks asked anxiously. No. Wukong's gaze fixated on the crumbling keystone and the intricate dark golden network structure that began to emerge behind it due to the initiation of the reconstruction program, perhaps a deeper architecture of the system. What we must do is not attack, nor flee. Wukong's voice carried a resolute finality, but at that moment, we shall pour our intentions, our emotions, memories, and will into that area soon to be covered, not to destroy, but to leave our mark. This idea was utterly insane. To forcibly inject a willful imprint representing chaos and emotion at the very moment the system's core permissions shifted? It was akin to etching a blemish upon the imperial seal in front of all the ministers at the king's coronation. Yet, this was the only conceivable method to destabilize the foundations of this absolute order, just as the childlike form had done. Bulma, regaining a semblance of clarity, weakly added, "We too must leave a mark of humanity upon this cornerstone of order. Leave a mark. Even if it were but a minuscule trace. It would attest to their existence and their struggle. It would demonstrate that beyond this cold order, there lay another possibility." There was no time to hesitate. The keystone's collapse was encroaching upon the core area. The pure white light membrane had become as translucent as gossamer, and the destructive aura emanating from the dark golden giant hand had begun to infiltrate, causing everyone's skin to sting. "Prepare," Wukong roared, gently placing Bulma down, where Gohan and Trunks would tend to her. He stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. Clin, Na Ba, and La Tz struggled to rise, extracting the last remnants of strength from their souls. Everyone concentrated their spirits to the utmost, recalling the most cherished emotions of their lives, the most steadfast beliefs, the most defiant cries, compressing these intangible, yet genuinely existent forces of intent, again and again. At that moment, a resounding crack echoed, as if the very foundation of the universe was fracturing, the core of the throne's base. The final area sustaining the pure white radiance, finally crumbled and separated completely. The pure white light membrane shattered, scattering into countless sparkling motes. The dark golden giant hand descended without hindrance, bearing the will to end all. Yet, in that fleeting moment when the old cornerstone vanished completely and the new order had yet to fully envelop the void, now was the time. Son Wukong and Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar simultaneously. Two torrents of power, embodying the collective will of their team, surged forth, one a warm platinum infused with the brilliance of myriad stars, the other a fiery deep blue, symbolizing indomitable resolve. Like two colossal dragons swimming against the current. They did not attack the dark golden hand, nor did they attempt to defend, but rather, with unwavering determination, they precisely collided into the area that had momentarily devolved into an informational void and chaotic rules due to the cornerstone's disappearance. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Upon entering that realm, the two torrents of will dissipated as if droplets merging into the desert, vanishing without a trace. The dark golden hand fell as expected. enveloping the positions where all had once stood. The definer upon the throne observed this with calmness. The cornerstone reconstruction program proceeded smoothly, and a new, purer dark golden structure rapidly materialized, filling the void. All sources of anomalous disturbances had been eradicated under the ultimate cleansing protocol. The system was poised to restore absolute order and stability. However, just as it was about to complete the final step of reconstruction, thoroughly concealing that trivial contamination, an anomaly occurred. At the center of the area recently covered by the new dark golden structure, a faint yet blinding light suddenly pierced through the layers of ordered laws, defiantly illuminating the surroundings. This was neither pure white light, nor platinum, nor deep blue, but an indefinable, ever-shifting chaos of colors, embodying a multitude of human emotions such as joy, sorrow, love, and hatred. It was the imprint of will left by Sun Wukong and his companions. It had not been entirely formatted. Remarkably, like the most tenacious virus, it had taken root upon the newly born cornerstone. Though exceedingly minuscule, akin to a grain of sand in a vast desert, its very existence was a direct affront and paradox to absolute order. Error. Error. Reconstruction area detected unknown residual information aggregate. Information structure analysis result. High-density irrational emotional crystallization logic cannot be parsed. Clearance program initiation failed. This information aggregate exhibits an unknown symbiotic phenomenon with the new cornerstone structure. Forced removal may destabilize the new cornerstone. For the first time, the eternal information stream of the definer exhibited violent, uncontrollable fluctuations. Its body, formed of historical silhouettes, momentarily blurred. It could not comprehend why these insignificant life forms' emotional imprints could resist the system's formatting, even coexisting with the new cornerstone of order. This was entirely beyond its cognitive scope. What shocked it even more lay ahead, perhaps due to the stimulus from that imprint of will, or perhaps due to a brief disturbance in the foundational data during the cornerstone reconstruction. Behind the throne, amidst the previously empty chaos, accompanied by a faint ripple of data, a phantasmal projection of a throne, nearly identical to the current one but radiating warm, soft white light, gradually emerged like a mirage. Upon that white-lit throne projection, a hazy female silhouette, imbued with compassion and gentleness, flickered in and out of sight. It was the lingering image of the former definer, Iurxia. Two thrones, one real and one ethereal, one dark golden and one pure white, one of order and one of compassion, formed a striking and profound confrontation within this chaotic space. The blurred image of Iurxia seemed to subtly shift, her starry eyes appearing to penetrate through the ages, landing upon the newly born grain of emotional imprint, then seemingly transcending it to gaze at the current definer seated upon the dark golden throne. A faint sigh, as delicate as the lightest feather, yet imbued with the weight of 1,000, reverberated through the space. Accompanied by a fragmented thought, the pinnacle of order is but a cage. The chaos of emotion reveals the true essence. My successor, have you ever felt loneliness? The final word, loneliness, struck the current definer's perfectly functioning logical core with a force akin to a thunderclap. The figure upon the dark golden throne trembled violently. For the first time, the lines surrounding it exhibited chaotic distortions. That cold, absolutely rational aura shattered like a broken mirror, revealing fine cracks. Loneliness? The denial system requires no such inefficient emotions. But why does the core computation frequency exhibit abnormal peaks? Cannot parse. The definer, a manifestation of absolute order, found its flawless logical shell cracking under the weight of incomprehensible emotional imprints and the poignant inquiry from its predecessor. And at that moment, beneath the dark golden giant hand, what became of Sun Wukong and his companions, who were supposed to be utterly erased? What chain reactions would the newly born imprint of will provoke? In the face of the core's destabilization, how would the definer respond? Ultimate gamble. The team injected all their will at the moment of cornerstone reconstruction, aiming to leave behind an imprint of humanity. A miracle was born. The imprint of will remained unerased, forming a symbiosis with the new cornerstone of order. History reappears. The throne projection of the former definer Iurxia manifested due to the disturbance. Soul inquiry. The lingering image of Iurxia issued a poignant question about loneliness, striking at the current definer's logical core. Order trembles. The definer's perfect logical shell exhibited clear cracks for the first time, falling into a dilemma of self-analysis. Chapter 112. The Echo of Humanity. Defining dusk now. The true spectacle has just begun. Beneath the dark golden giant hand, there is not an abyss of nothingness. Just as the destructive energy was about to reduce Sun Wukong and his companions to fundamental particles, a miracle occurred. The grain of ever-changing emotional imprint. Rooted in the new cornerstone of order, although minute, acted like the most dexterous needle. One end tethered to the new cornerstone, while the other subtly resonated with Sun Wukong and the others beneath the giant hand, transcending space and energy. It became a small, temporary coordinate, a bug unrecognized by the system. The definer's obliterating power, which encompassed everything, exhibited remarkably minor, nearly imperceptible deviations and attenuations around this coordinate, like the most precise laser scattering upon hitting an irregular speck of dust. It was through this insignificant deviation and attenuation that Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide. He realized that he and his companions had not perished, but were instead pushed to the edge of the newly born cornerstone by a strange force. Right next to the flickering imprint of will, all had suffered grievous injuries, their breaths faint, with Bulma rendered unconscious, nearly transparent, yet they still existed. They were still breathing. "We are not dead?" Krillin coughed blood, unable to believe it. It was Trunks pointing at the nearby, warm, chaotic glow of the imprint of will, which, like a candle flickering in the wind, defiantly illuminated their final existence. Vegeta propped himself up with a nearly shattered body, gazing at the glimmering light with an expression of profound complexity. He had devoted his life to strength, yet he never anticipated that what would ultimately save them was the very weakness of emotion he once scorned. However, the crisis was far from over. Though the definer's logic trembled, the giant hand still loomed overhead, poised to execute a second, even more precise obliteration. Yet, the definer's attention had completely shifted away from these insignificant insects. Upon the throne, the figure constructed of dark golden lines was experiencing the most intense and incomprehensible turmoil since its inception. Ierxia's haunting question, "Have you ever felt loneliness?" echoed like a spell, reverberating through its absolutely rational logical core, replicating and generating countless paradoxical subroutines that it could not handle. Loneliness? Definition: the subjective discomfort stemming from an absence of connection between the individual and others exists within a system devoid of such need. Yet, why persistently search for associated terms such as companionship, understanding, and resonance? Historical archive data reveals fragments from the Ierxia logs observing the growth of flora and listening to the whispers of civilization. Though solitary, the heart remains profoundly fulfilled. Is this not the antithesis of loneliness? A logical conflict emerges. The system's objective is to maintain order and stability. Why then the need for fulfillment? Could fulfillment represent a more efficient state? Does the current absolute order model harbor room for optimization? Its impeccably functioning dark golden threads now resemble a chaotic circuit board, flickering with brilliance and dimness in a maddened display. The historical silhouettes constituting its form begin to uncontrollably and swiftly alternate and overlap, as if its long-buried memories of the Ierxia era are being forcibly activated and retrieved. Even more alarming is that the heart's imprint, coexisting with the cornerstone of new beginnings, now seems an active source of infection, continuously permeating its perception system with chaotic information representing joy, anger, sorrow, love, and longing. It perceives the resolute gaze of Sun Wukong as he sacrifices himself to protect Bulma. It hears the clumsy concern of Vegeta for Trunks. It senses the brotherly trust between Trunks and Gohan. It even perceives Krillin's appreciation for ordinary life, and the remnants of warrior dignity in the last moments of Ba and Raditz. These streams of information surge into the depths of its consciousness, which has been frozen across countless cycles, like molten lava. Warning: core temperature of the system is abnormally elevated. Emotional simulation module overloaded. Error: unable to classify received information as redundant data. Does an internally coherent logic exist? Critical error: logical integrity is continuously declining. Current decline rate: 0.0100501. For this ultimate system, which sustains the birth and demise of countless cradle universes, this constitutes a fatal flaw capable of inciting systemic collapse. The figure of the definer begins to waver, at times clear, at times indistinct. Its cold gaze, for the first time, carries an almost painful bewilderment as it sweeps over the faltering yet closely huddled figures of Sun Wukong and his companions, glances at the sorrowful apparition of Airxia beside them, and finally rests upon its own trembling hand, composed of dark golden threads. Suddenly, it begins to comprehend Airxia's sentiment of loneliness. Throughout endless ages, it has executed cold commands, defining the order of all things, reaping the mature harvests. There have been no companions, no communication, not even meaningless inquiries. Everything exists solely for the sake of operation. Is this not the epitome of loneliness? At this moment, the chaotic yet fervent emotional connections erupting from those minuscule lives serve as a mirror, allowing it to perceive, for the first time, its own vast, perfect yet hollow heart. An unprecedented sense of emptiness and longing, unrecorded in its database, washes over it like a cold tide, submerging its logical core. It yearns to understand such fulfillment. At that instant, a new anomaly arises. Perhaps it is the definer's violent turbulence. Perhaps the continuous resonance of the heart's imprint, or perhaps the existence of Airxia's apparition. The ethereal, pure white throne of Airxia, suspended nearby, suddenly radiates a brilliant light. A warm, gentle beam of white light emerges, not as an attack, but as a bridge, connecting one end to the apparition while the other transcends space, directly illuminating the unconscious Bulma. In that moment, as Bulma's almost transparent form is enveloped in white light, she experiences a jolt. Memories and logical chains, fragmented and on the verge of total disappearance due to retroactive disconnection commands, seem to receive the highest authority of repair and reorganization. Countless images and fragments of information swirl and align. She recalls the moment of inspiration that led her to derive the variable formula. She remembers the first time she met Sun Wukong, his foolish yet sincere demeanor. She recalls the hearty laughter of her father, Dr. Brief, amidst a room filled with peculiar inventions. More importantly, a vividly clear realization arises regarding how to resonate with the heart's imprint, utilizing its symbiotic characteristics with the cornerstone for deeper operations, flooding into her consciousness like a divine revelation. This is the legacy bestowed by Airxia. It is a response to the courageous inquirer. Bulma suddenly opens her eyes. The flames of wisdom reignite in her scientist's gaze, even more resplendent than before. The transparency around her dissipates rapidly. Bulma, Sun Wukong exclaims with immense joy. I'm fine. Bulma quickly sits up, her gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the trembling definer. The apparition of Airxia, the resonant heart's imprint, and the towering yet seemingly hesitant dark golden hand. All information instantly integrates within her mind. A bold and audacious plan takes shape in an instant. Wukong, Vegeta, everyone. Bulma's voice is resolute, filled with undeniable determination. Transmit everything you have left. All your heartfelt intentions, not merely emotions, but also your hopes and imaginations for freedom and the future. Now, immediately, what do you intend to do? Vegeta furrows his brow. To accomplish something the definer could never achieve. Bulma's eyes sparkle with a blend of madness and rationality. Does it not struggle to comprehend emotions and meaning? Does it not perceive the future as merely an extension of predetermined programming? Then let us show it something different. She points to the heart's imprint. Use it as an amplifier, with all our hopes as the blueprint. We shall not disrupt its order. Instead, we shall demonstrate another possibility. A possibility where order and emotion coexist, where definition and freedom emerge together. This idea transcends confrontation, surpasses mere survival, and even eclipses the notion of victory or defeat. It is a display of civilization, a testament to humanity. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong is the first to respond. He channels his longing for a peaceful life, his blessing for his companion's eternal happiness, and his curiosity about the unknown world, transforming all positive expectations into a pure and warm torrent of heartfelt intention, pouring it into Bulma. Vegeta closes his eyes, transmitting his expectations for Trunks to become a true warrior, his vision of the Saiyan bloodline continuing without subjugation, and even his awkward hopes for Kakarot to grow stronger, all transformed into power conveyed to Bulma. Gohan, Trunks, Krillin, and everyone else pour their most beautiful imaginings of the future without reservation. Bulma, like a masterful director and programmer, carefully yet powerfully weaves these vast, vibrant, emotional, and anticipatory data streams into a magnificent, and moving vision of the future, using the heart's imprint as a pivot and the knowledge bestowed by Airxia as guidance. She gently yet irresistibly sends it forth to the definer, whose logic teeters on the brink of collapse, filled with emptiness and bewilderment. Within the definer's vision, the once cold data streams and alarms are instantaneously submerged by a scene it had never imagined, cities orderly yet filled with laughter. Scientists exploring freely and inventively within the framework of rules, warriors growing stronger to protect those dear to them, no longer governed by slaughter. Different civilizations communicating in understanding and respect rather than perishing through exploitation. Even its own cold throne seems to acquire warmth in this vision, gradually merging with the pure white apparition of Airxia, forming a more stable and inclusive dual balance. This vision is not a realistic future, but rather a demonstration of possibility. Yet, the vitality inherent in the order, the freedom defined within it, and the fulfillment following loneliness strike like a final blow, utterly shattering the definer's precarious logical defenses. Is this what fulfillment entails? Can order exist without being a cage? The figure upon the dark golden throne ceased its violent tremors. The lines enveloping it no longer flickered wildly, but gradually settled into a slow, almost weary yet rejuvenated state. The immense dark golden hand that hung above silently dissipated. Its cold gaze lingered for a moment on the steadfast companions of Sun Wukong below, then shifted to the fading, ethereal image of Airxia, which bore a gentle smile. Following this, it undertook an unexpected action. With considerable effort, it rose from the dark golden throne, which had witnessed countless cosmic cycles. It lifted its hand, composed of intricate lines, and gently touched the heart imprint below, as well as the area of the nascent foundational stone beside it, as if shedding an ancient burden. A tranquil yet profound stream of information resonated within the consciousness of all present. The threshold of logical disintegration has been reached. The absolute order model contains fundamental flaws. Based on higher priority protocols, the system's survival and evolution execute the final directive. Directive content: transfer the primary key for defining this area and the related database access rights of the Cradle Farm to the current Paradox symbiote, i.e.u. Warning: this transfer is experimental. Should the receiving party abuse this authority or fail to maintain the balance of order and emotion, the system will initiate the ultimate annihilation protocol, eradicating all associated existences, including this area. I shall then enter a state of permanent logical dormancy, awaiting the emergence of new definers or coexisting beings. As these words faded, the imposing figure of the definer began to disintegrate like a weathered sand sculpture, transforming into countless dark golden specks of light that twinkled faintly as they floated away. It did not cast another glance at anyone, as if finally liberated from a lengthy and solitary nightmare. Simultaneously, the heart imprint radiated a brilliant glow. It seemed infused with higher authority, its form stabilizing, expanding, and merging completely with the foundational stone below, resulting in a small ethereal console exuding a soft chaotic luminescence. Suspended before Sun Wukong and Bulma, beside the vanishing figure of the definer, the ethereal image of Airxia's pure white throne emitted its final warm glow, akin to a farewell. Before dissipating entirely, the chaotic space began to stabilize, the suffocating pressure gradually receding. Had they won? Sun Wukong and Bulma gazed at the small console before them, exchanged glances, and then looked at their battered yet surviving companions behind them. Their hearts were devoid of euphoria, filled instead with a heavy, indescribable complexity. They had overthrown a deity. And then, the deity had bestowed authority upon humanity. The final words of the deity were, "If misused, we all perish together." Just as the group was caught in a tumult of emotions, still reeling from this astonishing reversal, a faint voice emerged from the nearly vanishing light of the definer. Seemingly a confession hidden for countless ages. Supplementary log. Perhaps Airxia was right. Before my final dormancy, I perceived a deeper existence of the observer protocol. The authority transfer may have been observed. Chapter 113. The weight of authority, the eye of observation. Had they won? It seemed so. Yet the taste of victory was unsettling. At this moment, the chaotic space was enveloped in silence. The suffocating pressure had entirely vanished, and the immense dark golden hand along with the two throne images had disappeared. Only Sun Wukong, Bulma, and their battered companions remained, alongside the floating console that emitted a gentle chaotic glow. It was not large, roughly the size of a coffee table. Its surface flowing with incomprehensible streams of data and geometric patterns, at its center resting the altered hard imprint, now resembling a power button. Everyone stood in stunned silence, as if the ultimate battle that had just overturned their understanding was but an illusion. Is it over? Krillin was the first to break the silence, touching his face and pinching his thigh, wincing in pain. Are we really alive? Did we truly send that god away? It transferred authority to us? Trunks gazed at the console, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of instinctive caution. The Saiyan Prince possessed an innate sensitivity to power and authority. He understood the implications behind this. Vegeta said nothing, merely fixating intently on the console, his brow furrowed in concern. Victory? He felt no joy. Instead, he sensed a weight upon his shoulders greater than any adversary he had faced. Managing the cradle farm? Maintaining the balance of order and emotion? If they failed, everyone perished? This was far more distressing than battling 100 Friesias. Gohan looked anxiously at his father and Aunt Bulma. Goku knelt, holding the recently awakened yet frail Bulma, his face devoid of a smile, only reflecting profound fatigue and a heavy sense of bewilderment. Bulma leaned against Goku, her mind racing in scientific mode. The knowledge bestowed by Ierxia echoed in her mind, subtly aligning with the structure of the console before her. She reached out, her fingertips trembling not with fear, but with excitement, a thrill akin to touching the ultimate mysteries of the universe, a sensation befitting an explorer. Bulma, how do you feel? Goku inquired softly, sensing the chill in his wife's body. I'm fine, Bulma replied, shaking her head, her gaze fixed intently on the console. Goku, did you hear it? The Definer's final words, the Observer Protocol. Goku nodded, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his crimson pupils. Yes, the Observer. They had just undergone what seemed like a monumental transformation, toppling the old deity and seizing authority. Yet, the Definer hinted at a possibly higher existence that was silently observing all of this. The sensation was akin to winning a championship after a grueling contest, only to be informed that the true master of the match had been seated in the highest box all along, watching every moment of their performance. It was chilling. However, there was no time to ponder this elusive observer now. More pressing and immediate issues loomed ahead. Aunt Bulma, can we use this console? Gohan asked softly, his mind racing with thoughts of their universe. In that instant, everyone was jolted awake. Their homeland, Earth, the seventh universe. Was it still there? The Arbiter had initiated the void, and the entire cradle was being erased. When they escaped, their homeland had been on the brink of destruction. How much time had passed? Did it still exist? A wave of intense panic and urgency swiftly eclipsed all other emotions. Let me see. Bulma struggled to stand from Goku's embrace, her steps faltering. Goku and Trunks quickly steadied her. She approached the ethereal console, took a deep breath, and gently pressed her hand against the heart imprint at its center. The sensation was not of a physical entity, but rather a warm flow of energy. In an instant, Bulma felt her consciousness connect to an immense and boundless information network. Countless star maps, civilization data, and cosmic parameters cascaded before her like a waterfall. She fought against the dizzying overload of information, focusing her mind as she silently chanted the coordinates of her homeland, searching for the label of the seventh universe. The data streams on the console's surface shifted rapidly, filtering through information. Moments later, an image projected into the space before them. It was a heart-wrenching sight. The area that should have sparkled with countless stars in the seventh universe was now enveloped by an ever-expanding, all-consuming pure black void. It resembled a pristine white canvas marred by a spreading stain of ink. In the marginal regions, remnants of shattered stars and faint halos of galaxies can still be discerned, yet they are being swiftly engulfed by an encroaching darkness. The solar system, where Earth resides, lies perilously close to this abyss, on the very brink of being touched. No. Both Klin and Trunks cried out in despair. Their families, friends, and everything they cherished existed there. Vegeta's fists clenched with a resounding crack, while Trunks' eyes instantly reddened. Goku's heart sank to the depths of despair, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. Bulma, can we halt this? Utilize that authority. Bulma's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She rapidly manipulated the controls, invoking the primary permissions bestowed by the Definer. She glimpsed the executing Oblivion, Harvest, Protocol, and the operational status of the Arbiter unit. It seemed her authority might allow her to pause it, or at least delay its execution. Let me try? My permissions appear to influence the execution priority of this protocol. Bulma gritted her teeth, channeling her will into the console as she attempted to issue a command. Command: postpone the Oblivion Protocol execution sequence for cradle number Gamma 7, 7th universe. Extending the time unit. Translation unavailable. The command was issued, and the console flickered with light. Everyone anxiously watched the projection. They observed as that all-consuming void, expanding with relentless speed, began to visibly slow down, as if the slow-motion button had been pressed. Though still expanding, it was now at a pace reduced by more than tenfold. The solar system, where Earth resides, had temporarily escaped the peril of immediate annihilation. We succeeded. We delayed it. Clint exclaimed, leaping with excitement. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, yet their hearts remained heavy. It was merely a delay, not a cessation. And how long could they prolong it? The time unit was beyond their comprehension. Bulma, can't we just stop it outright? Goku inquired. Bulma shook her head, fatigue evident in her voice. My authority level is insufficient. The key to these defined permissions appears to be elementary, and many core commands cannot be directly modified. They can only influence execution sequences and localized parameters. Completely halting Oblivion might require a higher-level authority or discovering the fundamental switch for this protocol. Higher-level authority? Where could it be found? The Definer had already fallen into slumber. Must they seek out the elusive observer? A wave of helplessness washed over them once more. They had acquired seemingly formidable powers, yet found their capabilities still limited. The crisis facing their homeland had merely been postponed, not resolved. However, at that moment, as Bulma navigated the control panel and explored the Cradle Farm database, she suddenly stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the data streams regarding the 7th universe, she detected several unusually active signal sources. These signals were neither stars nor known civilizations. They emanated a familiar energy signature, one that was extraordinarily potent and concentrated. Wait. Bulma magnified the screen and focused. The projection revealed a startling scene. On the very edge of that pure black void, in the outer space surrounding Earth, several figures appeared to be suspended. They radiated a formidable aura, working in unison to construct layer upon layer of energy barriers, desperately resisting the encroachment of the void. It was Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, even Android 18, along with countless familiar and unfamiliar figures of the Z warriors and martial artists from Earth. They resembled moths drawn to a flame, standing as the last bastion protecting their home, using their flesh and energy to hold steadfast against the boundary of destruction. Even more astonishing, within the Earth itself, faint yet resilient auras began to rise, emanating from ordinary humans, animals, and even plants, embodying a collective will to survive, coalescing into an invisible force bolstering those barriers. Earth, their cherished homeland, had not surrendered. It was still fighting. Tears streamed down Gohan's face. These fools. Vegeta averted his gaze, though his clenched fists trembled slightly. Goku gazed at the familiar figures in the projection, witnessing their steadfast determination despite their injuries and unwillingness to retreat. A searing warmth surged into his eyes, dispelling all fatigue and confusion. His comrades, his homeland, were still battling. They were still waiting. Just then, the control panel emitted a subtle alert. A segment of obscure log information, not derived from the farm database but from the console's underlying protocols, flickered at the edge of Bulma's perception like a wraith. Observer protocol log, fragment, insufficient permissions to fully decode. Experimental unit paradox symbiote has received primary permissions. Behavior observation, priority given to attempts to save the native cradle, aligning with emotional drive model predictions. Execution efficiency assessment, permissions applied clumsily, yet signs of creative intervention observed. Corresponds to variable characteristics. Ongoing observation. Next observational focus. Balancing test of authority and responsibility. Suggestion to introduce external variables. The information abruptly ceased, as if instantaneously erased by a higher authority. Yet both Bulma and Goku, who had been attentively watching her, caught a glimpse of this startling revelation. They exchanged a look, each reflecting the shock within the other's eyes. The observer truly exists. Moreover, it is not merely watching. It, or they, appears to be conducting some form of experimentation on them, possibly planning to introduce new troubles, external variables. The glimmer of hope and warmth that had arisen from the prospect of saving their homeland was instantly overshadowed by a deeper chill. They believed they were in control of their fate, yet they might still be mere pawns on a grander chessboard. At that moment, on the projection screen of the control panel, it appeared that the Guardians of Earth were nearing their limits. The energy barriers began to show signs of cracks. The delayed tide of oblivion, though slow, continued its relentless advance. Their homeland was on the brink of disaster. The authority in their hands was limited. An observer lurked in the shadows. Goku slowly rose, wiping away the moisture from his eyes, his gaze solidifying with the steadfastness of granite. He glanced at Bulma, weary yet resolute, and then at his companions, battered yet standing tall. Approaching the control panel, he placed his hand atop Bulma's, resting on the engraved intent. Regardless of the presence of an observer, regardless of the future trials and tribulations, Goku's voice was calm, yet imbued with the strength to sever all hesitation. Now, our homeland requires assistance, and our friends are locked in fierce combat. Bulma, utilize all the permissions at our disposal to find a way to support them. Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and everyone, make haste to recover. Then, we shall return home. The words return home ignited the last flicker of hope in everyone's eyes. The authority they held was weighty, the path ahead uncertain, and the observer's gaze was fixed upon them. But what of it? Their battle was far from over. Perhaps this was precisely what the observer wished to witness, how humanity would illuminate the darkness amidst despair and responsibility. A heavy victory. The team gained authority, yet felt no joy, only deep concern for their homeland's safety and the weight of responsibility. A harsh reality. The control panel displays that the seventh universe is being consumed by oblivion, with Earth in grave danger. An urgent intervention. Bulma temporarily delays destruction using primary permissions, securing precious time for their homeland. An unyielding homeland. The projection reveals Piccolo and other Z warriors fiercely defending Earth, refusing to yield. A chilling gaze. The control panel reveals an observer protocol log, suggesting the team remains an experimental subject, with new threats on the horizon. A resolute return. Goku, undeterred by shadows, resolves to utilize existing permissions to support their homeland and lead the team back.